Chapter 1. The Young Boy. In the West Sea, on a remote island, a fierce battle is currently unfolding. A modestly dressed youth is engaged in combat with a band of pirates. Damn it, today is truly cursed. How did I end up facing such a formidable opponent? The pirate captain curses under his breath. The youth swiftly dispatches the remaining pirates, and as the captain turns to look, he realizes he is the only one left standing. Brother, spare me. Let's forge a good relationship. Who knows? You might find use for me in the future, pleads the pirate captain. Too weak, the youth mutters softly. What? The pirate captain fails to catch his words. I said, you scum are utterly pathetic. You've deprived me of any thrill of battle. So, in light of that, you shall meet your end, the youth declares coldly. The pirate captain is momentarily taken aback, but before he can react, the youth's palm is already before him, delivering a devastating blow to his chest. The captain spits out blood, staggering backward before ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Please don't kill me. I possess treasures if you spare my life. All of them shall be yours. The pirate captain desperately implores, hoping for mercy. I've already stated, scum like you are not worthy of existence. The youth replies, slamming his palm onto the captain's head, and with a sickening crack, the captain's skull shatters, his body slumping lifelessly. Invincible as a diamond, yet merely a silver martial art, my strength is still insufficient. The youth reflects, dissatisfied with his own power. He strides toward the small vessel anchored at the shore, capable of carrying merely a few dozen individuals, yet sufficient for his needs. The islanders watch the youth depart, having witnessed the recent display of prowess, their hearts filled with trepidation towards him. The youth sets sail, drifting into the horizon. His name is Hoenn, a boy from another world, having traversed from Earth to this realm, where he has survived for over a month. His continued existence here is bolstered by a formidable asset, the wind and cloud martial arts system. Hoenn accesses the system, which displays his basic information. Hoenn, male, age 15, physical condition, 18 points, martial art, invincible diamond fist, silver martial arts. After counting the money and treasures aboard, he finds a total of approximately 1 million berries, which is hardly a fortune. Glancing at the system interface, he notes that the most basic extraction of martial arts requires 100,000 berries, meaning his 1 million is barely enough for 10 attempts. Resolutely, Hoenn decides to spend 500,000 berries for a five-fold draw soon. The system chimes, acquired golden martial art fragment, invincible diamond fist X1, acquired golden martial art, invincible diamond fist X1, acquired bronze martial art, leopard's claw, acquired bronze martial art, reincarnation / acquired platinum martial art fragment, dragon descending divine leg X1. Upon reviewing his luck, Hoenn is pleased to discover a fragment of a platinum martial art. However, 5 fragments are required for synthesis, and his current level does not permit access to the platinum exchange in the martial arts shop. At present, the martial art he desires most is the invincible diamond fist, a golden level skill sufficient for dealing with certain pirates. He checks the martial arts shop, noting that a fragment of the invincible diamond fist costs 400,000 berries. Gritting his teeth, he exchanges for 1 fragment. Fragment requirements for the invincible diamond fist are now complete. Would you like to synthesize? Prompts the system. Synthesize. A new martial art materializes, and Hoenn immediately begins his training. After a day's journey at sea, the vessel arrives at a medium-sized island in the West Sea, where Hoenn plans to rest and seek a target for some earnings. The fastest way to acquire wealth presently is either to become a pirate and raid, or to act as a bounty hunter and hunt pirates. For now, Hoenn has no intention of becoming a pirate, thus, he opts to be a bounty hunter. After indulging in a hearty meal at a tavern, Hoenn's purse dwindles sharply, leaving him with only 60,000 berries. He heads to a bar, a chaotic locale perfect for gathering information. Half an hour later, he emerges with a bounty poster in hand. Brawny Bajur, bounty of 6 million. Well, you shall be my target, Hoenn muses, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he gazes at the poster. He departs the port aboard his small vessel. In the pursuit of Bajur, Hoenn engages in rigorous training daily. His physical condition remains somewhat lacking. With the accumulation of experience, his level rises to 3, yet he still cannot access platinum martial arts. The training of the invincible diamond fist proves remarkably effective, and Hoenn feels confident that this technique will be sufficient to take down the 6 million bounty pirate. 3 days later, the vessel arrives at the island of Tadorian in the West Sea. Upon setting foot on the island, Hoenn realizes that the tranquility he anticipated is far from reality. Brawny Bajur, is he truly here? Yet why do the islanders exhibit such fierce resistance? Hoenn ponders, perplexed. He rushes forward, climbing a small hill to gain a better view of the situation. The Navy? So that's why the gunfire is so intense, Hohen observes. He spies approximately 30 naval soldiers, but they are not alone alongside Brawny Bajor. There's another unidentified pirate, and the pirates number over 100, placing the Navy in a precarious position. Brothers, we must hold these pirates at bay. Behind us are the innocent citizens of the island. If we fail, they will surely be slaughtered. The naval commander shouts to his troops, "Charge forward and slay them. Once we eliminate them, the wealth of the island will be ours." Brawny Bajor bellows, rallying his comrades. Upon hearing the word wealth, the pirates' greed surges, and they launch a frenzied assault on the naval position. Behind the Navy are thousands of island residents, huddled in their homes, trembling in fear. "Daddy, can the Navy uncles fend off the pirates?" A little girl asks her father. "They can. They surely can," the man replies, aware that with the Navy's numbers, holding back the pirates will be difficult, yet all he can do is hope for their survival. Chapter 2. The Might of the Invincible Diamond Fist. A splendid array of prey, Hohen declares as he leaps down from the hill, sprinting towards the pirates. "Captain, someone's approaching from behind. It's just a kid." A pirate notices Hohen. Bajor and another pirate leader turn to see a black-haired youth racing towards them. "Foolhardy wretch, just give him a shot to send him packing." Bajor scoffs, uninterested in dealing with a mere child. A lean pirate raises his firearm, aiming at Hohen, and fires the bullet hurtles towards him. "My training has not been in vain." Hohen smirks, sidestepping the projectile and leaping in front of the lean pirate. "Taste my iron palm," Hohen exclaims, striking the lean pirate's chest. The lingering scent of gunpowder mingles with the sudden onset of blood, as the lean pirate is sent crashing backward, toppling several others before hitting the ground. What has happened? Bajor stares in shock at the flying pirate. "Scum, come forth and fight me. My blood is already boiling," Hohen exclaims excitedly. Bajor, observing Hohen's eagerness, feels a twinge of caution. "Kid, I'll show you the might of Bajor," he declares, advancing towards Hohen, his muscles bulging, a testament to his brute strength. Hohen's invincible diamond fist, characterized by its sheer force and openness, is perfectly suited to combat a pirate like Bajor, promising significant improvement in his battle experience and skills. The two collide like two speeding vehicles. Hohen strikes with his palm, meeting Bajor's fist, the immense force causing both to stagger. Momentarily, disbelief floods Bajor's eyes as he realizes his fists are stinging in this clash of strength. He has indeed lost ground. "I must kill you," Bajor bellowed in fury, his massive fist launching towards Hohen like a tempest. Hohen, undeterred, countered with his iron palms, yet he refrained from unleashing his full strength, reserving a portion of his power with every strike. Had Bajor known that the youth before him was evenly matched while exerting merely 70% of his capacity, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Bang! Bajor's fist collided with Hohen's abdomen, the force jarring Hohen's insides violently. He stifled the discomfort and struck Bajor on the shoulder with a palm. A searing pain erupted, forcing Bajor to cry out involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Hohen delivered another blow to Bajor's chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed, and beads of cold sweat sprang forth on Bajor's brow from the agony. How could the captain be bested by this brat? What on earth is happening? Bajor's subordinates uttered in disbelief. The beleaguered Navy, witnessing the pirates' momentum falter, felt a glimmer of hope. Who is it that has detained these pirates? The naval commander pondered, perplexed. Useless. Bajor is truly pathetic, held back by a mere child. "It seems I must intervene," remarked a tall pirate, directing the battle from the sidelines. "Gree, hurry up and assist me. I'll give you 70% of the treasures on the island." Bajor shouted, struggling against Hohen's relentless assault. "I'm coming." The tall pirate Gree exclaimed, rushing over, clad in metal gauntlets, his fists like cannonballs aimed at Hohen. Hohen did not flinch, meeting the attack heated. With a resounding clash, the impact reddened Hohen's face from the immense pressure, yet Gree saw exhilaration in the youth's eyes. Indeed, the boy derived joy from this conflict. What manner of individual had he encountered? "Receive my strike." Hohen roared, fingers aligned, delivering a powerful blow towards Gree. Sensing imminent danger akin to facing a ferocious sea beast, Gree wasted no time and seized Bajor, pulling him in front as a shield against the impending attack. Hohen's palm struck Bajor's chest, crushing his heart with overwhelming force. Blood surged from Bajor's lips as he cast a defiant glance at Gree before collapsing. "Do not blame me. Is this not the nature of the pirate's world? To survive, one must endure betrayal," Gree coldly remarked. "I never anticipated encountering such filth as you. Today, eliminating your kind shall suffice," Hohen replied icily. "Boy, cease your assault." Killing me brings you no advantage. If you relent, I shall grant you 30% of the island's riches. What say you? Gree proposed. You truly mistake me for one of your ilk. I desire neither your treasures nor your offers. What I seek is your head and the wealth aboard your ship. Hoenn declared imperiously. Gree's expression darkened ominously. You are rather presumptuous. Do you genuinely believe you can kill me today? He retorted with a sinister tone. I possess that confidence. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Hoenn replied, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Then let us see. Gree exclaimed, propelling himself forward, reaching Hoenn in an instant. Hoenn executed a somersault, delivering a kick that collided fiercely with Gree's fist, both combatants recoiling from the force of the impact. Hoenn swiftly launched himself forward, arriving at Gree's side in a heartbeat. Vidra Unlimited, he shouted, striking downward at Gree's head. In a frantic attempt to defend himself, Gree raised his fist, only to hear a sickening crack as his arm shattered under Hoenn's might. Gree howled in agony, unprepared for the surge in Hoenn's strength during the fray. Quickly impede him. Block his advance. Gree ordered his subordinates in a panic. A throng of pirates abandoned their assault on the navy, redirecting their attack towards Hoenn. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, their numerical advantage proved almost negligible. Meanwhile, the naval commander recognized the pirates' withdrawal from their siege and swiftly commanded his forces to counterattack. Chapter 3. Business. Truly, misfortune struck when least expected. In mere moments, Hoenn had traversed past the lowly minions, standing before Gree. Please do not kill me. I can be your servant. I will do anything for you to spare my life. Gree pleaded, clutching his injured hand. A servant of your caliber is far too weak. I have no interest in such detritus. Hoenn replied, seeking not a servant, but rather wealth in the form of berries. Gree suddenly roared, his uninjured fist crashing towards Hoenn. Hoenn scoffed disdainfully, his golden-tinged palm meeting Gree's attack. The moment their limbs collided, Gree's arm shattered under the overwhelming force. His two arms rendered useless, Gree writhed in pain, a torment few could withstand. Allow me to borrow your head. Hoenn retrieved a long blade, severing Gree's head with a single stroke. What followed was simplicity itself. The disoriented pirates fell to the navy, many surrendering on the spot. After claiming Bagoer's head, Hoenn prepared to depart. Young brother, please wait a moment. The naval commander called out to Hoenn. What is it? Hoenn inquired, his brow furrowed in annoyance at delays. Thank you for saving our lives and those of the island's residents. The naval commander bowed respectfully. It was merely a trivial matter. Hoenn dismissed with a wave of his hand. You're a bounty hunter, are you not? I am a Navy officer from the West Sea Branch. If you wish to redeem your bounty, you may accompany us to the nearby Navy base, the commander offered. After a moment's contemplation, Hoenn consented. Once the Navy had concluded their affairs, he set sail behind them towards the distant horizon. Approximately half a day later, Hoenn and his companions arrived at one of the Navy bases in the West Sea, the Moreau Town base. Strongman Bagoer, Iron Fist Gree 600,000 and 800,000, totaling 1,400,000. Please accept this, announced Modo, the commander of the Moreau Town Navy base. Thank you. Hoenn took the check and was about to leave when Modo invited, Little brother, are you interested in joining our Navy? The Navy? I think not. I have always cherished my freedom, and the constraints of the Navy do not suit my nature, Hoenn replied coldly. Modo felt a tinge of disappointment, but refrained from saying anything further as Hoenn took his leave. As night fell, Hoenn casually sought refuge in an inn in the small town. The martial arts system of the Wind and Cloud encompasses various levels, ascending from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, black gold, diamond, to king. Currently, Hoenn is at level 4, which permits him access only to gold-tier martial arts. He must continue to level up to unlock platinum. Upon accessing the system interface, Hoenn found himself in possession of two martial arts, the indomitable diamond hand and the diamond palm, the latter being merely of gold caliber. He then decided to expend 1,000,000 berries for a tenfold draw, resulting in the acquisition of the following: bronze martial art, willow shadow sword technique, silver martial art, general sword command, platinum martial art, dragon subduing divine leg fragment 1, gold martial art, heartfelt power. Hoenn glanced at the only platinum martial art he currently possessed, the dragon subduing divine leg, but regrettably, he only had 2 fragments. It was necessary to collect 5 fragments to synthesize it. Unexpectedly, he drew a rather trivial martial art called sensory perception, which enabled him to track individuals based on their impressions. Nevertheless, he decided to accept it, recognizing it as a golden tier martial art. Hoenn commenced practicing sensory perception. After a while, he opened the system to perform 100 consecutive draws, convinced that he could not fail to acquire the fragments of the dragon's subduing divine leg. Yet, disappointment loomed. From the 100 draws, he only obtained 2 fragments of the dragon's subduing divine leg, still one short. However, unexpectedly, he acquired 2 fragments of a martial art named Surging Clouds Crossing, utilized by the character Bu Jingzun to manipulate the minds of others. Although intriguing, Horn still yearned for a combat martial art. With boundless anticipation for the morrow, he succumbed to slumber. 3 days later, Horn arrived at Moreau town, bearing a severed head. Windblade Deg, he proclaimed, with a bounty of 13 million, and you have fallen to my blade. Madwa, gazing at the head before him, could scarcely believe it. His subordinates had failed to capture even a single pirate worth 8 million in the past half-month, while this youth had already captured 2 worth over 8 million. Truly, he was incomparable. The year was 1517 in the Sea-Round calendar, 3 years prior to Luffy's departure. Horn gazed at the cerulean sky and muttered to himself, subsequently boarding the vessel with intelligence purchased from an information organization. A week later, the small ship returned once more to Moreau town. After redeeming a bounty of 12 million, Horn intended to leave. Now, he possessed 28 million berries, which afforded him a modest fortune. Young man, would you care to discuss something? Suddenly, a figure clad in black obstructed Horn's path. What is it? Horn furrowed his brow at the individual in black. Our boss has a business proposition for you, and I wonder if you might be interested? The black-clad figure replied with a smile. What sort of business? I typically do not engage in frivolous dealings, Horn retorted. Should this business come to fruition, we are willing to offer you 25 million berries. Would you consider it? The black-clad figure coaxed persuasively. Take me to meet him. I am curious to see what manner of person is worth such a sum. Horn's interest was piqued. The black-clad man, overjoyed, promptly led Horn to a villa nearby. There, under the guidance of the black figure, Horn met the mastermind behind the proposition. It was a middle-aged man, adorned in opulent attire, holding a cigar and sipping red wine. Is it you who wishes to discuss business with me? Horn spoke. Indeed, little brother, there exists a pirate named Keeb, with a bounty of 15 million. If you assist me in eliminating him, a reward of 25 million shall be yours, and his entire bounty will also belong to you. What do you think? The middle-aged man said. Horn remarked that it appeared to be quite advantageous for him. Thus, he acquiesced. The middle-aged man was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the situation to unfold so smoothly. Chapter 4. The Kib Pirate Crew. After obtaining the materials, Horn intended to depart. Mr. Horn, please do not be in haste to leave. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. The middle-aged man called out to Horn. What else is there? Horn inquired. I wonder if Mr. Horn would be interested in joining our Roy family. Should you choose to join us, I could offer you a substantial annual remuneration in exchange for merely carrying out some tasks for me, be it eliminating individuals or other assignments, Roy proposed. That sounds rather appealing. However, ultimately, are you not merely asking me to serve as your dog? I am not accustomed to being anyone's lackey, Horn replied coldly. In that case, Mr. Horn, you may take your leave. Roy gestured for Horn to exit, and Horn promptly did so. What audacity to disregard my authority, Roy said, his expression darkening. Master, since Horn is unwilling, should we not have the man in black take care of him? One of his associates suggested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. No. He still holds some utility for us. Once he completes a few more tasks, he can meet his end. A cruel smile spread across Roy's face. Oh, Horn. It is you who fails to recognize the situation. Do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Days later, on Hyde Lake Island, Horn traversed the bustling little town. Guided by the intelligence provided by Roy, which indicated that Kibu was indeed on this island and had not yet departed. The tavern, a favored haunt of pirates, offered not only alluring women and fine spirits, but also valuable information. Kibu's pirate crew, though relatively weak in the West Sea, had amassed considerable wealth over the past 2 years by plundering merchant vessels. Captain Kibu intended to use this fortune to procure a devil fruit, thereafter setting sail for the Grand Line to embark on a remarkable journey of his own. Gather round, my comrades. Feast well, for soon we shall embark on our next raid, Kibu proclaimed, raising his goblet to his crew of ruffians, who erupted in a chorus of cheers. As the tavern door swung open, Horn stepped inside, the clamor of the crowd inducing a slight discomfort, prompting him to furrow his brow. His gaze fell upon Kibu, who was ensconced between 2 scantily clad women. Horn produced the likeness that Roy had provided, confirming his target before advancing towards Kibu. Are you Kibu? Horn inquired. Kibu regarded the diminutive figure before him with an air of condescension, standing at over 3 meters tall. He looked down upon Horn with a sense of superiority. What business do you have with me, little one? Have you come here in search of women? Kibu chuckled. The surrounding pirates erupted in laughter. No, I have come to kill you, Horn replied with calm resolve. What did you say? Kibu, momentarily taken aback, turned to his crew. Boss, he says he wants to kill you, one pirate remarked, his expression peculiar. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kibu burst into laughter. I am Kibu, the notorious ghost thief of the West Sea. Have you lost your mind, little one? Perhaps you should return home to your mother for some milk. His disdain was palpable. Whether I am mad or not, you will find out soon enough, Horn declared, his body suddenly surging forward as he struck directly at Kibu's head with a powerful palm. Kibu, still wearing a mocking smile, prepared to counter with his fist, akin to a heavy bag. Bang! The collision of palm and fist reverberated through the tavern. And Kibu's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he felt the formidable strength emanating from Horn's hand. How is this possible? How can this little brat possess such power? Kibu thought in astonishment. Prepare to meet your end, Kibu. With a low growl, Horn unleashed a flurry of strikes, his hands moving like a dragon, evading all defenses. Although his palms appeared gentle, Kib's realization upon contact was that Horn possessed astonishing strength. Hastily retreating to the center of the bar, Kib glanced at his body, which bore numerous crimson handprints. My power is not something you hedonistic pirates can withstand, Horn proclaimed with an air of arrogance directed at Kib. Gasping for breath, Kib clenched his fists and, with a fierce roar, launched a powerful blow aimed at Horn's face. Horn responded with a cold chuckle, meeting the attack with his iron palm. As they clashed once more, both were jolted back several steps from the sheer force of their encounter. Is this all you've got? Is your physical strength merely at this level? Horn mused with dissatisfaction regarding his own prowess, realizing it fell short of what he needed to master more formidable martial arts. It seems I must subject myself to even more rigorous training. Kid, your strength is nothing but mediocre. To think you aspire to take my head, you must be daydreaming. Kib retorted dismissively, shaking his fists. Is that so? I have only exerted 70% of my strength. It appears the remaining 30% will soon be required, Horn replied. It was his habit to reserve some strength during battles, as he sought to gauge how many could compel him to unleash his full power. Kib's expression shifted. He had given his all, yet this young man had merely used 70% of his strength. Horn planted his foot firmly on the ground, and with a sudden surge of energy, he leaped forward, arriving instantaneously before Kib. Kib unleashed a powerful punch, but Horn's palm shimmered with a golden radiance as it collided with Kib's fist. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Kib stared in disbelief at his shattered arm. A primal scream of agony escaping his lips. Horn, relentless, struck again, his palm crashing against Kib's chest, resulting in several more bones fracturing. Finish him off. Kill him. Kib bellowed to his subordinates as a throng of pirates surged forward. Like a specter, Horn surged into the midst of the pirate throng, his palm striking with relentless force, producing a cacophony of anguished cries as the pirates fell in droves. Kib, clutching his injured arm, fled towards the exit when suddenly, a gunshot rang out. In disbelief, he gazed at the gaping wound in his chest, his body collapsing backwards. Horn picked up a knife and severed Kibu's head. Subsequently, he sought out a pirate to guide him to the ship of the Kibu pirate crew. After claiming the treasure and the vessel as his own, Horn sailed away from that place. A day later, in Moreau Town, Roy gazed at Kibu's severed head resting on the table, nodding in satisfaction. He then instructed someone to bring forth a check, stating, "This is your reward," as he handed it over. Thank you. In the ensuing days, Horn subjected himself to rigorous training in Moreau Town, later assisting Roy in completing a contract by eliminating a pirate with a bounty of 20 million, earning a reward of 15 million. His total wealth now amounted to 95 million, when suddenly, the system emitted a sound. Chapter 5. Conspiracy. The lottery function can be enhanced. Would you like to proceed with the update? The system's cold voice inquired. Update. What new features can be unlocked? Horn questioned. Upon updating, the host will have a chance to draw black gold or even diamond martial arts in the lottery, the system replied. And what about the king-level martial arts? King-level martial arts can only be exchanged, not drawn. The host may redeem them upon reaching level 60. Then let us proceed with the update. It will cost 5 million berry. Do you wish to continue? Damn it. Yes, update. Horn chose to proceed, and the 5 million berry was immediately deducted. An hour later, The system announced the completion of the update. However, upon reviewing the changes, Horn felt an urge to curse. For it now stated that each lottery draw would cost 1 million berry, a tenfold increase from the previous 100,000. What a scam. Observing the ample coins in his purse, Horn resolved to try his luck with martial arts, opting for 10 consecutive draws. He spent 10 million berry and obtained the following: Silver Martial Arts, General Sword Command, Silver Martial Arts, 100 Schools Sword Technique, Platinum Martial Arts, Dragon Subduing Divine Leg Fragment 1, Platinum Martial Arts, Cloud Pushing Palm Fragment 1. The system then informed him, the host has gathered all fragments for the Dragon Subduing Divine Leg. Would you like to synthesize it? Let us synthesize. At last, the Platinum Martial Arts, Dragon Subduing Divine Leg materialized. Additionally, Horn acquired another fragment of the Platinum Martial Arts, Cloud Pushing Palm. With martial arts in hand, Horn commenced his intense training regimen. The patrolling Navy soldiers in Moreau Town bore witness to Horn's relentless efforts, observing his strength grow day by day. The financial means he possessed enabled him to sustain the demands of his training. Boss, I'll have 5 more servings of sea beast meat. Horn sat in a restaurant, ravenously devouring an array of dishes, for only these high-energy foods could replenish his seemingly endless strength. The Horn brothers are truly remarkable, the owner marveled, instructing his assistant to bring 5 servings of sea beast meat. After half an hour, Horn, patting his round belly while seated, contentedly let out a satisfied belch. How much do I owe? Horn inquired. 250,000 berries, came the reply. After Horn withdrew his money, he departed. A month later, Horn returned to the Roy family's residence, where Roy expressed the need to discuss a business matter with him. Horn, there is a certain location where a pirate crew resides. I shall arrange for someone to escort you there. The resolution of the ensuing issues will rest upon your shoulders, with a reward of 50 million. Will you accept this? Roy inquired. Horn said without a moment's hesitation, all right. Roy revealed a satisfied smile, though it bore an undercurrent of significance that Horn failed to perceive. Horn followed a man clad in black onto a vessel that sailed towards the northwest. I hear the commander of the naval base in Moreau Town has changed, hasn't he? Horn suddenly inquired of the man at the helm. Indeed, it is a colonel transferred from elsewhere, the man in black replied, though his grip on the steering will tighten slightly. Oh, Horn refrained from making any further comments. After half a day's journey, the ship finally arrived at a small island. Horn followed the figure clad in black until they arrived at the entrance of a bar. He is inside. Do go in, the enigmatic figure instructed. Horn nodded and, as he approached the door, was struck by a sudden waft of a metallic scent. What could this possibly mean? Why was the stench of blood so overwhelming? Puzzled, he pushed the door open and was momentarily frozen in shock. The bar was strewn with the bodies of numerous individuals clad in black, alongside those of naval soldiers. The moment he entered, the acrid smell intensified. Who could have done this? Who was responsible for their demise? A sense of foreboding washed over Horn as, outside, a commotion erupted with the sound of hurried footsteps and shouts of urgency. Hurry, hurry. The perpetrator is inside. The realization struck Horn with clarity. Naval forces were approaching. Horn pushed open the door and stepped outside. Sinner Horn, surrender at once. Otherwise, we possess the authority to execute you on the spot, declared a naval officer with an air of righteous indignation. Execute on the spot? Horn narrowed his eyes. This was a premeditated conspiracy against him, and the mastermind behind it was. Horn caught sight of the enigmatic figure in black standing behind the naval personnel, Roy. At last, Horn discerned the identity of the mastermind orchestrating these events. Just before the Navy opened fire, Horn's body moved with unexpected agility. He launched himself into the air, shouting for them to fire. The naval officer hurriedly commanded his soldiers to shoot. Yet, Horn deftly evaded the hail of bullets, swiftly closing the distance to confront the man in black. Realizing the peril, the figure drew a handgun, aiming it at Horn. In a flash, Horn's leg shot out, sending the weapon flying. With a grip like a vice, he seized the man's throat, constricting it firmly, before leaping onto the ship. Horn navigated the vessel towards the distant horizon, while the naval soldiers yearned to pursue further. However, the naval officer restrained them. It was uncertain what thoughts lingered in Milo Town, yet it was evident that this young man was no perpetrator. The Navy was descending into chaos, the officer mused. At sea, Horn secured the cloaked figure to the mast and inquired, why did Roy seek to frame me? The cloaked figure, however, remained obstinately silent, quite resilient. Yet it is not easy to embody a tough demeanor, Horn considered as he approached the cloaked figure. who instinctively sensed impending trouble. Horn approached him, his hands swiftly maneuvering across the figure clad in black. In no time, the bones of the black-clad man were dislocated, eliciting a cry of agony from him. This was a rather unremarkable technique of silver martial arts known as the Heavenly Gate dislocation hand, capable of realigning bones, and naturally, it could also dislocate them. I shall speak. I shall reveal all. Do not come any closer, the black-clad man uttered, overwhelmed by an indescribable pain that rendered him submissive. It was Roy. Roy orchestrated this trap, colluding with the newly appointed commander of the Maroon Navy, Mosin. Their intent was to eliminate you and attribute the deaths of these naval soldiers entirely to your name. And who are those individuals in black? Horn inquired. They are members of the Capone gang. Roy harbors a grudge against them, which is why this scheme was devised. Horn furrowed his brow, realizing that he had now simultaneously incurred the wrath of three adversaries, the Navy, the Roy family, and the Capone family. The situation had indeed become rather precarious. Can you assist me now? The cloaked figure implored, gazing intently at Horn. I harbor no sympathy for scum. Horn cast the fellow into the vast sea. Whether he survives now rests upon his own fortune, though the odds are heavily against him, with a high likelihood of meeting his end within the belly of a fish. Chapter 6. The Dragon Subduing Divine Leg. Horn steered the vessel, contemplating his course before ultimately deciding to head towards Moreau Town. It was not out of recklessness. Rather, it was a response to Roy's underhanded tactics. To remain passive after being reborn would be utterly futile. In Moreau Town, within the confines of Roy's villa, a curious assembly had gathered, comprising both pirates and Navy personnel, astonishingly coexisting in harmony. Roy, a cigar in hand, sat across from Colonel Mawson, the newly appointed naval commander of Moreau Town. Roy, that scoundrel has already tarnished his reputation. I suggest you cease your pursuits. The Navy has little interest in such lowly criminals, Mawson remarked to Roy. Taking a puff from his cigar and exhaling a ring of smoke, Roy replied, Colonel Mawson, the situation is far from straightforward. I have just received word that the scoundrel has escaped and taken my men captive. He is likely now aware of the circumstances. To mitigate risks, both your Navy and my associates must prepare for his potential arrival. Mawson, his expression darkening, retorted, so you summoned these three pirates, Gran, Gray, and Lello? Do not be so quick to anger. They are merely here for my protection and pose no threat to your Navy. Furthermore, what prevents cooperation between pirates and the Navy when there are mutual benefits at stake? Aha! Roy laughed heartily. Suddenly, a naval soldier burst into the room, exclaiming, Colonel, trouble. That individual has arrived. What is the meaning of this panic? Speak slowly, Mawson admonished the soldier, feeling a sense of embarrassment at the soldier's urgency. It's the wanted criminal Horn. Horn is here, the soldier hurriedly reported. What? Roy exchanged a startled glance with Mawson, both surprised by Horn's swift arrival. What of our men? What are they doing? Mawson scowled. They couldn't hold him back. He is too powerful. The soldier lamented. I shall investigate. Roy, if the situation escalates, be prepared to send your men, Mawson instructed. Roy nodded, though a sense of alarm flickered within him. Yet he regained his composure upon glancing at those beside him. In the central area of Moreau Town, a group of naval soldiers brandished their weapons, encircling a young boy, Horn. Several Navy personnel lay incapacitated around him, yet they were still alive. I warned you, you are no match for me. Best retreat while you still can, Horn declared coldly. The soldiers exchanged glances, yet they did not waver, tightening their grips on their weapons. Horn had grown somewhat impatient, just as he was about to launch his attack. A burly man clad in a naval uniform approached him. Upon closer inspection, Horn recognized him as the newly appointed naval commander of Moreau Town. Criminal Horn, surrender at once. There is no escape from Moreau Town, Mawson declared loudly. Escape? What makes you think I intend to flee? You scoundrels truly vex me, Horn bellowed, his legs bending as he unleashed a tremendous force, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. The cobblestones beneath him shattered upon impact as he reached Mawson in an instant. Immovable might. Before Mawson could even react, Horn struck him squarely in the chest. Mawson's body was sent hurtling backward, akin to a car racing away, crashing violently into a small wooden house, which collapsed upon impact. The naval soldiers looked on in disbelief as their formidable colonel was effortlessly dispatched by this youth. Coughing emerged from the ruins of the house, and Mawson reappeared, his demeanor dark and menacing. How dare you attack a naval colonel? Boy, you shall not leave here alive, he threatened. Rest assured, I will not perish before you do, Horn replied with a smile. Mosin seized the massive axe handed to him by his aide. Muscles taut and coiled, and with a furious roar, he swung the axe down towards Horn. Horn let out a low growl, his powerful leg launching forward once more, stepping into the air as he executed a swift kick, reminiscent of a dragon battling in the wild. This was the first stance of the dragon subduing Divine Leg. His leg collided with the colossal axe, and both combatants found themselves momentarily suspended, the immense force of their struggle reverberating through the contact of leg and axe. Mo-sun let out a fierce roar, retracting the axe before swinging it once again towards Horn's left side. Horn, with his palm aglow, struck out fiercely, colliding with Morrison's massive axe. The force of the blow forced Horn to stagger back several steps. While a flicker of satisfaction crossed Morrison's face, perhaps this lad was not as formidable as he appeared. Subsequently, Morrison swung his axe in relentless attacks. Yet Horn chose not to engage directly. Instead, he deftly evaded with agility. As time wore on, Morrison began to sense something amiss. Horn's strength appeared hardly diminished, while he himself struggled under the weight of the axe. You all, come at me together, Morrison commanded his soldiers. Hesitant, the soldiers charged towards Horn, but he responded with a swift maneuver, dragon battle on the field. Horn launched himself into the air, his legs springing forth like coiled springs, delivering a series of 7 kicks that devastated 7 naval soldiers, sending them crashing into a throng and clearing a space before him. I shall not evade any longer. Come, let us duel, you foolish brute, Horn called out to Morrison. Morrison felt his lungs nearly explode with rage. How could he be so humiliated by a mere boy? I will kill you, he bellowed, raising his axe for a downward strike. Horn's expression shifted dramatically as he met the blow with a fierce kick, killing the dragon. Seeking the path. The clash of powerful leg and axe resulted in a stunning moment. Morrison, aghast, watched as his axe shattered into countless fragments, leaving him with naught but a metal rod in hand. You didn't unleash your full strength? Why? Morrison asked bitterly. Have you ever seen a human who plays with a pet exerting their utmost? Horn replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Morrison felt a deep sense of shame. It dawned on him that he had not even been regarded as a threat. Naval officer, you are unworthy of the title. Allow me to send you to paradise. Fear not. Roy shall arrive shortly, Horn declared. No, you cannot kill me. I am Colonel Morrison. He began. But before he could finish, Horn delivered a decisive kick to his skull, the sound of shattering bone echoing in the air as Morrison collapsed. Such excessive talk. I wonder how you ever became a naval officer, Horn scoffed. Chapter 7. The arrogant dragon regrets. Will you choose to fight me, or will you disperse at once? Horn narrowed his eyes at the remaining naval officers. They exchanged glances and promptly scattered in disarray. In Roy's villa, what? Morrison was killed by Horn? Roy stared incredulously at his subordinate. Indeed, Colonel Morrison engaged with Horn for only a few exchanges before meeting his end. Horn's prowess is truly formidable. Roy's expression darkened, realizing he had miscalculated. Prepare everyone for battle. He began, but before he could finish, a thunderous crash resounded as the door of Roy's villa was violently kicked open. Roy, I have come for you. Come out, Horn boisterously declared, causing Roy to feel a pang of panic. He had not anticipated Horn's swift arrival. Quickly, Gray groaned. You two must obstruct him. Roy commanded the 2 hired pirates behind him. Gron and Gray exchanged a glance before charging forward. The 2 towering figures positioned themselves to block Horn's path. I advise you both to depart swiftly. A mere 10 million pirates cannot hinder me, Horn proclaimed. You underestimate us. Young man, those who navigate the seas are not so easily vanquished. Gron bellowed, launching his massive fist towards Horn with tremendous force. Horn propelled himself off the ground, his body soaring as he evaded Gron's punch. With the precision of a relentless cannonade, his legs unleashed a series of kicks, each striking Gron's chest with a resounding thud that echoed through the air, forcing Gron to stagger backward. Don't come to help, Gron exclaimed, clutching his chest as he addressed Gray beside him. It would be futile, no matter how many come, Horn coldly retorted. Dragon battles in the wild, Horn bellowed, delivering a fierce kick to Gron's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall with a deafening impact. To slay the dragon is to seek the path. Horn twisted in midair, his foot descending upon Gray's chin, resulting in a sharp crack of bone. Gray, terrified, clutched his jaw and recoiled, attempting to call out, but no sound escaped his lips. Horn deftly maneuvered past 2 individuals, making his way into the interior of the villa. Roy was seated on the couch, surrounded by a dozen armed men wielding an array of weapons, alongside a middle-aged man of average stature standing nearby. Horn, it is not too late to abandon your enmity towards me. If you cease your aggression now, there will always be a place for you within the Roy family. Roy contemplated resolving matters through cunning rather than brute force, especially after witnessing Horn's formidable track record, which left him uncertain of his own ability to overcome him. Horn, I have no personal vendetta against you. Given your treachery, do you truly believe I could ever grant you mercy? Horn retorted coldly. Young man, do not speak with such confidence. Do you truly think you are guaranteed to eliminate me today? Roy countered sharply. With the rabble you call your subordinates, do you honestly believe they can withstand me? Horn scoffed dismissively. You have successfully provoked my ire, exclaimed Lalo, who had been observing with a slight twist of his neck. The infamous lightning fist Lalo, with a bounty of 20 million, has indeed been hired by such riffraff. Truly, it is said that birds of a feather flock together. Horn mocked. You are courting death. Lalo thundered, his bulky frame surprisingly agile as he moved, unleashing a flurry of punches in an instant. The afterimages of his fist flashed by, rendering their trajectories nearly imperceptible. Horn responded in kind, his palm striking out lightly, appearing nonchalant. Yet each movement adeptly tracked Lalo's rapid strikes. The room was filled with a series of resounding thuds as their fists made contact and swiftly withdrew. The two faced each other, Horn maintaining a calm demeanor, his body betraying no sign of exertion, while Lalo's fists trembled slightly, a flicker of wariness evident in his eyes. This young man is remarkably swift. I possess no advantage against him, he thought. Observing Lalo's hesitation, Roy shouted, Lalo, kill him. And I shall reward you with an additional 20 million. At those words, Lalo's body tensed, his gaze toward Horn transforming into one of insatiable greed. While Horn no longer concealed his chilling intent, a tempestuous aura emanated from him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Roy, today you must die, Horn declared emphatically. Roy swallowed hard, sensing he had provoked a truly terrifying adversary. In an instant, Horn propelled himself forward, executing a swift turn and unleashing a powerful kick towards Lalo. Accompanied by a sonic boom that pierced the air with unrelenting force, Lalo roared in defiance, launching both fists toward Horn's leg with all his might. With a resounding crash, Lalo was unable to withstand the onslaught, sent sprawling across the room and crashing into the wall with a thunderous thud. Horn withdrew his leg and stood firm, fully aware that Riley would not be easily vanquished. Indeed, Riley emerged from a cloud of smoke, appearing somewhat disheveled. He coughed twice before his formidable physique surged forward, launching himself at Horn. With terrifying fists unleashed, he effectively sealed off all avenues of attack for Horn, leaving him with no choice but to brace for impact. Horn's leg struck out with remarkable speed, colliding with Lalo's fist, resulting in another violent clash that caused both warriors to stagger momentarily. Lalo was the first to falter. Retreating slightly, both men gasped for breath. Horn pressed downward, his strength coalescing in his legs, while Lalo clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, they surged forward simultaneously, embodying the fierce spirit of a dragon. The deadly strike unleashed. The impact of leg against fist manifested as a golden dragon erupting from Horn's leg, crashing forcefully against Lalo's fist. The audible crack of bone resonated clearly to all present, including Roy, as the golden dragon obliterated Lalo's fist and collided with his chest. With a sickening sound, Lalo was violently propelled backward, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood as he fell heavily to the ground. Tremors coursed through his body. He had been utterly shattered by that devastating move, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Lalo's face turned ashen as he uttered a pained request. Grant me a swift end. Horn approached and struck him on the head with a palm, causing Lalo to collapse, devoid of life. It is your turn now, Horn said, gazing at the trembling crowd before him. Run. The enforcers of the Roy family, faced with the choice between their lives and their ambitions, decisively opted for the former, scattering in all directions like frightened birds. Chapter 8. Bounty. Horn, spare me. I can offer you anything. The Roy family can become your power. I can be of use to you. Roy pleaded incessantly, hoping to assuage Horn's murderous intent. I had no desire to kill you, but your actions leave me no choice. Not eliminating you would only serve to intensify my resentment, Horn replied coldly. With a swift motion, he struck out, the speed of his attack leaving Roy with no means of evasion. In an instant, Horn was before him, and with a resounding thud, he accurately struck the region of Roy's heart. The force of the blow shattered Roy's heart, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Horn exhaled deeply. Today had indeed marked a bloody beginning. Subsequently, he began to search through Roy's residence, appropriating all the ill-gotten gains amassed over the years, totaling approximately 100 million Bailey. However, to Horn's astonishment, he stumbled upon a devil fruit. Ding! The system detected an energy that could be absorbed and transformed into experience. Would you like to absorb it? The system prompted. Horn glanced at his level, currently at 5, a far cry from the coveted 10. Nevertheless, with such an opportunity at hand, why not seize it? Absorb, Horn commanded. The devil fruit in his hand was swiftly and thoroughly assimilated. And he received a notification. Energy absorption complete. Host level elevated to 8. Although he had reached level 8, a tinge of disappointment lingered in Horn's heart. He had hoped to ascend directly to level 10 and unlock the platinum martial arts. To his dismay, he found himself still a step away. However, he pondered whether each absorption of the devil fruit would yield such significant advancements. He posed the question to the system. With each absorption, the experience gain diminishes. The system replied. Horn nodded, gathered his belongings, and returned to the shore, subsequently setting sail. A few days later, while exercising on deck, a newsbird soared across the sky. Hey, bring me a newspaper. Horn tossed a coin to the newsbird, which promptly dropped a paper. The headline read, A formidable newcomer emerges in the West Sea. Navy Colonel slain, bounty set at 22 million. Horn's photograph adorned the article. Alas, I've indeed been placed under a bounty. 22 million seems rather modest. Suddenly, a ship appeared in the distance. Horn stood up. It was a small naval vessel, and an officer clad in a naval captain's uniform stood at the bow of the ship. Horn has yet to craft his own pirate flag. Thus, the Navy has not taken the initiative to launch an assault against him. However, Horn has no intention of allowing this vessel to depart in peace. Since he has embraced the life of a pirate, he might as well make a grand spectacle of it. A bounty of 22 million is merely a starting point for my ambitions. Horn leapt onto the bow of the ship, at which point the Navy finally caught a clear sight of his appearance. The naval soldiers discovered his bounty notice, freshly printed and still exuding the scent of ink. Divine Leghorn, bounty of 20 million. One of the sailors proclaimed loudly. Is that so? Merely a petty pirate worth 20 million, the naval colonel remarked with indifference. Colonel. He has slain Colonel Morrison at the Milo Town base. His combat prowess should not be underestimated, the aide interjected. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Horn's vessel approached the warship, and he leapt across with remarkable agility. Hey, Navy, you've blocked my path. Horn shouted. A flicker of anger crossed the faces of the naval soldiers. This young man had little regard for their authority. A mere boy without a full beard dares to be a pirate? What has become of this world? Roared the colonel, drawing his long blade. Let me see if you possess the skill, Horn challenged. The two adversaries moved almost simultaneously, their bodies bursting forth with speed. Horn's golden-tinged palm met the colonel's blade with a resounding clang, the weapon proving incapable of piercing his hand. This is somewhat interesting, the colonel scoffed, angling his blade sharply toward Horn. Horn bent his right leg slightly, channeling his strength into it before unleashing a powerful kick that shattered the wooden deck beneath him. Executing a move he called killing the dragon in pursuit of the path. The collision of leg and blade sent shockwaves through the air, the pressure causing discomfort to those nearby. The colonel watched in disbelief as his sword was reduced to splinters by Horn's kick, yet Horn did not relent. He thrust his foot forward, striking the colonel directly in the chest. The colonel coughed up blood and was hurled backwards, crashing into the mast and collapsing to the ground. Unconscious. Surely my bounty will rise after this, Horn mused. All of you, together. Bring him down. An enraged naval officer bellowed, urging the soldiers behind him to charge at Horn. I truly do not wish to fight you. Crushing ants holds little appeal, but you leave me no choice. Horn declared as he soared into the air, his legs spinning like a whirlwind, each kick sending naval soldiers flying. The sailors could not even approach him. In no time, the deck lay littered with incapacitated soldiers, none left standing. Courage cannot always resolve matters. You are far too foolish. Horn returned to his vessel and set sail. A naval officer, witnessing Horn's departure, picked up the phone and dialed the number. Massimo, this is Major General Medina. We have been assaulted by a pirate. Yes, indeed. Just one individual. The colonel and our forces are utterly no match for him. I believe we must increase his bounty. This pirate is formidable, and his potential for growth is unpredictable. We must take this matter seriously. I understand, replied Major General Medina from the Navy's Western Sea Branch, extinguishing his cigarette as he contemplated the situation. The Western Sea has indeed become quite chaotic lately. These pirates are growing increasingly audacious. With a headache, Medina thought, very well. Let the intelligence agency monitor the situation and seize any opportunity to apprehend this pirate. We cannot allow piracy to continue unchecked. With this resolve, Medina made another call, issuing instructions before hanging up. He then settled into his chair, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. On a certain island in the Western Sea, one of the larger islands in the region, two bustling ports stood testament to its thriving trade. It was here that Horn had arrived. Chapter 9. The great heist Horn settled into a temporary abode, yearning for the stability of land after a prolonged drift upon the sea. Having secured his accommodations, he activated the system. After vanquishing the naval colonel and a contingent of sailors, his experience had increased, yet he remained at level 8. The sum of money in Horn's possession had swelled to approximately 170 million. He resolved to engage in 100 consecutive draws, hoping to procure a coveted platinum martial art or perhaps a superior black gold technique. He obtained a fragment of the golden martial art, the heroic king's sword technique, and a fragment of the platinum martial art, the cloud-pushing palm. To Horn's disappointment, he did not acquire the desired fragment of the cloud-pushing palm, but instead received another platinum martial art, the 7 thunder slashes of the great sword. Having amassed the requisite fragments for the 7 thunder slashes, he was prompted to combine them. Combine, he ordered. The martial art was synthesized. Description: the 7 thunder slashes of the great sword is a technique created by the formidable General Wuliang, under the command of Musashi Mori from the Eastern Isles. Each slash is more ferocious than the last, cascading in power, culminating in an overwhelming force. Now that he possessed a sword technique, Horn pondered the necessity of acquiring a blade. Since the system housed the martial arts of Feng Yun, it naturally included weapons of the same lineage. Upon entering the weapon shop, he found the arsenal categorized into 5 tiers, ranked from highest to lowest: King, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Given his current level, Horn could only access the Xian and Huang tier weapons. After careful consideration, he selected a sword known as the Great Calamity King. Logically, the Great Calamity Sword, one of the 4 legendary weapons, immortal for millennia, Heartless Calamity, should not be relegated to the Xian tier. However, due to its lackluster performance, it had been quickly repurposed for the Heartless technique, rendering its status rather precarious. Nevertheless, Horn believed he had unearthed a treasure. For being classified within this tier did not imply inferior power. After procuring the Great Calamity Sword, Horn's funds dwindled to just over 50 million, having spent 15 million on the weapon. After finishing his meal, Horn arrived at the largest casino on the island. His purpose for visiting was not to gamble. Rather, akin to the establishments of ill repute, the casino was a den of intrigue where he could procure the information he sought. Elevating one's rank could only be achieved through combat. Beyond engaging with the Navy, Horn also needed to hunt pirates to enhance his level. It was through relentless battle that one could grow stronger, ensuring survival in a world where might reigned supreme. The pirate known as Shortblade Fred, a combatant wielding weaponry, certainly piqued Horn's interest. After settling the payment, he contentedly took the information. Once Horn departed, the man who sold the information dialed a snail phone. Lord Becky, that individual has made an appearance. The pirate Horn, responsible for the demise of many in our Capone family, has just purchased information from me. He is on a quest to hunt down pirates. He informed the voice on the other end. Seated on the line was a short, stout man adorned in a black suit, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Had Horn been present, he would have recognized this man as Capone Becky, one of the 11 future supernovas. Capone Becky pondered for a moment. He was aware of Horn's past transgressions against the Capone family. However, presently, both the Navy and the Roy family were unable to act against him. Could the Capone family deliver a fatal blow? Keep a close watch on his movements and report any developments immediately, Capone Becky instructed before ending the call. He ultimately resolved to set a trap to eliminate Horn. The dignity of the Capone family could not be challenged, lest they risk their standing in the West Sea. At sea, a medium-sized pirate ship sailed forth, its flag emblazoned with a skull crossed by 2 blades. This was the Short Blade pirate crew, captained by Fred, who had a bounty of 28 million. What is that small boat racing towards us? The navigator of the Short Blade pirate crew exclaimed in surprise. The vessel approached at increasing speed, soon entering the range of the Short Blade pirate crew's cannons. Could it be a bounty hunter? The pirates pondered with curiosity. Captain, a bounty hunter is charging towards us. The navigator shouted. What? Fred, a compact and fierce man, strode to the bow of the ship and beheld the small vessel hurtling towards them. "Fire the cannons. Send him to the afterlife," Fred replied impassively, having encountered such reckless bounty hunters before. "Yes," the pirate responded affirmatively, adjusting the angle before aiming the ship's bow cannon at the small vessel. With a resounding bang, a black projectile arced gracefully through the air, descending towards the boat. The young lad aboard the small craft was none other than Hoenn. Upon spotting the incoming cannonball, Hoenn unsheathed the formidable great robbery blade from his back without hesitation, his legs bending before he launched himself with explosive force, accurately cleaving the cannonball in two. He then leapt onto the pirate ship. The two halves of the cannonball exploded, splashing into the sea. "Hey, you lot! Why are you firing at my ship? Wouldn't it be better to surrender peacefully? This is quite infuriating," Hoenn exclaimed. "Wait, Captain! I found him. He is not a bounty hunter. He is a formidable newcomer from the West Sea, known as the Divine Leg Hoenn," a pirate announced, clutching a stack of wanted posters. "A newcomer, you say? What is the bounty?" Fred inquired. "The Navy has placed a bounty of 25 million on him," came the reply. 25 million? Boy, I'm Fred the Shortblade. With a bounty of 28 million. Do you really think you can defeat me? Dream on. Fred scoffed. "After I kill you, the Navy ought to raise my bounty, right?" Hoenn said with a smile. "Let me see just how much you weigh," Fred retorted, his anger boiling over as he drew his short blade and charged at Hoenn. "Perfect timing to test the might of my Seven Thunder Slash." With the great robbery blade in hand, Hoenn's body moved suddenly, executing a series of peculiar steps until he stood right before Fred. Clang! The great robbery blade collided with Fred's short blade, producing a thunderous sound of metal striking metal. Hoenn unleashed a flurry of strikes, all of which Fred managed to block. "This kid's weapon is indeed impressive. My short blade is meticulously forged and rivals even the finest blades. Yet this boy's sword can withstand it. If I kill him, I shall claim this blade for myself." Fred's eyes glinted with undisguised greed for the great robbery blade. Hoenn instinctively sensed Fred's unusual demeanor. However, to possess this blade, one must consider whether one has the life to claim it. The great robbery knife is not so easily acquired. Chapter 10. The Phantom Blade. In the blink of an eye, Hoenn had engaged in several encounters with Fred. To Hoenn's astonishment, the short blade in Fred's possession was no ordinary weapon. It remarkably parried Hoenn's strikes. It was time to test the 7 thunder slashes of the great sword. Hoenn tightened his grip on the great robbery knife and delivered a downward slash, embodying the first stance. "When the enemy hesitates, I shall strike." Fred deftly wielded his short blade to block the attack. The force that traveled through was surprisingly light. A smirk crept upon Fred's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. It appeared this young man was not as formidable as he seemed. Hoenn could not help but furrow his brow. It appeared that he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the 7 thunder slices. This initial technique was undoubtedly of paramount importance. The first move serves as the foundation, and only by executing it flawlessly can the subsequent techniques flow seamlessly, rendering the opponent utterly defenseless. As Hoenn withdrew his blade, Fred was not one to relinquish such an opportunity easily. With the short dagger in hand, he struck fiercely, akin to a hawk seizing its prey. Hoenn hastily raised his knife to parry the blow, and the two engaged in a spirited exchange, advancing and retreating with fervor. At long last, Hoenn began to find his rhythm amidst the gradual skirmish. Previously, his inexperience with weapons had rendered his initial attempts somewhat clumsy. To Hoenn, Fred now served as a whetstone, sharpening his formidable technique, the 7 thunder strikes. A sharp clang resounded as Fred, wielding his short blade, stumbled back several paces, astonished to find himself pushed back by Hoenn. His hands trembled from the impact, a dull ache creeping into his palms. The sensation had arrived. He could finally unleash the 7 thunder strikes. Hoenn's excitement surged as he gripped his great blade tightly and delivered a powerful downward stroke at Fred. "Where the enemy falters, I shall strike." With a resounding crash, Fred was once more repelled by Hoenn's force. Seizing the opportunity, Hoenn unleashed a second strike, declaring, "With the enemy in retreat, I shall pursue." Fred gritted his teeth and raised his short blade to counter yet again, but the overwhelming might of Hoenn's great blade nearly sent his weapon flying from his grasp. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Fred's heart raced with shock. However, this was far from the conclusion. A third strike followed swiftly, with the enemy in disarray. "I shall strike again." It was akin to mercilessly thrashing a drowning dog, and Fred found himself utterly unbalanced, both offensively and defensively. "No, I cannot allow him to lead me so easily." Though fear not at him, Fred had not yet been entirely vanquished. He retreated a few steps, resolutely re-establishing his defense. The corners of Horn's mouth curled upwards, and Fred remained oblivious, completely entranced by Horn's rhythm. Thus, Horn unleashed his fourth move. The enemy wishes to defend. Yet I strike fiercely. The great calamity blade descended like a torrential storm, and within mere moments, Fred was struck multiple times, new gashes appearing on his body, blood oozing forth. The enemy is weakened. I shall launch a fierce assault. As Horn executed his fifth move, Fred resembled a frail boat tossed amidst a tempest, perpetually on the verge of being consumed by the raging winds and towering waves. Horn, I can make you the vice-captain of my short-blade pirate crew. If you cease your attacks, I will let bygones be bygones. Together, we will dominate these seas, Fred hastily implored. Do you think I am a fool? Do you believe you still have a chance to turn the tide? Horn retorted coldly. A flicker of anger crossed Fred's face, just as he was about to respond. Horn executed his sixth move. The enemy is weak. I shall confront head-on. A flurry of blade flashes erupted between them, forcing Fred to retreat repeatedly. At this moment, evasion was no longer an option. I will fight you to the bitter end, Fred roared, gripping his short blade tightly and swinging it fiercely towards Horn. To his astonishment, he discovered a surge of power within him. Perhaps he could turn the tables even in this dire predicament. With the final move, thunderous strike. The world shall be set right. Horn slowly articulated these words, and with a mere, unembellished swing of the great calamity blade, Fred perceived it as an insurmountable mountain, an unstoppable force that far exceeded his capacity to withstand. Fred's short blade was cleaved in two by the great calamity blade, and he himself was severed in half by its might. Horn produced a silk cloth and meticulously wiped the blood from his blade. You minions, I hold no interest in you. If you wish to preserve your lives, depart at once, Horn stated coldly. The minions, as if granted a reprieve, hastily leapt from the ship. Although the sea posed considerable peril, it paled in comparison to the threat of the living demon before them. At least plunging into the ocean offered a glimmer of hope. Is this the extent of the 28 million pirates? Horn felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he would need to seek out more formidable foes. Over the ensuing fortnight, Horn navigated the vessel he had seized from the short-blade pirate crew, relentlessly hunting down pirates across the seas. The legend of the demon blade Horn began to take shape in the West Sea. Any who encountered his blade were doomed to perish, and this new pirate had developed a penchant for hunting his fellow marauders, boasting terrifying combat prowess. Consequently, numerous pirate crews in the West Sea curtailed their activities, fearful of attracting Horn's attention. At the West Sea Naval Base, a group of naval officers had convened. This individual is a recently emerged pirate in the West Sea, possessing formidable combat capabilities. Our intelligence services have yet to procure detailed information about him, Major General Below remarked, gesturing to the bounty notice at the center of the table. Demon Blade Horn, truly a troublesome character. Indeed, given our current military strength, it remains uncertain if we can apprehend this individual, another officer replied. The headquarters has dispatched a message to raise the bounty on this pirate, instructing us to mobilize troops and bounty hunters to swiftly deal with him, Below continued, tapping his fingers on the table pensively. The naval officers exchanged glances, and a naval colonel inquired, Major General, to what amount shall we elevate the bounty? 40 million. The news of the increased bounty on Horn spread throughout the West Sea, igniting a wave of excitement. Although the West Sea is not the weakest of oceans, a bounty of 40 million on a pirate is indeed a rarity. At the location of the Capone gang, Capone Beach gazed grimly at the bounty notice before him. Boss, shall we proceed with the hunt? A figure cloaked in black inquired cautiously, aware that Capone Beach was currently in a volatile mood. Yes, we must eliminate him, but the plan must be expedited. If we allow him to grow any stronger, he will inevitably become a significant threat to us, Capone Beach replied, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Chapter 11. A devious plot. After drifting at sea for 4 or 5 days, Horn returned to a small island, as he had found no prey worthy of his pursuit. Upon strolling through the quaint town, Horn sensed an unsettling presence, as if someone were stealthily following him. Horn accelerated his run, turning through several alleys before abruptly doubling back, cornering a diminutive man. Why are you following me? Horn pressed closer to the man. Sensing the imminent danger, the man attempted to flee, but Horn's iron grip seized him with unyielding strength, causing the man to roll his eyes and his face to turn a deep shade of purple. Release him. Your true adversaries are us. Suddenly, a throng emerged from both sides, led by 3 men and a woman. As Horn released his grip, the man gasped for air as if reborn, for the first time appreciating the preciousness of each breath. "Are you pirates?" Horn inquired, raising an eyebrow. "No, we are bounty hunters. The infamous Ghost Blade Horn. Today I shall claim your head." With that, the 4 of them shouted in unison, their minions surging forward simultaneously. Faced with a pirate of a 40 million bounty, they dared not act recklessly, hoping to deplete Horn's stamina using their lackeys. "Humph, a strategy of numbers? You are gravely mistaken." Horn scoffed, tightening his grip on the great robbery blade. As the minions closed in on him, he unleashed a ferocious strike, the violent blade aura erupting forth, sweeping the minions away like leaves in a tempest. This technique was Horn's latest acquisition from the Platinum Martial Arts, the Killing Blade. It was a unique swordsmanship created by the Eastern General Wu Yang, embodying the might to vanquish legions with a single stroke. The 4 bounty hunters stood agape, shock etched on their faces as the scene unfolded beyond their wildest expectations. They had anticipated that, even if their minions could not vanquish Horn, they might at least delay him. Yet, they were astounded to find that Horn's swordsmanship was so formidable that the minions could not withstand even a minute. "This won't do. We must attack together," the leader, a burly man, declared resolutely. The others nodded in agreement, seizing their weapons and charging at Horn. The 4 encircled Horn, and the robust woman among them shouted, raising her cleaver and swinging it fiercely toward Horn's shoulder. Clang! Horn met her attack head-on. The great robbery blade shattered her cleaver into fragments, piercing her abdomen with unerring precision. "Now, seize the opportunity." The other 3 seized the moment to launch their assault against Horn. The great robbery blade twirled effortlessly in Horn's hands. The 3 elite bounty hunters from the West Sea unable to breach his defenses. "This is far too powerful. Damn Captain Beaky, the intel was completely wrong." The thought echoed simultaneously in their minds, realizing the youth's strength far exceeded their expectations. "I can no longer indulge you. It is time to end this," Horn declared, having lost interest in toying with them. A thunderous strike, and the world shall be set right. Countless currents of air swirled into Horn's aura as the blade angled, a chilling glimmer flashing forth. In an instant, he unleashed 3 strikes, nearly unavoidable, sending 3 colossal heads soaring into the sky, blood erupting in a macabre display. Horn let out a long sigh. It truly felt like a disservice to employ the great robbery blade against such mere lackeys. Horn's gaze drifted into the distance, where a figure clad in black stood at the entrance of a secluded alley. As Horn's eyes swept over, an unsettling sensation washed over him, akin to being targeted by a ferocious beast, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Horn's gaze swept to the side. He had likely deduced the source of today's troubles. The Capone gang? The future supernova. "I must admit, I am rather eager for our encounter, Capone Becky," Horn murmured to himself. A fleeting smile, enigmatic in nature, graced his face as his gaze drifted. It was only after Horn had walked away that the figure in black dared to produce a phone bug. "Boss, our men have been entirely annihilated. Against Horn, we stood no chance at all." "Understood." Capone Becky extinguished his cigar and rubbed his aching temples. The situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. Damn pirates. 3 days later, Horn navigated his vessel across the sea, contemplating the necessity of finding a companion. After all, managing so much work alone was becoming rather tedious. Horn voiced his discontent. Suddenly, a ship appeared on the horizon. It was a medium-sized vessel, yet it bore no pirate flag. Initially, Horn presumed it to be an ordinary merchant ship. However, as it passed by, he discerned that it was manned by individuals fully armed. No, a merchant ship could not possibly employ such a multitude of mercenaries, and their gazes directed at him were unsettling. Indeed, it was the way they looked at him, as if he were mere cargo. On the opposing ship, a scrawny man addressed a stout figure beside him. "Boss, this kid is tender and well-built. Capturing him to sell to those wealthy women would surely yield a handsome profit. Shall we proceed?" The stout man hesitated for a moment, but the scrawny man urged, "Boss, aside from that big fellow, we haven't acquired anything of worth this time. This young lad is strong and attractive. Selling him would definitely be lucrative. Don't hesitate, let's act." The stout man shot him a glare and retorted, "Who is the boss here, you or me? Follow my orders. Go and seize that lad." The scrawny man beamed with delight. Several men cast long hooks, ensnaring the side of Horn's ship, and began to climb aboard. Intriguing. This vessel certainly had ulterior motives. Horn did not believe that anyone, apart from pirates, would so brazenly display hostility and audaciously approach his ship. Horn drew his formidable dagger and approached the group of men. They too brandished their weapons, advancing menacingly towards Horn. Without uttering a word, they boarded my ship. Such audacity is truly remarkable. In a swift motion, Horn unleashed his dagger with astonishing speed, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the eye. A crimson arc shot upwards, and a headless corpse collapsed weakly to the ground. This fellow proves to be quite formidable. Let us take him down together. The men exchanged glances and, seizing their weapons, charged towards Horn. Chapter 12. The slave ship Horn moved with an ethereal grace. And after a few swift strikes, only corpses remained. What transpired? How could they all have perished? The rotund captain on the opposing vessel beheld in disbelief as, in the blink of an eye, his subordinates were obliterated by the young lad before him. Realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary, he hastily commanded his crew to navigate the ship for a retreat. However, was it not too late to flee? Horn leaped from his vessel, gripping the great robbery blade with fierce determination. An immense force coalesced upon the blade, and with an unparalleled strike, he unleashed a sword aura that sliced through the ocean's surface with precision. It struck the ship with the ease of cutting through tofu, leaving a remarkably clean division. Horn plunged into the sea, gazing contentedly at his masterpiece. He swam to the vicinity of the vessel and boarded the nearly submerged ship. The corpulent captain and his crew had already descended to the ocean depths with the bow of the ship, while Horn found himself positioned within the ship's hold. Horn pushed open the door to the cabin and stepped inside, instantly greeted by a faint metallic scent of blood accompanied by a foul odor. What met his gaze was a group of bound men and women. Upon seeing Horn enter, their eyes filled with hope as they turned to him. Horn untied the man's ropes and inquired, "Who are you, and why have you been captured here?" The man hastily replied, "Sir, we are but ordinary civilians, seized by these slave traders who intend to sell us to the Sabaody archipelago." Slave traders? Horn suddenly realized, understanding that this vessel was indeed a slave ship. That rotund captain and his crew were truly despicable. Nothing is more vile than the trafficking of human lives, worse even than pirates plundering towns. The fate of these slaves was to be sold to the Sabaody archipelago, where they would be chosen by nobles or celestial dragons to become their servants. The tragic destiny of these slaves is beyond words. Horn untied the ropes of these individuals, who promptly expressed their gratitude. "Sir, it seems there is still someone confined inside," remarked one of the men. Following the man's indication, Horn stepped inside. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a large iron cage, within which a burly man was locked, his upper body bare, bound by 4 iron chains securing his hands and feet. To Horn's astonishment, this hulking figure was fast asleep. Horn pushed open the iron gate, and the burly man suddenly awakened, exclaiming, "Why has food not been brought to me? It has been an entire week, and I am on the brink of starvation." Horn severed the iron chain binding the robust man and said, "Come with me. I am here to rescue you." The strong man rubbed his eyes and replied, "You are indeed not one of their ilk. Could you lend me a hand? I have been confined for far too long and find myself unsteady on my feet." Horn assisted the burly man out, as at this moment the vessel was largely submerged beneath the waves, with only a small portion of the deck remaining above the surface. Horn addressed the crowd, urging them to wait a moment before plunging into the sea to retrieve his vessel. It was only then that the others boarded the ship. Meanwhile, the rotund leader and his companions remained immersed in the water. "Here is your chance. Those who captured you are right there. The ship is armed with cannons. Use them to eliminate your captors," Horn declared to the slaves, eager to gauge their resolve. Among them were both brawny men and strikingly beautiful women, totaling 20 souls. They exchanged glances, uncertainty lingering in the air, until the strongest among them stepped forward. "I shall fire the cannon," he proclaimed. Approaching the artillery, he loaded the cannonball and aimed it at the group of slavers. With a thunderous boom, the cannonball soared through the air, accurately striking the heart of the assembly. The explosion erupted, scattering limbs across the sea's surface. The women, witnessing the carnage, instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Horn addressed them, stating that the sea is indeed merciless. He inquired about their future plans. Should they wish to return to their homeland, he would guide them to an island where they could find their own way back. However, if they chose to remain, they would have to adhere to his commands. The decision was left to them. The group exchanged glances, and the burly man spoke first, declaring that he was all alone. Since Horn had saved him, he considered him a benefactor and expressed his willingness to follow the captain. Horn glanced at the others, who hesitated for a moment before ultimately expressing their willingness to follow him. "I am willing," one said, followed by another, "I am as well." A consensus emerged among the group, all agreeing to ally with Horn. "Very well, let us feast today, and training will commence tomorrow," Horn declared. "Is there a chef among you?" he inquired, lacking confidence in his culinary skills. However, everyone shook their heads, leading him to suggest, "Then let the women prepare the meal." The women busied themselves in the kitchen. Turning to the burly man, Horn asked, "What is your name?" "Kleister," came the response. "What is your combat ability?" Horn pressed on. "I am a user of a devil fruit, specifically the ancient Zoan type, dinosaur fruit, bovine dragon," Kleister replied. "An ancient devil fruit. Quite rare indeed," Horn mused, surprised to have stumbled upon such a treasure. "Could you demonstrate it for me?" Kleister nodded, and, in an instant, transformed into a towering bovine dragon. Standing 5 to 6 meters tall, he let out a roar that reverberated with such intensity that it nearly pierced the eardrums of those nearby. However, after a mere 3 seconds, Kleister reverted to his human form, looking somewhat sheepish as he scratched his head. "I can only maintain that form for a brief period, as I have been famished for too long," he explained. Horn felt a wave of exasperation, realizing that this fellow was of the same ilk as Luffy. Once the meal was prepared and served, Horn and his companions indulged heartily, quickly devouring the feast. Yet, to Horn's astonishment, Crest appeared unsated, clearly having endured hunger for far too long. As night gradually descended, Horn assigned rooms to everyone, acknowledging that it was time to seek a larger vessel. His current ship was far too diminutive to accommodate such a multitude. The ship Horn yearned for was akin to the Thousand Sunny, crafted from atom wood. It seemed imperative to begin amassing funds, as acquiring atom wood was essential. Although Horn possessed approximately 100 million berries, this sum was woefully insufficient for his needs. Beyond purchasing the wood, he required finances to acquire other martial arts, and with a sizable group to sustain. He was acutely aware of the value of money for the first time. As the ship sailed into the distance, the moon ascended high in the sky. Chapter 13. The quaking sword on the vast, boundless sea, Horn's ship encountered a pirate vessel. Observing the flustered crew around him, Horn felt a pang of frustration. Despite many days of training, when battle commenced, his men became disoriented, lacking the necessary experience. It was evident that they needed to engage more pirates to enhance their combat skills, Horn mused. Eventually, the two ships drew near, initiating a boarding battle. "Roar!" Crest bellowed, his body expanding into that of a colossal bull dragon, charging into the ranks of the pirates and effortlessly dispatching several foes, instilling terror in the hearts of the attackers. "Charge!" Horn commanded his subordinates. Gritting their teeth, they seized their weapons and surged forward, with Horn trailing closely behind. Whenever a pirate threatened their lives, Horn discreetly lent them a hand, and his men soon found that the act of fighting became significantly easier. This bolstered their confidence immensely. An hour later, the deck was strewn with the corpses of pirates, yet Horn was utterly exhausted. "It seems my combat prowess has improved," he remarked. "Indeed, I share that sentiment. It appears that battle truly is beneficial." Upon hearing this, Horn rolled his eyes, dismissing the notion that such mediocre skills could truly enhance combat prowess. In the ensuing days, Horn led his subordinates on a relentless hunt for pirates across the western seas, primarily targeting those from pirate crews valued in the tens of millions. Notably, Horn operated discreetly, ensuring that the pirates remained oblivious to the fact that this band was under his command. After a month and a half, Horn temporarily concluded the training of his crew. Having received intelligence from an underground information network regarding a notorious pirate, Jinjian Luot, whose bounty exceeded 40 million and had been sighted on a certain island. For Horn, only pirates of such high caliber could pique his interest. Horn sat upon the deck, a bounty notice for Lot spread before him. "Captain, are we to hunt down this pirate?" 43 million. "This rogue must be rather intriguing," declared Crest, cradling a barrel of ale. "Indeed, it is fascinating. However, I cannot take you along this time," Horn responded to the crew, excluding Crest. "Captain, do not underestimate us. We are formidable in our own right," a burly man retorted, clearly displeased. "I do not underestimate you. It is merely that this mission carries considerable peril. Even I am not entirely confident of securing victory," Horn explained. The crew fell silent, acutely aware of Horn's prowess. A battle he deemed uncertain would undoubtedly prove challenging for them. "Captain, could you enlighten us on the specifics? If possible, we shall strive not to hinder you and contribute our share," a beautiful young woman implored. The others turned hopeful gazes towards Horn. Horn lowered his head in contemplation. The reason he was reluctant to involve them in this operation stemmed not only from their lack of capability, but also from his awareness that this endeavor was likely a trap set by Capone. If it were just he and Kleist, confronting Capone's gang would undoubtedly be significantly easier. However, including them would hinder his ability to act freely. Horn gazed at the hopeful expressions of the crowd and finally spoke. "You may all accompany me, but you must adhere to my plan." The crowd erupted in joy, nodding in agreement. 3 days later, on Casa Island, the notorious pirate Lot, with a bounty of 43 million, was present on this very island. Lot sat in the basement of a tavern, facing a short, stout man who held a cigar between his lips. Had Horn been there, he would have recognized this man as Capone Beggy, the godfather of the Capone gang. "Capone Beggy, are you certain that Horn will come here? We have already waited for several days." Lot expressed his dissatisfaction. Capone Beggy exhaled a smoke ring and replied, "He will come. Horn is quite intrigued by you. Once he arrives, he will not escape. Reluctantly, I shall trust you once more. Had it not been for the promise of money, I would have left long ago." Suddenly, the basement door was thrust open, and a man in a black suit rushed in. "Godfather, the target has arrived at the port, accompanied by a large fellow." "At last. Lot, it is your time to shine." Capone Beggy rose to his feet. Lot nodded, and the two strode out together. On the island, Horn had brought Kleist to the central square of the town, where they settled into a tavern to enjoy a drink. "Captain, do you truly believe those fellows will seek us out?" Kleist expressed his unease. "Of course they will. Look, here they come." Horn gestured with his eyes. Kleist turned to see a group of pirates seated behind him. Observing the pirates with a hint of disdain, Kleist remarked, "With such lackeys, I could take on 10 single-handedly." Just as Kleist finished speaking, the door was abruptly pushed open. Lot, a towering figure akin to an iron pillar, entered the room. His eyes scanned the surroundings before settling on Horn. The two approached one another as if in unison, halting about 10 meters apart. "Are you Lot, the Thunderblade?" Horn inquired. Lot nodded with pride. "And you must be Horn, the Ghost Blade." Horn also acknowledged with a nod. Behind Lot stood a throng of pirates, yet Kleist, despite being alone, exuded a formidable presence. "It seems today's battle will be quite entertaining. 2 such formidable opponents are enough for me to vanquish." Lot grinned widely. "Who lives and who dies remains uncertain. Do not speak so confidently," Horn replied calmly. Lot narrowed his eyes, and without warning, his rapier was drawn from his waist, swiftly lunging towards Horn. This strike, executed with remarkable speed and precision, embodied the essence of swordsmanship. Indeed, Lot was deserving of his reputation as one of the greatest swordsmen of the West Sea. Horn's expression remained unchanged as the formidable blade behind him was drawn at an astonishing speed, intercepting Lot's rapier with a single stroke. The tip of the rapier met the point of the great blade, which steadfastly blocked the oncoming thrust. "Intriguing," thought Lot, a smirk gracing his lips. The young man's ability to react so swiftly demonstrated a remarkable level of acuity, a fundamental requirement for any swordsman. With a flourish, Lot executed a series of 7 thrusts, each aimed at Horn's vital points, effectively sealing off all avenues of attack. Horn grasped the great cleaver tightly, raising the blade in a sweeping arc from below, unleashing a formidable surge of sword energy that erupted like an unstoppable tide of the ocean, instantly dispelling all of Lot's attacks. This was the essence of the swordsmanship Horn had recently comprehended. "Let them come from all directions. I shall forge my own path." Chapter 14. The disordered plan. Lot's expression shifted slightly as he abruptly retreated, evading Horn's sword energy. The force of the great cleaver's blade cleaved a gash into the tavern's wall, and as Lot met Horn's gaze, the former's derision diminished, replaced by a newfound apprehension. In a tacit understanding, both men stepped out of the tavern simultaneously. The town square had been entirely cleared by Captain Becky, allowing Horn and Lot to engage in their battle without restraint. Captain Becky was huddled in a corner, surrounded by several figures clad in black, and Horn's gaze fixed intently upon him. The gaze of Horn sent a chill down Captain Becky's spine. The implication was unmistakable. There was no escape for him. This man was exceedingly perilous, and it was uncertain whether it was prudent to regard him as a rival to the Capon family. However, now that the animosity had been established, he resolved that the matter must be dealt with promptly. Captain Becky steeled his determination. Horn and Lot faced each other resolutely. With Horn's legs firmly grounded, an invisible aura enveloping him, power coalesced in his legs, and in an instant, it erupted forth with remarkable speed, his body launching like an arrow released from its bow. Gripping the great calamity blade with both hands, he delivered a thunderous strike, asserting dominance over the realm. Horn unleashed the final move of the 7 thunder slashes. The ferocious sword energy clung to the blade as he executed a powerful downward slash. Lot's expression shifted as he met the oncoming strike with his delicate flower sword. With a resounding clang, the slender flower sword trembled violently upon impact with the great calamity blade, producing a cacophony of discordant noise. Horn furrowed his brow, discomfort washing over him from the sound. A fleeting expression of delight crossed Lot's face. The flower sword trembled slightly, evading the formidable blade of calamity, and with precision, it pierced Horn's shoulder blade. Subsequently, the flower sword began to vibrate violently. An invisible force surged, causing Horn's complexion to change drastically. Should this power penetrate his body, it would likely result in severe internal damage. The blade of calamity struck, sending the flower sword flying, and a bloom of crimson erupted from Horn's shoulder. Horn staggered back several steps, clutching his shoulder as blood continued to flow profusely. Fortunately, he had narrowly avoided the blow. Had the force of Xinjian's strike penetrated his body, the consequences would have been dire. Ha ha ha, young one, do you now comprehend the might of my Xinjian latte? Did you believe the title of the second swordsman of the Western Seas was earned lightly? Latte remarked with a mocking sneer. Regardless of your prowess, you remain but a hound to others. Latte, your journey as a swordsman concludes here today. Horn's expression turned icy. Latte paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing jest. Concludes here? Horn, I cannot decide whether to commend your bravery or to chastise your folly. Even at the end of your strength, you remain so defiant. Let us see what transpires. Horn's foot struck the ground, shattering the stone slab beneath him. The flow of blood had ceased, and Horn's strength surged forth once more, propelling his body like a cannonball. Simultaneously, Lot charged forward. Their weapons, a floral sword and a great calamity blade, colliding amidst a piercing sonic explosion. Countless currents of air swirled around them, and the ferocity of their battle conjured a formidable storm that forced many onlookers to squint against the fierce winds. If the spectators struggled to endure the tempest, one can only imagine the plight of the two combatants at its epicenter. In the blink of an eye, Horn and Lot had exchanged blows dozens of times. Horn's body was now adorned with a multitude of small puncture wounds, inflicted by the floral sword, while Lot bore his own share of injuries. The upper part of his body marked by gashes from the great calamity blade. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed once more as both fighters staggered backward. Lot's grip on the floral sword trembled slightly. The earlier air of ease completely vanished. Horn took a few breaths, and although his body was covered in wounds, it did not diminish his fighting spirit. Rather, it intensified it. His gaze towards Lot became exceedingly fervent, with a blazing determination igniting in his eyes. Horn accelerated with astonishing speed, his form becoming but a fleeting shadow to the eye. With a thunderous strike, the world was set to rights. The formidable blow of the great calamity blade unleashed an unstoppable force, causing Lot to visibly pale. Gathering every ounce of his focus, he twirled his floral sword into a dazzling flourish and met the oncoming attack. Clang! Lot's floral sword collided with the blade of the great calamity, quivering incessantly as waves of power crashed against its steel like the relentless tides of the ocean. Horn was jolted by this formidable force, nearly losing grip on the great calamity blade. At that moment, he opted to retract the blade, just as Lot believed he had secured victory. Suddenly, the great calamity blade reversed course midair and struck directly at Lot's neck. Startled, Lot attempted to parry with his flower sword, but the overwhelming force from the great calamity blade nearly disarmed him. Both combatants retreated a few paces, and Horn unleashed a tempestuous flurry of attacks upon Lot. The air was filled with swirling shadows of the great calamity blade, and under such relentless pressure, Lot found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught. In the distance, Kapenbeck's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that even a master like Lot would falter against Horn. It was time to activate the contingency plan. Kapenbeck signaled to his trusted confidant, and a group of individuals clad in black immediately sprang into action, brandishing an array of weapons, including cannons. You shall not disturb the captain's duel. Your adversary is me, Cleister. A burly figure emerged, revealing himself as Cleister. Eliminate him, commanded Kapenbeck, as his gang seized their weapons, directing countless muskets at Cleister. With a fierce roar, Cleister's form transformed into a towering bull dragon, several meters in height. The sheer force of his bellow reverberated painfully in the ears of those nearby. A devil fruit user? Kapenbeck pondered, realizing this development had exceeded his expectations. Why had a devil fruit user appeared among Horn's crew? Charge! Kill him! Kapenbeck shouted, drawing a pistol. The gang raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage upon Kleister. But the bullets merely tickled him, proving utterly inconsequential. As Kleister charged forward, he clamped down on several of the black-clad thugs, his powerful jaws leaving them bloodied. A few knife-wielding gang members swung at Kleister with wild abandon, but his skin was as impenetrable as steel. With a sweeping motion of his tail, he sent a multitude of thugs flying. This is intolerable. Why is this happening? Kapenbeck could not fathom it. He had meticulously orchestrated every detail. Yet everything was unraveling before him. Chapter 15, The Navy Strikes. Horn and Lot parted ways once more, both gasping for breath as sweat streamed down their bodies. In a moment of defiance, Horn tore off his shirt, revealing a physique adorned with robust muscles yet marred by numerous sword wounds. Let's call it quits here. Kapenbeck is over there. If you seek trouble, go find him, Lot declared, unwilling to continue the fight. The odds of overcoming Horn were perilously slim. Though money held its allure, there was no denying that life was far more precious. Is that all you've got? That won't do, Horn retorted, his desire for combat unabated. Madman, this guy is truly insane. Lot regretted taking on this task, for engaging with a lunatic proved to be a most unwise endeavor. Take this last strike from me. If you can withstand it, I shall relent. Horn straightened up, proclaiming his challenge. Lot gripped his rapier tightly, knowing that if he could parry this final blow, he would escape this wretched place. Horn's legs sprang forth with the elasticity of a coiled spring, propelling his body into a furious assault with a single, lethal strike. With a thunderous roar, Horn brought his blade crashing down, an enormous shadow of the sword infused with formidable energy. In a desperate bid, Lot unleashed his sword with all his might, yet his sword energy met the overwhelming force of the blade's shadow like a mere ripple confronting a colossal wave, utterly dissolving in its wake. Lot watched in horror as his delicate sword was shattered by this tremendous power, and then the great calamity blade cleaved through him, instantly severing his body in twain, while the sky bore witness to a cascade of dismembered flesh and an unfathomable torrent of blood. Hoenn landed steadily on the ground, exhaling deeply, his great blade still stained with the flesh and blood of Lot. Is it possible that the bountiful Lot, worth 34 million, has been defeated? Someone uttered in disbelief. Indeed, he has fallen. Another murmured. Kapenbeck, too, found it hard to fathom, but upon regaining his senses, he realized that any notion of victory had dissipated, leaving only the option of retreat. All retreat, Kapenbeck commanded loudly. As the cloaked figures prepared to flee, Kleister, in a fit of rage, attempted to escape, but it was far from simple. This ferocious beast plunged into the fleeing crowd, unleashing a chorus of anguished cries, while Kapenbeck gritted his teeth and continued to run forward. Kapenbeck, where do you think you are going? Came a cold voice. Kapenbeck looked up to find Hoenn standing before him. Prepare to meet your end. You shall pay for your deeds, Hoenn declared, his voice laced with unmasked intent to kill. Surveying his surroundings, Kapenbeck realized he was utterly alone, and his combat prowess was no match for Hoenn's might. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly produced a fruit adorned with spiral patterns from his person. A devil fruit? How intriguing. I shall see what tricks you can conjure, Hoenn remarked, observing Kapenbeck with keen interest. With determination, Kapenbeck bit into the fruit, the unpleasant taste making him want to spit it out. However, considering his current predicament, he bore the discomfort and swallowed the flesh. As he gazed at his transforming body, 2 horns sprouted from his head, and his skin became covered in a thick fur. A zoan-type bullfruit, perhaps? Horn's lips curled into a subtle smile. This animalistic ability primarily enhances strength. However, an immediate and substantial increase in combat prowess is nearly impossible. Kapenbeck let out a peculiar roar, charging towards Horn with a massive frame akin to that of a buffalo. The 2 figures brushed past each other, and as Horn stood facing Kapenbeck, the latter gazed in disbelief at the long gash across his chest, his eyes widening in shock before he collapsed to the ground, blood oozing profusely from his wound. Horn sheathed his blade and addressed Kleister, who was still engrossed in his slaughter. Let us depart. There are no worthy adversaries left. Reluctantly, Kleister reverted to his human form and followed Horn as they made their way back to the port from whence they came. Upon arriving, they were greeted by a scene of bustling activity, with numerous individuals transporting bags brimming with gold, silver, and berries onto the ship. Captain, This Capone gang is truly affluent. We have amassed a staggering 150 million berries. We have struck it rich this time, exclaimed a man, his excitement palpable. Once the last of the treasures had been loaded, Horn boarded the vessel. However, shortly after setting sail, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "Captain, naval warships have been spotted. They are approaching us," shouted the female navigator. The presence of the Navy posed a significant challenge. Horn furrowed his brow. "Prepare for battle." "Oh, there are 5 naval warships surrounding us. Criminal Horn, surrender immediately, and we can guarantee your safety. Otherwise, once hostilities commence, you and your subordinates shall face dire consequences." A naval officer from the central warship proclaimed through a transponder snail, his voice booming. "Surrender? That term does not exist in my lexicon. Full speed ahead. We shall break through the center," Horn declared emphatically. The crew exchanged bewildered glances. The center was indeed where the naval commander resided, fortified against any assault. "To engage, we must target the strongest point. Do not hesitate. Charge with all our might," Horn urged fervently. The crew nodded resolutely, and the ship surged forward, heading straight for the central naval vessel. "Such audacity! Open fire and sink them," commanded Rear Admiral Medina, the orchestrator of this operation. The naval soldiers began to load their ammunition, positioning their ships broadside against Horn and his crew. Fire! Boom! 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 The cannonades erupted in rapid succession, the projectiles arcing menacingly toward Horn and his companions. With a sudden burst of energy, Horn propelled himself into the air, his legs springing forth. The great blade was unsheathed, and with a series of swift strikes, it cleaved through the cannonballs with remarkable precision, sending them plummeting into the sea. Horn returned to the ship, proclaiming loudly that they should experience the wrath of their cannon fire. Fire! The ship's artillery roared to life, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs, several of which struck the warship, causing it to shudder violently. "Advance swiftly, prepare for boarding," Medina commanded once more. The warship surged forward at an accelerated pace, and soon Horn's vessel made contact, colliding fiercely with the enemy ship. Naval soldiers seized their weapons and charged over the railings towards Horn and his crew. Clyster let out a furious roar, transforming into a massive bull dragon, his gaping maw aimed at the naval forces. He clamped down on a soldier, his formidable bite rendering the unfortunate man bloodied in an instant. "Die!" A soldier raised a rocket launcher, firing it directly at Clyster, the projectile causing his body to sway violently. Chapter 16. Listening to the sounds of all things Clyster's dragon fruit not only endowed him with the formidable strength of the bull dragon, but also inherited a measure of its ferocious temperament. The assault from the naval soldiers undoubtedly provoked him. With a deafening roar, Clyster charged into the fray, his powerful head and tail sweeping through the ranks of the Navy, inflicting devastating casualties. "Damn pirates, daring to slaughter my men, you shall perish," bellowed a burly naval colonel, who then transformed into an enormous black gorilla, revealing himself as another Zoan-type devil fruit user. The two colossal beasts collided, the Navy soldier gripping Clyster's bull horns with one hand while the other pressed against his jaw, forcefully slamming him against the deck, creating a deep crater. Clyster roared in fury, sinking his teeth into the colonel's shoulder. With a brutal snap of his jaws, the colonel let out a pain scream, blood pouring from his shoulder. Yet the carnage did not cease there. Clyster opened his maw wide, viciously clamping down on the colonel's carotid artery, his teeth sinking deep into the flesh, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. After a few desperate struggles, the colonel breathed his last. Clyster raised his head and let out a long, triumphant howl, instilling terror in the hearts of the naval soldiers. This pirate was undeniably fearsome. Even a colonel was no match for him. They had no desire to meet the same gruesome fate. "How delightfully bloody. Yet, I find it exhilarating," Horn remarked, observing the scene unfold. Horn approached Rear Admiral Medina, declaring, "Admiral, your opponent is I." With that, Horn brandished his great plunder blade. "You scum shall pay for your actions today," Medina retorted through gritted teeth. He drew his own longsword from his waist, employing the sixth style of the Navy, shave, as he instantly closed the distance to Horn. "The sixth style, is it? Quite intriguing." The clash of their weapons echoed as the great plunder blade met the Admiral's longsword with a resounding impact. Horn bellowed, unleashing a torrent of strikes with his blade. An unstoppable force. Medina, startled, soon found himself under overwhelming pressure, his combat becoming hesitant against Horn's ferocity. "Iron block," Medina shouted, bracing himself against the incoming great plunder blade without flinching or dodging. The blade struck him directly, producing a metallic clang. An iron block from the sixth style? Horn mused, slightly taken aback. Medina had once trained in a Navy camp, but his lack of talent led him to abandon it prematurely. Nevertheless, he had mastered shave and iron block and had diligently honed these techniques over the years, each representing speed and strength, respectively, with astonishing potential when fully developed. Let me show you the fruits of my labor over the years. I am no weakling, Medina roared, furiously swinging his longsword. Even his horn identified openings and struck. He found himself thwarted by the iron block. This is rather troublesome. Unless I possess the power to cleave through steel like a sword master, Horn pondered, recalling the strength Zoro displayed in the original tale when he defeated Mr. One with a single strike. The sounds of clashing steel echoed as Horn was forced to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Host has successfully leveled up to level 10. Platinum Martial Arts Exchange available. Horn was momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Medina seized the opportunity to slash at Horn's abdomen, leaving him with a painful gash and forcing him to back away. Both combatants, their stamina waning, paused momentarily. Since he has iron block, I too can enhance my body. I wonder if the martial arts shop has any protective techniques, Horn mused to himself. His eyes quickly scanned the martial arts shop, landing on the enticing phrase, Indestructible Golden Body. Description: the Indestructible Golden Body is a formidable protective technique adapted from the Golden Bell Shield, stolen from the Central Plains martial arts world. Excellent, I choose you, Horn declared without hesitation. The cost for a fragment was 10 million, and he spent 50 million to synthesize the Indestructible Golden Body. Instantly, a layer of golden light enveloped his form. Medina squinted at Horn, sensing something was amiss. With a fluid motion akin to a dragon, Medina advanced, delivering a strike with his long sword upon Horn's shoulder. Clang! With a resounding clash. Medina gazed in disbelief at the chip on his long blade. How could it be that my sword has shattered? What has he trained in? Something stronger than iron itself. Medina was unwilling to accept this reality. The years he devoted to mastering his swordsmanship seemed futile against the physique of a mere youth. It was simply inconceivable. Navy, allow me to bring your end now. I shall demonstrate that, in the face of absolute strength, all else is trivial. With a thunderous strike, peace would reign supreme. Horn swung his blade fiercely, and Medina met the attack with his own sword. Yet, the long blade in his grasp paled in comparison to the great Calamity blade, especially after sustaining a chip. Under the overwhelming force, the long sword shattered instantly, and the great Calamity blade struck heavily upon him. However, no cries of agony followed. It was as though the blade sliced through steel, producing an unpleasing sound of friction, and Medina merely furrowed his brow. Was it truly insufficient? How had Zoro accomplished this in the original? Horn attempted to close his eyes, as the sea breeze gently brushed past his ears, intermittently accompanied by the calls of seagulls. The breath of all things seemed to crystallize in Horn's mind. To truly listen to the sounds of existence is to return to simplicity, to revert to the origin. This is the essence of the swordsmanship, and I have come to understand it. Horn opened his eyes, his gaze radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Medina stared at him in astonishment. In just a brief span of seconds, why did it feel as though the aura surrounding this youth had transformed entirely? With a swift motion, Medina propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Horn's face. The fist struck Horn with tremendous force, blood erupted forth, and his face contorted from the impact, sending his body hurtling backward, crashing against the side of the ship. Horn rose to his feet, his expression as indifferent as ever, yet with a hint of delight subtly interwoven within. Horn pressed his legs against the ground, propelling his body forward with unyielding confidence, certain that this move would surely bring an end to you. In an instant, Medina and Horn's bodies intertwined, a crimson blossom erupting from Medina's chest, a testament to the strength capable of severing steel, a warrior of swordmaster caliber. Medina's voice was laced with bitterness as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 17. The stormy pirate crew. How could Major General be defeated? Gasped the nearby sailors in disbelief. Horn's expression remained stern. Get lost. I have no desire to further the bloodshed. The sailors, faces etched with complexity, leapt into the sea. Just then, a naval warship surged towards them with alarming speed. Such arrogance, seeking death so recklessly, leaves me no choice. Horn tightened his grip on the great destruction blade. With a forceful stomp on the deck, the wood splintered beneath him. Leaping into the air, an immense rush of air converged upon the great destruction blade in his hand. its blade instantly extending to a formidable 5 meters. This was the power of the wind, the formlessness of the breeze. With a ferocious swing, Horn cleaved downwards. The fierce sword aura instantly slicing the warship in two, splitting through the deck, the blade, and the keel, all obliterated by a single strike. The naval soldiers, in a state of panic, desperately tried to prevent the ship from sinking, but their efforts were in vain. Horn returned to his ship, leaving the naval officers in utter shock. The death of Admiral Medina rendered them hesitant to pursue further. Amidst the awestruck gazes of onlookers, Horn departed with his crew. A day later, news of Horn's triumph over the naval brigadier Medina spread throughout the West Sea. A formidable new pirate had emerged. A mere 15-year-old had bested a naval brigadier. Would the pirate forces sweep across the West Sea? Was the Navy too weakened to withstand such a threat? These questions dominated the headlines of major newspapers, and Horn's name echoed throughout the West Sea. His bounty soared to 75 million, marking him as one of the youngest yet most powerful pirates in the region. Meanwhile, a medium-sized warship arrived at the West Sea Naval Base. A disciplined squad of naval soldiers disembarked, led by a naval officer with a thick beard. The sight of this man invigorated the West Sea naval personnel, for they recognized him as Brigadier Yukimura, an officer from the headquarters. "Where is Medina's body?" Yukimura's voice resonated with grave intensity. "Please follow me." A branch officer guided Yukimura to an open space. A white cloth covered a corpse, and with trembling hands, Yukimura unveiled it. "Medina, why did you leave us first?" Upon seeing the lifeless form beneath the cloth, Yukimura's eyes reddened. Few knew that Medina and Yukimura had once trained together in the same naval academy. Medina, gifted with talent, had left early, while Yukimura remained. Their paths diverged, one serving at the naval headquarters and the other dispatched to the West Sea. Yet they had once shared a bunk as close brothers. "Who is the pirate that killed Medina?" Yukimura asked, his eyes ablaze. The naval officer replied, "His name is the Demon Blade Horn, a recently emerged pirate from the West Sea, yet his strength is formidable. During our attempt to encircle him, he had already defeated the renowned pirate Jinjin Latte, who was valued at 43 million, along with the powerful Capone family patriarch, Capone Becky." "Demon Blade? Very well. I shall remember you. Gather all information on him and report back to me immediately. Such a pirate cannot be tolerated by justice." Yukimura's voice rang with determination. "Yes, sir." Horn was unaware that he had attracted the attention of a rear admiral from the naval branch. At this moment, Horn and his companions were recuperating on a desolate island. Clester had procured a considerable amount of game from the island, and the group was hosting a barbecue feast upon the beach. Horn sat alone on a rock by the beach, his eyes closed in deep contemplation. Now endowed with the formidable strength to cleave steel, he pondered the exquisite sensation that accompanied this power. He wondered if the further development of his ability to listen to the voices of all things might evolve into Kinbunchika haki. The feeling was truly marvelous. Horn believed that there was a significant possibility of advancing to Kinbunchika haki. It was time for him to begin cultivating haki consciously. Although he was acutely aware that the absence of a mentor would render the process quite challenging. "If only I could encounter Rayleigh at this moment," Horn mused. "To take him as my teacher would surely elevate my mastery of haki, given his profound expertise." Regrettably, Rayleigh was not in the East Blue. Perhaps the Dark King was currently engaged in his own pursuits around the Sabaody archipelago. "Captain, the food is ready. Would you like to join us?" A soft, melodious voice called out. Horn looked up to behold a beautiful face. It was Lucia, a female crew member aboard the ship. Unintentionally, his gaze fell upon the alluring curves of Lucia, who was clad in a swimsuit. The youthful and vigorous Horn nearly lost his composure, overwhelmed by her striking beauty. At merely 16 years of age, she possessed an impressive allure that promised an even brighter future. Horn feigned composure as he approached the group gathered around the barbecue. Just as he turned his head, he was greeted by Lucia's melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells. It was truly charming to witness such an endearing side of the captain. Lucia was taken aback to realize that she had managed to make the captain blush, considering Horn typically maintained an icy demeanor. Horn found a spot to sit down, and Lucia squeezed in beside him, her ample form brushing against his arm, causing him to become somewhat distracted while eating. "Captain, shouldn't we come up with a name for our pirate crew? The outsiders have been calling us the Horn Pirate Crew, which seems rather simplistic," suggested KLYST. "Indeed. We ought to have a name," another voice chimed in. "Captain, I propose we call ourselves the Ghost Blade Pirate Crew, as that is how the outside world refers to you." Upon hearing this name, the others nodded in agreement. as it was indeed Horn's current moniker, which seemed fitting. "No, we shall not be known as the Ghost Blade Pirate Crew. Instead, we shall be the Stormcloud Pirate Crew. I aspire for our crew to stir the winds and clouds of this world," Horn declared with resolute conviction. "The Stormcloud Pirate Crew?" The others brightened at this suggestion. "That name sounds splendid. Indeed, let us adopt it." Unbeknownst to them, Horn chose this name in gratitude for the assistance provided by the Stormcloud system. And the name itself did not belittle their crew. It was, in fact, quite perfect. Chapter 18. The 6 Techniques of Pride and Cold. After spending a night resting on the deserted island, the crew prepared to set sail. The first task at hand was to create the flag for the Stormcloud Pirate Crew, featuring a skull flanked by a sword and a blade, symbolizing wind and cloud. Horn sat at the bow of the ship as it sailed into the distance. He accessed the system to check his basic information and discovered that his level had risen to 11. He had also acquired a considerable number of platinum martial arts techniques, including the dragon's subduing divine leg, the indestructible golden body, the 7 thunder slashes of the great sword, and the kill frenzy's 4 gates of blade. Horn possesses approximately 130 million in funds, and after providing the crew with their essential living expenses, this amount remains. Horn's current rank permits access only to the platinum tier martial arts shop, as he can only select one platinum martial art aside from the lottery. Horn gazed at the formidable great blade beside him and resolved to pursue a particular swordsmanship. In no time, he settled upon the target, the 6 Techniques of Proud Cold. The 6 Techniques of Proud Cold is the ancestral knife art of the Nye family, renowned for its unparalleled power, making it exceedingly beneficial for Horn, who is currently fixated on mastering the blade. Horn glanced at the price. A single fragment cost 20 million, totaling 60 million. Without hesitation, Horn proceeded to purchase the 6 Techniques of A.O. Han. Bailey's total instantly diminished to 70 million. Horn began to practice with the great blade aboard the ship. 3 days later, on Malaria Island in the Western Sea, before Horn stood a bear, or rather, a man transformed into one, a notorious pirate of the West Sea, known by the moniker Black Bear, Saker, with a bounty of 68 million. Saker was on the brink of death. Horn's formidable blade, coupled with the 6 cold techniques, left him with little capacity to retaliate. "Ghost Blade Horn, why do you seek my life? We are both pirates. Spare me, and I shall offer you all my treasures in exchange for my life." Saker's eyes were filled with desperation. "Once you set sail, you must be prepared for death, Saker. You are truly unworthy of the title of pirate," Horn coldly replied. Horn raised the great scythe, and Saker, in a fit of madness, cried out, "You demon, Horn! One day you shall meet the same fate." His words remained unfinished as the scythe gently glided across Saker's neck, blood gushing forth. Saker clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. This method of killing was the easiest, yet for the victim, it was undeniably agonizing. Horn sheathed his sword and called out to the group who were busy tidying the battlefield. Together, they made their way towards the harbor. Horn strode down the center of the street, flanked by pedestrians who regarded him with awe. The Stormy Seas pirate crew had systematically annihilated 3 formidable pirate factions, establishing a formidable reputation in the West Sea, evoking a natural sense of trepidation among the onlookers. Horn suddenly halted, an inexplicable sensation lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. In an instant, his countenance shifted dramatically. The great destruction blade was drawn with a speed that was nearly imperceptible. A bullet struck the blade, sparking a brilliant flare. There was a sniper. Horn cast his gaze into the distance, where a peculiar figure adorned with an odd hat stood, his features obscured. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from both sides of the street, as 2 groups surged forth, encircling Horn and his companions. Was this a premeditated ambush? Horn was not taken aback. After all, he had amassed many enemies over time. Whoever orchestrated this scheme did not surprise him. Even in death, he would only have himself to blame for his inadequacy. Living in this world, Horn had long since steeled himself for the inevitability of death. "Ghostblade Horn, meet your demise," exclaimed a short, wiry middle-aged man, brandishing his weapon and commanding his subordinates to attack. Was this the infamous blade breaker Recton, with a bounty of 50 million? Who could have possibly hired him? Horn found the situation rather intriguing. He certainly did not believe these pirates would come seeking him out. As his reputation in the West Sea was soaring, ordinary pirates would avoid him like the plague, rather than seek confrontation. Did they truly believe a mere band of thugs could challenge him? How utterly dismissive. With a resolute leap, Horn proclaimed, "First form, glacial glance." An icy force enveloped the great destruction blade, and from his elevated position, he brought it crashing down. The phantom of the 5-meter-long frozen blade cleaved with unrelenting ferocity. Boom! The pirates were instantly obliterated by the ferocious blade aura, which embedded deeply into the ground, creating a 10-meter-long fissure, littered with shattered flesh and blood. I had no desire to resort to such measures. After all, slaying these lackeys is dreadfully tedious for me, yet you have compelled my hand, Horn stated. Landing firmly on the cracked earth, Recton swallowed hard, witnessing the utter annihilation of his men in a single encounter. Just how fearsome was Horn? Recton had previously believed the disparity between 70 million and 50 million would not be insurmountable, and that he could easily escape Horn's grasp. Yet the reality was far more daunting than he had imagined. Regret washed over him for accepting this contract. Horn, my dear brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I shall take my leave immediately, and I promise not to disturb you further, Recton said, donning a sycophantic smile upon realizing he was outmatched. I have no intention of sparing you, Horn replied, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Suddenly, the menacing sensation surged once more, and Horn raised his blade again. Just as another bullet whirled towards him, colliding with the great destruction blade, the formidable force nearly caused him to lose his grip. Whose remarkable sniping prowess was this? Horn found himself intrigued by the sniper's capabilities. Seizing the opportunity as Horn faltered, Recton turned and fled. Attempting to escape? It won't be that simple. Horn's lips curled into a smirk. Second form. Ice enfolds 3 feet. A blade imbued with frigid energy cleaved through the air with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of icy tendrils that extended 10 meters. As Recton commenced his retreat, he was swiftly encased in ice, becoming a mere sculpture of frost. Horn approached and shattered him into shards with a single stroke. Now it is your turn. Although the marksman had vacated that position, Horn, guided by the essence of martial prowess, was still able to detect a trace of his presence. Remain here. I shall return momentarily, Horn instructed Kleister and the others. Understood. Horn accelerated into a sprint, navigating through the narrow alleys with remarkable agility. Though a stranger to the city, he possessed an intimate knowledge of every street, as if guided by an advanced intellect. Soon, Horn spotted the figure ahead of him, draped in a flowing black cloak, tall and slender, yet astonishingly swift. A smile crept across Horn's face. He was closing in fast. Chapter 19. Van Oka, the cloaked figure, sensing Horn's presence, abruptly reversed direction mid-stride, leveling a sniper rifle at him. A bullet was fired with deadly precision, hurtling towards Horn. Rather than fear, a broader smile spread across his face. The marksman demonstrated an impressive level of expertise, executing such an accurate shot while in motion. With deftness, Horn deflected the bullet with his formidable blade, and his legs surged with newfound speed, closing the distance to within 10 meters of the sniper in an instant. 3 feet of ice. Horn leaped into the air, encased in a chilling aura as his mighty blade came crashing down. The frigid energy enveloped the sniper, swiftly consuming him in a freezing embrace, leaving only his head exposed. Horn approached, casting aside his cloak, revealing the visage of a man. You are Van Oka, Horn exclaimed, somewhat astonished. This individual would later become the sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates, his marksmanship rivaling that of Jesus Burgess from the red-haired pirates. Little did he expect to encounter him here today, and to learn that he had been hired to assassinate him. Now that you are in my grasp, there is no reason for you to escape. Besides, my crew is in need of a marksman, Horn mused, stroking his chin. Van Oka, intrigued by the fact that this target recognized him, realized that his mission had already failed. His fate now lay in the hands of this young man. Whether he would live or die depended solely on the boy's disposition. Having ventured into the world of mercenaries, Van Oka had long since prepared himself for the possibility of death. You should know who I am, Van Oka. My ship is in need of a sharpshooter. Would you care to join my crew and sail the seas alongside me? Horn proposed. I accept, Van Oka replied almost without hesitation. The chance to survive was an opportunity no one would refuse. Excellent. I shall release you now. Come, follow me, Horn declared, freeing him from his icy confines. Once liberated, Van Oka did not make any sudden moves to flee. He felt a sense of anticipation towards this rising pirate, who had only emerged in the past 6 months. Horn returned to the town center with Van Oka, where Kleister and the others were awaiting their arrival. Allow me to introduce you to our future marksman of the Stormy Sea pirate crew. His name is Van Oka, Horn declared to the group. Van Oka nodded in greeting, and the others reciprocated, albeit with a hint of confusion as to why the captain had returned with a sharpshooter after pursuing an individual. Nonetheless, no questions were posed. "Let us set sail," Horn announced as he led the group back to the ship. Horn sat at the bow of the ship, closing his eyes to hone his listening skills while contemplating the day's battle. When he defeated Rek'Sai today, the chilling aura emanating from the 6 cold techniques was not solely a testament to their power. It also encompassed the icy essence of swordsmanship. Having already grasped the essence of the wind sword, should he also comprehend the essence of the icy blade, his strength would undoubtedly be further amplified. Horn felt an exhilarating thrill at his mastery of 2 distinct sword intents, the formlessness of the wind and the chill of ice. Both powers were unrivaled, and with these 2 sword intents, traversing the West Sea would pose no challenge. Furthermore, Horn aimed to venture into the Grand Line and the New World. Only by growing even more formidable could he ensure his survival. "Van Oka, who is it that hired you to kill me?" Horn inquired, pausing his training to approach Van Oka. "I am uncertain," Van Oka replied. The individual donned a black cloak, and though I sensed his strength was not particularly impressive, he offered me 20 million. Yet, his murderous intent towards you is exceedingly strong. Who could possibly wish for my demise? Horn pondered, unable to fathom who would harbor such malice against him, given the multitude of enemies he had. If he were to recall them all, his mind would likely succumb to chaos. Never mind, I shall confront whatever comes my way. Should they dare approach, they will find no escape. However, events unfolded in a manner that surprised Horn. In the ensuing days, he and his companions faced multiple attacks from mercenaries and bounty hunters. While 1 or 2 encounters could be dismissed, over the span of these few days, they had been assailed at least 6 or 7 times. Horn truly began to find the situation rather vexing. Horn endeavored to investigate the underlying clues, yet his inquiries yielded little. The original stronghold of the Capone gang lay in ruins, ravaged by conflicts with rival factions. At this moment, a figure cloaked in black stood alongside several men in dark suits. "Young master, relinquish this pursuit. Horn is not someone we can contend with. Let us cease our efforts," implored an elderly man in a dark suit. "No, I must avenge my brother. Horn must die?" The voice from beneath the black cloak belonged to a youth, resolute and infused with a fervent desire for retribution upon uttering Horn's name. "I'm done with this. Youngster, the Capone gang is finished. Capone Beji is dead, and I have no intention of joining you in your mad quest for vengeance against Horn," declared a tall man in a dark suit. "Indeed, we shall not continue," echoed the sentiments of the other men in similar attire. "Do you truly wish to abandon this?" the cloaked youth inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of weakness. "Precisely, young master. We have devoted years to the Capone gang, and our finances are meager. How about we borrow some money from you?" the burly man in the dark suit suggested, his tone laden with ulterior motives. "Borrow money? Of course," replied the youth. The men rejoiced, well aware of the youth's considerable wealth, which had enabled him to employ numerous assassins to eliminate Horn in recent days. "Money is indeed available. But do you possess the fortune to claim it?" The voice of the cloaked youth turned icy, and suddenly, thorn-laden vines erupted from the ground, piercing the bodies of the men in dark suits. They gazed in disbelief at the vines emerging from their own flesh, writhing ominously. Blood pooled upon the vines, causing them to thicken further. "I neglected to mention, I am now a wielder of a devil fruit ability, the supernatural vine fruit." The voice of the cloaked youth was chillingly calm. The men in dark suits collapsed, their eyes frozen in terror. "Young master, I," began the elderly man. But the youth interjected, "Rest assured, Uncle Lonka, I shall avenge my brother. I promise." Chapter 20. Gale Slash in the blink of an eye. Horn had inhabited this world for 6 months. During this time, his strength had surged from obscurity to become one of the most formidable pirates of the West Sea, a transformation wrought through relentless effort. "Captain, ahead lies Togoto Island, where the notorious Demon Hog, with a bounty of 80 million, resides," Lucia reported, presenting the meticulously compiled intelligence. Lucia had evolved into an indispensable intelligence officer aboard the ship, her metamorphosis from an innocent girl to a capable individual marked by her toil and perseverance. A testament known only to her. "Understood, thank you." Horn received the intelligence. The formidable Hog, a user of the beast fruit, possessed an incredibly strong physique that, combined with his devil fruit abilities, rendered him nearly invincible in the West Sea. Only the most elite swordsman could penetrate his defenses, otherwise, the average individual would find it impossible to approach him. Horn felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of honing his swordsmanship against such a formidable opponent. As the ship docked, Horn left Crest and several others to guard the vessel while he, accompanied by Van Oka and the rest, made his way towards the island. At the West Sea Navy branch, the phone snail before Yukimura suddenly rang. Upon answering, he was met with a deep voice. "General, the demon blade Horn has appeared on Togoto Island. It appears his target is the hog, who is currently on the island. If we wish to eliminate him, you must come at once." Demon blade Horn? Has he finally made his appearance? Yukimura tightened his grip on the phone snail, responding, "Understood. I will lead my team there immediately. You stay and observe the situation and report any developments to me." "Yes." On Togoto Island, Hog was busy sorting through the plundered goods in the square with his subordinates, while the townsfolk cowered in their homes, too terrified to venture outside for fear of attracting Hog's attention. Horn and his companions made their way directly to the square. Hoagie was easily recognizable, towering at an imposing height of 3 meters. "Beastly Hoagie, I have come to claim your life," Horn declared as he stood before Hoagie. "Claim my life," Hoagie replied, bemused, failing to recognize Horn as the notorious pirate currently sparking fervent discussions across the West Sea. "Boss, he is the Ghost Blade Horn, the pirate renowned for hunting down other pirates," one of Hoagie's subordinates interjected. Hoagie's expression shifted. "I bear you no grudge from the past, nor animosity in the present. Why seek me out?" he inquired. "For no reason at all. Murder requires no justification." Horn's gaze remained fixed on Hoagie. "Then let me witness just how formidable this so-called great pirate truly is." Hoagie bellowed, his physique suddenly transforming into that of a giant ape, towering over 6 meters tall. His fists, as large as sandbags, pounded against his chest, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated painfully in the ears. "Die, kid." Hoagie's colossal fist came crashing down upon Horn, who appeared diminutive in comparison, like a mere toy. In an instant, the great calamity blade was unsheathed, slicing through the air with a brilliant gleam, colliding with Hoagie's fist. The clash of their immense powers generated a shockwave that sent tremors through the vicinity, causing Hoagie's minions to hastily retreat, fearing the backlash. "Let me test the essence of the blade of wind on you." Horn leaped into the air, gripping the great calamity blade as torrents of energy converged around him. Coalescing upon the blade, it elongated to an astonishing 5 meters, and with a decisive downward strike, Horn unleashed an attack as unadorned yet formidable as a mountain pressing down upon its prey. Realizing the sheer might of the blow, Hoagie roared in defiance, his eyes turning crimson as he unleashed a furious assault with both fists. The great calamity blade met Hoagie's fists in a cataclysmic collision, uprooting the surrounding flora and creating a tempestuous vortex of wind. "Ah!" Hoagie cried out again, but his massive form was forced downward under the immense pressure, shattering the stone pavement beneath him. Yet, this was not the end. Horn's blade descended once more. Overwhelmed by the force, Hoagie found himself kneeling, unable to withstand the pressure. With a resounding impact, the ground gave way, forming a deep crater, just as Hoagie braced for what he believed would be a finishing blow from Horn. The latter withdrew his great calamity blade, landing gracefully on the ground, his expression as serene as a placid lake, as if nothing had transpired. Only those who had witnessed the earlier spectacle could fathom the sheer intensity of the encounter. Hoagie trembled as he rose, his massive frame marred by numerous wounds inflicted by the blade of wind. Once proud of his skin's resilience, akin to iron, he now found himself humbled, reduced to this state by a mere youth. "Is this truly the extent of your strength, Hoagie? To me, this is utterly inadequate. Unleash your full potential, or this battle shall be rendered devoid of meaning," Horn declared with a cold demeanor. Had he not yet exerted his utmost? Such disbelief coursed through Haug's mind. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he found himself unable to penetrate even Horn's sword aura. Here it comes. With a single step, Horn shattered the ground beneath him, sending fragments of stone scattering as fissures spread across the surface. He sprang forth, a tempest of air coalescing around his blade, unleashing the gale slash. With an expression of unyielding resolve, Horn executed a merciless strike, its might surpassing that of the heavens, a blow unattainable by mere mortals. "It seems I have aligned myself with a true monster," Horn Oak mused, a smile gracing his face. The strength of his captain was indeed a fortuitous boon for him. "Roar!" Haug bellowed with fervor, his muscles surging with unparalleled strength, even his veins bursting under the strain of such power, droplets of blood surfacing upon his skin. He launched a fist towards Horn's gale-infused blade. The clash of wind and flesh resonated like the collision of titanic mountains. Yet, Horn undoubtedly held the upper hand. The winds of his sword tore through Haug's fist, and the razor wind struck mercilessly upon his form. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, Haug's skin was rent asunder. Torrents of blood gushing forth as he was driven into the earth, a crater of 10 meters in diameter forming beneath him. Haug coughed blood repeatedly, reeling from the sheer terror of Horn's strike. Has our captain been defeated? Haug's crew stood in stunned silence, witnessing the unfathomable downfall of Haug. Chapter 21. Yukimura coughing. Haug expelled blood continuously. Horn's recent blow had shattered not only his strength, but also his spirit. Such power was not befitting a mere pirate of the four seas. A being of this caliber would surely stand as a paragon within the Grand Line. Haug thought to himself, summoning every ounce of will, he finally managed to rise. Albeit with great effort. Hoenn approached him, looking down with an imposing demeanor. Do you have any last words? No, Hoenn, you cannot kill me. I have pledged my allegiance to the formidable Kaido of the New World, one of the four emperors. If you take my life, the beast's pirates will not let you go unpunished. Haug struggled to articulate his thoughts, hoping that the name of the beast's pirates would instill some caution in Hoenn. A pirate is someone who fears nothing in this world. If I were to show fear, how could I continue to sail these vast seas? Hoenn's great blade slashed through Haug's throat in a swift motion, blood gushing forth like a fountain, extinguishing Haug's life entirely. Devil, run. Haug's subordinates fled in a frantic panic, scrambling for safety. Hoenn had no intention of hunting these lowly minions and allowed them to escape. The members of the Wind and Cloud Pirates gazed at the shattered plaza, the earth reduced to fragments, filled with profound respect for Hoenn's power. And they felt a sense of pride in following such an individual. Gather the spoils, it is time to depart, Hoenn commanded. Understood. The treasures and berries were packed. And as Hoenn and his crew prepared to leave, a large contingent of naval forces arrived on Togoto Island. A bearded naval officer, accompanied by his men, blocked their path. Are you the Demon Blade Hoenn? The naval officer inquired. Indeed, Hoenn replied, his expression calm, betraying no emotion. The officer, observing the massive fissures left in the ground by Hoenn's previous actions, reassessed Hoenn's formidable strength. A pirate with such terrifying potential must be eradicated entirely, otherwise he would become a colossal threat in the Grand Line and the New World, the officer thought to himself. My name is Uchimura, a rear admiral of the Navy. The last time you killed Medina, he was my dear friend, the officer declared. Uchimura? Medina? Hoenn recalled the rear admiral who had once aided him in grasping the essence of the Sword of Wind. Pirate Hoenn, your journey ends here. Today, let me, Uchimura, be the one to conclude your legend. With that, Uchimura drew his long sword, revealing himself to be a swordsman of exceptional caliber. Horn gazed at him for a moment, shaking his head as he declared, You are no match for me. Yukimura's countenance darkened, retorting, You are exceedingly arrogant, young man. No, I speak the truth. You truly are not my equal. Horn maintained his unwavering expression. Then allow me to experience your strength. Yukimura tightened his grip on the long blade, his legs pressing against the ground. The stone slab shattered instantly as he propelled himself forward, unleashing a fierce strike with tremendous force, akin to a majestic eagle soaring with an unstoppable momentum. Horn neither dodged nor evaded. He swung his great blade with a fierce determination, meeting Yukimura's long sword with a formidable clash. Surprisingly, this seemingly ordinary strike was sufficient to thwart Yukimura's powerful assault. Yukimura gazed in astonishment at Horn's great blade, his strength surging forth once more, yet he found himself unable to budge Horn's weapon by even a fraction. If Yukimura's strike resembled a swift eagle, then Horn's defense was akin to an insurmountable mountain that the eagle could not surpass. Flushed with disbelief, Yukimura, a rear admiral emerging from the Navy's elite training camp, never anticipated that he would be bested in strength by a mere youth. After failing to land a successful blow, Yukimura retreated violently. But Horn would not allow him to escape so easily. Almost in tandem with Yukimura's movement, Horn surged forward with unmatched speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. Only after this blow will you be worthy to be my opponent, Horn declared. The great blade shimmered momentarily, swiftly reaching the vicinity of Yukimura's neck. Instinctively, Yukimura raised his sword to block, and this reflexive action saved his life. Their blades collided, erupting in a fierce shower of sparks, the tremendous force causing both combatants' arms to tremble. The two warriors immediately separated, with Horn retreating 100 meters, holding his sword aloft, his posture unwavering and regal, revealing no signs of strain. In contrast, Yukimura's hand trembled slightly, his palms stinging with the remnants of the clash. Only at this level, as a rear admiral of the Navy, can I truly enhance my strength. Horn licked his lips, exhilarated by the thrill of danger. It felt as if he were being scrutinized by a prehistoric behemoth. This rookie pirate was indeed formidable. Yukimura could no longer afford to underestimate him. He had been at a disadvantage during their previous exchange, and if he did not take this seriously, his survival on this island was uncertain. The two locked eyes, and even from 100 meters apart, they could sense the palpable intensity of each other's fighting spirit. In unison, they charged forward, and in a heartbeat, they collided once more. The surrounding Navy soldiers and members of the Stormy Cloud's pirate crew could only witness fleeting shadows in the sky, unable to track the intricacies of their duel. The sound of clashing swords resounded continuously, and after a fierce exchange, Horn and Yukimura once again separated. Horn breathed heavily, while Yukimura felt the weight of exhaustion settling upon him. If this continued, his situation would become dire. One strike, with my most powerful move, shall end this. Yukimura resolved with determination. A subtle smile graced Horn's lips. Was he about to unleash his ultimate move? The anticipation is truly exhilarating. Horn stomped forcefully upon the ground. Fissures stretching for several meters marred the earth, long since unable to bear the weight. He then leaped into the air, wielding the great calamity blade above his head. As countless frenzied gusts of wind converged upon the blade, embodying the essence of the Sword of Wind. With a ferocious slash, he unleashed the Gale Slash. This strike seemed capable of leveling a mountain. As the crescent-shaped blade of energy surged forth at supersonic speed, the air itself unable to withstand such velocity, erupting in a cacophony of sonic booms. Yukimura's expression turned grave. The ability to execute the soaring slash was formidable. With resolve, he unleashed the Moonlit Slash. Channeling all his strength, Yukimura delivered a furious arc of crescent energy that collided with Horn's blade aura. With a thunderous roar, the ground shattered, and the rampant energy of the swords wreaked havoc upon the surroundings, causing buildings to collapse one after another. Horn's Gale Slash ultimately proved superior, as the azure sword aura sliced through Yukimura's own, hurtling towards him. Chapter 22, The Fated Blade. Yukimura swiftly evaded to the side, the blue sword energy narrowly grazing his face, plunging into the ranks of Navy soldiers, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and dismemberment. Witnessing the slaughter of his subordinates ignited a fiery rage within Yukimura, his eyes turning crimson as he turned and charged towards Horn with fervor. Horn, in turn, sprinted forward, both warriors gripping their weapons tightly. With a resounding clash, the great calamity blade met Yukimura's longsword, only for both to shatter unexpectedly. In the aftermath, only fragments remained in their hands, leaving both men momentarily stunned. Yukimura quickly recognized his opportunity. Typically, masters of swordsmanship possess lesser physical strength. However, as a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, he was well versed in the 6 styles and various martial arts. Facing Horn, whose physique was presumably weaker, he began to envision the possibility of victory. Yukimura's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, while Horn sensed the shift in Yukimura's expression, realizing he had been underestimated. In terms of physical prowess, Horn was by no means inferior. His strength rivaled that of Yukimura, bolstered further by the indomitable golden body technique for protection. With a swift motion, Yukimura unleashed 2 waves of energy from his legs, aiming fiercely at Horn. Dragon's Descent. In response to Yukimura's choice of the Gale Foot technique, Horn countered with the Dragon's Subduing Leg, both techniques colliding violently, producing a deafening explosion. Within Yukimura's vision, Horn's figure loomed larger, and as a kick came towards him, Yukimura raised his leg in defense. Their forms met and quickly separated, Horn executing a rapid succession of 7 kicks, each effectively blocking Yukimura's offensive paths. Left with no choice but to defend, Yukimura's efforts appeared riddled with flaws in Horn's keen eyes. Dragon Slayer's pursuit. Horn performed a graceful somersault, delivering a powerful kick to Yukimura's head, leaving him dazed and reeling. Taking advantage of the moment, Horn delivered a precise strike that struck his heart with unerring accuracy. The formidable force shattered the organ, and Yukimura's eyes widened in shock as his body plummeted from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Horn fell beside his lifeless body. The Major General was dead. The naval officers could scarcely believe their eyes, their gazes towards Horn and his companions filled with profound loathing. "Avenge our Major General! Kill them!" shouted a naval officer, and the sailors surged towards Horn and his group in a frenzy. It is truly wonderful to have such a group of comrades. Horn spoke in a somber tone, yet added with a hint of pride, but my companions are no less formidable. Captain, retreat quickly. Leave this to me, Van Oka declared, raising his sniper rifle, to which Horn nodded in agreement. With a resounding crack, a sniper bullet was discharged, instantly piercing the skull of a naval soldier. Yet its momentum remained unabated, blooming into a crimson flower on the heads of two more soldiers. The enemy has a sniper. Be cautious, a naval officer warned loudly. The naval soldiers scattered, demonstrating their swift agility worthy of the elite title of the naval headquarters. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a massive bull dragon charged forth. It was Cleister. Faced with the formidable strength and formidable defenses of the bull dragon fruit, the Navy was forced to retreat. Let us move together, Cleister called out to Van Oka. The two raced backward at breakneck speed. The ship had long been waiting at the shore. They boarded it, and it set sail full throttle into the distance. With all the naval forces having disembarked, no one remained on the coast to witness the pirate ship's departure. The next day, every newspaper in the West Sea reported the news of Major General Yukimura's death at Togoto Island, and the name Horn ignited a fervor throughout the region. The pirates regarded him with trepidation, while the Navy refrained from mentioning any pursuit of Horn. Officers from the naval branch had already dispatched urgent requests for assistance to the naval headquarters. Horn's rise to power was becoming unstoppable, yet the Navy would not permit his ascent to be so effortless. In a certain maritime region of the West Sea, the ship of Horn and his crew lay anchored here, and I have gathered the funds necessary to purchase the Atom wood from the treasure tree. We must swiftly inquire if there are any reports of the Atom wood's availability. Once we acquire the timber, we shall seek a shipwright to construct a vessel capable of navigating the Grand Line. Horn addressed the group. The crew nodded in agreement, and Van Oka remarked, Captain, there is a recent rumor circulating within the underground dark organization. A bounty of 100 million berries has been placed on your head. 100 million berries? For my head? Horn pondered, recalling that it must be the individual who had previously enlisted Van Oka and other pirates to hunt him down. Yet, what could compel this person to pursue him with such fervor? Regardless, it matters not. Let them come. Horn was indifferent to the matter. His primary concern was to select a weapon, for his great blade had been damaged during the battle with Yukimura. In this moment, for Horn, who relied heavily on his swordsmanship, a weapon was indispensable. Horn opened the weapon shop, having previously reached level 10, which granted him access to the purchase of Earth-tier weapons. The Great Robbery Blade is classified as a Mystic-tier weapon, which in this realm should be regarded as a superior blade of the 50 craftsmanship level. In contrast, Earth-tier weapons are categorized as superior blades of the 21 craftsmanship level. Horn currently possesses approximately 400 million belly. Aside from the 200 million belly allocated for the purchase of the treasure atom, the remaining amount is more than sufficient for acquiring weaponry. After much contemplation, Horn ultimately selected a weapon known as the Destiny Blade. The Destiny Blade, originally wielded by the illustrious ancestor of the Wu family, Wu Wuers, is a divine weapon that stands as the arch-nemesis of the renowned sword, the Great Evil King. It symbolizes the Blade of Fate, and Wu Wuer once brandished the Destiny Blade in a fierce battle against the formidable Yunding Tian. Horn glanced at the price, 200 million Bailey. Without hesitation, he chose to make the purchase. A blade, entirely black, materialized in his hand. Destiny, perhaps? How intriguing. Ding. The host has acquired the weapon, Destiny Blade, and has awakened the associated martial art, Wrath of the Firmament, receiving 2 fragments of Wrath of the Firmament. The system chimed in. Wrath of the Firmament? Horn opened the details. Wrath of the Firmament, a transcendent technique that unites destiny, celestial beings, and humanity into one, capable of summoning heavenly thunder, its might unparalleled. Horn glanced at the Rage of the Sky, a martial art of black gold, which required 6 fragments for synthesis. Currently, he was not lacking in wealth and felt an eager anticipation to acquire this formidable technique. When combined with the Destiny Blade, its power would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. Chapter 23, The Atom of the Treasure Tree, Western Sea, Golan Island. This is the renowned shipbuilding capital of the Western Sea, where many illustrious shipwrights congregate. Horn and his companions received news regarding the precious wood of the Baoshu atom. It was reported that the wood would soon be auctioned on Golan Island. Eager to procure the Baoshu atom for shipbuilding, they hastened to this location. The largest auction house in the West Sea was currently in the midst of an auction. Clad in black cloaks, Horn and his companions made their entrance to the auction house, a sight not unusual among those who preferred to conceal their identities. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence at our auction. I am the auctioneer for this event. Without further ado, let us unveil our first item. The treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. The auctioneer's voice resonated powerfully, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd, who had not anticipated the appearance of such a coveted item. The starting bid is 30 million berries. The highest bidder shall prevail. Let the auction commence. The auctioneer's commanding voice echoed, as a portly merchant raised his paddle, declaring, 40 million, 45 million. Came an immediate counteroffer. The merchant, undeterred, raised the stakes to 50 million. 55 million. Hesitated the challenger, yet eventually raised his paddle. 60 million. The merchant, with an air of ease, lifted his paddle once more. The challenger, wavering, ultimately chose to withdraw, aware that the capabilities of the devil fruit remained shrouded in mystery. Should he consume it and find himself endowed with a lackluster power, the loss would be substantial. Thus, the merchant triumphantly acquired the coveted devil fruit. Next on the auction block was the renowned sword, Autumn Leaf, one of the famed quality blades. With a starting bid of 5 million berries, many pirates in attendance had set their sights on this exquisite weapon, prompting a flurry of bids that escalated the price to 18 million, where it was ultimately secured by a burly man in a black cloak. After several more items, the moment everyone had been anticipating arrived. The final item on the agenda, the finest material for shipbuilding, treasure tree atom. Due to the immense size of this prized wood, the attendees were led to the warehouse where it was stored. There, a colossal timber emanated a peculiar, enchanting fragrance. Treasure tree atom, starting bid at 100 million berries. The highest bidder shall claim it. 110 million, announced a tall man, raising his paddle. 120 million, countered a slender figure. As the bids continued, they were mostly minor increments, eventually reaching 14 million. The tall man surveyed the room with a fierce gaze, causing many to avert their eyes, for it bore the unmistakable hallmark of a ruthless pirate. Thus, the tall man and the slender man resumed their bidding, but the atmosphere grew tense, with few daring to participate. These two pirates had long been notorious in the West Sea, and no one wished to risk their life over a mere piece of wood. Yet, fortune often favors the bold. 150 million. Horn raised his paddle, drawing the immediate attention of both pirates, who turned to face the cloaked figure. Their expressions morphed into fierce hostility. 160 million. The towering man gritted his teeth and uttered the price, which was the absolute maximum he could offer, 170 million. Without a hint of emotion, Horn raised his paddle. Young man, be cautious. Some treasures are meant to be taken with life, not merely with greed. The imposing figure warned ominously. 180 million. The slender man called out, reaching the limits of his own capacity. 190 million. Horn responded with an elevated paddle. The slender man relinquished his paddle, squinting in Horn's direction, realizing that if he could not acquire the treasure now, he could simply seize it later outside the auction house. Both the tall man and the slender man harbored this very plan in their minds. Many spectators silently mourned for Horn, knowing that offending two such formidable pirates might very well seal his fate today. Ultimately, the precious atom tree was won by Horn and his associates. After completing the transaction, Crest took it upon himself to carry it out of the auction house. As they reached the central area of Gorin Island, two groups of pirates obstructed their path. Hand over the atom tree and all your money, and I might spare your life, the earlier towering man declared, wielding a spiked club. Indeed, relinquish your wealth quickly, otherwise, you shall meet your end here today. Another slender pirate taunted, toying with a finely crafted pistol. What if I refuse? I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce to the demands of such scoundrels as yourselves. It would be wise to depart while you still can, Horn replied calmly. Make us leave? Huh. What a jest. The tall pirate guffawed as if he had heard the funniest of jokes. A cold smirk lingered on the lips of the slender pirate. Since you refuse to depart, it appears there is no other option. Horn drew the destiny blade from his back, ready to test his new weapon against them. With the blade unsheathed, Horn planted a foot firmly on the ground, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the earth to fracture beneath him. The two pirates exchanged bewildered glances at Horn, who then leaped into the air, gripping the blade with both hands. A tempest of energy coalesced around the sword, transforming the destiny blade into a colossal weapon, several meters long, embodying the essence of the wind sword. Hurricane slash. Horn's blade descended with overwhelming might, its ferocity rendering all hope futile, akin to a mighty mountain crashing down upon the group of pirates. With a thunderous roar, the 100 or so pirates were utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments of flesh and blood, without the slightest chance to retaliate. The sword's energy deeply cleaved the ground, creating a 10-meter-long fissure, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The slender pirate swallowed hard, realizing his once fine pistol had slipped from his grasp, replaced by a profound terror in his eyes. What manner of person had he provoked? I will leave at once. The slender pirate stammered, turning to flee in a panic. But it was too late. Horn's voice, like the harbinger of death, echoed as a surge of sword energy sliced through the air, severing the slender pirate's head from his body, the blood following in a delayed cascade. How terrifying! Is this the power of humanity? This is beyond formidable. A man spoke with a trembling voice. Everyone nodded in agreement. As Horn and his companions prepared to depart, another figure obstructed their path. Master, the man in a white monk's robe said, removing his hat. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. I perceive the weight of your murderous intent. It would be wiser for you to embrace the teachings of Buddha. Chapter 24. The 8 Treasurewater Army. Horn furrowed his brow as a monk emerged from the shadows. Apologies, but I have little interest in Buddhism. Horn intended to pass him by, when a blade of a dagger barred his way. My good sir, I find myself rather intrigued by your head. Why not surrender it to me? The monk declared. Horn squinted, a realization dawning upon him. This monk was undoubtedly the assassin. If he sought my head, he must first prove his worth to claim it. With that, Horn swung the destiny blade in a sweeping arc. The monk, exhibiting astonishing speed, raised his defensively against his chest, staunchly bracing against the force of the destiny blade. Yet, Horn's formidable strength compelled the monk's body to retreat, leaving a trace upon the ground from his white cloth shoes. The monk, taken aback, was astonished to find himself outmatched in strength by this youth. As Horn's body recoiled, he spoke with an icy malevolence. If you can withstand this blade, it shall prove your capability to take my life. Otherwise, prepare to meet your end. The air was thick with his murderous intent. Harnessing the essence of the wind blade, Horn unleashed a flurry of kicks in midair, culminating in a tempest of violent energy converging upon his sword, the phantom of the wind's destiny materializing. With both hands firmly gripping the blade, he struck down with ferocity. The monk's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned all his strength to his, meeting Horn's descent with his own strike. The clash resounded like thunder, the trembling incessantly under the oppressive force of the destiny blade, wild gusts of energy spilling forth, fracturing the ground beneath the monk's feet into spiderweb-like fissures. A roar of fury escaped the monk as he endeavored to repel Horn's destiny blade. Yet Horn's might was as unyielding as a mountain, rendering the monk immobile. His legs buckled under the immense pressure. It appears your strength is rather lacking. Thus, I must bid you farewell, Horn remarked coldly, having only exerted half of his power. With a light exhalation, Horn pressed down with the destiny blade, shattering the in an instant. The blade cleaved through the monk, blood erupting forth. Staining his white robes of vivid crimson, his body cleaved in twain, lifeless beyond recovery. Sheathing the destiny blade, Horn addressed the onlookers behind him. Let us proceed. His words were sparse and devoid of hesitation, prompting the crowd to follow in his wake. He is the ghost blade Horn. Someone recognized Horn's face beneath the cloak, immediately identifying him as the current figure of prominence in the West Sea. Has the power of the ghost blade Horn ascended to such heights? Speculations arose among the crowd. Surely, he is the mightiest pirate in the West Sea. Even the naval commanders could not thwart him. Horn truly held dominion over the West Sea. In a dim alleyway afar, a figure cloaked in brown observed Horn's departure, clenching his fists, nails digging deeply into the flesh. Horn, I shall kill you. I swear it. Then Oko escorted Horn and his companions to a shipyard, where he introduced them to a master craftsman reputed for his exceptional skill. Horn sought his assistance in constructing a vessel. After negotiating with the master, Horn left behind 50 million berries with KLYSD and departed with the others. The ship set sail from the coast, navigating towards the horizon. Horn accessed the system and browsed through the martial arts shop at the platinum level. He sought a form of boxing to refine his physical strength, as his swordsmanship had already reached a formidable level. The killing fist, a martial art employed by the legendary Zhu Wuxian, comprises 3 devastating techniques, reputed to penetrate any defense with unparalleled might. The Tian Shuang fist, possessed by Qin Shuang, is one of the 3 supreme techniques encompassing fists, palms, and legs, created by the elder of the 3 supreme techniques, and its icy power is astonishing. Horn found himself in a dilemma, torn between the choice of the Killing Fist and the Frosty Fist, each possessing its own merits. Driven by a sentimental attachment to the original text, he ultimately opted for the Frosty Fist. After spending 60 million berries, Horn acquired this illustrious martial art. He subsequently practiced it on the deck. The captain was indeed a remarkable figure. His swordsmanship was formidable, and his physical prowess was equally impressive. A man observing Horn's training in the Frosty Fist remarked in awe. Having known the captain for merely 3 months, he had already made the name of the stormy pirate crew and the Ghost Blade resonate throughout the West Sea. How fortunate we are. Lucia also expressed her admiration. The others nodded in agreement. In the West Sea lies the Flower Kingdom, one of the nations allied with the world government, boasting substantial power and recognized as a major force within the West Sea. Moreover, the Flower Kingdom is home to the notorious organization known as the 8 Treasures Water Army. Led by the once infamous leader, Green Pepper, who had once been a 500 million berry bounty pirate. With such strength at their disposal, few dared to challenge the Flower Kingdom. At that moment, a guest arrived at the headquarters of the 8 Treasures Water Army. A youthful and handsome boy stood before Green Pepper, flanked by the esteemed Elder Kai and the officer Abu. Capone Beggy's younger brother, what brings you to us? Green Pepper inquired in a deep voice. My elder brother had numerous dealings with the 8 Treasures Water Army during his lifetime, and our Capone gang has also provided considerable assistance to you. Today, I come seeking your aid, Lord Green Pepper, to deal with a certain individual. Of course, I am prepared to offer a handsome reward that will surely satisfy you. The boy stated. Hey, kid, stop blabbering. The Capone gang is no more. Don't seek sympathy for the past. The elder Kai retorted with displeasure. Green Pepper raised a hand, silencing Kai. Speak. Who do you wish us to confront? It is this person, the boy replied, producing a bounty notice bearing the likeness of Horn, the Ghost Blade. The Ghost Blade Horn? I hear he is the one who killed your brother. However, his strength is formidable, Green Pepper said slowly. The boy understood the implication and added, 100 million berries, along with this Zoan-type devil fruit. He revealed a devil fruit adorned with spiral patterns. After a moment of contemplation, Green Pepper nodded in agreement. Should the Ghost Blade Horn make an appearance, I will inform you at once. Please ensure his swift elimination. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications, the boy warned. Understood. You may leave now. The boy cast a glance at Kai and Abu before turning to depart. Grandfather, why agree to this? The Ghost Blade Horn is no easy target. Eliminating him poses quite a challenge. Kai expressed his concerns. Green Pepper replied, the influx of newcomers in the West Sea is overwhelming. It is time for the 8 Treasures Water Army to rise anew and showcase our strength. You two shall be the primary force against the Ghost Blade Horn. Ultimately, the fate of the 8 Treasures Water Army rests in your hands. Chapter 25. The Supreme Assassin of the 4 Seas. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku sat at his desk, his head throbbing as he perused reports from the New World, the first half of the Grand Line, and various matters concerning the 4 Seas. Beside him was an elderly man with white hair, munching on rice crackers. This man was none other than the Navy's hero, Iron Fist Garp. Garp, you rascal. Cease your incessant snacking. These reports are truly a headache. Can't you lend me a hand? Sengoku exclaimed, exasperated. Garp stuffed a handful of rice crackers into his mouth, chewing vigorously before letting out a satisfied belch. Sengoku, you are the Admiral. I assent at your duty to handle this matter? You, my friend. I suspect your refusal to be promoted to Admiral was merely to avoid trouble, Sengoku replied with a hint of resignation. Ha ha. You have indeed hit the nail on the head. A significant incident has recently transpired in the West Sea. A rear admiral we dispatched, Yukimura, has been slain by a pirate. The region is currently in a state of panic, Sengoku lamented. Yukimura is dead? His strength was formidable. Aside from my old rival, Green Pepper, I can't think of any pirate capable of killing a rear admiral in the West Sea, Garp pondered, bewildered. It is not Green Pepper, rather. It is a young pirate, not yet 16, known as Horn, whose moniker is the Demon Blade, Sengoku clarified. 16? Garp was taken aback. This young man's potential is indeed alarming. Not only does he slay naval officers, but he also hunts pirates, having claimed the lives of many in the West Sea. He is on the verge of becoming the most notorious pirate in the region, Sengoku sighed, cradling his head in his hands. Well then, let us dispatch a vice admiral from headquarters. No matter how gifted he may be, it is improbable that he can defeat a vice admiral at such a young age. Garp suggested. That seems the only course of action. We must also adjust Horn's bounty. Previously set at 75 million, let us temporarily raise it to 98 million. We shall send bounty hunters in the West Sea after him. Furthermore, the pirate previously regarded as the West Sea's supreme swordsman also had a bounty of 98 million. If the two of them were to cross paths, it would be most fortuitous, Sengoku proposed. Garp understood that his old comrade was scheming once again, but chose not to comment. The following day, bounty posters for the pirate Horn filled the West Sea. With a bounty of 98 million, the demon blade Horn reigns supreme. 2 swordsmen, each with a bounty of 98 million. Who will emerge victorious? Could the title of the West Sea's greatest swordsman change hands? The newspapers in the West Sea are filled with such reports, some of which appear to be intentionally inserted by the Navy, their implications unmistakable. On a certain island in the West Sea, the temporary base of the Bloodsword pirate crew, the crew had once dominated the entirety of the West Sea. Captain Cardello, a man renowned as the finest swordsman in the West Sea, sat aboard his ship, perusing the latest newspaper. The finest swordsman in the West Sea, indeed? Cardello squinted his eyes. Boss, this Horn is truly infuriating. How dare a mere novice pirate claim the title of the finest swordsman? He must be courting death, exclaimed a pirate, brandishing 2 long swords at his waist. Set sail, Cardello declared, placing his drink down. Set sail? To where? The pirate was momentarily taken aback. Of course, we are going to seek out that Horn. In the West Sea, there can only be one who holds the title. Cardello replied, turning his back on him. Yes, sir. On another island in the West Sea, a pirate crew was engaged in a fierce battle with the stormy Cloud pirate crew. With a single stroke of Horn's sword, the outcome became unequivocally clear. Clean up the battlefield, Horn commanded succinctly, and the crew complied without hesitation. The battlefield was swiftly cleared, and the crew, laden with their spoils, sought a place to dine. However, as they reached the middle of the road, Horn suddenly halted. Come out, he said coldly. The crew, bewildered, wondered what he meant. Just as 2 figures emerged from the side of the street. Indeed, the finest swordsman of the West Sea, Ghostblade Horn, has detected our presence so swiftly. The twins remarked. Captain, these are the infamous twin assassins of the West Sea, Rofi and Roar, Van Oka reminded Horn. Their combined attack is quite formidable. Is that so? Horn unsheathed his destiny blade and approached the twins. If you have come to kill me, then it is quite simple. Let us fight. What an arrogant young man. Rofi and Roar exchanged glances before charging at Horn simultaneously. Their weapons were merely short blades, suitable for assassination but somewhat inadequate for a direct confrontation. Yet, they had no intention of facing Horn head-on. The twins produced 2 capsules from their garments, tossing one to the ground, releasing a cloud of green smoke that obscured their presence from Horn's sight. Before Horn could react, one of the short blades sliced through his skin, blood immediately flowing forth. Horn sensed that the green mist was peculiar. Upon inhalation, his body grew sluggish. Did he truly believe that such a trick could vanquish me? Horn scoffed, brandishing his weapon, Destiny, with fervor. Instantly, a tempest arose, dispersing the toxic fog without a trace. Rofi and Roar stood there, stunned. The assassination technique they prided themselves on had been so effortlessly dismantled. 2 mere clowns. Now it is my turn, Horn declared. Destiny erupted with a brilliant light, prompting Roar to instinctively raise his short blade in defense. Yet, the blade was shattered with a singular strike, as Destiny precisely severed Roar's throat, blood blossoming forth like a flower. Rofi, aghast, turned to flee. Did you think I would allow your escape? Horn's voice resonated with the chilling authority of a reaper. Rofi, not daring to look back, sprinted forward in desperation. Horn leaped lightly, unleashing a sword aura akin to a silken ribbon, effortlessly cleaving Rofi's body in 2. Thus, 2 renowned assassin brothers fell victim to Horn's singular strike. Come forth. Horn beckoned towards a shadowy alley, where obscurity reigned, and a young man clad in a black trench coat emerged. Upon seeing this figure, Van Oka's pupils dilated sharply. Captain, this is Sita, the foremost assassin of the seas. He has never failed a task he has undertaken, Van Oka cautioned. I am genuinely curious as to who has gone to such lengths to hire you for my demise. The name of the employer is something I cannot divulge. Naturally, it is of no consequence to you, as you shall not survive the day, Sita replied coldly. The foremost assassin of the seas, quite intriguing. Allow me to witness your prowess, Horn retorted. Chapter 26. The Griffin Sita drew a long-handled katana from his waist, its blade black and shimmering with a menacing gleam. This sword was one of the illustrious masterpieces forged by the renowned artisan, Liang Kai. Horn tightened his grip on destiny, and with a forceful step, he struck the ground, causing countless spiderweb-like fissures to spread outward. Propelled by the sheer power of that step, Horn surged forward, almost simultaneously moving with Sita. Onlookers could merely catch glimpses of two fleeting shadows as destiny clashed with Sita's katana. The sound erupted like thunder, and a violent gust of wind surged forth, fracturing the surrounding structures with razor-like precision. The magnitude of their strength was truly terrifying. Horn withdrew his blade and unleashed several streaks of sword energy, reminiscent of white silk, slicing through the air with ferocity as they surged toward Sita. The latter swiftly parried with his katana, dissipating Horn's sword energy in an instant, executing the technique of Ii strike. Sita coldly uttered these words as he leapt into the air, delivering a downward slash towards Horn. The force behind his strike was akin to a raging tempest, instilling a profound sense of despair merely by its presence. Without uttering a word, Horn charged forward, wielding his blade with the wind sword intent. Raging gale slash. A piercing sound erupted as two immensely powerful sword energies clashed violently. The ferocity of their collision overwhelmed both the ground and the air, causing a shockwave that shattered the atmosphere, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. The ground fractured completely, leaving a fissure a foot long beneath Horn's feet. With a fierce roar, Horn unleashed the wind slash, which erupted upwards, shattering Seta's sword energy. Taken by surprise, Seta hastily evaded, as the wind slash soared into the heavens, merging with the sky. Now it was my turn. With such a formidable opponent before me, I could hone the wind sword intent to its utmost limits. Horn, far from being intimidated, was filled with exhilaration. Having such a rival as a sharpening stone was truly the best circumstance imaginable. As Horn stepped forward, his body suddenly leaped into the air, the surrounding air seemingly drawn toward him as if guided by an unseen force, embodying the essence of the wind sword. The storm god eagle emerged, a magnificent azure eagle materializing before him. With a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, its voice nearly shattered the eardrums of the onlookers below, prompting many to cover their ears in distress. Sita's expression turned grave. He understood that Horn's most formidable strike was imminent. All the strength within him converged into his arm, and a wave of cerulean energy surged forth as Sita preemptively swung his blade with fierce determination. Horn did not hesitate. The storm divine eagle surged forth with tremendous force. The azure sword energy clashed with the cerulean divine eagle, akin to two tornadoes colliding, unleashing a maelstrom of turbulent air currents that mercilessly intertwined. Anyone caught within the fury of these two energies would undoubtedly be obliterated to mere remnants. A tempestuous aura coalesced around the two combatants, their titanic clash shaking the very ground beneath them. With a resounding cry, the storm divine eagle propelled itself against the azure sword energy with unstoppable momentum. Despite the latter's desperate resistance, it ultimately proved insufficient, as the storm divine eagle shattered the azure sword energy in an instant. Seta, unable to evade, could only watch helplessly as the storm divine eagle engulfed him. This overwhelming force was beyond his capacity to withstand. Countless fragments of flesh scattered through the air, with a single droplet of blood striking the ground and creating a small crater. The storm divine eagle demolished several structures in its path before finally dissipating due to diminished momentum. Horn collapsed to the ground, his body swaying slightly, and it was only by leaning on the staff of destiny that he regained his balance. The previous display of the storm god eagle represented the utmost evolution of the sword intent of wind, which proved to be somewhat taxing for Horn at this stage. The onlookers hurriedly came to his aid, and after a brief respite for nourishment, they departed from the location. Days later, the news of the demise of the world's foremost assassin, Sita, in the Western Sea sent shockwaves throughout the underworld. The powerful figures within this clandestine realm issued strict orders to their subordinates, forbidding any engagement with Horn. Concurrently, numerous underground factions began to seek Horn, aspiring to forge alliances with him or even directly requesting his protection. Naturally, Horn himself remained blissfully unaware of these developments. On Golan Island, Horn and his companions paused, and after a month of waiting, Horn's flagship was finally completed. Horn and his companions gazed at the colossal vessel docked in the harbor, a sight that struck them with profound astonishment, a reaction evoked purely by its visual grandeur. This ship is undoubtedly the most remarkable creation of our years. It is capable of accommodating no fewer than 1,500 individuals, armed with over 100 cannons, and equipped with a super acceleration system, boasting unparalleled speed. The interior is meticulously divided into various sections, including living quarters, relaxation areas, and dining halls. Come and have a look, the old shipwright urged Horn. Horn, accompanied by an eager crowd, stepped aboard the magnificent vessel. The onlookers touched and admired the ship, utterly enamored by its beauty. Thank you, Horn said, bowing deeply to the old shipwright. The shipwright waved his hand dismissively and replied, to have crafted such an exceptional ship has been my lifelong dream. Set sail upon this vessel and venture into the vast ocean. I eagerly await the greater renown you shall achieve at sea. Horn bowed once more in gratitude and, accompanied by the others, boarded the vessel. By the way, Captain, the ship has yet to be named. What shall we call it? Lucia raised her hand and inquired. Let us name it the Tyrannosaurus, a name of great might and grandeur, proclaimed Kleist. Lucia shot him a disapproving glance and replied, Isn't that name rather pedestrian? Then what do you suggest? Kleist retorted, feeling indignant. Let it be named the Beautiful Goddess, Lucia declared, revealing her prominent canines with a smile. But there are so many men aboard. How do you propose we, the gentlemen, are to be regarded? Kleist rolled his eyes. Why not allow the captain to choose a name? Suggested Van Oka. The group turned their gaze toward Horn, who pondered for a moment before stating, Let us call it the Griffin. Yes, the Griffin it shall be. The others considered this name and nodded in agreement. Griffin, a transliteration of the mythical creature, symbolized Horn's hope that this ship would carry them towards their ultimate destination, much like the legendary beast. Having settled on the name, Horn and his companions enjoyed their first dinner aboard before setting sail. Horn gazed at the distant ocean, suddenly reminiscing about his past. He had once been merely a reticent student, yet he found himself here, strengthened by the belief in his own survival. Gradually, he had evolved into the renowned sword master of the West Sea. Perhaps luck played a part, but such a transformation was inseparable from diligent effort. Now that he had arrived in this world, he was determined to carve out a name for himself, as if he had been reborn. Chapter 27. Announcement: This book has been officially signed. Please rest assured to collect and support it generously. Chapter 28. Captain Greenpepper. Captain, shouldn't we find a navigator? It seems Lucia and the others are not very skilled at sailing, and we have already veered off course several times, said Kleister as he approached Horn. Indeed. We should seek a navigator, Horn responded, and the first person who came to his mind was Nami. It appeared he would need to make a trip to the East Sea. Nami was likely still under Arlong's oppressive rule. Captain, trouble ahead. We have entered a chaotic sea. Lucia suddenly rushed over, exclaiming, How do we proceed? Horn inquired. Lucia, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, Now we can only rely on luck. Suddenly, a fierce storm erupted, followed by flashes of lightning and thunder. The once tranquil sea became tumultuous, and even the massive Griffin was rocked by the relentless waves. Not far ahead, 3 ships appeared on the horizon, coming into Horn's view. Captain, those are the 8 Treasures Navy, Van Oka stated as he peered through the scope, observing the situation from afar. The 8 Treasures Navy? Why are they here? Horn furrowed his brow. On board one of the distant vessels, Captain Greenpepper sat on the deck, accompanied by old Kai, Abu, and the youth who had previously hired them. Kai, order the fleet to advance at full speed and approach that ship as swiftly as possible. Greenpepper commanded. Understood, sir, old Kai replied, issuing the order, and the 3 ships sped towards Horn and his crew. It seemed the approaching party meant trouble. Horn narrowed his eyes and commanded, Prepare for battle. The Griffin is entering combat readiness. Yes, unfortunately, the number of the Windy Cloud pirates was still somewhat insufficient. Otherwise, they could activate all their combat weaponry, which would make for a truly exhilarating battle. The 3 ships of the 8 Treasures Navy quickly fell within the Griffin's firing range. Fire! Boom! 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 In rapid succession, the sounds echoed as the Griffin, positioned broadside against the 8 Treasures Navy, held a significant firepower advantage. More than a dozen cannonballs traced arcs through the air, heading towards the enemy ships. Up now? Old Kai addressed his younger brother, and Abu nodded in agreement. In unison, they leaped into action. The Naginata in old Kai's hand sliced through the cannonball with precision, cleaving it in 2 as it plummeted into the sea, creating a spray of water. Simultaneously, Abu wielded his massive axe to sever another cannonball, rendering these projectiles as insubstantial as mere paper to the formidable. Horn gazed at the 3 approaching vessels, drawing forth destiny. With a firm press of his legs, An invisible wave of energy enveloped him, propelling him upward with great force. The ship, crafted from the legendary wood of the Atom Tree, remained unscathed, even in the face of Horn's formidable strength. Horn leapt into the air, and with the Destiny Blade aimed at the ship on the left, he delivered a devastating strike known as the Gale Slash. This maneuver descended with the force of a colossal mountain plummeting from the heavens, its might unparalleled, as the 10-meter-long illusion of the Destiny Blade cleaved downward. Old Kai, witnessing this, instinctively prepared to leap and intercept Horn's assault, but was restrained by Qingjiao, who firmly asserted, "You cannot withstand this blow." Old Kai's face flushed crimson. He was a pillar of the 8 treasure navy, yet here he was, being told by his elder that he was incapable of blocking such an onslaught. In a fit of indignation, he turned his head away, realizing that it was already too late for Qingjiao to intervene. The Destiny Blade struck the ship with a thunderous crash, shattering it from the deck to the keel. A medium-sized vessel was cleaved in two by this formidable attack. The Phantom of Destiny, undiminished in its ferocity, plunged into the sea, causing towering waves to rise, as if the ocean itself had been split asunder by the force of the strike. Gulp! Old Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard, finally comprehending why Qingjiao had claimed he could not withstand this attack. Was this truly an assault that a human could unleash? The youth beside Qingji was similarly stunned. Could the Ghost Blade Horn truly be this powerful? It was becoming increasingly difficult to consider eliminating him. The newcomer from the Western Sea had indeed grown formidable beyond measure. Qingjiao, too, was taken aback by Horn's incredible strike. Horn landed steadily on the ship, and it was only then that the crowd reacted, erupting into a cheer. "The captain is truly a marvel," remarked Van Oka, while Kleister nodded in deep agreement. The distance between the three vessels diminished rapidly as Green Pepper rose from the deck, and Horn leaped to the bow of his ship. The two gazed across the sea. It was indeed their leader, Green Pepper. Horn sensed that this matter was likely connected to the individual who had previously hired numerous assassins to eliminate him, and he was astonished that even the 8 treasure navy had been summoned by this person. As the three ships drew within 30 meters of each other, Horn stepped to the edge of the bow and suddenly jumped across. He landed firmly on Green Pepper's vessel, where the members of the 8 treasure navy immediately aimed their weapons at him. "Ghost Blade Horn, you truly astonish me. It is rare to encounter a talent as exceptional as yours," Green Pepper declared. Horn spoke with an air of tranquility, remarking that it was merely a stroke of good fortune. "I am rather curious," he continued, "who might have employed you to take my life?" "It is not so simple to disclose the identity of one's employer," Green Pepper replied with a smile. "I believe you will reveal it to me," Horn declared. Sheathing his blade, his alabaster fists clenched tightly, prepared to confront Green Pepper with sheer force. "Young man, I advise you to draw your weapon. In terms of physical prowess, I have never been bested by anyone, save for that old scoundrel." Green Pepper's tone shifted, growing colder. Horn was well aware of the old scoundrel he referred to. It was only the might of the naval hero Cap that could subdue this pirate, who once terrorized the seas with his conical prowess. Cap had even struck Pepper with such force that it left a lasting impression on his head, transforming him into the figure he was today. "I possess unwavering confidence, Pepper. Let us engage in battle." A fierce determination ignited within Horn's eyes, while Pepper let out a disdainful chuckle, incredulous that he was being underestimated by a mere novice. Horn planted his foot firmly on the ground, and his body launched forth with a sudden burst, snowflakes swirling around him. He threw a punch towards Green Pepper, who, despite his confidence in his own strength, felt a twinge of apprehension in the face of such a monstrous newcomer. With a fierce shout, Green Pepper unleashed a fist the size of an adult's head, colliding forcefully with Horn's punch. Initially dismissive of Horn's power, Green Pepper expected to be taken aback, only to discover, upon engagement, that Horn's fist was surprisingly soft and could not possibly compare to the iron strength of his own. However, Chapter 29, The Power of Armament Hockey, revealed Green Pepper's misjudgment. A subtle yet formidable force emanated from Horn's fist, striking against Green Pepper's arm bone with an instantaneous impact. A faint sound of cracking echoed silently, and Green Pepper's expression shifted as he hastily retreated. "Kid, I concede. I have indeed underestimated you. From this point forward, I shall take you seriously. A hero who traverses the vast seas possesses strength far from weak." As Horn's countenance grew grave, he recognized Green Pepper as the most formidable opponent he had encountered in the past 6 months. A notorious pirate once offered a bounty of 500 million. The might of his combat prowess was indeed formidable. Seizing the initiative, Horn launched his assault, delivering a punch from the side, accompanied by the explosive sound of air being shattered. Its ferocity was unmatched. Green Pepper let out a low growl, meeting the blow with a punch of his own. The collision of their dissimilar fists unleashed an invisible force that reverberated through the air, causing the deck beneath their feet to crack. Intricate fissures resembling spider webs emerging under the tremendous power. With frost accumulating, Horn relentlessly attacked Green Pepper with both fists. Despite Green Pepper's evasive maneuvers, he was caught by several blows, and to his astonishment, the areas struck were encased in ice, a chilling sensation penetrating his body. Even a warrior of Green Pepper's caliber shuddered at the frigid aura. The realization dawned upon him that this young man's fists bore an icy essence. Could he be a user of a Logia-type devil fruit? The only known wielder of freezing abilities was one of the Navy's 3 admirals, Akiji. Green Pepper was perplexed. In a blink, Horn's fists charged at him once more, prompting Green Pepper to hastily guard himself, suffering additional hits. With a roar of fury, a dark aura enveloped his body, forcefully expelling the encroaching chill within him. Is this the power of Haki? Horn's eyes narrowed as he recognized Green Pepper as a master of Busashoka Haki. Witnessing it firsthand left him astounded. Horn had yet to unlock Haki himself. But if this battle could awaken his latent potential and unleash Haki, it would be a most fortuitous turn of events. Meanwhile, Clijster and his men attacked the ship of the 8 Treasure Navy, while Van Oka guarded the Griffin, his formidable sniping skills instilling terror among the 8 Treasure Navy. With one misstep leading to a crew member being shot in the head by Van Oka's sniper rifle. With a sudden roar, Clijster transformed. A colossal beast resembling a bull dragon materializing before the 8 Treasure Navy. Clijster opened his massive jaws and clamped down on the shoulder of a naval lackey. The sheer force of his bite reducing the bone to mere fragments, accompanied by a series of sickening crunches. The lackey screamed in agony as blood gushed forth, rendering him incapable of further combat. Clijster plunged into the fray, his tail sweeping through the crowd like an iron whip, sending numerous naval lackeys flying. With such a beast in their midst, the pressure on Van Oka and his comrades diminished significantly. How dare you treat my subordinates this way? The 8 Treasure Navy is not so easily bullied. Abu stepped forward, gripping his massive axe tightly. Come and try to stop me, if you dare. Clijster replied with a mocking sneer. With a clang, Abu swung his axe, but Clijster lifted his head, biting down on the axe with a ferocious grip, his jaws snapping shut like steel. In the astonished gaze of Abu, Clijster's teeth shattered the mighty axe into splinters. In the blink of an eye, Abu was left with but a single iron rod. To death, cried Clijster, turning and sweeping his tail with ferocity. Abu had no time to react, and the tail was upon him in an instant. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded abruptly as a figure shielded Abu. Brother. The one who stood before Abu was none other than Old Kai. You truly underestimate the might of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Old Kai bellowed in fury. With a deafening roar that reverberated painfully in the ears, Clijster unleashed a formidable sound wave, his massive form towering over Old Kai like an adult looming over a child. 8 Burst Fist! Old Kai shouted, conjuring strange ripples that radiated from his body, and then he launched a powerful punch. The fist struck Clijster's head with precision, causing the colossal figure to sway momentarily. Old Kai was taken aback. The resilience of this opponent's skin was astonishing. Despite the force of his blow, it had merely caused a slight tremor. Clijster, momentarily dazed from the impact, realized he had underestimated the leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army. He initially believed his formidable defense would be sufficient, yet he found himself injured. The two combatants clashed once more, their fierce struggle unfolding before the astonished eyes of onlookers. 8 Burst Fist. Iron Tail. Old Kai's fists rained down upon Clijster like a torrential downpour, while Clijster retaliated with his iron tail. In a matter of moments, they had exchanged blows over a dozen times. Clijster bore numerous imprints of Old Kai's fists, while a red mark adorned Old Kai's body, a testament to Clijster's tail strike. Both fighters seemed to have lost their sanity, attacking each other with reckless abandon. Brother, Abu called out in concern. Old Kai's Naginata was enveloped in a layer of darkness akin to ink, and he slashed it towards Clijster. Clijster, relying on his tough skin, braced for impact. But the outcome was far beyond his expectations. The Naginata sliced through his skin, an indescribable agony coursing through Clijster's mind as he staggered back, howling in pain. Armament Haki. As the captain mentioned, Clijster gritted his teeth, realizing he had indeed overlooked the significance of this power. No matter how sturdy his skin, it was utterly vulnerable before the might of armament hockey. Fortuitously, this was not the old Kai of 5 years hence. Had he reached that level of mastery over armament hockey, a single strike might have cleaved Kleister in two. Kid, I have told you not to underestimate others. Do you think the reputation of the 8 Treasure Water Army is merely for show? You think armament hockey is impressive? I refuse to believe it can breach your defenses. Kleister launched another assault. Although old Kai had just employed his armed hockey, his mastery was not particularly firm to unleash its full potential. He likely needed a stroke of luck. As Kleister swept his tail, old Kai raised his blade to block, yet was forced back repeatedly by the sheer force, his boots leaving long marks on the deck. Chapter 30. Awakening minutes later, Kleister was covered in wounds, blood incessantly flowing from his body until it dripped onto the ground, mingling with the unknown blood that stained the deck. Old Kai was also suffering. His abdomen and chest had been struck by Kleister's tail, and he was now battling the rising nausea. Had he not been secretly bracing himself, he would have already coughed up blood. The 8 Treasure Water Army truly lives up to its name, Kleister praised. You are no weakling yourself, old Kai replied. At this point in their battle, both men had developed a sense of mutual respect for one another. Perhaps this was the essence of the pirate world, filled with fervor, slaughter, and emotion. With this strike, even if you win, old Kai tightened his grip on the Naginata, declaring, if you can withstand my blow, you shall be victorious. Kleister responded in kind. Old Kai gripped his Naginata, his legs pressing firmly down, and an unseen force erupted instantaneously. His body shot forward, the Naginata gleaming as it descended with ferocity. Roar! Kleister's tail swept out, now coated with a layer of inky blackness unbeknownst to him. Clang! The iron tail clashed violently with the Naginata, leaving old Kai astonished that this young man had also awakened armed hockey. The sound of metal striking metal resonated like thunder, and old Kai's Naginata was brutally severed, sending countless shards flying towards him. Staring at the broken weapon in his hands, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Kleister transformed back into human form, his body riddled with wounds, panting heavily as he collapsed onto the ground. You have won, old Kai said, bitterness lacing his words. My grandson has fallen to your subordinate, Ghostblade Hoenn. Your crew is truly remarkable. Old Kai, your grandson has been defeated. Now allow me to experience the true essence of the 8-punch fist, Hoenn declared, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. Indeed, your strength is well-deserved, Qing Jiao remarked with a smile. With a sudden burst, Hoenn launched himself forward, his fist enveloped in a chilling aura, unleashing the 8-punch fist. Qing Jiao roared, his massive fist colliding fiercely with Hoenn's, and with a thunderous boom, the air rippled as the wooden planks beneath them shattered into fragments. The chilling aura emanating from Hoenn's fist coiled around Qing Jiao's hand like a white serpent, instantly enveloping him in a bone-chilling coldness. He swiftly retracted his punch, and then, with a sudden force, his right hand lashed out, causing the air itself to emit a lamenting cry under the strain. Without hesitation, Hoenn immediately raised his arm to block. Yet the force of the green pepper exceeded his expectations. He was struck with such intensity that his body was propelled backward, crashing against the ship's side with a resounding impact that shattered the hull. Just as it seemed Hoenn would plummet into the depths below, he instinctively reached out, gripping the edge of the vessel with determination, and then leapt back aboard. The muscles on Hoenn's body trembled incessantly, as all his strength coalesced into a singular force, culminating in a powerful fist, the frosty ice mountain. A furious chill swept through like a tornado, crashing violently against green pepper, swiftly enveloping him in icy tendrils, freezing his lower half in an instant. Quite intriguing, although I am unaware of the origin of your chilling power. The ability to freeze me is indeed a source of pride, Green Pepper proclaimed with arrogance. Subsequently, the armed color of hockey surged fervently, shattering the ice that encased his lower half, leaving him unaffected. Youngster, let us see if you can withstand this punch. Armament. 8-burst fist. His fist, shrouded in a dark aura, was propelled forward, accompanied by a chilling sound of air being sliced and a sonic boom, revealing the formidable might of the strike. Snow proudly defies frost. Without hesitation, Hoenn unleashed the most potent form of the heavenly frost fist, his entire being enveloped in a frigid aura, even his eyebrows turning white. Two starkly contrasting colors intertwined, releasing an eruption of two immensely powerful forces. As their clash intensified, the surrounding area within a 10-meter radius was frozen solid by the chill. The formidable power of green pepper caused the ship's hull to tremble, with the keel fracturing under the strain, the vessel teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, green pepper's armed color hockey proved superior. As Horn was struck, a sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unrelenting, green pepper followed up with another punch, which struck Horn again, sending him soaring like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily onto the deck. Horn felt as though his ribs had been shattered by the fists of a belligerent pepper. Even his internal organs seemed displaced. Enduring the excruciating pain, he rose from the ground, only to be confronted by a shadowy figure darting towards him, brandishing a sharp dagger, just as the blade threatened to sever Horn's throat. A powerful hand seized it with unyielding strength. "What are you planning, Pepper Leader?" The cloaked figure seethed. "I agreed to your request to eliminate Horn. But you must not interfere." The Pepper's tone was resolute. "And what if I insist on killing him?" The figure retorted. "In that case, I must regretfully oppose you. I never anticipated that the renowned 8 Treasure Water Army would resort to dishonor." The cloaked figure sneered. "This is not dishonor. The outcome of a battle between warriors can only be determined by the two of us," Pepper countered, shaking his head. With a derisive laugh, the figure retracted the dagger. And just when Pepper thought he would relent, several tendrils emerged from the shadows, ensnaring Horn's body tightly. "Horn, you shall pay the price," the figure declared, revealing eyes filled with hatred beneath the dark cloak. A thorn-laden vine lunged for Horn's throat, and Pepper, too late to intervene, shouted, "Hey, it seems you underestimate me." Suddenly, an indescribable force surged through Horn's body, unleashing his latent power. He broke free from the vines and seized the one aimed at his throat. The cloaked figure stared in disbelief at Horn's hands and his form, now imbued with an ink-like aura of armament hockey. "Has he awakened armament hockey?" Pepper gasped, his pupils narrowing. "Prepare to die," Horn bellowed, launching a powerful fist towards the cloaked figure. Bang! Pepper's fist intercepted Horn's blow. Horn furrowed his brow, questioning. "What do you mean by that?" "This man is connected to my 8 Treasure Water Army. You cannot kill him," replied Chinjiao. "Then I shall defeat you first, and then proceed to slay him," Horn declared, casting a glance at the uncertain figure clad in black. Chapter 31. The Color of Overlord. Horn and Green Pepper set aside the dark-clad figure and once again engaged in a fierce battle. The scars of their struggle were evident. Horn unleashed a devastating punch, enveloped in the formidable power of armament hockey, colliding with Green Pepper's fist at an astonishing speed. To Green Pepper's astonishment, he found himself being pushed back repeatedly by the sheer force of Horn's attack. Had Horn not only awakened his armament hockey, but also significantly amplified his strength? Green Pepper's pupils constricted, filled with disbelief. Horn's foot struck the deck, shattering the surrounding 10 meters of timber crafted from the hardest wood of the Western Sea. He then leapt forward, his fist, swift as the wind, hurtled towards Green Pepper, who had no time to react before being struck in the chest. His body was sent flying, crashing violently against the mast, which succumbed to the impact and collapsed. Emerging from a cloud of dust, Green Pepper stood, his chest sunken, the ribs likely fractured in several places. Coughing, he expelled a few mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of his own entrails. "After all these years, aside from carp, you are the first to make me spit blood. It seems the world still fails to comprehend you, Ghost Blade Horn. Your prowess extends far beyond mere swordsmanship," Green Pepper declared. Horn's expression remained unchanged as his body once again sprang into action, moving with an ethereal grace akin to that of a specter. In an instant, he stood before the Green Pepper, unleashing the Gale Fist. Accompanied by a howling wind, the iron fist of the wind, infused with the might of armament hockey, struck with tremendous force. The Green Pepper's fist instantaneously hardened, fearlessly meeting the blow head-on. Boom! An invisible shockwave surged outward, centered around the two combatants. As the air currents whirled rapidly, forming a cyclone around them, Horn, braced against the relentless pressure of the wind, unleashed a punch as solid as steel once more, striking Green Pepper who, caught off guard, was hit again. Bang! Another blow. Bang! His fist collided with Green Pepper's abdomen, followed by a resounding smash to the face. Green Pepper staggered backward, steadying himself against a wooden beam embedded in the deck. With a violent retch, he expelled a mouthful of dark crimson blood, his internal organs evidently wounded. Horn's fist trembled slightly, astonished by the resilience of Green Pepper's formidable physique. "Youngster, you truly are remarkable," Green Pepper remarked slowly. "But at this level, defeating me remains an insurmountable challenge." Horn's gaze sharpened with intensity. Green Pepper pressed his palms together. An overwhelming aura enveloping the entire ship in an instant, his white beard billowing in response to this newfound power. Finally, the Conqueror's Haki is upon us. Horn's expression turned grave. Green Pepper was a master of all three types of Haki, and the emergence of Conqueror's Haki rendered those of lower caliber utterly defenseless. This was the might of a ruler. Green Pepper's eyes widened as the Conqueror's Haki reached its zenith at that moment. Boom! The ship beneath him, unable to bear the weight of this power, let out a mournful cry, shattering into pieces. Horn felt as though this overwhelming force had gripped his throat, rendering him breathless, while a wave of dizziness washed over him. The Conqueror's Haki surged like relentless, crashing waves, continuously assaulting Horn on this small hill rising from the sea. Blood trickled from the corners of Horn's mouth as his body suddenly bent low, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, dripped incessantly from his forehead, shattering upon impact with the ground. No, my journey has not yet reached its conclusion. How can I succumb here? Horn let out a low growl, resolutely straightening his body. Though it felt as if a mountain pressed upon him, nothing could deter Horn from rising step by step. Huh. Green Pepper let out a low cry, his aura surging forth like a deep abyss, nearly forcing Horn to his knees. Damn it, I cannot be defeated. My dreams remain unfulfilled, and I cannot be crushed here. The surface of Horn's body, overwhelmed by pressure, began to bead with droplets of blood akin to dew. As he held his breath, concentrating all his strength into his legs, forcing them to straighten against the immense weight. Before long, Horn was drenched in blood, transformed into a figure of crimson, his ribs likely fractured, agony relentlessly assaulting his mind. Green Pepper was equally astonished by Horn's indomitable will. Most individuals would have chosen to submit in the face of such overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, yet Horn persisted, even at the cost of severe injury. Such tenacity is truly terrifying. Horn roared, summoning every ounce of his strength, and suddenly an overwhelming force erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, shattering Green Pepper's oppressive aura and soaring into the heavens. Green Pepper's eyes widened in shock as he beheld this spectacle. He recognized that aura all too well. It was the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. This is the mark of a true ruler. Following the eruption, Horn felt a lightness on his back, the life-threatening sensation dissipating in an instant. Die! Horn shouted, yet he did not launch an attack on Green Pepper. Rather, a mere roar and a glance manifested an unparalleled aura that struck Green Pepper, causing him to stagger back and slump to the ground. I have lost, Demon Blade Horn. Your potential is a rare breed among millions, Green Pepper said bitterly. Horn remained silent as he approached the Green Pepper, suddenly unleashing a powerful punch that struck the Green Pepper's head directly. The Green Pepper felt an intense pain. Yet Horn observed with clarity as the Green Pepper's head transformed from flat to pointed, morphing into a remarkably sharp cone. Reflexively, the Green Pepper reached up to touch his head, and upon feeling the cone, he was momentarily stunned. Is this real? My cone head has returned? The Green Pepper exclaimed in disbelief, and then, like a child, he broke into tears, lamenting the return of his cone head, at long last. Once his tears subsided, the Green Pepper solemnly bowed deeply to Horn, expressing his gratitude. Benefactor, you have bestowed upon me a second chance at life. The 8 Treasures Water Army shall henceforth be your loyal supporters. At that moment, a figure clad in black surged towards Horn from behind, brandishing a dagger with the intent to strike. Having just leapt from the sea to evade the clash of Horn and the Green Pepper's Conqueror's Haki, the assailant recognized his opportunity, believing Horn to be in a weakened state. However, it was as if Horn anticipated this move. He suddenly turned his head, and a formidable wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted forth. The black-clad individual was instantly overwhelmed by the sheer force, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 32. The Red Force 2 hours later. The Griffin docked at the Land of Flowers. The vessels of the Green Pepper and his companions were utterly destroyed, compelling them to return aboard the Griffin. Upon their arrival, Horn and his companions indulged in a well-deserved rest. The Green Pepper had completely conveyed his goodwill towards the Wind and Cloud pirate crew, and the crew, particularly after learning of Horn's awakening of Conqueror's Haki, had reconciled with the 8 Treasures Water Army. 2 days later, Horn and his companions sat by the harbor, with a handsome young man bound beside Horn. You say he is the brother of Capone Beach? Horn inquired skeptically of the Green Pepper. Indeed, the Green Pepper nodded. Capone Beach has but this one brother, who is regarded as the next heir of the Capone gang. Then, Does this imply you seek to exact vengeance upon me for your brother? Horn addressed the youth, who merely snorted dismissively and turned away, ignoring Horn's inquiry. What is his name? Horn addressed Dillo, saying, Dillo, that's your name. My ship is in need of a deckhand, young man. Come aboard. Dillo, fiercely defiant, retorted, I would rather perish than serve as your lackey. Horn merely chuckled, for the youth clearly lacked worldly experience and did not comprehend the beauty of life. If you wish for death, then so be it. Recently, I devised a method of murder, using a small knife to inflict 3,600 cuts, leaving you with naught but your innards and bones, causing you to suffer a painful demise. I have yet to test it. You shall be my first subject, Horn said, a sly smile gracing his lips. Bring me a knife, he instructed Clayster, who cheerfully presented a small file. This method is exceptionally painful. I hope you can endure it, Horn remarked. Dillo's face drained of color as he watched the small file inch closer, cold sweat collecting on his brow. Just as the blade was about to graze his chin, Dillo could no longer withstand the overwhelming psychological pressure and stammered, I am willing to be a deckhand. Is that so? Horn retracted the file, while Dillo shot him a venomous glare. Untie him, Horn commanded. Dillo was released. And Horn continued, I know you yearn to kill me. If you wish to do so, you must grow stronger than I. Once you are aboard my ship, you are welcome to attempt to slay me every day. If you succeed, it will be your triumph. Good luck, young man. Dillo lowered his head, his thoughts concealed from all. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao stood nearby, astonished that Horn would spare Dillo and even allow him on his ship. Qin Zhao's admiration for Horn deepened. With such magnanimity and remarkable strength, how could he not achieve greatness? Subsequently, Horn and his companions lingered in the Flower Kingdom for a few more days. Horn sought Qin Zhao's counsel on the cultivation of armament hockey before their departure. As Qin Zhao stood on the shore watching the griffin sail away, he turned to his two grandsons, Old Kai and Abu, proclaiming, in the realm of future dominators, there will undoubtedly be a place for Lord Horn. The era of rising heroes has dawned, and your current strength is insufficient to face this grand epic. From this day forth, intensify your training. One day, we shall venture to the new world to aid Lord Horn. Understood, grandfather. The two replied respectfully. In a certain sea area of the West Sea, a colossal pirate ship was sailing towards them, its bow adorned with a uniquely shaped dragon head. On the deck, a gathering was underway, and a one-armed man with red hair raised his cup, proclaiming loudly cheers. Oh, the pirates erupted in a chorus of jubilant cheers. Not far from their position, Horn and his companions navigated the griffin towards them. As the griffin sailed smoothly, the once tranquil sea suddenly rose in tumultuous waves, causing the vessel to sway violently. In that moment, a colossal creature surged into the sky. This is dire. It is a sea king. Both Van Oka and Kleist gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the immense creature, capable of devouring their entire ship. Captain, what shall we do? Van Oka inquired, casting a worried glance at Horn. Horn remained silent as he unsheathed the destiny blade from his back. With a firm step onto the bow of the ship, he leaped into the air and struck. Horn let out a low growl as countless currents of air converged and took form. The destiny blade glimmered with a piercing cold light, descending with an unstoppable force akin to that of the heavens. The momentum and power had reached their zenith. Though the move appeared unadorned, it had transcended into the realm of ultimate simplicity. In the distance, a man with crimson hair aboard a pirate ship keenly sensed the commotion. Gazing over in astonishment, Horn executed a formidable strike upon the Sea King, which emitted a harrowing wail as its colossal form was instantaneously cleaved in two. The Sea King fell with a thunderous crash, leaving Dillo, positioned behind Horn, wide-eyed in astonishment at the scene before him. The magnitude of Horn's strength was beyond comprehension. Dillo's spirit sank profoundly. With Horn possessing such immense power, was there still hope for vengeance? Today, my comrades, we shall feast upon the Sea King, Horn proclaimed loudly to the crew, who responded with exuberant cheers, swiftly preparing to salvage the remains of the Sea King. Horn turned his head, only to behold a colossal pirate ship approaching. What is that? Horn gazed at the vessel with uncertainty. Is it the Red Force? Captain, I have never seen that pirate flag before. Could it be a newly emerged pirate crew? Asked Crest, scratching his head. No, it is not a new pirate. It is a formidable foe, one of the 4 emperors from the New World, red-haired Shanks. Horn replied gravely. Red-haired Shanks? One of the 4 emperors? Crest exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Horn had previously informed them about the notorious pirates, and without a doubt, red-haired Shanks was among the most elite. It was truly unexpected to encounter the red-haired pirates here in the West Sea today. At that moment, the Red Force anchored beside the Griffin. "Hey there, lads. Could you spare me some of your Sea King meat? I am willing to pay. I have been subsisting solely on sea beast flesh, and it has become quite unpalatable," bellowed the red-haired man standing at the ship's rail. This man was indeed red-haired Shanks. Horn readily agreed, yet he remarked, "You must do the cutting yourself." "No problem," Shanks promptly responded. Chapter 33. Bastille. Shanks unsheathed the rapier at his waist, stepping forward in his flip-flops, and with a swift strike, he cleaved the corpse of the Sea King in two, the cut remarkably precise. Horn and the others were once again left in awe. "Brother, I have a talented chef aboard my ship. Would you care to join us for a meal?" Shanks invited Horn, his admiration for Horn's swordsmanship prompting the offer. Horn, without a moment's hesitation, boarded the Redford with the crowd. He would not miss the opportunity to engage with the four emperors at such close quarters. "Lads, it's time for the banquet," Shanks bellowed, and the members of the red-haired pirates erupted into cheers. Horn beheld the man renowned for possessing the highest intellect, Ben Beckman, along with the sharpshooter Jesus Burgess and numerous formidable pirates he had never encountered before. "Captain Shanks, what brings you back to the West Sea this time?" Horn inquired. "Just came to pay a visit to my hometown. Remaining in one place for too long can lead to physical ailments," Shanks replied with a hearty laugh. "After so many years away from the West Sea, I did not expect to return only to encounter you, the finest swordsman of the West Sea. Truly, I consider myself fortunate," Shanks continued, smiling. "Would you be interested in a duel?" Horn proposed, eager to experience the swordsmanship that could stand alongside the world-renowned swordsman Mihawk. "Is that so? Very well, let us begin," Shanks declared, drawing the rapier from his side. Horn unsheathed the destiny blade, prompting the red-haired pirates and the wind and cloud pirates to part ways, creating a clear path. At this moment, their ship had docked at a desolate island. With Horn and Shanks standing approximately 50 meters apart, the impending confrontation loomed. Horn tightened his grip on the destiny blade, and an overwhelming chill enveloped the surroundings, shrouding him in a mist of foreboding. The ground beneath his feet began to freeze visibly, a testament to his mastery of sword intent. Shanks watched in astonishment. At such a tender age, Horn had already grasped the essence of swordsmanship, a truly formidable prospect. If he continued to evolve in this manner, the new world would soon welcome another monster. "Ice sword intent. Icebound slash," Horn shouted, launching his icy blade, enveloped in frigid energy. The biting cold swept across the land, freezing everything in its path, as the glacial sword intent swiftly approached Shanks. With a mere flick of his wrist, Shanks unleashed an invisible sword energy, which surged forth like a tidal wave, instantaneously dissolving Horn's icy assault as if it were a mere sand dune. Sheathing his sword, Shanks remarked casually, yet the simplicity of his action left Horn in utter shock. This was the true essence of the Grand Path. The power of an emperor was indeed terrifying. A profound sense of defeat washed over Horn. He had believed his swordsmanship formidable, only to realize that the chasm between him and Shanks was insurmountable. "I concede," Horn stated, stepping closer to Shanks, his voice low. Shanks smiled and replied, "Your strength is already sufficient to dominate a territory in the Grand Line. However, the New World is far more perilous. Persevere, and there will be a place for you in the New World." Horn nodded, the previous pride on his face completely vanished. The group returned to the ship, indulging in wine and meat. The flesh of the Sea Kings, expertly cooked by Shanks' skilled chefs, was extraordinarily delectable. A significant portion of the meat was consumed by a band of men, and at that moment, Horn truly realized the joy of existence in the pirate world, where feasting and fighting were the epitome of happiness. Early the next morning, Horn and his companions bid farewell to the red-haired pirates, as the Griffin set sail into the distance. "What an interesting fellow. Mihawk would surely find him intriguing," Shanks mused with a broad smile. At the Navy branch in the West Sea, a large warship from the Navy headquarters docked at the port. First to disembark was a regiment of Navy soldiers, each one spirited and impressively formidable. Following them, a tall Navy officer donned in a helmet stepped down from the vessel. "Vice Admiral Bastille, I have been awaiting your arrival." A Navy officer saluted and proclaimed, "Take me to the intelligence room. I am eager to learn about the pirate who killed Yukimura." The Vice Admiral, known as the Slayer of the Shark, was one of the 16 Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters. As Bastille made his way to the intelligence room, the officer guiding him remarked, "Vice Admiral Bastille, the situation in the West Sea has deteriorated significantly due to the rise of the demon blade horn, leading to the emergence of numerous new pirates. Our various branches in the West Sea have been under siege by these pirates, and with our current forces, we can no longer control the situation. So, the turmoil in the West Sea is all because of Horn? Bastille inquired. Indeed, that makes the solution quite simple. Once we eliminate the demon blade Horn, the situation will become clear. We shall slay Horn, the chicken, and let the monkeys witness the fate that befalls those who dare disrupt the peace of the West Sea. Bastille's tone turned chillingly cold. The officer felt a shiver run down his spine, yet a sense of relief washed over him. Was the troublesome issue finally going to be resolved? In the coming days, I will dispatch elite forces from the headquarters to eliminate several batches of pirates. You must gather intelligence on Horn. Inform me immediately upon acquiring any, Bastille commanded. Yes, sir. On Lily Island in the West Sea, renowned for its perfume production, Horn and his companions were currently anchored there. After leaving a few individuals to guard the Griffin, Horn led the group into the shopping district. A throng of girls had long desired to visit this place for shopping, and Lucia promptly dragged Horn into one shop after another, fervently purchasing perfumes and clothing. Miss, your boyfriend treats you exceptionally well, one shop attendant remarked to Lucia. Upon hearing the term boyfriend, Lucia's heart fluttered like she had tasted honey, and she cast a sly glance at Horn, who remained with his ever-impassive, icy demeanor. Disappointed, Lucia pulled Horn out of the shop. Captain, do you have someone you like? Lucia boldly asked. Horn glanced at him and inquired why he suddenly posed such a question. No, Lucia gazed into his eyes and asked, May I pursue you then? Horn was indeed charred on the outside yet tender on the inside by the lightning strike. Are the young ladies of today so audacious? As Horn caught a glimpse of Lucia's hopeful gaze, he found it difficult to refuse her. Perhaps feeling a flicker of delight reminiscent of a video game enthusiast from another world. Thus, almost irresistibly, he nodded in acquiescence. Lucia, bursting with excitement, leapt into the air, causing her ample curves to sway, truly dazzling Horn's titanium alloy eyes. Chapter 34, Blood Sword. After purchasing their goods, Horn and his companions gathered on a street. Once they confirmed their numbers, Horn prepared to lead the group away. Just as they were about to depart, a group approached from the opposite direction. Horn, with his keen instincts, discerned that these individuals were pirates. Although he was unaware of their intentions, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, Horn decided to steer his group around them. However, a rapier suddenly barred his path. You are the infamous Horn? Questioned a young man, tall and with piercing eyes. Is there something you need? Horn furrowed his brow. I am called Catallo, the man replied. I apologize, but I have not heard of you, Horn stated bluntly. A hint of anger flickered across Catallo's face as he inhaled deeply. My title is the foremost swordsman of the West Sea, yet now another has claimed this honor. Upon hearing Horn's words, he recalled the existence of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 98 million, renowned as the foremost swordsman of the West Sea. However, in recent times, Horn's reputation had soared to such heights that it completely overshadowed that of the former West Sea swordsman. Yet, what significance does such hollow fame hold for me? Horn remarked indifferently. Catalu, infuriated, could not help but laugh derisively. This man had usurped his title of the West Sea's greatest swordsman and still dared to claim indifference. I advise you to retract your previous statement, or today, we shall undoubtedly engage in battle, Catalu declared with a grim visage. As a swordsman, you ought to broaden your perspective. If you remain fixated on superficial accolades, your swordsmanship will never advance, Horn stated calmly. Such arrogance, young man. Let me see if your blade is as formidable as your tongue. Catalu shouted furiously, a flash of light cutting through the air as his rapier swiftly aimed for Horn's throat. With an unchanging expression, Horn swiftly unsheathed the destiny blade, its cold gleam illuminating the air as he deftly parried Catalu's sword. A bone-chilling aura emanated from the blade, radiating outward from Horn and enveloping Catalu in an icy grip. Instantly, Catalu felt as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss, prompting him to hastily retract his sword. What a peculiar force. Could this young man possibly be a wielder of a devil fruit power? Catalu regarded Horn with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. Horn, however, was not in the mood to waste time with him. With a single step upon the ground, countless spiderweb-like fissures spread outward, unleashing a frigid tempest that transformed the area surrounding Horn into a wintry expanse. The ice soared intent, frozen slash. Horn leapt into the air, and all the chilling energy surged wildly towards the destiny blade in his hand. With a fierce shout, he brought the blade down, like a snowstorm descending. The air was filled with biting cold, and as the target of the assault, Kataro was undoubtedly the most affected. Ack! Kataro roared, gripping his rapier tightly, and struck forth with a slash of blue sword energy to meet the oncoming force. With a thunderous crash, the two formidable sword energies clashed, incessantly entangling each other, while violent currents wreaked havoc around them, shattering the ground beneath their feet. Ultimately, Horn's icy sword energy proved superior as the white, frigid blade sliced through Kataro's blue energy and advanced toward him with relentless speed. Kataro hastily evaded, but the icy sword energy cleaved a 10-meter-long fissure into the earth. Yet, the chilling aura did not diminish. Rather, it grew increasingly ferocious. While Kataro could still endure the pressure with his own strength, he was taken aback to find that all his subordinates had been turned into ice sculptures. This power is overwhelming, Kataro thought, a sense of panic rising within him. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm, and his eyes scoured the icy expanse for Horn's position. Upon spotting a figure, he immediately slashed forward, the howling sword energy striking true, but no familiar cry of anguish followed. "Are you looking for me?" A hauntingly familiar voice echoed in his ears. Instinctively, Kataro swung his sword behind him, and indeed, the sound of metal clashing resonated as Horn's figure materialized before his eyes. "That one was your subordinate," Horn's voice came, devoid of emotion. Kataro stumbled back, glancing down to see shattered ice scattered about, realizing he had inadvertently slain his own man. "This cannot continue. I cannot remain in such an environment. This is entirely his domain," Kataro resolved. With a swift retreat, he distanced himself from the icy battlefield. "Did you think you could evade my sword energy this easily?" "You are too naive," Horn remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. Horn thrust his legs downward, propelling his body into the air with a sudden leap, casting a chilling glance. He executed the first move of the prideful Cold Six techniques, a maneuver that was both direct and forceful, as the fateful ice blade forged from the essence of cold descended with a swift stroke. The momentum was utterly unstoppable, forcing Cardillo to hastily evade, while the fateful blade struck a building with the ease of chopping through vegetables, effortlessly severing it in two. Horn, undeterred by the failure of his strike, stepped forward several paces and swiftly found himself before Cardillo. However, Cardillo's expression betrayed none of the previous panic. Instead, a peculiar smile graced his lips. "Do you know what my nickname is?" Cardillo asked with an unsettling grin. Horn's heart immediately filled with alertness. "Bloodsword, that is my moniker." Upon uttering these words, Cardillo swiftly drew his western sword across his palm. A torrent of crimson life force surged into the blade, enveloping it in a ghastly hue. "This sword was an accursed weapon. I had no intention of awakening its power, yet you have compelled me." Cardillo's demeanor turned frigid, as the sword transformed into a vibrant scarlet entity, exuding a potent scent of blood. "Die, heavenly blood slash!" Cardillo bellowed, and the sinister blood sword emanated an overwhelming aura, descending upon Horn with lethal intent. Second form, frozen 3 feet. Horn, undaunted, met the attack with his own sword, summoning a cascade of piercing cold to forge an impenetrable defense, clashing fiercely against Cardillo's blood sword. The blade seemed imbued with a sentience of its own. In Horn's eyes, it resembled a colossal crimson beast assaulting his icy barrier. Little did he anticipate the astonishing might unleashed by the blood sword, yet its malevolence was profound. Should the wielder possess a wavering will, they would be easily subjugated, Horn mused to himself. At that moment, Cardillo's blood sword finally breached Horn's defenses. Horn pivoted to evade, but the blade grazed his shoulder, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Chapter 35, Bounty of 100 million. The blood sword eagerly absorbed Horn's blood, a more potent stench of sanguinity permeating the air. "Ha ha ha, the blood of the strong will fortify my blood sword further. Come forth, Ghostblade Horn. I shall forge this demonic sword with your essence." Cardillo laughed maniacally, his eyes entirely consumed by crimson, his entire being enveloped in a frenzied state. Already ensnared by the blood sword's influence, Horn sighed inwardly, astonished that such a master of swordsmanship could be so easily dominated. Perhaps even the ghost blade would be no different. Cardillo roared, swinging his sword towards Horn with the intent to cleave the heavens asunder. The ferocity was unparalleled, and the sanguine sword energy exploded forth, startling even Horn. Peach blossoms in full bloom. Horn immediately unleashed the fourth form of the proud Cold Six techniques. Gathering a multitude of icy energies upon the Destiny blade, sweeping it horizontally. With a resounding crash, sword met blade. The bloody sword energy clashed against the icy torrent like two titanic beasts, their collision shattering the ground around them, cracks spreading for dozens of meters. The earth lamenting under the weight of their titanic struggle. Catalo's blood-soaked sword energy, infused with malevolence, began to shift from deep crimson to a dark hue. Horn's heart sank. The blood sword had begun to exhibit a touch of demonic essence. Observing Catalo, he noticed thin red lines emerging across his body, weaving a pattern of corruption. He has succumbed to madness, Horn thought gravely. There is no doubt that a being possessed by darkness is far more formidable than a mere mortal. As Horn drew back his blade, the chill dissipated instantaneously. Catalos, wielding the bloodied sword, struck it down upon the ground, creating a fissure that stretched for dozens of meters. A guttural cry escaped Catalos as he numbly turned towards Horn, the sanguine sword aura erupting once more. Waves of sword energy sliced and cleaved towards Horn. Yet Horn unleashed a series of icy sword energies, which, upon contact, were swiftly consumed and rendered utterly invisible by the ferocious bloodlust of Catalos' strikes. It seemed that he had no choice but to resort to that particular technique, Horn contemplated. With yet another thunderous roar, Catalos unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful strike aimed directly at him. The potency of this attack reached its zenith, unmatched by any, capable of cleaving through the very fabric of existence. The destiny blade in Horn's grasp radiated a brilliant azure light, soaring into the heavens, illuminating the surroundings for dozens of meters. In an instant, the clear skies transformed into a vast expanse of ice, as a bone-chilling cold permeated the air, freezing every drop of blood within Catalos' veins. In the blink of an eye, Catalos had been transformed into a sculpture of ice. The blood sword trembled restlessly within the icy confines, yet it was powerless to shatter the binding frost. This technique shall be called the divine light of ice and spirit, Horn proclaimed, and without hesitation, he cleaved Catalos' form, instantly reducing it to countless small shards of ice. Horn grasped the blood sword, and an overwhelming force emanated from it, threatening to cloud his mind with a ferocious intent to kill. Cursed be the blood sword, nourished by blood, for its malevolence was alarmingly potent. It was imperative to shatter it. Horn raised the destiny blade, encasing the blood sword in an icy chill that crystallized into frost. With a decisive stroke, he cleaved the blood sword into fragments, causing the murderous aura to dissipate. Horn exhaled in relief. The title of the foremost swordsman of the Western Sea, claimed by Cataro, was utterly shattered here today. Henceforth, there would only be one champion of the blade in the Western Sea. Let us depart. Horn beckoned to his companions. Before long, the news began to reverberate throughout the Western Sea. The legendary swordsman Cataro, wielder of the blood sword, had been vanquished by the ghost blade Horn, who had even risked his life in the confrontation. Headlines in the local newspapers blared this shocking news, while many martial artists lamented their absence from witnessing the clash of these two titans. At the naval headquarters, Bastu held a communication device, affirming, "Yes, I understand. I will promptly issue a new bounty." He respectfully concluded the call. "Was that a call from headquarters, sir?" his deputy inquired. "Indeed. The headquarters has instructed us to increase the bounty on Ghost Blade Horn," he replied. "To what sum?" 100 million berries. The bounty notice issued by Horn was disseminated immediately, with a staggering reward of 100 million, which sent shockwaves through the West Sea. It is noteworthy that the highest bounty prior to this, held by Catalo, was merely 98 million, thus indicating that 100 million truly marks a watershed moment. A pirate with such a bounty is undeniably deemed a great pirate. However, this exorbitant bounty also attracted considerable trouble for Horn, as bounty hunters relentlessly pursued him and his crew like hounds on a scent. Despite Horn dispatching several groups of them, there remained an unyielding influx of challengers. Days later, on an island, several bounty hunters trembled before Horn, who, with a swift flick of his sword, unleashed a blade of energy that swiftly dealt with them. Horn harbored no fondness for these audacious individuals who were blissfully unaware of their own insignificance. "Captain, a Navy ship has appeared in the distance," reported Van Oka, who was on lookout duty. "The Navy?" Horn furrowed his brow. "Board the ship, and let us break through their defenses with all our might," he commanded, prompting immediate preparations as the gargantuan griffin sailed towards the naval vessels. 5 Navy ships had emerged, and Horn was uncertain how they had obtained this intelligence. If the naval vice admiral dispatched from headquarters were absent, the situation might be more manageable. Headquarters, Vice Admiral Bastia here. This is Lieutenant Luton. We have detected the Wind and Cloud pirate crew in the waters of Lovable Island. Our forces have initiated encirclement of the Wind and Cloud pirate crew. Immediate support is requested, a naval officer declared into the transponder snail. Message received. Reinforcements are on the way. Lieutenant Luton replied, drawing his sword from his side. For the justice of the Navy, charge. The 5 naval ships launched an assault on the Griffin. Horn leapt from the ship, and with an unembellished stroke, he slashed downward. An overwhelming chill instantly enveloped the surroundings, as his blade cleaved a naval warship in twain. The icy aura rapidly encased the sea for dozens of meters, rendering the naval vessel immobile. Let us depart, Horn remarked, returning to the ship and addressing the onlookers, who had grown accustomed to such spectacles. The crew of the Griffin then navigated away from that place. Incredible, Luton murmured to himself, contemplating the distant horizon, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. No mere pirate of the 4 seas could wield such power. Such a pirate belongs to the Grand Line. I hope General Bastille can overcome him. Chapter 36. Wrath of the Celestial Realm. Horn sat upon the deck, surrounded by companions, as the feast was laid out before them. They eagerly began to indulge in the sumptuous meal. Horn, while sipping his drink, activated the system. The information displayed read, Host, Horn, level 15. Possessing martial arts, Heavenly Frost Fist, Indestructible Golden Body, and Dragon-Subduing Divine Leg, among others. After numerous fierce battles, Horn's experience has steadily increased, now reaching level 15. Upon reaching level 20, he will unlock the ability to exchange for the coveted black gold martial arts. Horn possesses approximately 300 million, excluding the expenses required for the vessel. Horn opened the lottery interface and, without a moment's hesitation, opted for 100 consecutive draws. He acquired 1 shard of the black gold martial art, 3 points of divine finger, 1 shard of the black gold martial art, wrath of the firmament, and 1 shard of the platinum martial art, cloud-piercing palm. His fortune this time was unexpectedly splendid, as he garnered a total of 4 shards of wrath of the firmament. Combined with the previous 2 shards, he was now poised to synthesize the blade technique wrath of the firmament. Additionally, he unexpectedly obtained 2 shards of another martial art, 3 points of divine finger, which was a delightful surprise. Horn unhesitatingly synthesized the wrath of the sky, complementing it with the destiny blade, which was inherently suited for wielding this technique, undoubtedly amplifying its formidable power. Horn rose from the deck, unsheathed the destiny blade, and strode towards the bow of the ship. Horn held his breath, his gaze sharpening to an extraordinary degree. Had the captain discerned a new technique? Kleist remarked, noting the situation. The crowd had grown accustomed to such displays. A prodigy like Horn was indeed a rarity, even in the treacherous world of formidable pirates. Wrath of the Celestial Sky, Horn intoned, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A presence as formidable as a mountain enveloped the entire sea, leaving those present astonished, as if an unseen weight bore down upon them. Horn sprang up, a flash of destiny streaking through the air as he struck down with his blade upon the tranquil surface of the sea. With a resounding roar, the ocean erupted into towering waves, a gash several dozen meters long cleaving the waters in two. Countless fish, shrimp, and marine creatures succumbed to this overwhelming force, their lifeless bodies soon floating upon the surface in a grim spectacle. Yet, this was not the true wrath of the heavens. The genuine fury of the skies possessed a power capable of summoning thunder, and Horn furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself that this was still far from sufficient. Captain, it seems we have found ourselves a bounty, said Kleister. Brothers, let us retrieve these treasures from the depths. The crew erupted in cheers, eagerly rushing to salvage the marine harvest. Horn turned and walked onto the deck, casting a glance at his arm, which was shrouded in a black hue, indicative of his mastery of hockey. However, his command over it was still somewhat tenuous, fluctuating between presence and absence. Although he had acquired certain techniques for cultivating hockey from Qingjiao, these methods lacked systematic coherence, resulting in his inability to fully harness the power. With the time to embark on the Grand Line drawing closer, he hoped to uncover news of Rayleigh, for learning hockey under his tutelage would be an unparalleled opportunity. Horn longed to meet him. Captain, here is the latest bounty notice. Fan and Oko approached, presenting the notice to Horn. Upon receiving it, Horn noted that the first entry was his own, boasting a bounty of 100 million berries, now the highest in the West Sea. The second entry surprised Horn. Clayzete had also been listed, albeit with a bounty of 30 million. marking him as the second member of the Storm Pirates to receive such recognition. Captain, I would appreciate more opportunities for combat in the future. I too wish to be sought after, Fan and Oka remarked, a hint of grievance in his tone. The right opponent has yet to present themselves. Once we set sail for the Grand Line, your bounty will surely rise, Horn reassured, patting him on the shoulder. Fan and Oka nodded in acknowledgement, and Horn unveiled the third bounty notice, revealing a strikingly familiar face. Who is this? Horn inquired. Oh, he is Chitz's basis, recently gaining notoriety in the West Sea. It is said that he escaped from a slave arena, having brutally slain all the slaves he fought against, as well as their masters. His arm strength is formidable. He is indeed a fearsome combatant, Fan and Oka explained. Horn grasped the bounty notice for basis, lost in contemplation. As a future combatant of the Blackbeard pirates, Basis's strength was undeniably formidable. Although the years ahead had yet to unfold, he should not be underestimated. Horn resolved that, whether for the eventual confrontation with Blackbeard or for the purpose of enhancing his own prowess, Basis must perish. Gather intelligence on him. He shall be our next target, Horn declared. Then Oka silently mourned for Basis for 3 minutes, knowing that once marked by their captain, escape was utterly futile. Captain, a ship approaches from the opposite direction. One of the crew members called out to Horn. Horn approached and took a telescope, gazing into the distance where a gleaming bald head came into view. Mr. One, could it really be him? Horn felt a flicker of surprise. This man was none other than the top agent of Baroque Works, MR1. What business could Crocodile have sending him to the West Sea? Horn furrowed his brow. MR1, there's a pirate ship ahead. Should we steer clear? He inquired, observing a girl with blue hair at the helm. No, we shall cut through them, MR1 replied coldly. As the vessel drew nearer, MR1 ascended to the bow. It seemed this individual harbored no friendliness towards me, Horn thought. Van Oka, it's your turn, Horn instructed the man behind him. At last, my moment has arrived, Van Oka exclaimed with excitement. He retrieved his sniper rifle, aiming it at MR1. The angle was perfect, the wind negligible, and there were no factors to impede the shot. This strike was destined to hit its mark. A confident smile spread across Van Oka's face. Even at several hundred meters, MR1 felt as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, immediately going on high alert. A sharp crack echoed as a bullet was propelled from the barrel. Spinning at high velocity, its force not only remained intact, but increased, defying the laws of physics. Mere seconds after the shot was fired, the bullet was already at MR1's front. Feeling a rush of wind, MR1 instinctively raised his hand to block, transforming it into 2 slashing blades. The bullet collided with the blades, erupting in a shower of sparks. MR1, in disbelief, watched as the bullet pierced through his arm and struck his chest. A faint sound resonated. It was the bullet embedding itself in flesh. Letting out a muffled grunt, MR1 staggered back several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 37. Bosch's What Terrifying Marksmanship. Who are these people on the opposing ship? MR1 pondered in confusion, questioning whether he had made a misstep. The Griffin swiftly approached the vessel, with Horn standing atop the Griffin, looking down upon MR1 on the deck. Is that the infamous Ghostblade Horn? The girl with blue hair gasped. Ghostblade Horn? Mr. One's expression shifted dramatically. This pirate, with a bounty of 100 million, had recently gained immense notoriety in the West Sea. As the only pirate with a bounty surpassing 100 million, Horn's reputation soared. Even Mr. One's current employer, Crocodile, the leader of Baroque Works, had not exceeded this bounty. Greetings to all members of Baroque Works. With a smile, Horn greeted the two individuals. Mr. One and the girl with blue hair exchanged puzzled glances, questioning how he knew they were agents of the Baroque Works. Mr. One, you seemed rather unfriendly towards me just now, Horn remarked. Mr. One, clutching his wound, squinted at Horn. Suddenly, his body surged forward, arms transforming into blades that struck fiercely at Horn. Clang! The Destiny blade was swiftly drawn, successfully blocking Mr. One's assault. A surge of darkness enveloped the blade as Horn let out a low growl, channeling his strength to sever Mr. One's arms in a single stroke. Even someone as resolute as Mr. One could not suppress a cry of agony, blood gushing uncontrollably. As a senior agent of Baroque Works, he must have taken many lives. Today, he would pay the ultimate price, Horn intoned grimly. Overwhelmed by pain, Mr. One nearly fainted, helplessly watching as Horn's blade sliced through his throat. With a sickening gurgle, blood sprayed forth, and in a state of horror, Mr. One clutched his neck, But the crimson tide could not be stemmed. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The girl with blue hair gazed at Hoenn in fear, realizing that Mr. One was the strongest agent in Baroque works. Yet, he had fallen to Hoenn in a single stroke, utterly defenseless, meeting a grisly end at Hoenn's hands. "Princess Vivi, I believe we can have a conversation," Hoenn said, turning to her. The girl with blue hair was none other than Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta kingdom. "How do you know my name?" Vivi asked, bewildered. "That is of no concern to you. What matters is that I am aware of Crocodile's ambitions for Alabasta, and I believe I can assist you in dealing with him." Hoenn replied, "What is your objective?" Vivi, now composed, having spent so long in Baroque works, was no stranger to deceit and betrayal. She was skeptical that anyone would offer help without ulterior motives. "My goal is to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea," Hoenn declared. "The 7 warlords?" "Indeed. I aim to usurp Crocodile's position. The current roster of the 7 warlords is full. Only through someone stepping down or dying can I ascend to the next seat. Consider this well. There are those who would help you, but whether their strength is sufficient remains uncertain." Hoenn commanded his crew to transfer the useful items from the small vessel onto his own ship, then ordered the Griffin to set sail. The fragments required to synthesize the platinum martial art, cloud-dispelling palm, have been gathered. "Shall we proceed with the synthesis?" The system prompted. "Synthesize," came the response. "You have obtained the platinum martial art, cloud-dispelling palm." At the Navy headquarters, Carp remarked, "A pirate with a bounty of 100 million has emerged in the West Sea. The situation is rather dire. The navies of the 4 seas find him exceedingly difficult to contend with." "Didn't T-Bastille go to handle it?" Carp asked, munching on a rice cracker. "However, he has made little progress. It would be advantageous if a vacancy existed among the Shichibukai. We could then summon that fearsome swordmaster, Horn, to join their ranks. The Shichibukai are currently at full capacity. If someone were to withdraw or be defeated, then matters could be resolved," Sengoku replied, his eyes glinting with determination. "Old friend, you wouldn't suggest that pirate challenge a member of the Shichibukai, would you?" Sengoku mused. "It is indeed a viable strategy. Regardless of who falls, the number of Shichibukai remains unchanged, and we could eliminate 1 pirate in the process. Why not? Do as you please. I am off to rest." Carp yawned. "You spend all day merely drinking tea and resting," Sengoku retorted with dissatisfaction. On an island in the West Sea, a towering man laughed uproariously. "Ha ha ha. Boches, we've agreed to split the spoils evenly," said a woman as robust as a buffalo. "Carina, do not worry. Your share will not be lacking. Men, hasten your movements." The target Horn sought was none other than Boches. The crew members of Boches and Carina hastened their plunder, disregarding the cries of the civilians, as the pirates laughed boisterously. Should any unfortunate citizen provoke the pirates, a bullet would swiftly silence them, leaving them to lament their misfortune. Before long, the tragic events on the small island drew to a close, and the pirates, satisfied, prepared to depart. At that moment, a warship docked at the harbor. The Navy, Boches and Carina exchanged glances, sensing impending doom. A squad of well-equipped naval soldiers disembarked from the ship, led by a major general draped in the justice cloak of the Navy. "Iron-fisted Boches and Carina, your journey ends here," the naval major general declared coldly, having already sentenced the 2 to death. "Ha ha ha. Navy, if you wish to take my life, let us see if you possess the strength to do so." Boches laughed maniacally, his tone dripping with disdain for the Navy. "Arrogant fool, today you shall learn the might of the Navy." The naval rear admiral's long sword was swiftly drawn from its sheath, striking fiercely towards Boches. With a resounding clash, Boches blocked the blade with his iron arm. "Die, Navy." Boches sneered, swinging his other arm with force. The admiral raised his arm to defend, but the overwhelming power caused his face to pale. A distinct sound of bones cracking echoed, and the admiral let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Boches, undeterred by the initial clash, struck the admiral's chest with his elbow, causing the admiral to spit blood and be sent flying backward. Chapter 38. Untitled, I humbly request votes and collections, dear friends. Please bestow upon me your support. Chapter 39. The power of the cloud-piercing palm. The Navy rear admiral crashed heavily to the ground, his ribs likely broken in multiple places. Intense pain assaulting his mind. "Navy, perish." Boches laughed menacingly, approaching the fallen admiral. "Kill him," shouted a naval officer, as a throng of soldiers surrounded them. "Foolish beings, tremble." An eerie ripple of energy surged forth, an invisible force erupting instantaneously. With a thunderous boom, the naval soldiers were struck in the chest by this formidable power. Feeling a sharp pain ensue, Bosch's elbowed downward again, causing the soldiers to spout blood and be flung away. In mere moments, the Navy had been utterly defeated. Ha ha, you lot are utterly pathetic. Bosch's cackled madly, the Navy soldiers gazing at him in despair. With their rear admiral defeated, how could they possibly overcome this pirate? Bosch's, we must leave quickly. If the Navy reinforcements arrive, we will be in trouble, Kalina warned. Bosch's snorted in displeasure, preparing to depart with his crew. At that moment, a colossal ship docked, its pirate flag emblazoned with crossed swords fluttering in the wind. Who dares to claim our spoils? Bosch's gaze turned ferocious. Kalina, eyeing the pirate flag, felt a sense of familiarity. Crossed swords? Wait, could it be that pirate crew? A sudden realization transformed her expression. Bosch's, noticing her reaction, inquired curiously, Kalina, what's wrong? It's just an ordinary pirate ship. Think carefully. Which pirate crew would dare to craft a ship of such grandeur? In the West Sea? There is only one person capable of such a feat, Kalina asserted. Who? Bosch's asked, puzzled. Kalina silently cursed, thinking, what a brute without brains. Had it not been for his fighting prowess, I wouldn't have sought him out. The Ghost Bladehorn. Kalina slowly uttered the name. Ghost Bladehorn? As Bosch's muttered the name, his expression drastically changed. This was the current dominator of the West Sea. Despite being merely 16 years of age, his prowess was undeniably disproportionate to his youth. At that moment, a group descended from the ship. Leading was a youth with sharp brows and piercing eyes. Flanking him were a tall, slender figure and a burly man. This entourage was none other than Hoenn and his companions, who, after days of searching, had finally located Bosch's. Zasash's Bosch's, we have finally found you, Hoenn declared. Bosch's looked at Hoenn with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. Ghostblade Hoenn, what business do you have with me? My lord Hoenn, if it is the treasures of this island you seek, we can offer you half, Kalina interjected hastily, sensing the tension in the atmosphere. Is that so? Half, you say? That is indeed an enticing figure, Hoenn replied with a smile. Kalina breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they had something the other party desired, the matter could be resolved easily. However, what I desire is your entire bounty, Hoenn uttered softly. Yet his words caused the faces of both Bosch's and Kalina to change simultaneously. Ghostblade Hoenn, do not overreach. We have already agreed to half. Do not push your luck. Bosch's gritted his teeth. But I wish to push my luck, Hoenn taunted. Bosch's, are you toying with us? Kalina's expression shifted. Though they wished to avoid conflict with Hoenn, being cornered to this extent made it impossible to refrain from confrontation. Indeed, I am toying with you. You worthless scum. Your sole purpose is to amuse me, Hoenn said with narrowed eyes. Go to hell. Bosch's was instantly enraged, and with a powerful elbow strike, he charged fiercely towards Hoenn. Hoenn had no intention of utilizing the Destiny Blade. Instead, he unleashed a powerful palm strike directly at Bosch's elbow. The impact was thunderous, sending Bosch's staggering backward, his shoes leaving a long trail on the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief. For the first time, he found himself outmatched in a contest of strength by none other than a mere 16-year-old boy. Flowing like water, Hoenn exclaimed, his palm striking with relentless fluidity, denying Bosch's even a moment to breathe. A flurry of blows landed upon Bosch's, the sheer force causing cracks to appear in his armor. How dare you underestimate me? My strength is far greater than this. Bosch's roared, unleashing a strange wave of energy that rippled outward with a howling wind, driving his elbow downward in a fierce strike. With a resounding crash, a cloud of dust erupted, and the ground was instantly blasted open, creating a 10-meter-wide crater. However, much to Bosch's and Kalina's dismay, there was no sign of Hoenn, not even a shadow. Are you searching for me? A voice drifted through the air. Bosch's turned his head sharply to see Hoenn standing mid-air with an uncanny grace. Bosch's, behold this technique. Dark clouds conceal the sun. A swirling mass of black energy materialized above Hoenn, who summoned its power and struck downward with formidable force. The might of his attack was akin to a towering mountain, instilling a sense of despair. Wave, elbow strike. Bosch's bellowed, channeling all his strength into another fierce elbow strike aimed upward. The resulting collision sent plumes of dust into the air, the two forces clashing like titanic mountains, the ground beneath them buckling under the immense pressure. With another deafening roar, the earth beneath Bosch's fractured, fissures spreading across a 10-meter radius, shattering everything in their path. Bosch's screamed once more, summoning every ounce of power to launch Hoenn away. Yet he was astounded to find Horn's strength so formidable that he could not budge him an inch. Horn intensified his power, pressing down on Bosch's with an overwhelming force that caused his body to sink heavily, his legs trembling incessantly as beads of sweat, no larger than peas, cascaded down his forehead. "Ah!" Horn bellowed, his palm transforming instantaneously into a shadowy hue, bearing down with unrelenting pressure. Bosch's could no longer withstand the onslaught. His body violently thrust downward, instantly vanishing into the earth below. As the dust and haze dissipated, onlookers beheld the scene of Horn standing unscathed, while the majority of Bosch's was engulfed in the soil. Remarkably, such formidable strength was not confined merely to swordsmanship. Even his physical prowess was astonishingly formidable. Karina murmured to herself. Chapter 40. The Emotions of Two. Hoenn had long recognized the formidable power of the three supreme martial arts of the tyrant. And after experiencing the heavenly frost fist, he felt an even greater sense of awe. However, he never anticipated that the might of the cloud-dispelling palm could be so terrifying, capable of driving Bosch's deep into the earth. Coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, Bosch's looked at Hoenn with eyes filled with trepidation, realizing that his opponent had inflicted such damage with a mere palm strike, leaving him uncertain of how many hidden trump cards Hoenn still possessed. With immense effort, Bosch's clawed his way out of the ground, his towering frame of over 3 meters standing once more. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice his legs trembling incessantly, waves of pain relentlessly assaulting his mind. "Ghostblade Hoenn, today, I shall determine our fates. I will not be defeated so easily." Bosch's roared in fury. Though his mind was clouded, he understood that only by vanquishing Hoenn could he secure his own survival. "Then come," Hoenn replied, with a surge of energy. Bosch's launched an elbow strike against a nearby building. Hoenn, moving with a ghostly grace, evaded the blow, causing the structure to collapse instantly. Bosch's colossal form crashed down, shattering the ground beneath him. He leaped again, charging towards Hoenn. "Do you think I fear you?" Hoenn's demeanor turned icy. Tear the sky, dispelling clouds. He unleashed a strike imbued with immense force. The clash of Hoenn's palm met Bosch's elbow, sending Bosch's plummeting like a severed kite. With a resounding crash, the earth was gouged, and Hoenn descended into the pit. However, at that moment, a massive hand emerged, seizing Hoenn by the shoulder and hurling him down with great force. The ground shattered beneath the impact, burying Hoenn in dust and debris. "How now, Ghostblade Hoenn? Did you think I was merely at this level?" Bosch's laughed maniacally, unfazed by the blood trickling from his lips. "You truly have made me angry." Hoenn's voice echoed back, followed by a hand that seized Bosch's purple hair, lifting him high above and slamming him into the ground. A colossal hand descended like a giant. Boom. The palm struck Bosch's with overwhelming might, instantly shattering his ribcage. Ugh. Bosch's expelled a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his insides. "How now, Bosch's?" Hoenn inquired. Bosch's remained silent, his weakened fists flailing toward Hoenn, who effortlessly dodged the feeble attacks. Horn stepped aside, observing as Bosch's struggled to rise. A profound sense of helplessness surged within Bosch's from the outset. He felt as though he were a mere pet, toyed with by this youth, utterly devoid of the means to retaliate. Was this truly the end of my journey? With an unwilling gaze directed towards the heavens, Bosch's eyes suddenly sharpened with resolve. "No, there remains a chance. I must defeat this brat, for in doing so, I shall ensure my survival." An overwhelming aura erupted from Bosch's, fueled by an intense desire to live, amplifying his strength once more. "The fleet shall not sink." With a powerful elbow strike, Bosch's leaped into the air, his armored elbow crashing down towards Horn with unparalleled force, far exceeding the limits of his physical capacity. A storm of despair enveloped the scene. Horn unleashed a mighty palm strike, the colossal imprint of his hand colliding violently with the elbow blow. The fierce clash generated tremors that rippled across the ground, fracturing the earth for dozens of meters. The land beneath their feet buckled under the strain and shattered with a resounding crash, while Bosch's armor was obliterated by the sheer force, leaving him vulnerable. Waves of ferocity tore through his skin, and soon, Bosch's was drenched in his own blood, his body riddled with wounds. Horn was not in a favorable position either. Bosch's strike had far exceeded his expectations, truly befitting a crew member of the future four emperors. "Ah!" Horn let out another furious roar, channeling his strength through his arm and into his palm, unleashing the explosive power of the cloud-piercing palm once more. A strange aura broke through Bosch's defenses, crashing violently against his chest. Bosch spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward and crashing into a building, shattering it to pieces. Horn landed steadily on the ground, forcefully suppressing the urge to cough up blood, stifling the crimson tide rising in his throat. Horn approached Bosch's, who was on the brink of death. "Let it be quick," Horn declared, drawing the fateful blade and swiftly severing his head. Returning to the shoreline with the severed head, Horn cast a glance at the trembling Kalina, shaking his head in disdain. He had lost interest in a pirate whose will had been utterly shattered. The notorious Horn, so formidable. The shock within the heart of the observing rear admiral was profound, as a fierce newcomer like Bosch's had been so effortlessly extinguished, far exceeding the Navy's expectations. It was too late to send a message to headquarters. Why, despite the relentless extermination of pirates, do they continue to proliferate? The rear admiral pondered in confusion. Watching the Griffin sail away, the Navy personnel were filled with a complex array of emotions. On board the Griffin, two individuals observed Horn's figure, equally perplexed, Dillo and Vivi. With Horn's might, is there still hope for my revenge? Dillo's spirits plummeted. Ever since being captured by Horn, he had been a witness to Horn's undeniable victories. The strength of Horn loomed like an insurmountable celestial body. Could he ever hope to match that? For the first time, Dillo questioned the validity of his quest for vengeance. Vivi's emotions were also tumultuous. She had witnessed Horn's power firsthand. Yet, if she agreed to have Horn assist her, would he not become the next Crocodile after defeating him? If this man proved even more formidable than Crocodile, it would undoubtedly spell a nightmare for Alabasta. The kingdom had already endured enough turmoil for the past 2 years. Domestic rebels had surged, putting the royal family's reign in jeopardy. Vivi understood her grave responsibility. "Oh, divine powers, guide me in making the right choice," she fervently prayed, clenching her hands tightly. "We shall soon depart from the West Sea," Horn announced while enjoying a meal with his companions. "Are we to set sail for the Grand Line?" Crest inquired excitedly, and the others looked at Horn with hopeful anticipation. The Windstorm pirates had already claimed the title of the strongest crew in the West Sea. It was indeed time to consider venturing into the Grand Line. "No, we are heading to the East Sea to find an exceptionally skilled navigator." Chapter 41. The formidable marksman. A colossal ship lay anchored upon the tranquil sea. "Captain, once we navigate this current, we shall reach the East Sea," Van Oka stated, holding the nautical chart. "Is that so? Then let us set sail, Crest." "Hoist the sails." "Aye," Crest replied, steering the ship as it began to move. Just then, a group of uninvited guests emerged before Horn and his crew. 5 Navy warships encircled them from 3 directions. "Damn it, how did the Navy receive word of our presence?" Crest cursed under his breath. "Everyone, prepare for battle." With a command from Horn, everyone immediately fell into a state of alert. At the center of the 5 warships stood a medium-sized vessel, where Rear Admiral Bastille of the Navy headquarters was stationed. "At last, I've caught you, Horn," Bastille exclaimed excitedly. Having expended considerable effort to gather information about Horn, "Prepare to fire. Let the pirates witness the might of the Navy's cannons." Boom, 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 boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted simultaneously from the 5 warships, with cannonballs soaring through the air, aimed at the Griffin. Boom. Then Oka raised his sniper rifle, firing several shots in quick succession. Before the cannonballs could descend, he struck them, causing a series of brilliant explosions in the sky, preventing any from landing on the Griffin. Who is this person? When did the Wind and Cloud pirates acquire such a formidable marksman? Bastille pondered, perplexed. His naval officer flipped through the pages of documentation, ultimately responding with embarrassment, "Admiral, there is no record of him. He scarcely appeared in previous engagements with the Wind and Cloud pirates." "Humph. Ensure a thorough investigation upon our return. We must gather all intelligence on the Wind and Cloud pirates," Bastille commanded. "Yes, sir. All ships, close in on the enemy vessel and prepare for a boarding action," Bastille shouted. "Aye." The 5 warships swiftly converged toward their target. "To think they would attempt to encircle us, such arrogance," Horn scoffed, leaping high from the bow of the ship. "Ice sword intent. Ice phantom slash," Horn shouted, as a chilling aura coalesced around the Destiny blade, transforming it into a crystalline blue. The frigid air turned Horn's face pale. With a powerful downward strike, the Destiny blade unleashed a phantom ice blade stretching several meters long, resembling a celestial arc that seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens, exuding an overwhelming force that was nearly insurmountable. Boom. One of the warships was instantly cleaved in 2, from the deck to the keel, splitting apart entirely. The cries of the Navy soldiers echoed, but as their voices rose, the serpentine chill encased them in ice, freezing not only this vessel but also the surrounding sea for dozens of meters. thick ice creating an impassable barrier. What is this strange power? Bastille gazed in shock at the scene. Could he be a devil fruit user? Yet, I have only heard of Admiral Kazan possessing such abilities. Bastille was baffled. Wait, there is another possibility, sword intent. He has mastered the supreme sword intent, and only the ice sword intent possesses such power. At merely 16 years of age, he has grown to be so formidable. This child must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will pose an immense threat to the Navy in the future. Bastille had already devised a plan in his mind. In the blink of an eye, 4 warships had arrived before the Griffin, with a few men remaining to guard the ship while the others surged forward, determined to prevent the Navy from boarding the Griffin. Horn shouted loudly to those behind him. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Crest roared with fury, his body suddenly transforming as he devoured a massive bull dragon. With a gentle leap, he landed on one of the warships. He is the Tyrannosaurus Crest, beware of his jaws. One naval officer cautioned. Fool, I am a bull dragon. Crest thundered in rage, his lengthy tail sweeping across and sending a group of naval soldiers flying. A few Navy men charged forward, fiercely striking Crest's hide with their blades. But his skin was as hard as steel, rendering their standard weapons utterly ineffective. One naval soldier raised a rocket launcher, aiming it at Crest, ready to fire. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the soldier's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Thanks. Crest glanced back at Van Oka, who was holding a smoking sniper rifle. With the collaboration of Crest and Van Oka, the naval soldiers were unable to defeat them, and soon, the soldiers aboard the ship were nearly annihilated. Damn pirates, you shall pay dearly. Bastille roared, drawing his massive shark-slaying sword as he leaped onto the ship. Roar! Crest bellowed, the sound wave causing pain to the ears as he opened his gaping maw and lunged toward Bastille. Clang! Crest's teeth clashed violently against Bastille's sword, sending sparks flying. Die! Bastille's left hand was suddenly enveloped in a black armament color, and he delivered a powerful punch that struck Crest's side with tremendous force, causing Crest to stagger back in pain. The two faced off, neither daring to make the first move. Bastille lowered his voice, raising his colossal sword, and with a whistling sound, he swung it toward Crest. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and a high-velocity bullet shot forth, colliding with Bastille's sword with a sharp clang, causing it to tremble violently in his grip. Damn it! When did such an exceptional sniper appear in the Stormy Sea Pirates? Bastille cursed inwardly. Navy, do you think you can stop us and keep us here? You are sorely mistaken, Van Oka said dismissively, raising his sniper rifle. Bang! Another shot rang out. Bastille attempted to use observation hockey to discern the bullet's trajectory, but to his shock, he realized he could not evade it. Could the bullet actually curve? Bastille was struck with astonishment. In a moment of desperation, he could only raise the shark-slaying blade to block. The bullet struck the blade once more, causing Bastille's body to sway before he regained his balance. Chapter 42. The intent of the sword and the aura of dominance. At that moment, Crest leaped forward once again, sinking his teeth into Bastille's shoulder. Such an attack could not possibly harm me, you pirate. Bastille roared, and a dark aura enveloped his shoulder. Crest instantly felt as though his teeth were clamped against steel. No, this was even harder than steel. Despite his efforts, Crest could leave no mark upon it. Get away from me. Bastille delivered a powerful punch to Crest's abdomen, sending the massive figure flying, crashing heavily against the ship's side. Coughing, Crest felt a sharp pain in his belly and could not help but spit out a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Navy, your opponent is me. Horn leaped from the Griffin onto the warship, the Destiny blade firmly grasped in his hand, cold air swirling around it like a white serpent. Kid, your subordinates are indeed impressive, but the power of the Navy is beyond your imagination, Bastille declared, swinging the enormous shark-slaying blade toward Horn. A resounding clash echoed as Horn's Destiny blade firmly blocked Bastille's strike. Ice Serpent Slash. A more intense chill erupted wildly, coiling around Bastille's shark-slaying blade and instantly freezing it into a massive block of ice. A mere parlor trick. Do you believe you can encase my blade in ice? Bastille scoffed, a surge of power coursing through the shark-slaying blade, shattering the ice block in an instant. It's hockey. Horn's pupils contracted as he instantly recognized this formidable force. Horn's body retreated abruptly, creating a 10-meter gap between himself and Bastille. Indeed, the admirals of the Navy headquarters were all adept in the mastery of hockey. It seemed that today's battle would prove to be quite formidable. Slash of the shark. Bastille roared, his powerful arms bulging with sinewy muscles, as the black aura of armament hockey silently enveloped the blade of the shark slayer. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a devastating strike. The hockey entwined with the sword's aura, generating an extraordinary force that surged directly toward Horn, embodying the essence of ice, the ice sword intent. Heavenly Ice Slash. Horn remained undaunted, as a torrent of blue, frigid sword energy erupted forth, cleaving downward with ferocity. The chill enveloped the deck, freezing it entirely, before colliding violently with Bastille's sword energy. Boom. The two streams of sword energy intertwined, relentlessly clashing, ultimately coalescing into a colossal sphere of energy that erupted with a thunderous roar. The shockwave radiated outward, striking the entire warship as if it had endured a devastating blow. The wooden deck, unable to withstand such force, was utterly shattered, and with a resounding crash, the ship was cleaved in two. Horn leapt from the soon-to-sink warship, and a chilling blade aura erupted once more as he struck down towards Bastiu with a nameless slash. This blow possessed an unimaginable power, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of the heavens and the earth, as even a great mountain would crumble before its might. Iron block. Bastiu, taken aback by Horn's swiftness, immediately invoked the iron block technique from the six forms, his black domineering aura enveloping him as he raised the slashing shark blade to defend against the impending onslaught. With a single strike, Horn's assault landed on his blade, leaving Bastiu feeling as though a colossal weight had descended upon him, shaking his grip to the core. The formidable power nearly wrenched the slashing shark knife from his hands. He summoned every ounce of strength to maintain his hold. Yet, the overwhelming force surged again, causing Bastiu's legs to buckle, and the already overburdened warship emitted a mournful groan. How infuriating! How could a mere 16-year-old possess such extraordinary strength? Bastiu, unable to conceal his astonishment, let out a fierce roar, thrusting the slashing shark knife upward to deflect Horn's sword aura. The frigid blade energy ascended skyward, piercing the clouds with a thunderous explosion, as if even the heavens could not bear its might. Gasping heavily, Bastiu was drenched in sweat. The previous blow had been perilously close to his undoing. Had he faltered, this youth would have cleaved him in twain. In a sudden burst, Bastiu leaped to another warship, while Horn sprang back to the Griffin. Slashing shipblade. Bastiu bellowed, raising the slashing shark knife high and delivering a powerful downward stroke, cleaving through the ocean as it surged toward the Griffin. Ice sword intent. Frozen slash. Horn leapt from the bow, landing gracefully upon the icy surface, executing a simple yet precise strike. The chilling sword energy surged forth, colliding with Bastiu's blade aura, resulting in a bizarre transformation that froze his sword energy completely, rendering it immobile. As Horn stepped onto the ice, each footfall caused the fragile surface to crack under the strain. After 10 steps, having gathered his strength, Horn found his footing suspended in midair, as if he were ascending a staircase. With a decisive motion, he brought down the Destiny blade upon the warship. This strike radiated a blue luminescence, cold and ethereal like moonlight, embodying the essence of ice in its most extreme form. The 10-meter-long ice blade descended with ferocity. Bastien gripped the shark-slaying blade with both hands, meeting the icy onslaught with a counterattack. The clash of the shark-slaying blade against the frigid sword intent produced a fierce collision. Amidst the struggle, a wisp of blue surged forth, revealing Horn's ice-cold sword intent to be superior, striking directly at Bastien's chest. Bastien was instantly knocked back as if struck by an unseen force, his body hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. He coughed, blood spilling forth, as an excruciating chill gripped him, penetrating not only his exterior but invading his very core, rendering his internal organs icy cold. What a terrifying sword intent, capable of infiltrating one's body. What manner of prodigy is this young man? Bastien hastily sat up, channeling his inner domineering energy to expel the coldness from within. With a deep sigh of relief, Bastien exhaled, feeling the discomfort wash over him. In an instant, Horn was once again upon the warship, regaining the upper hand in their confrontation. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his strategic mind was equally astute. Why was there no such genius among the Navy? Such a talent becoming a pirate was indeed a tremendous loss for the naval forces, Bastien lamented inwardly. The Navy found itself in a precarious situation, caught between generations. The older stalwarts like Garp and Sengoku upheld the legacy, while the middle-aged ranks boasted figures such as Kizuru, Akainu, and Akiji. Yet, among the younger generation, there were scarcely any formidable warriors to present. If this continued, in another decade or so, the Navy would find itself devoid of successors. As the foremost power upon the seas, should the Navy fall into such a state, One could only imagine the audacity with which pirates would act. The impending crisis of the Navy was, in truth, looming ever closer. Bastien gazed at Horn's youthful visage, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Chapter 43. The four corners tremble. The destiny blade unleashed a chilling radiance, the oppressive cold manifesting as an ice dragon that surged towards Bastien in an instant. The ice dragon roared, its frigid aura enveloping it like a shroud of mist. "Begone!" Bastien bellowed, cleaving at the ice dragon with the shark-slaying blade. The blade clashed with the dragon, and the coldness began to entwine around him. In that moment, Bastien's domineering energy erupted, driving the cold away as if it were a natural enemy. With determination, Bastien tightened his grip on the shark-slaying blade and executed a horizontal slash, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged toward Horn. Boom! The destiny blade suddenly interposed itself, staunchly blocking the sword's energy, as if a formidable barrier had materialized before Horn, completely isolating the sword's force. "Rear Admiral Bastille, I have no interest in continuing this skirmish. If you accept this strike, I shall willingly accompany you," Horn declared. "Humph. Young one, do not underestimate my capabilities. The rank of Rear Admiral entails far more than mere trivialities," Bastille retorted with a scoff. "Then let us see if you can withstand this. Ice Sword Intent. Ice Spirit Divine Light." A frigid aura surged forth, seemingly summoned by an unseen force, converging frantically toward Horn. Bastille felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him from head to toe, the intensity of this icy presence far surpassing that of their previous encounter. Horn raised the destiny blade and struck down towards Bastille. The frigid blade appeared devoid of power, yet Bastille remained acutely vigilant, concentrating all his energy to parry the blow. Boom! The shockwave erupted instantly. The wooden planks beneath Bastille shattered under the force, and the blade in his hand, the shark-slaying sword, was visibly encased in ice, followed by a sharp crack as it splintered into fragments. Bastille stared blankly at the hilt remaining in his grasp, just as Horn's blade descended upon his helmet, shattering it in an instant. However, when the blade was merely a centimeter from Bastille's head, it halted abruptly. "Bastille, the Vice Admiral, it is over. Let us depart." Horn sheathed his sword. Bastille looked at Horn in a daze. "I have been defeated," he murmured, incredulous that he had been bested by the Vice Admiral of his own faction. Horn paid him no further attention and leaped back onto the Griffin. "Let us depart." He addressed the crowd. The Griffin deftly maneuvered through several warships. Although the naval soldiers felt a profound sense of frustration, there was little they could do, especially after the defeat of Vice Admiral Bastille. A day later, the West Sea was in turmoil. Had the Ghost Blade, having vanquished a Vice Admiral from headquarters, demonstrated the power to dominate the West Sea? With yet another dismal defeat for the Navy, what future awaited the West Sea? The Ghost Blade was an unstoppable force. When would he march towards the Grand Line? The newspapers in the West Sea were filled with such headlines, casting doubt upon the Navy's strength, while the pirates of the West Sea grew increasingly brazen, exacerbating the maritime crisis. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku stared incredulously at the newspaper in his hands. How could this Ghost Blade Horn have defeated Bastille? "Admiral, the situation has escalated significantly. We must address this issue immediately," a kainu, clad in a crimson suit, asserted. "What do you propose we do?" Sengoku inquired. "Deploy an admiral-level force to eliminate this Ghost Blade decisively," a kainu replied, his voice chillingly cold. "However, the New World has been rather unstable lately. Kaido is stirring up trouble once again," Sengoku frowned. "There is no need to mobilize the three admirals. I suggest we send in a candidate for the admiral position," a kainu clarified. "A candidate for admiral? You mean Momonosuke and Chopper?" Sengoku's eyes brightened. "Indeed, those two. While Chopper may not be entirely reliable, let us send Momonosuke. The Ghost Blade Horn is also a master swordsman, and I believe Momonosuke would be eager to engage." Sengoku finalized the decision. "In a certain sea area of the New World, you want me to go to the Four Seas to eliminate pirates?" Vice Admiral Momonosuke questioned incredulously. "Yes, Vice Admiral Momonosuke. This is an order from Admiral Sengoku." The messenger replied. "What pirate requires my intervention?" Momonosuke asked, taking the bounty notice with skepticism. "The Ghost Blade Horn, with a bounty of 120 million, is a swordsman, which makes it somewhat intriguing. Prepare to set sail for the Four Seas." Momonosuke instructed his female subordinates. "Yes, sir." In Alabasta, amidst the rain, a man with a scar on his face sat at a table, smoking a cigar and occasionally exhaling rings of smoke. "The Ghost Blade Horn must be the one who dispatched Mr. One. And that woman too must have fallen by his hand," the man remarked, as a woman dressed in purple with a cowboy hat stood before him. Robin, gather information on this pirate. If he enters the Grand Line, inform me at once, the man commanded. Yes, boss. As the world moved under the influence of Horn, he had already led the crew to the East Sea. The East Sea is widely acknowledged as the weakest of the seas. Here, the prowess of pirates and their bounties are significantly lesser than those of the other three oceans. However, the East Sea has been graced by the presence of formidable figures, from the pirate King Roger to the later adventurer Luffy, rendering it the most renowned among the four seas. The Griffin sailed across the boundless expanse of the ocean, while Van Oka, peering through his telescope, scrutinized the distant horizon. Captain, he called out to Horn, a pirate ship has emerged ahead, and it appears to be quite sizable. Horn took the telescope and gazed into the distance, spotting a formidable pirate ship sailing towards him. The emblem seemed somewhat familiar. As he scrutinized the pirate flag, a sense of recognition washed over him. Raising the telescope once more, he observed a man with violet hair suddenly standing at the bow of the ship. It was him. Why did this weakling fortuitously appear before me? Horn chuckled to himself. He was all too familiar with this individual, one of the notorious pirates of the East Sea. The pirate captain, Krieg, famously defeated by Luffy in the original tale. Since he had delivered himself right to Horn's doorstep, there was no reason not to strike him down. Hold on, Horn thought, as he noticed a small boat trailing behind Krieg's pirate ship. A wave of excitement surged through him. It seemed he would not need to intervene after all. A coffin-like vessel was making its way toward Krieg's ship, manned by a man adorned with a black top hat. The man carried a massive, pitch-black sword on his back, encrusted with precious gems, a weapon of immeasurable value. This man's moniker was Dracul Mihawk, known as the Hawkeyes. Chapter 44. The Krieg pirate crew. The man, with hawk-like eyes, unsheathed the ebony blade from his back. On Krieg's ship, a man encased in iron armor reported, Sir Krieg, a small boat is approaching from behind. This man was one of Krieg's subordinates, known as Iron Wall Palu. Such a minor character can be dealt with swiftly. Must I be bothered by this? Krieg replied irritably. Palu, eager to appease, rushed to the rear of the ship, seizing the telescope from a crew member. Upon looking through it, he was struck dumb. The black top hat, the sword, could it be the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye's Mihawk? Palu exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. His crew, hearing the name, turned pale with fear. Why, of all people, did they have to encounter the merciless Hawkeye's Mihawk here? Palu, he has drawn his sword. One pirate stammered. Palu's face drained of color as dread washed over him. In the distance, Hawkeye's raised his black blade towards Krieg's ship. To perish by this blade is an honor, he proclaimed, his voice devoid of emotion, as though he was about to eradicate mere insects. To him, Krieg and his crew were indeed nothing more than ants. With a single, unadorned stroke, he unleashed a wave of azure sword energy that soared skyward, hurtling toward Krieg's vessel with ferocity. Quick, evade it, Palu urged. But, Lord Palu, it's too swift. There's no way to escape. A pirate lamented with a sorrowful expression, and without a moment's hesitation, Paru leaped into the sea. The azure sword aura cleaved through Captain Click's pirate ship with an unparalleled ferocity, splitting it asunder. Fortuitously, Click managed to evade a grim fate by standing at the edge of the vessel, yet most of his crew met their demise at the hands of that devastating strike, as blood splattered across the deck. However, what took everyone by surprise was that the azure sword aura, after severing Click's ship, continued its relentless trajectory towards the Griffin, where Horn and the others were situated. Clyster exchanged alarmed glances with his companions. Captain, what shall we do? Even Van Oka, a man accustomed to grand spectacles, was taken aback. After all, this was the strike of the world's foremost swordsman. Who could possibly withstand it? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Horn's mouth. Has that fellow with the hawk-like gaze already taken notice of us? He seeks to achieve two objectives with a single arrow, yet it shall not be so easily accomplished. Horn remarked. The individuals beside Horn were on the verge of tears, yet he remained unperturbed as he drew the destiny blade. Captain, what do you intend to do? Clyster's voice trembled with anxiety. Of course, I shall deflect this strike, Horn replied, flashing them a confident smile as he leaped to the bow of the ship. Let us test this technique. Wrath of the celestial sky. Horn slowly articulated these words, and in that moment, his demeanor transformed. His presence surged with the immensity of a mountain and the tumultuous force of the ocean's waves. Horn unleashed a strike with his azure sword energy, producing a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder. The formidable sword energy seemed capable of rending the very fabric of the heavens, piercing the sky itself. To his astonishment, a bolt of divine lightning descended, enhancing the sword energy. Success! Horn gazed in delight at the celestial lightning. The wrath of the heavens had finally been invoked. Although this bolt was not yet overwhelmingly powerful, it had begun to take form. The collision of the blue and azure sword energies resembled a fierce clash between two prehistoric titans, their ferocious energies intertwining in a deadly embrace. Ultimately, they merged into a singular force, erupting with a resounding crash, sending shockwaves that rippled across hundreds of meters, causing the entire expanse of the ocean to tremble. Horn exhaled deeply, aware that Hawkeye had not unleashed his full power. Were Hawkeye to strike with all his might, perhaps only a general-level warrior could withstand such force. Standing upon the coffin ship, Hawkeye gazed at Horn on the griffin with considerable astonishment. Pondering when the seas had given rise to a swordsman so adept at mastering the essence of the sword, Horn commanded the crew of the griffin to approach Creek's pirate ship, and he leapt from the griffin onto the deck of Creek's vessel. Having just narrowly escaped a perilous encounter, Creek was drenched in a cold sweat born of fear. Upon seeing Horn and the griffin, Creek's spirits were instantly lifted. Such a grand ship would make an ideal flagship. Seizing it would be nothing short of splendid, he mused. Unbeknownst to him, he had missed Horn's timely intervention against Hawkeye. For had he witnessed that, his thoughts would have taken a decidedly different turn. Creek brandished the formidable war gun that was lodged in the deck and approached Horn. "Hey, you. This admiral has taken a liking to your ship. Surrender it willingly, and perhaps I shall spare your life," Creek proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Horn frowned, reflecting on the abundance of senseless pirates. Although Krieg held dominion over the East Blue, in the Grand Line, or even the West Blue, such pirates were hardly noteworthy. Killing him would be a disgrace. Upon witnessing Horn's disdainful gaze, Krieg was instantaneously incensed. How could a mere novice look down upon him? A notorious pirate reigning over the West Blue? Die! Krieg bellowed, swinging his formidable weapon with ferocity. Yet, the moment the weapon approached Horn, it came to a sudden halt. With 2 fingers, Horn effortlessly pinched the barrel of Krieg's weapon. What? How was this possible? Krieg's eyes widened in disbelief as his prized weapon was so easily thwarted. "You, as a pirate, are truly pathetic," Horn remarked nonchalantly, as if this act was merely trivial. "Boy, if you think my abilities are limited to this, you are gravely mistaken." Krieg sneered, preparing to press the button on his weapon. "Your little trick is utterly laughable," Horn replied with calm composure, and with a sudden exertion of strength. He crushed the weapon between his fingers, severing it entirely. Horn hurled the gun overboard, leaving Krieg in stunned silence as he stared at the grip in his hand. "Die, scum." Horn thrust his finger forward, striking Krieg squarely in the heart. Under the sheer force of that blow, Krieg's heart shattered instantaneously. With wide eyes, Krieg collapsed. "Lord Krieg," cried a gaunt man, the captain of Krieg's ship, known as the Ghost, Akin. Akin rushed forward, but Krieg's life force had already completely vanished. "I will kill you." Akin's eyes blazed crimson. Not only was Krieg his captain, but he was also his savior. Akin had believed that with Krieg's influence, traversing the Grand Line would be a mere formality. Yet, he never anticipated that, on his own turf in the East Blue, a mere youth would take Krieg's life. Akin could not abide this indignity. Chapter 45. Ace Akin brandished 2 iron rods and charged at Horn. Horn's body surged forward, an icy aura enveloping his fist as he unleashed a powerful blow. Akin instinctively raised the iron rod to defend himself. But the chilling energy coiled around the rod like a white serpent, and with a sharp crack, the iron rod shattered into splinters. Horn then delivered a sweeping kick, sending Akin flying through the air. Hawthorne spared a modicum of strength, refraining from taking Akin's life. The loyalty of this man is indeed commendable, albeit misguidedly devoted to the folly of Krieg. At this moment, Mihawk's coffin ship anchored beside the shattered vessel, and Mihawk stepped aboard. Horn and Mihawk exchanged glances from several dozen meters apart. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Horn discerned the undeniable truth. He was no match for Mihawk. The aura emanating from Mihawk bore down on Horn's chest like an insurmountable mountain, a testament to the prowess of the world's foremost swordsman, whose reputation was not merely a facade. Mihawk scrutinized Horn briefly, nodding inwardly, recognizing the potential in him. The young man displayed commendable talent. Given a few more years, he would become an entertaining adversary. With that thought, Mihawk turned and departed the ship, steering his coffin-like vessel away. Horn exhaled deeply. The title of Hawkeye was indeed not an exaggeration. Just a fleeting glance from his piercing eyes had rendered him as vigilant as a prey under the gaze of a hawk. leaving him drenched in cold sweat along his spine. Horn returned to the Griffin, and Captain, you are truly remarkable, to withstand the strike of the world's foremost swordsman. Kleist exclaimed in admiration. Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, had only exerted 30% of his strength. If he had used even 50%, I would have undoubtedly been unable to withstand such power. It is utterly terrifying, Horn replied, still feeling a lingering fear. 30%, and Kleist was so frightened he stuttered. That Eagle Eye Mihawk is simply too formidable. At that moment, a newsbird flew overhead, calling out for a paper. Horn flicked a coin, and the newsbird promptly dropped a newspaper. It bore our bounty notices, Horn remarked. Really? Captain, has my bounty increased? Kleist eagerly leaned in, followed closely by Van Oka. The Demon Blade Horn, bounty of 120 million. The Tyrant Kleist, bounty of 40 million. The Sniper Demon Van Oka, bounty of 45 million. What? Why is Van Oka's bounty higher than mine? Kleist said indignantly. Van Oka chuckled lightly, remarking, a technical expert like me is certainly different from a brute like you. Humph, how shameless to call yourself a technical expert, Kleist scoffed. Where are we going next, Captain? Lucia inquired. Yes, where is that navigator you mentioned? The others asked. We will find her soon. For now, let me treat you all to a delightful meal, Horn replied. Oh, the crowd cheered. After half a day's voyage, the Griffin finally arrived at the destination Horn had mentioned. Here lies the floating restaurant, Baratai. At last, we have reached the restaurant the captain spoke of. I was starving and am eager for a good meal, the crowd exclaimed, rushing inside. As they entered, they were met with a discordant scene. Guests, paying for their meals is a matter of course. To attempt to dine and dash is simply outrageous. They turned to see a bare-chested youth wearing a red cowboy hat, awkwardly standing there, surrounded by a group of Baratai-esque chefs. Kid, either pay up or stay and work for us. The choice is yours. One chef barked menacingly. But I truly have something important to attend to and cannot stay to work, the youth insisted. Then pay up. But I have no money. The expressions of the chefs darkened. This kid actually dared to dine and dash, truly reckless. Horn spotted the young lad and momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. A faint smile gracing his lips. Allow me to cover his expenses, he declared as he approached. The chefs turned their gazes toward Horn, one of them scoffing. You intend to pay for him? Are you aware of how much he has consumed? Whatever the amount, feel free to state it. Today, I shall bear the cost. Horn replied. The chefs exchanged glances, and the head chef announced, 3 million belly. Proceed with the payment. Horn's lips twitched. This fellow truly possesses an insatiable appetite. Horn produced a check for 3 million, presenting it to the chef. The chef, initially skeptical, glanced at it, and, upon confirming its authenticity, accepted it with a sense of satisfaction. I truly appreciate your generosity, the young man said, bowing slightly to Horn. My name is Ace. May I inquire your name? Horn. He replied. Horn returned to his table with Ace, the boy who would later become known as Luffy's brother, and in the future, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, famously dubbed Fire Fist Ace. The dishes ordered by Horn and others were quickly served, and everyone began to indulge in the feast. The culinary skills of Chef Barati were truly exceptional, and the flavors were absolutely delightful. Observing Ace, who was salivating beside him, Horn felt a twinge of compassion. How about sharing a meal? Horn suggested. Oh, I couldn't possibly, Ace replied. Yet his actions betrayed him as he eagerly stuffed his mouth with various foods. Goodness, hasn't he already consumed 3 million berries worth of food? He is truly just like Luffy, a veritable gourmand, Horn mused silently. Through the collective efforts of the group, particularly Ace's voracious appetite, the food was entirely devoured. With a contented burp, Ace leaned back, while Horn gazed at the plates piled high like little mountains, utterly speechless. How much do I owe? Horn inquired. 5 million berries, came the response. Horn sighed inwardly. Having treated Ace to just 2 meals had cost him such a hefty sum, and he felt a pang of regret. Horn, may I board your ship? Unfortunately, my vessel is damaged. Rest assured, if you could just take me to Rogue Town, I will find another ship from there, Ace said. Of course, that's no problem. Come aboard, Horn replied. Ace, what brings you back to the East Blue? Horn asked. I wish to see my brother. That lad will be setting sail in a couple of years, and I want to check on his progress and training, Ace smiled, his face lighting up at the mention of Luffy. By the way, Ace, are you a pirate as well? Horn inquired. Indeed, my crew is called the Spade Pirates. Currently navigating the Grand Line, Ace affirmed. Horn nodded. At this moment, Ace had yet to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 46, Dragonhorn. You are a pirate too, aren't you? How about a friendly competition? Ace proposed. Let us postpone it until tomorrow. For now, let us find a deserted island to anchor, Horn replied. Ace nodded in agreement, while Crest and the others regarded Ace's challenge with skepticism. They were well aware of their captain's formidable prowess and had never witnessed him suffer defeat. It seemed rather audacious for this young man to challenge him. However, Horn regarded the matter with utmost seriousness. He was acutely aware of Ace's formidable strength, especially considering he was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. The power of the flame fruit was indeed terrifying, and Horn dared not underestimate it in the slightest. Captain, there is an island ahead. Let us anchor there, Griffin announced as he docked the ship beside the small isle. The crew disembarked. Captain, our supply of meat is nearly depleted, Lucia remarked as she approached, casting a sidelong glance at Ace. Ace felt a bit embarrassed. Fully cognizant of the implication behind Lucia's gaze, most of the meat had been consumed by him, which was why their reserves had dwindled so rapidly. There should be animals on this island. I will go hunt a couple, Ace declared. I will accompany you, Horn replied. The two ventured into the island's lush jungle side by side. Horn, I've heard your crew speak highly of your swordsmanship, Ace remarked. Well, it's passable. But the journey ahead is long and arduous, with many formidable foes standing in my path, Horn sighed. Recalling Mihawk and acknowledging the vast chasm between his own skill and that of a top-tier swordsman. Do not lose heart. I too have traversed this path step by step. No one can ascend to greatness in a single leap, Ace encouraged, patting Horn on the shoulder. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed through the forest as a towering wild boar charged forth. Just what I was hoping for, Horn. Leave this to me, Ace exclaimed, leaping into action. Flame fist. In an instant, flames erupted from his hands as he delivered a powerful punch towards the boar. The searing fire scorched the creature's hide, releasing a whiff of charred flesh, as the boar let out a pained cry. And there's more, Ace shouted, intensifying the flames in his hands until they ballooned into a massive fireball, which he hurled directly at the boar. The fireball engulfed the beast entirely, and its screams echoed from within the flames. Soon, a savory aroma wafted through the air, indicating that Ace's scorching flames had transformed the boar into a delectable roast. What do you think, Horn? My abilities are quite impressive, aren't they? Ace stood proudly beside the wild boar, yet before Horn could respond, he felt a shadow dart past him. A gust of wind swept from behind, followed by a resounding crash. When Ace turned around, he found Horn standing behind him, and a colossal python, measuring several dozen meters in length, lay motionless on the ground, having succumbed to death long ago. It dawned on Ace, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. The enormous serpent had crept up on him while he was lost in his own triumph. Had Horn not reacted swiftly, he would have met a grim fate. Approaching the great python, Ace meticulously examined its wounds. Astonishingly, it had been cleaved open with a single strike. Such formidable power was nothing short of terrifying. Ace was profoundly shaken. Horn's solitary blow had dispatched a creature far larger than the wild boar. It became evident that Horn was indeed a master of hidden prowess. A wave of shame washed over Ace for his earlier thoughts, as he had believed his own abilities, stemming from the natural-type devil fruit, surpassed Horn's. He was astounded to discover how greatly Horn's strength had grown. Thank you for your timely intervention, Ace expressed sincerely to Horn. Horn waved his hand dismissively, stating it was a trivial matter, not worthy of thanks. Let us compete instead, to see who can hunt the mightier prey, Ace exclaimed with enthusiasm. Horn, taken aback by this youthful side of Ace, nonetheless agreed, captivated by the hopeful gleam in his eyes. The two then dashed into the forest, each embarking on their own quest. An hour later, the eastern jungle echoed with the anguished cries of beasts and the roar of flames, while the western side remained eerily silent. Ace, surveying the pile of animal carcasses before him, could not help but feel a swell of pride. It seems Horn cannot surpass me after all, he mused. Horn wandered through the jungle on the western side, feeling deeply despondent. Since his arrival, he had yet to encounter a single wild beast. Apart from the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, there was scarcely a trace of any animal fur to be found. Horn walked to a small hill when suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. He looked up and beheld two eyes, as large as lanterns, staring intently at him. That ominous feeling emanated from those very orbs. In a moment of bewilderment, Horn could scarcely discern the appearance of the creature before him. However, when the beast rose to its full height, he was astounded. A dragon. Indeed, it was a dragon, and as Horn's eyes widened, he recognized that this magnificent creature was a western dragon, complete with a pair of formidable wings. Was fortune smiling upon him today? Encountering a dragon was an exhilarating prospect, and rather than feeling fear, Horn was consumed by excitement. He understood why this place was devoid of other creatures. Who among the timid would dare to intrude in the presence of such a terrifying being? The dragon unfurled its colossal body, measuring over 20 meters in length, rendering Horn as insignificant as a mere doll in comparison. With a deafening roar, the dragon's voice reverberated through the air, the sound waves threatening to rupture Horn's eardrums. For miles around, every creature trembled and cowered in submission. What kind of creature could produce such a fearsome call? Ace, witnessing the formerly ferocious beasts at his side now prostrating themselves, was filled with perplexity. The sound emanated from Horn's direction, indicating that he had encountered a formidable adversary. Realizing this, Ace hastily hoisted the carcasses of the animals and made haste towards Horn. Meanwhile, the dragon, thoroughly incensed by Horn's presence, ascended into the sky. Its immense form silhouetted against the heavens. It unleashed a torrent of flames, reaching temperatures of 1,000 degrees, as the inferno surged towards Horn with unrelenting fury. Horn's foot struck the void, causing it to shatter, and then he leapt into the air, with turbulent winds swirling around him. The Destiny Blade trembled incessantly. The force it wielded unprecedentedly immense. Horn raised the Destiny Blade and swung it towards the fire dragon. The might of the wind's sword energy seemed capable of rending the heavens asunder. Even a towering mountain would be cleaved in two by such a blade. Chapter 47. Dragon Slayer. Without a doubt, the sword energy sliced through the flames of the fire dragon, and resplendent flames blossomed in the sky. In an instant, the sword energy reached the fire dragon. However, it had diminished considerably by that time. The fire dragon roared once more, violently sweeping its tail to disperse the sword energy, rendering the formidable wind sword energy utterly dissipated. This fire dragon was immensely powerful, and Horn's expression grew serious. Its ferocity exceeded his expectations. Even the wind sword energy could not breach its defenses. Wind sword intent, storm divine eagle. Horn stepped through the air, each footfall producing thunderous cracks. And in the blink of an eye, he was close to the fire dragon. He then unleashed a strike. A divine eagle formed of storms let out a piercing cry before charging madly toward the fire dragon. A flicker of wariness crossed the dragon's face as it suddenly propelled itself forward, racing toward the storm divine eagle. Boom! The storm divine eagle collided with the fire dragon. The two titanic forces clashing together, and countless wind sword energies slashed at the dragon's body. To the fire dragon, it felt akin to a mere tickle. The storm divine eagle let out another cry, exploding in a thunderous eruption. And the fire dragon emitted a pained roar as a long gash was carved across its body by the eagle's sword energy. The fire dragon's blood flowed forth, pooling on the ground and creating small ponds. Roar! The fire dragon howled to the heavens, its aura erupting like a mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of invincibility. It charged toward Horn below, its massive form blotting out the moonlight, flames gushing forth with reckless abandon, and in an instant, Horn was engulfed by the inferno. The fire dragon's triumphant roar echoed, for under its searing flames, survival seemed impossible. Yet, impossibility was shattered by Horn, as an icy sword energy soared into the sky. A pale-faced youth burst forth from the flames, his body enveloped in a chilling aura that shielded him from the fire's wrath. Below, the cold energy spread outward, freezing the raging flames and creating a strikingly unique vista. In the blink of an eye, Horn charged towards the fire dragon, gripping the Destiny Blade tightly as he thrust it fiercely towards the creature's eye. The eye, undoubtedly the most vulnerable part of the fire dragon, suffered a brutal blow, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl of agony from the beast. In a frenzy, the dragon's claws lashed out at Horn, who swiftly withdrew the Destiny Blade and fell to the ground. Thick, crimson blood oozed from the dragon's eye, a testament to its excruciating pain, as it relied on its remaining eye to locate Horn's position. Upon spotting him, the fire dragon flapped its wings with ferocity, propelling its formidable body towards Horn, its claws poised to strike with lethal intent. I refuse to cower indefinitely, beast. Feel my wrath. Horn raised the Destiny Blade and bellowed, hurricane slash. A blade of energy sliced through the air like a white ribbon, aiming directly at the dragon's claws. Boom. The clash between the sword aura and the fire dragon's claws was fierce. Despite the dragon's scales being as tough as iron, Horn's sword energy proved superior. Amidst the dragon's anguished cries, one of its mighty claws was severed, plummeting to the earth like a massive boulder. Horn continued to leap through the air. Seizing the opportunity while the fire dragon was preoccupied, he unleashed a series of sword energies, inflicting numerous wounds upon the beast. The fire dragon appeared somewhat disheveled. Its agility markedly diminished compared to before, and several attempts to counter Horn's assaults ended in failure. Horn bore the searing wounds inflicted by the fire dragon, pain radiating from the burns. Gritting his teeth, he bandaged the injury and resolutely approached the dragon once more. Upon his emergence before the beast, the dragon's dark gaze swept over him, and Horn, gripping the fateful blade, declared, "Let this be the end." With a deafening roar, the dragon flapped its mighty wings, generating a formidable vortex around itself as it charged toward Horn. Wrath of the heavens. Horn unleashed an unparalleled aura, as heavy as a mountain and as unfathomable as an abyss. With a swift stroke of the fateful blade, a thunderous clap resonated through the air, and a blinding flash illuminated the sky. The storm's fury empowered the blade, crackling with electricity, and the thunderous energy surged forth toward the dragon. In an instant, the colossal body of the dragon collided with the blade's energy, its strength far exceeding the dragon's expectations. The lightning-charged sword aura pierced through the dragon's defenses, cleaving its form in two. The dragon's body disintegrated before crashing heavily to the ground. In the distance, Ace, who had just arrived, witnessed the scene and widened his eyes in disbelief. "Horn, did he truly slay a dragon?" Ace exclaimed, unable to fathom the reality before him. Horn sheathed his destiny blade and exhaled deeply. The recent display of celestial fury had truly pushed him to his limits, marking his most formidable strike thus far. Ace rushed over, exclaiming, "Horn, you are simply extraordinary. To think you could slay a dragon. Enough chatter, let's gather the carcass and return to feast on dragon meat." Horn replied, "That sounds splendid. I've never tasted dragon meat in my life." Ace exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The two collaborated to haul the dragon's remains back. With Ace abandoning his previous hunts, no other game could possibly rival the allure of dragon flesh. The mere thought of its exquisite flavor made his mouth water uncontrollably. Upon their return to the dock of the Griffin, a wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd. "Captain, this is incredible. I've never had dragon meat before," Clyster remarked, eyeing the sizzling, aromatic dragon flesh with hungry anticipation. "Me too. To be able to indulge in dragon meat is truly a blessing from the captain," Lucia said, her admiration evident on her face. "Let us collect the dragon's scales, claws, and horns. We should seek a craftsman to forge weapons from these parts." "I am certain that weapons crafted from the dragon's remains will be formidable," Horn suggested, receiving enthusiastic nods in agreement from the others. Subsequently, Lucia and the other ladies brought forth wine, and Ace quickly melded into the revelry of the wind and cloud pirates. Laughter and songs filled the air as they savored the delectable dragon meat, singing unknown tunes from the world of pirates, each person radiating joy. "Horn, you must duel with me tomorrow. You can't just be this strong and act all cool about it." Ace slurred, his words punctuated by hiccups. Horn, observing his utterly inebriated companion, could only shake his head in bemusement and promptly had someone assist Ace to rest. Chapter 48. Nature Element. Early in the morning, Horn rose and, after partaking in a light repast, commenced his daily practice. The prowess in swordsmanship is rooted in a solid foundation. Thus, Horn dedicates time each day, regardless of his busy schedule, to hone the fundamental techniques of his craft. Horn currently possesses approximately 200 million Bailey. The daily expenses of the pirate crew are not substantial. However, Horn still feels that his funds are insufficient. The wind and cloud system serves as his greatest ally. The vexing aspect is that he is merely one step away from unlocking the black gold martial arts. Horn's level has already risen to 19, and upon reaching level 20, he will be able to commence the exchange for the black gold martial arts. "Horn, what are you up to?" Ace inquired, stretching as he approached. Horn cast a glance at him, remaining focused on his swordsmanship practice. After a while, as everyone else had risen, Horn concluded his training as well. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the day of my duel with your captain. Horn, let us commence," Ace exclaimed eagerly. The crowd was filled with anticipation, as they remained unaware of the true extent of Ace's prowess. Many pirates had fallen to Horn, yet despite Ace's return from the Grand Line, he might not necessarily emerge victorious against his own captain. Horn withdrew the Destiny Blade and leaped onto a small hill, while Ace soared into the air, landing on another peak. "Allow me to strike first, divine fire. Unknowable flame." In an instant, Ace's arm transformed into a blazing inferno, and a fiery spear materialized in his grasp. With a powerful step, he hurled the flaming spear forward. Natural type? This fellow is actually a natural type wielder. Crest exclaimed in astonishment. Natural type? Then Oka furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The natural type is widely regarded as the most formidable among the devil fruit abilities. If one does not possess Haki, facing a natural type wielder would result in overwhelming defeat. The captain is in trouble, Van Oka mused. Yet, Horn's prowess is evident. The natural type is not invincible, and victory may still be within reach. The flaming spears swiftly approached Horn, who, without hesitation, swung the destiny blade, resulting in a fierce clash between sword energy and the fiery projectile. The collision resembled a violent chemical reaction, with flames and sword energy intertwining before culminating in a tremendous explosion of energy that surged skyward. My turn, Horn declared, as he forcefully stomped in midair, fracturing the atmosphere like delicate spider silk and producing a mournful wail of strain. Ice sword intent. Ice soul slash. Horn raised the destiny blade, and a torrent of frigid air gathered fervently. With a decisive strike, he unleashed a chilling wave that sent shivers down the spine, wherever the icy sword energy passed. It froze everything in its path, drawing ever closer to Ace. Mirrored fire. Ace summoned a colossal blaze, casting it forth towards the icy sword energy, conjuring a barrier of flames before him. As the icy onslaught collided with the fiery shield, the two opposing elements clashed dramatically, creating an atmosphere of extreme duality. Indeed, it was a realm of ice and fire. Where Horn stood, a frigid landscape prevailed, oppressive cold suffusing the air, while Ace found himself amidst fierce flames. The heat nearly unbearable. The two contrasting powers collided, leading to ice melting under the relentless assault of fire, and flames becoming ensnared by the chilling grasp of frost. Ultimately, a spectacle emerged, flames ensconced within ice, burning fiercely against the crystalline encasement. How intriguing, Ace contemplated, observing the fiery ice. Though not a wielder, the power displayed is extraordinarily formidable. Even true wielders would find it challenging in this realm. With determination, Ace pressed down, a wave of energy swirling around him. And then a towering flame erupted, as he stepped forth from the inferno. Flame ascendancy. A radiant flame shot forth, transforming the entire arena into a fiery domain. Crossfire. A cross-shaped blaze manifested at Ace's chest and shot directly towards Horn. Horn leapt high into the air, landing directly before the crossfire. With a chilling strike, an intense wave of frost erupted, causing the temperature of the entire arena to plummet, enveloping all in a frigid embrace reminiscent of an icy cavern. The chilling air surged forth like a white dragon, mercilessly engulfing the crossfire. The flames suspended in the air transformed into a colossal mass of blazing ice. As the frost spread towards Ace, threatening to encase him in ice. With a fierce cry, Ace unleashed flames that erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantaneously halting the advance of the icy onslaught. The clash between fire and frost waged on, ultimately yielding to Ace's flames, which consumed Horn's chilling power, resulting in a vaporous mist as the ice dissipated into nothingness. Fire Fist. Ace surged forward across the ground, the hard earth groaning under the immense pressure of his speed, emitting mournful sounds of strain. With a fiery fist ablaze, he struck towards Horn. The technique, stepping on snow to seek plum blossoms, sliced through the air with a glimmering cold light, unleashing a powerful burst of frost that collided fiercely with Ace's fiery fist. This technique thrived on strength against strength. Despite the formidable might of Ace's fire, Horn's frost stood equally resolute against it. Horn, you have fallen into my trap, Ace proclaimed, a sly smile gracing his lips as flickering flames danced around Horn like fireflies. A sudden shift in Horn's expression revealed his recognition of the impending threat. Firefly, Fire Dharma. Explode, Ace exclaimed, and in an instant, the flames surrounding Horn detonated with a thunderous roar, engulfing him entirely in a fiery embrace. How about this? Ace declared with a hint of pride. Captain, are you all right? Crest expressed his concern, while Van Oka's gaze remained fixed on the flames, unable to discern Ace's maneuver. To everyone's astonishment, a tall youth emerged from the inferno, unscathed, his attire as pristine as fresh snow, and his black hair cascading down like a waterfall. How is this possible? Why is he completely unhurt? Ace gasped, disbelief etched across his face. Ace, now it's my turn. Armament. Horn intoned, his fist enveloped in a dark, armored aura, and with the speed of lightning, he unleashed a devastating blow to Ace's chest. Chapter 49. The little thief cat. The black fist struck true, and Ace was sent reeling, his body hurtling backward before crashing violently into a small hill, which shattered under the force, sending dust swirling into the air. Ace coughed twice, spitting blood before finally emerging from the rubble. Horn, how can you wield armament hockey so proficiently? Ace gasped between coughs. Ace, this is far from over. Cold Blade. Ice Heart. This technique represents the final move of the 6 techniques of Proud Cold, and it is the most formidable of them all. Countless frigid energies converge, erupting like a tsunami, surging towards Ace. Flame Ring, Fire Pillar. Ace leapt into the air, flames swelling in his hand as if inflated. And he aimed directly at Horn below, unleashing a powerful fire pillar. The chilling air below violently clashed with the fire pillar above, releasing bursts of white vapor. A reaction between the cold and the flames. These two formidable forces intertwined and collided continuously, ultimately merging into a sphere of half-white and half-red light. Then, with a thunderous roar, it shattered, the shockwave sweeping across hundreds of meters, leaving the onlookers momentarily blinded. This duel concluded in a draw, and as the waves of energy dissipated, the spectators looked up in astonishment, confronted with a world divided into white and red. The entire island felt the impact, alternating between frigid and searing warmth. Such power was truly terrifying, instilling a profound fear of strength in Crest, while Van Oken nodded in solemn agreement. Horn exhaled in relief. Fortunate that Ace had not yet developed the Great Flame Ring. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to withstand the Emperor of Flames' attack. Ace approached Horn, his appearance somewhat disheveled, bearing the marks of their fierce confrontation. Horn, you are remarkably strong. Were I not a devil fruit user, it would be impossible for me to contend with you evenly. Even amidst the throngs of powerful beings in the New World, you would undoubtedly carve out your own niche. I look forward to your venture into the Grand Line, Ace remarked, extending his hand. Horn extended his hand to shake with Ace, confidently proclaiming, the day I embark on the Grand Line shall not be far off. Ace nodded in agreement, and the two returned to their base side by side. The members of the Wind and Cloud Pirates regarded Ace with newfound respect. They had initially thought him to be merely a glutton, but they were astonished to discover that he was a formidable wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit, able to contend evenly with their captain. Their perception shifted from disdain to admiration. The following day, the Griffin set sail, dropping Ace off at a small island before parting ways. A day later, a colossal naval warship anchored at the nameless island where Horn and Ace had fought. The ship bristled with a multitude of cannons, its formidable firepower inducing a sense of despair merely by sight. It was evident that such a flagship could only belong to a person of significant stature. A contingent of female soldiers disembarked from the warship, and a tall woman stepped forward, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. According to intelligence reports, Horn had indeed docked here. A female intelligence officer stated, "What has transpired on this island?" A female lieutenant inquired, her curiosity piqued by the striking scene before them. It was a battlefield, a clash of ice and fire. When the infamous Demon Blade Horn defeated Bastille, he had wielded sword energy infused with the essence of ice. And Peach Rabbit's keen eyes quickly discerned the underlying issue. That young man has mastered the ice sword intent? The female soldiers murmured in awe. Peach Rabbit stepped onto the island, meticulously examining the scars of battle left behind. The island had been utterly transformed into a realm of ice and fire, where searing flames clashed with biting frost. The mastery of such ice sword intent had reached unparalleled heights. It was almost unfathomable that someone so powerful could be a mere boy of not yet 17. Peach Rabbit marveled, sighing, if only my subordinates possessed this young man's talent. Such a prodigy, why would he choose the path of piracy? Set sail and continue the search for the Demon Blade Horn, Peach Rabbit commanded her naval subordinates. Rocktown, the place of beginnings and endings, is renowned for being the site of Pirate King Roger's execution, a tale known to nearly all. Countless heroes have set forth to sea, inspired by the words of the Pirate King, pursuing their dreams and embracing the life of piracy. Horn and his companions arrived at Log Town, where the ship, the Griffin, was docked at the harbor. Cloaked in dark garments, they disembarked, although they were yet unaware of Nami's whereabouts. Gathering intelligence in a significant place like Log Town was not a daunting task. Horn was resolute in his belief that no information was beyond purchase with the right amount of money. Horn and his companions arrived at a bar, and just as they ordered their drinks, a commotion erupted outside. "Hey, darling, I've taken a liking to you today, come back with me. And I promise to treat you well," a lewd voice proclaimed. "Get lost, you filthy pervert. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Take your dirty hands off me." The bartender, hearing the commotion, couldn't help but sigh and remarked, "That scoundrel Kensin is at it again. This is the third time in just a few days." Yet another girl is about to be victimized. Horn heard that sharp voice, which struck him as somewhat familiar. As his gaze swept over, he spotted a girl with orange hair being tugged by a drunken man. It was truly a case of finding what one sought without any effort. To his surprise, the girl with the orange hair could only be the navigator Nami, whom Horn had been desperately searching for. Horn approached and coldly commanded, "Let go of your hand." The drunken man laughed boisterously, slurring, "Kid, you'd best skedaddle before I lose my temper. This is none of your business." With a resounding thud, Horn unleashed a powerful punch, striking the drunkard's body, which collided violently with the wall. Blood trickled from the corner of the drunkard's mouth. His heart shattered beyond repair. He was irrevocably dead. Nami gazed at Horn in astonishment, marveling at the strength of this enigmatic figure. Yet, she pondered, why would he choose to assist her? Drawing upon years of experience, Nami surmised that this mysterious man must have some ulterior motive, but she was reluctant to embroil herself in trouble. Thus, she gingerly prepared to slip away. However, a large hand landed on Nami's shoulder. "Miss Nami, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why not sit down for a drink?" Horn said with a smile. Nami stared at Horn in disbelief. "How do you know my name?" She stammered. Chapter 50. Arlong Park. That is not the most pressing matter. What truly matters is that I have something to discuss with you. Perhaps it may alter the course of your destiny, Horn replied with a grin. Considering Horn's youthful visage, Nami paused and ultimately decided to remain. "Brother, you have stirred up quite a storm. That drunken man was a minor leader of the largest gang in Rogue Town. Now that you've killed him, his boss will surely come seeking retribution," the bartender cautioned, having just seen someone rush off to inform others. "A group of thugs. Hardly worthy of the title pirate. What significance does it hold to eliminate more of such scum?" Horn retorted. The bartender shook his head, recognizing the young man's naivety. "You truly underestimate the situation. This is their territory. Even the fiercest dragon must lay low here." Nami tightened her grip on her glass, filled with regret. Had she known she should have left earlier, she would not now be facing the repercussions alongside them. It was truly unfortunate. At that moment, the bar's door was kicked open, and a group of menacing figures strode in. "Who dares to kill a member of the Vito family?" the leader bellowed with fury. Horn drained the cup of wine in one gulp and turned his head, declaring, "It was I who killed him." "What of it?" "Very well, lad," the burly man sneered. "Today I shall teach you how to conduct yourself on another's turf." With that, he swung his weapon towards Horn. Calm and unhurried, Horn extended 2 fingers as white as jade to effortlessly clamp down on the knife held by the burly man. Then, in the astonished gaze of the giant, Horn exerted a force that shattered the formidable blade into fragments in an instant. Horn delivered another powerful punch to the massive man's chest, causing an immediate indentation as blood erupted from his mouth. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall. The henchmen, witnessing their leader being felled in a single blow, fell silent, their gazes toward Horn now tinged with fear. "Get out of my sight. I do not wish to see you any longer," Horn stated coldly. The gang members, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away in a panic. "Miss Nami, come with me." Horn beckoned as they departed. Upon returning to the Griffin ship, Horn removed his cloak, revealing an exquisitely handsome visage. "Now, speak. What is it that you seek from me?" Nami, once aboard the ship, found herself unexpectedly calm. "I am in need of a navigator, a highly skilled navigator. Would you consider joining my pirate crew?" Horn proposed. The term pirate elicited a strong sense of aversion within Nami, for the very pirates who had tormented her were led by Arlong. Moreover, she was still bound to serve him, desperate to gather enough money to liberate her village. "I am sorry, but I must decline," Nami responded resolutely, her decision unwavering. She knew little of the young man before her. What reason did she have to trust him? Was it merely his recent act of chivalry that could sway her? Nami was not so easily moved. Upon hearing this response, Horn was not surprised. Nami's character was somewhat obstinate, and at present, there was little to inspire her trust in their group. The only way to earn Nami's confidence was through a singular approach. "Miss Nami, take me to Arlong Park. After we eliminate Arlong, I believe you will be inclined to reconsider," Horn stated directly. "Eliminate Arlong?" Nami replied with a hint of disdain. Arlong had established his dominion in the East Sea not solely through brute strength, but also through collusion with the Dark Navy. Did this young man truly think his limited abilities could dismantle Arlong's tyrannical reign in the park? "I forgot to mention, I too am a pirate. Here is my bounty notice." Horn revealed a wanted poster from behind him. Nami took it with skepticism, but upon glancing at it, her eyes widened in astonishment. A bounty of 120 million. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "You can't be serious." As she gazed at Horn's face, a memory of a newspaper she had seen days prior surfaced. You are the East Sea's foremost swordsman, the Demon Blade Horn? Nami inquired. Horn nodded. At this moment, Nami was overwhelmed with astonishment. It was her first encounter with a pirate boasting a bounty of 120 million. To put it into perspective, Arlong's bounty was merely 15 million, and yet he had been able to dominate the East Sea. A pirate with a bounty of 120 million had never before graced the East Sea. Can you truly help me eliminate Arlong? Nami inquired hesitantly, her disbelief palpable as the situation had shifted too rapidly for her to comprehend. Indeed, as long as you agree to become my navigator, Horn replied. Very well. It's a deal. I shall take you there immediately, Nami exclaimed, her impatience evident. After years of dwelling in darkness, she had long yearned for someone to rescue her from this plight, only to see her hopes repeatedly shattered, with no one able to liberate her from Arlong's grasp. Little did anyone realize the immense pressure this young girl bore. The Griffin set sail, and Nami quickly demonstrated her exceptional navigational skills, successfully steering the ship away from perilous currents and areas teeming with ferocious sea creatures. The crew marveled at Nami's prowess, though Lucia appeared somewhat displeased. A day later, in the waters of Arlong Park, Nami's expression turned tense. Horn, we have entered Arlong's territory. We may encounter his pirate crew, she warned, anxiety creeping into her voice as she braced herself for another encounter with the fishmen who haunted her past. Do not worry, let them come. We shall eliminate them, Horn declared, his commanding tone drawing attention. Suddenly, two small boats approached from a distance. Nami lifted her telescope and, feeling a surge of anxiety, exclaimed, Horn, it's Arlong's fishmen. They are coming. Her voice trembled with fear. The two fishmen pirate ships loomed before the Griffin, appearing pitifully small in comparison. Humans, get off your boat. This is Arlong's territory. Surrender your ship and your money, and you may leave, one of the fishmen boasted arrogantly. Crest, fire the cannons, Horn said nonchalantly. His indifference towards such insignificant foes evident. Crest manned the ship's most powerful bow cannon, aiming it at the fishmen. Before they could react, the cannon roared to life, unleashing a massive explosive shell that arched through the air, striking one of the pirate ships with devastating precision. The vessel was instantly obliterated, engulfed in flames and scattered debris. As the other pirate ship attempted to flee, Crest fired again, reducing it to mere fragments, with remnants of flesh floating upon the sea's surface. Chapter 51. The end of the nightmare. Horn gently tapped Nami, who was momentarily dazed beside him, and inquired about her state. Regaining her composure, Nami shook her head hastily, asserting that nothing was amiss. Witnessing the formidable firepower of the wind and cloud pirates alleviated half of her anxiety. The remainder hinged upon the capabilities of Horn and the others. Gazing at Horn's handsome profile, Nami mused that perhaps the Arlong pirates were destined for calamity. And could her long-standing nightmare finally reach its conclusion? As the Griffin sailed forward, a sudden surge of waves erupted from the sea, and from its depths emerged a colossal sea beast. Nami gasped in horror. It was Momo, the pet of the Arlong pirates. Oh, Horn, this creature possesses immense strength. Arlong has relied on it to dominate the region, she expressed with evident concern. The others, overhearing her, exchanged glances and smirked dismissively. After all, their captain had slain dragons. What could a mere sea beast possibly threaten? Horn Chongna smiled faintly. Then with a swift motion, she leaped onto the deck, soaring through the air and descending upon Moo with an air of defiance. With a powerful punch, she struck down. Bang! Her fist landed mercilessly on Moo's head, driving it beneath the waves, causing a tumultuous splash as the sea surged skyward. Moo let out a pained cry, resurfacing with a fierce glare directed at Horn. Unyielding, Horn's expression turned icy as the surface of the sea beneath her feet began to freeze at an astonishing rate, allowing her to stand firmly upon the ice. A tempestuous force descended. With a hand like a whirlwind, she unleashed a blow of unimaginable strength, shattering the air around her with a mournful wail of pressure. Moo roared defiantly, bracing itself against Horn's iron fist with its own head. With a resounding thud, Moo's head was unequivocally thrust back into the sea. When it finally resurfaced, a large bump adorned its head, and the once fierce glare directed at Horn had transformed into one of trepidation. Lead us to Arlong, Horn commanded Moo. The creature let out a couple of calls before turning its body and leading the way forward. Horn returned to the ship. Nami stared in astonishment at the obedient Moo, a sea beast whose ferocity she had encountered before. She never anticipated that Horn could subdue it with mere punches and palms. It was utterly inconceivable. The Griffin followed Moo all the way to Arlong Park. Captain Arlong, a large ship has arrived outside, seemingly looking for trouble, reported Jinbi, the octopus fishman with 6 arms, to the shark fishman seated prominently, Arlong. Looking for trouble? Arlong narrowed his eyes and called upon Karubi and Chow, let us go and investigate. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling surged within Arlong. After all these years, who, besides the Navy, would dare challenge him here? The fishman pirate crew arrived at the coastal port. Before them lay a pirate ship, colossal as a small mountain, anchored with a multitude of cannons that evoked a sense of despair. A flicker of greed flashed in Arlong's eyes. Such a large pirate ship was a rarity in the East Blue, save for the flagship of the Sun Pirates from years past. Horn and his companions disembarked from the ship. Upon catching sight of Nami behind Horn, Arlong's expression darkened with an overwhelming realization. Nami, you wretched traitor. He seethed through gritted teeth. Today marks your demise, Arlong, Nami declared, her heart brimming with an unparalleled hatred for him. With Horn's assistance, the end of this malevolent dragon was imminent. I shall slaughter every last one of the villagers of Kokoyashi, leaving not a single soul behind, Arlong intoned, his gaze as dark as the stormiest night. Do you consider me invisible, Arlong? Do you truly believe you still possess the opportunity to continue your wickedness? Horn replied coldly. You lowly human, you will soon come to understand the might of the fishman race, Arlong ominously retorted. Captain, allow me to deal with him, Crestmo said, eagerly rubbing his fists together. No, this pirate is one I shall personally eliminate, Horn replied resolutely. Kill me? Huh. Arlong laughed. But his mirth was abruptly cut short as a fist loomed large before him, striking his face with such swiftness that he barely had time to react. Boom. Arlong's body was sent hurtling back, crashing through a wall, dust swirling around him. After coughing several times, he rose from the rubble. Damn it, Karubi, finish him. Arlong commanded the fishman Karubi, upon whom he heavily relied for his prowess in fishman karate. Thousand-tile right punch. Karubi unleashed a powerful strike, the force of which whipped up a gust of wind, reaching Horn in an instant. Horn gently extended a delicate, fair finger, instantly pressing against Karubi's palm. In the midst of Karubi's incredulous gaze, the finger breached his defenses, striking decisively at the center of his chest. A profound force shattered Karubi's heart, and he felt his life slowly ebbing away. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, he looked at Horn before collapsing backward. At that moment, a water projectile suddenly shot in from the side. Horn, quick to react, deflected it effortlessly, causing the water bullet to shatter into fragments. In an instant, Horn was before the assailant, the kissing fishman Joe. Quite an eyesore indeed, Horn remarked. Enraged, Joe could not fathom such insolence from a lowly human. Puffing up, he prepared to launch another water bullet, but Horn retaliated with a swift punch, landing a devastating blow to Joe's chin. The impact crushed Joe's jaw, and he clutched his face in agony, unable to utter a sound, his gaze towards Horn filled with venomous hatred. Very well, let this be your end, Horn declared, as the destiny blade swept through the air, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Joe's head was severed, landing on the ground with a visage still bearing the expression of terror. A long gasp escaped alone, his eyes wide with disbelief. His two most capable subordinates had met their untimely demise in such a manner. Horn advanced step by step toward Arlong, each footfall echoing in Arlong's ears like the ominous beat of a death knell. Nami, bear witness. Today, I shall eradicate your nightmares once and for all. From this moment forth, you shall be free upon these seas, Horn declared. The destiny blade was aimed squarely at Arlong, and with a swift stroke, it cleaved through the serrated blade Arlong wielded, rendering it in two. Subsequently, it struck with lethal precision at Arlong's neck, causing blood to erupt forth like a gushing spring. Arlong convulsed a few times before collapsing, ultimately succumbing to silence. Horn sheathed his sword and approached Nami. Chapter 52, Colonel Mouse. Nami covered her mouth, witnessing a moment she had longed for, yet now it felt almost surreal. She suddenly threw herself into Horn's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. This young woman had endured countless pressures over the years, risking her life in various ventures to gather funds. How many truly understood the hardships she had faced? Horn gently patted Nami's back, and after a considerable time, her emotions finally calmed. Hey, kid, what are you doing to Nami? Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, causing Horn and Nami to turn towards its source. A man clad in a police uniform, accompanied by a group of villagers, stood at the entrance of Arlong Park. It was the man who had spoken. Aiken, Nokigo, what brings you here? Nami's face still bore traces of tears. Nami, we heard that Arlong was killed. Is it true? Nokigo inquired, his voice trembling. Nami pointed to the corpse behind her, and upon seeing it, the crowd erupted with excitement. That bastard Arlong is finally dead. The heavens have eyes. Arlong has received his comeuppance. Aiken, the one who killed Arlong is my captain, Horn. Nami introduced him to the crowd. Aiken looked at Horn with a hint of skepticism. This kid isn't even as strong as I am. He killed Arlong? Aiken expressed his doubts. Horn smiled faintly, a surge of power coalescing in his fist as he struck the distant sea surface. With a thunderous roar, a 10-meter-high wave erupted, startling the onlookers, who then found themselves convinced. Clyster, distribute the treasures plundered by Arlong to the villagers. These spoils are the fruits of their labor over the years, Horn instructed Clyster. Indeed. Clyster nodded in agreement. Once the treasures were allocated, the warm-hearted villagers of Kokoshia invited Horn and his companions to stay, culminating in a joyous banquet where hosts and guests alike reveled in delight. What? You wish to become a pirate? Nami exclaimed, her voice rising as she shared her thoughts with Nojiko and Aiken. Absolutely not. For so many years, it has been Arlong and his gang who have oppressed you. And now you intend to join the ranks of pirates? I cannot agree, Aiken retorted vehemently. Aiken, I assure you, Horn is not like Arlong's crew. He is a good man, Nami replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone, for Aiken's demeanor reminded her much of their father. That may be, but why choose the pirate path when there are other options? Aiken continued to object. Nami could only look pleadingly at Nojiko. Nojiko said, Aiken, Nami has grown up and is capable of making her own decisions. You should support her choice. After much persuasion from the two, Aiken reluctantly acquiesced. The following morning, at the dock where the Griffin was anchored, Aiken warned Horn, if you dare to bully our Nami, I will not let you off easily. Horn chuckled, reassured him, Uncle, do not worry, Nami is with us, and there will be no issues. Horn and his companions subsequently boarded the ship, accompanied by the octopus fishman, Little Eight, who served under Aaron. Following Aaron's demise, Little Eight, compelled by Horn's formidable presence, submitted to him. Recognizing the inherent goodness within this octopus fishman, Horn spared his life, allowing him to serve as a combatant within the ranks of the stormy sea pirate crew. As Horn and his companions were about to set sail, Van Oka suddenly exclaimed, Captain, a warship is approaching. A warship? The Navy? How could those fellows possibly know of my presence here? Horn furrowed his brow and replied. Nami raised her telescope for a closer look and her expression shifted dramatically. Horn, it's the rat. It's that scoundrel, Nami declared. Horn remarked that it was indeed a fallen navy. No matter, let us proceed to eliminate them. At that moment, the warship drew near to the Griffin. Subsequently, the vessel docked alongside the Griffin, and a man of exceedingly unsavory appearance emerged from among the naval soldiers. Pirates, this is the territory of Colonel Mouse. Everyone must pay a fee to plunder here. Since you have just arrived, I shall offer you a preferential price of 10 million berries, he said, twirling his mustache. To brazenly present such a sordid transaction, I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by your audacity, Horn replied with a smile. Mouse's face twisted with anger. Unappreciative fool. In that case, the fee shall be 30 million. Otherwise, the Navy from the East Blue Branch will arrive here post-haste, he threatened venomously. Horn unsheathed the destiny blade, and the crew understood instantly that he intended to take a life. With a single utterance of slay, Horn's aura surged, reminiscent of a sovereign descending upon his realm. In that moment, he delivered a strike devoid of a name, yet unparalleled in its ferocity. The destiny blade cleaved the battleship asunder, rendering it into two halves, while the rat and his subordinates were transformed into a tempest of flesh and blood. Horn grasped the knife, and suddenly his mood transcended into an ethereal realm. Realizing that his comprehension of the swordsmanship had ascended to a new level, Horn chuckled in disbelief, never anticipating that his breakthrough in swordsmanship would stem from vanquishing a foe as insignificant as a mere villager from the coastal hamlet of Coco West. The villagers watched in wide-eyed astonishment, having believed that Horn's defeat of Arlong was already formidable. They were utterly flabbergasted by the sheer magnitude of his power, as he effortlessly cleaved a battleship in twain with a single stroke. Set sail, commanded the Griffin, its sails unfurling as it glided toward the horizon. At Rog Town, within the naval base, Colonel Smoker presided over operations. A user of the smoke fruit, his abilities were not as formidable as those of other natural-type users. At that moment, naval soldiers from Rog Town gathered at the port, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a distinguished individual. The time is drawing near, Dashkey. Please ensure the soldiers are presentable. Smoker instructed. Yes, sir. In the distance, a colossal warship approached, gradually docking at the harbor. From the vessel disembarked a contingent of female soldiers, causing the eyes of the Rog Town naval personnel to widen in admiration. Aside from the charming Ensign Dashki, rare were the opportunities to behold such captivating women. Focus, everyone. Smoker admonished the few unruly soldiers behind him, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at their behavior. The female soldiers formed two lines as a statuesque woman descended from the ship, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Smoker and Dashki hurried to greet her. Smoker, how do you find life stationed here? Peach Rabbit teased. Smoker immediately donned a rueful expression, replying, Please, do not remind me. The pirates of the East Blue are few and weak. I would much prefer the comforts of headquarters. This young lady must be your aide, Ensign Dashki, Peach Rabbit remarked. Indeed, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Dashki responded with a sharp salute. As a fellow member of the Navy, Peach Rabbit's prowess was formidable, particularly her unparalleled swordsmanship, which had earned her a place among the candidates for admiral. Moreover, Peach Rabbit was an idol for nearly every female soldier. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Shall we proceed to the base? Smoker suggested, feeling a sense of mortification for his subordinate's behavior. Peach Rabbit nodded and followed Smoker to the naval base. Vice Admiral, you have yet to disclose the purpose of your visit. Is there an important mission at hand? Smoker inquired. Peach Rabbit nodded, explaining. Headquarters has dispatched me to apprehend a pirate currently operating in the East Blue. What pirate could warrant your involvement? Smoker exclaimed, astonished. Given that Peach Rabbit was a candidate for admiral, her strength surpassed even that of elite vice admirals like the Weasel. The power of a pirate capable of drawing her into action must be extraordinary indeed. A formidable pirate has recently emerged in the West Sea, his bounty having reached an unprecedented level. Vice Admiral Bastille has already fallen at his hands, and Rear Admiral Yukimura has met the same fate. The naval forces of the West Sea can no longer contain him. I have received word that he has now arrived in the East Sea, and his purpose here is to capture him, spoke Peach Rabbit. To have slain a Rear Admiral and defeated a Vice Admiral? Smoker also found such achievements rather astonishing. However, the fact that such a formidable pirate has come to the East Sea without his knowledge is indeed a significant oversight on his part. Setting aside his identity as a pirate, his strength is undeniably terrifying. He is a master swordsman, and I believe the current bounty placed upon him is rather undervalued. Peach Rabbit remarked as she sipped her coffee. What is his current bounty? 120 million. Smoker was somewhat taken aback. Such a bounty would allow a pirate to reign supreme in the first half of the Grand Line. Yet here he is in the Four Seas. How old is he? Smoker inquired, assuming that such a powerhouse must have undergone years of refinement before his sudden emergence. 16 years old, Peach Rabbit replied with a calm expression. How much? Smoker could hardly believe his ears. Only 16, Peach Rabbit confirmed. Only 16? Smoker was deeply shocked. The Navy had not seen a young powerhouse of such age in years. It is astonishing that a mere 16-year-old has risen to such prominence in the West Sea. The presence of such an individual among pirates is indeed a significant loss for the Navy. If he continues to grow, his potential is limitless, Smoker sighed. Peach Rabbit nodded in agreement, though non-committally. I need you to gather intelligence on him swiftly. I fear he may soon leave the East Sea. If he advances into the Grand Line, it will spell trouble. There, pirates abound like fish crossing a river, making him exceedingly difficult to apprehend, Peach Rabbit stated. Understood. I will see to it, Smoker replied with a grave expression. A few days later, Horn and his companions arrived at a small island to replenish their supplies. Horn, accompanied by a group of women, busied themselves with cleaning the ship, while Clyster and his companions took charge of procuring supplies. Soon, everyone returned, brimming with excitement. Captain, I have acquired a variety of spices, meat, and essential provisions, they exclaimed joyfully. On board, there was a tangerine tree transplanted from Kokosia village, thus alleviating the need to purchase fruits to combat scurvy. As the Griffin set sail, Horn settled on the deck and activated the wind and cloud system. The host possessed a staggering sum of 170 million berries, allowing for a lottery draw. Horn opted for 100 consecutive draws. The wheel spun rapidly. He received 1 fragment of the Platinum Martial Arts, Transforming Dragon, 1 fragment of the Diamond Martial Arts, Demon Blade Technique, and 1 fragment of the Golden Martial Arts, Soul Devouring Palm. To Horn's astonishment, fortune smiled upon him as he unexpectedly drew 5 fragments of the Demon Blade Technique, a diamond-level martial art. With 8 fragments required for synthesis, he was now tantalizingly close to acquiring a diamond-level martial art. Days later, they found themselves at Robb Island in the East Sea. Horn anchored the vessel along the shore, leaving Clyster to guard the ship, and made his way to the island for a brief respite. As Horn entered the quaint town on the island, an unsettling sensation washed over him. as though unseen eyes were fixated upon him. Could it be the Navy? This feeling was fraught with danger, and Horn's suspicions were soon validated. A throng of figures clad in black emerged from the streets, only to shed their disguises to reveal Navy uniforms beneath. Various vendors who had been peddling their wares transformed into armed naval personnel. The Navy truly expended considerable effort to deal with me, Horn murmured under his breath. The naval officers aimed their weapons at Horn and his companions. Then, a cigar-chomping commander and a bespectacled lieutenant stepped forward from the ranks of soldiers. Smoker Tashiji? Horn squinted, recognizing them. Ghost Blade Horn, you are surrounded. It is not too late to surrender, Commander Smoker declared, brandishing his weapon. Commander Smoker and Lieutenant Tashiji, the two of you will not be able to detain me. It would be wise for you to reveal those lurking behind you, Horn retorted. Smoker, perplexed as to how Horn knew their names, watched as a tall woman emerged from the crowd. Horn's pupils suddenly constricted. A candidate for the admiral position, Tantata. The Navy truly holds me in high regard, he remarked. Oh, you know me? The tall woman was indeed Tantata, the renowned female swordsman. A formidable force second only to the admirals. Who wouldn't recognize her? Horn continued, I have reviewed your achievements. Setting aside our opposing positions, you are undoubtedly an exceptional swordsman. Moreover, unlike other pirates, you still harbor a sense of benevolence. What are you implying? Horn furrowed his brow. Join the Navy. The Navy will guide you toward justice. Only the Navy can make you stronger, Tantata asserted, gazing intently into Horn's eyes. Tantata, you are quite intriguing. Other Navy members would instinctively apprehend me to claim credit. Your actions are truly distinctive, Horn replied with a smile. The surrounding Navy personnel were rendered speechless, astonished that Tantata would invite a pirate to join the Navy. They struggled to comprehend how such a formidable pirate would ever agree to such an offer. Chapter 54. Overmatched. Although the proposition sounded alluring, I must decline without hesitation. Horn firmly rejected. Tantata was not surprised, but felt a twinge of regret at such talent being wasted among pirates. In that case, I shall have no choice but to take you back to Impel Down, Tantata declared. Horn unsheathed the fateful blade from his back. Peach Rabbit slowly drew forth the renowned sword, Kenpyra, from her waist. This exquisite weapon, one of the 21 magnificent blades, perfectly complemented a formidable swordswoman like Peach Rabbit. The members of the Navy, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wisely distanced themselves from these two powerful figures. Fully aware that the clash of such titans was not a spectacle for their eyes to behold up close. Horn was acutely aware that he would not be a match for the Peach Rabbit. However, he understood that circumstances could be influenced by human agency. Furthermore, Horn had anticipated such a situation and had prepared accordingly. The frenzied blood of the Nye clan, when consumed, could exponentially amplify one's power, albeit at the cost of plunging oneself into a state of madness. This frenzied blood of the Nye clan was Horn's secret weapon. Horn pressed down with his legs, unleashing an immense surge of power that propelled his body forward with astonishing force. The ground beneath him cracked under the strain of such formidable might, and in an instant, he stood before Peach Rabbit. With the intent of the wind, he unleashed a gale slash. The Destiny blade swept horizontally from the side, its fierce sword energy striking like a tempest, causing pain to even the face of those caught in its wake. Yet, Peach Rabbit remained composed. She raised the golden pilgrim in defense. The clash of metal echoed like thunder, as Horn's power surged uncontrollably. Peach Rabbit's expression shifted slightly. With a swift motion of her wrist, she forced the Destiny blade away. Horn gracefully retreated, landing softly on the ground. Tautu wielded his sword with a flourish, unleashing a blade of energy that sliced through the air, producing a resounding sonic boom, and in an instant, the sword's aura struck fiercely before Horn. Horn brandished his blade in defiance, and with a single stroke of destiny, he cleaved the sword aura in twain. Two streams of sword energy surged backward, instantly shattering two buildings that subsequently collapsed with a thunderous roar. Peach Rabbit stepped into the void, ascending step by step into the heavens, executing the moonwalk of the Navy's 6 styles. As an elite rear admiral of the headquarters, Peach Rabbit's mastery of the 6 styles was nothing short of exquisite. Prepare for this move, Peach Rabbit exclaimed, her aura transforming into an overwhelming force, rendering her an insurmountable barrier akin to a celestial gate. Then, with a mighty swing, she delivered the golden sword strike. The sword energy, spanning nearly 10 meters, seemed imbued with the power to sever all, radiating the brilliance befitting a renowned blade. Its ferocity causing Horn to blanch in apprehension. Hurricane slash. Horn stepped forth with his blade, shattering the air as spiderweb-like fissures emerged. Subsequently, Destiny met the oncoming strike. unleashing a formidable sword energy as weighty as a mountain, colliding violently with Peach Rabbit's sword aura. Boom! Countless whirlwinds formed around them. The ground within a 1,000-meter radius cracked under the immense pressure, buildings crumbled one after another. Dust billowing forth as the two streams of sword energy clashed like colossal dragons in a fierce duel. How terrifying! Is this truly the power of a vice admiral? Dasky watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Peach Rabbit, her idol, possessed genuine strength, yet she was equally taken aback by the sheer terror emanating from Horn, a mere 16-year-old youth. Captain, that is a vice admiral. We must hold our ground. The members of the Wind and Cloud pirate crew thought in unison, as they bore witness to this earth-shattering confrontation. Both the Navy and the pirates maintained a respectful silence. Returning to the duel, amidst the chaos, a golden light flashed, violently tearing through the azure sword energy. The golden sword aura, unmistakably belonging to Peach Rabbit, broke through Horn's defenses with startling ferocity. Horn swiftly evaded, as the golden sword chi struck the earth, leaving an enormous scar stretching over 100 meters. The ground trembled continuously under the force of this sword energy. A look of astonishment graced Horn's face. The power was indeed formidable. Those sword masters capable of cleaving islands with a single stroke were, it turns out, truly remarkable. Amidst the swirling smoke, Horn stepped forth, his form elevated as he wielded the Destiny Blade, striking decisively towards the Peach Rabbit. A surge of icy, crystalline sword energy erupted, freezing the very air with its chilling intent as it surged towards its target. The Peach Rabbit's expression turned grave, a torrent of power flooding into the blade, which shimmered with a golden glow. With a swift motion, the Peach Rabbit unleashed a counterattack, and the icy sword energy collided with the radiant golden force. In that fleeting moment, brilliance erupted, illuminating the sky with two distinct hues, the frigid blue and the fervent gold. At the feet of Horn, the ground lay frozen, transformed into a glacial expanse. The sword energy of the Peach Hare rendered the air palpably heated, akin to the encounter of an iceberg with the sun. In this clash, the golden sword aura once again breached Horn's defenses, its searing brilliance causing discomfort to the eyes, as the ice mountain succumbed to the sun's fervent warmth. In a hurried attempt to evade, Horn was nonetheless grazed by a golden sword chi, which tore through his garments and sliced across his abdomen, causing a spurt of blood to erupt forth. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Horn clutched his midsection. Hoenn fell to the ground and hastily tore off his clothing to bandage his wounds, exposing his bare torso, revealing well-defined muscles. Captain, are you still unable to prevail? Lucia whispered, having always perceived Hoenn as an invincible figure. It was the first time she had witnessed him in such a disheveled state. Hoenn, it's not too late to reconsider. Otherwise, I will truly have no choice but to send you to impel down myself, Tauta said, genuinely lamenting the fate of this exceptionally gifted youth. Why squander such talent on piracy? Was that cursed dream truly of such paramount importance? You wouldn't understand, Vice Admiral Tautu. If a pirate has no dreams, what meaning does sailing hold? Serving those repugnant world nobles as a member of the Navy is utterly revolting. My dream is far from over. Come, let us fight. Even if I perish here today, I shall have no regrets. For at least I will have fought for my dream. Hoenn declared resolutely. Tautu's expression was profoundly complex. The boy's unwavering spirit surpassed her expectations. If such a person were not captured, he could become a formidable force in the Grand Line, posing a true dilemma for the Navy. Yet, she felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps this youth would meet a fate akin to Roger S. execution or a lifetime of imprisonment in Impel Down. He was so young. Why should he spend his life in a dark, dreary cell? No, I am a Navy officer. To show mercy would be an insult to him. In that case, let us engage in a proper battle and see just how much potential remains untapped within him. Tautu's eyes sparkled with determination. Chapter 55. A sense of gloom. The two stood facing each other, Hoenn gripping the Destiny Blade tightly, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, dimming the very fabric of the world around them. As Hoenn took a step forward, the already burdened ground let out a mournful cry before shattering beneath him, and he soared into the air, Storm Eagle. A cerulean divine eagle took shape, letting out a piercing cry as it flapped its wings and charged towards Tautu. Moonlit slash, Tautu softly uttered, her golden blade slicing through the air, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy towards the Storm Eagle. With a thunderous clash, the two formidable forces collided, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward from the epicenter, causing the very air to tremble from the intensity of their confrontation. Countless sword energies burst forth, slicing through the air like daggers upon the two combatants. Tautu fared relatively well, as her mastery of armament hockey provided her with protection, resulting in only minor injuries. Horn found himself in a rather dire predicament. The blade's energy sliced through his skin, and blood began to flow instantly, soon covering his upper body in a myriad of wounds. "Captain, Horn!" Nami and Lucia exclaimed in unison, their concern for Horn palpable. Amidst the fierce clash, the Azure Crescent sword energy dispersed the Storm Eagle, which instantly transformed into a wave of force, sweeping across the landscape for miles. Structures within the vicinity crumbled, rendering the land a desolate ruin. The blue sword energy struck towards Horn, who raised his blade to defend himself. However, the force was overwhelming, propelling him backward with great ferocity. Horn steadied himself with his sword, dragging it along the ground to create a long scar in the earth, finally regaining his balance. "Ha ha!" Horn gasped heavily, each breath of oxygen a precious commodity at that moment, his body riddled with numerous wounds, blood seeping from every injury. Horn rose to his feet, leaning on his sword, his body swaying slightly before he finally steadied himself. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, the fire of battle still burned brightly in his eyes. Amidst a cloud of dust, Peach Rabbit emerged, her pristine naval uniform now covered in grime, and even she, usually so composed, bore the marks of disarray. "Horn," she sighed, gazing at him with unyielding resolve, wishing to voice her thoughts but ultimately succumbing to a heavy breath. "Since today is destined to be a fatal encounter, I have a request," Horn gasped. "Speak," Peach Rabbit replied with a calm demeanor. "Please let my crew go. Those girls and men are innocent. They joined the Wind and Cloud pirate crew solely to survive. Spare them," Horn implored. "Captain," a burly man shouted, tears cascading down his cheeks. "I joined the Wind and Cloud pirate crew of my own volition. No one forced me. If we are to die today, count me in." "Indeed, Captain, you saved our lives and treated us like family. If death is our fate, let us face it together," another young man echoed. "Count me in." "Me too. We shall not bring shame upon the Wind and Cloud pirate crew," shouted the others in fervor. Horn gazed at these foolish yet brave souls, genuinely touched, desperately trying to stem the tide of tears that flowed uncontrollably down his face. "Damn it, why am I crying? It is I who failed to protect you," he lamented, tears streaming. "Captain, you have always shielded us. Today, allow us to fight for you," one man declared, as the crew rallied, brandishing their weapons protectively in front of Horn. "Is this the camaraderie of pirates?" Dasky observed, watching the scene unfold. "Pirates are indeed infuriating beings," Smoker added, after a long pause and a resigned sigh. "Such charisma, Horn. At merely 16, you have accomplished much." "Very well, I shall honor your wish and let them go," Peach Rabbit said, her body moving swiftly as she struck down the crew members one by one with the back of her sword, signaling to Smoker and the others to remove them from the scene. "Now, it is time for our battle," Peach Rabbit declared. Horn straightened his posture, a chilling wave of frost enveloping his entire being. The icy, crystalline aura coiled around him like a white serpent, a coldness potent enough to freeze the very ocean, permeating deep into his innermost organs. Beneath his feet, the ground succumbed to the creeping frost, inch by inch, while the Destiny Blade was likewise enveloped in an aura of chill. "General Tau Rabbit, it is your turn. Behold my supreme strike, the Ice Spirit Divine Light." With a powerful leap, Horn unleashed the Destiny Blade, now shrouded in frigid air, slicing through the atmosphere. A brilliant icy glare cleaved the horizon, as an unparalleled sword energy surged towards Tau Rabbit. With a firm step in midair, Tau Rabbit's expression grew grave, her aura intensifying once more. In response, she thrust her sword, piercing the void, aiming directly at Horn's icy sword energy. The crystalline sword energy clashed with the azure blade, resembling two fierce bulls locked in combat. The biting cold radiated outward, freezing everything in proximity as a massive barrier of ice arose before Horn. Boom! The blue sword energy erupted with ferocity, akin to a legion launching an all-out assault upon a fortified stronghold. Horn clutched the fateful blade, his hand trembling incessantly, the pressure having already torn open the flesh at his palm, blood rapidly staining the hilt. "Damn it!" Horn bellowed, his aura surging once more. Tantada's expression shifted, sensing the emergence of Conqueror's haki. Yet, such a degree of power held little sway over her. Soon, the azure sword energy broke through the frigid barrier, and Kinemon lunged towards Horn's chest. "Is this the end? My journey of dreams?" Horn pondered as he beheld the approaching Kinemon, musing on how he had only been sailing for a year before facing death, reminiscing about the time spent with Crest and the others. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A western longsword suddenly emerged from the side, firmly blocking Kineman's strike. Who possesses the strength to withstand my mightiest blow? Tontada thought in disbelief. Spare his life, Admiral Tontada. He is still young and has a long journey ahead. A somewhat frivolous voice echoed in the air. Tontada looked up. Momentarily stunned, it was none other than the four emperors, red-haired Shanks. Red-haired, do not interfere with the Navy's affairs, or it will incite a conflict between the Navy and the four emperors. Tontada asserted. I have met this lad before, so you cannot kill him. Today, spare his life. Shanks declared. What if I refuse? Tontada narrowed her eyes. Then I'm afraid it will be unfortunate for you, Shanks replied, his eyes suddenly glinting with fierce intensity. An overwhelming aura erupting forth. Tontada felt as if a mountain had pressed against her chest, while nearby Navy soldiers succumbed, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed. Even Smoker was not spared. And now? Will you still persist? With a smile, Shanks spoke. Peach Rabbit withdrew Kenpyra, allowing it to fall to the ground. And Shanks immediately lifted the oppressive presence of his Conqueror's haki, causing Peach Rabbit to feel an instant lightness throughout her body. These individuals, I shall take with me. If questioned by the Navy headquarters, simply state that they are under my protection, Shanks declared. Peach Rabbit cast a complex glance at Horn and Shanks, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Shanks instructed the members of the red-haired pirates to escort Horn and the Wind and Cloud pirates away from that place. A day later, the East Blue was in an uproar. Not only had the Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit appeared there, but even the formidable Four Emperor, red-haired Shanks, had made his presence known, leaving everyone astonished. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters received this news promptly. High-ranking officers gathered at Navy headquarters, with the exception of Kizuru and Akiji, who were on external missions. I never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. This is indeed a miscalculation on my part, Admiral Sengoku admitted. The room fell silent as Sengoku continued. Even the Four Emperor has intervened to protect this young man. The situation is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. However, according to intelligence reports, the Demon Blade Horn only had a brief encounter with Shanks in the West Blue. Thus, I believe he cannot be considered as having joined Shanks' crew. Shanks likely acted merely out of convenience this time. Admiral, what should we do? Asked Rear Admiral Doberman. What I propose is to raise the bounty on Demon Blade Horn, while maintaining our pursuit. Wherever the Wind and Cloud pirates are sighted, we must act swiftly to eradicate them, Sengoku instructed. That may entail some risks, a Rear Admiral cautioned. What are the risks? Remember, the Navy is the most formidable force in these waters. Our actions are for the sake of justice, Sengoku proclaimed resolutely. Understood. I will issue the orders. The bounty on Demon Blade Horn will be raised to 180 million. Any who bring his head will be rewarded, regardless of life or death. Is that clear? In a certain area of the East Blue, the Red Force and the Griffin lay anchored, with the members of the red-haired pirates and the Wind and Cloud pirates gathered there. Horn was enveloped in numerous bandages, attended to by several women. Shanks, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you this time. Horn expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Shanks. No need to thank me. I merely happened to pass by, Shanks replied. However, Horn, your prowess truly astonishes me. In just a few short months since our last encounter, you have advanced your abilities to such a remarkable extent, holding your own against the Vice Admiral, Peach Rabbit. Your potential is indeed formidable. Hoenn shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware of his own capabilities. In his battle against Peach Rabbit, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet Peach Rabbit had not unleashed her full power. The reason Hoenn ultimately refrained from consuming the drop of the Nye family's mad blood was his understanding that, even with it, he would find it nearly impossible to triumph over Peach Rabbit. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. After placing Hoenn on this desolate island, Shanks departed aboard the Red Force, leaving Hoenn to recuperate. This confrontation had profoundly shocked the members of the Wind and Cloud pirates. They had come to realize that it was their captain Hoenn who had been shielding them all along, while their own prowess was woefully inadequate. The crew of the Wind and Cloud pirates engaged in relentless training on the island, with Hoenn imparting his guidance. A month swiftly passed, and Hoenn's injuries had nearly healed. He gathered everyone and prepared to embark on their journey once more. Our next destination is the Grand Line. Be prepared, for it is far more perilous than the Four Seas, Hoenn cautioned. Yes. After several days of sailing, the vessel finally approached the upside-down mountain, the gateway to the Grand Line. Beyond this mountain loomed the vast continent of Red Line, and atop it lay the holy land of Mariehua. Following an exhilarating voyage, Griffin finally entered the Grand Line. Is this truly the Grand Line? That continent is immense. The women exclaimed in awe. The conditions of the Grand Line were utterly distinct from those of the four seas. Its weather, climate, and ocean currents were enigmatic, necessitating the use of a log post to navigate. At the edge of the Red Line stood a lighthouse. At that moment, two elderly men sat beneath it, basking in the sunlight, one with two braids and the other adorned with silvery white hair. Curious visitors frequent your abode each year, Carocas, the silver-haired elder remarked with a smile. Indeed, ever since Roger ignited the era of the great pirates, the pirates of the four seas have flocked to the Grand Line like madmen. Such spirited young souls they are, Carocas replied. Horn and his companions navigated the Griffin to Twin Cape, where it docked along the shoreline. To their astonishment, the vessel was constructed from the same rare atom wood as the Golden Jackson, a remarkable find indeed. The silver-haired man, being an adept shipwright, swiftly discerned this intriguing detail. As Horn and his companions disembarked, Horn was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the silver-haired elder. "It's the Dark King, Rayleigh," he exclaimed in astonishment. The elder, known as Rayleigh, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of surprise in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this young lad would recognize him, especially after the passage of so many years since the era of Roger, the Pirate King. It was indeed remarkable that someone still remembered him. The former first mate of the legendary pirate. Horn hurriedly approached Rayleigh, saying, "Senior Rayleigh, it is an honor to meet you. My name is Horn, and I hail from the West Sea." He introduced himself with enthusiasm. "Horn?" Rayleigh inquired, glancing at Carocas, who scratched his head and retrieved a stack of bounty notices from beneath him. After a brief search, he found a pristine bounty poster featuring the name Ghost Blade Horn, with a reward of 180 million, regardless of life or death. Chapter 57, Apprenticeship. Senior Rayleigh, I wish to become your disciple. Please teach me the three forms of hockey, Horn earnestly stated while bowing deeply. Teach you the three forms of hockey? I have already retired and lack the ambition for such endeavors, Rayleigh replied, waving his hand dismissively. Senior Rayleigh, you may have retired, but that does not mean you cannot take on a disciple. I implore you to reconsider. If you truly cannot, then I challenge you, Horn declared boldly. A challenge? Rayleigh squinted, noting the unwavering determination in the youth's demeanor. Very well, I shall defeat him with a single strike and dissuade him. My old friend. It seems I must call upon you once more, Rayleigh muttered, drawing forth a western longsword. Horn drew the destiny blade from his back. The two stood firm, separated by a distance of 10 meters. Rayleigh remained poised, wielding his longsword, as an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, unleashing a torrent of conqueror's hockey that left those present gasping for breath. Horn squinted his eyes, and under the influence of Rayleigh's conqueror's hockey, an imposing aura erupted from him, as formidable as a mountain, surprisingly rivaling Rayleigh's own. A flicker of astonishment passed through Rayleigh's gaze. This young man possessed an extraordinary talent, having awakened the conqueror's hockey at such a tender age. No wonder he felt emboldened to challenge him. A chilling aura enveloped Horn, freezing the surrounding air and earth. Reminiscent of a snowstorm, the biting cold wind causing shivers to run through one's body. However, such a degree of cold was utterly inconsequential to Rayleigh. A glint of brilliance ignited in Rayleigh's eyes as his western sword gleamed with a frosty radiance. With a fierce swing, he unleashed a blade of energy that instantaneously took form, slicing through the air like a white ribbon aimed directly at Horn. Horn's body moved instantaneously, unleashing a chilling sword intent that manifested as an icy slash. The destiny blade met it head-on, and the crystalline sword energy surged forth, cleaving toward Rayleigh's own sword energy. It was truly rare to encounter someone who had mastered sword intent at such a young age. And Rayleigh felt a twinge of surprise. At merely a decade and more, he had grasped such profound skill. Provided he does not meet an untimely demise, he is destined to become a formidable titan in the world of pirates. As the frigid sword energy clashed with Rayleigh's radiant white sword energy, an invisible shockwave erupted, rapidly expanding outward and forcing those nearby to shield their eyes from the overwhelming force. Ultimately, Rayleigh's white sword energy prevailed, shooting toward Horn like a white ribbon. With a decisive slash, Horn unleashed the essence of the wind sword, gathering a multitude of air currents that coalesced into a formidable barrier before him, effectively blocking Rayleigh's sword aura. If Rayleigh had been merely astonished moments ago, he was now utterly astounded. The notion of mastering two forms of sword intent was simply preposterous. The shock in Rayleigh's eyes was palpable, for the average person would consider the mastery of a single sword intent to be the pinnacle of achievement. Yet Horn had seamlessly integrated two distinct forms. The wind barrier neutralized Rayleigh's sword aura, and Horn swiftly leaped into the air, his destiny blade elongating dramatically, casting a shadow that stretched 10 meters in length, embodying the wind sword's essence. Gust slash. Horn brought his blade crashing down. A strike that seemed capable of rending the very heavens, as the entire space resonated with the thunderous sound of air being cleaved apart, an unstoppable force. Rayleigh, however, remained unfazed. He raised his long sword upward, meeting Horn's sword aura with a fierce clash. The resulting explosion echoed like thunder, unleashing a tempest of turbulent air that fractured the ground beneath them. Horn let out a furious roar as he pressed down once more with the destiny blade. Rayleigh's leg buckled momentarily but quickly regained its composure. With a powerful thrust, Rayleigh's white sword aura pierced through the wind-based sword aura, the two forces intertwining before erupting violently. Their energy surging skyward, causing the very air above to tremble, as if the heavens had cleared significantly. Horn stood frozen, gripping the destiny blade, his hands trembling slightly. With a dull pain radiating from his tiger's mouth, a consequence of Rayleigh's formidable power, Rayleigh sheathed his sword, casting a glance at Horn that bore a hint of admiration. While internally grappling with the decision of whether to accept Horn as his disciple, it was indeed a rare occurrence to encounter someone so young, yet endowed with such extraordinary talent, not to mention possessing unparalleled qualities befitting a king. To let such a gem slip away would be regrettable. At that moment, Colokas approached. Rayleigh, to let such a disciple go unrecognized would be a travesty, he murmured. Rayleigh met his gaze, momentarily hesitant, yet ultimately resolute. Though I have withdrawn from the world, nurturing a pirate who could dominate the new seas would be a worthy endeavor, Rayleigh mused. However, he refrained from voicing this thought directly. Such matters were best initiated by Horn himself to avoid any potential awkwardness. Rayleigh subtly gestured to Horn, who grasped the unspoken cue and promptly stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Senior Rayleigh, I earnestly request that you take me as your disciple." Rayleigh feigned a look of contemplation before finally exhaling a sigh and conceding, "Very well. I shall accept you." Horn was overjoyed and called for his master. For a period of time, Horn and his companions settled down temporarily. However, to Horn's surprise, Colokas had taken Lucia as his apprentice. Lucia indeed displayed remarkable talent in the medical arts, learning from the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King, which naturally brought Horn great joy. Nonetheless, Rayleigh's stay could not be prolonged, as he could only instruct Horn for 2 months. The rest would have to wait until the crew of the Whitebeard pirates arrived at Sabeti Archipelago for further teachings. "Show me the mastery of your haki," Rayleigh said. Seated upon a massive rock, addressing Horn before him, Horn concentrated his mind, channeling his thoughts as a dark, inky aura of haki enveloped his arms. However, this manifestation was short-lived, fading swiftly. "Is it possible to imbue this haki onto a weapon?" Rayleigh inquired. Horn remarked that he had not attempted this before, but he would give it a try. He focused intently and endeavored to channel his armament haki into the destiny blade. However, after several attempts, each one ended in failure. "It appears that your comprehension of armament haki is still rather superficial. In the latter half of the Grand Line, the primary battles rely heavily on haki. As a pirate without the powers of a devil fruit, you must depend even more on haki. Thus, let us commence our training with armament haki, mastering it step by step, and later I will teach you the nuances of conqueror's haki," Rayleigh stated. "Yes, master," Horn replied respectfully. A month passed, during which Horn diligently practiced armament haki. Meanwhile, the Navy sought Horn but was unable to trace him, leading to a temporary cessation of their extensive pursuit. Chapter 58. Parting a month slipped by unnoticed. On this day, Horn stood by the shore, drawing the destiny blade from his back. A dark, ink-like armament haki enveloped the blade. With a leap, Horn gripped the destiny blade firmly and delivered a powerful slash. Boom! The sea erupted in towering waves, and the water parted in two for dozens of meters beneath the force of his strike. Horn felt a surge of exhilaration. He had succeeded, truly succeeded. Unable to contain his joy, Horn exclaimed. He had finally mastered armament haki, although it had not yet reached its utmost potential. It was sufficient for the first half of the Grand Line. Rayleigh approached Horn from behind. "Have you succeeded?" he inquired. "Yes," Horn affirmed with a vigorous nod. "Next, I shall train you in your conqueror's haki." "When did you first awaken your conqueror's haki?" Rayleigh asked. Horn recounted to Rayleigh the moment he awakened his conqueror's haki during his confrontation with the Green Pepper. It was in the midst of battle that he discovered this formidable power, indicating a solid foundation. Conqueror's haki can only be awakened, not acquired through mere training. Those who possess it are blessed with the rare qualities of a king, Rayleigh remarked. Currently, among pirates, the strongest conqueror's haki belongs to Shanks. whose swordsmanship and hockey are unparalleled. Shanks? You recently parted ways with him. Do you still know him? Rayleigh inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed. It was he who rescued me from Peach Rabbit, Horn replied. What a coincidence. Shanks was once an apprentice on Roger's ship, and now he has grown immensely powerful. Rayleigh mused, his voice tinged with a hint of pride, for it was Roger and he who had imparted hockey to Shanks. Next, I shall employ my hockey to conduct oppressive training on you, stimulating your body to enhance the strength of your hockey. Only in this manner can your conqueror's hockey grow more potent, allowing you to fully comprehend its essence. The two stood facing each other, and Rayleigh's aura erupted like an unfathomable abyss, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Horn felt as though an immense mountain was pressing down upon him. The weight of this power, nearly 1,000 tons. His body began to tremble, and he held his breath, gradually straightening himself. I'm beginning to feel it. Once more. Rayleigh's aura surged again, a wave of energy striking Horn's mind, leaving him dizzy and on the verge of fainting. No, this is merely the second stage of training. I cannot succumb so easily, Horn encouraged himself, stabilizing his trembling calves. A glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as he let out a low growl. The overwhelming conqueror's hockey surged forth like a colossal wave, striking Horn's chest like a heavy blow, causing him to stagger back, nearly toppling over. Horn bellowed, unleashing an incredibly powerful aura that soared towards the heavens, sweeping across the surrounding area for thousands of meters. Those on the coast felt a rush of energy wash over them, their heads spinning as they struggled to remain upright. Rayleigh's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Horn, who radiated an aura akin to the sun. This power left him utterly amazed. Horn's potential surpassed that of an ordinary conqueror's hockey wielder. Rayleigh concluded in his heart. Horn's momentum persisted for over a minute before it gradually dissipated, leaving him utterly exhausted as he collapsed onto the ground. Truly, he had discovered a remarkable talent. The prospect of nurturing such a disciple was indeed a delightful affair. As Rayleigh approached Horn with a beaming smile, he remarked, Horn, splendid. Henceforth, we shall train in this manner, and I eagerly anticipate the extent to which you will cultivate your conqueror's hockey. Horn nodded weakly. Every day. Horn navigates through a tapestry of joy and suffering, relishing the augmentation of his strength while enduring agonies that many have never encountered. Inspired by Horn, Clyster and his companions have intensified their training, with Rayleigh occasionally taking time to offer his guidance. To everyone's surprise, Clyster has begun to master the art of armament hockey. A month swiftly passed, and the time for parting had arrived. Standing by the shore, Rayleigh and Colokas faced the members of the Wind and Cloud Pirates. Horn, your hockey is merely at its nascent stage. Continue to practice, for the path of growth is ceaseless, Rayleigh advised. Yes, understood, Master. Horn replied respectfully. Lucia, your talent is truly remarkable. I have imparted much of my medical expertise to you. Have you truly no intention of staying to learn further? Colokas inquired. No, Master. I wish to accompany the captain and continue our journey. I promise to elevate your medical skills to new heights, Lucia replied with a sweet smile. Horn, you rascal. Take good care of my apprentice. Do not bully her. If I find out you have mistreated her, I shall come looking for you, Colokas warned. Yes, understood, Senior. Very well, set sail. Here is a permanent pointer, Nami. This is entrusted to you, Colokas said, producing a permanent pointer and handing it to Nami, whom he cherished for her intelligence. Thank you, Senior Colokas, Nami replied with a smile. The crew then boarded the ship, the Griffin, as it sailed towards the horizon. Rayleigh, what do you think of your apprentice? Colokas asked. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but his diligence is also rare among his peers. His future achievements are boundless. Rayleigh responded with a hint of pride. Humph, my apprentice is no slouch either, Colokas retorted, unwilling to concede. A day later, the Griffin officially entered the vast expanse of the Grand Line, a realm teeming with diverse islands and countless nations, leaving all who hailed from the four seas in awe. Horn and his companions docked their vessel at a small island, preparing to procure essential supplies. As they set foot on the island, a number of furtive figures stealthily followed in their wake. Horn had long been aware of the presence of these individuals, furrowing his brow. Though he had not yet mastered the skill of observation hockey, his perceptiveness was remarkably keen. Nevertheless, Horn did not feel compelled to act against them. Given his current strength, he would not be intimidated even if a vice admiral from the headquarters were to arrive, let alone a few furtive minor figures. Horn promptly led the group to procure essential supplies, meat, fruit, and fresh water. Chapter 59. Total Annihilation. The bar on the island was a place where various individuals mingled, encompassing a diverse array of characters: the local underworld, pirates docking for respite, bounty hunters driven by greed, and numerous women of the night. Boss, I've spotted a significant target. A man rushed into the bar, breathless. Calm down. What target could warrant such haste? The burly figure, resembling an iron tower, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the frantic demeanor of his subordinate. It's a pirate, a notorious one. The man gasped. The patrons of the bar, primarily bounty hunters, perked up at the mention of a pirate, their eyes sparkling with interest. What infamous pirate? Speak clearly. The burly man barked. Feeling the weight of their attention, the man swallowed hard and revealed, it's the infamous pirate from the West Sea, Ghostblade Horn, with a bounty of 180 million. Ghostblade Horn? The burly man's eyes widened with intrigue as he hastily retrieved a bounty notice from his indispensable pouch. The moment he laid eyes on it, his excitement surged. This pirate commanded a staggering 180 million reward, enough to sustain him for a lifetime, he mused. Tylik, you cannot tackle this pirate alone. I propose we unite our forces to capture him and split the bounty, another robust man suggested, his voice booming. The other pirate crews nodded in agreement, and Tylik hesitated momentarily. Given Horn's substantial bounty, it was clear that this was not a prize one crew could claim alone. While many pirates' bounties were inflated due to their heinous deeds, he feared that Horn might possess formidable strength. After a moment's contemplation, Tylik consented. All right, let us join forces. The group erupted in excitement, urging, lead us to the pirate. In an instant, over 100 individuals surged out of the bar. At this moment, Horn and his crew had just completed their shopping and were preparing to return to their ship. Hold on, we have a minor complication, Horn announced, halting the group. Captain, if it's merely a minor issue, leave it to me, an old Fan, Crest stated, while Fan Oka raised his sniper rifle, indicating his readiness to engage. No. Allow me to handle this minor complication. I've recently developed a new technique that I'd like to test on them, Horn replied. The crew reluctantly acquiesced. A throng of individuals surged from various streets. ISNT, that Tylik's gang? Where are they headed? Could it be another pirate has appeared? It seems so. Another pirate is about to face misfortune. A group of bounty hunters confronted Horn and his companions, flanked by a multitude of onlookers eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Fate has truly guided you to this island today, Ghostblade Horn. Let us capture you and claim the bounty, exclaimed a burly man with palpable excitement. Tylik licked his lips and remarked, I advise you to willingly present your head. It will spare you some suffering. Otherwise, your demise will be exceedingly grim. Horn was truly amused by this group of ignorant and fearless individuals. They were undeniably endearingly foolish. I shall endeavor to alleviate your suffering, Horn declared as he unsheathed the blade of destiny. Upon witnessing Horn's intent to engage in battle, the bounty hunters immediately readied themselves for combat. A chilling aura enveloped Horn's body, instantly spreading outward, transforming the surrounding expanse into a realm of ice and snow, reminiscent of a kingdom entrenched in winter. The bounty hunters shivered under the grip of this frost, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Domain of the Ice Sword, Horn exclaimed, summoning countless tendrils of cold that coalesced in the heavens, morphing into an array of shimmering ice-long swords. With a subtle command, he directed the suspended blades to descend like a hailstorm. Run for your lives, a voice cried out amidst the chaos, prompting the bounty hunters to scatter in frantic desperation, striving to evade the impending doom. However, the velocity of the ice swords was unparalleled, and soon, anguished screams pierced the air as numerous bodies were pierced by the lethal blades. In a mere fleeting moment, over 100 bounty hunters were annihilated, their lifeless forms strewn across the ground, punctuated by the chilling sight of ice swords and splattered blood. The onlookers, gripped by terror, trembled at the sight of the carnage. Is the infamous Horn truly capable of such horror? Thoughts raced through the mind of a journalist concealed within the crowd, who eagerly captured this moment with their image-transmitting device. As the spectators gazed upon the fallen, they were left in profound shock, realizing that these bounty hunters possessed strength equivalent to that of pirates with bounties exceeding 40 million. The fact that they were so easily vanquished by the fearsome Horn was nothing short of astonishing. Horn did not spare a glance at the lifeless body on the ground as he departed with his companions. The captain's strength had notably intensified, remarked Kleister, who, during Horn's training under Rayleigh, had successfully mastered the awakened form of hockey, although his power was not yet formidable. It sufficed to handle pirates with bounties under 100 million on the Grand Line. News of the emergence of an 800 million bounty pirate spread swiftly across the surrounding seas in the first half of the Grand Line. Such a bounty was indeed substantial. Simultaneously, the Navy headquarters received the report. Before Admiral Sengoku lay a clear photograph depicting Horn's annihilation of a bounty hunter crew. Damn it. Ghost Blade. Why has he returned, more powerful than ever after a period of silence? Could he have encountered some fortuitous event? Sengoku pondered. We must arrange an immediate encirclement. We cannot allow him to act so brazenly, he declared. Sitting beside him, Carp took a sip of tea and inquired. What level of force do you intend to dispatch for this operation? According to the report submitted by Tontada, Horn's strength was not as formidable as we presumed. Tontada could easily overpower him. I estimate his strength to be equivalent to an ordinary rear admiral within the headquarters. Thus, sending an elite rear admiral would suffice, Sengoku asserted. And who shall that be? Send Ghost Spider. He has just completed his mission, and his strength is adequate to deal with Horn, Sengoku replied. Carp nodded noncommittally. Soon after, Ghost Spider was summoned to Sengoku's office. Rear Admiral, this is your target. You must defeat him, regardless of life or death. Sengoku tossed Horn's bounty notice towards him. Regardless of life or death. I like that, Ghost Spider grinned, revealing his scarred visage. Chapter 60. Ghost Spider on the Grand Line, in the Kingdom of Alabasta. Alabasta is renowned as one of the most famous nations in the first half of the Grand Line, often referred to as the Desert Kingdom. The royal family was once among the 20 monarchs who established the world government. However, they chose not to ascend to Mary Geos, but remained in Alabasta to continue their reign. Presently, Alabasta faces both internal and external crises, with domestic rebellions arising due to prolonged drought, endangering the royal family's rule. The source of this turmoil is an organization known as Baroque Works, led by Crocodile, a current member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. At this moment, Crocodile sat in his villa amidst the rain, smoking a cigar while perusing the latest news. Suddenly, his eyes caught a headline. The greatest pirate of the West Sea, Ghost Blade Horn, advances into the Grand Line. His first battle annihilates a 100-man crew. Ghost Blade Horn? How dare you venture into the Grand Line? Crocodile remarked darkly, his gaze fixed upon the newspaper. Shall we send someone to assassinate him? Inquired a woman in a purple bodysuit beside him. She was Nico Robin, known as the Demon Child, the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident, now serving as the secretary of Baroque Works. No, that won't be necessary. I believe the Navy shall soon dispatch troops to eliminate him. We shall observe the situation. Such a brazen pirate cannot survive long in the Grand Line, Crocodile replied. In the waters of the Grand Line's calm belt, Horn and his crew were navigating toward the Kingdom of Alabasta. Horn, thank you for your assistance thus far. Vivi approached him and expressed her gratitude. Once we reach Alabasta, if you help me eliminate Crocodile, the crisis will be resolved. No need for thanks. Aiding you is also beneficial for myself. If Crocodile is defeated, I can ascend to the position of Warlord of the Sea, Horn replied nonchalantly. Vivi nodded in agreement. Horn, ships spotted ahead. Wait, they are warships. Nami exclaimed as she observed the current. Warships? Horn moved closer, taking the telescope from her hands. 3 warships were indeed approaching, with the largest one positioned in the center. It seems the Vice Admiral from headquarters is leading them, Horn thought to himself. Everyone, prepare for battle. He commanded loudly. Yes, on the opposing warship. Vice Admiral Spider had already pinpointed the location of the Stormy Seas pirate crew, as reported by the observing Navy soldier. Everyone, prepare for battle. Vice Admiral Spider inhaled deeply from his cigarette before shouting. Yes, the soldiers brought from headquarters swiftly began their preparations. At that moment, the Griffin had turned broadside to the Navy. Fire! Horn commanded, and a dozen cannons immediately aimed at the approaching warships. The air filled with the thunderous sound of cannon fire as cannonballs soared through the sky, raining down upon the enemy vessels. Boom! A cannonball struck the deck of one warship, erupting in a fiery explosion. Counterattack! Commanded the naval commander aboard the warship, and the sailors promptly began loading their cannons. The 3 warships launched a coordinated barrage, with cannonballs cascading toward the Griffin. Precision sniping. Van Oka raised his sniper rifle, swiftly targeting multiple foes, and fired several shots in rapid succession. Bang! Pop! Bang! The cannonballs exploded in the air like brilliant fireworks, and within moments, nearly all had been struck by Van Oka, bursting into bursts of flame. This Stormy Seas pirate crew possesses impressive talent, Vice Admiral Spider noted, his expression growing serious. Such exceptional sniping skills among the crew are indeed rare. Full speed ahead. The Ghost Spider proclaimed loudly, since we cannot harm that vessel from a distance. Let us prepare for close combat. The three warships revved their engines and surged forward, while Horn leaped to the bow of the ship. At this moment, Horn beheld the Phantom Spider aboard the warship. The Phantom Spider, you say? The Navy headquarters certainly holds me in high regard. However, I am not so easily vanquished. Horn slowly unsheathed his fateful blade. With a sudden leap, he ascended into the air, whereupon the atmosphere shattered, creating countless fissures reminiscent of spider silk. Ice Sword Domain. Horn uttered coldly, as an intense chill coalesced, seemingly freezing the very sky itself. Subsequently, myriad ice swords manifested within the heavens. With a sharp exhalation, Horn unleashed the ice swords, which descended like a hailstorm. This is bad. It's that technique. The Phantom Spider's expression shifted as he recognized the move he had previously encountered in reports before arriving here. It was undoubtedly a group attack, perfectly suited for overwhelming adversaries in numbers. The Phantom Spider pressed down with his legs, propelling himself upward as his hair instantaneously lengthened, transforming into 8 arms, each wielding a blade. Alongside the knife in his hand, he now commanded 9 blades, skillfully countering many of the falling ice swords. Yet, the sheer volume of the ice swords was overwhelming, and several still struck the warship. Alas, one naval soldier was impaled directly by an ice sword, which pinned him to the deck. How terrifying! What kind of power is this? The surrounding naval soldiers were gripped by sheer terror, utterly unable to evade the onslaught. In a desperate bid for survival, many soldiers were compelled to leap into the sea. In the blink of an eye, 3 warships, save for the flagship of the Phantom Spider, lay in ruins, battered and broken. Cursed be it. Have 2 ships already fallen with barely an encounter? The Phantom Spider cursed under his breath. At this moment, the Griffin was also drawing near to the warship. Horn plummeted from the sky, wielding the Destiny Blade to strike at the Ghost Spider. Do not underestimate a person, you brat. The Ghost Spider bellowed, gripping his long knife tightly and countering with a powerful slash. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed, nearly shattering eardrums. Horn pressed down with fervent strength, forcing the Ghost Spider to strain against the pressure, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth to meet the blow head-on. Horn swiftly withdrew his blade, executing a graceful somersault before landing firmly on the ground. With a low growl, Horn summoned a chilling aura that converged around the Destiny Blade in his hand. The frigid air caused the temperature aboard the warship to plummet abruptly, spreading outward from Horn and enveloping the entire deck. Such a terrifying ability. Could it be that Admiral Kazan's strength pales in comparison? What other secrets does this youth harbor? The Ghost Spider regarded Horn with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. Chapter 61. Defeat of the Vice Admiral. In an instant, the deck was coated in ice, ensnaring the feet of more than a dozen Navy personnel. Icebound slash. Horn unleashed a decisive strike, accompanied by howling winds and an intense chill that instilled dread. This technique epitomized the ultimate manifestation of the sword's icy essence. Armament. The Ghost Spider uttered, as the black hue of hockey quietly enveloped his blade, before he retaliated with a sweeping cut. Boom. The 2 forces collided with the ferocity of 2 mountains, and the deck groaned under the strain, fracturing under the immense pressure. An icy blade of energy shot toward the Ghost Spider, but ultimately, Horn's sword energy proved superior. Unfazed, the Ghost Spider swiftly combined his 9 blades, forming a barrier that staunchly repelled Horn's icy onslaught. Yet, the chill still seeped through, affecting the Ghost Spider. Portions of his blade were encased in frost, and the biting cold invaded parts of his body. Huh! The Ghost Spider exclaimed, forcefully expelling the cold from within him with the might of his hockey. Horn stood resolutely, wielding the Destiny Blade, his expression unchanging as a formidable aura surged forth from him, reminiscent of a fathomless abyss. The overwhelming presence radiated from him, a manifestation of his indomitable will. The Ghost Spider gazed at Horn in astonishment, feeling as if he were being engulfed by the relentless tide of Horn's conqueror's hockey, which crashed upon him like the ceaseless waves of the ocean, leaving him breathless. Armed, the Ghost Spider summoned his armament hockey once more, his body instantly shifting with agility as he launched a decisive strike towards Horn, resolutely determined to shatter his imposing aura. Horn's expression remained unchanged as the black armament hockey silently enveloped his hand. He then launched a powerful strike at the long blade of the Ghost Spider. Clang! The Ghost Spider felt a tremor in his arm, nearly losing his grip on the sword, as a sharp pain radiated from his palm. Get lost! Horn bellowed, his fist surging with renewed strength, sending the Ghost Spider staggering backward. Astonishment filled his eyes as he gazed at Horn, realizing the immense power possessed by this youth. Ice Sword Intent. Ice Spirit Slash. The Destiny Blade flashed with a chilling brilliance as it cleaved through the air, unleashing a bone-chilling aura that surged forth like a blizzard, enveloping everything in its path. "Break for me," the ghost spider shouted, swinging his sword with ferocity. The clash of sword energies erupted as Horn's icy blade met the ghost spider's attack. Enhanced by the hockey, the sword energy became even more formidable, crashing through Horn's icy wave and hurtling toward him. The hockey silently attached itself to the Destiny Blade once more, and Horn swung again. The two sword energies collided violently, then fused into a single force that erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves soaring skyward. "I concede that your strength is impressive, Ghostblade Horn," the ghost spider uttered coldly, "but your journey ends here." "Is that so?" "I beg to differ, Vice Admiral," Horn replied with a disdainful smirk. As Horn's foot struck the deck, it shattered with a resounding crack, and his body leapt into the air, as if summoned by the raging cold that surged towards the Destiny Blade. The piercing chill dimmed even the sun, enveloping the heavens and cloaking the sea. As the entire warship crystallized before the naked eye, "I soul divine light," Horn exclaimed, and with a fierce swing, the Destiny Blade descended. The justice cloak of the phantom spider billowed, exuding an unmatched ferocity that staunchly halted the spread of the cold. With a decisive slash, the phantom spider unleashed a powerful stroke, and the two formidable streams of sword energy clashed, reminiscent of two warships colliding. The phantom spider endured immense pressure, the vessel beneath him swaying perilously, while Horn pressed down with both hands, unleashing a surge of strength. The veins in the phantom spider's arms bulged under the strain, and the already battered ship finally succumbed to total destruction. At that moment, Horn's icy sword energy tore through the phantom spider's defenses, striking him fiercely. In an instant, the phantom spider activated his armament hockey, yet he still suffered grave injury, spitting forth a mouthful of blood as he plummeted into the sea. As Horn descended onto the surface of the sea, it instantly froze. He cast a cold, indifferent glance at the ghostly spider lurking in the waters before leaping back onto the griffin. He refrained from directly taking the creature's life. Mindful of his aspirations to become one of the 7 warlords, it would be unwise to escalate their relationship to hostility. The ghostly spider was rescued by his subordinates and gazed with a complex expression as Horn and his companions departed. The Grand Line was witnessing the rise of yet another contender. The ghostly spider sighed inwardly. The news of the battle's outcome reached the Navy headquarters without delay. Damn it! How could even a vice admiral like the ghostly spider be defeated by the Ghost Blade? What level of power does he possess? Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, nearly shattering the sturdy surface. "Marshal, shall we continue to deploy forces to hunt down the Ghost Blade?" His aide inquired cautiously. "For now, let's hold off. The strength of this Ghost Blade remains elusive. I had believed the intelligence from Peach Rabbit was sufficiently accurate, yet it appears I underestimated him," Sengoku replied, shaking his head. "Pirates are truly a vexatious existence." In the kingdom of Alabasta, Crocodile stared wide-eyed at the intelligence Robin had presented. "What? This Ghost Blade has even defeated one of our elite vice admirals?" "Indeed, President. He successfully bested a vice admiral back in the West Sea." "The ghostly spider has undeniably suffered defeat," Robin confirmed. "Damn it, it seems I must take measures as well. Immediately summon all agents and gather intelligence on this Ghost Blade Horn. Notify me as soon as you have any news." "I refuse to believe that all agents of Baroque Works cannot contend with a mere pirate from the West Sea," Crocodile said, his expression darkening. In the New World, at the headquarters of the red-haired pirates, a chubby man biting into a chicken leg handed Shanks a newspaper. "Captain, we have news about that kid." "Oh, this lad has ventured into the Grand Line shortly after his recovery. I must admit, I am somewhat surprised," Shanks remarked, glancing at the report that announced the rookie's overwhelming victory over an elite vice admiral, marking him as a rising star. Meanwhile, at the Whitebeard Pirates base in the New World, a youth adorned with a red cowboy hat shouted, "Whitebeard, go to hell." He launched a punch at the man with the white crescent mustache. In response, the man known as Whitebeard countered with a single punch, shattering the air and sending the cowboy-hatted boy flying. "Gururara, kid, don't waste your efforts," Whitebeard chuckled. At that moment, a newspaper fluttered down before the boy. "Horn, have you already set foot in the Grand Line?" He mused, casting a complex glance at the paper and then at Whitebeard, letting out a long sigh. Chapter 62, The Ghost Sword. After several days of sailing, Horn and his companions arrived at a small island not far from Alabasta. Horn instructed Nami and Lucia to disembark with Crest and the others to procure supplies, while he remained aboard the ship with Vanoka. Horn sat on the ship, eyes closed in apparent meditation, yet in truth, he was meticulously reviewing the system. At present, the Bailey in his possession had dwindled to approximately 300 million. Meanwhile, the black gold martial arts had yet to unlock for exchange, and he found himself increasingly eager to acquire the demon blade technique. Shall I proceed with the lottery? Inquired the system. Horn hesitated for a moment before ultimately opting for 100 consecutive draws. The spinning wheel revolved incessantly, unveiling various martial arts techniques. However, regrettably, not a single shard of the enchanted blade was revealed. Horn clenched his teeth and opted for another round of 100 draws, acquiring one fragment of the demon blade and one fragment of the tri-spirit finger. As Horn gazed with hopeful anticipation, the 3 pieces of the demon blade finally materialized, completing the diamond-grade martial art fragment. Should he proceed with the synthesis? Yes. At last, the complete technique of the demon blade emerged in Horn's mind. He perused it meticulously, growing increasingly astonished. This technique was extraordinarily domineering, with each move designed to directly claim the life of the enemy. Such a fierce martial art was undeniably Horn's favorite. While Horn was engrossed in his reading, a crew member from the Wind and Cloud Pirate crew hurried over. Captain Trouble. Miss Nami and Lucia are surrounded by a group led by a young man. Surrounded? By whom? Horn inquired, standing up. A band of pirates, seemingly from the North Sea. Their captain is a man known as the Demon Blade Yalman, the young man replied. Take me there. Old Fan, you stay here to guard the ship, Horn commanded. Fan Oka nodded affirmatively. On a street of the island, Lucia, Nami, and Dillo found themselves cornered, having sent Cluster to procure food. The only ally the 2 girls had was Dillo. Kid, I advise you to step aside quickly, otherwise, you and these 2 girls will soon experience my might. A burly man sneered, his gaze lingering on the delicate-looking youth before him, intrigued. Dillo gritted his teeth, positioning himself protectively in front of Lucia and Nami. If you wish to harm them, you must first tread over my body, Dillo declared boldly. You'll soon regret this, kid, the burly man replied with a sinister grin. Behind him stood a pallid young man, his eyes revealing unmasked desire as he gazed at Lucia and Nami. This was Yalman, the demon blade of the North Sea, with a bounty of 110 million. Die, the burly man bellowed, launching a powerful punch toward Dillo. I will not be defeated again, Dillo shouted. The memory of being stunned by Horn's gaze fresh in his mind, and he had not ceased his training since then. Suddenly, several vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the burly man. A devil fruit user? Yalman's eyes flickered with surprise. The thorn-covered vines tightly bound the man's fist. Constrict, Dillo commanded, and the vines quickly tightened, their thorns slicing into the man's flesh. Ah! The burly man howled in agony as blood gushed forth. Dillo felt a surge of joy at this sight, tightening the grip of the vines further. What a waste, Yalman muttered with a flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes, drawing his sword in an instant. He swiftly severed Dillo's vines, and then the sword sliced through the air, ruthlessly aiming for Dillo. Vine barrier. Dozens of vine rods materialized before Dillo, forming a barrier that kept Yalman's sword at bay. Yalman let out a disdainful huff, withdrew his sword, and then with a swift motion, cleaved the vines in front of Dillo cleanly in half. Dillo, pale of face, staggered back a few steps, panting heavily. The barrier had exhausted all his strength, leaving him unable to conjure it again. Yalman's gaze turned to Nami and Lucia, his lascivious eyes roaming unabashedly over them, causing the 2 girls to feel a twinge of fear. It seems you 2 will have no choice but to accompany me today, Yalman remarked with a smile. Do I look like I would allow them to go with you? A voice drifted through the air. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Nami and Lucia felt a surge of joy, and Dillo's expression brightened as well. Where did this jester come from? Show yourself, Yalman barked. The jester is undoubtedly you. A figure landed before Yalman. It's the Demon Blade Hoenn, a pirate exclaimed in surprise. Yalman squinted at Hoenn. So you are the Demon Blade Hoenn. How fortuitous. For my moniker is the Demon Sword. I am eager to see whose prowess is superior, your blade or my sword. Yalman spoke coldly. I believe it is unnecessary to compare, lad. You are at least 20,000 years behind me. Hoenn retorted, his eyes betraying no hint of concealed malice. Yalman snorted disdainfully. Having carved his path in the North Sea with sword and gun, he was not one to be intimidated by Hoenn's words. Then allow me to experience your blade firsthand, Yalman replied icily. His body moved with an ethereal grace as he lunged forward, the demon sword slicing through the air, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the universe. Raging winds and furious clouds, Hoenn exclaimed. striking with his destiny blade in a move devoid of embellishment. This technique, recently acquired through a system lottery, belonged to the black gold tier and was comparable in might to the wrath of the heavens. Raging winds and furious clouds combined the urgency of the wind with the fury of the clouds, yielding an unparalleled force. The clash of Horn's sword aura and Yalman's sword aura resulted in an undeniable rupture of the latter's force, cleaving directly towards Yalman. No. Yalman felt himself ensnared by this attack, with no avenue for escape, left to watch helplessly as the sword aura approached. In the wake of Yalman's anguished scream, the sword aura mercilessly shattered his body, sending a gruesome spray of blood and flesh into the air. Yalman met his demise on the spot. His subordinates stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scattered remnants of their fallen leader, at a loss for what to do. "You fools," Horn remarked. "I had no intention of unleashing a massacre today. However, your actions as pirates have undeniably crossed my threshold of tolerance, and thus, I shall spare no mercy." Ice sword domain. Chilling air coalesced in the atmosphere as ice swords rained down from above. "Run!" Someone shouted in panic, and the pirates scrambled to flee. But the ice swords fell like a torrential downpour, impaling them one by one into the ground. Chapter 63. The Blue Demon. Eastleigh having dealt with Yalman, the so-called ghost sword, Horn departed with his companions. After reuniting with Crest and the others, they returned to the Griffin. "You performed admirably this time," Horn said, addressing Dillo. Dillo's expression was a tapestry of complexity. He had acted impulsively, yet his heart had wrestled with turmoil before reaching a decision. Horn is undoubtedly his own adversary, and his animosity towards him is palpable. Yet, in the presence of the other crew members, he finds it impossible to harbor any true resentment. The generous and affable Clyster, the meticulous Van Oka, and the nurturing figures of Lucia and Nami, all of whom have shown him kindness, render Dillo incapable of sustaining any hatred in his heart. However, when confronted by Horn, Dillo adopts an air of aloofness, declaring, "I merely acted on a whim." "Oh, is that so?" Horn replies with a sardonic smile, his wounds still seeping blood, remnants of their recent skirmish. Dillo's face flushes with embarrassment, prompting him to turn away in search of Lucia for treatment. "Horn, where to next?" Nami inquires as she approaches. "To Little Garden. There are two formidable opponents awaiting us," Horn responds, his eyes glinting with anticipation. The Griffin sets sail toward Little Garden, Alabasta. News has just arrived that the Windcloud pirates have slain the demon sword Yalman not far from Little Garden and are now heading in that direction. Robin remarks while standing beside Crocodile. "Little Garden?" Crocodile's eyes glimmer with interest. "Have all the agents assembled?" "They have all gathered." "Let them proceed to Little Garden and prepare to hunt the demon blade Horn," Crocodile commands. "Understood," Robin replies, her slender waist swaying as she departs. After approximately a day's voyage, Horn and his companions arrive at Little Garden. This colossal island is inhabited by countless ferocious beasts. Horn's mission is to confront the two giants residing here, the Blue Demon Dory and the Red Demon Bragi, once captains of the giant warrior pirate crew. They hail from the distant land of Elbath, a formidable nation within the New World. Yet, these two immensely powerful giants have become bitter enemies, engaged in a century-long duel sparked by a question posed by a young girl. The Griffin arrives at Little Garden amidst tranquil seas. As the sun rises, casting a radiant glow over the ocean, Horn and his crew dock the ship along the coastline and proceed toward the location of the Blue Demon Dory. Their journey begins through a dense jungle. Suddenly, a fearsome roar echoes through the air as a massive wild bull charges from the side. "Captain, allow me," Van Oka exclaims, raising his sniper rifle. A thunderous crack resounds as the rifle fires. A bullet propelled with astonishing speed strikes the bull's head, resulting in an explosive rupture akin to that of a watermelon, spraying crimson blood and sending the colossal beast crashing to the ground. The crew stands in stunned silence, marveling at Van Oka's remarkable sniping prowess. "Goodness, old Van, what kind of ammunition do you possess? Its power is astounding," Clysto exclaimed in astonishment. And the crowd nodded in agreement. Within this was contained the latest armor-piercing ammunition, capable of penetrating a steel plate 1 meter thick. Van Oka remarked with a hint of pride. As they continued onward, two gigantic gorillas suddenly charged from either side. "Now it's my turn," Clyster declared excitedly. With a low growl, he transformed, revealing an incredibly fierce bull dragon before the group. Clyster let out a thunderous roar and lunged forward, sinking his massive jaws into one gorilla's shoulder. The powerful clamping of his jaws elicited a horrific scream from the gorilla, blood gushing forth as it retaliated with a powerful punch against Clyster's body. However, Kleister's skin was as resilient as steel. The gorilla's strike merely tickled him, releasing his grip. Kleister infused his tail with a dark, armored ferocity, sweeping it out to send the gorilla flying. The other gorilla, in a frenzy, hammered its chest with its fists and charged at Kleister. It's a battle of titans, akin to King Kong versus Godzilla. What an extraordinary sight! Horn exclaimed in awe. Such a spectacle was rarely witnessed on Earth. Once more, Kleister and the gorilla clashed, their immense strength causing both beasts to stagger back momentarily before colliding again. With a resounding roar, Kleister unleashed a sonic wave that reverberated painfully in the ears of onlookers. He lunged forward, engulfing the gorilla's head in his maw, then snapped it shut, effortlessly crushing the skull, brain splattering, and blood erupting. Kleister gazed triumphantly at the crowd, utterly oblivious to the gruesomeness of the scene. His combat style is indeed brutal, Horn thought, observing the blood-soaked Kleister, while several girls turned away in disgust. Horn and his companions traversed the dense jungle, leaving a myriad of beasts in their wake. At long last, they reached their destination. The group soon beheld their quarry, the colossal giant, Qin Gui Dongli. Is his physique not excessively large? Lucia remarked, gazing at Dong Li's imposing form. In Dong Li's eyes, they appeared no more significant than mere ants. His sheer size was nothing short of astonishing. Hey, Qin Gui Dongli, Horn called out loudly to the giant. Dongli was in the midst of feasting on the flesh of a colossal beast, which in this jungle was undoubtedly a creature of regal stature. Yet, against a giant like Dongli, it had been reduced to mere sustenance. Upon hearing the voice, Dongli turned, puzzled, only to find a human youth, diminutive as an ant, standing before him. Boy, are you seeking me? Dongli inquired, his tone unassuming, yet resonating like thunder, his breath akin to a gust of wind. Indeed, it is I who seeks you. I challenge you to a duel. Accept my challenge. Horn proclaimed with fervor. Dongli, taken aback, erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! You, with a physique so diminutive, are smaller than my very fingernail. How do you intend to challenge me? He chuckled. Who says that a smaller body cannot challenge you? My strength is formidable, Horn asserted boldly. Very well, I shall indulge you, Dongli replied, setting aside his roasted meat and rising to his full height. Chapter 64. The red ghost Brokey. As Dongli stood, he towered at an impressive 70 to 80 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, resembling a mighty mountain. Horn sprinted to a distance of 100 meters from Dongli. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, his body soaring as he brandished the destiny blade. The gusts of wind whipped around him, causing his garments to flutter dramatically. Countless currents of air converged upon the blade, and with a fierce exhalation, Horn unleashed a wind slash. The 10-meter-long destiny blade descended with tremendous force, accompanied by a chilling sound of slicing through the air, as if it could rend the very heavens asunder. Let me test your strength, Dongli declared, raising his colossal greatsword to meet the oncoming assault, and in an instant, the two blades clashed with a resounding impact. The surge of power from Horn reached its zenith, and to Eastland's astonishment, he found himself struggling to withstand the might of Horn. He could not succumb to defeat at the hands of a mere young member of the diminutive race. With a fierce roar, Eastland unleashed a tremendous force, propelling himself upward with great intensity. The ground beneath his feet had already succumbed to the overwhelming strength of the two, displaying cracks that marred its surface. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, fissures spread across the earth, extending for hundreds of meters, rendering the entire terrain fractured. At last, Eastland managed to dispel Horn's sword energy, which, upon dispersal, soared into the sky, transforming into a radiant beam that melded into the heavens. The atmosphere stirred, and the once tumultuous sky seemed to brighten considerably. Horn stepped carefully through the air, maintaining his body aloft without descending. Boy, it is quite astonishing that an ordinary human possesses such power, Dongli remarked. However, this is where it ends. With that, he swung his colossal sword toward Horn, the blade cleaving through the very fabric of space, producing a series of resounding sonic booms that echoed in rapid succession, reaching Horn in an instant. Despite Dongli's imposing stature, he exhibited remarkable agility, a testament to his prowess as the captain of the giant soldier pirate crew a century ago. Horn brandished his blade in defiance. However, the might of the giant race exceeded his wildest imagination. His body was instantly hurled away, crashing violently against a great mountain, which was immediately marred by a colossal crater. Horn felt as if his entire body were on the verge of disintegration. The strength of Dongli was truly astonishing. Boy, do you wish to continue this fight? Dongli inquired as he stood before Horn, looking down upon him. Fight? Why not? Horn replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and leaped into the air. A biting cold wind began to howl, casting a pall over the landscape as a chilling aura spread, enveloping the area within 100 miles in an icy grip. Could this boy possibly be a wielder of a devil fruit? Dongli pondered with a furrowed brow. Ice spirit, divine light. The icy aura-infused destiny blade struck down towards Dongli, who immediately raised his sword to parry. The clash of the large blade against the smaller sword resonated through the air. The chill slithered around Dongli's massive sword like a white serpent, instantly freezing it, and the cold continued to creep toward Dongli's arm. Dongli quickly relinquished his grip, abandoning his weapon. How now, big guy? Horn taunted. Humph, merely a trifling inconvenience. I can still defeat you with my fists. Dare to engage in a direct brawl? Dongli provocatively challenged Horn. What is there to fear? Horn declared as he sheathed the destiny blade, preparing to engage Dongli in hand-to-hand combat. 3 points divine finger. Break jade. Split gold. Horn thrust a finger towards Dongli's palm. This technique, recently acquired through a lucky draw, belonged to the realm of black gold martial arts and held immense power. Dongli's face was filled with disdain. What power could such a finger possess? He launched a punch to meet the finger, but in the next moment, the tremendous force emanating from Horn's finger altered his expression dramatically. The strength penetrated into his fist, producing a series of sharp cracks, the sound of Dongli's finger bones fracturing. Damn, what a bizarre power, Dongli muttered as he swiftly withdrew his fist. Horn immediately struck again with his finger, 3 points of heaven. The finger once more made contact with Dongli's body. Though Horn's finger appeared nearly imperceptible, its force compelled Dongli to stagger backward. Frustration welled within Dongli. Horn's diminutive form left him with no room to evade, and if this continued, he would undoubtedly suffer defeat. As Horn perceived that Dongli was filled with trepidation, he recognized the opportunity at hand. With renewed vigor, he leaped once more, and in a series of swift movements, he positioned himself directly before Dongli. Tear the heavens and part the clouds. Horn bellowed, unleashing a colossal hand that descended upon Dongli with unrelenting force. Dongli barely had time to react before the massive palm struck his body. With a thunderous crash, Dongli's formidable form was severely impacted, sending him crashing to the ground. As he fell, the earth trembled beneath him, as if an earthquake had just occurred. Horn leaped onto Easley, his robust figure towering over him. Do you concede? Horn chuckled with a grin. Easley, having likely come to terms with the disparity between himself and Horn, maintained the proud demeanor of a formidable giant warrior. I have not been defeated, young one, so do not revel in your momentary triumph. Horn shook his head, refraining from uttering a word, for he had not yet unleashed his full strength. At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps reverberated in the air, accompanied by a gruff voice that bellowed, Dongli, I have come to seek you out. Let us engage in a duel. Today, we shall determine a victor. Horn glanced over, only to find another giant, Loki, had arrived. Dongli quickly rose to his feet, hurriedly concealing his discomfort. Dongli, where did all these diminutive beings come from? Loki inquired, gazing curiously at Horn and the others. Loki, it's quite simple to challenge me today. First, you must defeat this young one, Dongli remarked, gesturing towards Horn. Humph, are you afraid? What strength could such a diminutive creature possibly possess? Loki scoffed. Dongli thought to himself, I once held the same belief as you. Regardless, defeating him was essential for the opportunity to challenge me, Dongli declared. Young one, perhaps you should concede voluntarily. Otherwise, I fear my strike may reduce you to mere pulp. Loki taunted, eyeing Horn with mockery. How can you ascertain your strength without testing it? Horn replied, his demeanor calm. Your bravado is impressive. I wonder if your prowess matches your words, Loki said. Then let us put it to the test, Horn asserted, having faced countless doubts and disdain throughout his journey. In response to those who belittled him, Horn believed in the power of demonstrating his strength to earn their respect. Only through might does one truly reign in the world of pirates. Chapter 65, Baroque Works. Horn and Block stood 100 meters apart. As Horn unsheathed the blade of destiny, Horn's foot struck the ground, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the earth beneath him. In a single bound, he leapt forward, appearing before Brokey in an instant. Wrath of the skies, Horn bellowed, and suddenly, the heavens erupted with a deafening roar as a bolt of lightning descended upon the destiny blade, imbuing the already enigmatic weapon with an even greater aura of majesty. With a swift motion, the destiny blade descended, and Brokey raised his massive axe to meet the challenge. The collision of the axe and the destiny blade unleashed an explosion of power, with the might of thunder surging into the axe. With a resounding crack, the enormous axe shattered, leaving Brokey staring in disbelief at the remnants of its handle. In that fleeting moment, the Destiny blade struck him with unparalleled swiftness. Horn did not harbor the intention of bringing Blocky to his demise. Hence, when the blade struck Blocky, he had already restrained his strength by a considerable margin. A gaping wound manifested on Blocky's body, causing him to stagger back several steps before collapsing onto the ground, blood oozing from the injury. Although Dongli appeared nonchalant, his eyes frequently darted in their direction, betraying his underlying concern. "I have lost. I cannot believe I have been defeated by a mere little human," Blocky muttered in disbelief. "To be truthful, I too have succumbed to this young lad," Dongli remarked as he approached. You also lost?" Blocky exclaimed, his eyes widening. Dongli was well aware of his own strength. After countless duels between them, a stalemate had always prevailed. Yet, both had found themselves bested by the same young man today. An incredulous notion indeed. What is the purpose of your prolonged skirmishes in the same place for so many years? It is time to venture forth. The state of the ocean has transformed significantly from what it once was. Remaining here will only lead to obsolescence, Horn stated. Dongli and Blocky exchanged glances, recognizing the hint of shame in each other's eyes. They suddenly felt profoundly foolish for squabbling over trivial matters for so long, squandering precious time. And witnessing the dissolution of their original pirate crew, a deep sense of regret enveloped them. "Blocky, I have made up my mind. Let us set sail anew. I intend to re-establish the great soldier pirate crew," Dongli declared as he stood up. Blocky nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, allow me to lend you my strength." "Oh, two foolish giants, how naive you are. Whether you can even leave this place today remains in question," came a somewhat flippant voice. The three turned towards the source of the voice, where a man with a candle-like hairstyle emerged, followed by numerous others from the thicket. "Baroque Works?" Horn squinted at the newcomers. These individuals were indeed members of Baroque Works, with the speaker being Mr. 3, known as Galdio. "What brings you esteemed members of Baroque Works here?" Horn inquired coldly. "Our boss has sent us to deal with you, the Demon Blade Horn, Mr. 3 replied with a smile. Beside him, a man with an explosive hairstyle suddenly extracted a booger from his nostril and flicked it towards Horn. Disgusting. Horn's expression turned icy as he swiftly retaliated with a slash, causing the booger bomb to explode, forcing him to retreat a couple of steps. Hurricane slash. Horn bellowed, a glint of cold light slicing through the air as he suddenly appeared before Mr. 5. With a devastating strike that tore through the atmosphere, Mr. 5's eyes widened in uncertainty as he hastily launched two more booger projectiles, yet they proved utterly ineffective against Horn's onslaught. With a piercing scream, Mr. 5 found himself ensnared. He was neither domineering nor a wielder of natural abilities. The blade was unavoidable, striking him directly. In an instant, a gash appeared, extending from below his neck to his abdomen, nearly cleaving him in twain. At the moment when Horn was intent on taking his life, a candlelit wall unexpectedly stood before him. Horn cast his gaze in that direction, where Mr. 3 was staring at him with a provocative expression. "Very well. Since you wish to meet your demise first, I shall oblige you." Horn's body suddenly moved, and in an instant, he was before Mr. 3. Mr. 3 looked at Horn with a face full of astonishment. The speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to react before the blade was at his very doorstep. Clang. Suddenly, a leg covered in thick hair shot out, intercepting Horn's fateful strike. Demon and human fist technique. A voice thundered as fists rained down like a tempest. In the midst of this turmoil, Horn was struck several times in a hurried manner. Horn stepped back, leaving a long mark on the ground with his shoe. The culprit behind this was none other than Mr. 2, also known as Von Clay, a skilled practitioner of the combat art known as the transvestite fist. "To reach your goal of taking their lives, you must first pass through my domain," Mr. 2 declared loudly. As Horn's foot struck the ground, a tremendous tremor reverberated through the earth, spiderweb-like fissures unfurling in its wake. Horn soared into the air, an icy chill summoned and coalescing around him. Ice blade slash. The fated blade descended with a swift arc. Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 exchanged a knowing glance, springing into action. Mr. 3 harnessed his fruit's power to forge a candle-like spear, while Mr. 2 charged forth with a powerful punch. Yet, like a minuscule fish attempting to impede a colossal wave, Mr. 3's candle spear was obliterated in an instant. The sword's aura pierced through his body, and with a tearing sound, a torrent of blood erupted forth, leaving Mr. 3 grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground. Horn struck Mr. 2 with the back of his knife, sending him crashing to the ground. "You lot are assassins, are you not? In that case, your lives cannot be spared," Horn said coldly. The remaining agents of the Baroque Works trembled before him, Such overwhelming power was far beyond their comprehension. Even their leader might not stand a chance against this individual. As Horn advanced step by step, several agents turned to flee, but Horn swiftly unleashed a lethal strike. The blade's aura cleaving through the earth and reducing the fleeing agents to mere fragments. Horn struck again with his blades, and the remaining agents met their demise one after another. Now, only Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and Mr. 5 remained. Kill me then. I too am an assassin. With many lives claimed, Mr. 2 declared, closing his eyes. When did I ever say I would kill you? Horn replied. Mr. 2 looked at Horn in astonishment. Horn approached the gravely injured Mr. 3. No, please don't kill me. I can serve you, spare my life. Mr. 3 exclaimed in a state of panic. Horn's fateful blade swiftly sliced through his throat, and Mr. 3 clutched at his neck, his final words echoing, why not kill him? The response was simple. Because I am willing. In Chapter 66, Negotiation, only Mr. 5 and Mr. 2 remained. Mr. 5 maintained his audacious demeanor, prompting Horn to sneer. Since you so relish in posturing, let us see it through to the end. With a decisive strike, Horn's blade severed Mr. 5's head, adding yet another headless corpse to the ground. What? Why not kill me? Then Clay gazed at Horn with a complex expression, knowing full well that Horn could have ended him with a single blow. For no particular reason, Horn replied, as I said, I am willing. However, do not harbor hopes of returning to Alabasta. It shall become a forbidden land for you, and your leader will not survive much longer. His voice resonated directly into the phone bug opposite him, where the president of the Baroque Works awaited. Crocodile seized the phone bug, his countenance darkened, realizing that his subordinates had fallen to this youth without putting up a fight, completely derailing his plans. Damn Horn, I shall make you aware of my true power. Beside him, Robin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, lost in her thoughts. After vanquishing each agent of Baroque Works, Horn bid farewell to the two giants and set forth. Days later, he arrived at the Kingdom of Alabasta. As one of the mightiest nations along the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta possessed formidable strength. However, due to Crocodile's machinations, it was now besieged by both internal strife and external threats. Upon Horn's arrival, both Crocodile and the Navy headquarters received the news. Admiral Sengoku, one of the 7 warlords. Crocodile has requested our assistance, hoping for the dispatch of a vice admiral. An aide reported to Sengoku. Is the moment I anticipated finally upon us? Sengoku mused, his interest piqued by Crocodile's plea for aid. Inform Crocodile that I concur. But the Navy is currently engaged in eradicating pirates in the New World and will be unable to arrive in the short term. Understood. The aide departed without further inquiries. Ghost Blade Horn, Crocodile, I am eager to witness which of you shall emerge victorious. This is a cunning strategy reminiscent of a double-edged sword from the Warring States period. Should Horn emerge victorious, Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea, could gracefully abdicate, facilitating the rise of a new warlord, a commonplace occurrence for the Navy. Conversely, if Horn were to falter, the Navy could ally with Crocodile to decisively eliminate Horn, a pirate wreaking havoc. Truly, this scheme is rather ingenious. With a sharp crack, Crocodile crushed the snail phone before him, having just received word that although the Navy had acquiesced to his demands, reinforcements would not arrive in the immediate future, urging him to prepare accordingly. Do they wish for us to clash, allowing the Navy to benefit from our conflict? Crocodile said darkly. The situation was spiraling increasingly beyond his control. Robin, contact Horn and inform him that I wish to negotiate, Crocodile commanded. A flicker of surprise crossed Robin's eyes, but she nodded and replied, understood. The following day, amidst the rain-soaked territory of Crocodile, negotiations commenced between Horn and Crocodile. Crest and Van Oka flanked Horn, while Vivi, slightly apprehensive, stood behind him, clutching her garment. Beside Crocodile stood only Robin, rendering his side appear somewhat sparse. Curse Blade Horn, I am willing to offer you half of Alabasta's territory, its most prosperous regions, along with 300 million berries, provided you agree not to interfere with my endeavors. Crocodile declared, puffing on his cigar. Horn, do not acquiesce to him. Our royal family can extend the same offer, Vivi exclaimed, her voice laced with fervor. Oh, is that so, Princess Vivi? Crocodile said, narrowing his eyes, having recently learned that the Princess of Alabasta was concealed among his ranks. Do you believe that old Kubra would consent to such terms? He could never match my generous offer, Crocodile scoffed. Vivi fell silent, acutely aware that her father could not provide such favorable conditions, as Alabasta was regarded by him as more precious than life itself. Horn, if you agree to assist me in eliminating Crocodile, I could marry you, Vivi said, her fingers nervously gripping her garment. Upon uttering that last statement, Vivi's face flushed crimson, and Horn appeared momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Nami and Lucia exchanged glances that hinted at displeasure, should Horn dare to accept. The repercussions from the two women remained uncertain. Horn reassured Vivi, "Do not worry. I am not the sort to take advantage of others' misfortunes. I will assist you in eliminating Crocodile." Upon hearing Horn's promise, Vivi felt a surge of joy intertwined with a hint of melancholy. Why did she not receive affirmation? Was it because she was not beautiful enough? For the first time, the young girl found herself grappling with insecurities about her own allure. Crocodile, with a chilling demeanor, retorted, "Oh, is that so? This is my territory, and I shall make you aware of the might of the 7 warlords." Horn's countenance turned icy as he replied, "Very well. I shall experience it firsthand." The individuals beside Horn quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield to these two. "Sandification," Crocodile declared, pressing his hand against the table, which instantly transformed into grains of sand that swirled around him. "This fellow possesses the powers of a devil fruit, specifically of the Logia type," remarked Vanoka. Vivi and the others, unaware of Crocodile's abilities, felt a twinge of concern for Horn. Sandstorm. A tempest of sand materialized before Crocodile, surging toward Horn. A layer of black hockey quietly enveloped the Destiny Blade as Horn leapt into the air, delivering a decisive slash that cleaved through the sandstorm, aimed squarely at Crocodile. "Hockey!" Crocodile exclaimed in surprise, extending the golden hook on his hand to deflect Horn's sword aura, which was imbued with tremendous power, forcing Crocodile's body back a considerable distance. In a fleeting moment, Horn's form had already appeared before Crocodile, wielding a fierce wind slash. With a swift stroke of his blade, the air erupted with a cacophony of sounds, and the Destiny Blade was poised before Crocodile. Clang! Crocodile raised his golden hook to block the strike. Yet the formidable force compelled him to stagger backward, leaving a long trail etched upon the ground by his shoes. "Is this all you can muster?" This feeble effort is far from sufficient. Crocodile attempted to provoke Horn with his words. Chapter 67, Sand Burial. "Do you think that by inciting my anger you can defeat me? Crocodile, you remain as foolish as ever. You have spent years scheming for an elusive ancient weapon. The king of the underworld, how pitiably Navi you are," Horn scoffed. "How do you know of the king of the underworld?" A look of disbelief washed over Crocodile's face. Horn remained silent as the sword energy erupted once more, striking fiercely towards Crocodile's form. Elementalization. The sword energy collided with Crocodile, yet it merely met a mass of sand. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Crocodile's form reappeared elsewhere, his arm transforming into a massive crescent-shaped blade, aiming a decisive slash at Horn. "Should you be struck by my crescent sand dune, all moisture will be drained from your body, leading to your demise. Horn, today you shall witness the true power of the sand fruit," Crocodile thought with a sense of pride. Horn gazed at the involuntary curve of Crocodile's lips, letting out a cold chuckle. The armament hockey enveloped his Destiny Blade as he swung it toward Crocodile with fierce intent. The crescent dune met the Destiny Blade, but instead of the anticipated absorption of moisture, the blade tore through Crocodile's crescent dune, cleaving directly towards his chest. Crocodile was utterly astonished. The Destiny Blade was now mere inches from him. He could only retreat, but the elementalized abdomen was struck by the blade. The overwhelming force of the armament hockey carving a deep gash into his midsection, blood gushing forth as Crocodile darkly withdrew to a safe distance. "You have angered me, brat. This country is my domain, and the true power of the sand fruit has yet to be unleashed." "Sandification," Crocodile roared, as the wooden floor beneath him rapidly transformed into sand at a visible pace, causing the entire villa to collapse in a cacophony of destruction, reduced entirely to grains. Desert Saber. A colossal blade formed of sand materialized before Crocodile, and he swung it menacingly toward Horn. In a fleeting moment, Horn vanished from Crocodile's sight, his desert dagger slicing through the sands with a single, devastating stroke. The desert was cleaved open, revealing a fissure stretching over 10 meters, beneath which lay a mysterious purple object. Such formidable power instilled a sense of trepidation in Vivi, causing her to feel a wave of concern. With a mighty leap, Horn ascended into the air, his foot striking forth, causing the very atmosphere to tremble, the wrath of the heavens. A bolt of lightning cascaded down from the sky, striking the Destiny Blade. In the next moment, he swung the blade, a slash that seemed capable of rending the cosmos. Unleashing a howling gale as the air was torn asunder, an overwhelming force descending with ferocity. Crocodile raised his desert treasure sword to meet the challenge. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as lightning collided with sand, countless arcs of electricity swirling around, launching relentless assaults upon the desert blade. Bolts of thunder surged into the grains, and Crocodile bellowed in fury, causing the sand to coalesce further, forming an immense wall before him. "Break for me!" Horn cried out as the Destiny blade, encircled by lightning, descended with tremendous force. The desert blade was instantly obliterated, countless grains exploding into the air as the Destiny blade cleaved into the sand wall. Crocodile had believed that his sand wall would withstand Horn's onslaught, but he was gravely mistaken. The Destiny blade tore through the sand with blinding speed, striking Crocodile with an unrelenting force. So swift was the attack that Crocodile had no time to react. The blade carved deeply into him, a wound that extended from beneath his neck to his abdomen, a scar more fearsome than the one etched upon his face. With a sharp intake of breath, Crocodile felt the pain, a level of injury not inflicted upon him since his confrontation with Whitebeard. Sand rushed to his wound, employing the most brutal means to staunch the flow of blood. Horn appeared before Crocodile once more, his body moving with relentless speed. The Destiny blade glinted with a chilling light as it struck directly toward Crocodile's neck. His head was severed and soared into the air. However, the anticipated bloodshed did not follow. Instead, Crocodile's head transformed into sand, and once again, a new head emerged from the base of his neck. "Your ghost blade cannot harm me to such an extent," Crocodile remarked, twisting his neck nonchalantly. "Do you still wish to endure at this point, Crocodile?" Horn said coldly. Crocodile's lips twitched, a reaction born of pain. "Heavy sandstorm," he declared as countless grains of sand coalesced, forming a colossal sandstorm that enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Horn's body was engulfed by the sandstorm. The winds howled with fury. With a sharp exclamation, Horn unleashed a strike imbued with the urgency of the winds and the wrath of the clouds, slicing through the tempestuous sands. In an instant, the formidable sword aura cleaved a path, allowing Horn to escape through the breach. Yet, scarcely had he caught his breath when Crocodile's voice echoed ominously in his ear. "This is far from over." Following that, several walls of sand materialized around Horn, pressing inexorably towards him. With a smirk playing on his lips, Horn regarded Crocodile with a sense of amusement, for if he believed that such a trivial effort could vanquish him, he was woefully naive. Indestructible golden body. A radiant aura of golden light enveloped Horn, rendering him impervious to the encroaching sands. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the golden brilliance, scattering the grains violently, and his imposing figure reemerged before Crocodile's astonished gaze. What manner of creature is this? How can my Logia powers be utterly ineffective against him?" Crocodile's eyes brimmed with disbelief. As a wielder of the Logia type, he had always considered himself invincible in the first half of the Grand Line, yet now, his once proud abilities felt as fragile as parchment before Horn. "Do you truly think that your natural powers grant you dominion over the world?" Horn's voice was laced with icy disdain. "There exists a myriad of mysteries in this realm. What you perceive is merely a fragment." Crocodile gritted his teeth, his form shifting once more into its elemental state. Funeral of sand. His eyes sparkled with newfound intensity as his aura surged dramatically, a flicker of enlightenment igniting within him. A ferocious sandstorm swept forth, more potent than ever, crashing against Horn like a colossal wave assailing a solitary rock amidst the ocean. Have you grasped it? A new technique. Horn observed Crocodile's transformation, recognizing that this adversary had indeed ascended to a higher level of power, inadvertently inspired by his earlier words. Chapter 68. The Fall of the Seven Warlords in the Heart of the Desert. Horn stood resolute against the encroaching sandstorm, his expression unwavering. A piercing chill erupted, unfettered and relentless, as the frigid air spread like ocean waves, freezing patches of the desert into solid ice. Within a radius of several dozen meters around Horn, the landscape transformed into a wintry expanse. With a swift motion, Horn unleashed the ice-soul divine light, his blade cleaving through the air, colliding with Crocodile's tempest of sand. The clash of blue and yellow split the desert into two realms. As the two forces engaged in a ferocious struggle, deep fissures carving through the sand. Amidst the chaotic confrontation, the opposing powers ultimately merged into a singular force, erupting with a thunderous blast that sent shockwaves rippling for hundreds of meters, causing the entire desert to tremble. As the dust settled, the two adversaries stood firm, separated by several dozen meters. Crocodile's facial muscles twitched slightly. At this juncture, Horn had yet to falter, and judging by his strength, he still possessed considerable energy to contend with him. Crocodile felt a twinge of regret for having provoked such a formidable opponent. With a fierce roar, Crocodile transformed his hands into 4 colossal desert blades, launching them toward Horn with lethal intent. In a sudden moment of clarity, Horn perceived everything about Crocodile as if it had slowed down. Reminiscent of the instant he grasped the power to sever steel. With a singular intent to strike, the Destiny Blade flashed with brilliance, executing a seemingly ordinary yet inescapable cut. This blow, unadorned yet devastating, tore through Crocodile's desert sword, and with astonishment etched on his face, it landed squarely upon his chest. Coughing up blood, Crocodile was propelled backward, a gaping wound extending across his torso. Struggling to regain his footing, he attempted to conceal his injury beneath the sands, yet Horn's sword aura penetrated his very core, wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. A few coughs triggered excruciating pain, revealing the extent of his injuries. Crocodile, indeed, this is your limit. Emerging from the swirling dust, Horn stood resolute, the tip of the Destiny Blade still dripping with crimson. His presence exuded an aura as profound as the abyss, instilling a sense of despair in all who beheld him. Crocodile, defiant despite his state, retorted, I have not yet been defeated. The pirates of the Grand Line possess far greater strength than this. Yet Horn countered, you have lingered in Alabasta for years. Has your power truly advanced? Awakened to reality. The title of Warlord of the Sea serves merely to intimidate lesser pirates. Today, I shall sever you from that title. Crocodile's expression darkened ominously. Way of one sword. Iato slash. Horn shouted, propelling himself forward with a fierce determination. The Destiny Blade cleaved through the air, its might rendering the world around it pale, enveloping the battlefield in an oppressive aura that made it hard for onlookers to breathe. Desert Great Sword. Crocodile bellowed, conjuring a massive sword formed of shifting sands to counter Horn's assault. However, the Destiny Blade effortlessly tore through the desert weapon, its blade slicing the air and crashing into Crocodile with relentless force. In that fleeting moment, Crocodile realized it was too late to transform into sand. He could only watch helplessly as the sword aura ripped through him, scattering flesh and blood across the battlefield. Crocodile, Warlord of the Sea, fell in battle. Horn sheathed his blade, exhaling a long breath, and instantly felt a sense of relief wash over him. Vivi's face was awash with disbelief. The notorious thief Crocodile had been bested today by a mere teenager. Simultaneously, she felt a weight lift from her heart, as the burdensome stone that had pressed upon her for years had finally been removed. Robin shared a similar sentiment. Crocodile had been a commendable employer for her. And now that he was gone, she pondered her own path forward. Horn approached Robin, the survivor of the O'Hara incident. Nicole Robin, as far as I am aware, your purpose for coming to Alabasta is to seek the Poneglyph, is it not? Horn remarked with narrowed eyes. Nicole Robin was utterly astonished. How could this youth possibly know her intentions? The previous encounter with the King of Hell had already rendered Horn enigmatic in her eyes, and now he seemed to possess knowledge of the Poneglyph as well. Surrender to me, or perish. Choose one, Horn said, his tone indifferent. Lowering her gaze, Nicole Robin replied, I am willing to serve you, Mr. Horn. Horn nodded in satisfaction. During the subsequent period, with Robin's assistance, the issues plaguing Alabasta were swiftly resolved. The deeds of Crocodile were brought to light, and a reconciliation was achieved between the rebels and the royal family, restoring tranquility to Alabasta. King Cobra of Alabasta also expressed his gratitude to Horn, who, along with his companions, took the opportunity to recuperate in Alabasta, preparing to depart after a while. Naturally, another reason for their stay was to await the Marine headquarters decree for the appointment of the 7 warlords, as defeating Crocodile was indeed aimed at this goal. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku remarked, your plan has succeeded. That ghostly blade has vanquished Crocodile. Now, you can have Horn accept the position of a 7 warlord. While Carp munched on some rice crackers, Sengoku sipped his tea and mused, I didn't expect Crocodile to be so easily defeated. It is indeed time for a new generation of 7 warlords. Have Dalmatia perform the ceremony for this ghostly blade. Have him come to me, he instructed his aide. Yes, sir. Before long, Dalmatia, dressed in his admiral's uniform, arrived at the office. The former 7 warlord, Crocodile, has been bested by a pirate. Dalmatia, you are to conduct the 7 warlords ceremony for this pirate. Do you have any objections? Sengoku inquired. No objections, Dalmatia replied, though he was somewhat astonished. However, upon receiving the information from Sengoku, he was genuinely taken aback. A 16-year-old 7 warlord? Dalmatia exclaimed. Having served in the Navy for many years, he had encountered numerous young prodigies, yet it was rare to see a pirate attain the status of a 7 warlord at such a tender age. 16? Why are there no such individuals within the Navy? Dalmatia lamented inwardly. Enough of that. You should set off quickly, Sengoku said, perceiving Dalmatia's thoughts. He too felt a sense of frustration, pondering why powerful pirates seemed to emerge in waves, first Fire Fist Ace, and now Horn, which truly was a source of vexation. Chapter 69. The world government. 3 days had passed since the defeat of Crocodile, and Horn was still awaiting notification from the headquarters. On this day, Horn took the crew into the city for leisure, leaving Nami and Robin to guard the ship. At this moment, no one dared to provoke the Wind and Cloud pirates, for their reputation had soared in the first half of the Grand Line. Aboard the Griffin, Nami and Robin sat at a table, each with a cup of tea before them. Nami covertly observed Robin while comparing herself to her. After much contemplation, Nami realized that in terms of both demeanor and figure, she fell short in comparison to Robin. Nami felt a tinge of despondency, while Robin found the situation somewhat amusing. She had noticed Nami's subtle gestures. Yet her feelings towards Horn were devoid of any romantic inclination. Her loyalty lay solely in serving the newly emerging tyrant. At that moment, a small vessel approached from the distance, on which stood a masked man accompanied by a cadre of individuals clad in black suits. Is the intelligence accurate? The masked man inquired of those behind him. Rest assured, Nico Robin is indeed here, currently serving as a member of the Stormy Sea Pirates. However, sir, the captain of the Stormy Sea Pirates, the Grimblade Horn, is about to be appointed as a warlord of the sea. Is it wise for us to brazenly apprehend his crew? The man in black replied. Humph, what does it matter if he is a warlord? In this world, the most formidable force is the world government. Whether Grimblade Horn is a pirate or a navy officer, we will apprehend him without hesitation, the masked man stated coldly. The small boat finally reached the Griffin. The masked man and his entourage swiftly boarded the ship. Nico Robin, under the authority of the world government, I hereby arrest you. Come with us, the masked man declared as he approached Robin. Robin lifted her gaze and, upon seeing the masked man, her face drained of color. Spandam, what are you doing here? She asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Humph, no need to inquire further. You can only come with us today. Hurry up. Or should I become displeased, I might just take your companions as well, Spandam said menacingly. Robin took a deep breath and replied, I will go with you. But please do not harm my companions. As she uttered the word companions, a fleeting moment of confusion washed over her. When had she ever had companions? Spandam was overjoyed. He had not anticipated such an effortless turn of events. He had braced himself for a fierce battle should he encounter Grimblade Horn, yet here he was, with Nico Robin willingly agreeing to accompany him. He gestured for the men in black to prepare the sea prison shackles for Robin. Just then, Nami stepped in front of Robin, blocking their path. Whoever you are, you cannot take Sister Robin away, Nami declared fiercely, like a protective lioness guarding her cub. Robin felt a wave of emotion swell within her, though it quickly dissipated. She turned to Nami and said, Nami, let me go with them. I am a wanted criminal by the world government. I will only bring you trouble. Nonsense. No matter who you are. Horn said that once you set foot on the Griffin, you are our companion. You cannot go with them. You are one of us. Nami insisted resolutely. Nami spoke with conviction. Robin, appearing calm, was profoundly moved within. After years of evasion, she had found no one willing to treat her with sincerity. Just as she had finally discovered a sense of belonging, it was abruptly shattered. Enough of this nonsense, Spandam commanded, and the men in black suits behind him swiftly incapacitated Nami with a single blow, then shackled Robin in chains. As Robin boarded the world government vessel, she gazed longingly in the direction of the Straw Hat Pirates. Memories of the days spent with her companions flooded her mind. Each one had shown her immense kindness. The stoic yet warm-hearted captain, Horn, and his first mate, Venoka, the boisterous giant, Crest, the spirited girls, Nami and Lucia, the occasionally moody Dillo, and the chef, Xiaoba, who could make delicious takoyaki. Although their time together was fleeting, it was undeniably unforgettable. Companions, she whispered, that word feels so distant to me. I am truly sorry, Captain. Several hours later, the Navy headquarters received the news. Bang! Sengoku slammed his palm onto the wooden table, shattering it into splinters. Those CP bastards. Do they not realize that their actions will disrupt my plans? Sengoku exclaimed in fury. What is the matter, Sengoku? Carp asked, puzzled. They've captured Horn's crew and the survivor of the O'Hara incident, Nico Robin. They are currently transporting her to Eni's lobby. I fear that if the Demon Blade Horn learns of this, it will spell disaster. My carefully orchestrated plan to recruit Horn into the 7 warlords has fallen apart. Sengoku lamented, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Carp remained indifferent, unaffected by the news. We can only contact Dalmesia now. The headquarters must immediately dispatch troops to prepare for potential uncontrollable consequences, Sengoku declared, picking up the Den Mushi and dialing Dalmesia. Dalmesia, heed this notification. If Demon Blade Horn refuses the title of warlord, apprehend him immediately. Reinforcements will soon be dispatched to support you, Sengoku spoke solemnly. Understood, Dalmesia replied loudly. Though he was perplexed by the headquarters' sudden decision, nevertheless, as a soldier, obedience to orders was paramount. In Alabasta, the Griffin ship docked. Horn listened intently, his expression darkening as he absorbed Nami's account. It was that scoundrel Spandam. Cursed be he. Why, at this moment, did he have to appear? Horn cursed under his breath. What shall we do next, Horn? Nami inquired. Our comrade has been captured by the world government. Can we truly stand by and allow her to suffer at the hands of those wretches? Horn declared with fervor. No, the group shouted in unison, their voices ringing with conviction. Captain, speak your mind. Whatever you command, I shall follow, Crest exclaimed loudly. Captain, give the order. In times like these, none shall falter. Then Oka calmly stated. The others looked on, their eyes filled with expectation, awaiting Horn's response. Horn pondered and declared, I have decided to relinquish my ambition of becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. We shall set forth to Judicial Island to rescue our companions. Shall we go? A resounding cheer erupted. Yes. Chapter 70. Announcement. I apologize. There are some matters that require my attention today, so I will be stepping out for a while. A temporary update. Chapter 71. The grace of that gesture set sail. Horn proclaimed to the crowd. Oh. They responded in unison, promptly preparing to hoist the anchor and embark. Horn, a naval warship is approaching this way, Nami swiftly informed him. Horn took the telescope and gazed into the distance, where a formidable naval warship was approaching. On the deck stood a hybrid figure, part human and part beast. A naval officer. It was Dalmesia. Horn squinted. It appeared that the naval headquarters had been informed of Robin's situation. The mission of this vice admiral had likely shifted. He was presumably here to apprehend Horn. The warship drew nearer, finally docking before the Griffin. Dalmesia descended from the deck to the bow and, with a grave tone, inquired, Horn, the Demon Blade, I have come on behalf of the naval headquarters to bestow upon you the title of Warlord of the Sea. Will you accept? Horn replied calmly. I must respectfully decline. Dalmesia seemed to have anticipated this response, exhibiting no overt surprise. Since you refuse, I can only take you into custody on behalf of the Navy, Dalmesia declared. Then let us see what you can do, Horn retorted. Moonwalk, Dalmesia exclaimed, stepping into the air and swiftly moving above Horn in a matter of moments. Horn leaped into action, severing jade and gold. With a swift motion, Horn pointed his finger, summoning a fierce gale that gathered upon it. Dalmesia promptly responded with his own technique, the finger gun. Both techniques belonged to the same school of martial arts. Bang! The 2 fingers unleashed a surge of energy, colliding with tremendous force. The air shattered as Horn's might proved superior, breaking through Dalmesia's defenses and surging toward him. Dalmesia, employing the moonwalk, swiftly evaded the assault. With a sudden shift, he moved with astounding speed, appearing before Horn, his claws, sharp as daggers, lunging fiercely toward him. He was a devil fruit user of the Inu no Mi, in its Barley Town form, capable of maintaining a half-human, half-beast state for extended combat. Like a tempest, his claws descended, while a dark coating of hockey enveloped Horn's fist. He retaliated with a powerful punch aimed directly at Dalmesia's claws. Bang! The clash of their formidable strength produced a resounding explosion, both combatants reeling from the impact. Dalmesia's eyes widened in disbelief. He had underestimated Horn's mastery of hockey. It seemed that the intelligence from headquarters had failed to keep pace with the evolution of his abilities. He mused inwardly. In a fleeting moment, Horn's form appeared before Dalmesia, dividing the realm into 3. Dark, domineering energy enveloped his fingers, which he thrust towards Dalmesia. Do you believe you are the only one with such power? Dalmesia snorted dismissively, his claws shrouded in the armor of hockey as he lunged directly at Horn. The clash resounded with a resounding thud as claw met finger, both combatants momentarily stilled. In an instant, they resumed their fray, exchanging blows in midair, the sound of air being shattered echoing around them. Their bodies intertwined in a dizzying dance of force. And in the blink of an eye, a surge of power erupted as they landed upon the deck of a naval vessel. Horn's foot struck the deck with a resounding thud, causing countless cracks to spiderweb across its surface. In an instant, his body launched forth like a cannonball, urgency propelling him forward. Horn unleashed the most formidable strike of the three divine fingers, a torrent of immense energy surging from his hand, sealing off all possible avenues of escape before Dalmesia. With no means of evasion, Dalmesia could only brace himself to endure the blow. Break through, Dalmesia roared, his black claws meeting the oncoming force. Boom. He had believed his strength sufficient to withstand Horn's assault, yet to his astonishment, the energy tore through his defenses, striking him fiercely. Dalmesia's body trembled as if struck by a bullet, and he was instantly riddled with several gaping wounds created by the three divine fingers. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he swiftly retreated, landing steadily on the deck. "How does it feel, Admiral Dalmesia?" Horn inquired nonchalantly. Dalmesia, clutching his injuries, replied, "Ghostblade Horn, I never anticipated your prowess not only in swordsmanship, but also in physical combat. Our estimation of your capabilities was utterly flawed. If you are not subdued here today, the seas will surely be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed." "Then let us see," Horn replied. Dalmesia surged forward once more, his speed unparalleled, having unleashed the full extent of his abilities. This velocity, even among other admirals, was nearly unattainable. Raging foot, he unleashed a kick, sending a wave of energy slicing toward Horn, who charged headlong into the oncoming force, executing the three divine realms. This technique was particularly suited for a direct confrontation, as Horn aimed to shatter Dalmesia's powerful strike. Boom. The two energies collided with ferocity, akin to two colossal beasts clashing, the air fracturing under the strain, only to shatter spectacularly under the immense force. "Break!" Horn bellowed, the three divine fingers piercing through Dalmesia's energy like an iron spear, fiercely targeting Dalmesia's body. Bang! Dalmesia raised his palm to counter, yet he was unprepared for the energy that shattered his hand, a gaping wound appearing on his palm. Even one as resolute as Dalmesia could not suppress a cry of pain, his eyes betraying a profound wariness toward Horn. "Allow me to conclude this with this technique, Admiral." Horn's voice resonated calmly. "Return to origin strike." Three beams of red, green, and blue light erupted forth, coalescing into an overwhelming force that hurtled toward Dalmesia with relentless speed and power, eclipsing all of his defenses. Yet Dalmesia still attempted to resist, launching a punch that collided fiercely with the radiant energy. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and a powerful force pierced through Dalmesia's fist, striking him squarely in the chest. A jet of blood erupted, mere inches from his heart. "I grant you your life this time. Return and inform the warring states that my comrades I shall rescue with my own hands. Whether it be the Navy or the world government, all who stand in my way shall be obliterated. No one can impede my path." Hohen's voice, imbued with unyielding dominance, reverberated in Dalmesia's ears. Dalmesia's body fell from the deck. Chapter 72. CP9 Horn returned to the Griffin, where Dalmesia was rescued by naval soldiers and began receiving treatment. "Set sail for Water 7, Horn announced to the gathered crew. "Yes." Dalmesia, with a complex expression, watched as Horn and the others departed on their vessel. "Bring me the Den Mushi. I need to contact headquarters," Dalmesia instructed. A naval officer promptly handed him the Den Mushi. "Hello, Admiral Sengoku. I have been defeated." "How long did it take?" "Less than 10 minutes. He overcame me with his martial arts. His strength and speed are terrifying." "Understood. Return to headquarters immediately to recuperate. Do not concern yourself with other matters for now," Sengoku replied calmly. "Understood." Dalmesia concluded the call. "Ghostblade Horn, while you are formidable, it is impossible for you to breach the Navy's formidable defenses," Sengoku remarked gravely, remaining silent as he sat at his desk. Carp, rarely witnessing such a solemn expression from his old friend, listened intently. "Dalmesia has been defeated," Sengoku said slowly. "As expected," Carp replied. However, Horn triumphed over Dalmesia using martial arts, not his renowned swordsmanship. Carp expressed surprise. Dalmesia's martial skills are among the strongest in the headquarters. While it is not astonishing that a swordsman could defeat him, this martial prowess, when did he acquire such skills? We have another dilemma. Nico Robin will inevitably pass through Eni's lobby next. I plan to dispatch Squirrel and Menard, Sengoku stated. Squirrel? Menard? Carp pondered. Squirrel is undoubtedly among the strongest vice admirals, with remarkable swordsmanship, making him a formidable candidate to intercept Horn. With Menard's assistance, it should pose little issue. Sengoku, I believe it would be prudent to prepare for contingencies. We should have Kazan on standby. Horn harbors too many secrets for us to decipher, Carp advised. Sengoku contemplated this for a moment before nodding. Then let Akiji prepare accordingly. Ghostblade Horn's audacity to challenge the Navy's authority cannot be tolerated. After a day of accelerated sailing, the Griffin finally arrived at Water 7. Thanks to its advanced acceleration system, Water 7 is renowned as the shipbuilding capital of the first half of the Grand Line, with a thriving shipbuilding industry and numerous skilled craftsmen. In a dim corner of Water 7, a gathering was taking place, led by a man wearing a black top hat, a pigeon perched on his shoulder. Lucci, is the order genuine? A man with a square nose, adorned with a black duckbill cap, spoke. Another man, donning a black top hat, nodded in agreement, his voice resonating with a deep, ominous timbre. The infamous Ghostblade Horn was currently approaching with his subordinates. Our mission is to annihilate them here and now. Here lies an opportunity for you to enhance your power. The man in the black top hat declared as he produced a dark pouch. Within it lay several fruits adorned with spiral patterns. Devil fruits. A few exclaimed in astonishment. Consume them, and you shall gain the strength of a demon, the man in the black hat continued. The long-nosed man exchanged glances with a strikingly beautiful woman. Ultimately, they reached for the devil fruits, taking a decisive bite. Ugh, this is utterly repulsive. The long-nosed man retched. The taste is worse than excrement. After consuming the devil fruits, their bodies began to transform. The long-nosed man's neck elongated, and intricate patterns emerged upon his skin. He had consumed the zoan-type giraffe fruit. Meanwhile, the woman's form became remarkably smooth, surrounded by swirling bubbles. She had ingested the paramecia-type bubble fruit. Lucci, I see the target has arrived at the port. An exceedingly plump man leapt forth, a zipper encircling his mouth. Has Gabra returned? Inquired the man in the black hat. I am here. Do not search any further. A fearsome-looking man approached, his expression somewhat impatient. Prepare for battle immediately. Conceal yourselves along their path. We must ensure their complete destruction, commanded the man in the black hat. Understood. Horn led the group ashore and ventured into the city of Water, seeking to locate Mayor Iceberg before embarking on the sea train to Judicial Island. As for the Going Merry, Horn intended to temporarily leave it in Iceberg's care. Upon reaching the bustling street, Van Oka suddenly called for everyone to halt. Old man, what is it? Kleister inquired, puzzled. I sense someone here, a feeling of danger. Van Oka replied keenly. Don't be so alarmed. There are so many people here. How can you discern who harbors ill intentions towards us? Suddenly, Van Oka tensed and fired a shot at a distant building. The window shattered instantly, sending sparks flying. He had used armor-piercing ammunition, powerful enough to obliterate half the structure. A disheveled figure leaped out from within. Damn it! How did he discover my location? The man muttered angrily. Indeed, there is someone. Kleister exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. It is a member of the World Government's Intelligence Agency, CP9, Horn's voice echoed. CP9. The group expressed their unfamiliarity with the organization. Robin's abduction is related to the World Government's intelligence. That Spandam is their superior, Horn elucidated. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. We shall eliminate them. Kleister declared fiercely. At that moment, as the smoke cleared, the man's visage was revealed to Horn and his companions. He sported a pair of small mustaches and wore glasses atop his head. It is Gabra, ranked third in CP9, Horn remarked. He possesses the powers of the Inu no Mi model, wolf, enabling him to transform into a werewolf. And he holds the third position in terms of combat prowess within CP9. You unfortunate scum, encountering me, Gabra, will be your misfortune. You dared to shoot at me. Today, you shall all meet your demise. Gabra snarled menacingly, his body suddenly morphing into a fearsome werewolf with sharp claws. With a howl that pierced the air, Gabra sent the surrounding crowd fleeing in terror. What can a mere beast that can only howl do? Kleister scoffed disdainfully. What did you say? Gabra exclaimed, furiously indignant. How dare this oaf belittle him? After all, he was a formidable member of CP9. Chapter 73, Rob Lucci. Wasn't he just a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Do not assume that you are the only one with such abilities, Crester declared, his body transforming as layers of crimson scales emerged, instantly morphing him into a hybrid creature. Oh, Horn remarked, somewhat astonished. He had only ever seen Crester in his complete bull dragon form. When had he acquired the capacity to alter his physique in such a manner? Captain, this is my newly developed form, Crester stated with a hint of pride. This half-beast shape is particularly well suited for combat. Come now. Let me see whether your prowess as a pup surpasses that of a bull dragon. Crester taunted. You shall soon find yourself begging for mercy, Gabra replied coldly. Ruchi, are we not going out to support Gabra? Inquired the man with a rectangular nose. Let Gabra test the strength of those foes. It will serve as a valuable lesson for him regarding his own capabilities, the man in the black top hat responded. Poor Gabra, reduced to a mere stepping stone. The rectangular-nosed man smirked. With a fierce roar, Gabra exclaimed, "Shave." In an instant, he appeared before Crester, delivering a powerful punch dubbed Iron Block. Gabra was the only one among CP9 capable of utilizing iron blocks as an offensive weapon, a skill he took great pride in, converting the formidable defensive power of iron into an enormous offensive force. His fist, accompanied by a whooshing wind, struck towards Crester, who responded with a low growl, swiftly countering with his sharp claws. Bang! The two forces collided, shaking both combatants momentarily. Crester, quicker to react, executed a sweeping tail strike, his iron tail crashing into Gabra's form, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Aside from a slight frown and a brief stagger, Gabra exhibited no further signs of distress. "Foolish giant, allow me to demonstrate my prowess," Gabra proclaimed, swiftly reappearing before Crester. Storm foot. A slicing kick erupted from his foot, aimed directly at Crester. Crester raised his hardened hands to block, the impact sending him reeling backward, his claws leaving a long mark upon the ground. "You have provoked my wrath," Crester stated coldly, letting out a roar. Despite his seemingly cumbersome physique, he moved with remarkable agility. Iron Tail. His tail swung heavily towards Gabra, who raised his arms in defense. The overwhelming force caused his arms to tremble, yet he persisted, exposing his fangs and biting down on the tail. However, the tail was exceedingly hard, nearly shattering Gabra's teeth. "Get away from me." Crester's tail, now cloaked in a layer of black hockey, swept through the air, striking Gabra squarely on the head. Gabra felt the world spin, his head swimming in dizziness, and Crester seized the opportunity to lunge, sinking his teeth into Gabra's shoulder. "Ah!" Gabra let out a mournful cry as blood gushed uncontrollably from his wound. Crest's sharp fangs had nearly penetrated his shoulder entirely. His body weakened, and he promptly lost all strength. "Move out," commanded the man in the black top hat, lurking in the shadows. Several dark figures swiftly emerged from the gloom, advancing upon Horn and the others in an instant. Bang! Just as they steadied themselves, Van Oka fired a shot, targeting a peculiar man with long hair. The man had no time to react and was struck, the bullet tearing a massive gash in his chest, blood spilling forth as he collapsed to the ground. "Damn it." The man in the black top hat muttered in frustration, realizing that the enemy's strength was entirely beyond his control. Crest released his grip, and Gabra staggered back a few steps before sitting down heavily on the ground, utterly devoid of fighting spirit, his gaze towards Crest filled with terror. "Rob Lucci, along with the members of CP9, it is truly a pleasure to see you," Horn said, stepping forward. The man in the black top hat was none other than Rob Lucci, the captain of CP9, who upheld the principle of enacting justice through darkness. Beside him stood CP9 members, the giraffe fruit user, Kaku, and the owl, Khalifa, among others. "Criminal Horn, today you shall remain here. Let me witness the strength of CP9. Horn remarked with a nonchalant air. Arrogance. The members of CP9 collectively thought, how dare this young man attempt to challenge their entire group single-handedly? In a flash, Lucci initiated the attack, his body flickering until he stood before Horn. "If you think you can defeat me without utilizing your abilities, you are sorely mistaken," Lucci declared. Horn's calm voice met him, and as Lucci swung a punch, he struck only an illusion, for Horn had already vaulted above him. 3 parts of heaven. With a swift motion, a powerful force erupted, striking Lucci in the back and piercing through him. He staggered, landing awkwardly on the ground, blood oozing from his wound. Lucci glared darkly at Horn, who descended leisurely, maintaining his previous stance with effortless ease. He had casually injured Lucci as if on a stroll. "Kaku, let us go," Lucci shouted to Kaku, who trembled at his command. As Lucci's subordinate, Kaku understood him well. It was the first time he had witnessed Lucci speak in such a manner. With no hesitation, Kaku transformed into a colossal giraffe, his nose fixed to the ground as he executed a strike akin to a finger gun. The figure of Horn vanished into thin air, and Kaku's assaults could not keep pace with his speed. In that moment, Lucci let out a furious roar, his explosive muscles swelling to the point of tearing his garments, revealing skin adorned with intricate patterns. He was the Beastman, having consumed the cat fruit. Lucci pressed down with his legs, his body suddenly launching forth, swiftly catching up to Horn. "Die!" he bellowed, unleashing the Six Kings gun. His fist struck Horn's abdomen with tremendous force. Clang! An ear-piercing sound echoed as Horn, possessing an indestructible golden body, effortlessly withstood the blow. severing jade, splitting gold. Horn extended a finger, puncturing Lucci's shoulder with a sharp jab. The brutal force left a gaping wound, and despite the searing pain, Lucci retaliated with a sweeping strike of his leopard tail. Boom. Horn countered with a punch that collided with Lucci's tail, and upon contact, both combatants were forced apart. Chapter 74. Death. In the sky, two figures flickered incessantly, eluding the eyes of onlookers. Kaku, positioned below, attempted several times to assist Lucci, but the sheer velocity of the two adversaries rendered him powerless. At that moment, one figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing through a building, while the other landed gracefully on the ground. It was Horn, and the other figure was none other than Lucci. Kaku and the members of CP9 wore expressions of disbelief. Lucci had been sent flying by Horn. Stumbling from the rubble, Lucci struggled to rise, his body marred by numerous wounds, his once formidable physique proving feeble before Horn's might. The Demon Blade Horn, the combat prowess of CP9, is not to be underestimated. Cease your disdain. Life rebirth. Lucci's massive form shook, instantly transforming to a size akin to that of an ordinary human, a manifestation of the sixth form's ultimate technique, life rebirth. Allow me to experience your strength once more. Demon Blade Horn. Lucci roared, propelling himself forward, the ground beneath him fracturing from the sheer force. I shall join. Kaku charged toward Horn as well. Armament. Horn's arms were enveloped in a dark hue of haki, and he simultaneously unleashed powerful strikes in both directions, shattering the air with explosive force. A sonic boom reverberating through the atmosphere. Fists collided with their bodies, and the overwhelming strength sent Kaku hurtling away, while Lucci staggered, barely managing to regain his balance. How is this possible? Why is his strength so immense? Kaku's eyes brimmed with disbelief. As a Zoan-type user renowned for his strength and resilience, he was astonished to find himself bested by a mere youth in their recent confrontation. It is my turn now, Lucci, Horn's voice resonated. Frosty snow, piercing ice. Horn intoned, launching a fist enveloped in frigid air towards Lucci, who hastily raised his arms in defense. Boom. The formidable force surged through his arms, crashing against his chest. Coughing, Lucci spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward. With a thunderous impact, he collided with a building, causing it to collapse once more. Die. Kaku charged from behind Horn, his twin blades aimed at Horn's back. Armored, the dark aura enveloped him, rendering his back impenetrable. In an instant, Kaku's blade shattered, and Horn retaliated with a powerful punch, striking Kaku's face and distorting it grotesquely. Just as Kaku was about to be sent flying by this force, Horn seized him and slammed him down into the ground with tremendous force. A deep crater formed, and Kaku coughed up blood, staining the earth crimson. Let me grant you a swift end, Horn declared as he aimed a punch at Kaku's heart. Get away from me. Cairo. A fierce energy sliced through the air toward them. What an annoyance, Horn grimaced, pivoting to unleash a desperate thrust. The powerful energy tore through the attack, heading straight for Lucci. Lucci hurriedly dodged, but at that moment, Horn's fist shattered Kaku's heart. Kaku's body trembled twice before falling silent. Demon Blade Horn, I will kill you. Lucci's eyes turned blood red as he let out a fierce roar, his body swelling once more. Was it a secret technique? Horn furrowed his brow, sensing Lucci's momentum transforming into an overwhelming force. If Lucci had once been a river, he now resembled a vast ocean. By the cost of my life. Demon Blade Horn, today your end shall be here. Lucci growled. Hoenn remained silent, yet his disdain was palpable. Lucci's foot struck the ground, shattering the stone slabs into powder. His body shot forth like a cannonball, reaching Hoenn in an instant. You are still too weak. Hoenn's voice resonated with an unsettling calm as he launched a punch towards Lucci. Boom. The air exploded with force, the earth beneath Hoenn cracking under the immense pressure. Every muscle in Hoenn's body tensed, an inexhaustible power surging forth as if from a perpetual motion machine. Lucci exerted all his strength, even resorting to the secret technique of burning his life force, yet he could not budge Hoenn an inch. Break. Hoenn bellowed, unleashing a ferocious force that shattered Lucci's arm bones. Lucci's body was flung uncontrollably backwards, waves of excruciating pain crashing against his mind. But the ordeal was far from over. Hoenn propelled himself through the air, swiftly appearing above Lucci. Die? Hoenn uttered coldly as he delivered a crushing blow to Lucci's abdomen. The tremendous force penetrated deeply, displacing his internal organs. Lucci coughed, spitting out a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of his entrails. Regret the dragon's wrath. Hoenn struck again, this time targeting Lucci's heart, the most vulnerable spot. Undoubtedly, Lucci's heart was shattered. His eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground, creating a deep crater, his head tilting to the side as life ebbed away entirely. Hoenn softly landed on the ground, exhaling a breath, his expression remarkably tranquil. "Is Lucci dead?" murmured the remaining CP9 members in disbelief. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the two strongest members of CP9 had met their demise at the hands of this Hoenn. How terrifying it was. "Get lost. I have no intention of killing you weaklings." Hoenn's voice was chillingly cold. The other CP9 members exchanged complex glances with Hoenn before departing hastily. At that moment, a throng of furious dockworkers surrounded the area. The mayor of Water 7 emerged from the crowd. "Iceberg, did these pirates kill Lucci and his crew?" a dockworker exclaimed. For Lucci and his associates were ostensibly dockworkers of Iceberg's company, and they had been murdered here. Meanwhile, Khalifa and the others were cornered by the dockworkers once more. "Pirates, why have you slain my dockworkers?" Iceberg coldly inquired. "Do you truly believe your dockworkers possess such formidable strength?" Hoenn retorted. Iceberg felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, his dockworkers should not have provoked these pirates, yet the events had transpired. Understanding that his dockworkers had perished at the hands of these pirates, he felt compelled to seek justice. Chapter 75. The Sea Train Pirates. Do not think that by taking lives you can escape from here. The people of Water 7 are not so easily bullied, a dockworker proclaimed loudly. Indeed, today you ought to surrender peacefully and let us handle the matter. Or do not blame us for our actions. "Iceberg, it seems you are still in the dark," Hoenn remarked. Iceberg's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" "The so-called dockworkers under your command are agents of the World Government's Intelligence Organization, CP9. Their commander is none other than Spandam, the son of the government official who caused the death of your mentor, Tom." Hoenn's voice resonated powerfully, causing Iceberg to stagger slightly. "Impossible. You must be lying. How could Lucci and his crew possibly be agents of the world government?" "Indeed, that is unfathomable," Hoenn continued. "Miss Khalifa, please confirm. Are you not a member of CP9? Hoenn fixed his gaze upon Khalifa. She pressed her lips together, and at that moment, all eyes turned toward her. "I am a member of CP9, Khalifa stated, instantly shattering all hopes of the dockworkers. "What? This cannot be. My goddess, how could you work for those scoundrels of the world government? My heart is shattered." Iceberg's face also bore an expression of shock. Lucci and his associates were indeed members of CP9. The Iceberg was struck by a wave of fury. Realizing that his own arms were surrounded by a cadre of spies, Khalifa maintained an expression of indifference. Now that the truth had been unveiled, she felt no further trepidation. "I shall take my leave now, Mr. Iceberg," she declared, departing with the remaining members. Iceberg inhaled deeply, compelling himself to regain his composure. "Pirates, why have you engaged in battle with Lucci and his crew?" he inquired. "I am on a mission to rescue my comrade, Rob," Hoenn replied. "Is Nico Robin one of your allies?" Iceberg asked, having learned from recent newspapers that the world government had captured the notorious fugitive Nico Robin, who was being transported to Eni's lobby. "So you intend to go to Eni's lobby?" Iceberg exclaimed in disbelief. Hoenn nodded. "Have you all lost your minds? Judicial Island is one of the Navy's 3 primary strongholds. Do you truly believe that with your limited strength, you can breach its defenses?" Iceberg exclaimed. Hoenn, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "How can we know without attempting it? Madness. Today's pirates are increasingly reckless." Iceberg shook his head in disbelief. "What is it that you seek from me?" Iceberg inquired. "I wish to take the sea train to Judicial Island," Hoenn declared. Iceberg regarded Hoenn with a penetrating gaze. "Follow me," he said. Hoenn led the group as they traversed behind the Iceberg. Hours later, they approached the waters near Judicial Island. Spandam's expression darkened as he listened to the words from the transponder snail. He had never anticipated that the formidable CP9 agent, Lucci, would meet his demise at the hands of the notorious Hoenn, and in such a dismal defeat. Spandam had previously regarded Nico Robin as merely an expendable asset to the Straw Hat Pirates. Thus, he was perplexed as to why Hoenn would dare to challenge the world government for her sake. "Nico Robin, it appears you are fortunate to have such loyal companions. Your captain dares to confront the world government," Spandam sneered at Robin. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Robin's otherwise tranquil visage. "Captain, are you here to rescue me?" she uttered in disbelief. "Isn't that delightful, you criminal?" Spandam retorted, yanking Robin's hair and slamming her head violently against the ground. A trickle of blood escaped, and a pained expression crossed Robin's face. "Don't be foolish. Your comrades cannot defeat the world government. They stand as a colossal force, enduring for 800 years, with a foundation far beyond your comprehension." With her head lowered, Robin pondered. "Captain, Why do you come to save me? Why? She was now wholly consumed with concern for Horn and the others, realizing she had unwittingly become part of this group. At the Navy headquarters, the defeat of Dalmatia weighed heavily in the air. Now, even CP9 agents had fallen to Horn's might. This Horn is infuriating. Have the Weasel and Maynard reached Judicial Island yet? Sengoku demanded, his temper flaring. The aide promptly reported, Marshal, both Vice Admirals Weasel and Maynard have arrived at Judicial Island and are currently organizing defenses. Sengoku nodded, unconvinced that the Straw Hat Pirates could breach the formidable defenses of Judicial Island, a crucial stronghold that must not falter. This is the sea train. Granny Kokoro will take you to Judicial Island, Iceberg informed Horn and the others as they arrived at the port. The driver, Granny Kokoro, had been waiting for quite some time. Thank you, Mayor Iceberg. The Thousand Sunny will be temporarily entrusted to your care. I appreciate it, Horn expressed gratefully. Iceberg nodded and replied, though I harbor doubts about your endeavor, I must say I admire your courage to undertake such a shocking assault on Judicial Island. I wish you success. Horn smiled and remarked, perhaps this time we shall succeed. As I mentioned, how can we know unless we give it a try? Courageous fellows, indeed. Horn and his crew boarded the sea train, which let out a long, resounding whistle as it set off towards the horizon. Pirates, driven by their dreams and camaraderie, are willing to risk everything, aren't they, teacher? Iceberg gazed at the sky, suddenly reminded of his mentor, Mr. Tom. The sea train sped along, drawing ever closer to Justice Island. Captain, a giant frog has appeared ahead, cried Crest with sudden alarm. Horn glanced over and saw the colossal battleship. The child had returned. With a sigh, Granny Kokoro began recounting the tale of the battleship, moving everyone in attendance deeply. If even a frog can embody such loyalty and righteousness, we, as humans, must not fall short. Robin, we must rescue him, cried Clyster passionately. The crowd echoed his fervor, and the atmosphere aboard the sea train reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, a massive warship emerged ahead, obstructing their path. I shall take care of this, Horn declared, recognizing the formidable presence aboard such a vessel, understanding that he must intervene personally. Horn leaped onto the top of the sea train, its whistle continuing to blare. The figures ahead revealed their faces. Chapter 76, The Demon Blade. In the distance, on a warship, stood three men wearing masks. Horn's pupils dilated sharply as recognition dawned upon him. They were from CP0, the most formidable intelligence organization under the world government, far surpassing CP9 in strength. Is a fierce battle about to commence? Horn murmured, drawing the Destiny Blade from his back. The agents of CP0 were also prepared for combat. With a single stride, Horn leapt onto the warship in a matter of moments. Let me test this diamond-level martial art, the Demon Blade, on you, Horn declared, as an unusual purple aura enveloped his blade, transforming the very atmosphere around him. Such an eerie presence, the three agents exchanged worried glances, sensing the impending danger. Swiftly, one agent surged forward, his body appearing before Horn in an instant. Iron Fist, his fist, cloaked in a black armament color, hurtled towards Horn. Demonic energy unleashed. The first form of the Demon Blade surged forth, as strands of demonic energy from within Horn intertwined with an unyielding blade force, unleashing a flurry of strikes in the blink of an eye. The Iron Fist collided violently with Horn's Destiny Blade, producing a resounding clash. Yet, within the agent's terrified gaze, the Destiny Blade, enveloped in purple demonic energy, shattered his fist and cleaved through his body in one swift motion. In an instant, the agent was severed in two, a torrent of blood erupting forth, splattering across Horn, who was now adorned with the crimson essence of his foes. The remaining two agents stared in shock at Horn. How could an agent, meticulously trained by the world government, be so effortlessly dispatched by this pirate? They exchanged grave looks, their expressions heavy with dread. Look into his eyes, one agent exclaimed. The other promptly turned to Horn, whose eyes glowed with a sinister crimson hue, resembling a beast poised to devour. The purple gas coiled around him like a legendary weapon of destruction. Horn felt a sense of dizziness enveloping his mind, immediately after executing that move. He sensed something amiss within his body, as if he were gradually losing his grasp on reason. Horn shook his head, forcefully expelling the tumultuous thoughts from his mind. As the blood vessels in his eyes subsided slightly, we must strike together, or we shall find no escape today, one of the agents declared, and simultaneously, their bodies lunged forward. Perish! One assailant attacked with his foot, while the other struck with his fist, both aiming for Horn's vital points. The dark arts prevail. Horn unleashed the second form of the Demon Blade, sweeping his blade in a horizontal arc. A violent surge of purple energy coalesced into a formidable sword aura, ruthlessly cleaving towards the two agents. Their bodies were torn apart as if they were mere tofu, unable to emit even a single cry before they fell lifelessly. The deck was strewn with shattered flesh, and the three elite CP0 agents left no intact corpses behind. Horn suddenly roared, a purple aura ascending towards the heavens. He leapt into the air, bringing his sword down upon the warship. With a thunderous crash, the massive vessel was cleaved in twain. Horn returned to the sea train, the violet aura surrounding him gradually subsiding, ultimately restoring tranquility. Horn's eyes regained their former clarity, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. This cursed blade was indeed ominous. How infuriating that even CP0 could not withstand it. On Judicial Island, Spandam nearly crushed the transponder snail in his grasp, but his feeble strength only elicited a pitiful cry from the creature. The Navy must hold the line. Spandam had just witnessed through the ship's transponder snail the recent event where three elite agents were utterly powerless before Horn. Nearly recalling Horn's predatory gaze sent shivers down Spandam's spine. If that fiend were to learn how he treated his allies, what fate would await him? Squirrel. Ensure your men are in position. We must secure this location. Judicial Island is of paramount importance to the world government, and should it fall, none of you will escape unscathed, Spandam warned fiercely to the two Navy vice admirals before him. Spandam, we are not your subordinates. Refrain from issuing commands in such a tone. We understand the significance of Judicial Island better than you do. It suffices for you to manage your own affairs and not complicate matters at a critical juncture, Squirrel replied coldly, his disdain for Spandam evident. After all, Squirrel was one of the Navy headquarters' most esteemed vice admirals. What right did this inept, privileged individual have to command him? Seeing the contempt in Squirrel's and Maynard's eyes, Spandam, though enraged, felt powerless. The Navy certainly had its own pride. The sea train finally arrived in the waters near Judicial Island. As they gazed upon the multitude of warships in the distance, the expressions of the crowd shifted. Grandma Kokoro, please stop here. Beyond this point lies the Navy's firing range. Horn instructed. It is indeed a pity not to see you set foot on Judicial Island, Grandma Kokoro lamented, taking a sip of her drink. Everyone, prepare for battle. Break through the Navy's defenses and storm Judicial Island to rescue Robin. Horn proclaimed loudly. Understood. Horn was the first to leap into the icy sea, where a formidable chill erupted as he struck the tranquil surface with his blade, instantly forging a path of ice. Charge forward. Horn commanded, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Racing across the frozen expanse. General Weasel, General Maynard, the enemy has reached the battlefield. Shall we commence the attack? An urgent naval messenger rushed in to inquire. Have they arrived? I am eager to witness the audacity of the pirates who dare to invade Judicial Island. Order all warships to open fire. Weasel commanded. Understood. 3 large warships and 10 smaller vessels were prepared, their firepower perhaps rivaled only by the demon-slaying order. Fire. At the command, the cannons roared, unleashing a torrent of projectiles toward Horn and his companions. I'll handle this, cried Crest, transforming his form into that of a colossal bull dragon, charging to the forefront to shield his comrades from the barrage. Van Oka raised his sniper rifle, detonating the incoming cannonballs mid-air, each explosion showering brilliant sparks across the sky. Ghostblade Horn, let me test your strength. Weasel leaped to the ship's bow, unsheathing his longsword and unleashing a fierce strike toward Horn's direction. Chapter 77. Sword breaking the firmament. The azure sword energy Weasel released was exceptionally sharp, seemingly capable of rending the heavens. It surged toward Horn with unrelenting force. Is this an attack from an elite admiral of the headquarters? I shall accept this blow. Gripping the destiny blade tightly, Horn could no longer suppress the tumult within. A violent purple aura surged forth, enveloping the blade in a vibrant haze as he swung it with ferocity. The malevolent energy surged. The purple sword energy charged forth, and Horn had no doubt that even a mountain would be cleaved in two before its might. The azure and purple energies collided, shattering the ice surface Horn had constructed. Hurry, the ice is cracking, Van Oka shouted to the others, who hastened toward the warships. Boom. The two sword energies clashed fiercely. The azure energy was regal, while the purple energy embodied a demonic majesty. The two forces were evenly matched. Soon, the ice shattered entirely, the overwhelming power causing the sea to tremble. At last, a wave of purple energy breached the defenses of the azure sword energy, surging directly toward Weasel's warship. Has it been breached? Weasel's expression remained surprisingly unperturbed. Horn's audacity to come to Judicial Island undoubtedly stemmed from a source of confidence. Their previous exchange had merely been a test of each other's strength. Horn treaded upon the air and ascended to the heavens, his form flickering as he swiftly reached the battleship. It is the ghost blade Horn. Fire! The naval officer bellowed with urgency. Begone! Horn roared, his body erupting with an overwhelming aura, a force that engulfed the entire warship. The lower-ranking sailors instantly rolled their eyes back, frothing at the mouth before collapsing. It is the Conqueror's Haki. This individual possesses the qualities of a king. The Weasel's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a few officers, the majority had already succumbed to Horn's domineering presence. Ghostblade Horn, do not become too complacent. Suddenly, a thunderous voice broke through, and a robust figure charged forth. Maynard. The Weasel gasped, realizing that this level of Horn was beyond Maynard's capacity to contend with, yet Maynard had already surged ahead. Allow me to bring your journey to an end, pirate, Maynard stated coldly. Horn regarded him with disdain, his gaze possessing an uncanny allure that ensnared Maynard's attention. Within Horn's eyes, Maynard beheld an abyss of relentless slaughter, a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the sky awash in crimson. At a glance, blood flowed like rivers, and the bodies were piled high, leaving Maynard's mind and spirit profoundly shaken. Do not look into his eyes. A thunderous voice erupted from behind. It was the cry of the Weasel. With a sudden leap, the Weasel charged forward, intent on confronting our captain. To challenge our captain, you must first best me, Crest shouted, positioning himself before the Weasel. Pirate, you seek your demise. The Weasel's gaze turned icy as he drew his long sword and engaged Crest in combat. Maynard, startled by the Weasel's roar, emerged from his stupor, his eyes now laced with profound apprehension. This pirate's prowess was truly formidable. A mere glance had plunged him into disarray. How terrifying. At that moment, Horn advanced with his blade drawn. Dark energy surged. Horn unleashed a succession of violet sword energies, severing all of Maynard's avenues of retreat and compelling him to confront the onslaught head-on. Damn it, Maynard cursed under his breath, his fists hardening instantly as he launched them toward Horn's sword energies. Boom. The moment Maynard's fists collided with Horn's sword energies, he was violently propelled backward. Hoenn swiftly advanced, his form teleporting above Maynard. Navy, perish. The path of magic reigns. With that declaration, Hoenn unleashed a downward strike. Maynard attempted to retaliate, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the sword energy surged towards him. Boom. A streak of azure sword energy swept across, colliding violently with the violet sword energy. The two forces merged momentarily before dissipating, sending shockwaves that trembled the very air. The sailors aboard the warship displayed expressions of profound agony. Maynard, retreat to the interior of the island and fortify Judicial Island using the terrain. We are at a disadvantage, the Weasel urged Maynard. The advantageous geography of Judicial Island would be a waste if not exploited. Though the Weasel possessed confidence in his capabilities, he would never gamble with the lives of his soldiers. If Hoenn unleashed his Conqueror's Haki one more time, they would all suffer. The lower-ranked soldiers could not withstand such a force. Reluctantly, Maynard acquiesced to the Weasel's command, and soon, the naval soldiers aboard the warship began to withdraw. Fire upon them. Hoenn bellowed to his subordinates. Though the enemy had retreated, the artillery aboard the warship remained operational. The crew hastily maneuvered the cannons, unleashing a barrage upon the navy, with cannonballs raining down amidst the soldiers, resulting in a gruesome display of blood and flesh, accompanied by anguished cries. The Weasel's expression darkened. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by Hoenn again. Ultimate technique, pressure slash. The Weasel suddenly leaped, his aura surging dramatically. With sword raised, its tip surpassing his head, he cleaved downward, sending a formidable azure sword energy soaring into the sky, as if it could rend the very fabric of existence. The azure sword energy surged towards Hoenn. The path of magic reigns. Hoenn responded with a low growl, as violet energy coalesced fiercely. The violet aura on his destiny blade surged, and with a decisive swing, Hoenn unleashed a violet sword energy that sliced through the air, creating a series of sonic booms. In an instant, the two energies collided, resembling a clash of two tornadoes, painting the heavens in hues of azure and violet. This formidable power seemed capable of cleaving the world asunder. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, shattering the ground beneath Hoenn's feet. The force unleashed was beyond what the earth could withstand, as fine cracks spiderwebbed across the landscape, which groaned under the unbearable burden. Amidst the clash of azure and violet, the violet aura surged violently, tearing through the defenses of the azure sword energy and hurtling towards the dormouse. Such overwhelming power caused the dormouse's pupils to constrict sharply. He met the impending strike with another sword. With a resounding explosion, the sword energy detonated, sending a brilliant light soaring towards the heavens, altering the very color of the sky. The two streams of sword energy instantly dissipated into nothingness, and the dormouse finally managed to deflect the attack. Breathing heavily, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Horn's strength had escalated to such an extraordinary level. The records had stated that he only mastered the sword intents of wind and ice, so where did this violet sword energy originate? The dormouse found himself utterly perplexed. Chapter 78. The giant the Navy had finally retreated entirely to the interior of Judicial Island, beginning to prepare for an ambush against Horn and his companions. Utilizing the terrain to their advantage, Horn furrowed his brow as he gazed upon Judicial Island. The terrain was intricate, with a garrison of over 10,000 troops. Although many of them were officials of the world government, the island's formidable defenses were by no means easily surmountable. With such a scant number of men under his command, how could he possibly initiate an assault? "Captain, someone is swimming over from that direction. It's a giant," a crew member exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to the distance. Two giants were making their way through the water, and for them, the several kilometers posed merely a trifling distance. They soon reached the shore. "Horn, we heard of your arrival to rescue your comrades and hurried over at once. Feel free to command us. We, the giant warrior pirate crew, have come today to repay a debt of gratitude." The two giants were none other than the blue demon, Dory, and the red demon, Broggy. Horn was filled with uncontainable joy, for he knew that the guardians of the second gate were none other than the former crew members of the giant pirate crew, Oimo and Kashiai. With Dongli and Broggy present, the defection of the two giants was evidently assured. "Dongli, Broggy, your arrival is timely. The guardians of the second gate are your former subordinates, Oimo and Kashiai. They have been waiting here for you, and I hope you can persuade them to switch sides. This would significantly bolster my chances of breaching Judicial Island," Horn conveyed to the duo. "Oimo and Kashiai? Those two rascals are still waiting for us here?" Dongli and Broggy were overwhelmed with emotion. "Oimo, Kashiai, do you hear me? This is Captain Dongli, and Broggy is here too," Dongli shouted towards the distant giants. Initially in a daze, the two giants perked up at the familiar voices. "Kashiai, did you hear that? It sounds like Captain Dongli," Oimo exclaimed excitedly. "Captain Dongli?" Kashiai quickly rose to his feet, and both giants strained their eyes to see. The towering figures of Dongli and Broggy were easily visible against the horizon. "It is truly Captain Dongli and Captain Broggy. They have come for us," Oimo exclaimed with fervor. "Oimo, Kashiai, open the gate and let us in. The Navy has been deceiving you. Do not continue to serve them." Dongli's voice resonated once more. Exchanging glances, Oimo and Kashiai sprinted toward the first gate, pushing it open with all their might. "This is bad. The giants have defected," cried the naval soldiers as the gate swung open, allowing Dongli and Broggy to surge inside. "Captain Dongli, Captain Broggy, it is truly you. We have searched for you tirelessly." Upon seeing them, Oimo's eyes welled with tears. "Indeed," Kashiai added, "you two have waited here for us all these years. I am profoundly moved." Dongli could no longer contain his tears. "Those Navy scoundrels dared to deceive us. It is time they witness our strength," Oimo declared with fury. "Today marks the day our giant pirate crew set sail once more." "Oimo, Kashiai, let the Navy see what we are capable of," Broggy bellowed. "Yes, Captain." The four towering giants commenced their assault on the Navy. "Stop them. Hold the second gate." The naval officers frantically commanded their troops in a desperate attempt to thwart the four giants. Cannons, rifles, and an array of weaponry were unleashed upon them. But the attacks merely tickled the giants, proving utterly futile. The four giants swiftly approached the second gate. Horn and his companions followed closely behind, ever ready to launch an offensive. "Damn giants, let me show you the might of our vice admiral." Maynard leaped forth, positioning himself atop the walls of the second great gate. "Vice Admiral, you are no match for us," Dongli scoffed disdainfully. "Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate just how formidable we giants truly are." Maynard roared, launching a powerful punch towards Dongli. "How dare you look down upon our giant race?" Dongli bellowed in fury, unleashing a fist as massive as a small hill. Though his physique was enormous, his speed was surprisingly swift, and his colossal fist, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, hurtled towards Maynard. Boom! The clash of their fists sent forth a shockwave, and Maynard heard a distinct cracking sound, his arm bone fracturing under the immense force. A searing pain surged through his mind. Damn it, why is his strength so overwhelming? Maynard thought, retracting his fist to regroup for another attack. Just then, Dong Li's hand snatched him up, as if he were a mere chick, and hurled him violently to the ground. Crash! The earth was instantly cratered beneath the impact, and Maynard felt as though his bones were shattering. Coughing up blood mixed with shards of his own insides, he struggled. Die, Navy! Dong Li roared, lifting his mountainous foot to stomp down upon him. At that moment, a streak of azure sword energy sliced through the air, hurtling towards them with ferocity. I shall intervene. A colossal figure blocked Dong Li's path. It was Brokey. He raised his large shield to deflect the sword energy. Boom. The collision between the sword energy and the shield created a thunderous impact. Brokey's expression remained stoic. Yet he was forced back several steps by the force of the blow. With a mighty roar, he thrust his shield forward, dispersing the sword energy into a brilliant flash, dissipating into nothingness. Breathing heavily, Brokey gazed at the figure opposite him, recognizing the sword energy as the work of Vice Admiral Weasel. Dong Li shouted triumphantly, his foot crushing down upon Maynard's body. Even with Maynard's formidable will, he could not suppress a cry of agony as blood gushed forth, saturating the earth beneath him. His breaths became labored, and it seemed he was on the brink of collapse. Damn it! Vice Admiral Weasel seethed with rage, outraged at the sight of his comrade being slaughtered before him. This giant was exceedingly arrogant. Within the Justice Tower of Judicial Island, Spandam glared at the chaotic scene unfolding before him, consumed with fury and a touch of panic. The tumultuous pirate crew was infuriating, yet undeniably powerful. He wondered if the Navy could withstand their onslaught. Thus, Spandam dialed a number. Prince Dolur, I seek your assistance. Chapter 79, The Dark Aura. Spandam, speak your mind. Came the voice from the other end of the transponder snail. I require your 1st Division. We are encountering troubles on Judicial Island. A band of pirates is assaulting it. I implore you to lend me your assistance. Spandam adopted a subservient demeanor, for the individual on the other end bore an astonishing lineage. One of the descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government, a member of the Celestial Dragons. Given your father, Spandine, once served our family faithfully, I shall grant your request. The 1st Division will arrive shortly. However, do not attempt to command them, for they heed only the orders of the Celestial Dragons. Dolores replied coldly over the phone. Yes, I understand, Spandam said, trembling with trepidation. Once the call ended, he carefully hung up, exhaling a sigh of relief. Soon, the Celestial Dragon's elite guard would be on their way, and Nicole Robin, your comrade, would soon face annihilation. Laughing triumphantly, Spandam reveled in his malice. Robin glared at him with eyes filled with hatred, her heart awash with concern for Hoenn and the others. While she recognized Hoenn's formidable strength, they were up against the minions of the Celestial Dragons. Could they truly overcome them? Damn those giants. You have provoked my ire. The weasel brandished his sword, advancing step by step toward the 2 giants. The Navy dares to deceive our beloved subordinates? Come forth, and I shall rend you to shreds. Broggy bellowed vehemently. You will soon regret this, the weasel retorted coldly. With a swift step, he executed the moonwalk, suddenly appearing before Broggy. Secret technique, air slash. Countless air currents coalesced, forming a cerulean light upon his blade. A tempestuous gale erupted, and the weasel raised his sword high above his head, striking down. The azure sword energy erupted with tremendous force, towering nearly 10 meters high. This strike seemed capable of rending the very heavens as the sword energy howled forth. Moving with unparalleled speed, the air was cleaved asunder, producing a cacophony of sonic booms, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Broggy. Broggy swung his colossal axe in a desperate bid to counter, but in an instant, the cerulean sword energy shattered the axe into fragments, striking Broggy directly. A long crimson gash opened from Broggy's neck to his abdomen, blood gushing forth as his body staggered, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Broggy, Dory cried out, his gaze towards the weasel filled with unbridled fury. Dory, allow me. A voice from behind surged as Hoenn leapt onto Dory's shoulder. Let me handle him. You must tend to Broggy. Hoenn urged Dory. No, I must personally deal with this Navy scum. Dory adamantly refused. What do you 2 pirates take me for? I am a rear admiral of the headquarters. The weasel shouted fiercely, unleashing another wave of sword energy directed at the 2. Horn gripped the destiny blade tightly, a purple aura entwining around him, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of an ancient demon god. The intensity of his presence was overwhelming, causing even Dong Li, standing beside him, to shudder involuntarily. The aura emanating from this young man was markedly different from before. What could have caused such a sudden transformation? Dong Li gazed at Horn in astonishment. Devil's energy surging. Horn exclaimed, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. He unleashed a formidable strike. The purple sword energy resembling a colossal dragon, roaring as it surged towards the ferret. The ferret, skillfully employing the moonstep, leaped several times, positioning itself before the purple sword energy. Break! It cried out, and the surrounding air abruptly froze, rendering the atmosphere thick and suffocating. Then, with a swift stroke, it unleashed its sword energy, which whistled through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The azure sword energy clashed with the purple sword energy, and this time, the azure prevailed, tearing the purple energy into fragments. The shards scattered, while the azure energy barreled directly towards Horn. Block! Horn raised his blade to meet the oncoming assault. And as the azure sword energy clashed with the destiny blade, a fierce shower of sparks erupted. Horn was forced to retreat step by step. Shatter it, he commanded, as the purple aura coiled around him like a serpent, engaging in a fierce conflict with the azure sword energy. The two forces intertwined in a deadly embrace, ultimately merging into a sphere of half azure, half purple light, which erupted violently. The brilliance shot skyward, and the heavens trembled, as if even they could not bear the weight of such power. Ferret, you have compelled me to resort to this move, Horn said in a grave tone, uncertain if he could master the technique. If he failed, it could lead him down a path of extremity. The ferret's expression turned serious. It sensed that Horn's aura had transformed into something entirely different, one that was no longer human, but rather demonic. Horn's eyes gradually filled with a blood-red hue, while a purple gas enveloped his body, a mist of ethereal energy rising around him. This was the third form, the blade that slaughters all emotions and desires. The devil's extreme slaughter of passion. Horn murmured, his voice barely audible, yet both the weasel and Dongli could hear him. Horn, you young lad, Dongli remarked. This is a path of no return. The weasel finally comprehended the nature of the purple aura surrounding Horn. It was demonic energy, capable of leading one astray into the abyss of darkness. Devil's extreme slaughter of passion. Horn bellowed, the purple demonic energy coalescing into his blade. With a single stroke, he unleashed a cold and deathly aura, emanating an overwhelming sense of despair, embodying the very essence of his words, slaughtering all emotions and desires. A point of no retreat once this blade was drawn. The frenzied sword energy surged toward the weasel, and wherever it passed, even the grass beneath withered under the taint of demonic energy, a pall of death cloaking the scene. The weasel's expression turned grave. He realized that if he did not muster all his strength to fight today, he might very well perish here. Essence. Azure Dragon Slash. The air around the weasel became serene, a visible aura converging upon his sword, blossoming into a vibrant azure light, a stark contrast to Horn's deathly sword energy. The weasel struck forth, the azure sword energy transforming into a colossal azure dragon that roared as it surged forward. The azure dragon collided with the purple demonic energy, producing a thunderous explosion that shook the very heavens and earth, the winds and clouds shifting, the once tranquil sea erupting into tumultuous waves, causing the naval soldiers and onlookers to change countenance in alarm. The purple sword energy pierced through the dragon's head like a spear, cleaving it in two. The azure sword energy shattering into fragments as the purple demonic energy surged toward the weasel with lethal intent. Chapter 80. First Squat. The weasel's face paled. This sensation of impending doom was something he had not encountered in a long time. Break through, he cried, channeling all his strength once again, swinging his sword to meet the oncoming purple demonic energy. Yet, the force of the purple energy far exceeded his expectations, and with a resounding crack, his sword shattered upon impact. The purple energy struck the weasel's chest like a heavy hammer, with a cough of blood. The weasel felt as though his chest had been pierced, his organs jolted from their positions. His body flew back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a building, the sheer force collapsing it, leaving the weasel buried beneath the rubble. Weasel General has fallen, a terrified naval soldier exclaimed. Is that pirate even human? Is Judicial Island going to be breached? Horn stepped into the void, arriving at the formidable second gate. A flicker of clarity lingered in his eyes. He had not succumbed entirely to madness. Yet, even in this state, his power surged dramatically, after all. A millennium of cultivation could not compare to a single night of becoming a demon. Flash. Horn coldly uttered this word, and the once azure destiny blade transformed entirely into a deep violet hue, descending with lethal intent. The solid second city wall and gate were effortlessly cleaved in two, collapsing with a thunderous roar, causing the Navy soldiers to scatter in a frenzy, the scene descending into utter chaos. When will the first squad arrive? That fellow. Is he truly so formidable that even the elite admiral from headquarters cannot contend with him? Spandam uttered in terror. Beside him, Robin gazed into the distance, where Horn, enveloped in a mist of violet energy, appeared like a fearsome demonic deity. Even from such a distance, the terrifying aura emanating from Horn was palpable, an essence far beyond that of mere mortals, causing a flicker of concern to cross Robin's eyes. At that moment, four shadowy figures approached from behind Spandam. The leader of the group patted Spandam on the shoulder, startling him. He turned to see the faces of several dignitaries, an expression of joy breaking upon his features. "Esteemed sirs, you have arrived." Spandam greeted them with utmost reverence, recognizing that though they were all subservient to the celestial dragons, their status far surpassed his own. The four were nameless, known only by their code names, 1 through 4. Robin, filled with dread, realized that the presence of these figures had completely eluded her. Their power was indeed terrifying. "Is the target that individual?" inquired the leader, known as 1. "Indeed, it is him. Just moments ago, Admiral Mongoose from headquarters suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. He must not be underestimated," Spandam replied gravely. The four figures appeared unfazed. They were the Celestial Dragon's elite guard. Having witnessed countless spectacles, he is merely a pirate, and so young at that. How formidable could he truly be? "This matter shall be entrusted to us. You are to escort this sinner to the gate of justice," 1 commanded. "Yes," Spandam exclaimed with great relief, eager to depart this cursed place. Horn was simply too terrifying. Remaining any longer filled him with dread of succumbing to a heart attack. Thus, Spandam led Robin toward the gate of justice, while the four shadowy figures glided gracefully to the second gate. Horn descended upon the collapsed city walls, his crimson gaze fixed upon the naval officers and their guards below, reminiscent of a sovereign surveying mere insects. Neither the sailors nor the guards dared to meet Horn's eyes. His gaze possessed an uncanny allure, capable of ensnaring souls and plunging them into an abyss of murderous intent. The pirates had grown audacious, it seemed. The quartet approached Horn, who lifted his gaze to regard them in silence. The fourth member, transfixed by Horn's stare, inadvertently met his eyes, and was immediately engulfed by visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a tempest of violent wrath flooding his mind. "Do not look into his eyes," the first member urgently admonished, jolting the fourth back to reality, his face now etched with profound terror. "That pirate is rather sinister." "Third and fourth, initiate a probing attack," the first commanded. "Understood." The third and fourth members charged forth, their bodies swiftly closing the distance to Horn. "Prepare to meet your demise." The third struck with his fists, while the fourth unleashed a powerful kick. Both were masters of armament hockey, and their combined assault would surely leave Horn gravely injured, if not dead. Yet as their blows were unleashed, they discovered that Horn was but an ephemeral shadow. A chill coursed down their spines, the sensation of being hunted by a ferocious beast enveloping them. "Watch out above," the first bellowed, but it was too late to save his comrades. The third and fourth looked up simultaneously to behold Horn, a figure akin to a demonic deity, poised above them. Flash! With a simple yet devastating stroke, a dark energy howled through the air, shattering the atmosphere with a thunderous roar. The fourth member reacted swiftly, pivoting to strike back with a hardened fist, colliding with the blade's energy. Yet, in less than half a second, the sword's force utterly obliterated his fist. Gouts of blood erupted as the energy struck the fourth directly. In that fleeting moment, he managed to partially arm his body with hockey, encasing his chest in a protective layer, narrowly escaping death. However, he was still driven into the earth, creating a massive crater 10 meters in diameter, fractures spidering across the ground. The fourth member's face paled, his internal organs feeling as though they might shatter under the impact, and he coughed up blood laced with fragments of his insides. "Damn it, pirate! You shall die!" The third member roared in fury. Having trained together since childhood, their bond was akin to that of brothers. And witnessing the fourth's suffering ignited a flame of wrath within him. The third member leaped into action, charging at Horn, with the second and first members following suit, all three converging upon Horn, the peak of demonic slaughter. Horn's blade swept horizontally, a strike imbued with immense power, causing the three to pale. Iron block. The three individuals responded almost simultaneously, immediately adopting the sixth form of combat. Remarkably, the first one charged towards Horn, braving the onslaught of sword energy. With a powerful punch, he collided fiercely with the sword aura, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the void, creating spiderweb-like fissures in the air, while the deafening roar threatened to rupture eardrums. As fists clashed against blades in a frenzied melee, the first individual became acutely aware of Horn's formidable prowess. His fist, upon meeting the sword energy, failed to yield even an inch, as Horn's sword aura was as formidable as a mountain. Break. Horn uttered a succinct command, imbued with an almost magical potency. In an instant, the sword energy surged forth, propelling the first individual through the air. Chapter 81. Completely ensnared by darkness, the first individual's body was sent hurtling backward, taking several steps in midair before regaining his balance. Meanwhile, the second and third individuals had already closed in on Horn. Die. The second individual's face twisted with malice as he unleashed a powerful horizontal kick, his formidable right leg, imbued with armed color, aimed directly at Horn's body. He was particularly proud of his leg techniques, confident that should Horn be struck, a few ribs would surely break. Yet, when his leg met Horn, it felt as though he had kicked an iron plate. Horn remained unfazed, as if this attack posed no threat whatsoever. In another moment, the third individual landed a punch on Horn's back, causing Horn's body to sway slightly. With his unarmed left hand, Horn seized the third individual, unleashing a tremendous force that instantly crushed the latter's arm. The third individual screamed in agony, the pain of a shattered limb unbearable for most. Third, the second individual's face contorted with rage, unleashing a flurry of kicks, each connecting with Horn yet only producing faint sounds, utterly failing to inflict any harm. Was this man made of steel? Even steel could not withstand my assault. The second individual could hardly believe his eyes. Now it's my turn, Horn declared. The destiny blade gleaming with a chilling light as it sliced through the air, severing the second individual's thigh with a resounding slash. Blood erupted into the air, and the second individual's astonished expression lingered as Horn swung again, aiming to claim his life. However, at that moment, the first individual reappeared, delivering a punch to Horn's face, causing Horn to stagger, his head reeling slightly. Shaking off the daze, Horn's crimson eyes fixated on the first individual. You two, retreat to the side. Leave this to me. The first individual shouted decisively. The second and third individuals, one with a broken arm and the other with a severed leg, had nearly lost their combat effectiveness. They leaned on each other as they withdrew. Pirate, I shall be your opponent. Berserk. The first individual roared, his body suddenly swelling into a towering 10-meter-tall giant ape. With a thunderous roar, he beat his chest, sending shockwaves reverberating through the air, his gaze turning ferociously savage. Ape King Fist, a black fist, numbered 1, surged forth towards Horn with ferocious intensity, arriving before him in an instant. Magic of the void. The destiny blade slipped from his grasp, spinning with unparalleled might as it collided with the fist of number 1. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom. The air shattered upon the convergence of the two forces, fracturing like a broken mirror. Horn, wielding his magical energy to command the blade, was capable of vanquishing foes from afar without lifting a finger. Break, bellowed number 1, muscles bulging explosively as waves of power surged into his fist. With a single, devastating punch, he finally tore through Horn's magical barrier, striking towards his body. Return. The destiny blade was summoned by Horn, instantly positioning itself before him. The blade's tip met number 1's fist once more, unleashing a cacophony of tremors. The naval soldiers below clutched their ears in agony as the destiny blade quivered violently, magical energy entwining around it like a purple serpent. Then, with a sharp exclamation, Horn condensed his magical energy, which erupted from the sword, directly shattering number 1's defenses and delivering a fierce blow to his chest. Number 1 spat out a mouthful of blood, his massive form staggering backward repeatedly. Horn fell to the ground, brandishing his blade against the descending figure known as number 1. Invoking the spell of magic extreme slaughtering emotion, a surge of violet magic coalesced upon the blade, and he struck forth with a decisive slash towards number 1. In response, number 1 unleashed a fist as colossal as a boulder, crashing forward with a resounding boom. The clash of sword energy and the mighty fist reverberated, sending shockwaves radiating outward from their epicenter, swiftly engulfing hundreds of meters. Those nearby were forced to bow low, their bodies yielding to the force of the onrush, while the earth beneath Horn's feet shattered under the immense pressure, trembling violently as it gradually sank into the sea. Such power is terrifying. This is the strength of a monster, exclaimed a naval officer who had been fortunate enough to witness the combat prowess of the Navy's highest-ranking officer, Akaino. The spectacle of that battle had been a sheer exhibition of cataclysmic force unleashed upon the world, impervious to any opposition. To think that this pirate possesses such formidable strength as well. Horn gazed into the eyes of number 1, which grew increasingly crimson, tinged with a hint of violet. Awaken. My demon eye. Horn intoned softly, his eyes suddenly flaring wide open. His aura surged dramatically, and the demonic energy poured forth with unrestrained ferocity. As the demon eye opened, he embraced the transformation into a being of pure malice. Horn has utterly succumbed to the path of darkness, acquiring the formidable powers of evil. Is this what malevolence truly is? The first figure's eyes were filled with an unmistakable terror. The demonic blade of heartbreak. Though the heart remains unbroken, the path has been severed first. This move is the supreme technique among demonic blades. The blade of destiny surged upward with ferocity, its violet aura reaching heights of several dozen meters, as if it could rend the very heavens apart. The sky, shrouded in the rising miasma of evil, transformed into a tumultuous spectacle, darkening ominously, and in an instant, thunder roared and lightning flashed, heralding a tempest. The great ape king's spear. The first figure clasped both hands together and brought them down with tremendous force towards Horn below. Boom! The sound erupted like thunder, striking the already tumultuous sea, where two overwhelming forces collided. Judicial Island could no longer withstand such power. The earth crumbled and descended into the depths of the ocean, shattered and fragmented. The violet aura rampaged forth, tearing through the great ape king's spear and piercing directly into the chest. Coughing violently, the first figure expelled a mouthful of blood. As the violet energy penetrated through his very being, it wreaked havoc within, pulverizing his internal organs. The vast form of the first figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the sea and stirring up a great wave, after which he breathed his last. Horn swiftly turned and dashed towards the Justice Tower, where Spandam, filled with terror, hurriedly led Robin towards the Gate of Justice. However, transformed by darkness, Horn moved with astonishing speed, reaching Spandam's side in the blink of an eye. As Spandam anxiously awaited the opening of the Gate of Justice, he turned around only to find Horn directly behind him, drawing the sword at his waist. Spandam swung it at Horn, but the clash between the Destiny Blade and the Elephant Sword erupted in a shower of fierce sparks. Horn unleashed a powerful punch, his fist enveloped in a violet aura, striking Spandam at the heart. Spandam coughed up blood, his eyes widening in disbelief as he realized his heart had been shattered. His gaze was filled with a profound yearning for the world around him. With a swift strike, Horn severed Spandam's head from his body. Chapter 82. The Emergence of Aokiji. Hoen's crimson eyes fixated on Robin as he approached her step by step, brandishing the fateful blade. In Hoen's gaze, Robin perceived only slaughter, endless slaughter, which sent an involuntary shiver coursing through her body. Hoen, no. She is Robin, our crew member. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed from behind, causing Hoen to pause momentarily. Two figures rushed forward, swiftly supporting Robin. It was Nami and Lucia. Alas, it seems I have arrived a moment too late. A languid voice floated over. Upon hearing this incredibly familiar tone, Robin's body trembled. She turned to look, and a tall silhouette came into view. Adorned in a naval officer's uniform, with a mane of tousled curls and an eye patch resting upon his forehead. Aokiji, it's you, Robin uttered, her voice trembling. Aokiji? Who is that? Nami and Lucia queried in confusion. He is one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, one of the three admirals, an admiral. The two women exclaimed in astonishment. The term Navy admiral felt like a distant concept to them, yet today they had encountered one in person. Nicole, Robin, you truly surprise me. To have such a companion willing to accept you is remarkable. However, that young man's condition seems rather peculiar, Aokiji remarked. Nami and Lucia eyed Aokiji warily, apprehensive that this admiral might strike unexpectedly. At that moment, a shadow darted past, arriving before Aokiji. It was Hoen. The fateful blade, imbued with purple malevolence, was aimed fiercely at Aokiji. Crack! Echoed the sound of ice shattering, for Hoen had merely struck a pile of shattered ice. Captain, be careful. He is a Logia user with the ice fruit, Robin shouted. Though she knew Hoen could not hear her, she endeavored to warn him nonetheless. Magic born of emptiness. The fateful blade levitated in Hoen's grasp. Then, with breathtaking speed, it slashed toward Aokiji, howling through the air as it approached him in an instant. Ice blade. Aokiji conjured an ice dagger, which collided with the fateful blade, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated through the air, sweeping across dozens of meters around them. Seeing this, Nami and Lucia hurriedly led Robin to escape from the Justice Tower. Your gaze betrays a non-human essence. Pirate, your existence only endangers human lives. Thus, I shall resolve this matter here, Aokiji declared, his demeanor shifting sharply from casual indifference to a chilling resolve. Freezing moment. Akiji propelled himself forward, arriving before Hoenn in the blink of an eye, unleashing a frigid aura that enveloped Hoenn entirely, transforming him into a mere ice sculpture. Crack. However, the freeze lasted barely 3 seconds before shattering, revealing Hoenn once more. Magic extreme slaughter. Hoenn swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of purple sword energy toward Akiji. Ice shards. Two-pronged spear. In the hands of Akiji, 2 long spears forged from ice materialized, aimed directly at the violet sword energy and launched forth. As the ice spears collided with the sword energy, a fierce confrontation erupted, filling the air with a chilling aura and a malevolent force. The Justice Tower trembled under the strain of their clash, teetering on the brink of collapse. In the midst of the battle, a wisp of purple gas broke through the icy defenses, striking Akiji's body. Although the impact was not severe, merely leaving a mark, Akiji was astonished. What was this gas? How could it wound my corporeal form in its elemental state? It was not the Busashoka Haki. What could it possibly be? Akiji found himself perplexed. Magic blade, severing fate. Another strike came forth, the violet sword energy soaring skyward as if it could cleave the heavens. Akiji felt the weight of this attack, and his expression shifted in alarm. Frozen time capsule. A wave of frigid air erupted, surging towards the violet sword energy. The cold and the sword energy engaged in a furious struggle, akin to 2 prehistoric beasts tearing at one another. At that moment, the ground beneath them could no longer bear the burden, collapsing with a resounding crash. The magnificent Justice Tower succumbing to their battle, reduced to a pile of ruins. 2 figures emerged from the debris. Ice military blade. Akiji swung his ice blade towards Hoenn, who remained expressionless. The Destiny blade swept across, generating a tremor that shattered the air with their clash, bringing the Destiny blade directly before Akiji. Ice blocks. 2-pronged spears. For long spears manifested, aimed directly at Hoenn and thrust downward. Caught off guard, even with his formidable physique, Hoenn was pierced by the ice spears, which struck his thighs and shoulders, blood gushing forth. However, it was swiftly stemmed by the dark energy. Akiji's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this boy's body made of? Did he not feel pain? The dark energy forced the ice spears out, staunching the bleeding wounds. Hoenn raised the Destiny blade, its tip arcing overhead before descending with lethal intent. A surge of dark energy erupted, recklessly rushing towards Akiji. He lifted the ice military blade to block, only to hear a sharp crack as the blade shattered. Fortunately, Akiji reacted swiftly, completing the elemental transformation and dodging to the side as the dark energy struck the ground. With a thunderous boom, the earth split in 2, and a portion of the island threatened to plunge into the depths of the sea. Frozen moment. 2 streams of icy air erupted from Akiji's hands, cascading into the ocean and freezing the surface instantly, halting the descent of the sinking land at last. Monsters. They are all monsters. Those observing from afar, be they Navy soldiers or members of the Wind and Cloud pirate crew, stood frozen in shock. The power of the Navy Admiral was utterly terrifying, and the already corrupted Hoenn was equally formidable. Magic treading 7 stars. In a flash, Hoenn appeared before Akiji, delivering a series of 7 kicks that sealed Akiji's 7 vital points. Akiji sensed something amiss in his body, and his face paled in disbelief. Hoenn unleashed another kick, the final strike landing squarely on Akiji's chest. This blow, in perfect harmony with the previous 7, unleashed an instantaneous surge of power. With a resounding thud, the ferocity penetrated deep into Akiji's very bones, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Following this, the fateful blade slashed diagonally toward him, an attack aimed directly at Akiji's life. Elementalization. Akiji hastily transformed into his elemental form, the fateful blade shattering a mass of ice as he materialized above Hoenn. Though I remain unaware of the peculiar demonic fruit power you wield, today you shall not escape from Judicial Island. Akiji spoke coldly. Chapter 83. The Ultimate Strike. In an instant, a spear materialized in Akiji's hand, which he hurled with tremendous force, piercing Hoenn's abdomen. The spear emanated a chilling aura, the frigid air swiftly infiltrating Hoenn's body in a desperate attempt to freeze his internal organs. Within Hoenn's body, the demonic energy surged forth as if it had encountered its nemesis, rampaging uncontrollably. The chilling aura was gradually expelled, and the malevolent force reclaimed its dominion over Hoenn's being. The icy spear was instantaneously shattered. Hoenn turned around, his gaze devoid of emotion, locking onto Akiji. In his eyes lay a landscape of corpses and rivers of blood, an endless sea of crimson. The demons danced wildly. Horn's legs unleashed a frenzy of kicks, creating a myriad of phantom limbs in the sky. Akiji hastily retaliated. Yet Horn's strikes flowed like an unrelenting torrent, relentless and continuous. Despite Akiji's utmost efforts to counter, he succumbed to several blows. With a decisive swing of his blade, Horn unleashed a devastating cut, cleaving through the air as the rampant demonic energy surged forth like a roaring dragon, aimed directly at Akiji. You underestimate the might of a marine admiral. Akiji's gaze turned icy and resolute. Frozen time capsule. He unleashed a wave of freezing energy that collided with the demonic force in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the entire sky trembled violently, the very heavens dimmed, and the air fractured like delicate threads. The icy blast penetrated through the demonic energy, striking Horn directly. He was sent hurtling back, crashing into the earth, which yielded beneath him, creating a deep and profound crater. Horn coughed up a copious amount of fresh blood, within which were fragments of internal organs. Horn rose once more, the demonic energy swirling around his form, firmly enveloping him while simultaneously mending his wounds. With a fierce determination, he raised the Destiny Blade, unleashing a powerful slash that carved a long trail through the air, aimed directly at Akiji. "Ice ball," Akiji shouted, summoning two shards of ice that clashed with the sword's aura in an instant. A chilling wave surged forth, encasing the blade's energy in frost. Yet, the violet sword aura surged within the ice, and with a crackling sound, it shattered the icy prison and soared into the heavens. The sky trembled with its ascent before settling into stillness. "Ice spear," Akiji bellowed, conjuring four elongated spears of ice that hurtled towards Horn with a menacing whoosh. As the ice spears approached, Horn met them head-on with the Destiny Blade, which gleamed with a purple light. The collision of demonic energy and ice was fierce. Horn braced against the onslaught, yet the tremendous force forced him backward, leaving indelible marks upon the ground. "Break." Horn's demonic eyes shone with intensity as he uttered a few words, unleashing a surge of power that obliterated the ice spears in a thunderous explosion. He steadied himself, regaining his stance upon the earth. A hint of astonishment flickered in Akiji's gaze. Despite the prolonged battle and his grievous injuries, Horn's combat prowess remained undiminished, his physical resilience bordering on the terrifying. "Ice ball." Akiji descended gracefully from the heights, landing firmly on the ground. As he touched down, the earth rapidly crystallized into ice at a visible pace, encroaching upon Horn's feet and creeping upwards towards his body. Yet, Horn maintained his composure. With a surge of demonic energy, he shattered the encroaching frost, standing unscathed upon the icy surface. Judgment Island had transformed into a realm of ice, entirely under Akiji's dominion, leaving Horn at a disadvantage both in power and strategy. Demonic Blade, severing fate. Horn struck upward with his sword, the blade slicing through the ice-strewn surface towards Akiji, leaving a long gash behind. Ice Military Blade. Akiji conjured a military-grade sword, delivering a fierce downward slash. A torrent of frigid air erupted, countering the violet sword aura with a speed that seemed almost sonic. The shockwaves shattered the ice surface, sending vibrations deep into the earth. "Shatter for me," Akiji roared, his ice blade cleaving through the violet sword aura, splitting it in two. In a flash, he appeared before Horn, declaring, "Pirate, meet your demise." The ice military blade thrust towards Horn's heart, producing a resonant clang as the Destiny Blade defended valiantly against the lethal strike. Horn extended a hand, seizing the collar of Akiji and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Akiji found himself embedded in a deep crater, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. How could a dignified marine admiral be so easily subdued by a pirate? Akiji's body transformed into ice, breaking free from Horn's grasp, and swiftly ascended above him, unleashing a spherical blast of frost that instantly encased Horn in ice. Akiji landed 10 meters away, his expression grave as he observed the frozen Horn, sensing an ominous presence within, akin to a demon on the verge of being born. With a crack, the ice shattered, and Horn emerged unscathed, a peculiar violet dot now adorning his forehead. Akiji watched intently as the dot expanded, ultimately forming into an eye, distinct from the two blood-red eyes, radiating a sinister purple glow. The sight was so otherworldly that Akiji felt as though his very essence was being drawn in. Bloodblade Demon Technique. Horn swung his blade, releasing a more potent violet sword aura that soared to heights of several dozen meters, imbued with the might to cleave through the heavens, hurtling towards Akiji. "Ice block," Akiji exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of cold that summoned a colossal iceberg, charging towards Horn's sword energy. The collision was akin to a cataclysmic clash between heaven and earth, sending shockwaves that rippled across hundreds of meters, stirring the sea into tumultuous waves, while the ground trembled and lamented under the overwhelming force that exceeded the limits of Justice Island. Eventually, the ground, unable to bear the burden, shattered beneath the weight of Akiji's ice, causing Justice Island to slowly sink beneath the waves. The two forces, devoid of their support, ultimately fused into a singular entity, resulting in a half-purple, half-white orb of light that erupted with a thunderous blast. The brilliance shot skyward, leaving those who remained in awe at the cataclysmic spectacle, many silently grateful to be spared from the annihilation that would have consumed them. The radiant pillar lingered for an extended moment, etching an unforgettable image into the minds of all who witnessed it. As the figures of Akiji and Horn re-emerged before the crowd, they appeared utterly unscathed. Akiji wore a calm demeanor while Horn remained unfazed. Chapter 84. Rising Fame Pirate, you are formidable. Yet it is precisely for this reason that you cannot be allowed to leave here. Your existence poses the greatest challenge to world peace, Akiji stated coldly. Horn, with his three peculiar eyes, remained silent, standing resolutely. If you are a demon, then today I shall slay you, Akiji declared, his body suddenly flickering as he appeared before Horn. Clang! Just as the icy blade descended, a western longsword intercepted Akiji's attack. Who dares? Akiji regarded the figure, cloaked in black, with caution. My disciple shall not fall to you marines so easily, Kazan. It is time to retreat, the cloaked figure proclaimed. Retreat? You dare suggest I withdraw? Do you know how many lives he claimed here today? The words of the admiral were unrelenting. The man in the black cloak sighed, casting a glance at Horn, and remarked that he was consumed by his emotions. Slaughter was not his true nature. Enough. The black-cloaked figure was abruptly interrupted by the admiral, who retorted, Do not seek excuses for your bloodshed. Justice does not entertain reasons. The admiral's voice resonated with authority. Then I have no choice. I must take him today. The black-cloaked man asserted with firmness. You may certainly try, the admiral replied, gripping his icy blade tightly. The atmosphere around the black-cloaked man shifted dramatically. A formidable conqueror's haki enveloping the surroundings, an invisible pressure bearing down upon the admiral. Such a level of haki? Only the generals of the Warring States era could wield such power. Who, indeed, is this man? The admiral's face betrayed his astonishment. Struggling against this intangible force, the black-cloaked man let out a low growl, leaping into action, his sword aimed directly at the admiral. The blade sliced through the air, a series of sonic booms following in its wake. The admiral hastily raised his icy blade to counter, only to hear a sharp crack as the ice shattered against the might of the sword. With a swift kick, the black-cloaked man struck, his leg enveloped in dark haki, sending the admiral reeling as he felt the weight of fatigue from his previous battle with Horn. Flash! The black-cloaked man commanded, unleashing a torrent of sword energy towards him. Ice barrier! The admiral shouted, conjuring a shield of frost before him, yet the sword energy continued unrelenting, shattering the ice and inflicting a grievous wound that extended from his neck to his abdomen, causing him to cough up blood as his complexion turned ashen. I have taken the man, the black-cloaked figure declared, seizing Horn, who offered no resistance. In an instant, their figures flickered, arriving at the first grand gate. Let us depart. Members of the Wind and Cloud Pirates, along with the giants, he proclaimed. The onlookers exchanged glances at the now demonized Horn, hesitating on whether to follow the black-cloaked man. At that moment, Nami caught sight of the face beneath the cloak, her expression shifting to one of surprise. She quickly signaled to Lucia and Robin, both of whom, being astute, promptly urged the crew of the Wind and Cloud Pirates to retreat. The surviving navy was already paralyzed by fear, too intimidated to pursue, while the admiral, gravely wounded by the black-cloaked man's strike, could only watch as the ship sailed away. Hours later, a large fleet of Navy ships arrived at Eni's lobby, led by Admiral Kizaru. Upon stepping onto the ravaged island, his eyes widened in disbelief. The adversary of Kazan must be a truly terrifying individual. The island lay in ruins. You have arrived, the admiral remarked languidly, reclining on a fragment of land on the verge of submersion, showing no signs of having just endured a fierce battle. Kazan, what manner of pirate could be so fearsome? The yellow monkey inquired. When Horn was mentioned, a flicker of apprehension crossed Akiji's face. That pirate is no longer human. He is a demon, Akiji remarked. A demon? The yellow monkey furrowed his brow. Indeed, he has succumbed to darkness. His combat prowess is utterly terrifying. No matter how one engages him, his depths remain unfathomable. He operates like a perpetual motion machine, fighting tirelessly, Akiji explained. What a formidable adversary indeed. Previously, Peach Rabbit also clashed with him, and I have perused the battle report she submitted. I never anticipated that within just a few months he would have evolved to this extent, the yellow monkey said, his tone filled with awe. Report to headquarters. We must reassess his bounty. Following the incident at Judicial Island, this pirate has undoubtedly gained notoriety, having breached one of the 3 major strongholds, Akiji stated. The yellow monkey nodded in agreement. The following day, the Judicial Island incident rapidly escalated, causing a stir throughout the seas. A pirate had actually breached Judicial Island, representing the greatest provocation to the world government and the Navy. Various factions eagerly awaited the Navy's response. As expected, it wasn't long before the Navy issued their pronouncement, a bounty of 450 million berries, dead or alive, for the purple demon Horn. Accompanying the wanted poster was a photograph of Horn in his demonic state, his 3 eyes appearing fearsome. In the New World, at the red-haired pirate's base, Shanks received the latest bounty notice for that young rascal. He has breached Judicial Island, truly a disgrace to the world government and the Navy, remarked Ben Beckman, often regarded as the most intelligent man. Oh, is that so? Shanks took the bounty notice, glancing at it with surprise. However, what exactly is the nature of that state? He found himself puzzled by Horn's demonic transformation. In another part of the New World, at the territory of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Marco, with his pineapple-shaped head, approached Ace. Your friend has accomplished something extraordinary. He has breached Judicial Island. Ace, currently training, halted and took the bounty notice, his expression turning to one of astonishment. What has happened to Horn? At that moment, a hand as large as a fan reached for the bounty notice. With a mustache resembling a crescent moon, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, commented, This young lad is rather peculiar. Father, can you discern what is happening with him? Ace eagerly inquired, casting a hopeful glance at Whitebeard, believing that, given his vast experience, he might grasp the situation. I once encountered a similar individual. This person's state bears a striking resemblance to that of the boy. Upon entering such a condition, their strength experiences a dramatic surge. However, this is accompanied by a complete loss of basic rationality, Whitebeard pondered. And Horn? A hint of concern crept onto Ace's face. Chapter 85, The Heart of Darkness. In the New World, there lies a region known as the Calm Belt. This calm belt serves as a paradise for sea kings. Teeming with peril, a moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured by the ferocious beasts of the ocean, which is why few dare to venture into its depths. This island is but a small landmass within the calm belt, now bustling with a gathering of individuals. Among them are towering giants and pirates, specifically the formidable Wind and Cloud pirate crew. The man in the black cloak has shed his disguise, revealing his true identity as Rayleigh, the Dark King and mentor of Hoenn. How is Coloccus faring? Rayleigh inquired anxiously of another elder, for Coloccus had been summoned from Twin Cape at his behest. Fearing that Hoenn might be gravely injured and that the ship's doctor would be unable to heal him, Coloccus examined Hoenn's wounds. At this moment, Hoenn was shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs by Rayleigh. The injuries were severe, yet the aura emanating from him was peculiar, as it slowly mended his internal wounds. This suggested that the situation might not be as dire as it seemed. However, the pressing issue was that he had lost his sanity. If they could not awaken him from his demonic state, he might truly become a fiend. Coloccus spoke with gravity. Demon. The crowd gasped in shock. Impossible. Master. How could the captain, such a kind-hearted person, turn into a demon? Lucia choked out. To become a demon is his own choice. He embraced that path to save his comrades. To awaken from this dark heart, he must rely on himself. Coloccus stated. Robin remained silent in the midst of the turmoil, fully aware that Hoenn had transformed in his quest to rescue her, yet feeling utterly powerless to change the situation. Rayleigh, burdened by worry, sat on the ground, lamenting how he had finally taken on such a gifted disciple only to see him turn into a demon. Rayleigh, it seems we can only station someone here to wait for him to awaken from this dark heart, Coloccus suggested. Damn it. It's all because our strength was insufficient that the captain ended up like this, Crest exclaimed in anger. The group bowed their heads in solemn silence. I have made up my mind. I shall set sail to train. When I return, I will show the captain a new version of myself. Crest declared loudly. I will join you. Venoka, he raised his hand in agreement. And I too. Dillo added. You all stay here and take good care of the captain. When we return, it will mark the rebirth of the Wind and Cloud pirate crew. Crest proclaimed resolutely. The remaining members nodded heavily, tears in their eyes. Big Brother Crest. Brother Van, Dillo, rest assured, we will take good care of the captain, they assured. The three exchanged glances before turning to depart. Just moments after they left, Lucia suddenly cried out, the captain has hair. As the crowd looked on, Horn's hair transformed to a stark white at a visible pace. In no time, it had entirely turned white. The insidious magic had deeply rooted itself within him, plunging him into a profoundly terrifying state, as Kuroka's remarked with a grave expression. Horn suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a terrifying crimson hue. Do not look into his eyes, Rayleigh shouted, prompting everyone to swiftly turn their heads away. Horn's throat emitted a strange cry, and an overwhelming aura instantaneously enveloped the region. Ah! He roared, his spirit soaring to the heavens, causing numerous crew members to faint on the spot, unable to withstand the tremendous pressure. The creatures on the island cowered on the ground, trembling in fear, as if a sovereign had descended upon them. At this moment, Horn attempted to break free from the sea stone shackles. However, Rayleigh had taken precautions and bound him with utmost security, rendering it impossible to escape from such an indomitable material. Horn, in a fit of madness, desperately attempted to break free from his shackles, yet his efforts proved futile. The sight of Horn's struggle brought tears to the eyes of several women once more. Alas, we can only wait and hope that time will diminish his torment, Riley remarked. In Horn's mind, two voices clashed. Embrace the darkness, surrender completely to the path of malevolence, and you shall acquire the most formidable power in this world. No, I refuse to succumb to evil. I have companions, a journey of my own. I shall not become a ruthless killer. This was unmistakably Horn's voice. You are but a step away from falling into darkness. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can escape the grasp of malevolence. The remnants of Horn's consciousness emerged within his mind. Amidst the tumultuous winds and clouds, Niafong ultimately transcended the demonic heart, achieving the profound mastery of both entering and exiting the realm of demons. I too shall surely attain the level of transcending the demonic heart, Horn silently encouraged himself. The Buddha proclaimed, all can be transcended. Humanity is inherently human, and the world is fundamentally the world. By relinquishing the obsessions within the heart, one can traverse all in a single night. Horn murmured to himself, with a heart as pure as ice, the heavens may crumble without alarm. Amidst countless transformations, certainty remains, and the spirit is tranquil. Horn repeatedly recited the ice heart technique, and the malevolent thoughts within him gradually diminished with each recitation. This proved effective, much to Horn's astonishment. Indeed, the ice heart technique possessed the power to suppress his demonic nature. However, the slight reduction in malevolence soon surged back. Undeterred, Horn continued to chant the ice heart technique. As time flowed gently by, Horn wrestled with his inner demons, while outside, a year swiftly passed. Riley and the others steadfastly remained by Horn's side. During Horn's slumber, Riley took the opportunity to guide the members of the Wind and Cloud pirate crew, resulting in significant transformations in their strength and temperament. With a heart as pure as ice, one remains unperturbed even when the sky collapses. Let go of all obsessions and transcend the demons that dwell within. Horn meticulously contemplated the meaning of these words, recalling his former self, raised solely by his mother after the untimely death of his father. Throughout his growth, he had endured the scorn of many, all while suffering from frail health that often led his mother to take him to the hospital, where he bore the agonies of illness. He then reminisced about the girl he had once cherished deeply, witnessing her demise before his eyes, a sorrow so profound that few could truly grasp it. Though he had not lived a full life, the torment he experienced left him utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. Reflecting on his present, having already traversed the threshold of death, he pondered what else could weigh upon him. The anguish of unfulfilled desires seemed trivial in the grand scheme of his existence. At this moment, Horn felt a sudden lightness within, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, and the malevolent thoughts within him recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "No! Why have you attained understanding? Every heart harbors darkness. How have you transcended it?" With his anguished cries, the malevolence dissipated into nothingness. Yet, Horn remained in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 86. The emergence of darkness. What else had he yet to relinquish? Horn pondered deeply. His past life had already been transcended. Thus, this present existence was marked by continuous strife, providing fertile ground for malevolent thoughts to thrive. However, the path of violence seemed essential for survival in this world. Should he kill or refrain from killing? Horn contemplated. Among pirates, there existed both those who valued loyalty and honor, and those steeped in wickedness. The choice between life and death hinged upon following one's true nature. In his past, he had faltered, his resolve too weak as he lingered amidst violence. Now, clarity emerged. He must steadfastly embrace his true self and vanquish those steeped in malevolence. Horn suddenly realized that since he could not escape the act of killing, he would embrace it as a means to forge his own path. In this moment, the obsessions that had burdened his heart finally dissipated. Horn slowly opened his eyes. The world before him appeared somewhat hazy. He blinked, and at last, he discerned the landscape surrounding him, a serene island, the gentle waves, and the caressing sea breeze. He found himself bound to a massive rock, and before him stood a girl, weeping softly. Horn beheld the silhouette of the girl and gently uttered, "Robin?" The girl halted her sobbing, her body trembling in disbelief as she turned to face him. "Horn, you are awake?" Robin exclaimed, her eyes filled with joy, remnants of tears still lingering on her cheeks. At this moment, there was no longer any crimson intent to kill in Horn's eyes. Instead, they reflected a clarity of thought. "Robin, I find myself rather hungry. Could you procure some food for me?" Horn said, his voice tinged with weakness. For the past 2 years, the others had sustained him solely on liquid nourishment, allowing him to survive. "Of course, I shall summon everyone at once," Robin replied, wiping away her tears as she hurried off to prepare sustenance and gather the others. Horn observed the flustered and perplexed young woman before him, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Soon, a throng of people surged into the scene, with the elderly Colokas being dragged to Horn's presence by Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, be gentle. My old bones cannot withstand your roughness," Colokas exclaimed, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. Reluctantly, Rayleigh released his grip, allowing Colokas to approach Horn. The elder scrutinized Horn's eyes closely, noting the absence of any murderous intent. "Young Horn, how have you achieved this?" Colokas inquired in astonishment. "Once I relinquished my inner obsessions, the malevolent thoughts naturally dissipated," Horn replied. "First, we should feed Horn," Nami softly suggested, prompting the others to realize the situation. Rayleigh removed the shackles from Horn, yet he found himself devoid of strength, allowing Nami and the others to feed him. After a considerable time, Horn finally felt satiated. Horn rose to his feet, and though his white hair appeared somewhat out of place, he felt a genuine desire to express his gratitude to his companions. "Thank you," he said, bowing deeply to the gathered crowd. "Without you, I might have spent my entire life battling the demons within me. It is because of you that I have been able to rediscover the true meaning of existence." Horn spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Suddenly, Horn felt an unprecedented clarity within his heart. The distant cries of seagulls, the rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks, and even the myriad of flora and fauna, all were vividly manifested in Horn's senses. Was this the awakening of the observation haki? Horn pondered in astonishment, while Rayleigh keenly perceived the shift in Horn's aura. That mischievous lad had unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, his eyes sparkling with delight. That evening, the group gathered on the beach for a bonfire celebration. From their conversations, Horn learned of the departure of Crest, Dillo, and Van Oka. He understood well that they had not betrayed him, but were merely seeking their own paths to strength. After partaking in the feast, Horn succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he discovered 3 women lying beside him, Luke, Nami, and Robin. "What is the meaning of this?" Horn questioned, bewildered as he gazed at the trio, who had already roused from their slumber. "I feared that once you fell asleep, you might not awaken again, as before," Luca replied. Horn glanced at the other 2, who all nodded in unison. Horn took a deep breath and declared that he would never again find himself in such a predicament. He believed he had garnered the strength to safeguard them. The 3 individuals nodded in agreement. "Horn, please come here," came the voice of Riley, floating through the air. Horn walked over randomly. "Master Rayleigh, is there something amiss? Are you currently in a stable condition?" Rayleigh inquired with a grave expression. Horn assured him, "Rest assured, it has completely stabilized. However, Master, I wish to attempt something." "What do you wish to try?" Riley inquired. "I wish to attempt to re-enter the state of demonic possession." "What? That is impossible." Riley's expression changed instantly, and he immediately refused with firm words. "Master, please hear me out. I have already mastered the methods of entering and exiting demonic possession. At this moment, I have transcended the demonic heart and can freely control the demonic thoughts within me. I wish to try to control my actions while in a state of demonic possession, harnessing the formidable combat prowess that comes with it," Horn explained. Riley fell silent upon hearing this. He was well aware of Horn's formidable strength after entering the demonic state. However, This attempt was undeniably perilous. Are you completely certain? Riley asked gravely. I have a 90% certainty, Horn replied with equal seriousness. Very well. I will take you to the center of the island, and should anything go awry, I will immediately restrain you, Riley stated. Understood, Horn nodded in agreement. The two then proceeded to the central area of the island, with Riley positioning himself 10 meters away from Horn, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Horn took a deep breath, and in an instant, his aura transformed. His eyes turned a blood-red hue, enveloped by a fierce, murderous intent that permeated the surroundings. Horn's body trembled slightly, yet the dark thoughts that had been vanquished in his mind did not resurface. His brain was under his own command. He had succeeded. A wave of exhilaration washed over Horn as he felt his entire being infused with power. He endeavored to harness this newfound strength. Demon Blade, unleash, he bellowed. Leaping into the air, with a single strike of the Destiny Blade, a purple sword energy cleaved the earth in two with astonishing swiftness. Horn approached Rayleigh and exclaimed, Master Rayleigh, we have succeeded. Rayleigh, equally astonished, replied, That is splendid news. Your strength has significantly improved amidst the trials of entering and exiting the demonic state. However, your dominance is still not entirely refined. Therefore, during this period, continue to train with me on the island. Do not rush to venture out, Rayleigh advised. Yes, I understand. Master. Horn nodded earnestly. Chapter 87. The Demonic Buddha's Hand. Horn sat upon a colossal rock by the seaside, activating the system. It had been quite some time since he last accessed it. Upon checking his level, he was astonished to discover that he had reached an impressive 27, signifying that he had unlocked the exchange for black gold martial arts, as well as the celestial grade weaponry. Horn opened the martial arts shop and, after a brief glance, immediately fixated on a particular technique, the demonic Buddha's hand. This martial art was undeniably perfect for Horn, as the presence of the word demonic suggested an extraordinary power, especially suited for those with a penchant for the arcane. Horn opened the weapon shop, discovering that the celestial grade weapons were surprisingly categorized into two tiers, the Sword of Divine Sin and the Sword of Doom, which required a level of 30 for redemption, while the Undying Blade and other celestial martial arts could be exchanged for immediately. Horn glanced at his balance, finding that he had approximately 3 remaining. This was sufficient to exchange for the Demon Buddha's hand, yet insufficient for acquiring a weapon. Horn exchanged 150 million Bailey for the Demon Buddha palm, deciding to hold off on acquiring weapons for the time being, as finances were indeed a pressing concern. During the subsequent days, Horn and Rayleigh engaged in rigorous training on the island, as Horn needed to enhance his physical strength and martial skills in preparation for their return to the sea in 6 months. In the depths of the island, Horn found himself locked in combat with a colossal wild boar. With a powerful strike from the Demon Buddha palm, he tore through the beast's body, sending blood and flesh flying in all directions, painting the air with the creature's essence. The might of the Demon Buddha palm was indeed formidable. However, the lack of funds hindered his ability to exchange for additional black gold martial arts techniques, which could significantly elevate his skills. Satisfied, Horn gazed at his hands. Horn. A voice echoed from afar. It was Rayleigh. Master, do you seek me for something? Horn leapt onto a tree, observing Rayleigh as he approached. You rascal, training alone again. How is your progress? Rayleigh inquired. Master, I feel my strength has increased considerably. I believe it is time to challenge that beast. Horn replied enthusiastically. Rayleigh glanced at the carcass of the boar, nodding with approval. Very well, today we shall confront that creature together. Let us see how far your martial arts have advanced, he said with a smile. With a few leaps, Horn vanished from sight, prompting Riley to chuckle and shake his head before dashing after him. Since his emergence from the realm of magic, Horn's demeanor had transformed, becoming notably more cheerful, a welcome change indeed. The duo swiftly arrived at their destination, a colossal cave, home to a legendary beast, an immensely powerful gorilla king. Horn had previously found himself at a disadvantage in multiple confrontations with this formidable creature, its robust muscles rendering him ineffective. However, the situation was different now. Empowered by the tricolor haki, Horn stood on equal footing with the brute strength of the gorilla. Foolish giant, I've come for you. Show yourself. Horn bellowed. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing all creatures in the vicinity to cower and tremble upon the ground. A gorilla, measuring at least 20 meters in length, emerged into Horn and Riley's line of sight. The gorilla pounded its chest ferociously, its sharp fangs betraying its ferocity, while its roar shook the heavens, eyes fixed on Horn with a fierce glint. Armament. Horn commanded in a low voice, as a dark haki swiftly enveloped his arms. This haki, forged through relentless trials, shimmered with an awe-inspiring purple hue, reminiscent of Virgo's haki from the original tale. Transform into the demon of the heart. Horn leapt into the air, his body shooting forth as he swept his palm horizontally. The gorilla, displaying a flicker of human-like disdain, retaliated with a powerful punch. Bang! The fists collided, and to everyone's astonishment, the gorilla actually staggered back a step. Horn let out a low growl and unleashed another powerful strike. The enraged gorilla met his attack with a fierce punch, but Horn's palm radiated an overwhelming force that struck the gorilla's bones with tremendous impact. The gorilla's face twisted in agony, its fierce visage becoming even more menacing. With a thunderous roar, Horn summoned his strength once more, and the massive body of the gorilla was propelled backward by the sheer force of his blow. The impact sent the creature crashing into a nearby hill, which collapsed under the weight. Horn remained unfazed, as if the previous strike had scarcely drained his energy. That insolent brat has silently honed his power to such a level. A smile of admiration gleamed in Rayleigh's eyes. Rising from the cloud of dust, the gorilla glared at Horn with murderous intent in its crimson eyes. It let out a deafening roar, and black energy began to manifest around its arms. Astonishingly, this gorilla had cultivated haki. Horn exclaimed in surprise, realizing he was witnessing an animal wielding such power for the first time, though he recalled that the baboons near Mihawk's residence exhibited similar abilities. This is splendid. Only battles of this caliber can truly ignite my fighting spirit. Horn eagerly licked his lips, stepping into the air, which cracked like a shattered mirror beneath his weight. With a surge of force, he propelled himself toward the gorilla. Devil's Crossing. Horn unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, his palms imprinting the air in layers before the gorilla. In response, the gorilla's fists flew wildly, colliding with Horn's attacks. Both were epitomes of raw power. The gorilla's brute strength matched Horn's immense might, resulting in a fierce stalemate. The scene was a blur of afterimages, accompanied by the explosive sounds of air being shattered. After several tense seconds, Horn propelled himself upward, his body enveloped in haki. Though he had taken several blows from the gorilla, the damage was negligible. The gorilla, however, was less fortunate, while it had developed haki. It had not yet mastered its control, using it solely for offense, leaving its defenses lacking. Reversal of heaven. Horn suddenly plummeted from the sky, his palm directed downward, gaining speed and power with each passing moment. This technique was a decisive strike, a move from which there was no retreat. The gorilla, with its hardened fist, struck upward against Horn. The collision erupted with a cataclysmic roar, sending shockwaves that spread across the landscape, bending trees and flora to their limits. The ground beneath the gorilla fractured, cracks extending for dozens of meters. Shatter! Horn bellowed with fervor. With a thunderous roar, Horn unleashed his power, shattering the very bones of the gorilla, which consequently shrank in stature. Its body pressed down towards the ground before crashing heavily upon it. The demon Buddha descends. Horn struck again with a mighty palm, his entire aura transforming, resembling a wrathful Vajra descending upon the earth. His hand, aglow with a purplish light, collided forcefully against the gorilla's back, resulting in a splattering of blood as the beast expelled a crimson stream, its bones utterly pulverized by Horn's ferocious assault. Horn approached the formidable gorilla, which exhibited no restraint in its palpable disdain for him. "Grant me a swift end," Horn declared, delivering a powerful strike that shattered the gorilla's skull into fragments. Horn shook his hand and returned to Riley's side. Riley was immensely satisfied with Horn, whose strength had been honed to its utmost limit. The future achievements that awaited him were truly beyond imagination. The two of them dragged the corpse of the gorilla back to the shore. A group of people gathered around a bonfire, feasting on roasted meat and engaging in lively conversation. Horn's commanding presence had indeed met the lofty standards held by the old man. Yet your swordsmanship has room for further refinement. You have mastered the sword intents of wind and ice. Have you considered the possibility of merging these with other sword intents? The potential for such combinations exists, Riley mused. After a moment of contemplation, Hoenn concluded that the most renowned technique amidst the tempestuous winds was undoubtedly the Mapralaya. The fusion of wind and cloud had rendered the Mapralaya extraordinarily formidable. He mused that if he could grasp the essence of the cloud sword and amalgamate the two sword techniques of wind and cloud, it would inevitably lead to his significant enhancement. With this thought, Hoenn felt a surge of excitement and turned to Rayleigh, exclaiming, "Master, I believe I can merge the two sword techniques of wind and cloud. The essence of the wind sword embodies the formlessness of wind, while that of the Cloud Sword encapsulates the impermanence of clouds. Once combined, their power will undoubtedly be immense. Rayleigh nodded in agreement and replied, Hoenn, if that is the case, then devote yourself to comprehending the essence of the Cloud Sword in the coming days. Subsequently, seek a method to fuse the wind and cloud, thereby creating an unprecedented sword technique. Hoenn nodded heavily. After finishing his meal, he returned to the ship to rest. The following day, he rose early. The sky was clear, with clouds occasionally drifting through the azure expanse. The clouds were ever-changing, yet how could he embody their essence within his swordsmanship? Hoenn drew forth the Destiny blade and began to move it slowly. As he danced with the blade, its speed increased, leaving behind mere phantoms in its wake. Despite his efforts, Hoenn remained perplexed, murmuring the words, "The clouds are ever-changing." Suddenly, a surge of inspiration struck him, and he unleashed a powerful sword strike, sending a wave crashing into the sea. The essence of the sword was to be elusive and unpredictable, akin to the clouds themselves. With this realization, he decided to abandon all preconceived techniques and start anew. Gradually, Hoenn began to grasp a fragment of understanding, attempting to clear his mind of all sword forms. Day after day, he practiced tirelessly by the shore with the Destiny blade. A month later, after considerable fatigue, he suddenly exclaimed, "I've got it. I've understood." His joyful cries drew curious glances from those around him. "The cloudless slash," he shouted, executing a decisive downward stroke, which instantly cleaved the ocean, creating a fissure over 100 meters long, sending waves soaring into the sky. Rayleigh appeared behind Hoenn just then, and as Hoenn swept his blade, a western longsword met his strike with a resounding clang. "Master, come and test my sword's essence of the clouds," Hoenn exclaimed excitedly. Rayleigh nodded with a smile. Cloudless slash. Hoenn leaped into the air, his blade striking towards Rayleigh with an elusive grace. Rayleigh's expression shifted to one of surprise, as the sword energy seemed strangely imperceptible within his senses. Only when the energy reached him did Rayleigh realize that his longsword dispersed the attack. "How was that, master?" Hoenn asked, a hint of pride in his voice. "Not bad. Next, we shall merge the essence of wind and clouds into one. This process will undoubtedly prove more challenging," Rayleigh replied. Hoenn nodded. The time was drawing near. He must conclude his training soon and allow the world to once again recognize the name of Hoenn before engaging in that great conflict. The wind is capricious, the clouds ever-changing, and the Ma has no fixed techniques. Perhaps it is merely a casual strike or perhaps a formidable blow, all determined by the heart. Seated upon a colossal rock by the shore, Hoenn immersed himself in profound contemplation as if seeking enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. He had consumed neither food nor water during this period. Lucia and the others anxiously watched Hoenn from the coastline. "Do not worry," Rayleigh reassured the group. "I can sense the transformation of his aura. When he awakens, it will mark the culmination of the sword intent of wind and cloud." The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Hoenn, seated upon the stone, finally opened his eyes. He slowly rose and faced the group, declaring, "I am hungry." After witnessing Hoenn devour a meal sufficient for several individuals and quench his thirst, the group's anxious hearts were finally set at ease. Hoenn raised the blade of destiny and arrived at the center of the small island alongside Rayleigh. "Master, I call this move Ma'anunta. Each trajectory of execution may differ, for this technique possesses no fixed form. It embodies the formlessness of the wind and the impermanence of the clouds. At times, it may feel like a gentle breeze brushing against the face, yet it conceals a lethal intent. At other moments, it may seem as soft as the clouds, but the force within is sufficient to claim a life," Hoenn elucidated. "Then allow me to witness this technique," Rayleigh replied, his enthusiasm palpable. Hoenn nodded slightly. Hoenn and Rayleigh stood approximately 50 meters apart. Hoenn tightened his grip on the Destiny blade, and at that moment, an unexpected transformation enveloped him. Rayleigh squinted, his observation hockey failing to perceive Hoenn's presence. It was as if Hoenn's aura had become utterly chaotic, leaving no trace to follow. With a seemingly weightless swing, Hoenn executed a strike so feeble that it appeared incapable of cleaving even a stone, his momentum dwindling to an all-time low. Yet, Rayleigh did not dare to underestimate him. Wielding his western longsword, he unleashed a fierce slash aimed at the incoming sword chi. As the two forces collided, Hoenn's sword chi expanded wildly, akin to a balloon inflating. The tempestuous sword chi effortlessly shredded Rayleigh's attack, subsequently morphing into 10 distinct streams of sword chi that assailed him from various directions. Rayleigh's countenance shifted dramatically as he realized that these 10 streams had effectively sealed off every potential escape route. Left with no alternative, he braced himself for the oncoming onslaught. The western longsword carved through the air, unleashing several streams of sword chi that collided with the whirlwind of energy, resulting in a chaotic intertwining of forces. Countless vortices formed around Riley, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves surging forth, stinging his face with their ferocity. Chapter 89. G5 Base. The tempest of energy surged skyward, enveloping Riley in a shroud of black hockey, staunchly repelling the sword chi from breaching his defenses. You little rascal. Such a formidable technique. Why did you not inform me sooner? I nearly found myself in a precarious situation, Riley chided with a wry smile. Indeed, master. This technique is undeniably powerful, yet it is exceedingly taxing. I expended nearly 60% of my stamina in its execution, Horn replied with a rueful grin. Naturally, the more potent the technique, the greater the toll it exacts on one's energy. Nonetheless, you must grow accustomed to it. The day you master this technique to its fullest will coincide with your departure into the world, Riley remarked. Upon hearing this, Horn's expression immediately fell. He could hardly bear the thought of waiting any longer. With a pained visage, he lamented, "How much longer must I endure?" "Humph," replied Rayleigh with a grave demeanor. "Do you truly believe that the world government would so readily allow you to escape? You are a notorious criminal who has breached Judicial Island. Should you venture out to sea without formidable strength, they could obliterate you in an instant. The power and depth of the world government are beyond your imagination." Horn nodded slightly. Rayleigh observed the expression on Horn's face as he nodded, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The progress of this apprentice had astonished him. Should he delve into the depths of his potential, his power would become unfathomable. Soon, the seas would be stirred by his might. After another month, Rayleigh helplessly gazed at Horn, as the trajectory of his swordplay seemed beyond his grasp. The following morning, Horn and his companions gathered by the shore. "The ship is ready for you, well prepared for your journey. Set sail." Though a myriad of words lingered on the tip of his tongue, Rayleigh could only utter those two. He looked at Horn with a complex expression. This mischievous lad was finally poised to disrupt the world once more. "Master, thank you," Horn said, bowing deeply alongside his friends. All his gratitude was encapsulated in that gesture. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Let us go. Having accompanied you for so long, I must return now. Master, here is 100 million berries, a humble gift for you to enjoy some drinks," Horn declared, producing a check. "Humph, at least you have some conscience." Rayleigh accepted the check without reservation. As Horn and his companions turned to board the ship, a grand vessel awaited them, one that Nami and the others diligently cleaned each day in anticipation of this momentous voyage. The sails unfurled, and Rayleigh murmured a wish for fair winds, addressing the young rogue. A day later, Horn and his crew continued to drift upon the ocean. "Captain, where shall we head next?" Lucia inquired as she approached. Robin and Nami, along with the other crew members, turned their gazes toward him. "First, we must make a statement. The Navy and the world must know of our resurgence," Horn declared. "Our target is the Navy's G5 branch," he proclaimed with fervor. "Ah, the New World, the G5 branch of the Navy, one of the few bases situated in this treacherous realm. The commander of this base is Vice Admiral Virgo, who, while ostensibly a member of the Navy, secretly holds a position within the pirate Don Quixote family, acting as an undercover agent. A pirate ship docked at the island housing the G5 branch. Pirates spotted. All personnel, prepare for battle." The moment the vessel touched the shore, alarms blared at the G5 base, and a rowdy contingent of Navy soldiers arrived at the coastline. "Haha, where did these fools come from? Daring to dock at our G5 base? Looks like I'm in for some fun today," boasted a scruffy Navy soldier. The G5 Navy is notorious for its lawlessness and brutality, often engaging in acts that mirror those of pirates, taking particular pleasure in the torment of captured foes, a true anomaly among naval forces. Soon, the soldiers caught sight of the pirates aboard the ship, a boy with white hair and a band of rogues. However, what thrilled them most were three stunning beauties on deck, causing the soldiers to drool in anticipation. "That tall one is mine," exclaimed one soldier, licking his lips in excitement. "The one with orange hair is for me. I want that bust of one." The soldiers busily plotted amongst themselves, oblivious to the impending danger. The white-haired boy leaped from the ship, his expression icy and resolute. "You scum of the Navy, I have come to deal with you," Horn declared. The Navy soldiers regarded Horn, noting that he appeared diminutive even among pirates, with many towering figures among them. "Do you think I could take this little brat out with a single punch?" One soldier, standing over 3 meters tall, jested. "Ha ha. What are you waiting for? Strike now." The soldiers clamored. The massive soldier swung his fist toward Horn, the force of his blow cutting through the air with a menacing whoosh. A cruel smile etched on his face as he anticipated impact. Yet, Horn effortlessly extended his hand to grasp the incoming fist, halting it mere inches from his face. In the astonished gaze of the Navy, Horn's fingers suddenly clenched, producing a chilling crack that echoed in the air as the soldier's bones were crushed. The Navy let out a pained cry. His face instantly drenched in a profusion of cold sweat as excruciating agony assaulted his mind. Transcend the demonic path. Horn unleashed a powerful strike, the force penetrating the Navy's body, shattering his internal organs. The Navy's eyes widened in terror as he collapsed backward, bleeding profusely until he breathed his last. Damn pirates! How dare they slay my comrade? Everyone attack! Kill him! Bellowed a burly Navy man in fury. Humanity is inherently emotional. After all, they had shared camaraderie for so long. And to perish at the hands of an unknown pirate was an utter humiliation. A throng of Navy soldiers surged toward Horn. Deliverance for all. Horn intoned sharply, his palms moving with the grace of flowing water as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Shadows of his hands danced before him, as the Navy raised their weapons to retaliate. A cacophony of sounds erupted, but soon the soldiers were sent flying one by one, their bodies battered by the overwhelming force, leaving them sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. The remaining Navy soldiers writhed in agony, and in an instant, a significant portion of the G5 troops had been subdued. Vice Admiral Virgo, we are in grave danger. Pirates have breached our defenses. A quick-witted Navy soldier rushed into the office of G5's commander, Virgo. Virgo, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, was in the midst of his meal, a piece of beef sticking to his cheek. Upon hearing the soldier's alarming report, his eyelids twitched. Virgo was a master of armed hockey and a formidable martial artist. Chapter 90. Virgo rose to his feet, demanding, which pirate dares to invade G5 base? I do not know, but the leader appears to be a white-haired youth, replied the Navy soldier. A white-haired youth? Could it be one of the newly emerged supernovas? Virgo pondered, perplexed, as he made his way toward the coast, eager to confront the audacious pirate who dared to intrude upon their base. Upon reaching the shoreline, the sight of Virgo's imposing figure instantly bolstered the morale of the Navy soldiers. Captain Virgo, swiftly eliminate this wretch. He has slain many of our brothers. Please, avenge us. As Horn beheld the arrival of Virgo, a broader smile graced his face. This master of martial arts was someone he had long anticipated. Pirate, since you dare to trespass upon the Navy's base, I presume you are prepared to embrace the specter of death at any moment. How audacious of you to slay my beloved subordinates. Today, you shall meet your demise. Virgo's voice was laced with an icy chill, imbued with a palpable aura of murderous intent. Vice Admiral Virgo, Horn approached him, a playful tone in his voice. Should I address you as a member of the Don Quixote family, or as Vice Admiral Virgo of the Navy? Virgo's expression shifted dramatically. How do you know that? He inquired, each word dripping with menace. It matters not how I came by that knowledge, Virgo. I am simply eager to witness the expression on Doflamingo's face when he learns that his greatest mole within the Navy has been extinguished, Horn replied. You will have no such opportunity. Today, there is no escape for you, Virgo retorted coldly. Is that so? Then do make your utmost effort to obstruct me, Horn challenged. Virgo's fist transformed into a vivid purple hue, launching towards Horn's abdomen with tremendous force. In kind, Horn's fist also glowed purple, colliding with Virgo's in a fierce exchange. The moment their fists met, both warriors discerned the other's formidable strength. Horn was propelled backward, his foot striking the ground, which instantly splintered like shattered glass, launching him forth. Virgo, come and try to stop me. He bellowed, his fist enveloped in the swirling winds of his own purple hockey, creating a sonic boom as it surged forward, a blinding speed carrying it to Virgo in an instant. Virgo conjured a bamboo staff, instantly suffusing it with purple hockey, and swung it fiercely at Horn. With a resounding crash, their attacks collided, unleashing a tempest of force that shattered the ground beneath Virgo's feet. Break! Horn shouted, advancing once more, his fist shattering the defenses of the bamboo. The purple hockey dissipated as his punch landed squarely against Virgo's abdomen. With a thunderous impact, Virgo was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive wall which shattered like glass under the immense force. One punch. Did he truly send Vice Admiral Virgo flying with but a single strike? The surrounding Navy personnel stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle unfold before their eyes. Horn moved without pause, and in a mere flicker, he found himself once again before Virgo. The demon Buddha descends. With a single strike, Virgo swiftly armed himself, yet despite multiple attempts, when that hand crashed upon him. A profound change swept across his countenance. The force surged into Virgo's body, then erupted forth, violently smashing against the stone wall, shattering it completely. Horn seized Virgo's body with one hand and forcefully hurled him down. A resounding impact shook the earth, causing Virgo to violently spit out blood. Virgo, you are a vice admiral of the Navy. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? Horn declared, hovering in the air. Virgo staggered to his feet, his body swaying unsteadily, his eyes filled with trepidation behind his sunglasses. Who on earth is this youth? He scrutinized Horn's face, and at last, a memory surfaced, a notorious pirate who had wreaked havoc on Judicial Island 2 years prior, the Purple Demon, Horn. Realization dawned upon Virgo. This individual was indeed the pirate Horn, with a bounty of 450 million. Yet, had he not vanished into the depths of the ocean long ago? How could he have resurfaced so suddenly? And with such formidable strength? Horn, I propose a deal. Killing me would yield you no advantage. I can introduce you to my master, Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I can facilitate your entry into the Don Quixote family. What do you say? Virgo suggested, with a smile gracing Horn's face. Virgo mistakenly believed that he had captured Horn's heart. Yet, Horn remarked, what an enticing proposition. However, I harbor no inclination to serve as someone's lapdog. I would much prefer to unseat Don Quixote da Flamingo from his lofty position, even if he once belonged to the celestial dragons. Virgo's expression darkened considerably. Purple Demon Horn. If that is your stance, then we have nothing further to discuss. Let us settle this matter through combat. Virgo declared sternly. Do you truly believe that with your strength you can survive today? Horn's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Virgo's muscles twitched as he retorted, you have offended the Don Quixote family, and there is no favorable outcome for you. Then let Doflamingo come to me. I find his life particularly intriguing. It's not the first time a warlord has met their demise, and I wouldn't mind adding another to the list, Horn replied nonchalantly. You will pay dearly for your arrogance. Virgo bellowed, launching himself forward, his weapon, the ghost bamboo, suddenly enveloped in a purple hockey. Buddha questions the devil's heart. In an instant, Horn's form shifted, creating countless indistinguishable shadows, leaving Virgo momentarily perplexed as to which was the real Horn. Right here. Horn's teasing voice rang out. Virgo spun around, his palm magnifying before his eyes, striking Horn squarely in the chest. With a resounding crack, Virgo's ribs shattered, and he coughed up blood as his body was sent hurtling backward. Horn deftly intercepted him midair, delivering another powerful blow to his abdomen, treating Virgo like a mere plaything. With a thunderous crash, Virgo plummeted to the ground, the force of impact fracturing the earth beneath him, leaving him gasping for breath. Damn it! How can his strength be so terrifying? Wasn't he reliant on swordsmanship to breach Judicial Island 2 years ago? Virgo was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how Horn had cultivated such formidable martial prowess in just 2 years. The suffering I endured is beyond your comprehension. Over these 2 years, what I have gained is proportionate to what I have lost, Horn declared, standing firmly in the air. Full body hardening. Virgo gritted his teeth, enveloping himself in purple hockey, grasping the ghost bamboo tightly as he leaped into the air, swinging it fiercely at Horn's body. When the ghost bamboo struck Horn, Virgo's heart leaped with joy, believing that being hit by his Busashoka hockey would inevitably result in injury. However, Horn's resilience once again astonished Virgo. The ghost bamboo impacted him without leaving a mark, as if he were entirely unscathed. Now, it is my turn, Vice Admiral, Horn declared, gripping the ghost bamboo with unwavering strength, a purple aura enveloping it, compelling Virgo's own aura to recede. Subsequently, Horn unleashed a powerful strike, and Virgo hastily raised his arm to block, yet Horn sent him flying with a single blow. The ghost bamboo slipped from Virgo's grasp, landing in Horn's hands. Admiral, that is not how one wields a staff. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of the ghost bamboo, Horn exclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. The purple aura coursed through the ghost bamboo as Horn executed several deft maneuvers, before the staff plummeted downwards, striking Virgo squarely in the abdomen, indenting it deeply. Yet, this was not the end. Horn delivered another blow to Virgo's head, leaving him disoriented. The sky was filled with the afterimages of the ghost bamboo as Virgo was toyed with like a mere plaything. After 10 seconds, Virgo's body plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground. Admiral, has he truly been defeated so easily? The Navy personnel were incredulous at this outcome. After all, he was a rear admiral, and a distinguished one in the New World. How could someone of such caliber suffer such a humiliating defeat here? Virgo, do you have the strength to continue? Horn inquired mockingly, landing beside him. Virgo gasped for breath. The aura surrounding him completely dissipated, his body marred with the marks of the blows he had sustained. Purple Demon Horn, the young master will not let you go. Behind the Don Quixote family stands an even more formidable figure. You shall be annihilated, Virgo asserted. Is Kaido your backing? Do you think a mere business connection can ensnare others in your machinations? Horn retorted. With that, he struck at Virgo's heart, shattering it instantaneously. Virgo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Horn had uncovered the connection between the Don Quixote family and Kaido. Horn planted the ghost bamboo beside Virgo's lifeless body. Casting a fleeting glance at the trembling Navy personnel, I have no interest in you, he declared. If the Navy headquarters arrives, just inform them that Horn has slaughtered your base. With that, he leaped aboard his ship. The vessel sailed away into the distance. The Navy watching anxiously as Horn and his crew departed, finally exhaling a sigh of relief as they hastily dialed the headquarters. We have a grave situation. A formidable pirate has resurfaced. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, the territory of Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Da Flamingo reigned as a colossal figure in the New World, commanding much of the underworld's dealings. Upon learning of Virgo's demise, the news swiftly reached Da Flamingo, underscoring the vastness of his information network. Within the royal palace of Dressrosa, members of the Don Quixote family convened. The individual responsible for Virgo's death is none other than Horn. One of the supernovas from 2 years ago, known as the Purple Demon, Da Flamingo announced, presenting Horn's photograph to the assembly. Virgo's assassination will undoubtedly cause a rupture in our intelligence network. We must find a replacement within the Navy for his position post-haste, while simultaneously dispatching someone to hunt down Horn. The dignity of the Don Quixote family must not be provoked, stated Tory Pole, one of the 4 key officers and the chief of staff. The others nodded in agreement. But who shall we send? Inquired another officer, Pika. The room fell silent as they considered the intelligence. 2 years prior, Horn had exhibited a mysterious power capable of contending with Admiral Akiji without faltering. Under such circumstances, the officers of the Don Quixote family felt uncertain about their ability to defeat Horn. Diamante, you shall go, Da Flamingo appointed decisively. And Old G, you two should be more than capable of handling Horn together. Diamante and Lao G exchanged glances, nodding in acquiescence. Da Flamingo was a figure of immense authority, and refusal was not an option. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku sat at his desk, a photograph of the white-haired Horn before him. After 2 years of calm, this Horn, daring enough to slaughter a vice admiral upon setting sail, truly is a thorn in our side, Sengoku mused. Generally, even the most reckless pirates would not directly challenge a Navy outpost, especially one in the New World, boldly allowing their exploits to be photographed and causing a stir across the seas. He was already terrifying 2 years ago. I wonder what level he has attained now. Sengoku pondered aloud. Sengoku, do you require my assistance in capturing him for impel down? Asked Admiral Akiji, seated below. Will you be going? As Sengoku furrowed his brow, he contemplated the prospect of sending Fujitora. Surely, there would be a considerable chance of bringing back the enigmatic Horn. However, such a decision seemed overly ceremonious and might inadvertently convey to others that the Navy was lacking in personnel. Commodore, please allow me to go. Suddenly, the door was thrust open with great force, and a figure rushed in. Mongoose, what brings you here? Sengoku inquired, his expression stern. The newcomer was none other than Mongoose, the elite rear admiral who had been defeated by Horn 2 years prior on Judicial Island. These past 2 years had been an agonizing ordeal for Mongoose. Since his defeat at the hands of Horn, the shadow of that encounter had loomed large in his mind, refusing to dissipate. In a fervent quest to overcome Horn in their next encounter, Mongoose had engaged in relentless training, significantly enhancing his own capabilities. Commander, grant me this opportunity. I must cleanse the shame of my past, he proclaimed passionately, his excitement palpable. Sengoku, feeling a headache coming on, cast a weary glance at him. If it is Mongoose who wishes to go, it should be feasible, he remarked, just as another figure entered the room. It was Vice Admiral Carp, known for his iron fist. Carp, are you serious? Sengoku asked gravely, for this matter concerned the future of a rear admiral. Only by defeating Horn could Mongoose dispel his inner demons and progress further. Mongoose's determination is commendable, Carp affirmed. Very well, you shall undertake this mission. Ensure that you capture the Purple Devil Horn. Understood. Chapter 92, The Golden Sword. Soros. The news of Horn's return to the sea has captured the attention of many. The naval headquarters has re-evaluated the bounty placed upon him, now set at an astounding 500 million berries. The ocean trembles with excitement. This little rascal has truly ascended to the ranks of 500 million level pirates? Mused the man with red hair as he sipped his drink. Indeed, Ace. Your friend is quite remarkable, remarked the man with the white beard. Yes, father, once I capture that scoundrel Teach, I will certainly challenge him. Ace replied. On an island in the New World, the captain listened intently as Robin reported, Captain, according to our intelligence, this island belongs to a pirate named Soros. Known by the moniker Golden Sword, his bounty stands at 220 million, and he is said to be exceedingly wealthy. Robin pondered why Horn had chosen to target this Golden Sword Soros. Was it merely his wealth that drew Horn's attention? In truth, that was indeed the case. For Horn, who was currently in dire need of funds, Soros represented the perfect target. By eliminating him and seizing his treasures, Horn could acquire more black gold martial arts techniques or engage in the lottery for diamond martial arts. Horn donned the jester's mask that had been meticulously prepared, concealing his identity from all, for the true visage of a pirate among 500 million could indeed be quite daunting. On the island, a combat tournament was underway. A time-honored tradition of the Golden Sword Pirates, wherein fresh blood was selected to join their ranks through the brutal contest of bloodshed and struggle, as Robin remarked. Horn nodded and said, I understand. You all stay here while I go and procure the items. I shall return. The others nodded in agreement. Horn soon arrived at the heart of the island, where an arena of modest proportions had been erected. Although it paled in comparison to the grand Colosseum of Dressrosa, it was more than sufficient for the flow of spectators on this small isle. Kill him. Rush him. Finish him off. The air was thick with excitement. The fervent shouts of the crowd drowning out the voices within the arena. Two brawny men were locked in combat, and as one of them shattered the skull of his opponent, the match came to a decisive end. The victor's face was alight with fervor, for he would soon join the ranks of the Golden Sword Pirates. Boss, why do I feel that the quality of the pirates selected lately has been declining? Remarked a scar-faced man beside a towering figure, Horn's target, Soros of the Golden Sword. Soros took a swig of his drink and replied, after a few more matches, the true talents will surely emerge. The boss has decreed that after 3 more bouts, the victors will be eligible to join the Golden Sword Pirates as officers. The audience's enthusiasm swelled, their bloodlust igniting a fervor that had them roaring with excitement. One of the brawny fighters pounded his chest with fervent might, challenging anyone who dared oppose him. I shall take you on. A voice rang out, instantly silencing the crowd. All eyes turned to the source of the proclamation, a man donned in a jester's cap. Soros's eyes glinted with surprise. This man had managed to command the atmosphere with his voice, suggesting he possessed considerable skill. Horn leaped into the fighting cage, constructed from a material nearly as formidable as hockey, exhibiting an extraordinary resilience. The burly man cast a disdainful glance at Horn, questioning the strength of such a diminutive figure. Boy, you can still beg for mercy. Otherwise, a single punch from me could easily claim your life, the giant growled menacingly. Is that so? Then by all means. Feel free to try, Horn replied, his composure unwavering. You seek your own demise. A flicker of malice flashed in the giant's eyes. Any who dared obstruct his path to the Golden Sword Pirate crew were his adversaries. Die, he roared, launching a powerful fist towards Horn. Remarkably, Horn did not flinch or evade. Instead, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, and Horn's strength surged through the giant's arm, resulting in a bone-chilling crack echoing through the air. The giant's arm was brutally shattered. Ah, he screamed. The agony of his mangled limb far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Horn's body suddenly flickered, and with a sweeping kick, he sent the burly man flying through the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, unconscious and unresponsive. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. They had just witnessed the formidable strength of the giant, yet now he lay defeated by this seemingly foolish jester in a single blow. What immense power must this individual possess? Soros's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Such a talent, if brought under his command, would undoubtedly enhance his prospects in conquering the new world. Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? Horn's gaze swept over the crowd, causing them to avert their eyes, bowing their heads in trepidation. Young man, do not be so arrogant. I shall have my turn with you. A voice rang out. Horn turned his head to behold a most repugnant figure before him, and he was taken aback. For this creature was none other than the wet-haired caribou from the original work, an exceedingly loathsome character. How intriguing, Horn mused, having laid eyes upon you. You shall not escape this place alive. Caribou leaped forward, his body instantly transforming into a viscous mass of sludge, surging towards Horn. A natural ability user. Soros's eyes brightened at this revelation. He had just lamented the absence of capable subordinates, and lo and behold, within moments, a master of physical combat and a wielder of natural powers had emerged. The atmosphere was charged with impending confrontation. Horn did not conceal his disdain for Carib. His fists enveloped in a dark, armed hockey. In an instant, he appeared before Carib, his joints cracking ominously as he concentrated his strength in his right hand, delivering a fierce punch. A flicker of contempt flashed in Carib's eyes as he attempted to withstand the blow with his body, clearly unaware of what hockey truly entailed. The forceful strike collided with Carib, freezing the triumphant expression on his face. A powerful force surged through him, propelling Carib away with a violent impact against the cage. Before I could utter the words of surrender, Horn's second punch was already on its way to Carib. "Stop!" Soros bellowed, but Horn paid no heed to his command. The fist struck Carib's heart, causing him to spurt blood, his head tilting as he succumbed to lifelessness. "Brother!" Carib's sibling, Clib, cried out in alarm, rushing over. A flash of anger ignited in Soros's eyes. This audacious youth dared to act against his orders with such recklessness. Chapter 93, Confrontation with Soros' Brother. Clib reached Carib's side. But it was too late. Carib had long since passed, and there was no hope of revival. "You bastard, I will kill you." Clib's eyes blazed with vengeful fury. Seizing his weapon, he lunged toward Horn. With his back turned, Horn swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick infused with concentrated strength. Upon contact with Clib's body, the force erupted, shattering bones and causing blood to spray profusely. Yet, this was not the end. Horn swiftly ascended above Clib, enacting his heart demon technique. He struck down with a palm, leaving Clib no chance to react, obliterating his body and scattering blood mist into the air as the mangled remains fell to the ground. "Bold move," Soros roared, his fury palpable. This youth's audacity to behave so insolently before him was infuriating. "Show him what he deserves," Soros commanded Scarface. Understood. Scarface, an adept in armed hockey, could no longer tolerate Horn's arrogance. Such a newcomer was not worthy of the Golden Sword Pirates. He needed to be taught a lesson to temper his hubris. Scarface leaped into the fighting cage, and as Horn turned to face him, an explosive aura emanated from his being. Scarface furrowed his brow, his dark hockey enveloping his arm as he prepared to deliver a powerful punch toward Horn. Horn raised his fist, his joints cracking audibly as power surged through his muscles like a dragon coursing into his hand. Suddenly, his right fist hesitated before unleashing an explosive force, striking out like a furious dragon. The impact resonated as their fists collided, an overwhelming wave of energy erupting and creating swirling cyclones around them. In an instant, the scarred man's expression shifted dramatically as Horn's fist sank deep into his arm. With a resounding crash, the force shattered his limb, a mist of blood dispersing into the air. The scarred man spat out a mouthful of blood, his desperate plea for help left unuttered as Horn's fist collided mercilessly with his body. Without the protection of armed hockey, the scarred man's form crumbled like tofu under the ferocity of the blow. The arena fell into a hushed silence. The second in command of the Golden Sword Pirates had been obliterated in a single strike. What was even more alarming was that this audacious youth dared to slay one of Soros's subordinates in his very presence, a blatant disregard for authority. Soros's fury reached a boiling point. A recruitment battle had been reduced to chaos by this unknown newcomer, igniting his wrath. "Who are you truly?" Soros demanded. His face darkened with anger. With such formidable strength, he could not believe that this was merely the work of an insignificant nobody. Horn removed his hood, revealing a cascade of white hair. Instantly, a figure emerged in Soros's mind, a visage unmistakable due to the distinctive hair, a notorious figure indeed. The Purple Demon Horn. A bounty of 500 million. Soros finally recalled the wanted poster he had glimpsed just 2 days prior. This individual was none other than the infamous Horn, with a staggering bounty of 500 million belly. Among the crowd, others too recognized Horn, and a cacophony of gasps erupted. They had previously believed that the pirate Gold Sword Soros, with a bounty of 220 million, was formidable. Yet here stood a pirate with an even mightier bounty. "Purple Demon Horn, you must provide me with an explanation for your intrusion into my territory. We have had no grievances in the past, nor any enmity recently," Soros spoke in a low, menacing tone. "For no particular reason, save that you have caught my attention." "Gold Sword Soros, let us engage in battle." Horn's eyes ignited with fierce determination. "Arrogant wretch." Soros seethed with fury. though uncertain of Horn's capabilities. It was imperative to impart a lesson he would never forget. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 220 million, striving to establish his dominance in the new world. Soros drew his long sword from his waist, a European blade that gleamed with a resplendent golden light. The very origin of his moniker, Gold Sword. With a powerful stride, Soros propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his sword slicing through the air as it descended menacingly toward Horn's neck. Hardening, Horn's fist transformed into a vibrant purple hue. The demon Buddha descends. Power coalesced in his right hand as he unleashed a thunderous strike. Boom! The sound reverberated, sending ripples through the air, fracturing it with a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks. Soros shouted, channeling more force into his sword, pressing down fiercely upon Horn. The ground beneath Horn's feet instantaneously erupted with countless fissures, and with a thunderous crash, the earth shattered. Horn let out a mighty roar, his joints cracking as a surge of ferocious power coursed through his palms, which he forcefully thrust upwards. This tremendous energy instantaneously shattered Soros' sword aura, prompting Soros to hastily evade. Horn ascended through the air, swiftly reaching a position above Soros. From within, magic emerged. A character symbolizing Buddha materialized between Horn's palms, and with a decisive strike, he unleashed it downward. Soros elegantly twirled his sword, and in an instant, a tremendous force erupted as he thrust forward. Empowered by the color of armament hockey, Soros faced Horn's might without trepidation. The golden sword collided with Horn's palm, radiating the brilliance of the Buddha character. Yet, Soros' sword energy effortlessly tore through it. Is that all there is? Soros, witnessing his effortless breach of Horn's defense, could not help but regard him with disdain. Your pride appears to be premature, Horn's voice echoed. For reasons unknown, Soros felt a sudden tightening in his chest. In the next moment, a surge of violet magic erupted from Horn's palm, forming a character for magic that directly clashed with Soros' golden sword. With a ripping sound, the sword energy was obliterated, scattering in all directions and cleaving through the ground, while the magic character struck Soros squarely in the chest. Wow! Soros felt as though he had been dealt a devastating blow, violently expelling a mouthful of blood as his body plummeted toward the earth. He managed to stabilize himself by stepping several times in midair. Glancing at his chest, he noticed a patch of purplish black, the magic energy having invaded his body, seeking to corrode his very organs. What a terrifying power! This purple magic truly lives up to its reputation. Soros' expression grew grave. Hoenn descended to the ground with unwavering steadiness, showing no signs of breathlessness, completely oblivious to the fierce battle he had just endured. The violet demonic energy retreated quietly, and Hoenn's palm reverted to its natural hue. The initial manifestation was merely a ruse, a distraction, while the true threat lurked behind, concealed and poised to strike. Horn twisted his neck, the joints of his body crackling, filled with an immense power ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 94. The Stirring of Forces. The two figures moved in unison, colliding once more, waves of energy cascading like the relentless tides of the ocean. The ground beneath them could no longer bear the strain, cracking under the pressure, and the onlookers were swept up in the chaos. Run! Someone shouted, realizing that the magnitude of this pirate battle was beyond their capacity to endure. What was once a lively scene was now reduced to just Soros and Horn, and in this solitude, Horn could revel in a fierce duel. Ultimate technique, rampaging bull slash. Soros bellowed, his sword radiating with concentrated energy. Then he unleashed a strike that sent the sword's aura soaring toward the heavens, as if it could cleave the very fabric of the world and tear through the sky. Cycle of the Demon Buddha, Horn exclaimed softly, thrusting his palm forward to meet the sword's energy. To Soros' astonishment, his formidable sword aura was effortlessly redirected by Horn, as if it were a mere stream flowing into the sea. The blade's energy plunged into the earth, cleaving a fissure several dozen meters long. How did he achieve this? Soros' eyes widened in disbelief. He was acutely aware of his sword's might, yet under Horn's command, it felt as feeble as a docile kitten. This youth harbored too many secrets, and for the first time, a sense of helplessness surged within Soros. It's my turn now, Mr. Soros, Horn said with a smile. Yet the surge of power emanating from him caused Soros' expression to shift dramatically. A torrential wave of violent purple demonic energy erupted, causing the temperature of the arena to plummet significantly. Horn stepped lightly through the air, and in a mere flicker, he found himself before Soros. With an exclamation of desperation, he struck down with a powerful palm, invoking the profound technique of mountain cleave. Soros let out a low growl, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth relentlessly, aiming to cleave Horn's hand. As the sword energy and magical aura collided, it was akin to two colossal mountains crashing against one another. The atmosphere resonating with a thunderous roar, the sound of air being overwhelmed and shattered. The dark energy unleashed by Horn rippled outward, swiftly breaking through the sword aura with the ferocity of a raging dragon, shattering the sound barrier in its wake. The malevolent force collided with Soros's body, sending him hurtling backward into a towering building, which collapsed with a resounding crash, burying Soros beneath the debris. Yet, from the ruins emerged a figure, Soros himself, who was now intent on fleeing towards the harbor, seemingly abandoning the battle against Horn. This fellow is far too formidable. Continuing this fight will only lead to my downfall. I must escape, Soros contemplated, prioritizing his life over ambitions and riches, knowing that survival was paramount and that everything could be rebuilt from scratch. Thinking of fleeing? It will not be so simple, Horn remarked with a cold smile, his body flickering as he covered 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Soros's desperate attempt to escape paled in comparison to Horn's speed. In a mere breath, Horn arrived behind Soros. Embrace your demise, Soros. Horn unleashed a powerful strike. Soros hastily turned, sweeping his sword in defense, yet it was unmistakably cleaved by Horn's demonic energy. With a sidestep, Soros narrowly evaded Horn's assault. Demonic blood surge. Horn bellowed, and a spectral image of a Buddha manifested behind him. Though infused with dark energy, he appeared remarkably divine in that fleeting moment. Ultimate technique, Sword of the Celestial Abyss. Soros roared, his sword aura coalescing before erupting violently, thrusting skyward as he aimed at Horn. The heavens and earth trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, as the two forces clashed like titanic dragons in a fierce struggle, neither yielding an inch. Break! Horn's arm descended with great force, a surge akin to a tsunami erupting forth, obliterating Soros's sword energy into nothingness, dissipating into the ether. Subsequently, the dark energy struck Soros's body, sending him plummeting to the ground. He coughed violently, expelling blood laced with fragments of his own innards, his body marred by purple handprints. As the dark energy gnawed away at his insides, gradually corroding his vital organs. Soros, within you lies a fragment of my demonic Buddha power. Now is the time for it to erupt, Horn declared. No. Soros's eyes filled with terror. He was not ready to perish here. His dream of conquering the new world remained unfulfilled. I can serve you as a slave or servant. Just spare my life. Soros pleaded weakly, his strength depleted by the battle, and the dark energy relentlessly eroding his being, leaving him on the brink of collapse. What use are you to me? Explode, Horn shouted, and the power within Soros detonated instantaneously. A resounding boom echoed as blood mist dispersed, transforming Soros into a mere wisp of crimson essence in the blink of an eye. A 200 million level pirate is still far too weak, Horn mused, shaking his head. Soros's swordsmanship was somewhat commendable. I should seek a master of physical combat for my next endeavor. Horn arrived at the port, greeted the gathered crowd, and soon departed with them. A day later, a naval warship anchored in the area. Rear Admiral Weasel, an elite from the naval headquarters, disembarked from the vessel. This was not a situation that could be resolved with mere swords. It was a fierce confrontation that had left a mark. Weasel, his expression grave, gazed at the spot where Soros had met his end. This Horn is growing increasingly formidable, Weasel murmured to himself. Have we traced their course? He inquired, turning to his subordinates. Indeed, Admiral Weasel. Our analysis suggests an 80% probability that their next destination is the Shambadi Archipelago, the lieutenant responded loudly. Then we shall proceed to the Shambadi Archipelago. Purple Demon Horn, this time, you must be apprehended to dispel the demons that haunt me, Weasel thought quietly to himself. As the warship set sail, a pirate vessel soon arrived in the same waters, bearing none other than two high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, Diamante and Lauji. It seems the Navy has already been here. This makes things quite intriguing. We merely need to follow in their wake and reap the benefits, Diamante remarked. Indeed, it's best this way. The Navy can pave the way for us, allowing us to eliminate that purple demon Horn, fulfilling the master's wishes, while effortlessly claiming the spoils of victory. It couldn't be better, Lauji added. Set sail, destination Shambadi Archipelago. The show is about to begin, Diamante said with palpable excitement. Chapter 95. The rampaging lion Cane Horn sat aboard the Griffin, sipping the orange juice expertly prepared by Nami. While gazing at Robin's books, though their contents eluded his comprehension, and observing Lucia's delightful workout nearby. Such days were truly blissful. Previously, having acquired a substantial treasure and wealth from Soros, Horn unhesitatingly exchanged it, and now he found himself in possession of 12 billion berries, transforming from a humble peasant into a modest landowner. Horn activated the system and began to browse the weapons shop, eager to select a weapon that appealed to him. His attention was soon captured by the Great Evil King. This was a celestial-grade divine weapon, an unparalleled evil artifact capable of devouring the heavens and extinguishing the earth, instilling fear even in the hearts of deities. Moreover, it was complemented by the extraordinary martial art known as the 10 Tribulations of the Evil King, which, when wielded in conjunction with the Great Evil King, unleashed boundless power. The 10 Tribulations of the Evil King was a martial art that rivaled the infamous blade technique of demonic swords. Naturally, the system would not benevolently provide Horn with the accompanying martial arts. The 10 Tribulations of the Evil King was also a diamond-tier martial art, currently unavailable for exchange, and could only be acquired through a lottery. Horn tightened his grip on the unparalleled wicked blade, sensing an extraordinary synergy between the malevolent energy within the weapon and his own inner strength. With the combination of the demonic swordsmanship and the formidable might of the Great Evil King, he pondered with exhilaration that he could now contend with powerful adversaries. Captain, your next target is the notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million, the Mad Lion. Kane, Robin approached and placed the intelligence report before Horn. Is he an animal-type devil fruit user? Horn inquired. Indeed, his ability is the cat fruit in its Mad Lion form, and his martial prowess is formidable, Robin replied. That could not be more perfect. I am precisely in need of such an opponent, Horn exclaimed with fervor. Robin chuckled softly, bemused by her captain's exceptional nature. 2 days later, on the Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago is renowned for its myriad of bubbles, and it serves as a pivotal transit hub where pirates and merchants from all corners of the world converge. Many pirates undergo a coding process here to gain access to Fishman Island, but perhaps the most infamous aspect is the slave auction that takes place on the island. Upon their arrival on the island, Horn and his companions were met with a barrage of ill-intentioned glances. Among their group was a peculiar octopus named Little Eight. Hand over that fishman. Suddenly, a group of burly men obstructed Horn and his companions' path. Their eyes appraised Little Eight and the entourage of women, particularly fixating on Robin and her companions, who sparked a notable interest. Horn remained silent, yet several burly men mistakenly assumed he was cowed. They reached out, intending to seize Nami. In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared, and the men were horrified to witness their own arms severed, a searing pain engulfing them. Before a scream could escape their lips, their heads were already detached from their bodies, lifeless forms collapsing to the ground, like a tiger among sheep. Horn surged into the crowd, the cacophony of anguished cries rising in a crescendo. In a short span of time, the ground was strewn with corpses. Horn sheathed the Great Evil King, who had become even more sinister due to his thirst for blood. The onlookers, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, fell into a profound silence at this sight, hastily retreating in fear that the young man might unleash his wrath upon them. The captain's unwavering protection deeply moved Xiaoba, a fisherman who had always been regarded as a prized possession by slave traders. He never expected that the captain would stand up for him so boldly, affirming that joining the Stormy Seas pirate crew had indeed been the right choice. Xiaoba, you are my crew member, and even as a fisherman, no one dares to harm you, Horn declared. Yes, I understand, Captain, Xiaoba replied, genuinely touched. Horn and his companions made their way into a restaurant, where a band of pirates was indulging in a lavish feast. The proprietor, trembling with fear, anxiously instructed the waitstaff to serve them, as the pirates reveled in their unrestrained debauchery. Horn approached a towering pirate with golden hair, the very man he sought, the ferocious lion Kane. Kane lifted his gaze, his fierce eyes sweeping over Horn. To everyone's astonishment, Horn audaciously hurled a plate of food at Kane's face. Not only the onlookers, but even Kane himself was taken aback. What just happened? You little brat. I'll kill you, Kane roared, regaining his composure. Here was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million, and he had just been struck with food. The other pirates watched with a mix of schadenfreude. Well aware of their captain's temper, they knew the consequences of provoking him would be dire. Die, Kane bellowed, his massive fist hurtling towards Horn. The sound of rushing wind filled the air as his fist closed in on Horn in an instant. Bang! Horn met the blow with a punch of his own, their fists clashing with tremendous force, creating a shockwave that shattered the wooden planks beneath them into splinters. A flicker of surprise crossed Kane's eyes. He had not anticipated that this young man could withstand his strike. Horn remained unperturbed, his arms enveloped in a regal purple aura. The power surging forth like the tumultuous waves of the ocean, compelling Cain to retreat repeatedly. Astonishment filled Cain's eyes as he let out a mighty roar. In an instant, his form transformed, revealing a lion man, a striking fusion of human and beast before the onlookers. Seizing the opportunity, Horn swiftly exited the restaurant. For the Shambadi archipelago was replete with battlegrounds. There was no need to choose such a cumbersome locale. Following suit, Cain burst forth, his golden mane billowing in the wind. Presenting a formidable physique. Lion's fist. Cain bellowed, as a layer of dark, imposing energy enveloped his golden skin, and his powerful fist hurtled towards Horn. 3 parts of the world. Horn invoked the black gold martial art, manifesting the 3 parts divine finger, which shimmered with a purple aura as it aimed directly at Cain. With a resounding clash, the fists met the fingers. Despite the apparent ferocity of Cain's strike, his fist was unable to breach Horn's defenses. Horn's fingers stood resolutely, as if forged from steel, effectively countering Cain's onslaught. "Break for me!" Cain roared, his muscles swelling with might, channeling an immense force into his fist, which erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. Horn's expression remained unchanged, his joints cracking ominously as his vitality surged forth like brilliant stars exploding across the sky, elevating his aura to a level reminiscent of a descending demonic deity. A sense of invincibility enveloped him, leaving Cain in a state of confusion as he gazed upon Horn. In an instant, Horn's fingers pierced through Cain's defenses, striking him with the precision of a sharp blade. Cain felt as though he had been struck with tremendous force, his internal energy churning violently as he staggered backward, his shoes leaving a long mark upon the ground. He fought against the urge to vomit blood, forcing himself to regain his composure. Chapter 96. The 4 Emperors. The Ultimate Technique. Lion's Destruction. The ground beneath Cain's feet buckled under the weight of his formidable power, creating a massive crater that propelled his body forward like a shooting star. His fist shattered the air, propelled by an unrivaled momentum as it hurtled towards Horn. "The demon Buddha descends," Horn exclaimed, countering with an open palm. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the air as the ground beneath them cracked and splintered. The clash between the two was akin to 2 colossal mountains colliding, with Horn's strength gradually gaining the upper hand. "You and I exist on different levels of power." Horn's calm voice resonated. Cain's martial prowess, though formidable, paled in comparison to the likes of Virgo, who wielded the 6 techniques and possessed profound mastery of armament hockey. Yet, fueled by the power of the devil fruit, Cain's strength exploded with ferocity. "Impossible! My journey cannot end here. To bring about my demise is no simple feat." A hint of madness flickered across Cain's face as his power surged once more. "Break!" Horn's voice was deep and commanding, imbued with an almost magical force. As waves of energy converged like a tsunami, culminating in an overwhelming eruption of power. With a resounding crash, Cain's offensive was obliterated, and turbulent air currents scattered in all directions as he was sent hurtling away. A building collapsed under the impact, dust and debris soaring into the sky. "Captain!" The members of the Wild Lion Pirates gasped in alarm. Emerging from the cloud of dust, Cain's face was a portrait of pain. A deep indentation marking his chest where several ribs had fractured, each breath eliciting a sharp twinge of agony. "Captain, are you all right?" one pirate asked anxiously. Cain shook his head. While the blow was fierce, it was not fatal. "Stand back. I am about to unleash my berserk state," Cain stated slowly. The crowd gasped. Invoking the berserk state signified an escalation of the battle to one of life and death. They parted to clear a path as Cain let out a piercing howl, the sound waves powerful enough to rupture eardrums. His body transformed once more, the intricate patterns of his veins becoming visible, his muscles swelling as if inflated, and his eyes turning a vivid crimson. "Today, you shall perish," Cain declared coldly. Horn's hands were adorned with a regal hue of purple and with a nonchalant demeanor. He remarked, "Let me give it a try." It seemed as though he faced not a life-and-death adversary, for such a level of power could not compel him to unleash his full potential. Cain stomped fiercely upon the ground, causing cracks to spread like wildfire. In an instant, he flashed forward at remarkable speed, standing before Horn. Lion King's fist. A spectral lion materialized upon Cain's fist, roaring as it charged towards Horn. Demonic blood unleashed. His entire being erupted with power akin to a volcanic eruption, as he concentrated it in his right hand and forcefully propelled it forward. It resembled a clash between two demonic deities, as the shockwave surged forth, sweeping across dozens of meters, causing the earth to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. Run. The onlookers scattered in all directions, fearful of being caught in the wake of such overwhelming force. Demon. Horn uttered a low growl, and the purple demonic energy, as if summoned, coalesced around his right hand, before erupting with a thunderous roar. The might of the demonic energy was insurmountable, and Cain watched helplessly as Horn's power shattered his own, striking him with the force of a colossal hammer. Cain instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body uncontrollably propelled backward. In a mere blink, Horn appeared above Cain, unleashing a vicious whip-like kick that struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending tremors through Cain's form. Like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, Cain fell, yet Horn had no intention of relenting. He swiftly reappeared beside Cain, his hand, akin to an iron claw, seized Cain's head and forcefully slammed it into the ground. With a resounding crash, earth and debris flew as Cain's body became a canvas of lacerations inflicted by the demonic energy, blood gushing from his wounds, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. Horn raised his fist, ready to strike Cain's head. "Wait, purple demon Horn." Suddenly, a voice called out. Horn turned to see a portly figure standing there. "Fierce Lion Cain. I am a member of the Beast Pirates. Would you care to join our crew? If you agree, I can guarantee your life." The chubby man spoke to Cain, oblivious to the impending danger. Cain quickly responded, almost without hesitation, "I am willing. Please spare my life." "Hey, do you even see me?" Horn remarked, bemused. These two seemed to hold him in such low regard. Yet, the portly man arrogantly proclaimed, "I will protect this person." However, no sooner had he spoken than Horn's fist came crashing down, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and brain matter, and Cain fell lifeless to the ground. The chubby man's face was a portrait of shock. What had he just witnessed? This pirate dared to defy the will of the Beast Pirates. Was he challenging one of the four emperors? "Purple demon, you have offended someone you cannot afford to cross." The portly man hissed, "Do you want to fight? If so, let's not waste words." Horn replied coldly. The man hesitated, fully aware of his own capabilities. No matter how much stronger he was than the fierce lion Cain, facing the bounty of 500 million on Horn's head left him with little hope of victory. "Just wait," he spat out before hastily retreating. "The four emperors," he mused, "we shall meet eventually." Horn was unconcerned about offending them. After all, he was destined to ascend to that very position. Moreover, if he were to be intimidated by a mere subordinate of a typical four-emperor crew, how could he ever hope to reach the pinnacle of the world? After Horn eliminated Cain, he contemplated departing. However, an overwhelming aura swiftly enveloped the area. A familiar sensation washed over him, prompting Horn to furrow his brow. Was it the Navy? The answer soon unveiled itself as a man with a mohawk led a contingent of naval admirals before Horn. It was Admiral Squirrel. Horn suddenly recalled their fierce battle on Judicial Island over 2 years ago, where he had bested Squirrel. Yet, to his astonishment, Squirrel's prowess had evidently advanced significantly since then. "Purple demon Horn, today I shall bring you to justice," Squirrel proclaimed with resolute conviction. "Admiral Squirrel, 2 years ago you fell short against me. Do you truly believe you stand a chance now?" Horn retorted mockingly. "For the arrival of this day, I have tirelessly trained, driven by the desire to avenge the humiliation I suffered that day. Horn, let us engage in battle. I will surely defeat you," Squirrel declared, drawing the sword from his waist with fervor. In the distance, 2 officials from the Don Quixote family, Diamante and Lao Ji, had also arrived, eager to exploit the chaos for their own gain. "Admiral Squirrel, how tenacious you are. Very well, let me test my new weapon against you," Horn stated, as he unsheathed the great evil king from his back. As the great evil king emerged from its sheath, it emanated an ominous glow, trembling slightly in Horn's grasp. Another malevolent weapon? Squirrel became instantly alert, memories of Horn's demonic transformation from 2 years prior flooding back. The sheer force capable of annihilating deities was terrifying. Even now, Squirrel held no confidence in overcoming Horn in his possessed state. "Rest assured, today I will not wield such power, for you are not worthy of it," Horn declared. "Prepare to meet your end," Squirrel shouted, his body suddenly darting forward as his sword sang with a vibrant resonance, seemingly imbued with a will of its own. "To confront you, I have procured one of the formidable knives that possesses its own consciousness." Horn's eyes narrowed, sensing the tremors emanating from the sword as though it possessed a life of its own. "Is this one of the 21 great blades? Allow me to experience its power," he thought. A surge of purple demonic energy enveloped the great evil king, suddenly erupting in a dazzling radiance that rendered the heavens and earth pale. An overwhelming force. This aura could sway one's will, Diamante exclaimed, acutely aware of the unsettling nature of this presence. No wonder Horn is referred to as the purple demon. His flowing white hair must surely be connected to this, Raoji remarked. It's astonishing that in just 2 years, you have mastered the manipulation of demonic energy. The weasel noted, unable to hide his astonishment. He understood that this was not true corruption, but merely the harnessing of a portion of power. A portion potent enough to demand his utmost focus. With a fierce swing, the weasel brought his long sword down upon Horn. The might of his strike seemingly capable of rending the very sky. The surrounding air quaked, producing eerie ripples that spread outward. Flash! Horn called out as the great evil king met the weasel's blade with a counterstrike. Upon collision, a shockwave erupted, sending forth countless air blades that carved the ground beneath into a tapestry of fissures. Wrapped tightly in purple demonic energy, the great evil king surged with exhilaration, emitting a cry as its formidable sword intent descended like a meteor from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the sword intent instantly shattered the weasel's sword aura, hurtling toward him. Unstoppable, the weasel realized he could not withstand this blow and hastily retreated. The purple sword intent struck the earth with a resounding boom, splitting the ground in two, creating a chasm that extended for dozens of meters. Such monstrous power. A few onlooking pirates murmured in awe, to which others nodded in agreement. A cold sweat broke upon the weasel's brow. Had he been struck by that sword, he would have surely perished on the spot, even with the protection of his armament hockey. Admiral Weasel, dare you face me again? Horn challenged. Why should I not? The weasel, aware of the need to maintain his momentum against Horn, understood that faltering would lead to being thoroughly dominated. Ultimate move, pressure slash. The weasel's great blade trembled, as countless streams of air converged upon it. In that moment, his aura surged, and with a decisive strike, he unleashed a power that seemed capable of tearing the heavens and earth asunder. Even the spectators 1,000 meters away felt the shift in the atmosphere. Rend, Horn uttered, as the great evil king shot forth a glint of cold light, meeting the blow head-on. The slash of rending possessed the might to tear through all obstacles. This strike would be formidable indeed. The purple sword energy surged skyward, colliding fiercely with the sword energy of the flying squirrel. In an instant, the void erupted, shockwaves radiating outward, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if it were a shattered mirror. Ah! The flying squirrel bellowed, pressing down with his sword, unleashing a force akin to the explosion of stars. Horn's body bent under the immense pressure, a grave expression crossing his face. The 2.5 years of training the flying squirrel had undergone were no mere boast. His mastery over power had likely reached a state of sublime perfection. Yet, what of it? No matter how strong, Horn would not waver. The strong fear nothing. The strong are unafraid. Annihilate. Horn uttered a single word, and the purple demonic energy erupted like a bloodthirsty dragon, a violent tremor ringing out as it violently tore through the flying squirrel's aura, akin to an army breaching a city. The flying squirrel's expression changed dramatically as he activated his instantaneous movement, barely shifting his body a single position, a distance that ultimately saved his life. The purple demonic energy shot skyward, transforming the heavens, lightning and thunder erupting as the skies darkened. To single-handedly alter the fabric of the world, what terrifying prowess was Horn capable of? The flying squirrel's eyes widened in shock. This power was truly formidable. Is this all there is to you, General Squirrel? Horn queried. Flash. The flying squirrel moved once more, his sword descending with a strike. At that moment, the spirit within the sword emitted a resonant cry, and a sharp sound enveloped the blade in a layer of azure. The sword fell, and in an instant, torrents of air surged forth, cascading down like a galaxy plummeting from the heavens, a feeling of sanctity permeating the scene. Release. The great evil king faced this aura unafraid, trembling slightly in excitement, for it had encountered an adversary worthy of its strength. The purple demonic energy transformed into a ferocious tiger, roaring as it charged toward the azure sword energy. Boom! Like two celestial bodies colliding, shockwaves erupted, and chaos ensued, as if the world had reverted to the primordial chaos. Azure and purple wreaked havoc, the ground shattering under their might, as buildings crumbled, and the region of the Shangbodi Islands resembled a scene from an apocalypse. This Horn is truly formidable, Diamanti thought, furrowing his brow. Chapter 98. Diamanti. Two streams of sword energy continually clashed and intertwined, eventually merging into a half-azure, half-purple orb of light, which then erupted in a brilliant explosion, illuminating the heavens. After a long while, this dazzling radiance gradually faded, revealing Horn and the flying squirrel standing prominently before the onlookers. Horn's upper body was marred with wounds from the razor-like gusts of energy, prompting him to tear off his shirt, revealing a robust physique. In stark contrast, the flying squirrel appeared to be in much better shape, merely breathing heavily. It seemed that the flying squirrel's prowess exceeded our expectations, significantly increasing the likelihood of Horn's capture, Diamante exclaimed with excitement. Raoji nodded in agreement. Yet, was Horn truly as feeble as they perceived him to be? A bittersweet smile played on the flying squirrel's lips. He alone understood his true condition. Although he appeared unscathed on the surface, dark energy had already infiltrated his body. Despite the dominance of his aura safeguarding vital areas, he could still sense his flesh being eroded, while Horn, in reality, was far more adept than he appeared. Horn raised the dark evil king, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. Squirrel General, come forth once more. The battle is far from over, Horn proclaimed with conviction. After 2 arduous years of training, I cannot allow this moment to be squandered. Everything is yet to unfold, and I still have a chance. With this thought, Squirrel regained his confidence, his eyes focused on Horn. Essence of the Azure Dragon Slash. Squirrel leapt into the air, the azure longsword quivering with a resonant sound, emitting a mighty dragon's roar. A ferocious azure dragon, stretching several dozen meters in length, ascended with a fearsome cry. Within this dragon resided the spirit of the sword. Horn's expression turned grave. The power of this move was undoubtedly immense, and if he did not summon all his energy to confront it, he feared he might struggle to withstand the onslaught. It seemed that he would have to unleash that particular technique. Horn contemplated silently. Horn raised the great evil king, the air swirling slowly, offering no indication of the impending cataclysm. The sword intent of wind and cloud, Ma W Liang. Countless fissures sprawled across the earth beneath Horn's feet, his body leaping into the air like a shooting star, the sword intent streaking across the sky like a meteor. At that moment, the azure dragon let out a thunderous roar, charging fiercely towards Horn. The sword intent of wind and cloud collided with the azure dragon in an instant, the atmosphere erupting violently, the entire space resonating with a cacophony of crackling sounds, as if the air itself lamented under the strain. In the blink of an eye, the sword intent of wind and cloud brutally tore through the azure dragon, its lengthy form impaled by the sword intent. With a reluctant howl, the azure dragon was instantly shattered beneath the weight of the sword intent. The sword intent struck the body of the flying squirrel like a radiant rainbow, splattering forth. This sword intent detonated the accumulated injuries that the flying squirrel had previously endured, overwhelming it, and it could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted forth. The flying squirrel plummeted to the ground like a fallen meteor, the already shattered earth fracturing further, and in an instant, the flying squirrel succumbed to unconsciousness. Breathing heavily, Horn realized that Maha Wuliang truly demanded an immense expenditure of stamina. Old G, now is the opportune moment, strike, Diamanti urged. And Raoji nodded in agreement as their voices surged forth in unison. Raoji launched an attack from above Horn, while Diamanti charged from below. Purple Demon Horn, today marks your demise, Diamanti exclaimed with fervor. However, to their astonishment, at the very instant they made their move, Horn's body twisted abruptly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your presence, you two jesters? Both were taken aback, their astonishment leaving them no time to retreat. They pressed forward with resolve. Flash! Horn barked, releasing a wave of violet sword energy aimed directly at Diamanti. Meanwhile, Raoji's fist collided with Horn's head, yet the violet demonic energy enveloped Horn, and Rao bellowed in frustration, unable to breach the defense. The purple energy, as if guided by an unseen force, coiled around Raoji's arm. This power can erode my haki. Raoji's eyes widened in shock as he hastily withdrew his fist, but the demonic energy had already infiltrated his being. Diamanti, lifting his long sword, steadfastly blocked the sword energy, which soared skyward. Purple Demon Horn, today is your end. Diamanti licked his lips, convinced that if Horn possessed only this level of strength, he would surely fall beneath his blade. Half Moon Funeral. Diamanti's sword trembled violently before he brought it down with force. cleaving the ground as easily as slicing through tofu. Cloudless slash. The essence of the cloud surged forth, and Horn swung his sword, unleashing a blade of energy that seemed utterly inscrutable. Within mere breaths, the cloud energy collided with Diamante's sword force. Boom! A deafening thunder erupted, the air seeming to evaporate as the surrounding area fell into a state of suspension. This was not a mere halt in time, but rather a stasis of space itself. Yet, this condition lasted but a fleeting moment before resuming. In Diamante's astonished gaze, the cloud energy violently tore through his half-moon funeral, hurtling towards him. Bullfighter's cloak. Diamante swiftly raised his cloak, which instantly hardened like steel, blocking Horn's sword energy. With a flick, he sent the energy spiraling away. I am the banner-bearer of the flapping fruit. You cannot harm me, Diamante proclaimed with pride. Even the generals before me would not dare utter such words. I advise you to retract that statement, Horn replied coldly. With that, Horn's figure moved swiftly, leaving behind several afterimages until he stood directly before Diamante. Cloud shadow slash. A nebulous aura enveloped the air, completely obscuring the trajectory of Horn's blade. Even with his observation hockey, Diamante was unable to discern that path. What strange power is this? Could it be the ability of a devil fruit user? Yet, the intelligence did not indicate he was a devil fruit user, leaving Diamante utterly perplexed. However, the great evil king stood before him, compelling Diamante to respond. Half-moon funeral. Diamante bellowed, swinging his longsword once more. Thunderous booms echoed as two sword energies collided instantly. A smirk of disdain appeared on Horn's lips. He was unperturbed even by the sword energy of a grand swordsman like Weasel, let alone that of Diamante, whose swordsmanship fell far short. Aware of his inferiority in skill, Diamante unleashed another technique, the army flag. Chapter 99. Don Quixote Doflamingo's Fury Army Flag. Diamante activated his devil fruit ability, causing the ground to flutter like a fabric. Horn, undeterred, stepped into the sky, evading Diamante's power effortlessly. Is this all the strength of a top executive? Horn's scornful voice echoed. You will soon regret your words, Diamante retorted coldly. Half-moon funeral. Diamante slashed diagonally with his long sword, sending a blade of energy straight towards Horn, as if it could rend the very heavens. Not enough, far from enough. How can you be my opponent with such meager strength? Horn shook his head. After 2 years of training, Weasel was indeed much stronger than Diamante, and this highest executive of the Don Quixote family was merely inadequate. Cloud Dragon slash. Horn shouted, as the ethereal aura enveloped him, forming into a gigantic dragon. The dragon roared and surged towards Diamante's sword energy. The two energies clashed, yet it was akin to the ocean meeting a stream. The cloud dragon effortlessly tore through Diamante's blade, descending with an unmatched might. It resembled a celestial river cascading from the heavens. No, Diamante gasped in terror, watching the approaching cloud dragon, which had completely locked onto his body, rendering him immobile. At that moment, a figure seized Diamante, and the two of them tumbled away in a desperate roll, narrowly evading the strike, while the cloud dragon obliterated the ground, sinking it into the sea. The one who rescued Diamante was Lao Ji. Both were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that had they been struck, they would have been reduced to mere fragments. This kid is too powerful, Diamante. We may not be his match, Lao Ji said, his expression grave. Diamante nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a knowing glance and immediately reached a decision. They must flee. Yet, as they took their first steps, an overwhelmingly fierce aura enveloped them. Did I permit your departure? A chilling voice echoed from Horn, plunging the two individuals into an ice-cold abyss. Flash. A thunderous command resonated, akin to the voice of a demonic deity, causing their faces to drain of color. A blade of energy sliced through the air, shattering the sound barrier, akin to a raging dragon charging forth. The formidable G. Rao bellowed, his muscles swelling with power, as he retaliated with a fist aimed at the oncoming sword energy. Diamante too raised his long sword, executing a crescent-shaped strike. The sword energy soared toward its intended target. Boom. The three forces collided instantaneously. However, it was evident that neither Diamante's sword energy nor Rao Ji's martial prowess could thwart Horn's assault. Quick on his feet, Diamante shifted his body to the side, while Rao Ji braced himself to endure Horn's sword energy head-on. With a tearing sound, the sword energy sliced through Rao Ji's body as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, scattering flesh and blood throughout the sky. Diamante stood beside Rao Ji, a horrified witness to his demise, his soul shuddering as he hastily retreated. I have warned you. How dare you leave without my consent? Horn's voice lingered ominously. Purple Demon Horn, let this matter conclude here. You have already slain 2 members of my family. Consider it even. I assure you, the Don Quixote family will no longer trouble you. Diamante exclaimed as he fled. I have no interest in a truce with the Don Quixote family. Horn retorted. You kill me, and Doflamingo will not let you escape. Diamante shouted defiantly. Ha ha ha, then let Doflamingo come and seek me out personally. With a slash, the sword energy rampaged forth, and Diamante's voice was abruptly silenced as he beheld his body cleaved in 2. Horn landed steadily on the ground, gazing at the lifeless bodies of 2 members of the Don Quixote family. He shook his head, reflecting on how he seemed to have offended the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, and the navy all in one day. Yet what of it? The figure of Horn stretched long. Since that battle, the name of the purple demon Horn should echo across the seas. A day after the event, at the naval headquarters, the weasel has been defeated, Sengoku uttered in disbelief. He had witnessed the weasel's arduous training over the past 2 years, so how could he succumb to this Horn? Did he not employ that power from 2 years ago? Sengoku inquired gravely. Intelligence indicates he did not, the aide promptly replied. He utterly vanquished the weasel without even utilizing that power? After 2 years, to what extent has he grown? Sengoku's face was wrought with incredulity. Admiral Sengoku, should I mobilize? Inquired Admiral Akainu Sakazuki from below. Sengoku pondered for a moment and replied, You cannot mobilize for now. The World Conference is imminent, and we need you to maintain order. And what about this Horn? Akainu queried. For the time being, let him be. When we find the opportunity, it shall be his downfall. The dignity of the Navy will not be provoked indefinitely. In the New World, at the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Crack. Doflamingo shattered the glass cup in front of him. Doflamingo, Toripol called out. Diamante, Old G, have all perished at the hands of this Horn? How dare he brazenly slay the officers of the Don Quixote family? Doflamingo's forehead throbbed, veins bulging, revealing the depth of his fury. Including Virgo, 3 officers of the Don Quixote family had fallen to Horn. Doflamingo, for now, we must endure. We cannot spare forces to confront him, and apart from you, no one in the family can contend with him, Toripol remarked. In the underground world, I offer a bounty for Horn's head, 900 million berries. If that is insufficient, I shall add 200 million. Doflamingo declared, his demeanor dark. 900 million. You say? Toripol nodded. At this price, many would likely be willing to take on this commission. Toripol swiftly announced the bounty on Horn within the underworld, causing a stir. It had been years since such a high price had been offered. Pirates, bounty hunters, assassins, and mercenaries all stirred with anticipation. The eye of the storm directed squarely at Horn. Meanwhile, Horn found himself in a bar on the Sabaody archipelago, the Shucky's bar. Oh dear, young handsome. Are you that apprentice of Rayleigh? With such striking white hair, you look quite spirited. And Shucky chuckled. And Shucky, stop joking with me. Where is Master Rayleigh? Horn inquired. That old fellow, perhaps he has gone off to indulge in some drink, Ansya chuckled. At that moment, the bar door swung open, and a tipsy Rayleigh staggered in. Greetings, Master Horn, he acknowledged. Ah, Horn, I've just procured some exquisite bottles of wine. Let us partake together, Horn offered, producing several bottles. Oh, splendid. Rayleigh's eyes sparkled with delight. Horn, in such a brief span, you have breached the G5 base, vanquished the Navy's elite vice admiral, and even eliminated 2 senior officials of the Don Quixote family. Your recent exploits have certainly stirred quite a commotion, Rayleigh remarked with a grin. Pirates? Without conflict, there is no essence to our existence. In truth, Vice Admiral Virgo of the G5 base was an operative of the Don Quixote family. A mole planted by Doflamingo within the Navy, Horn elucidated. I see, Horn. Doflamingo has recently been incensed, placing a bounty of 900 million on your head in the underworld. Many pirates, bounty hunters, and assassins are quite tempted, Rayleigh cautioned. Let them come. That is what makes it intriguing, Horn responded with a smile. By the way, Master, I have a notion I wish to share. The World Conference is approaching, and I intend to seize the opportunity to infiltrate Mary Geos and liberate the slaves. Horn declared astonishingly. What? Rayleigh's eyes widened. His disciple's idea was indeed audacious. This is a direct challenge to the authority of the world government. Do you wish to become the second Fisher Tiger? Rayleigh said with a serious tone. Horn stated that his intentions were not to emulate Fisher Tiger, but rather to unveil the true essence of the world government before humanity. If a significant number of slaves were to be liberated during the world government's global conference, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world, further undermining the populace's faith in the government. Rayleigh cast a penetrating glance at Horn and remarked, "Do you realize that your manner of speaking bears a striking resemblance to someone?" "Who?" Horn inquired. "The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Him. I do not possess his lofty aspirations. I merely bear witness to the overwhelming injustices that plague this world," Horn replied slowly. "You must consider this carefully, An assault on Mariejois will certainly incite the fury of the Navy, and the admirals will mobilize. Everything has been meticulously contemplated. This time, we must go. It is also a declaration to my 3 comrades abroad. I have returned," Horn proclaimed. "In that case, I have nothing further to say. Once you have made a decision, no one can alter it," Rayleigh said with a wry smile. "Purple Demon Horn, come forth, for I seek your head." A brash voice echoed. Horn furrowed his brow, pondering who could be so oblivious as to disturb his drink. The tavern's door was suddenly flung open, and a figure clad in white rushed in. "Ha ha! The Purple Demon Horn, indeed you are here. Killing you will earn me renown across the land," the newcomer exclaimed joyfully. Horn gazed at him with the eyes of a fool. Young Horn, the latest recruit, the pirate nobleman Cavendish. Anciat remarked from the side. "Cavendish, you say?" Horn cast a glance at him, then shook his head. A pirate of such caliber was no match for him. What does that contemptuous gaze signify? Cavendish erupted in fury. Since his debut, he had always been the center of attention, a figure of admiration. Yet merely days ago, this Purple Demon Horn had suddenly emerged, defeating Rear Admiral Weasel and eliminating 2 high-ranking officers from the Don Quixote family, skyrocketing his fame and bounty to 500 million. In comparison, he felt instantly overshadowed, a notion that was unbearable for the ostentatious Cavendish. "Cavendish, you are no match for me," Horn remarked after sipping his drink. "Do not underestimate me. I, Cavendish, am indeed formidable," Cavendish retorted angrily. "Very well, let us engage in a little fun," Horn replied. "If you wish to play, I have no objections. However, gentlemen, shall we take this outside?" Anciat said with a smile. Horn grasped the great evil king and stepped out first, followed closely by Cavendish, who let out a cold snort. The 2 emerged into a district of the Chambord Islands, where numerous onlookers recognized them. "Isn't that the recent supernova, the White Horse Cavendish? Just look at his furious demeanor. Is he about to duel someone? Did you not see the man walking ahead of him? That is the notorious pirate, the Purple Demon Horn, for whom a bounty of 500 million has been placed. I have heard whispers of an underground bounty of 900 million for his head." Many spectators maintained their distance, observing the clash between a supernova and a vile pirate, knowing that their confrontation promised to be exhilarating. "How fortuitous, Purple Demon Horn. Cavendish, why don't you expend some of Horn's stamina for me?" a man said excitedly from a shadowy corner. "This sword is named Durandal. To perish beneath its blade is a mark of pride," Cavendish proclaimed as he unsheathed his long sword with an air of arrogance. The famed sword Durandal, intriguing indeed. Yet, for Horn, it is merely intriguing, he thought, unfazed even by the spiritual sword wielded by the Weasel, let alone an ordinary renowned blade. "Beautiful sword. Azure Bird." Cavendish swung his long sword, launching a downward strike towards Horn as currents of air surged around him, causing his attire to billow and rustle. A streak of azure sword aura cleaved through the ground, racing towards Horn. "Is this all you can muster?" Horn scoffed. "Untraceable cloud slash," Horn exclaimed, his great evil king quivering momentarily before he executed a decisive downward strike. The sword aura soared into the sky, tearing through the heavens with formidable force, shattering Cavendish's azure sword aura and scattering currents of air as the evil king's sword aura surged directly towards Cavendish. "To have shattered my sword aura so swiftly. It is unfathomable." Cavendish momentarily faltered, and by the time he regained his composure, the sword aura was already upon him. Instinctively, Cavendish shifted slightly, narrowly evading the blade that grazed his face, missing him by a hair's breadth. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Life and death truly hung by a thread in that instant. His expression grew grave as he realized that his proud swordsmanship had been vanquished by Horn. He could no longer afford to be careless. Chapter 101, Defeat Beautiful Sword, / Stardust Prince. Cavendish's body flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Horn, Durandal carving a long arc across the ground. He then executed a backward strike, unleashing a torrent of sword aura that surged forth like a roaring tiger charging towards Horn. Horn's body suddenly twisted, the great evil king crossing in front of him as the azure sword energy clashed violently with it, akin to 2 bulls wrestling for supremacy. Cavendish was confident in his maneuver, yet he underestimated Hoen's strength. Break! Hoen exclaimed as the great evil king sliced through Cavendish's sword energy with ferocity. With a resounding roar, the purple sword energy erupted like tumultuous waves of the sea, surging directly towards Cavendish. This level of attack cannot defeat me, Cavendish declared. Raising Durandal as his sword met the oncoming energy in a fierce collision. The sharp sounds of metal clashing echoed, and Cavendish's body was pushed backward by the sword energy, his shoes leaving long marks on the ground. Such immense force. Why is it so powerful? The information I received indicated that Hoen's swordsmanship was formidable, but it never mentioned his physical prowess. It seems your understanding of me is limited to 2 years ago, Hoen remarked with a smile. With that, the ground beneath Hoen shattered, and he shot forth like a cannonball, reaching Cavendish in an instant. Flash! The great evil king descended with a mighty strike. Cavendish raised his sword to meet it, and a series of metallic clashes erupted, sparks flying from the collision of their weapons. In mere breaths, Hoen's great evil king unleashed a flurry of strikes, and Cavendish's expression grew increasingly grave. Each of Hoen's blows, though seemingly gentle and feeble, bore the weight of a mountain, nearly forcing Cavendish to lose grip of his sword, his palm shaken with pain, on the verge of splitting. Beautiful sword. Round table. Cavendish leapt into the air, executing a 360-degree flip before slashing with his sword, the energy aimed directly at Hoen's head. Crack! Hoen bellowed, the great evil king cleaving downward with tremendous force, meeting Cavendish's sword energy in a fierce clash. With a thunderous boom, a shockwave burst forth, dust rising in a cloud, within which Cavendish lost track of Hoen's presence. I'm right here. Hoen's teasing voice echoed, and Cavendish looked up sharply to see Hoen's figure above him. Unleash! Hoen's great evil king sliced downwards, while Cavendish thrust his sword with determination. A crisp sound rang out, and a violent wave of energy surged outward, sweeping across the vicinity. Cavendish felt overwhelming force emanating from Hoen's blade. His palm tore open, blood flowing as the aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. A strange visage manifested upon Cavendish's face. You lowly creature, you will soon meet your demise. Is it Hakuba? Hoen's gaze sharpened, aware of the legend that Cavendish possessed a dual personality capable of awakening a terrifying alternate self. Once unleashed, its power would be truly fearsome. Horn withdrew the great evil king, his body soaring into the air as he leapt upward, believing he could escape. Hakuba's voice echoed, and in an instant, his figure ascended to a height of several meters. With a single stroke of his sword, he struck at Horn, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that seemed capable of annihilating any creature that dared to obstruct his path. The power of the second persona has indeed increased significantly, yet it is still insufficient, Horn remarked with a hint of disinterest. The great evil king lightly parried the attack, resulting in a fierce clash between the azure sword energy and the great evil king, sending countless blades of air spiraling outward, disrupting the very fabric of the surrounding atmosphere. Break! Horn uttered, and in that moment, the great evil king was enveloped in a captivating purple aura. The swirling violet energy intensified its otherworldly appearance. As the word of destruction was spoken, the great evil king erupted in a dazzling light, the purple sword energy immediately tearing apart the azure counterpart. Like a furious dragon charging relentlessly towards Hakuba. Hakuba maintained his composed demeanor, though his body quivered slightly. Durandal let out a resounding cry as a streak of azure sword energy sliced through the air, arriving before Horn in the blink of an eye. Hoen shifted slightly, and the azure sword energy struck the building behind him, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar, sending countless clouds of dust into the air. Hakuba leaped several times, positioning himself above Hoen, as Durandal aimed a fierce strike at Hoen's head. Your sword energy cannot breach my defenses, Hoen remarked with a nonchalant expression. A surge of purple demonic energy forming a barrier between his head and the incoming sword strike, effectively repelling it. I say, Hakuba, we have played long enough. It is time to conclude this. Hoen's voice came coldly, his left hand clenched into a fist, the joints cracking ominously. The purple demonic energy enveloped his fist instantaneously, concentrating power within it. He unleashed a punch that surged forth like a blood dragon, roaring as it collided with Durandal. The fist and sword met with a resounding clash. And with the addition of the purple demonic energy and explosive force, Durandal was forced back, creating a fissure in its wake. Go rolling away. Hoen bellowed, his power erupting once more, striking Hakuba. Instantly, Hakuba plummeted like a falling meteor, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive crater with a diameter of 10 meters. His body trembled incessantly, and at that moment, he transformed back into Cavendish. Cavendish spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting deep trepidation as he regarded Hoenn. Regret washed over him for daring to challenge this formidable fiend. He could find no flaws in Hoenn's defenses and had been utterly overwhelmed. It was terrifying. Cavendish, having erred, one must pay the price for one's actions, Hoenn declared as he descended before Cavendish. Cavendish attempted to flee, but his body was beyond his control. Every bone had been shattered by Hoenn, and his muscles were severely strained, rendering him powerless. The great evil king flashed a cold glimmer as he swung down toward Cavendish's head. "Purple demon Hoenn, I demand your head." Suddenly, a brazen voice echoed, and a diminutive figure appeared behind Hoenn, launching a punch aimed squarely at Hoenn's head. Hoenn maintained an unwavering expression as the dark evil king's assault abruptly ceased. A purple aura enveloped his form, completing his full-body armor. With a resounding thud, the opponent's fist struck Hoenn's back, akin to hitting steel, eliciting a flicker of astonishment in the assailant's eyes. Chapter 102, Red Pepper another fool rushing to his demise, Hoenn mused, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. He unleashed the full force of his power, akin to the surging waves of the ocean, propelling the intruder backward in an instant. Hoenn sheathed the great evil king's sword and turned to gaze at the diminutive man before him. Could the purple demon Hoenn truly exude such formidable dominance? However, my own prowess is not to be underestimated. At last, the man's true visage was revealed, a face grotesquely contorted, standing at a mere 4 feet tall, resembling a gnome. "A hired assassin from the Don Quixote family?" Hoenn inquired in a deep voice. "My name is Red Pepper. Today, I shall claim your head, valued at 900 million, Red Pepper said with a sinister tone. "Let us see if you possess the strength to do so," Hoenn retorted with a cold smirk. With a thunderous shout, Red Pepper unleashed a flurry of spiderweb-like fissures across the ground beneath him. In an instant, as he leapt, the earth shattered violently, and a cloud of dust erupted as he propelled himself towards Hoenn at nearly supersonic speed. "Eight-burst fist," Red Pepper bellowed. "Eight-burst fist?" Hoenn momentarily faltered. And in that fleeting hesitation, Red Pepper's fist was already upon him. Unable to evade in time, Hoenn was struck directly, feeling a tumultuous churn in his abdomen as he was propelled backward, landing several dozen meters away. "What is your connection to Green Pepper of the 8 Treasure Navy?" Hoenn asked, his voice grave. "Green Pepper?" A flicker of hatred crossed Red Pepper's eyes, his face contorting into a snarl. "Humph. I was clearly the superior one back then. Why did that old fool choose him as the heir to the 8 Treasure Navy? My years of wandering and hardship were all because of him." Red Pepper seethed. "So you are a traitor of the 8 Treasure Navy," Hoenn remarked with narrowed eyes. "A traitor? Huh." Red Pepper erupted into laughter. "Green Pepper once called me that too. Kid, I didn't expect you to know him. But today, you shall not escape," he declared with malice. "Uncle Red Pepper, it seems you have misunderstood. When did I ever say I intended to flee? Your skills cannot surpass mine." Hoenn replied with a smile. "Boy, do not underestimate me. The combat techniques I have honed over years adrift at sea are not something a novice like you can contend with," Red Pepper shouted angrily. "Then let us put it to the test," Hoenn exclaimed, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, his fist enveloped in purple dominance, striking out with tremendous force. "Eight-burst fist," Red Pepper countered, his own fist colliding with Hoenn's. The impact sent shockwaves akin to a tempest, their garments whipping wildly as the ground beneath them wailed in agony, shattering into fragments. Cracks spread at a visible pace, and the onlookers gasped, urging one another to flee as the two titans unleashed their might. Let me witness the true caliber of the so-called underground world's champions. Hoenn's face radiated fervent battle intent, his aura erupting like a volcano. "Conquer for me." Red Pepper's eyes reflected a glimmer of terror. A cacophony of sounds erupted as Hoenn unleashed a surge of power, shattering the defenses of Red Pepper and sending his body soaring through the air. Red Pepper, in a remarkable display, managed to take several steps mid-air, utilizing the explosive force of the air to halt his retreat. What of the conqueror's hockey? Such an assault holds no sway over me. Armed, enveloped in the armor of hockey, Red Pepper's arms and legs became fortified with a powerful push. The earth beneath him crumbled under the immense pressure, his diminutive form launching forth like a cannonball. Ultimate technique, Annihilation Fist. A torrent of energy surged through Red Pepper's arms, his presence erupting with the ferocity of a tsunami as his fist broke the sound barrier, hurtling towards Hoenn with a deafening roar. Hoenn's expression grew grave as he recognized that the strength of this Red Pepper was undoubtedly on par with that of the Green Pepper. Moreover, due to the latter's age, His power was at its zenith, making it exceedingly challenging to withstand such a blow. However, Hoenn felt no trepidation. He thrived in the face of adversity, relishing battles of this caliber that ignited his passion for combat. Essence of the 8 strikes. Hoenn bellowed, for he too had mastered the 8 strikes, a technique imparted to him by the green pepper. With ferocious might, his fist surged forth like a raging beast, colliding violently with the red pepper's own fists. The air was shattered by a cacophony of explosive sounds, the atmosphere around them spiraling into chaos due to their clash. Cracks began to appear in the air, fracturing under the intensity of their encounter. Break! Hoenn shouted once more as his power erupted anew, catching the red pepper by surprise with its formidable force. Essence of transforming void into reality. The red pepper intoned, and as if summoned, the surrounding air rushed toward him, causing his muscles to swell as though inflated. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of strength erupted from his fists, tearing through Hoenn's assault and sending him hurtling backward with tremendous force. Hoenn crashed directly into a building. And then the second one crumbled as well, a cloud of dust rising and engulfing his form. Was that all? A hint of disdain flickered at the corner of Red Pepper's mouth. Yet, at that moment, a figure darted out from the dust, hurtling forth with nearly supersonic speed. The essence of the rising dragon fist erupted. Hoenn bellowed, his fist crashing down violently towards Red Pepper. Boom! A fiery cloud erupted, visible from nearly the entire Sabaody archipelago. What transpired there? Many were plagued by this question. The fiery cloud took a long time to dissipate, revealing Hoenn standing amidst the shattered ground, gazing in that direction. A series of coughs broke the silence, and Red Pepper's diminutive form reappeared in Hoenn's sight, battered and bloodied, his skin torn by the explosion, blood flowing incessantly. He is still alive? Red Pepper, the purple demon Hoenn, your power is indeed formidable, but this is where it ends. I shall eliminate you and claim that 900 million bounty, Red Pepper proclaimed with a sinister grin. Come at me then, Hoenn replied, his back slightly bent. Ever ready for battle. Die. Mountain-crushing fist. Red Pepper roared, his small body suddenly shooting forth, arriving before Hoenn in an instant. An ominous wave emanated from Red Pepper's fist as he struck down towards Hoenn. Chapter 103. Mariewa Red Pepper's fist descended with cataclysmic force, causing Hoenn's expression to shift. He enveloped his fist in purple domineering energy and met the attack head-on. Boom. It was as if two colossal mountains collided, and in an instant, the atmosphere of the Sabaody archipelago shifted dramatically. Clouds of dust erupted, trees shattered under the sheer force, splintering into wood shavings that scattered about. Hoenn stood firm, but the ground beneath him could no longer bear the weight, crumbling and sinking into the sea, exposing the roots of the trees below. The very space they occupied twisted under the intensity of their clash, ripples vibrating through the air, cracks spreading outward. As their confrontation intensified, the fabric of space began to shatter. A strange force compelled the two to separate, but only for a fleeting moment. Hoenn reacted first, unleashing the Lushan rising dragon dominance. Hoenn shouted, his purple energies swirling in his hands, forming an immensely powerful purple dragon. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves into the sky, causing the entire atmosphere to tremble. Red Pepper, come and try to withstand this. Hoenn declared loudly. Very well, allow me to experience your martial arts. Red Pepper retorted with fury, launching a punch straight forth, the enigmatic cross punch seemingly capable of tearing the heavens apart, aimed directly at the purple dragon. Go! Hoenn shouted. The purple dragon charging towards Red Pepper at extraordinary speed. Boom! The purple giant dragon clashed violently with the cross fist technique, two distinctly different radiances illuminating the surroundings. A tempest raged, and within the eye of the storm, the two combatants endured immense pressure. The purple giant dragon and the cross fist technique intertwined in a fierce struggle, ultimately merging into a singular explosion that resonated through the air. The shockwave soared several dozen meters high, and the brilliance shot towards the heavens. After what felt like an eternity, when the light finally dissipated, Hoenn and Red Pepper re-emerged in this realm. Each stood upon a fragment of shattered ground, their appearances somewhat disheveled. To have pushed me to this extent, young one, you have every reason to take pride, Red Pepper remarked, acknowledging Hoenn's formidable prowess, as he had managed to contend with him on equal footing. If only he knew that Hoenn still harbored an ultimate move yet to be unleashed. His astonishment would be beyond measure. Red Pepper, if you wish to continue this battle, I am more than willing to oblige, Hoenn stated in a low voice. A flicker of caution flashed in Red Pepper's eyes as he retorted with a cold snort. This time, I shall let you go. With that, He vanished from sight in an instant. Horn exhaled deeply, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. In the days following the great battle, he seized the opportunity to recuperate his strength in preparation for the World Conference. Simultaneously, he had Nami and the others set sail from the Sabeti archipelago, for it was soon to become a place fraught with turmoil, and it would be prudent to depart early. After several more days of anticipation, the highly anticipated World Conference was finally about to commence, with attendees from nations across the globe arriving at the Holy Land of Mariehua. Horn discovered a vessel belonging to a kingdom and, after donning a disguise, infiltrated it. This kingdom was known as the Kingdom of Rock. He masqueraded as a combatant and entered the exalted land of Mariehua. True to its title as a sacred place, Mariehua radiated unparalleled opulence and splendor, resembling a den of iniquity filled with indulgence and extravagance. Your Majesty, Mariehua is truly magnificent. We are extraordinarily fortunate to have gained entry here. A gnome sycophantically remarked to the youthful monarch of the Kingdom of Rock. The King of Rock nodded in agreement, his corpulent form writhing like a squirming mass. And he exclaimed, "If only I could reside here indefinitely, I would willingly forsake my kingdom." His face was alight with rapture. Indeed, what a beautiful place. The surrounding individuals eagerly concurred. Horn was utterly speechless in the presence of such individuals, perceiving them as nothing less than a congregation of utter fools. Is there truly such merit in being a celestial dragon? Horn felt a deep sorrow for the citizens of the Kingdom of Rock. Burdened with such a monarch, it was as if they had drawn the short straw in fate. It was rumored that the Nefertali family of the Alabasta Kingdom was among the 20 kings who founded the world government, and they could have resided in Mariehua. Yet, astonishingly, their ancestors declined entrance into the Holy Land, choosing instead to remain in a desolate and impoverished desert. It was a pitiful display of foolishness, remarked King Rock with a disdainful expression. Indeed, the royal family of Alabasta appears to be a collection of simpletons. Your Majesty, look over there. It seems those individuals hail from the Alabasta royal family, one of the guards pointed out. Horn lifted his gaze to see Vivi, with her flowing blue hair, alongside King Cobra of Alabasta. Let us pay them no mind. Associating with such a group of imbeciles would only taint me, King Rock said, his tone laced with contempt. As Horn passed by Vivi and her companions, he cast a glance their way. Vivi, seemingly sensing his presence, lifted her gaze to meet Horn's eyes. Vivi, what is it? Cobra inquired. It's nothing, Vivi replied, shaking her head. I merely noticed that a man possesses a peculiar aura, one that bears a resemblance to Horn's. Horn was assigned to reside in a house, tasked with ensuring the safety of King Rock at the Navy headquarters. The Grand Admiral Sengoku, with a grave expression, occupied the main seat, flanked by the 3 admirals and numerous high-ranking officers. In just a few days, the World Conference would convene, and it was imperative to remain utterly vigilant, focusing primarily on safeguarding the peaceful proceedings of the conference. Special attention must be paid to the Revolutionary Army, ensuring they do not infiltrate and cause disruption, Sengoku stated solemnly. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. 2 days later, under the cover of night, Horn had nearly completed his reconnaissance of Mariehua. Given the multitude of celestial dragon families and the vast number of slaves, it was impossible for him to liberate them all. Therefore, he could only select a single target. Chosen by Horn is a manor belonging to a celestial dragon known as Hogwo's Saint. On this particular night, as the hour grew late, Horn stealthily slipped out of his residence clad in dark attire. He navigated through the shadowy corners with surprising ease. The naval forces concentrated their protective efforts primarily on royalty and dignitaries, resulting in a lack of substantial military presence in Marigeos. This was partly due to the celestial dragon's disdain for the Navy, compounded by their own cadre of henchmen, whose prowess was not significantly inferior to that of the naval forces. Although the patrols were not particularly stringent, Horn proceeded with utmost caution. After traversing several streets, he ultimately arrived at his destination, the Hogwo's Manor. Chapter 104, Liberation of the Slaves. Horn stealthily scaled the walls of the estate, treading carefully upon the verdant grass, his footsteps barely making a sound. After deftly evading several squads of celestial dragon guards, he arrived at the place where the slaves were imprisoned. By descending from above, he managed to remain undetected. Within this enclosure, there were hundreds of cages, both large and small, containing captives taken from across the globe. Among them were giants, fur tribes, and countless human beings. A fleeting thought crossed Horn's mind. The estate of the celestial dragons must be exceedingly affluent. Why not seek out a treasure trove to enrich his own coffers? With this contemplation, Horn momentarily halted his steps, his form vanishing from that location. After traversing several places in swift succession, Horn ultimately discovered the hidden vault. Gazing upon the mountains of gold and treasures within, he was genuinely astounded. The wealth far exceeded his wildest imagination, amounting to at least several hundred billion. System exchange. Horn commanded, and the system promptly converted all the riches, resulting in a sudden influx of over 100 billion berries into his account. Observing the now utterly emptied vault, Horn felt a sense of pride swell within him. So what if they were celestial dragons? He was undeterred and ready to act. Horn retraced his steps to the place where the slaves were confined. After incapacitating 2 guards, he obtained the keys from their persons. As Horn gazed upon the cages one by one, his anger intensified. The brutality of this hall of hogwoes was palpable. Nearly every slave bore marks of suffering, and many within were on the brink of death. Horn first arrived at the giant's cage, directly unlocking the lock. The giant, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them in astonishment, unable to comprehend how a person had unexpectedly appeared before him. He rubbed his eyes, yet the figure remained. "Come out quickly. I am here to rescue you," Horn whispered. Upon hearing this, the giant became exhilarated. Horn then released the chains binding the giant's hands and feet, and he immediately emerged from his confinement. "Here are the keys. Hurry and free the others." Horn tossed a set of keys to the giant. Soon, groups of slaves were released, and the entire prison erupted with fervor, with everyone bowing deeply to Horn, their gratitude evident in their expressions. At that moment, the guards of the estate finally reacted, and the throng of over 1,000 slaves initiated a rebellion. Rather than perish under torment, they would choose to die fighting valiantly. "Give me liberty, or give me death," the slaves shouted as they charged forth. Horn led the charge, swiftly cutting down several guards, igniting a frenzy throughout the estate. "Benefactor, there is another place where slaves are held, just to the west," the giant informed Horn. "I will hold off these guards here. Leave some capable fighters with me." While the others quickly go to liberate the remaining slaves, Horn commanded loudly, "Yes, we shall forever remember your immense kindness." The giant, along with several mermen and members of the fur tribe, stayed behind. "Hirogo's saint, trouble is brewing. The slaves have been freed and are beginning to revolt." A guard rushed into Hirogo's chamber in a state of panic. At this moment, Hogwoes was nestled beside a beautiful woman, peacefully slumbering, when the sound of shouts roused him from his repose. With a tinge of annoyance, he opened his eyes. "What has disturbed my rest?" Hogwoes uttered coldly. Should his guard fail to provide a satisfactory answer within the next heartbeat, Hogwoes would not hesitate to cast him into his beast cage, a pastime he relished, finding great amusement in the torment of slaves. The guard, drenched in cold sweat, composed himself and replied, "Your Excellency, the slaves have inexplicably been released and are currently inciting a rebellion." "What? Those wretched souls dare to revolt?" Fury coursed through Hogwoes, veins bulging on his forehead. To him, these rabble were born as the subjugated of the celestial dragons. He merely provided them a semblance of life within his estate. Yet, they not only disdained the authority of the celestial dragons, but had the audacity to instigate insurrection, deploy the ruling squad, capture every last one of these miscreants. "I shall relish in their torment." The chilling malice in Hogwoes' tone sent a shiver down the guard's spine, prompting him to swiftly relay the orders. The mobilization of the ruling squad underscored the extent of Hogwoes' wrath. Horgoes donned his attire, and at that moment, the ruling squad had assembled, comprising 6 individuals. Each bore an expressionless demeanor akin to that of automatons. "Master." Upon seeing Horgoes approach, the 6 promptly bowed, and a flicker of emotion stirred in his otherwise impassive countenance. "Immediately suppress the slave revolt within the manor. Those who resist fiercely shall be executed on the spot," Horgoes declared with an icy tone. "Understood." However, an anxious guard rushed in, exclaiming, "Horgo's saint, it is dire news. Another group of slaves has escaped." "Damn it! Who possesses such audacity? Could it be those wretched mermen once more?" Horgoes recalled the harrowing scene of the first slave liberation movement he had witnessed, a memory that left him profoundly unsettled. Upon returning home, he had slain several slaves to stabilize his emotions. The guards of the Celestial Dragon Manor were swiftly mobilized, armed and ready. They made their way to the plaza to quell the insurrection. In no time, a significant number of slaves fell victim to gunfire. "Benefactor, we are unarmed," one human cried out. The giants and the furries took the front lines. "I will provide you with weapons at once," Horgoes bellowed. The giants and furries responded affirmatively, positioning themselves to shield against the guards' fire. Die. Horgos roared, rising dragon fist. Explode. With a thunderous shout, his joints crackled, and all his strength coalesced in his right hand, delivering a devastating punch. A mushroom cloud, reminiscent of an atomic explosion, erupted, instantly transforming a multitude of guards into a mist of crimson. Quick, seize weapons now. Horgos commanded. Humans and mermen rushed forward to arm themselves and engage the guards in battle. That scoundrel dares to liberate my slaves. Ruling squad, leave no survivors. Horgos thundered. Pointing at Horgos, the 6 individuals launched themselves into action almost simultaneously. Horn sensed 6 formidable auras approaching, his expression shifting. At that moment, 2 burly fishmen positioned themselves before him. You shall pass through us first, you lackeys. The fishmen proclaimed loudly. Chapter 105. Celestial Dragon, perish. The 2 fishmen engaged in battle with 2 members of the ruling team, while the remaining 4 advanced menacingly toward Horn. How dare you trespass into Mariewa, boy? You must be prepared to meet your demise, the first member of the ruling team intoned coldly. Have you sunk so low as to become mere hounds? You will all perish here today, and your master shall meet his end as well. Horn retorted with a chilling tone. Haha, you cannot fathom the brutal struggles we have endured to survive, cultivated by the illustrious world nobles. Soon, you shall witness our overwhelming power. Do you speak with such bravado, fearing not the consequences? Horn replied disdainfully. With that, he suddenly moved, darting forward with astonishing speed toward Holgos. Not good, that fellow aims for the master. The first member's expression changed drastically as all 4 members flashed into action, converging on Horn from all directions in an attempt to thwart his advance. You people are quite insufferable. Rising dragon fist. Horn directed a punch at the 3rd member on his left, his fist shattering the air with a resounding crack, resembling a furious dragon as it surged toward the 3rd member. Iron block. Great King Kong. The 3rd member bellowed, enveloped in a cloak of armament hockey, its dark hue radiating formidable strength. When Horn's fist collided, it felt as though he struck solid steel. However, Horn could discern that this individual's mastery of hockey was significantly inferior to that of Red Pepper, thus granting him an increased sense of victory. The formidable force of Horn's punch surged into the 3rd member, causing his expression to shift dramatically, as the impact felt akin to a blender mercilessly shredding his insides. The 3rd member could not suppress a scream. Quickly attack, the 1st member shouted, and all 3 launched themselves at Horn in unison. Horn growled lowly, unleashing his power once more, and the innards of number 3 were shattered into a sanguine mist. With wide eyes, number 3 collapsed, life extinguished in an instant. I will kill you. Number 2's face was a mask of madness. His fist, heavy as a mountain, thundered forward. Horn's pupils constricted as he enveloped his fist in violet demonic energy before retaliating with a single punch. Boom. The shockwave soared into the sky, the air erupting in a cacophony of sharp cracks. Number 2 believed that his strength could shatter Horn's defenses. Yet he was woefully unaware of the extent of Horn's extraordinary physical prowess. Break! Horn roared, unleashing the full force of his being like a tsunami. And under the might of this power, number 2's fist was reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Number 1 and number 4 rushed forward, intent on blocking Horn. But all they intercepted was Horn's afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Horn had leaped beyond their encirclement, positioning himself directly before Holgers. What are you planning? Holgers quivered, sensing Horn's overwhelming murderous intent, his legs trembling in fear. He had no doubt that this man would end his life. You worthless scum have long outlived your purpose. Horn's fist rocketed forward, and Holgers screamed in terror. No. His voice was abruptly silenced as a cloud of blood mist erupted, Holgers obliterated in an instant. No. Master. Number 1 and number 4 screamed in a frenzy. With Holgers dead, their fate as the dragon people's lackeys was sealed, having failed to protect their master. Only death awaited them. At that moment, the entire Mariewa was stirred, flames visible from many locations. What is happening? Isn't that the estate of the celestial dragons? Why is it on fire? A naval officer inquired, confusion etched on his face. Report. We have clarity on the situation. The slaves of the celestial dragons have revolted. A naval soldier hurriedly reported. A slave revolt? The naval officer smirked coldly. If it's a slave revolt, then it is of no concern to us, he declared. The Navy exists to uphold justice, not to suppress the slaves of the celestial dragons. The very existence of enslaved individuals has already stirred public outrage in this world, though most dare not voice their anger. Sir, but one of the celestial dragons has perished. The naval soldier interjected. What? The naval officer sprang to his feet, gripping the soldier's shoulder tightly. Who has died? It was a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon has died. The soldier replied. The situation had exceeded their expectations. The death of a celestial dragon spelled catastrophic consequences. The naval officer shuddered involuntarily. Should the safety of the celestial dragons be jeopardized, the Navy headquarters would not hesitate to deploy Marine admirals. A call to headquarters was imperative. The naval officer swiftly dialed the number. Hello, this is Sengoku. Came the voice from the other end. Sengoku, it's terrible. A fire has erupted in Mariehua, and a slave revolt has occurred. One of the celestial dragons has already perished. The naval officer spoke in a state of urgency. What? Sengoku exclaimed, rising to his feet. Are you certain that a celestial dragon is dead? Yes, I am absolutely certain. A celestial dragon has indeed died. This situation has deteriorated, Sengoku murmured to himself. To think that a fire would break out during the World Conference. And now a member of the world aristocracy has been killed. This is undoubtedly a challenge to the authority of the world government. I understand the gravity of the situation. I will dispatch personnel to assist you immediately. For now, refrain from taking any rash actions, Sengoku stated solemnly. Understood. He then instructed, summon Kizaru. After a short while, Kizaru, one of the three highest powers of the Navy, arrived. Palusolino, listen carefully. A fire has erupted in Mariehua, and a celestial dragon has died in the incident. I need you to head to Mariehua immediately and ensure that the arsonist is executed on the spot, Sengoku commanded. Upon hearing of the celestial dragon's death, Kizaru finally shed his previously nonchalant demeanor, nodding with a hint of seriousness. Without delay, Kizaru set forth. Sengoku had chosen him for a reason. Due to the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru's speed was unparalleled, making him the most suitable candidate for such an urgent mission. A sense of unease lingered within Sengoku. Could it be that this arsonist possessed strength comparable to that of a vice-admiral? He pondered, aware of the guards surrounding the celestial dragons. If even those guards were unable to prevent the arsonist from killing a celestial dragon, how formidable must that individual be? Chapter 106. Burning life in the courtyard of the Horgo's family, the rebellious slaves, having acquired weapons, found themselves endowed with newfound strength, overpowering the guards of the celestial dragons. I will slay you, roared number 1 and number 4 in unison, as they swiftly charged from either side. It will not be so simple. To defeat me. Embrace the bloodlust. A phantom of a Buddha materialized behind Horn, yet it did not evoke a sense of sanctity or grandeur. Rather, it emanated a chilling aura of bloody carnage, the spectral figure resembling an insurmountable mountain. Horn struck with his palm towards number 1, who countered with a punch that collided with Horn's hand. In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted, shattering the air, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread throughout the space. Break! Horn exclaimed, his words seemingly imbued with a magical power, as violet demonic energy surged forth, coalescing in his palm, a force unleashed with ferocity. Crack! Number 1's arm was assaulted by an indescribable pain, and even with his formidable will, he could not suppress a cry of agony. Die? At that moment, number 4 delivered a powerful punch to Horn's back, only for an overwhelming force to rebound his attack. How is this possible? Number 4's eyes widened in disbelief as his strongest strike was effortlessly neutralized. With number 1 temporarily repelled, Horn turned to unleash a punch at number 4, charging at him with the might of a colossal beast. No! Number 4 screamed in terror as the force obliterated his very flesh and blood, scattering a rain of crimson across the sky. Number 4. A flicker of anguish crossed number 1's eyes among these Dragon Clan's lackeys. The only bond worth cherishing was the companionship forged since childhood. Yet now, witnessing his comrades fall one by one, he was engulfed in profound sorrow. Captain, we shall assist you. Numbers 5 and 6 shouted in unison, rushing towards Horn. No, don't go. Number 1 cried out, but it was too late. The two had already reached Horn's presence. A sinister smile danced at the corners of Hall's lips. These two individuals had come to deliver experience to him. Rising Dragon Fist. With a thunderous punch, Horn unleashed a devastating blow, resulting in an explosive eruption that birthed a small mushroom cloud, engulfing the bodies of number 5 and number 6 in flames. Damn it, why? Number 1 lamented, though he had steeled himself for death since entering the training camp. Witnessing his comrades fall one by one to the enemy was a bitter pill to swallow. You damned fiend, today, I shall ensure you remain here. His eyes burned crimson, his aura surging to a zenith, muscles straining against the confines of his clothing, erupting forth in explosive display. Is this some arcane technique? These lackeys of the celestial dragons possess quite a few treasures, yet how unfortunate they are squandered on such individuals. You, who compel me to burn my life for powers not of this realm, ought to be proud, Number 1 declared. Powers not of this realm. Hall's gaze sharpened. How formidable could this power be? Mighty fist. Number 1 bellowed, his form flickering as he appeared before Horn in the blink of an eye. His fist shattering the air with a cacophony of sounds. This punch seemed to possess the might to shatter mountains and extinguish seas. Revolving fist. Enveloped in purple demonic energy, his punch surged forth like that of a wrathful deity. Thunderous roars echoed as the powerful shockwaves swept through the battlefield, sending both slaves and celestial dragon guards alike flying through the air. Beware of the monster's strength. Allow our benefactor to fight, a giant exclaimed, prompting the crowd to hastily retreat from the estate. The ground beneath their feet fractured visibly at a frenzied pace, culminating in a thunderous crash. Power. Number 1 whispered fiercely. An indescribable force erupting from within him, his strength akin to a perpetual motion machine, relentlessly outputting energy. Horn's complexion shifted. The enhancement of this power exceeded his wildest imagination. Horn's defense was ruthlessly torn apart as Number 1 delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Horn's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a building and subsequently demolishing 3 structures in succession, dust billowing around him. He was buried beneath the rubble. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? It seems you are destined to perish here today, Number 1 declared with a maniacal laugh, his tone dripping with unparalleled arrogance and dominance. It was the first time he had experienced such exhilaration in battle. Ha ha ha, do you think such an attack can defeat me? This is merely a warm-up. Horn's laughter echoed from the debris as his formidable figure re-emerged into the sight of the onlookers, though somewhat disheveled. With numerous wounds from energy blades and blood seeping from his body, he had suffered a few broken ribs due to Number 1's earlier strike. Nonetheless, these injuries were trivial. To defeat you, I need not even draw my blade, Horn remarked with a smile. I hope your body is as resilient as your tongue. Number 1 retorted coldly. Come, let us engage in battle. Such an opportunity is rare, Horn exclaimed, brimming with excitement as adrenaline surged through him, propelling him into a state of exhilaration. Futian fist. Horn unleashed a powerful kick, shattering the ground beneath him. Utilizing the recoil, he shot forward, his fist gaining momentum with each passing moment until he was face-to-face with Number 1. Crushing fist. Number 1 retaliated with a thunderous punch, the impact resonating like a roaring explosion. Horn's power radiated like countless stars, a mysterious brilliance shimmering upon his fist. However, despite the terrifying force akin to a volcanic eruption, Horn's strength was still unable to breach Number 1's defenses. Kid, I have told you, this power does not belong to this world. You cannot triumph over me. Number 1's expression was one of audacious arrogance, his vitality burning fiercely like an inferno. Starbreaker, he roared, unleashing an overwhelming force that struck Horn's body. Horn quickly summoned his aura for defense, but astonishingly, the force shattered his protection and delivered a crushing blow to him. Horn's body was hurled like a severed kite, crashing to the ground, which shattered under the immense power of the blow. Coughing, Horn spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. Chapter 107, Annihilation. How exhilarating it is to be on the brink of life and death for the first time, Horn rose from the ruins. I told you. You stand no chance, Number 1 stated coldly. As the flames of life burned ever more fiercely, his time left in this world dwindled, altering his mindset. Your power does not belong to this world, yet I too possess a force that is equally alien, Horn spoke slowly. Number 1's pupils constricted. What do you mean? Allow me to show you, this power that does not belong to this world. Horn's eyes gradually turned blood red, and a purple aura of demonic energy surged around him. Soon, his wounds healed under the influence of this magic, and his entire presence surged to new heights. What is this power? Number 1 gazed into Horn's eyes, and with just a fleeting glance, found himself irresistibly drawn in. It was a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, strewn with desiccated bones. Blood pooling and flowing like rivers, devoid of any trace of life, as if the apocalypse had arrived. This is bad. His eyes possess a kind of enchantment. Number 1 hurriedly forced himself to retreat from this mental influence, regarding Horn with a newfound wariness. This is a power not of this world. I call it magic, Horn declared, his tone frigid. Then let me witness the strength of your so-called magic, Number 1 asserted earnestly. Annihilation Demon Fist, Horn shouted, as purple demonic energy converged furiously towards his fist. Then he struck. The purple aura filled the sky, with any flora in the celestial dragon's courtyard that came into contact with it wilting and dying instantly. This is the power of death. Number one's eyes betrayed his astonishment, for this force was saturated with the essence of mortality. Fierce fist. Despite the adversary's might, number one was compelled to strike, his powerful punch breaking the sound barrier to collide with Horn's demonic fist. The clash of these two formidable forces was akin to the collision of a tsunami and a volcanic eruption. Two utterly distinct powers collided, instantly darkening the once clear sky. Thunder rumbled above, and the moonlight was obscured by the demonic energy emanating from the earth, rendering the area apocalyptic. A deafening roar erupted, with neither side yielding. Their powers entwined in a deadly embrace, ultimately merging into one, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. A purple mushroom cloud ascended, visible across nearly the entirety of Mariehua, resembling a nuclear detonation. Damn it, isn't that direction the Horgo's family's? Is he intent on demolishing Mariehua? A corpulent middle-aged celestial dragon stood atop his residence, gazing into the distance. How long until reinforcements arrive? Inquired the naval commander. Report, sir. Admiral Kizaru is en route and should arrive shortly, replied a naval soldier. The unfolding situation had far surpassed our expectations. Just how formidable is this arsonist's power that it necessitates the arrival of an admiral to thwart him? The naval commander pondered, casting a doubtful glance towards the horizon. Within the courtyard of the celestial dragon, Hoenn and the number one engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows with remarkable vigor. Both combatants exhibited extraordinary physical prowess, their mutual assaults providing an exhilarating experience. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Come now, let us see whether my demonic power surpasses your otherworldly might. Hoenn exclaimed, panting with exhilaration. The number one, equally breathless, had begun to grasp Hoenn's strength, yet the more he understood, the more astounded he became. Hoenn's power was overwhelming. Even at the cost of burning his own life force, he could only manage to keep pace with Hoenn. Dragon Fist, he roared, his previously waning energy surging anew. This force from beyond the realm was undeniably tyrannical. Go. With a furious strike, he unleashed a punch that surged forth like a rampaging dragon. Revolution. Hoenn responded with an open palm, his violet demonic aura surging like relentless ocean waves. His vital energy erupted, radiating with the brilliance of the sun. When their fists met, an explosive sound reverberated through the air, and a violent shockwave erupted, obliterating the courtyard in an instant. Debris and shattered remnants were scattered everywhere. The entire courtyard laid to waste. The struggle between the two continued. Despite Hoenn's seemingly inexhaustible strength, the number one was not to be underestimated. As both warriors sensed the futility of landing a decisive blow, they withdrew their powers. Hoenn gasped, his bare torso glistening with beads of sweat. The number one's attire was in tatters, yet neither was inclined to concede defeat at that moment. Prepare to receive my next punch, and I shall allow you to depart, the number one declared, rising to his feet. He could feel his life slipping away rapidly. If he did not unleash his most potent strike now, he feared he would lose his opportunity. Horn cast a profound glance at number one, nodding slightly. The moment of reckoning had undeniably arrived. Number one's foot struck the ground, causing the earth to fracture silently as the flames of life intensified. An aura, as unfathomable as the abyss, surged relentlessly, ultimately reaching its zenith. This shall be my final strike, number one uttered slowly. Once this battle concludes, I shall reunite with my companions. Horn let out a soft sigh, fully aware that after this strike from number one, death was inevitable. I shall face this blow with utmost seriousness. Horn concentrated, his aura thick and heavy like Mount Tai, enhanced by demonic energy, continuously rising, resembling a deity of darkness descending upon the realm. Domineering fist. Number one roared, unleashing a torrent of power that erupted uncontrollably. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed color. His fist seemed to plummet from the celestial river of stars above. Mount Lu's ascending dragon dominance. Horn bellowed, as the swirling demonic energy transformed into a massive purple dragon that surged forth, its roar echoing throughout the cosmos. The clash of the dragon and the fist sent shockwaves through the air, causing the very ground to tremble and fracture violently within a 1,000-meter radius, reminiscent of a cataclysmic earthquake. Boom. Two torrents of energy shot into the sky, dividing the world into two extremes. The slaves and the navy quaked in terror, paralyzed by the sheer force that seemed capable of annihilating existence itself. Break. Horn commanded with fervor, as the purple dragon relentlessly charged against Number One's fist. Though Number One attempted to resist, his own strength suddenly dissipated like spring snow melting under the sun, leaving him helpless to witness the purple dragon crashing into him. A mist of blood erupted, yet the purple dragon's momentum remained unabated, soaring into the sky, where a tremor echoed through the firmament, the force vanishing into the void. Chapter 108. The arrival of Kizaru. Horn steadily landed on the ground, gazing at the now vanished figure of Number One, his heart a tapestry of complex emotions. From a young age, he had been consigned to that bleak training camp, where each day was a struggle for survival, his life consumed by relentless bloodshed, a truly tragic existence. In this moment, Horn profoundly realized the exquisite beauty of freedom. The mere ability to live freely in this world was a remarkable blessing. No wonder those pirates dared to confront the treacherous seas in pursuit of their dreams. Let us depart swiftly towards the east. There lies a warship sufficient for our escape. Horn proclaimed loudly to the slaves. Prior to his arrival, he had meticulously gathered information about the surroundings. The east was sparsely populated and equipped with the means for their departure. Oh, the slaves erupted in a chorus of cheers, following Horn eagerly in that direction. Oh, seeking to flee, are we? A flippant voice floated over, and Horn was immediately engulfed by a sense of imminent danger. He turned to see a flash of yellow light flickering in the sky. Dodge! Horn shouted, and the slaves instinctively veered aside as a laser descended, creating a massive crater in the ground, the air still tinged with a faint odor. Is that Admiral Kizaru? Horn's expression grew grave. Well, what a coincidence. The purple demon Horn. I never expected to find you here. You recently made our list of primary targets, and fate has brought us together today. Kizaru chuckled. The Admiral of the Navy? The slaves exchanged uncertain glances at Kizaru, for as the pinnacle of the Navy's might, his name was widely known across the seas. How could they have encountered an admiral? Benefactor, please flee. We will hold off this admiral. A giant bellowed, immediately positioning himself in front of Horn. Benefactor, go quickly. Echoed the voices of the remaining combat-capable slaves. No, it is you who must leave. Hurry and get out of here. Horn urged vehemently. Yet, they all remained frozen in place, unwilling to move. With a sweeping gesture, Horn unleashed a formidable wave of energy, propelling the slaves away to safety. The Navy, displaying an unspoken understanding, refrained from pursuing the fleeing slaves. Benefactor. The crowd was filled with tears of gratitude, their voices rising in unison. Cut. With a single, decisive strike, Horn cleaved through, creating a tremendous rift that severed him from the throng of slaves, resembling an insurmountable chasm. Purple Demon Horn. Though the world government regards you as a merciless fiend, my encounter with you today suggests otherwise, remarked Kizaru. Your navy does not seem as nefarious as it does across the seas. While I appreciate your actions, killing a celestial dragon cannot go unpunished. It appears you must face imprisonment and impelled down. Admiral Kizaru, do give it a try, Horn replied, tightening his grip on the great evil king. Lightspeed kick. In an instant, Kizaru's body surged forward, a flash of brilliance slicing through the air as he delivered a kick to Horn's form. Horn was caught off guard. Unable to react before being struck, his body propelled backward. Yet, this was not the end. The yellow ape continued to unleash a series of relentless kicks, subjecting Hoenn to multiple brutal blows. How infuriating! The speed of the light fruit is indeed fearsome. Hoenn felt a tumult within, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit blood. He attempted to utilize his devil's heart to sense the trajectory of the yellow ape's movements, its power surpassing that of observation hockey. In an instant, Hoenn opened his eyes, his hand shooting out with determination, seizing the yellow ape's pant leg, enveloping it in a swirl of violet energy, and forcefully pulling downward. As the yellow ape's body made contact with the ground, it instantly transformed into an elemental state. However, somewhat awkwardly, his leg remained firmly grasped in Hoenn's hand. Oh dear. Caught at last, the yellow ape remarked nonchalantly. Throughout countless battles over the years, he had encountered numerous foes, many of whom possessed formidable hockey. Hoenn, in his current state, was not enough to elicit his full seriousness. Horn remained silent, a peculiar smile flickering across his face. The magical aura surged forth like a serpent of violet hue, ensnaring the legs of the yellow ape tightly and penetrating inward. This essence was not hockey. It bore an uncanny quality. At last, the yellow ape met this challenge head-on, lifting his other foot, which compelled Horn to relinquish his grasp. The purple energy had already infiltrated the yellow ape's body to a considerable extent. and he could sense his bones and internal structures being corroded. He swiftly summoned his haki, forcefully expelling the invasive power from within. What you presumed to be haki turned out to be an entirely different peculiar gas. I find myself quite astonished at the multitude of secrets you harbor, purple demon horn. The yellow ape's gaze fixed intently upon him. Strike, and you shall uncover further mysteries, Horn replied, his countenance serene. Then let me behold it, pirate, the yellow ape retorted, concealing his earlier nonchalance. Countless particles of light coalesced in his hand, forming a radiant mirror. Yada no Kagami. The reflective surface emitted beams of light that shot forth at blinding speed, nearly imperceptible in their trajectory. Devil's Path unleashed, Horn exclaimed, invoking the technique of the demon blade. The violet sword energy soared skyward like a purple dragon, clashing with the light beams in a thunderous explosion. The sky became a canvas of two contrasting colors, a blinding yellow reminiscent of the sun and a deep, shadowy violet akin to the night. The two forces collided relentlessly, resulting in a cacophony, until finally, a brilliant beam pierced through the violet haze, hurtling towards Horn. Devil's Path rampant. Horn, unfazed, unleashed a powerful slash, his formidable violet sword energy attacking the yellow ape with the force to rend the heavens. The violet blade tore through the now weakened light, sending both powers soaring into the sky with a violent tremor. Tengaku no Yuki. The yellow ape summoned a long sword of golden radiance, descending with a strike that required no embellishment, its might capable of shattering mountains and filling seas. Ultimate emotion slaughter. Horn's eyes blazed crimson, and he met the attack head-on with a fierce slash. The golden sword and the violet blade collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light, with sword energies bursting forth and striking the ground. Quick, take cover. This is a battle of monsters, bellowed the naval officer. Chapter 109. The frightening aura of magic. Two formidable forces clashed, causing the very earth to fracture, with countless fissures sprawling like vines. The naval officers hastily retreated. Such a caliber of combat was beyond their daring. How intriguing. No wonder even Kazan was unable to completely vanquish you, after more than 2 years. Your power must have advanced considerably, remarked Admiral Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru, if your prattle continues, this battle may not proceed any further, Horn coldly replied. Since succumbing to the allure of magic, his temperament had shifted. Although he could master his demonic thoughts, the urge for slaughter remained uncontainable. Break for me, Horn bellowed. As an overwhelming wave of magical energy surged forth like a tsunami, fierce sword intent slicing through the air. Countless beams of light flashed in the sky, and seizing the opportunity, Horn unleashed one strike, then 10, then dozens, sealing off every possible escape route for Kizaru. He understood that Kizaru's haki was considerably weaker than that of the previous generation of admirals. A grave expression crossed Kizaru's face, while the flurry of sword beams appeared chaotic. Each one effectively blocked his potential avenues of retreat. Thus, he was compelled to exert his utmost in battle. Kizaru retaliated with his own sword energy, dispersing several of Horn's strikes, yet some still managed to graze his yellow suit, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. The naval officers gasped in astonishment. To force Admiral Kizaru to such lengths was astounding. Although they had witnessed Horn's might during his confrontation with Number 1, Kizaru was one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, the pinnacle of their combat power and a user of a Logia-type ability. Inflicting harm upon him was no trivial feat, yet this individual had accomplished it, instantly elevating Horn's combat prowess in their eyes. For witnessing such a spectacle firsthand was undeniably exhilarating. Devotion to the demonic path. Horn stepped forward, shattering the void, his vitality shining like a myriad of stars. With a single stroke, he unleashed a sword strike that soared over 100 meters, shattering the sound barrier as it cleaved toward Kizaru. Compel me to unleash my ultimate move, then. Flash. Kizaru countered, wielding his sword as light particles coalesced upon its blade, forming a colossal sword of light. Stretching 100 meters, he met Horn's violet sword energy head-on, and the two forces collided. The ensuing explosion echoed like the shattering of stars, sending shockwaves across a 1,000-meter radius, fracturing the ground beneath them. Had Mariehua not been situated above the red line, portions of it would have indeed sunk into the depths of the sea. The naval officers were awestruck, even from such a distance. They could feel the tremors beneath their feet. Terrifying. Truly, they were monstrous beings, murmured the naval commanders. The two beams of light continued to intertwine, ultimately merging and exploding into a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the heavens. The beam of light persisted for an extended duration, casting a pall over the entire sky. At this moment, A faint blush of dawn appeared in the distant heavens. The day was about to break, and Horn's countenance grew solemn. Once the sun rose, the celestial dragon's forces would surely mobilize, making his escape exceedingly difficult. Drawing upon the blood-blade sorcery, Horn brandished the great evil king, wounds manifesting upon his arms. With each swing of his weapon, his aura surged, the demonic energy erupting like a blazing sun. The formidable power of this pirate had escalated to an alarming level, causing Kizaru's expression to harden. His eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Horn. Flash! Horn bellowed, the demonic energy erupting like a volcanic explosion. The purple miasma voraciously consuming the entire sky. Before long, the heavens were shrouded in a blanket of demonic energy, as if the night had returned. What was happening? Even from the Marine headquarters, the anomaly in the sky was apparent, and Sengoku was deeply concerned. Kazan, mobilize and assist Kizaru. He instructed the already prepared Akiji at his side. Eager to act, Akiji nodded and dashed forth. Kizaru met Horn's attack head-on, the Amatsumi Kiboshi clashing violently with the now demonic Great Evil King. To his astonishment, the Great Evil King began to tear through his Amatsumi Kiboshi. Kizaru watched in disbelief as the sword shattered, and Horn swung down with lethal intent. Fortunately, Kizaru's speed, enhanced by the light fruit, allowed him to evade Horn's strike just in time. The sword's energy cleaved the earth, creating fissures over 100 meters long, splitting the land asunder. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru reappeared behind Horn, a myriad of radiant beams erupting like a scorching sun, the particles of light relentlessly bombarding Horn's back. Yet, to Kizaru's astonishment, Horn appeared utterly unscathed. Slowly, Horn turned to face him, his blood-red eyes imbued with a demonic allure. Be wary, for this strike may very well be your last, Horn uttered coldly. Once more, Kizaru summoned the Amatsumi Kiboshi, and with a decisive slash, Horn descended with his blade. The surrounding demonic energy responded, and in an instant, the world lost its color. The Marines, gripped by fear, cowered on the ground, trembling. Even those who had begun to grasp the essence of hockey were no exception. Is the world about to perish? Murmured the Marine officers. Kizaru launched his sword, but it was akin to striking a mountain. The dense and murderous miasma was insurmountable. Break! Horn bellowed in fury, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that transformed into piercing sword strikes directed at the yellow ape. These sword energies continually bifurcated, multiplying into tens, hundreds, and eventually hundreds of them. The yellow ape hastily summoned his haki for defense, yet the force was formidable enough to rend his protective aura asunder, leaving him marred with wounds. Never before had the yellow ape found himself in such a dire predicament. He was a vice admiral of the Navy, unaccustomed to such humiliation. Anger surged within him, for he had truly been provoked by Horn. With a swift motion, he cast aside the Tsumuji no Kagetsuchi and, in a flash, propelled himself towards Horn, unleashing a barrage of light particles. He had discerned the opportune moment. Whenever Horn's demonic energy was at its zenith, his bodily defenses were at their most vulnerable. Indeed, the golden beam pierced through Horn's form, a jet of blood erupting forth, and a flicker of pain crossed Horn's icy visage. Horn swiftly retracted the demonic energy, safeguarding his voice while gradually mending his wounds. You are formidable, but this is where it ends, a voice floated through the air. Chapter 110, Astonishment. Horn turned around and beheld a figure, unmistakably familiar, emerging behind him. Akiji, it is you, he squinted, recognizing his opponent from 2 years prior. Back then, he lacked the strength to contend with him. As a magic Horn, the battle at Judicial Island has brought you renown across the seas. Were it not for that enigmatic individual, you would not have attained your current standing. That clash is a source of shame for me. Today, let us settle this once and for all. Akiji declared solemnly. To think the Navy would deploy 2 admirals at once. They truly regard me highly. However, I must take my leave, and you cannot hinder me, Horn replied coldly. Do try. Do not underestimate the might of the admirals. We embody justice. With that, Kizaru and Akiji moved almost in unison. Ice ball, Akiji shouted, unleashing a frigid mist that enveloped Horn, instantly transforming him into an ice sculpture. Kizaru, assisting from the side, delivered a perfectly measured kick toward Horn, sending him plummeting toward the ground, where he would shatter into icy fragments upon impact. Yet, just before he could collide with the earth, the ice encasing Horn shattered under the force, allowing him to land safely. I am certainly no match for 2 admirals. I must devise a means of escape, Horn contemplated. In a sudden flash, he darted away at a speed approaching the sound barrier. Speed, is it? This is my forte, Kizaru scoffed. transforming into a streak of light that appeared before Horn. No trace cloud slash. Horn swung his blade, sending a stream of erratic sword energy toward Kizaru. Aim no Murakumo. Kizaru countered with a radiant strike, the particles of light clashing violently with the sword energy. At that moment, Akiji had approached Horn from behind, thrusting an icy military blade toward his back. The blade, imbued with haki, pierced through Horn's body. Ugh! Horn spat out a mouthful of blood. One must not lose focus in battle, Akiji's cold voice echoed. Horn swiftly turned and struck with his blade, but only succeeded in cleaving through a cluster of ice. The figure of Akiji materialized above Horn once more, wielding two ice spears. Horn's pupils constricted sharply as the icy weapons lunged forward, piercing through his shoulder. A grunt escaped his lips, the searing pain crashing over him like a tidal wave. Damn it. The battles with Admiral Kizaru and the First Admiral had drained too much of my stamina, Horn cursed inwardly. As a pirate who dared to invade the Holy Land, such a transgression could not go unpunished. Today, you shall remain here. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru also unveiled his ultimate technique before Horn. There was no choice but to unleash that move. Horn took a deep breath, his trembling hands gripping the Xia Wang tightly. Mo Wuliang. Horn bellowed, his formidable aura surging like a volcanic eruption, his sword intent blazing fiercely like the sun, ready to sever anything that stood before him. Even a star would not be spared. Flash. In that moment, the sword intent of wind and cloud reached its zenith, cascading down like the Milky Way from the heavens. Ice Age. Yada no Kagami. Both admirals invoked their ultimate techniques, ice, light, and the sword intent of wind and cloud converging in a violent clash. 3 beams of light blazed like the sun at its zenith, visible throughout Mariehua and the Navy headquarters, heralding a cataclysmic battle. Boom. The 3 forces melded into one, erupting into a brilliant sphere of light that detonated with tremendous force. The shockwave surged skyward, shattering the dark energies that loomed above. Taking advantage of the recoil, Horn swiftly retreated, intent on fleeing, as Akiji called out loudly. The 2 figures rushed toward Horn with great speed, but by this time, Horn had already reached the precipice of the Red Earth continent. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged downwards, slashing at the pursuing Akiji and Kizaru to hinder their chase. Damn it, he got away. Akiji's expression darkened, while Kizaru said nothing, merely shaking his head. They could only report back to headquarters. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku sat in his prominent position, his expression grim, flanked by stern naval officers. The Purple Demon Horn has surpassed our expectations in terms of growth rate. This time, even with the deployment of 2 admirals, we could not detain him. It is a disgrace to the Navy, Sengoku declared heavily as Akiji and Kizaru remained silent. Your Excellency, in light of this, we must raise the bounty on Horn and intensify the pursuit worldwide. He has plummeted from the Red Earth continent. Even if he survives, he will surely be gravely injured, Akainu remarked. Then let the bounty be set at 900 million. 900 million berries. Sengoku stated solemnly. Does anyone have objections? None. In Mariehua, the highest authorities of the world government, the 5 elders, convened an emergency meeting in a chamber. One of them, resembling the revered Mahatma Gandhi, spoke. My phone is nearly overwhelmed with calls from the celestial dragons. It has been confirmed that St. Morgan's of the Horgos family perished at the hands of this pirate. The celestial dragons are extremely unsettled, feeling their safety is threatened, and they demand the world government pursue this pirate and enhance protection for Mariehua, said the elder resembling Gorbachev. The situation is indeed grave, another elder, resembling Lincoln, added. The royal representatives attending the World Conference have also voiced their protests. Some nations have even stated that if their safety cannot be assured, they will withdraw from the conference. These kings' opinions are of little consequence. They lack the courage to abandon the world government. However, the gravity of the situation cannot be ignored. If we fail to eliminate this pirate, the authority of the world government will be severely challenged. The Navy has already placed a bounty on this pirate, 900 million. It is fitting. CP0 must be deployed. This pirate must be exterminated. In the New World, within the Combelt, stands a formidable nation, Amazon Lily. The women of this land are adept in hockey, granting the island significant status in the New World. Moreover, the current Empress, Boa Hancock, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, elevating their importance further. At this moment, within the palace of Nine Snake Island, a heated debate ensues between Boa Hancock and the former Empress, Granny Nine. Chapter 111. Movements from all sides. I must see that esteemed individual, no matter what. I absolutely must. Wojia Hancock spoke loudly to the elderly woman standing before her. Snake Princess, your safety bears the weight of this nation's security. You cannot act recklessly. Moreover, the world government and the Navy headquarters are currently pursuing him. Should you become entangled with him, you will undoubtedly face repercussions, the elderly woman admonished earnestly. I am one of the current warlords of the sea, and no one can command me. Wojia Hancock declared with haughty pride. Rest assured, Granny, we will protect our sister and ensure she remains unharmed, Hancock's two younger sisters affirmed. Very well, it is not entirely objectionable for such a renowned figure in the New World to meet with you. However, you must prioritize your safety and avoid getting too close to him, the elderly woman advised. I understand, Hancock replied, still maintaining her proud demeanor. In the New World. At the headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, remarked, Father, the recent headlines are all about this young man. The second to dare intermarry a Hua and liberate slaves. Ha ha, isn't that the friend of Ace? Whitebeard chuckled. At the mention of Ace, the expressions of those present grew somber. Do not worry, we will certainly rescue Ace. After all, I am Whitebeard, he proclaimed with commanding authority. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, the vice-captain, approached Shanks with news about the young man. Shanks accepted the newspaper and bounty notice with his remaining hand. He has changed remarkably since over 2 years ago, he remarked, observing the picture of Horn with his shock of white hair. He has been making headlines lately. It is said that both the world government and the Navy headquarters are furious and have dispatched forces to pursue him, Beckman informed. It seems we are entering a tumultuous season. With the chaos at Mariewa and the capture of Ace, the shadow of war is soon to loom over the New World. Shanks noted. Beckman nodded in agreement. At the headquarters of the Beast's pirates, Kaido, the leader, lamented while drinking. How infuriating. Why wasn't he it I who accomplished such feats? Boss Kaido, when the Whitebeard pirates clash with the Navy, it will be our time to shine, one pirate comforted him. Kaido glared furiously, seizing his kanabo and striking down the pirate with a single blow, reducing him to a bloody pulp. Whitebeard, I will undoubtedly seize your territory, he vowed. In another chamber, one of the senior officers of the Beast Pirates, the Drought Jack, sat in his designated seat, a figure half kneeling before him. Clyster, you performed admirably on this mission. By the way, this individual was your captain in the past, wasn't he? Jack tossed a wanted poster towards him. Clyster, with an impassive expression, cast a glance at the poster and replied, Indeed, he was my captain once, but I have severed all ties with him. I am now a member of the Beast Pirates. I trust you will always regard me as such. Jack regarded Clyster with a knowing look. Clyster then turned and exited the room. As he stepped outside, he glanced once more at the bounty notice in his hand. Captain, it's been 2 years. I hope you are well. On a certain island in the New World, Lord Van Oka, here is the latest news. A man clad in black approached and handed a newspaper to the man before him, who was none other than the former sharpshooter of the Storm Pirates, Van Oka. As Van Oka perused the newspaper, bold headlines captured his attention. The purple demon horn attacks the Holy Land Mary Geos, causing significant destruction. The Navy headquarters offers a bounty of 900 million. Captain, you have ventured to Mary Geos. I shall return to the Storm Pirates soon. Await my arrival. Van Oka declared, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. At this moment, on a small island in the New World, the former fighter of the Storm Pirates, Dillo, also received news. Horn, I will return. When I do, you shall be astonished by my strength, Dillo murmured to himself. At Twin Cape, a massive warship approached. Is our benefactor awake? A giant inquired of a member of the Mink tribe, who, along with others, had escaped from Mary Geos. He should awaken soon. It has been several days, replied the Mink doctor. They had discovered Horn beneath the red line and had treated him, yet he remained unconscious. Just then, a long groan broke the silence as Horn opened his eyes. The benefactor has awakened. Shoo, be quiet. Do not disturb the benefactor, the Mink cautioned softly. Horn felt as though every bone in his body was on the verge of shattering. The battle against Green Bull and Kazuru had been exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, his robust physique had sustained him. Otherwise, who could withstand such a clash? Aside from that madman Kaido? Are you all right, my benefactor? Inquired the doctor from the Fur tribe. Horn cast a displeased glance at him, questioning how one could emerge unscathed after such a beating. Where are we? Horn inquired. We are beneath the Red Earth continent. At Twin Cape, the giant replied. Twin Cape? That simplifies matters. Horn's eyes gleamed with hope. Kuroka's is here. It will be no trouble for him to heal himself. Several hours later, Horn lay by the shore, having received all the necessary treatment from Karokas. Young Horn, you have truly made a name for yourself this time, Karokas remarked with a smile. Attacking the holy land of Mariewa has earned you a staggering bounty of 900 million. Horn remained silent, while those around him gasped in astonishment. A bounty of 900 million for our benefactor? The giant's voice boomed like thunder. Horn was taken aback, pondering whether the person beside him was aware of the volume of their own voice. Given such a loud utterance, did they not realize there was a patient nearby? Seizing the opportunity for a brief respite, Horn mustered the strength to sit up and solemnly address the assembly. The crowd straightened in their seats, and he inquired, "Have you all contemplated your futures?" Horn spoke slowly. "Your futures?" The crowd appeared bewildered. "Will you return to your homeland, or seek alternative paths?" Horn continued. The group bowed their heads, lost in thought. The giant among them was the first to raise his head. "Benefactor, I had believed that my fate was sealed from the moment I was captured and brought to the estate of the celestial dragons. I never imagined I would see the light of day again. I have come to the conclusion that rather than wandering the seas alone, I would prefer to serve under your banner and fight for you." The giant's voice resonated powerfully. Others' eyes brightened at his declaration, and several members of the fur tribe echoed, "We feel the same, willing to join your ranks." The group expressed their sentiments, leaving only a few fishmen silent. "Benefactor, we are profoundly grateful for your rescue, but we wish to return to Fishman Island, for that is our true home," several fishmen said through clenched teeth. "I have no objections. I will ensure your safe passage back to Fishman Island," Horn replied. "Thank you, Benefactor," the fishmen exclaimed joyfully. "Today marks the moment you join the Wind and Cloud Pirates. Due to time constraints and limited resources, we shall forego the bonfire celebration for now. Once I have recuperated and returned to the New World, I will host a grand welcome ceremony for you," Horn declared loudly. The assembly nodded in pride. As time passed, Horn's injuries had nearly healed, and at that moment, a significant piece of news arrived. Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, had betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. The 2nd Division Captain, Portgas D. Ace, had pursued him, only to be defeated by Blackbeard and subsequently handed over to the Navy, who would publicly execute Ace. "Let us set forth for the New World," Horn proclaimed from the deck of the warship. After several days of sailing, Horn and his companions returned to the Sabaody archipelago, perhaps due to the impending execution of Ace. The Navy had temporarily refrained from paying them too much attention. Horn reunited with Nami and the others, who had been waiting patiently. "You've got quite the nerve," Rayleigh remarked, delivering a punch to Horn with a playful yet firm demeanor. Horn chuckled as he gazed at Rayleigh. "While you were off enjoying yourself, the old man here has been suffering," Rayleigh continued. "Robin and the others have been inquiring about you, and there are several people you need to meet." He expressed his exasperation, recalling the relentless stream of visitors who had come seeking Horn during his absence. As Horn pushed open the bar's door, Aunt Xia greeted him with a warm smile, exclaiming that their esteemed figure had returned. Upon hearing her voice, several individuals inside turned their heads to look, and Horn was met with a mix of astonishment and delight from them. "Captain," exclaimed Van Oka, overflowing with excitement. Dillo, however, cast a complex glance in Horn's direction, remaining silent, for he harbored a deep-seated grudge against Horn stemming from a fraternal tragedy. "Are you the esteemed Horn, the liberator of slaves?" A stunning visage graced his sight. "Boa Hancock?" Horn was taken aback by the presence of this woman. "Oh," he uttered, "my name. Could this be love?" Hancock mused. Lost in reverie, Horn found himself at a loss for words in response to her. "Do you require my assistance?" he inquired. "I merely wish to express my gratitude." Hancock quickly collected herself, for she was the empress of the pirates, and her dignity must be upheld. Hoenn was undoubtedly aware of the secret that the pirate empress bore. He leaned closer to Hancock and whispered, "I possess a means to eradicate the celestial dragon mark upon you." "What?" Hancock gazed at Hoenn in disbelief, astonished by his knowledge of the secret shared among her and her two sisters. "Is it truly possible, my lord?" she inquired softly. Horn nodded slightly and whispered affirmatively, yet not at this moment, as it was essential to find a suitable opportunity. Hancock recalled the physical contact necessary to remove the mark, and a flush of crimson adorned her cheeks. She shyly nodded in agreement. Horn glanced at Nami and the other two, realizing that if he did not turn back soon, he would face dire consequences. "I apologize for causing you concern, Nami, Robin, Lucia," Horn said. The three women exchanged glances, and Nami seized Horn by the arm, pulling him aside. With a fierce tone, Nami and Lucia demanded, What is your relationship with that pirate empress? Robin remained silent, yet her powers were already activated. Several arms positioned threateningly around Horn's neck, ready to act should he fail to respond appropriately. Horn was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. The presence of 3 women was truly overwhelming. I have never met her before. Our relationship is quite ordinary, Horn insisted. However, the trio remained skeptical. After Horn's earnest explanations, they finally relented, at least temporarily, suspending their punishment of him. Horn returned to the crowd and asked, "By the way, what about Clijster?" Hall looked at Van Oka and Dillo with confusion. The two exchanged glances, lowering their heads in silence. What happened to Clijster? Horn's anxiety escalated. Clijster had been one of his earliest loyal subordinates, and he could not afford to lose him. After we parted ways, he mentioned wanting to seek a path to become stronger, and ventured alone into the territory of the Beast's pirates, Dillo explained. The Beast's pirates? Horn's gaze faltered. Captain, rest assured, Clijster has not betrayed us. He is merely temporarily residing with the Beast's pirates, Van Oka quickly reassured. Horn waved his hand and declared, "My own brother. I trust he will not betray me." The group then proceeded to conduct the initiation ceremony for the crew of the Heart ship, followed by a meal before retreating to the ship for rest. It was time to head to the city of 7 Waters to retrieve the Griffin. Horn contemplated this. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Horn activated the system. As long as I keep refreshing the martial arts, I shall retain all diamond-level techniques that appear. Money is no object, Horn proclaimed with grandiosity. Indeed, the system began to refresh at an astonishing rate. After expending 1 billion berries, Horn finally acquired a new diamond-level martial art, the 10 Calamities of the Evil King. This technique is a complementary art of the Great Evil King, and when paired with this unparalleled weapon of chaos, its power knows no bounds. Horn could hardly contain his excitement and immediately began to practice. The following day, he rose promptly and, after gathering everyone, announced the next course of action for the Stormy Pirate crew. Our next destination is Water 7, where we shall reclaim our ship, the Griffin, Horn declared loudly. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, and the 2 ships set sail without delay. Has that little rascal already made such a name for himself on these waters? I truly am getting old, Rayleigh murmured to himself as he sipped his drink. Chapter 113, Blackbeard. A few days later, Water 7. Horn led the group onto this land. 2 fleeting years have passed, and how swiftly time flows. Horn, accompanied by the crowd, arrived at the office of the iceberg. Those they encountered along the way regarded them with astonished gazes, wondering what the infamous pirate Horn was doing there. Han pushed open the door to the office of Akiji. Upon seeing Han enter, Akiji was taken aback momentarily. You've certainly stirred quite a commotion lately, even daring to venture into Mariewa. However, the actions you've taken have truly been gratifying, Akiji remarked with a smile. Hoenn smiled faintly and inquired about the condition of his vessel, the Griffin. Of course, it is currently in the capable hands of my junior disciple, who has made some modifications to your ship, responded Akiji. Your junior disciple? That must be Frankie. I am well aware of Frankie's shipbuilding prowess, Hoenn remarked, a sense of anticipation building within him regarding the transformations Frankie might have enacted. Take me to see it, he urged. Akiji nodded, and the group promptly made their way to Frankie's location. What brings you here, Akiji? Frankie asked, reveling in the merriment with his family. I have come to reclaim that ship. It belongs to this gentleman. Akiji introduced Hoenn to Frankie. You are the Purple Demon Hoenn, the pirate who attacked Mariewa? Frankie exclaimed in astonishment. Horn nodded, puzzled as to why Frankie, who should have joined the Straw Hat Pirates by now, had yet to do so. Your ship is over here. Follow me, Frankie beckoned, leading Horn to an abandoned dock. There, the intact Griffin lay quietly at anchor. I have made some modifications to this vessel, Frankie explained. I installed a flying apparatus that utilizes air propulsion, allowing this ship to ascend to altitudes of several thousand meters. Horn's eyes brightened at the mention of the flying device. With this, he could pursue his next objective, ascending to the Sky Island. Horn, accompanied by the others, boarded the vessel and was thoroughly impressed. Mr. Frankie, my sincerest gratitude. Here is a check for 50 million berries. Please accept it. Horn presented a check for 50 million berries. Indeed, pirates are quite affluent, Frankie remarked with a smile, accepting the payment without hesitation. Horn and his companions bid farewell to the iceberg and Frankie, embarking on a journey aboard the Griffin towards another destination, the town of Mogu Valley. This town was once a part of Gaia Island, a haven for numerous pirates, and was considered a lawless territory. Horn arrived at the tavern in town, accompanied by a group of individuals. "Barkeep, 10 bottles of rum," he commanded. The tavern owner promptly produced the liquor. "I would like to inquire about something. Where is Sky Island?" Horn asked. The owner paused momentarily, and the chatter within the bar came to an abrupt halt. After a brief silence, a wave of laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha. Can you believe it? There's a fool who wants to know about Sky Island. That island doesn't even exist. Oh, this is too much, ha ha ha. You're killing me." The pirates roared with laughter. The owner regarded Horn with a bemused expression. It was indeed peculiar that someone still believed in the existence of such a fantastical place. "Hey, you simpletons. How could Sky Island possibly not exist? You simply lack the knowledge." Horn retorted. "You really don't know your place, do you? Only a fool like you would believe such nonsense." A towering pirate scoffed loudly. "Engaging with you ignorant wretches is a waste of my breath." Horn shook his head, filled with disdain. His demeanor undoubtedly provoked the pirates, and in such a charged atmosphere, the alcohol heightened their excitement. The burly pirate sneered and drew his massive blade. "Ha ha ha. Tyru is going to kill him. Let us get him." The other pirates jeered. "Now you shall learn the price of boasting." The giant pirate swung his sword towards Horn, exclaiming, "Get lost." An invisible force surged forth, sweeping across the room like the tumultuous waves of the sea. The burly pirate was immediately struck by this energy, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. "What is wrong with Tyru? Useless fool, get up." The other pirates, not within the range of Horn's attack, merely assumed that this pirate was incompetent. At that moment, the tavern door swung open, and a tall pirate entered, accompanied by a man donning a top hat and a frail man leading an old horse. "Barkeep, do you have cherry pie?" the newcomer boisterously inquired. "Yes," the owner replied. Horn's gaze abruptly halted upon the sight of the man before him. "Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach." Horn whispered. Blackbeard turned to face Horn, having just sensed a formidable presence of Conqueror's hockey outside. "It was you, the Purple Demon Horn," he chuckled. The Purple Demon Horn? The pirate crew within the tavern stared at Horn in astonishment. They had not recognized him earlier, but upon hearing that name, a shiver ran through them. He was the one who dared to set fire in Mariawa, the notorious pirate who withstood 2 admirals. What had they just done? In a panic, the pirates hastily fled the establishment. "Blackbeard, are you on your way to Marineford to accept the position of a warlord?" Horn squinted. "Ha ha ha, the Purple Demon Horn. Becoming a warlord is not my ultimate goal. The title of Pirate King is my true ambition." Blackbeard laughed heartily. "Do you believe someone like you is worthy of being a Pirate King?" Horn's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Why not? As long as one possesses strength and dreams, I, Teach, shall undoubtedly become the Pirate King." Blackbeard's face gleamed with excitement. "You are indeed audacious, Purple Demon Horn. Join my ranks, assist me in conquering the seas, and in the future, you shall be a crew member of the Pirate King." Blackbeard extended an olive branch to Horn. "No one in this world is worthy of my service, and I must decline," Horn stated flatly. "What a pity. I hope to face you in battle one day." Blackbeard replied. "There will certainly be an opportunity," Horn said calmly, "and it shall be in the not-so-distant future." Horn turned with the group to leave the place. Just as he stepped outside, he halted once more, for 2 figures were approaching. One was adorned with a black top hat and carried a massive cleaver on his back, while the other, with flowing golden hair, donned a pink overcoat. "Hawkeye my hawk, Don Quixote da Flamingo," Horn murmured, utterly astonished to encounter these 2 here. Chapter 114, Da Flamingo Fufufu. "To unexpectedly find you here, the Purple Demon Horn," Da Flamingo feigned surprise, yet he did not conceal the overwhelming murderous intent he harbored towards Horn. A formidable wave of Conqueror's hockey surged forth, crashing towards Horn like a tidal wave. "Da Flamingo, I am equally astonished," Horn retorted with a cold smirk, daringly unleashing his own hockey. The clash of their immense hockey was akin to 2 mountains colliding, generating an invisible shockwave that left the members of the Wind and Cloud pirate crew, despite being shielded by Horn's hockey, gasping for breath. The only one unaffected was the composed Hawkeye Myhawk, who stood calmly to the side. Myhawk's strength was on par with that of the fleet's admirals, and his mastery of hockey was equally formidable. "Da Flamingo, although you have placed a bounty of 900 million on my head in the underworld, it is regrettable that no one has yet succeeded in claiming it. Is the power of the Don Quixote family merely this feeble?" Horn taunted. "Brat, I have yet to settle the matters concerning Diamante and Old G with you. If you intended to provoke me, know that you have succeeded, Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with fury, betraying his immense wrath. Die! Doflamingo leaped into the air, his black haki enveloping his feet as he descended fiercely towards Horn. Get lost, you scum! Horn unsheathed the great evil king from his back, meeting Doflamingo's assault head-on, parrying the blow with a decisive strike that firmly blocked Doflamingo's foot. A tempest of energy erupted from the two, their haki reaching its zenith at that moment. Crack! The ground beneath them shattered dramatically. With a low growl, Horn unleashed a force as formidable as a mountain, causing Doflamingo to stagger backward. The purple demon Horn, a member of the Seven Warlords, was far from the weakling one might presume. Rainbow threads. Doflamingo launched his attack, the five-colored threads striking forth with the unyielding hardness of steel. Flash! Horn retaliated with a powerful swing, his sword energy slicing through the air, producing a series of crackling sounds as it collided violently with Doflamingo's vibrant threads. Zing! The great evil king, an unparalleled demonic weapon, could not be shattered, yet Doflamingo's five-colored threads were equally formidable. In the fierce clash with Horn's sword energy, the threads tore through the attack, leaving 5 long marks on the ground as they surged towards Horn with lethal intent. Clang! The great evil king met the 5-colored threads in a fierce collision, causing Horn's hands to tremble slightly from the force of Doflamingo's power, his feet shifting imperceptibly. Huh, Horn, have you truly lost to me in a contest of strength? Doflamingo remarked with a hint of pride. With a cold snort, Horn flickered and leaped into the clouds. The Dark King sheathed his sword, enveloping his fist in a violet aura, invoking the Buddha's palm. A colossal purple handprint formed, exuding an overwhelming force akin to Mount Tide descending upon its foes. The ground quaked beneath the pressure. Doflamingo launched a kick, his strings colliding with the Buddha's palm. Boom! The Buddha's palm, imbued with tremendous strength, relentlessly pressed downward under Horn's control. With every inch it advanced, the land beneath Doflamingo shattered by a meter. In mere moments, the ground beneath him lay in ruins, spiderweb-like cracks sprawling outwards for dozens of meters. Damn it, Doflamingo seethed, veins bulging on his forehead, realizing he was being suppressed here. Ha ha ha, is that not the infamous Doflamingo? What a sight to behold. Blackbeard emerged at just the right moment. Blackbeard, it's you. Doflamingo's eyes darted. Then he spoke urgently, eliminate this brat for me, and I shall reward you with 1 billion and a devil fruit. You will become our ally in the Don Quixote family, and all arms will be sold to you and your forces at a bargain. Doflamingo's ruthlessness was evident as he presented an enticing offer to Blackbeard. Blackbeard chuckled heartily. Doflamingo, while I am loath to involve myself in your affairs with this brat, your offer is indeed tempting. Very well, I shall make a move today. As Blackbeard prepared to act, a great sword obstructed his path. He looked up to see Mihawk. The Eagle Eye. You too are here, seeking to impede my actions? Blackbeard squinted, questioning him. You cannot strike him, Mihawk replied calmly. Ha ha ha. The 7 warlords. Is it? I'm curious to test your strengths, Blackbeard laughed. Come, let us see, he retorted with a cold sneer, his black aura enveloping his fist as he delivered a fierce blow toward Mihawk, moving with astounding speed, breaking the sound barrier as he approached. Clang! Mihawk's dark blade, the knight, met Blackbeard's fist, firmly blocking his power. I am quite eager to experience the might of the world's greatest swordsman. Blackbeard's expression turned icy as he unleashed a flurry of punches, yet Mihawk effortlessly parried each one. Mihawk, take this. Blackbeard roared, channeling his strength into his right hand. He struck with a punch that shattered the sound barrier, the force rending the heavens and earth. Mihawk's demeanor shifted. Seriousness etched on his face as he raised his dark blade, striking downwards. Sword energy surged skyward, stretching several dozen meters, seemingly capable of tearing the very firmament apart. The azure blade aura erupted forth like a roaring dragon. Boom! The clash of sword energy and fist strength erupted with ferocity, unleashing a tempest that stirred the air around them. The ground beneath their feet shattered, dividing the realm into hues of azure and ebony. Amidst the turmoil, the azure sword energy pierced through the black, domineering aura, fiercely advancing towards Blackbeard. Indeed, the strike of the world's foremost swordsman was extraordinary, causing a fleeting gravity to appear on Blackbeard's visage. Black fist, Blackbeard bellowed, as his furious domineering aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, coalescing into an unparalleled force that surged forward. Thunderous roars echoed as the black aura tore through the now weakened azure sword energy. racing forth at a velocity akin to the speed of sound. Flash. Eagle Eye uttered a single word, imbued with an almost magical essence. As the sword energy erupted forth like a colossal tsunami, the two forces collided once more, and the earth could no longer withstand the impact, fracturing and slowly submerging into the depths. "Captain, we cannot afford to lose," the devilish Sheriff Lafitte remarked from the side. Blackbeard laughed heartily, responding with, "How could I possibly lose?" Chapter 115. Battle against Eagle Eye. The strength of both Blackbeard and Eagle Eye was as formidable as mountains, and amidst their fierce confrontation, neither could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. "Ha! Doflamingo, I cannot assist you with your troubles. We shall meet again another time," Blackbeard declared, swiftly retreating. Eagle Eye sheathed his sword, choosing not to pursue, allowing Blackbeard to depart unscathed. "Damn that teach," Doflamingo cursed under his breath, just as Horn's divine palm erupted again. Crashing down, Doflamingo instantly hardened, myriad threads enveloping him to thwart the divine palm's advance. "Submit to me," Horn roared, unleashing a forceful compression that drove Doflamingo into the ground. The might of the divine palm dissipated, revealing Doflamingo's disheveled state before Horn. "Doflamingo, what now? Is this all you, a warlord, can muster?" Horn taunted with a smirk. Doflamingo, with a darkened expression, rose. "Boy, you will pay dearly for your words," he retorted ominously. "Then let me witness the extent of your abilities," Horn challenged. Summoning a colorless energy sphere, a technique he had exchanged from the martial arts shop, belonging to the formidable in the realm of wind and clouds. "Go." The colorless sphere launched directly at Doflamingo. Shadow puppet. Doflamingo's body vanished instantaneously, leaving behind a perfect replica made of threads. The energy sphere obliterated the puppet into fragments. But when Horn regained his senses, Doflamingo had already distanced himself. He actually escaped? Horn found the situation both amusing and perplexing. This Doflamingo, a notorious tyrant of the New World, had fled without a shred of dignity. Han landed steadily on the ground. "Captain, are you all right?" The crew hurriedly gathered around. "I am fine, Senior Eagle Eye. Thank you sincerely for your assistance." Han expressed his gratitude earnestly. Eagle Eye, with an air of indifference, replied, "It was merely out of respect for that red-haired fellow. I have a proposition for you. A duel between us. How does that sound?" The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. This was an invitation from the world's greatest swordsman. Could their captain possibly triumph over such a formidable opponent? Although they held great confidence in Han's abilities, the question lingered. "To have the opportunity to duel with you is indeed splendid. However, I wish not to devastate this quaint town. Let us find another venue," Han suggested. Eagle Eye nodded in agreement and led the way outside, boarding his own coffin ship, with Han and the others trailing behind. The two vessels, one grand and the other modest, ventured toward a deserted island. Van Oka remarked, "This scene reminds me of the battle between the captain and Fire Fist Ace. That island has remained barren ever since." The crew nodded in agreement, reflecting on how Han's strength at that time was far inferior to what it was now. The clash with Ace had turned an island into a desolate wasteland, and today, they were about to witness a confrontation with the world's foremost swordsman. The fate of this small island was all but sealed, and the crew silently mourned its impending doom. Horn and Hawkeye stood 100 meters apart. This blade, known as the Black Knife of the Supreme Great Blade, is one of the 12 legendary weapons. To be defeated by such a blade is indeed a cause for pride, Hawkeye remarked as he unsheathed the Black Knife. The weapon he wielded, named the Great Evil King, is an unparalleled sinister armament, complemented by my unique swordsmanship, the Evil King's 10 calamities, which wields extraordinary power, Horn declared as he drew the Great Evil King. "A sinister weapon? Is it akin to the Cursed Blade, Ghostly Chopper? In that case, I am all the more eager to experience it," Hawkeye responded. "The first calamity, Heaven's Weeping Annihilation." Horn uttered these words softly, and instantly, his aura transformed dramatically. A strange and eerie energy emanated from him. It was a bizarre power, reminiscent of demonic forces, yet not entirely of the dark. With both hands gripping the Great Evil King, Horn unleashed a fierce strike. A wave of purple energy surged forth, coalescing into an immensely powerful and malevolent sword aura. Intriguing, Hawkeye's lips curled into a smirk. Grasping the Black Knife firmly, he retaliated with a slash, unleashing a torrent of azure sword energy that roared forth like a dragon, colliding instantaneously with Horn's sinister blade aura. Boom! The sound resonated like thunder. As countless blades of energy tore through the ground around them, the two sword energies clashing like titanic mountains. Yet, the azure sword energy proved superior mere moments later. It violently rent the sinister aura asunder and surged directly toward Horn. Horn was not surprised. This maneuver was merely a test of each other's strength. With a swift motion, he slashed at the incoming sword energy, causing the azure blade to halt abruptly. A surge of force erupted into the sky as Horn's hands trembled uncontrollably. He finally summoned every ounce of his strength to withstand the blow. The power of the world's foremost swordsman was indeed formidable. The sword energy, infused with his profound understanding of the swordsmanship, was extraordinary. Horn felt a deep admiration for Mihawk's strength. In a world where the devil fruits reigned supreme, pure martial artists and swordsmen were exceedingly rare. Those who trained to the level of Mihawk and Shanks were even fewer. To have witnessed the might of the world's strongest was a journey well worth taking. Master Mihawk, my second strike is incoming. Second calamity, severing the Buddha, forgetting the path. Horn leaped into the air, his aura erupting like that of a demonic deity. If the world was unjust, he would carve out his own realm with this blade, even if faced with celestial beings. A violet sword energy exploded forth, descending upon Mihawk with the ferocity of a god's strike, its power capable of shaking the heavens. Mihawk felt a fierce wind bearing down upon him, as if a colossal mountain were about to crush him. Yet, his expression remained unperturbed as he aimed his black sword skyward and slashed through the air. The azure sword energy surged forth like a spear, colliding violently with the violet energy. In an instant, the air stilled, followed by a cacophony of crackling sounds as the atmosphere fractured under the strain. The azure sword energy surged onward, piercing through the violet energy and hurtling straight towards Horn. For defeats, all void. Horn unleashed another strike, the sword energy cascading forth like a tsunami. The two energies clashed, merging into one before erupting in a violent explosion, a tempestuous force sweeping across the sky, causing it to tremble under the weight of such power. Horn collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. In contrast, Hawkeye remained perfectly still, his posture unwavering, with only the hand gripping the blade exhibiting any movement. Truly, he is the world's foremost swordsman, Van Oka observed from a distance, clearly recognizing that his captain had fallen into a disadvantage, while Hawkeye appeared to navigate the situation with effortless grace. Chapter 116, The Thunderous Roar of the Nine Heavens. As Horn's body surged forth, akin to a swift and lethal sword, Hawkeye finally sprang into action. Observers could merely glimpse a fleeting shadow as the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, while the sea transformed in hue. Sword energy erupted in all directions, fissures manifested upon the ground, and the entire island quivered. Oh, what a monstrous display! I shall never attain such a level, Dillo thought, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. He had once believed that after 2 years of arduous training, he could narrow the gap between himself and Horn, but now, he realized that hope was utterly futile. This individual was simply extraordinary. 6 paths of reincarnation, Horn shouted, unleashing a torrent of violet sword energy. He executed a horizontal slash aimed directly at Hawkeye's abdomen. Unfazed, Hawkeye met the attack with his black blade, resolutely countering Horn's sword energy, which seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier and could not advance an inch. Shatter. Hawkeye uttered this single word, effortlessly tearing through the sword energy. Horn and Hawkeye found themselves once again upon the fractured earth, a landscape fissured and poised to collapse into the sea at any moment. Hawkeye, do take heed of this move. Those with wavering resolve may perish beneath its weight. Mofa Prajna. The great evil king emitted a low tremor, unleashing a peculiar sound wave directed at Hawkeye. This sound wave possessed the power to disrupt one's mental faculties, compelling the weak-willed to unknowingly bring about their own demise, departing this world with a smile, oblivious to their fate. For a fleeting moment, Hawkeye's mind wavered. Yet his gaze swiftly regained clarity. How intriguing. This technique has evolved to influence the mind itself. However, it holds no sway over me, he declared. With his black blade raised, he struck decisively, cleaving the earth asunder, unleashing a torrent of seawater. Hawkeye, prepare to receive this. Kongxia Fantion. At the instant the blow was delivered, the waters surged backward, air reversed, and all things spiraled into disarray. Hawkeye's own sword energy was twisted back upon him. The violet and azure blades clashed violently, a sword technique capable of altering the very trajectory of existence. This transcended the laws of nature. Hawkeye's expression shifted as he realized the force behind this strike exceeded his expectations. Capable of altering fundamental principles, truly terrifying. Flash. Yet, Hawkeye exhibited no fear. He swung his blade, tearing through the azure energy, and with even greater ferocity, he met the violet energy head-on. Boom. The patch of land between them could no longer withstand the overwhelming force and collapsed into the depths of the sea. Previously, he had heard tales of the world's mightiest being able to shatter mountains and fill seas with a single strike. But witnessing it firsthand revealed that some had indeed transcended humanity, becoming monstrous. How bitter, Van Oka remarked, and the others nodded in solemn agreement. Fortunately, such formidable power belonged to their side. The two sword energies clashed like savage beasts in combat, viciously tearing at one another until they erupted in a fierce explosion, resulting in a stalemate. Horn, it seems Shank's assessment of you is indeed accurate. Your prowess far exceeds my expectations. Even Hawkeye could not help but commend Horn's strength. He had earned his respect, indicating that the days ahead would not be lonely. Oh, what did Shank say about me? Horn inquired with newfound interest. He believes you hold promise as a candidate for the next Emperor of the Sea. Horn was profoundly astonished to have earned the recognition of Shanks. Without further ado, he declared, let us continue this battle. I wish to see what other techniques you possess. Very well, but I must caution you. This next move is one I cannot guarantee I will withstand. Elder Hawkeye, Horn replied earnestly. Hawkeye nodded gravely in agreement. 9 heavens thunder. Horn bellowed, delivering a powerful slash. In that instant, a tempest of furious thunderstorms materialized from the void, soaring to the heavens and plunging into the abyss. The entire world dimmed under the overwhelming display, leaving only a myriad of lightning flashes that illuminated the chaos, as if the universe had transformed into a realm ravaged by thunder. Hawkeye's expression grew serious. The might of this technique was indeed as formidable as Horn had claimed, truly astonishing. As the violent lightning surged towards him, Hawkeye chose to confront it head-on. A sword aura, reaching heights of several dozen meters, ascended into the sky, cleaving towards the oncoming storm. Boom. In an instant, it felt as if the very fabric of the universe was fracturing. Hues of blue and white dominated the scene, while countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc. The azure sword aura remained fiercely resilient, and the two forces clashed in a fierce stalemate. Beads of sweat emerged on Horn's forehead as he exerted himself fiercely in his assault. Breakthrough. Horn's eyes instantaneously transformed into a crimson hue, a surge of newfound strength coursing through his body. This was the power bestowed upon him after succumbing to madness. The furious lightning erupted once more, effortlessly shattering Eagle Eye's azure sword aura, roaring as it surged towards him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Eagle Eye's eyes. His sword aura had been breached? I cannot be mistaken, can I? Our captain's lightning has torn through Eagle Eye's sword aura, and that belongs to the world's foremost swordsman. One crew member exclaimed in disbelief. You are not mistaken. Our captain has indeed acquired the prowess to contend with the world's best. Van Oka declared loudly. The crew beamed with pride, feeling fortunate to have such a captain among them. The tempestuous lightning surged towards Eagle Eye, who, unfazed, delivered a single strike. Although Horn's strength astonished him, it was merely that astonishment. The power of the world's greatest swordsman is not to be underestimated. Once again, the flying slash collided with the thunderous lightning in a cataclysmic clash. With a resounding boom, the two forces seemed to cleave the world into two halves, two brilliant lights shining brightly before merging into one, only to subsequently explode in a magnificent disintegration. The radiance shot towards the heavens, and the shockwaves swept across kilometers. Even the tranquil sea was stirred into tumultuous waves. After what felt like an eternity, the thundercloud that had shrouded the sky gradually dissipated, allowing the light to descend back to the earthly realm. It was at this moment that the crew realized they were still alive. The recent spectacle had left them breathless, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. They had feared the very annihilation of the world. Yet, the world persisted. However, gazing at the island, now mostly submerged beneath the sea, the crew could only manage a rueful smile, pondering the sheer terror of the might wielded by these two individuals. Chapter 117, Sky Island Breathless. Horn stood upon a piece of land on the brink of submersion beneath the waves, facing Hawkeye. Hawkeye sheathed his black blade and remarked, Your swordsmanship has indeed reached remarkable heights. However, your stamina requires further enhancement. Given time, the world shall witness the emergence of another unparalleled swordsman. His genuine admiration for Horn was unmistakable. Thank you for your kind words, Horn replied hurriedly, though inwardly he scoffed, reflecting that given the tremendous power of that move, Merely executing it was an impressive feat. He dared not aspire for more. Hawkeye, please come aboard my ship. We can no longer remain here, Horn urged. Hawkeye did not decline and followed Horn back to the Griffin. This extraordinary duel between swordsmen concluded in a stalemate. The Griffin sailed slowly toward the direction of Magic Valley Town. As Hawkeye savored the fine wine aboard Horn's vessel, he generously shared his insights on swordsmanship. At his level, such knowledge had lost its significance. Rather, the encounter with Horn had proven to be immensely rewarding. I hear you plan to venture to Sky Island? Hawkeye inquired. Indeed, we must temporarily evade the spotlight. Both the world government and the Navy are in pursuit of us, Horn replied. Sky Island does not truly exist in the sense that it is unseen by anyone. I never indulge in baseless speculation about such rumors. However, given the existence of the devil fruits, how can one assert that Sky Island is non-existent? Hawkeye stated. Horn had not anticipated the expansive vision of Hawkeye. Indeed, it seems that men who stand atop the world are markedly different from the mediocre. Horn, may I inquire about something? You have heard of the recent incident, have you not? What is your perspective on the conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy? Hawkeye inquired. Whitebeard is a man of profound loyalty. Yet the Navy has ensnared Marineford in an intricate web and summoned the three admirals, along with warlords such as yourself. Although Whitebeard is hailed as the world's strongest man, his chances of victory appear slim, Horn replied. I share your sentiment. No matter how formidable the Whitebeard pirates are, facing the Navy's elite forces and the warlords presents a daunting challenge. One more question. Will you partake in this war? Hawkeye asked. The Summit War, you mean? Horn paused for a moment before resolutely responding. I will indeed participate, and my aim is to rescue Ace. Hawkeye's gaze faltered momentarily. Ace should not perish in that place. Even if Whitebeard falls in battle, I do not wish for his will to dissipate. I hope Ace can carry forth Whitebeard's legacy. Horn expressed his heartfelt conviction. Hawkeye nodded in silent acknowledgement. Let us part ways here, my senior. We must make our way to Sky Island, Horn stated to Hawkeye. Hawkeye nodded and leapt aboard his coffin ship. Rest for the night. We shall set sail for Sky Island tomorrow, Horn announced to the group, who nodded in agreement. The following day, after a night of rest, the crew assembled on the Griffin. Is everything prepared? Horn said with a serious tone. The crew had secured themselves to the mast or the side of the ship, clad in thick garments to withstand the wind's pressure. We are ready, they proclaimed in unison. Horn nodded and set off. He promptly activated the thrusters, and the propulsion system of the Griffin roared to life. Countless volumes of air were drawn into the jet intakes, which then transformed it into energy, culminating in a powerful eruption. The Griffin soared into the sky, as Horn deftly maneuvered the vessel, gradually altering its course with the bow pointing upwards. All the thrusters were fully engaged, and the Griffin raced toward the heavens. The crowd screamed in terror. Had they not been securely bound to the ship, they would have plummeted into the abyss below. Horn immediately unleashed his magical aura, enveloping the Griffin in a protective shroud against the fierce wind pressure. After a considerable time, Horn, drenched in sweat, was compelled to withdraw his magic, and at that moment, they beheld the ethereal white clouds resembling a landmass. We're almost at Sky Island, Lucia exclaimed eagerly, prompting the Griffin to surge forward with renewed vigor. The ship broke through the clouds and landed steadily upon the cotton-like terrain. We've arrived, Horn stated, fatigue evident in his voice. The crew hurriedly unburdened themselves and assisted Horn off the vessel. This is Sky Island, Nami remarked in astonishment, realizing they were standing on clouds yet remained grounded. I never imagined such islands could float in the sky. It's truly breathtaking. Finoka exclaimed in wonder. Let us proceed to the entrance. Horn indicated a direction. The group swiftly followed, paying the entry fee which granted them passage into Sky Island. The inhabitants of this aerial realm were indeed peculiar. The crew marveled at the winged denizens. So, more people from the Blue Sea have arrived. I wonder if they will anger the gods. Their wrath is frightfully formidable. One whispered. Hush, speaking ill of the gods can lead to dire consequences, another cautioned, instantly silenced. Captain, what exactly is this god they speak of? The giant Saladin inquired. A presumptuous being, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world, Horn replied, his voice low yet distinctly heard by all. The islanders turned pale with fear and swiftly distanced themselves from Horn and his companions. Why are they so frightened? The crew questioned in confusion. Because of the divine retribution, Horn answered with an air of nonchalance. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Horn. The god's punishment has arrived. The inhabitants of Sky Island hastily prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in terror. In an instant, the malevolent king behind Horn unsheathed his weapon, cleaving through the thunder, causing the lightning to dissipate. Within a certain locale of the Sky Island, a man adorned with a white turban sat upon a throne, wielding a golden staff. A mischievous glint danced across his face. Was it truly possible for these people from Qinghai to withstand my thunder? He pondered, feeling a peculiar sense of amusement. Recently, he found himself in need of a new plaything. This man, known as Enel, was hailed as the so-called god of this Sky Island. Let us see what these Qinghai folk can stir up within the Sky Island, Enel mused, his heartnet precisely tracking the movements of all those upon the island. At that moment, Horn seemed to sense something, casting his gaze towards the heavens. The eyes of the two men met across a distance of several thousand meters. As if they could perceive each other's expressions and features. I shall bring you down from your pedestal. Horn's lips barely moved. Enel's countenance darkened slightly. Chapter 118. The Sandia people they survived? They were not struck down by the god's thunder? An astonished inhabitant of the Sky Island remarked. Quickly, move away from them. Their end is near, another warned, prompting the denizens of the Sky Island to hastily distance themselves. To be so frightened by an unknown so-called god was indeed foolish, Saladin remarked with a shake of his head. Do not underestimate this god. His power is sufficient to annihilate you all, Horn stated gravely. Natural type? The most formidable element, thunder? No wonder the people of the Sky Island regard him as a deity, Van Oka exclaimed in astonishment. Captain, where shall we head next? Lucia inquired. To Sandora. For there lies immense wealth, Horn replied. The group then boarded the unique transport known as the Weiba to journey towards Sandora. In the distance, within a dense forest, a pair of eyes observed Horn and his companions. After a considerable time, at the gathering place of another tribe on the Sky Island, the Sandia people, their leader, the formidable warrior Weipa, spoke. You say that Qinghai man withstood the thunder of that false god unscathed? Indeed, and those Qinghai folk have headed towards Sandora, reported the messenger. What? The faces of the assembly paled. Quickly, everyone assemble. Our target is Sandora. This time, we must breach the defenses of the false god's guard and ring the golden bell. Weipa declared with fervor. Oh, near Sandora, the group beheld the location from afar. Does the land of gold truly exist? The crowd gazed in bewilderment, for many upon the sea deemed the fabled golden country merely a deceit spun by the charlatan Roland. Thus, the existence of this place was met with profound skepticism. Yet, the Golden Country indeed exists, and the Sky Islanders, along with another tribe known as the Sandians, have been embroiled in combat for it, Horn remarked. The crowd nodded in contemplative agreement. The invaders from Qinghai dare to defy the will of the gods. They shall remain here today, a voice echoed, and as they turned, four-winged Sky Islanders, varying in stature and form, appeared before them. Are these the so-called four divine officials under Enel? I need not lift a finger against you, Horn replied nonchalantly. One of the divine officials, Nirvana, seethed with rage, unleashing a torrent of wind that propelled him toward Horn. Die, he bellowed, delivering a fierce blow aimed at Horn. In that instant, a vine shot forth from Horn's surroundings, ensnaring Nirvana's hand with a vice-like grip before hurling him violently to the ground, leaving him disoriented. If you wish to challenge our captain, you must first contend with me, came the calm voice of the warrior, Dillo. Damn Qinghai scum, you will pay for this. Nirvana roared, his body flickering as he charged at Dillo with blinding speed. Your speed is woefully inadequate, Dillo scoffed, as multiple vines lashed out, ensnaring Nirvana's form, with one tightening around his neck, eliciting gasps of near asphyxiation from him. Nearby, the Azura official hurriedly flew towards the fray. Bang! A bullet sped forth, and Azura felt his blood run cold, an overwhelming sense of peril flooding his senses. He swiftly shifted his position, narrowly evading the lethal projectile. Did I consent to your assault on my comrade? Van Oka declared, brandishing a sniper rifle. Terrifyingly proficient, this sniper instilled a sense of dread. Who were these individuals? Azura pondered, hesitating to act. Azura, allow us to lend you our strength. Two more officials, Ohm and Dawu, soared in to assist, all three rushing toward Dillo. To save time, I shall take action myself, Horn stated, enveloping his fist in violet energy, propelling himself suddenly before the three officials. Rising Dragon Fist. Explode, Horn shouted, delivering a devastating strike that detonated with a thunderous roar. engulfing the three divine officials in a blaze of fire. Nirvana watched in horror, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The three divine officials were utterly powerless against this Qinghai adversary. To dare gaze elsewhere is to court death, echoed the voice of Di Luo as a vine swiftly pierced the heart of Nirvana, whose eyes widened in disbelief as life fled from him. As the smoke dissipated, the three high priests had already fallen, a sight that elicited no surprise from the onlookers. After all, their captain was a man capable of matching the world's foremost swordsman, making short work of these inconsequential minions a mere formality. At that moment, a group of Sandians approached, their eyes wide with astonishment as they witnessed Horn dispatching the priests in mere seconds. These were adversaries with whom they had battled for years, now utterly vanquished in an instant. What tremendous power must this man possess? The Sandians drew closer to Horn and his crew. "Captain, it seems we have another group seeking their demise," remarked Venoka. Horn turned around, his gaze piercing and filled with an icy ferocity directed at the Shandians. Within his profound eyes lay a ferocious intent to kill. The Shandians, upon meeting his gaze, felt as though they had descended into an endless abyss, surrounded by an atmosphere thick with malice and darkness. The Shandians hastily lowered their heads, unable to meet his stare. Vepa, filled with indignation, could hardly believe that his companions could not withstand even a mere glance from their adversary. "People of the Blue Sea, leave this place at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Vepa declared, hoisting a rocket launcher. "Shandians, do you truly wish to challenge me?" Horn spoke with a calm demeanor. The Shandian chief opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment, Vepa suddenly charged forward. Die, utilizing the speed of his wind shell. Vepa swiftly reached Horn's side. Bang! The rocket launcher was aimed directly at Horn's head and fired. Boom! A brilliant explosion erupted, but as the smoke cleared, Horn emerged unscathed before the crowd. "Shandians, you have truly begun to irritate me," Horn's voice echoed, enveloping Vepa in an overwhelming sense of danger. He attempted to retreat, but at that moment, a hand shot out and seized his shoulder, forcefully hurling him to the ground. Boom! A shockwave surged into the sky, leaving Vepa dazed and disoriented. He struggled to resist, yet his body felt powerless against Horn's iron grip. "Vepa!" The Shandians cried out in alarm. Chapter 119, Enel damn it. Vepa muttered under his breath as a shell appeared in his left hand. "You forced me to use the repulsion shell. Die, Blue Sea people!" Vepa bellowed, unleashing a blinding flash of energy directed at Horn's body. "No, Vepa!" The Shandians shouted, realizing that this strike would irreparably offend the Blue Sea individuals. However, the scene did not unfold as the Shandians had imagined. Indeed, a dazzling spark erupted from Horn upon impact, yet his haki enveloped him entirely, rendering the repulsion shell's power utterly ineffective against him. "What? How can this be?" Vepa's eyes widened in disbelief. "You Shandians, as well as the Sky Islanders, are merely insular beings. The Blue Sea is far grander than you can fathom, and the people of the Blue Sea are vastly superior to you Sky Islanders." Horn's calm voice resonated. Vepa felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The most powerful strike he had prided himself on was rendered utterly futile before this Blue Sea individual. "Esteemed visitor from the Blue Sea, we mean no offense. It is merely that we Shandians have waited far too long to ring the golden bell of Shandora, which has caused us to act out of character. We hope for your understanding," the Shandian chief implored. "If you would allow us to ring the golden bell, we would be willing to submit to you," the chief continued. "Chief." The people of the Sandia tribe erupted in shouts, particularly Weepa, who desperately sought to escape from Hoen's grasp. The chieftain raised his hand, signaling for silence. He had observed clearly that Weepa, the strongest among the Sandia, stood no chance against this Qinghai individual. This man was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to confront. Thus, should he be willing to allow the Sandia to enter Shandora and strike the golden bell, submission would not be out of the question. "Submission? I acquiesce. You may proceed to strike the golden bell," Hoenn replied without hesitation, as he had already intended to conquer the Sky Island and appoint someone to govern it on his behalf, for the new world remained his ultimate objective. The chieftain was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude profusely. As Hoenn released his grip, Weepa, regaining his freedom, immediately charged at him. "Weepa, cease," the chieftain barked, halting Weepa's fist just before Hoenn. Enraged, Weepa withdrew his fist. "My lord, there is one more matter. As you are aware, aside from the four gods, there exists a false deity on this island, possessing formidable strength. We, the Sandia, are no match for him. Should he obstruct us, we may struggle to sound the golden bell. The chieftain's meaning was clear. Having submitted to Hoenn, he expected him to resolve their troubles as well. Not a problem. That fellow should be arriving shortly, Hoenn replied nonchalantly. Arriving shortly? The crowd gasped in alarm, scanning their surroundings. Hey, you lot. How dare you trespass in my domain and kill my people? Do you wish to die? A voice echoed in their ears, prompting them to look up. Countless bolts of lightning converged in the sky, revealing a man clad in a white headscarf amidst the tempest. Enlil, you have indeed come, Hoenn remarked to Enlil. Daring to utter the name of a god, today you shall all perish. I have lost interest in continuing this game with you, Enlil stated coldly. Who plays whom is yet to be determined, Hoenn replied with an impassive expression. Let me show you the power of a god. Lightning crackled ominously in Enlil's hand. 30 million volts. He thrust his hand downward, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar upon the gathered crowd. Let me go? Weepa attempted to surge forward, but was seized by Hoenn. Wraith Cloud Slash. Hoenn swung his blade, the essence of the cloud resembling surging waves, colliding with the bolt of lightning in an instant. Boom. The clash of lightning and sword energy erupted with a thunderous roar. However, to the astonishment of all present, the essence of the cloud cleaved through Enlil's lightning, hurtling toward his form. What? Enlil squinted, taken aback by Hoenn's strength. Even more astonished were the Sandia people, who beheld a lightning strike they believed capable of annihilating the very heavens being severed by Hoenn's blade. Just how formidable was his power? The sword of clouds struck against Enlil's body, yet, as anticipated, it passed through without inflicting any harm. I have long proclaimed that the assaults of mere mortals cannot possibly wound me, Enlil declared with a haughty gaze directed at Hoenn. Hoenn gazed in utter disbelief at Enlil, who was enveloped in his delusions of grandeur. This fellow was truly lost in his own world. Enlil, you are adorably foolish, believing that being a Logia user renders you invincible. I have witnessed too many proud individuals, and each has met a dismal fate, Hoenn remarked as he propelled himself into the sky like a cannonball. This so-called god is in for a rude awakening. Venoka adjusted his glasses and stated. The crowd looked at him in confusion, prompting Venoka to continue. Have you forgotten whom our captain has faced? There are at least 3 Logia users. Suddenly, realization dawned upon them. Indeed, even the admirals of the navy could not contend with the captain. Could this god possibly surpass an admiral in strength? Lucia asserted confidently. The others nodded in agreement. Hoenn had already clashed with 2 of the 3 admirals, and the admirals were exceptionally adept at harnessing their devil fruit powers. Enlil, on the other hand, was merely isolating himself on Sky Island, crafting his own illusions, lacking true combat experience against formidable foes, unless one considered the so-called guardians of God on Sky Island to be strong. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Electricity coalesced in Enlil's hands, forming a thunderbird that screeched and charged towards Hoenn. Heaven's cry of obliteration. Hoenn stood firm, his sword slicing through the air as the thunderbird collided violently with the sword energy, crackling with electricity, gradually eroding the blade's might. Ha! I, the god, have proclaimed that you scum shall never triumph over me, Enlil declared triumphantly. Oh, is that so? A peculiar smile crept across Hoenn's face. Enlil's heart raced. An ominous premonition washed over him. Second calamity, forgotten path of the Buddha. Hoenn bellowed as a second wave of sword energy surged forth, merging with the first, erupting like a volcano and instantaneously obliterating the thunderbird, closing the distance to Enlil in the blink of an eye. Chapter 120. Demon God in Haste. Enlil raised his golden staff to defend himself, but the sword energy crashed into it with ferocity. Enlil's expression shifted. The strength was far beyond his expectations, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward several steps. 30 million volts. Enlil's demeanor turned icy as he unleashed a tempest of lightning, which collided fiercely with the sword energy. In that instant, countless bolts of lightning exploded outward, while the sword energy acted as a shield, repelling the electrical onslaught. The 2 forces met and neutralized each other, erupting into a burst of light. Enlil shifted, transforming into a streak of lightning that darted away. However, Hoenn was equally swift, moving in tandem with Enlil's actions. Clang! The great evil king collided with the golden staff, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the air. Enlil's eyes were filled with disbelief. He, a user of the rumble fruit, prided himself on his unparalleled speed. Yet, this man from the blue sea had discerned his trajectory and matched him in swiftness. Enlil, I've told you, you are merely a frog in a well, believing no one can rival your speed, Hoenn remarked with a cold smirk. Hoenn had first-hand experience with the speed of Kizuru, having trained rigorously to attain his current velocity to counter Kizaru's prowess. You wouldn't comprehend the might of the rumble fruit. With those words, Enel's form abruptly dissipated, only to reconstitute at a distance. 50 million volts. Thunder Beast. A colossal beast made of lightning materialized before Enel, roaring as it charged toward Horn. All shall be in vain, Horn declared, as the great evil king trembled lightly. A sword aura, as fluid as flowing water, was effortlessly unleashed, colliding with the Thunder Beast in an instant. Thunder rumbled. The sky was engulfed in purple and white. The Thunder Beast surged forward desperately, yet Horn's sword aura stood firm, an insurmountable barrier. Enel, you remain oblivious to the strength of the Blue Sea people. Revolving 6 paths, Horn flickered and ascended above the Thunder Beast, descending like a meteor. The great evil king pierced through the beast, causing bolts of lightning to scatter, with shockwaves sweeping outwards like a tempest, leaving those below gasping for breath. What immense power! Weepa murmured. He could hardly grasp the ferocity of the battle between Horn and Enel. They appeared as divine beings. Such a level of combat was beyond his comprehension. The chieftain of the Sandia tribe observed Weepa's expression and nodded internally. As long as Weepa harbored a yearning for strength and a fear of this Blue Sea deity, he would continue to grow. After all, as the most gifted warrior among the Sandia, the chieftain did not wish to see him fall into despair. You have provoked me. Enel seethed, his pale face flushed with rage. This Blue Sea man had repeatedly challenged his authority. If he didn't eliminate him today, how could he maintain his status as the god of Skypiea? The fierce battle intent ignited in both Enel and Horn's eyes. In an instant, they clashed, and the sky erupted with scattered lightning and countless sword auras. Their speed transcended human limits. Onlookers could only perceive fleeting shadows and the relentless sounds of combat. As they engaged, they swiftly disengaged, repeating this dance of battle dozens of times. Both warriors ignited with fervor, yet Enel gradually realized that his combat experience paled in comparison to Horn's, and he struggled to keep pace, slowly being overpowered. 50 million volts. Thunder Beast. Enel bellowed fiercely, and the colossal beast of thunder roared forth, causing the very heavens to tremble, as if this creature were an aberration in the world. The sixth tribulation. Chaos unleashed. Horn shouted in anger, and with a single stroke of the great evil king's blade, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the winds howled in reverse, and the thunderous beast found itself unable to advance an inch, as if a power transcending the very fabric of existence held it firmly in place. How could this be? What was happening? Enel's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, with Horn's thunderous shout, the Thunder Beast vanished as if consumed by an explosion. With merely one strike, he had obliterated the thunderous creature. What level of power did this man possess? The inhabitants of Sandia watched Horn and Enel with bated breath. The Thunder Beast had appeared formidable enough to annihilate their entire tribe, yet Horn had dispatched it with a single blow, his might far exceeding their wildest imaginations. Enel gasped for breath, his stamina severely depleted, while Horn merely exhibited a slight breathlessness. Their energies were on entirely different planes. Could it be that all of the Qinghai people were as formidable as he? No, it was impossible. I am a god, and gods do not fall. Enel resolutely reaffirmed his belief. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced into a massive white dragon, its body stretching dozens of meters in length. The dragon let out a deafening roar that resonated throughout the island, sending tremors through all living beings. It was an unparalleled force, powerful enough to instill despair. Charge! The Thunder Dragon lunged toward Horn, arcs of electricity illuminating the surroundings, and in an instant, the realm was saturated with white lightning, transforming the very atmosphere into the Thunder Dragon's domain. The eighth tribulation, unity of the four emotions. Horn flickered and charged forth, the great evil king's blade clashing violently with the Thunder Dragon. The collision unleashed a shockwave, thunder crackling, and a fierce gust of wind bore down upon Horn, distorting his visage under the relentless pressure. However, the violet aura enveloped him entirely, rendering him impervious to the ferocity of the lightning, as if he were the natural nemesis of this force. Break from me, Horn roared, and a surge of power erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. His presence soaring as if a demigod had descended, an awe-inspiring figure emerging behind him, amplifying Horn's strength immeasurably. Had he finally harnessed it? The power of heaven and earth. This ancient demigod was overwhelmingly powerful. Horn trembled with excitement, nearly losing his grip on the blade. Flash! The might of the demigod's phantom infused the blade, and the great evil king ruthlessly tore the thunder dragon asunder. The dragon let out a defiant roar, yet it could not withstand Horn's overwhelming power and was obliterated in an instant. Countless arcs of electricity erupted, and lightning surged forth, leaving Enel in disbelief. His mouth agape enough to accommodate an egg. He simply could not fathom the scene before him. Chapter 121, The Clash of Thunder. How is it possible that a lightning dragon of 60 million volts could be obliterated in a single strike? Enel murmured, "This is the true essence of divinity. Today, I have truly witnessed the arrival of a demonic god." The chief of the Shandians spoke with a trembling voice. The Shandians remained in a state of shock, and Viper was no exception. He swallowed hard, realizing that had Horn utilized this technique upon his arrival, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. The shadow of the demon behind Horn gradually faded, the oppressive force that weighed upon the world returning to the formless void, as if a colossal stone had been lifted from the hearts of the onlookers. "Enel, surrender gracefully. Victory is beyond your reach," Horn declared directly. "No, I have not yet lost. I am a god, the supreme deity." Enel's face was illuminated with a frenzied glint. Divine judgment. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Enel summoned a bolt of lightning from the heavens, which struck Horn directly. Though Horn had the opportunity to evade, he chose not to, bracing himself against the electrifying assault. A glimmer of triumph appeared on Enel's countenance. "Have I finally succeeded?" he pondered. "I told you, you could never surpass me," Horn's voice echoed once more. As the lightning seemed to dissipate as if repelled, Horn's body was enveloped in a purple aura of dominance, refined by the electric surge, gleaming with a mesmerizing brilliance. Enel's expression darkened ominously. Horn's body surged forth with remarkable speed, and Enel's form also shifted in response. However, Horn's keen observation immediately discerned Enel's trajectory, intercepting him before he could proceed. With a formidable grip, Horn seized Enel's shoulder, an overwhelming force preventing Enel from fully transforming into his elemental state. Horn hurled Enel to the ground with formidable force, causing the very earth to tremble beneath the weight of his descent. Enraged, Enel summoned every ounce of strength in an attempt to free himself from Horn's grasp, but the latter's grip was as unyielding as iron, pinning Enel down as if he were merely a plaything. Enel had never imagined that he, the esteemed god of the Sky Island, would be subjected to such humiliation. "Enel, unleash your utmost power. I yearn to witness the extent of the thunder fruit you have mastered," Horn declared, releasing his hold. Enel, shaking off the indignity, fixed Horn with a gaze brimming with hatred. "You shall tremble before such might. Behold the most potent lightning. 200 million volts, thunder god." Enel bellowed, as a tempest of furious electricity erupted forth, coalescing around him to form a towering thunder god, reaching heights of over 10 meters. Though slightly less imposing than the previous demon. "What a day this is, to behold two deities at once. Surely my eyes do not deceive me," mused the leader of the Sandia tribe, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Chief, your vision is clear. Indeed, two divine beings have manifested today," Viper remarked with a bittersweet smile, acknowledging the insurmountable power that lay before him. "People of the Blue Sea, perish," Enel shouted, launching a devastating punch towards Horn. 9 heavens thunder. Horn leapt into the air, wielding the great evil king's blade to cleave through the tempestuous storm of thunder, which materialized instantaneously from the void. It reached towards the heavens above and plunged into the depths of the sea below, casting a pall over the entire world, leaving all in a state of awe as the skies were consumed by an unrelenting onslaught of blinding lightning. The lightning unleashed by Horn surged towards Enel's lightning beast form. In an instant, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked, with the air swirling like a tempest, sweeping across the landscape for miles. Everyone was bent low beneath the weight of such formidable power, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with terror. "Break!" Horn bellowed, and the fierce sword of lightning cleaved through Enel's godly form, reducing it to nothingness in an instant. The dark overlord's blade struck Enel with ferocity, leaving a gruesome scar that ran from his neck down to his abdomen. Enel plummeted from the void, crashing heavily to the ground. Horn approached him step by step. "How did you achieve this? How could you possibly wield the power of lightning with such strength?" Enel's weak voice resonated, tinged with a hint of fear. "Enel, there are countless formidable beings in the Blue Sea, and I am but one among them. There are innumerable things beyond your imagination, just like this technique. You should be unaware that, apart from the rumble fruit, there exists another who can unleash lightning." Hence, everything is possible, Horn remarked. Enel, with a complex expression, finally spoke. I concede. Horn observed the reluctant concession of the young man, an expression of bemusement crossing his features. Submit to me, and together we shall conquer the world, he proposed, extending an olive branch. Submit? No, I merely fell to you in battle. Compelling my submission will not be so simple, Anilu retorted fiercely. Horn sighed, exasperated by the boyish demeanor of his opponent. Since you refuse to yield, I have no choice but to confine you for the time being. Old Fan, bring forth the sea stone chains, he commanded loudly to Fan Oka. Very well, came the response. What is sea stone? Anilu's alertness surged as he attempted to flee, yet found his body utterly unresponsive. With a cheerful demeanor, Fan Oka affixed the sea stone chains upon Anilu, who immediately felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, rendering him powerless. What have you done to me? Anilu exclaimed in terror, striving to summon his abilities but finding them utterly beyond his reach. This is a unique substance from the blue sea known as sea stone, a natural counter to your kind of powers. Thus, do not even think of resisting. Horn explained with a smile. Curse you, you despicable fiend. Anilu shouted. First, I am Horn, not a fiend. Second, I am not despicable. This is merely a matter of strategy, Horn replied coolly. You. Anilu glared at him, yet felt utterly powerless, having been bested by this man. Divine One. The leader of the Sandia approached with a look of reverence, his followers equally apprehensive. Even the typically rebellious Weepa had subdued his demeanor, fearing to make any sudden movements. I am the Divine One. Anilu protested. It seems you still possess considerable vigor, Horn remarked with a hint of amusement. Anilu sensed impending danger as Horn delivered a swift punch, leaving a swollen bruise on his head. That hurt, you bastard. Anilu roared. Chapter 122. The Golden Lion. Noticing Anilu's discontent, Horn wasted no time in delivering several more punches, swiftly draining the young man's defiance. Recognizing Horn's formidable presence, Anilu wisely refrained from provoking further confrontation. Divine One, might you fulfill your previous promise and allow us to toll the golden bell? The Sandia leader inquired cautiously, having witnessed Horn's immense power and fearing to incite his wrath. Certainly, I will lead you inside. All members of the Wind and Cloud Pirates, follow me. Horn instructed the group. They promptly complied, and together they journeyed to the location of the Golden Bell. This is the Golden Bell. At last, we have arrived. At long last, our dreams have been realized today, and the people of Shandia are filled with exhilaration. Weepa, go forth and strike the Golden Bell, commanded the chieftain of the Shandia tribe, for such a momentous task must be entrusted to the mightiest warrior among them. Yes, chieftain, Weepa replied, barely able to contain his excitement, as he took a deep breath and approached the Golden Bell. The dreams of the Shandia people shall be fulfilled by my hand, Weepa thought, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch to the Golden Bell. Ding! The bell emitted a clear, resonant sound that echoed like a celestial hymn, instantly calming all who heard it. Ah, it is done. The dreams of the Shandia people have finally come to fruition, he exclaimed. Ancestors, do you witness this? We have indeed struck the Golden Bell. Many among the Shandia tribe were overwhelmed with emotion. Even the chieftain shed tears of joy, unable to contain his elation at the fulfillment of a long-held dream. The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the entire floating island, reaching even the distant shores of Gaia Island. At this moment, it could finally be proven that the legend of Rolando was no mere fabrication, and that Rolando was indeed no charlatan. Great God, we are eternally grateful to you. The Shandia people shall forever remain your loyal devotees, declared the chieftain, as all the Shandia people bowed in reverence to Hoenn. Horn nodded. In the following days, he swiftly completed the integration of the Sky Island. The Sandians and the Sky people began to reside together in Appiato. After several cautious interactions, the two tribes finally dispelled their misunderstandings and learned to coexist harmoniously. Enel observed this transformation with a complex mix of emotions. Once the affairs of the Sky Island were organized, Horn and his companions returned to Sandora. Captain, this is an overwhelming amount. The crew gazed at the dazzling piles of gold, utterly astonished. It was indeed an excessive fortune, one that they could never hope to exhaust in a lifetime. Let us transport half of it onto the ship and exchange it for berries in the New World. Horn proposed. As for the rest, it shall naturally be deposited. Hoenn promptly converted the gold into currency, and his account swelled by a staggering 6 billion. At this point, he felt invincible. The crew busily loaded the gold onto the ship, After a few days of indulging in a life of decadence on the Sky Island, Hoenn prepared to depart. However, Enel remained obstinately defiant, yet Hoenn was confident he could gradually bring him to submission. Just as they were about to leave, an unexpected visitor arrived on the island. "Are you the god of this island?" The newcomer had long golden hair, a peculiar ship's wheel embedded in his head, and his feet were uniquely fashioned as two blades. "It is you, Shiki the Golden Lion." Hoenn squinted as he spoke. "Oh, young man, you recognize me?" The visitor was none other than Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the three great pirates of the previous era and the captain of the flying pirate crew. The infamous Golden Lion. Who wouldn't know him? Hoenn replied nonchalantly. "You must be the notorious Purple Devil Hoenn, with a bounty of 900 million. Though you appear a bit older, I still keep up with the news. Breaching Judicial Island and assaulting the Holy Land Mary Geos. These deeds are indeed astonishing. You and I share a striking resemblance," Shiki exclaimed with hearty laughter. Hoenn furrowed his brow and said, "If you have nothing of importance, I would kindly ask you to leave. We are about to set sail." "Of course, I have matters to discuss, young Hoenn. Join my ranks and become the backbone of my sky pirate crew. I shall grant you everything you desire, and the position of first mate could be yours," proclaimed the Golden Lion. His eagerness stemmed from the aftermath of the battle at Marineford, where many of his former subordinates had perished or scattered, leaving him with few capable allies. Thus, he was keen to recruit a young powerhouse like Hoenn, whose immense potential and strength made him an ideal candidate for his crew's adventures. "I must decline. I am not accustomed to being subordinate to others," Hoenn firmly rejected. "Young man, I advise you to reconsider." The Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. "There is no need for reconsideration. If seduction fails, do you intend to resort to intimidation?" Hoenn stared directly into the Golden Lion's eyes. "You certainly possess considerable courage. However, those of your ilk often meet an early demise," the Golden Lion replied coldly. "If it's a fight you seek, I shall oblige," Hoenn stated resolutely. "Very well," the Golden Lion retorted with a twisted smile, unleashing an overwhelming conqueror's haki that surged like a mighty sea, sending waves of pressure rippling outward. The spectators felt their breath catch, while Enel's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never encountered such formidable conqueror's haki on Skypiea. With just a glance, it could extinguish foes from afar. What terrifying power! The Golden Lion's haki exemplified the enduring might of a lion. Enel's breathing quickened as he awaited Hoenn's response. True to form, Hoenn met the Golden Lion's gaze without fear, and an equally formidable conqueror's haki erupted from him, akin to a typhoon ravaging the land, stirring dust and sending shockwaves coursing through the air. The sheer ferocity of his haki was astonishing, even in the New World. The Golden Lion was secretly taken aback. The clash of their haki was reminiscent of two meteors colliding, shaking the very heavens and earth. Many from the Don Quixote pirates could no longer withstand the pressure and fainted. Enel struggled to maintain his composure, astonished that this power known as haki could be so formidable. Though his own abilities were potent, he had yet to fully master the essence of haki. Neither party had even struck a blow, yet their mere presence was terrifying. What magnitude of power would be unleashed if they were to engage in combat? Enel could hardly fathom it. He suddenly realized that losing to Hoenn was not an insurmountable defeat. Chapter 123. The Lion's Might Endures. Young one, your conqueror's haki indeed astonishes me. However, if your strength does not match the might of your will, your journey shall cease here, the Golden Lion proclaimed as he withdrew his formidable aura. "Then let us see." Hoenn replied calmly. "I admire your dauntless spirit, yet you stand no chance against me," the Golden Lion declared with pride. Hoenn remained silent as he unsheathed the great evil king, his aura suddenly soaring. The lion's might unleashed its formidable attack immediately, forming a lion's head upon the ground that charged towards Hoenn with a ferocious roar. Flash! Hoenn bellowed, and the great evil king descended with a mighty blow, colliding fiercely with the lion's head. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves into the sky, causing the very earth to tremble and the clouds above to quiver, as if on the brink of collapse. "Break!" Hoenn shouted in fury, his immense power erupting like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, forcefully pressing down upon the lion's head. The force surged into it, shattering it into fragments in an instant, with sword energy cleaving the sky, aimed directly at the Golden Lion. "You dare to challenge me in swordsmanship? You are far from my equal," the Golden Lion scoffed, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of its mouth. Cutting wave. The two renowned blades at his feet unleashed twin streams of sword energy, their might nearly capable of cleaving mountains asunder. Horn's sword energy was obliterated by the cutting wave, and the two streams of sword energy raced towards him at supersonic speed. With a chilling sneer, Horn's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson and a torrent of malevolent energy. Reminiscent of the very essence of death, enveloped his being. The path of demonic power surged forth. Horn unleashed a devastating strike. The ferocious magic seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. The collision of the demonic aura and the sword's energy erupted with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the sky. The Golden Lion's eyes widened in astonishment. This young man possessed quite an array of abilities. Yet what was amiss with his eyes? As the Golden Lion scrutinized Horn's gaze, visions of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood flooded his mind. Rivers of crimson flowing amidst towering heaps of lifeless bodies. How peculiar. I nearly fell prey to this illusion just moments ago, the Golden Lion thought hurriedly, withdrawing his gaze. Recognizing the myriad of enigmas surrounding this young man. Show me, Golden Lion, what pride you hold after decades of reigning over the seas. Horn declared, raising the great evil king. Devastating magic of love slaughter. The great evil king gleamed with a brilliant light, and the demonic energy surged forth like a tidal wave, coalescing into the form of a colossal purple dragon soaring through the heavens. The dragon let out a thunderous roar as it charged violently towards the Golden Lion. Merely a trifling skill. Though this attack appears formidable, it is, in essence, but a mere trifle, the Golden Lion scoffed. Feel free to test it. And see if you can withstand my dragon. Horn retorted with pride. Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. Two famed blades beneath the Golden Lion's feet sliced through the air, unleashing waves of energy that converged upon the purple dragon. Boom. The purple dragon collided fiercely with the sword energies, and in an instant, the world dimmed as swirling demonic energy filled the skies. The sword waves advanced like a relentless army besieging a city, but as they penetrated deeper, their momentum waned, and by the time they reached the dragon's midsection, they could advance no further. Go. Horn swung the great evil king down mightily, causing the body of the purple dragon to reassemble and ensnare the sword energies, then violently shred them apart. Streams of demonic energy cascaded to the ground like meteors, creating numerous craters upon impact. The purple dragon finally consumed the sword energies entirely and surged toward the Golden Lion. Young man, my capabilities extend far beyond this. The Golden Lion roared in fury, crossing his two blades to unleash slashing waves that clashed fiercely with the dragon's form. This time, the dragon was cleaved completely as if it possessed a life of its own, letting out a mournful cry. After the cutting waves severed the dragon's body, they lacked the strength to advance further and dissipated into the ether. Golden Lion, brace yourself for this strike. Horn propelled himself forward, appearing instantaneously before the Golden Lion, invoking the magic blade of love's severance. A gigantic blade formed from the purple demonic energy descended upon the Golden Lion with lethal intent. Unfazed, the Golden Lion maintained a calm demeanor, bracing himself for the impending clash. The blade upon the leg steadfastly withstood Horn's enchanted sword, and the two engaged in a sheer contest of strength, rendering them momentarily unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Break! The Golden Lion roared, and with a fierce thrust, his blade mercilessly tore through the enchanted sword, splitting its massive form in two, the edge now aimed directly at Horn's chest. Armored, a layer of purple, infused with demonic energy, enveloped his torso. Yet the Golden Lion's blade struck as if against impenetrable steel, unable to advance an inch further. Rising Dragon Fist. Explode. Horn's left hand swung forth with ferocious might, conjuring a tempest that stung the faces of all nearby. His fist collided with the Golden Lion's chest, causing an immediate indentation. The Golden Lion let out a guttural cry, spewing forth a torrent of blood, dark red mingled with fragments of internal organs. Damn it! You've provoked my wrath. The Golden Lion roared in fury as his fist, shrouded in overwhelming power, struck Horn's abdomen with tremendous force. Horn felt a tumultuous surge within, nearly unable to suppress the urge to vomit blood. Horn withdrew swiftly, distancing himself from the Golden Lion. He sheathed the great evil king, enveloped in a shroud of purple demonic energy, a mist swirling around him that obscured his expression. Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. Horn bellowed, as a colossal purple dragon soared into the air, striking with an unparalleled ferocity towards the Golden Lion. Lion's Might roar. A gigantic lion's head surged forth, colliding fiercely with the purple dragon. The earth trembled and the heavens shook. the dragon and lion, akin to the most ferocious beasts of the universe, savagely tore at one another. In their fierce confrontation, both the dragon and the lion became marred with wounds, culminating in a thunderous explosion as they simultaneously disintegrated. A tidal wave of energy surged skyward. After a prolonged moment, as the energy dissipated, the onlookers beheld two figures suspended in the sky. The golden lion regarded Horn with a sudden, hearty laugh. Huh, among pirates, there exists such a prodigy as yourself. The Navy shall have its troubles. You are quite to my liking, young man. Thank you for the compliment, Horn replied, his demeanor composed, betraying no signs of having sustained grave injuries. He was acutely aware that defeating the golden lion was beyond his capabilities. A stalemate was the most he could hope for. The golden lion, with his formidable prowess, was not to be underestimated. If a peaceful resolution to this predicament could be achieved, it would be the most favorable outcome. You have earned the right to take pride in yourself, for you have pushed me to this extent, the golden lion remarked. Senior, if you do not mind, would you care to discuss this further down? Horn inquired. Just as the golden lion was about to acquiesce, the transponder snail rang. A voice emanated from the other end, causing the golden lion's expression to shift. He turned to Horn and said, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot indulge in a drink with you at this time. However, such opportunities will abound. That old fellow, Whitebeard, is about to stir the waters. I hope you manage to survive amidst the impending chaos. Horn smiled faintly and remarked, I am well aware of this. After this battle, my name will undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire world. The golden lion then turned and departed. Horn let out a sigh of relief as he returned to the griffin. Is that old man also from Qinghai? Enel asked with a complex expression. Horn nodded, recalling that he was once one of the 3 legendary pirates. A user of the float fruit. Though now burdened with injuries, his strength should not be underestimated. Enel's eyes sparkled with intrigue, lost in thought. Due to his wounds, Horn lingered in the Sky Island for an additional 2 days. By the 3rd day, despite his injuries still persisting, Horn could no longer wait. The day of war loomed ever closer. In the New World, within the Calm Belt, lies Amazon Lily, the domain of Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although the island is inhabited solely by women, the formidable prowess of its inhabitants, most of whom possess haki, should not be underestimated. A colossal ship approached Amazon Lily, gradually making its way to shore. Boa Hancock stood poised on the beach, ready to receive the vessel. Upon seeing the ship, she swiftly adjusted her appearance. Our esteemed guests have arrived. Ensure there is no disrespect, she instructed her subordinates. Yes. Though the reason for Hancock's keen anticipation remained unclear, her immense reputation commanded unconditional obedience from all. As the ship docked, a group disembarked. So those are men. How peculiar, mused a cluster of women from Amazon Lily. I have yet to see a man. This one is rather handsome. The women offered their observations, and among them were Horn and his companions. Lucia, Nami, and Robin stepped off the ship, their gazes irresistibly drawn to Hancock. It was no surprise. She was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, possessing both grace and stunning beauty. Yet, the trio held their own, their appearances rivaling Hancock's in allure. Horn, however, felt a chill at his back. With 4 women on stage, the dynamics were palpable. In front of her subjects, Hancock maintained her composure, though she could hardly conceal her excitement as she approached Horn. Mr. Horn, I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation. Please, bring your crew to the palace. We have prepared exquisite food and fine wine, Hancock stated, casting a discreet glance at the 3 women, her surprise evident at the sight of such beauty accompanying Horn. Horn nodded and addressed Vinoka, instructing him to restrain the crew and ensure they did not offend the women of Amazon Lily. Vinoka acknowledged with a nod. The group soon arrived at the palace of Amazon Lily, where a lavish banquet awaited, and they began to indulge heartily. Hancock, I have come this time to fulfill my promise. I can assist you in removing that burden, Horn whispered to Hancock. She suppressed her excitement and nodded earnestly. After the meal, as night descended into silence, Horn prepared to visit Hancock's residence. However, as he opened the door, 3 women appeared before him. What brings you 3 here? Horn inquired hesitantly. Captain, where are you headed? Lucia asked with a stern expression. Surely it isn't to meet the Empress of Amazon Lily? Nami added, her tone laced with discontent. Captain, you truly disappoint us, Robin remarked, narrowing her eyes. You misunderstand, Horn sighed, then recounted the entire situation to the 3 women. You mean that Warlord was once enslaved by the celestial dragons, who branded her with their mark. Nami exclaimed. Indeed. I am going there to help Hancock erase the celestial dragon's mark of the flying dragon, Horn explained. The three women exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, We shall accompany you. Horn, feeling helpless, could only lead the three individuals to the palace. My Lord Horn, what is the meaning of this? Hancock said, her expression dark as she gazed at the three women. Being a woman herself, and a particularly sensitive one at that, Hancock could sense the palpable hostility emanating from them. Horn managed a bitter smile as he explained the situation to Hancock, employing a remarkably tactful approach. Upon receiving Hancock's consent, the three women, along with the elder sister, Hancock's two younger siblings, remained. Hancock then proceeded to remove her garments, revealing her smooth back, a sight that could drive any woman to madness. However, the singular blemish was the deep scar etched upon her skin, marring her beauty entirely, causing all who beheld it to involuntarily furrow their brows. You must endure this. Horn whispered softly. Hancock bit her lip and nodded in acknowledgement. Horn took a deep breath, expelling all distractions from his mind. A surge of dark energy began to swell within him as he placed his hand upon Hancock's back. Slowly, the malevolent essence began to erase the hoofprints, a process that unfolded with great length. When the pain became unbearable, Hancock could not help but cry out. Horn quickly regulated his breath, calming the tumult within, dispelling any malevolent thoughts, and focused intently on erasing the celestial dragon's hoofprint step by step. After a considerable time, he exhaled, releasing his grip. Before the onlookers lay a patch of frosty, translucent skin, the celestial dragon's mark completely eradicated. Sister. Hancock's two younger sisters exclaimed with excitement, rushing forth eagerly. Is it truly gone? Hancock asked, her voice trembling. The two swiftly held a mirror to Hancock's back, exclaiming, Sister, it's really gone. There isn't a trace left. Hancock was instantly overwhelmed with joy. The hoofprint had been a source of her distress for so long, a lingering cause of her insecurity. Now that it was finally removed, how could she not be elated? Lord Horn, I am immensely grateful to you. I can scarcely express my gratitude, Hancock said, her tone wavering with emotion. Horn maintained a smile, yet pondered whether, in the absence of Robin and her companions, Hancock might have offered herself in gratitude. Alas, such sinful thoughts were mere fantasies unworthy of consideration. Regarding the removal of the dragon hoofprints from your two sisters, let us proceed in the next couple of days. I may not have the energy for it today, Horn stated. Of course, your rest is paramount. We can accommodate you at any time, the two responded eagerly, their hopes significantly bolstered by Hancock's healing. Then, for now, I shall take my leave, Horn said, departing with the three women. Hancock, you haven't developed feelings for that young man, have you? Granny Ja's tone was serious. My affairs do not require your oversight, Hancock retorted, regaining her commanding demeanor as soon as Horn and the others departed, lifting her chin with pride. Though that individual is quite commendable, you bear the future of a nation upon your shoulders. Every decision must be carefully considered, Granny Ja advised earnestly. I am aware, Hancock replied coolly, though her gaze remained wistfully fixed on the direction Horn had departed. Alas, am I destined to falter? Granny Ja lamented. On the second and third days, Horn completed the treatments for Hancock's two sisters, and the trio of sisters expressed their profound gratitude to him. Horn and his companions lingered on Snake Princess Island for several more days. One day, a female warrior from Snake Princess Island rushed into the palace to report, Lady Hancock. The Navy has sent envoys. The Navy? Horn exchanged glances with Hancock. Hancock, go. This likely signals an impending war, as the Navy comes to summon the 7 warlords. Horn remarked. Hancock nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, please inquire which of the 7 warlords have yet to proceed to Marineford, Horn instructed. Hancock assented. Off the coast of Snake Princess Island, a large naval warship lay anchored. The one who came to deliver the summons to Hancock was Vice Admiral Dalmesia from the Navy headquarters, who had previously engaged in battle with Horn. Hancock's vessel approached the naval ship. Is that the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock? So exquisite. I feel as though my heart has been struck by a sweet blow. Dalmesia furrowed his brow and barked. Silence. Do not be beguiled by her beauty. Some individuals are not meant for your gaze. Naval forces? What business do you have on my territory? Hancock declared, lifting her chin defiantly. Boa Hancock, by the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I have come to summon you to Marineford. You are to arrive within 3 days, Dalmesia stated, simultaneously shooting himself in the arm with a gun, using the pain to resist the allure of Hancock's beauty. I understand, Navy. May I inquire which of the 7 warlords has yet to arrive at Marineford? Hancock asked. Aside from you, only Gecko Moria has not yet made his way to Marineford, Dalmesia replied. I comprehend. 3 days hence, once I have prepared, I shall proceed to Marineford. Hancock stated. Dalmesia nodded and said, Then I shall wait here for you. Hancock then instructed her ship to retreat. Upon arriving at the palace, Hancock relayed the news to Horn. Gecko Moria, you say? In that case, you have become my target. Horn's eyes gleamed with determination. My lord, if you intend to depart, you must navigate towards the southeast. Other routes are likely to encounter the Navy, Hancock cautioned. I understand. We shall evade the Navy. Hancock, I bid you farewell, Horn said as he took his leave with his companions. One evening, the Griffin set sail with the group, leaving Amazon Lily behind. Their destination, the Devil's Triangle, Gecko Moria. After all, upon your arrival at Marineford, you would surely face execution at the hands of the Navy. Why not submit to me and join my ranks? Horn muttered to himself. The Devil's Triangle, the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, who had yet to make his way to Marineford. The vice admiral sent to retrieve him was still waiting. On this day, the Griffin sailed into the Devil's Triangle, guided by the skilled navigator Nami. The crew approached Moria's domain, an enormous ship resembling an island. This place was eerie and truly unsettling. Nami frowned as she remarked. What can you expect from a recluse's abode? Horn chuckled. Gecko Moria is undoubtedly a quintessential shut-in, spending his days on this island studying human anatomy, dreaming of gaining power through the corpses of others. Horn was at a loss, noting the similarities between Moria and Crocodile, one obsessed with ancient weapons, the other with corpses. Both quintessential recluses. Within a gloomy castle, Gecko Moria sat in discontent, surrounded by his downcast subordinates. The reason for their gloom was clear. A pirate crew known as the Straw Hat Pirates had recently invaded, and the esteemed warlord had been defeated by a band of newcomers. Master Moria, the naval headquarters reinforcements are waiting for us offshore. Should we prepare to follow them into Marineford? Moria's loyal subordinate Absalom ventured cautiously. Moria lifted his gaze, replying, Let us prepare. That cursed Straw Hat Pirates. If I encounter them on the battlefield, I shall rend them to pieces. Moria reflected on his misfortunes, recalling his early days as a supernova entering the New World, believing he would carve out a name for himself. Yet, he had foolishly challenged the Emperor Kaido, failing miserably and nearly losing his life in the process. Arriving in the Devil's Triangle, he had intended to focus on his research, to study corpses. But just as success seemed within reach and thoughts of revenge flickered, a group of unknown rookie pirates had arrived, delivering him a thorough beating. It was truly a tale of woe without words. Master Moria, there's a new discovery. Another subordinate, the ghost Princess Perona, approached, holding an umbrella. What discovery? Moria, slightly intoxicated, inquired. A group of pirates has landed, Perona announced. What pirates? Moria groaned, now irritated at the mere mention of pirates. The notorious pirate with a bounty of 900 million, the Purple Demon Horn. What? The Purple Demon Horn. How could he possibly be here? Moria's mood soured further, his anger boiling. As a distinguished warlord of the sea, how could he allow himself to be so easily intimidated? Master Moria, they are approaching us. What shall we do? Perona inquired, her nerves slightly frayed. After all, they were dealing with a bounty of 900 million, a pirate of immense notoriety, a figure of significant rank within a Yonko-level crew. Though Moria belonged to the warlords of the sea, confronting such a formidable adversary, especially one recently defeated, seemed a daunting challenge. I shall demonstrate my prowess. The warlords are not to be trifled with. Moria's sharp voice echoed as he maneuvered his corpulent form onto the castle balcony. My soldiers, arise. With a sweeping gesture, Moria summoned the scant number of his zombie soldiers from the earth. Eliminate the Purple Demon Horn, he commanded, directing his undead legion towards Horn and his companions. Prepare for battle. The zombie legion of Moonlight Moria approaches, Horn proclaimed loudly. Zombies. Some of the girls expressed trepidation, yet upon seeing Horn's resolute figure, they regained their composure. To the crew, Horn was nearly omnipotent. There was little he could not accomplish. Captain, allow me to handle this. These petty minions are not worthy of your effort, rumbled the towering giant, Saladin. Then it is entrusted to you, giant? Moria exclaimed with delight, his gaze fixed on Saladin. Ha ha ha, fortune smiles upon me. Though the giant Oz has fallen, slaying you will grant me another giant zombie soldier. How splendid. Moria cackled maniacally. Perona, standing nearby, felt an urge to caution him. After all, this was a subordinate of a 900 million bounty pirate. Was defeating him truly so simple? Furthermore, would anyone permit him to transform such a warrior into a zombie soldier? Shadow Spear. Long spears formed from shadows erupted from the ground. An assault that was nearly impossible to evade. Just as a shadow spear was about to pierce Saladin from below, Horn flashed into action, slicing through the spear and shattering it instantly. Saladin, be wary of ambushes, Horn warned. Upon noticing the shadow beneath his feet, Saladin realized the impending danger. Damn Moria, you shall pay for this. He roared in fury, raising his spiked club and sweeping it mercilessly through the ranks of zombie soldiers, decimating their numbers in an instant. Curse it, my subordinates. Moria lamented, heartache evident in his tone. These were the soldiers he had painstakingly amassed, and now they were diminished so drastically. Saladin advanced step by step towards Moria's castle. Left with no options, Moria gritted his teeth and made a swift decision. The earlier encounter with the Straw Hat Pirates had ravaged his forces, particularly the loss of the formidable Oz and the dragon-slaying samurai. Ryuma, such elite fighters were irreplaceable. And Moria's own strength was insufficient, relying primarily on his zombies for combat prowess. Come forth, sea-splitting samurai, Shintai? With the summoning of Moria, a towering zombie, over 2 meters tall, materialized before the onlookers, clad in a traditional kimono and wielding a formidable white blade. Purple Demon Hone. Allow me to showcase the might of the ancient warrior from the land of harmony. Jinta, Moria proclaimed, brimming with confidence in his subordinate. Another warrior from the land of harmony? Apart from Ryoma, you actually have another trump card, Hone remarked, somewhat astonished. Go, Jinta. Sever the head of this ignorant wretch. Moria commanded with a grand gesture, prompting Jinta to charge forth. Saladin, leave this battle to me. You all stay back, Hone instructed. Aye, Captain. Horn has drawn forth the great evil king. Until now, he has yet to engage in combat with the people of Wano, a nation renowned for its exceptional swordsmanship in the New World. However, due to its isolationist policies, it has lacked the opportunity for interaction with the outside world. Horn had long desired to meet the warriors of the Kingdom of He, eager to assess their true prowess. With a swift motion, Horn unleashed a powerful strike with the great evil king, the blade slicing through the air, producing a cacophony of sound as the sword energy surged toward Shintai. Merely a trivial skill, Shintai retorted, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. His white great sword radiated a brilliant light before he unleashed a horizontal slash. The sword energy soaring skyward like a roaring dragon. Boom. The two forces of sword energy collided, reminiscent of two meteors crashing together, creating a whirlwind of air that surged hundreds of meters in all directions. In an instant, Xuantai's figure flickered and appeared directly above Horn, his white sword descending with ferocity upon him. Untraceable cloud slash. Horn's great evil king met the attack head-on, the sword energy ethereal and elusive, making its trajectory nearly impossible to discern. As it advanced, Horn's strike narrowly evaded Xuantai's assault, resulting in a tremendous clash that sent white energy spiraling upward. Yet it encountered an unyielding force akin to a colossal mountain, halting its progress. On the other side, Horn's cloud sword energy reached Shintai, who faltered for a moment, hastily attempting to retaliate. However, the might of the untraceable cloud slash exceeded his expectations. His hand trembled uncontrollably, and a gash appeared in his palm. The bandages wrapped around him tearing apart, exposing grievous wounds. Break! Shintai bellowed, channeling a surge of new power into his white sword, which violently shredded the cloud sword energy, dissipating it into nothingness. Meanwhile, Horn had already obliterated Xuantai's sword energy as well. This level of strike pales in comparison to Longma. If you are to be called a sea-cleaving warrior, let me witness how you split such vast waters. Horn declared boldly. Foolish child, do not compare me to that insipid Longma. He is unworthy. What is so remarkable about slaying dragons? The true terror lies in the power to cleave the sea. Shintai retorted with conviction. Whale shark slash. Shintai roared, his white sword slicing through the air, unleashing a tempest of sword energy capable of shattering all obstacles in its path. Charging towards Horn with unrivaled ferocity. Cloud shadow slash. The great evil king responded in kind, unleashing dozens of strikes in an instant. creating flickering phantoms that rendered it impossible to discern the real from the illusion. Chapter 127. Some reflections as I pen these thoughts. The reception has not been particularly favorable, and various comments have emerged. I find myself somewhat helpless in response to the reader's critiques. If I portray the protagonist as too powerful, I'm told he resembles a typical overpowered character. Yet if he appears weak, I receive complaints about his inadequacy. All I wish to convey is that I write according to my own vision, and I will continue on my established path. I hope for your continued support. Chapter 128. The choice Xuantai's strikes were direct and brutal, tearing through the cloud shadows before colliding with the genuine cloud shadow slash. Sizzle. The sound of sword energy clashing reverberated through the air, as the ethereal sword aura of Yunying was unexpectedly overpowered by Xuantai's fierce strike, which surged menacingly towards Hoenn. Intriguingly, the four emotions converged into one. Faced with the oncoming sword energy, Hoenn unleashed the sole defensive move from the Evil King's 10 calamities. The blow collided violently with the formidable Evil King, whose unparalleled malevolence erupted instantaneously, suppressing the sword energy contained within that strike. Chaotic evil rise. Hoenn bellowed, and the sword energy erupted with fervor, causing the air to reverse course, the sword energy turning back upon itself, rendering Xuantai's strike intangible under the force of its own recoil. The sword energy sliced through the air, aiming directly at Xuantai. Qianlong wail slash. Xuantai, infuriated, could hardly fathom that his strike had been thwarted by a mere youth, a profound humiliation indeed. This strike encapsulated Xuantai's sword intent, powerful enough to cleave a small mountain in two. Thunderous skies, Hoenn proclaimed, and in an instant, lightning cascaded from the dim heavens. Countless arcs shimmering as they reached skyward and plunged into the abyssal depths, transforming the entire realm into a stage of thunder and lightning. Under this assault, it seemed no one could survive. What terrifying power is this? Moria's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the cataclysmic scene before him, a spectacle so dreadfully awe-inspiring. Xuantai was equally shocked, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The power of thunder. How could he wield such might? Xuantai murmured to himself, as his Qianlong wail slash appeared utterly insignificant in the face of this thunderous sword intent. As anticipated, the Qianlong wail slash was effortlessly torn to shreds by the lightning, which surged menacingly towards Xuantai. Damn it, what of the thunder? Even the sea can be split asunder. Why should I fear this mere lightning? He struck. A dazzling brilliance erupted from the white blade as Xuantai met the lightning head-on. Boom. The thunder and sword energy collided ferociously. Countless arcs of electricity scattering as the sword energy was forced back, Xuantai's face paling under the illumination of the white arcs. Break for me. A torrent of savage power surged into the white blade, and Xuantai roared, the sword energy rising like a tsunami, instantly rending the lightning asunder. The sword energy crashing towards Hoenn like a furious dragon. Come on. Hoenn laughed heartily, as a purple aura enveloped his left hand silently, his joints cracking with power coalescing in his fist, before he unleashed a punch. The ferocious punch erupted like a roaring beast, rumbling forth. And the collision of fist and sword energy created a tempest of waves, fracturing the very fabric of space with spiderweb-like cracks. As two individuals exerted their might simultaneously, a torrent of ferocious energy surged forth with reckless abandon. However, the sword aura fell slightly short. With a resounding crash, the force of a punch struck Xuantai's battered body. Like a kite severed from its string, Xuantai was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. How could this be? Xuantai was one of the most formidable warriors of his era in the kingdom of Ji. Even if I cannot fully replicate his strength, I should not be vanquished by this horn, Moria thought, disbelief etched in his eyes. Two of the three formidable powers he relied upon had already fallen to the Straw Hat Pirates, and now it seemed the last one was on the verge of defeat as well. Impossible. I refuse to be defeated by you. Xuantai rose once more, gripping his white chopping knife tightly. His body trembled incessantly, yet he felt no pain. With this ultimate strike, you will have truly defeated me, Xuantai declared through gritted teeth. Then come and try, Horn replied coolly. The ultimate technique, sea-splitting slash. Xuantai roared, his aura escalating step by step, ultimately reaching a height that commanded reverence. At that moment, a spectral warrior appeared behind him. With a single sweep of his white chopping knife, the sword aura effortlessly cleaved the earth as though slicing through tofu. Heading straight for Horn, the 10th calamity of the Evil King, the evil that dominates the world, all things return to nullity. as this blow was unleashed. An overwhelming stench of decay instantly enveloped the entire space. It was not the decay of flesh and bone, but rather that of the entire cosmos. What was terrifying was the chilling, despairing, and hollow essence contained within this aura. The unparalleled evil sword aura collided with the sea-splitting warrior's sword aura, sending visible ripples radiating outward. The ground beneath them shattered under the immense pressure, countless fissures spreading across the earth as it trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. Under the relentless onslaught of this decay-laden aura, the sea-splitting sword aura was utterly consumed, leaving nothing behind. The evil sword aura struck Xiantai squarely in the chest. His body melted away like spring snow, yet a smile graced his face, a smile of having finally found his true home. At last, the sea-splitting warrior, Xiantai, has fallen. As the endless aura was breached, Horn surged forth from its grasp, appearing before Moria in an instant. Moonlight. Moria, accept your judgment. Horn delivered a punch to Moria's chest, and before the astonishment could fade from Moria's face, he was met with a devastating blow, his corpulent form hurtling backward to collide with the wall, shattering it to pieces. Moria, will you submit or perish? Choose one, Horn declared, placing his foot upon Moria, who was pinned down, unable to move an inch. Dark Sorcerer Horn, I bear you no grudge, no animosity. Why do you come here to target me? Moria spoke in confusion. For no particular reason, Moria, you are preparing to head to Marineford to partake in that war, are you not? I must inform you, if you venture to the Navy headquarters, it will be a dead end. The Navy has already set its sights on you, a relatively weak warlord of the sea. Do you truly believe you can survive in their grasp? Horn did not conceal his disdain. Moria fell silent. Where did you acquire this information? He inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. Do not concern yourself with my sources. I possess my own channels of information. If you are willing to forsake your life, then by all means. Test your fate at the Navy headquarters. Moria fell silent once more. Was he afraid of death? Certainly, he was. It was precisely this fear that had prevented him from challenging Kaido without certainty of victory. Submit to me, and I shall empower you to challenge Kaido once more. And this time, you shall not fail. Horn's voice exuded an alluring temptation. Chapter 129. The approach of war. If Horn's earlier words had already instilled a degree of hesitation in Moria, this declaration completely stirred his heart. Moria glanced at Horn. At merely 20 years of age, Horn was undoubtedly one of the youngest top-tier powerhouses across these seas. To submit to such a future sovereign did not seem an unwise choice. Very well, I accept. However, should you fail to demonstrate sufficient strength in the future, I reserve the right to depart at any moment, Moria contemplated aloud. I understand. We are both making choices regarding one another. Horn released his grip on the foot. What transpired next was rather straightforward. Moria concluded the ceremony of submission to Horn within the castle, thereby marking the Terror Trio pirate crew as the inaugural pirate crew under the auspices of the Wind and Cloud pirate crew. You shall not regret the choice you have made today. I shall demonstrate how astute your decision to align with me truly is, Horn declared. I sincerely hope so. It is no simple task to solidify my resolve, Moria replied. Allow me to handle that warship outside, Horn suggested. Moria nodded, acknowledging that he would not return to Marineford. Thus, the existence of that warship had become redundant. Several minutes later, the warship sank amidst the despairing cries of the Navy soldiers. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku addressed his aide. How many of the 7 warlords have arrived? The Night Demon Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, and the Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma are present. However, Moonlight Moria has yet to arrive, while the Sea Knight Jinbe is currently at Impel Down, and Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, is deceased, the aide responded. Moonlight Moria, why has he not yet arrived? Sengoku expressed his dissatisfaction. Fleet Admiral, we have received news. A naval messenger rushed in. What is it? Speak slowly, Sengoku said, his expression darkening. The messenger gathered his thoughts and reported. Moonlight Moria has been defeated by the Purple Demon Horn, and the liaison warship we dispatched has also been annihilated. It seems Moonlight Moria will not be coming after all. What? Sengoku immediately rose, exclaiming in anger, this Purple Demon Horn, why is he everywhere? Sir, what shall we do now? There's no time to waste. The 5 warlords and the 3 admirals are sufficient to confront Whitebeard. Are Garp and Tsuru prepared? Sengoku inquired. Vice Admiral Garp has just returned from Impel Down. The aide hesitated to reply. This old man Garp is still a source of concern at his age, Sengoku sighed. As an old comrade of Garp, he understood well the profound feelings Garp held for Ace. After all, Ace was the sole offspring entrusted to him by Roger, and Garp regarded Ace as his own grandson. Now, that grandson was to be sentenced to death in the very place Garp had dedicated his life to serving. One can only imagine the turmoil in his heart. Gather everyone. War is about to commence. In the Devil's Triangle Sea, after Horn and Moria had completed the ceremony, he prepared to depart with his crew to a location that could undeniably influence the tides of war. Horn, a voice resonated in Horn's ear. He turned to find it was Enel speaking. What is it? The enigmatic deity, Horn, cast a teasing glance toward Enel. Upon hearing this title, Enel's face flushed crimson. The once mighty god had suffered a disheartening defeat at Horn's hands. As he journeyed alongside Horn, he had witnessed the latter's formidable prowess, causing a shift in his own mindset. I can fight the seas for you, Enel declared through gritted teeth. Uttering such a statement required considerable resolve. However, you must empower me. I wish to accompany you and confront the formidable adversary step by step. Horn was taken aback. He had thought that Enel would never submit to him. Yet today, he unexpectedly uttered such words. You are the mightiest user of a natural-type fruit. Becoming stronger is an effortless endeavor. Will you join our stormy pirate crew and vow to protect your comrades and confront formidable foes in the days to come? Horn stated with gravity. Comrades. Enel felt a moment of disorientation. This term had once seemed so distant to him, having been discriminated against by the Sky Island inhabitants since childhood. He had never known companionship. Could it be that he could finally possess comrades today? I will protect all my comrades. I will integrate into the group, Enel declared with unwavering resolve. Very well, then. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the stormy pirate crew. A smile broke across Horn's face. He had gained another formidable ally, a user of the Rumble Rumble fruit. Had it not been for his inability to consume the Rumble Rumble fruit himself, Horn might have been tempted. Brothers, let me introduce our new crew member, the Thunder God Enel. To celebrate, let us hold a feast, Horn proclaimed loudly. Cheers. The crew erupted in joyous exclamations. God, you can truly drink, Saladin remarked, gathering a few comrades from the fur tribe around Enel, incessantly pouring him drink after drink, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. After Enel let out a drunken belch, his once pale complexion had turned a vivid shade of crimson. His tolerance for alcohol was quite poor, yet he defiantly proclaimed, I am not drunk. I can still drink. Very well, there's plenty of liquor to go around, Saladin retorted with a sly smile. Though he was not as powerful as Enel, it was still gratifying to best him in drinking prowess. Before long, Enel had succumbed to intoxication, sprawled across the deck. Muttering incessantly, I can still drink. I am a god, and no one can rival my capacity for alcohol. Horn gazed at the man in disbelief. It was evident that he had no aptitude for drinking, yet he insisted on putting on a brave front. Horn instructed two individuals to carry Enel into the cabin. As the time drew near, the war above was on the brink of eruption. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, 100,000 elite naval forces from all corners of the world had gathered, poised to confront their adversaries, 43 pirate crews under the command of the formidable Whitebeard from the New World. This pirate fleet was about to arrive, ready to engage in an unprecedented clash with the Navy. Upon the elevated platform, 3 admirals donned in naval uniforms took their seats. The arrival of these 3 distinguished figures, representing the Navy's might, significantly bolstered the morale of the naval soldiers. With 3 admirals present, it was believed that opposing Whitebeard would be a feasible endeavor. In a shadowy corner beneath the execution platform, Ace and Garp stood facing each other, both enveloped in silence. Garp, hurry up and say what you need to say. Sengoku's voice resonated through the den mushi. Chapter 130. The war begins. Old man, let me go up, Ace declared. Ace, you rascal. Why do you refuse to heed my words? Wouldn't it be better for you to be a Navy instead of a pirate? Garp retorted, filled with exasperation. Here you go again, old man. Whether pirate or Navy, everyone faces death eventually. What I regret most is not being able to see Dad become the Pirate King. Ace responded. The Pirate King, the title holds such significance for you. What has Whitebeard given you to inspire such loyalty? Fatherly love. He has provided me with care that no one else ever has. Garp found himself at a loss for words. Old man, remember to have Luffy come pay his respects to me later. He is my brother. Ace stood up and ascended the execution platform alongside the 2 executioners. Ace, Garp growled, tears welling in his eyes. Roger, I'm sorry. I failed to fulfill my promise to you. As Ace was led onto the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku seized the Den Mushi, preparing to address the world. This pirate, Portgas D. Ace, carries the most wretched bloodline. For he is the son of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger? Sengoku proclaimed loudly. Indeed, the moment these words left his lips, not only did the crowd in Marineford gasp, but the entire world was left in shock. The news that Fire Fist Ace was the son of Pirate King Roger was monumental. One must hurry back to inform the captain. As the bloodline of the Pirate King, this individual must surely be ruthless. What purpose does such scum serve remaining in this world? Execute him at once. I am Whitebeard's son. Roger is not my father. Only Whitebeard is my true father. Ace bellowed at Sengoku, who wore a serious expression and stated, Fire Fist Ace, whether you acknowledge it or not, you are indeed the son of Roger. Ace lowered his head, anguish etched across his face. At that moment, a fleet of ships appeared on the outskirts of Marineford. They have arrived, the pirate fleet under Whitebeard. Has Whitebeard finally come? Sengoku's gaze turned icy. Just as everyone assumed that Whitebeard was among those vessels, a tumultuous wave surged in the central waters of Marineford, revealing 3 enormous ships. It was the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. As the 3 ships emerged, an imposing figure appeared at the bow. It was Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, making his grand entrance. Whitebeard's renown in the New World was so vast that it was known to all, overshadowing even the prestige of the Navy. Many nations directly benefited from the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard thrust his naginata into the deck of the ship, crossed his arms, and struck his colossal fists downwards with immense force. Instantly, a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the surrounding space, and the previously tranquil sea erupted into towering waves, surging towards the Navy's position. The power of the tremor fruit is indeed terrifying, Sengoku remarked gravely. He glanced towards the positions of the 3 admirals. Admiral Akiji leaped from his seat, unleashing 2 chilling ice pillars that shot into the waves, invoking the Ice Age. In an instant, the waves were rapidly frozen, forming colossal walls of ice. The might of Admiral Akiji. The waves were contained. The Navy exhaled in relief. Akiji, the ice demon. Whitebeard's face revealed a hint of disdain. Ice blocks. 2 ice spears. Akiji appeared before Whitebeard in an instant, thrusting 2 ice spears towards him with ferocity. Get away from me. Whitebeard countered with a punch, creating a resounding shockwave that shattered the surrounding space, instantly obliterating the 2 ice spears. Just as the fierce battle was on the verge of erupting, one of the 3 major strongholds of the world government, Impel Down, welcomed a group of unexpected visitors. Captain, this is Impel Down. Are we really going to storm in? Saladin swallowed hard, pondering the gravity of the situation. After all, this was a prison that held countless notorious criminals. Could they truly breach Impel Down with their strength? Saladin, 2 years ago when we attacked Judicial Island, you held the same view, yet we ultimately overcame it. Van Oka remarked. Do not underestimate it. The forces and combat capabilities of Impel Down far exceed those of Judicial Island, Horn cautioned. Indeed, the Griffin gradually approached Impel Down. Pirates were closing in, preparing for battle. Upon sighting the Griffin, the defenders of Impel Down were instantly alarmed, swiftly readying themselves for combat. It was the Stormy Seas pirate crew, the notorious band led by the infamous purple demon, Horn, with a bounty of 900 million. Immediately, they notified Vice Warden Hannibal, declaring that pirates were attacking. This man was astute, aware that Magellan was currently incapacitated and could not be alerted. Soon, the rotund Hannibal arrived at the surface of the sea. Vice Warden, what shall we do now? He was asked. We hold our ground and wait for Warden Magellan to emerge from the restroom, Hannibal replied resignedly. Magellan's recurrent issue was a source of exasperation, particularly at such a critical moment. The Griffin advanced swiftly, with Horn standing at the bow, drawing his great sword. Fire! Fire! Block their advance! Hannibal commanded loudly. All cannons surrounding Impel Down were aimed at the Griffin, and then the thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted, sending a barrage of shells hurtling toward the Griffin. These trivial things cannot possibly hinder us, Saladin bellowed, raising his immense shield, which acted as a colossal barrier, effectively deflecting the incoming projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The shells detonated continuously, yet failed to inflict any harm upon them. Next, it was time for Enel to take action. God, it is now your turn. The crew cheered, fully aware of Enel's formidable powers as a user of the Rumble fruit. enough to send those foes reeling. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon, Enel shouted, conjuring an enormous dragon of lightning that roared, shaking the very heavens, and surged towards the fortifications of Impel Down. A Logia user. Hannibal gasped in horror. The Thunder Dragon indisputably struck the defenses, obliterating numerous cannons, and causing significant casualties among the Marines and guards. This single blow was akin to an apocalyptic force. Chapter 131, Impel Down. The maritime section of Impel Down was instantly devastated, suffering catastrophic destruction. Taking advantage of the moment, Horn and his companions ascended to Impel Down. You remain here and ensure the safety of the Griffin. Horn instructed Enel earnestly. Leave me behind. How dreadfully dull. Enel grimaced in response. Just do as you're told. No need for all this chatter, Nami declared, delivering a firm punch to his head. Understood, Captain. Enel replied while rubbing his aching skull. You dare to intrude upon Impel Down? The world government will stop at nothing to eradicate you. Hannibal warned sternly. I have already ventured to the holy land of Mariawa. What place is beyond my reach? Horn retorted with a mocking tone. Hannibal found himself momentarily speechless, unable to muster a reply. Faced with such a ruthless pirate who would dare to slay celestial dragons, who could he possibly fear? Injured from Enel's earlier strike, Hannibal was left powerless to impede Horn's advance. Horn cleaved a path, directly charging into Advance City. Hurry up, or it will be dire when Director Magellan emerges. Horn exclaimed to the crowd, his apprehension regarding Magellan's poisonous devil fruit abilities palpable. Thus, they hastened their pace. Moreover, a thought lingered unspoken in his mind. Blackbeard and his crew would likely arrive as well. If Magellan were to encounter Blackbeard's group, it would be fortuitous, entrusting the most formidable adversary to the one he loathed most. There could be no better outcome. Horn, with unyielding determination, advanced into the depths of the first level, the Crimson Lotus prison. A throng of guards surged towards him and his companions. Open fire. Halt their advance, bellowed the leader. A barrage of gunfire erupted towards Horn and his allies, yet under the protection of their armament, it proved utterly ineffective. With a swift motion, Horn cleaved through the opposition, ruthlessly dispatching those before him. In that moment, the imprisoned pirates caught sight of Horn and his comrades. Brother, take me with you. I possess a treasure map. Release me. If you take me out, I shall assist you. Horn removed the keys from the warden's possession and tossed one to the pirates, who eagerly unlocked the shackles binding them. Subsequently, they flung open the prison doors and surged forth in a tumultuous wave. Let chaos reign, Horn proclaimed loudly. The pirates erupted in frenzied cheers, seizing the weapons strewn across the ground as they charged into the fray. In the midst of the crowd, Horn spotted a sneaky individual, Captain Buggy. Ah, you are here too, Horn exclaimed as he seized Buggy. What do you want, young man? I am the illustrious Captain Buggy. Red-haired Shanks is my sworn brother, Buggy retorted, his bravado masking his trepidation. Captain Buggy, why the urgency? I have a proposition for you. Would you desire an opportunity to achieve fame and fortune? If you lead these individuals in a grand upheaval at Impel Down, your reputation will soar to unprecedented heights. Horn's words were imbued with an enticing allure. Young man, I am not foolish. Do you think I would easily trust such meager promises? Buggy scoffed disdainfully. Captain Buggy, the inmates at Impel Down are notorious criminals. If you could rally them to your cause, imagine the strength your Buggy pirates would gain. Do you not yearn to grow more powerful? Shanks has ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors. Horn pressed on. Buggy's breath quickened as Horn's words struck a chord deep within him. If that fellow Shanks could become one of the 4 emperors, why couldn't he, Buggy? As a crewmate of the Pirate King, surely he could achieve greatness as well. Eagerly, Buggy broke free from Horn's grip and plunged into the throng, stirring excitement among the crowd. Horn chuckled silently, recognizing that this fellow was indeed a natural at self-promotion. Horn and his companions ascended to the 2nd level, the Inferno of Beasts. Upon their arrival, the guards commanded a throng of ferocious creatures to advance, including chicken-faced serpents and lion-headed beasts, encircling Horn and his party. Captain, let us engage, called out Van, as Oka raised his sniper rifle. Saladin also readied himself for battle, joined by several members of the Fur tribe, all prepared for the impending conflict. At that moment, a colossal lion-headed creature approached, and a smile crept upon Horn's lips. The situation appeared easily resolvable. If they could vanquish this beast, known as the Sphinx, the remaining creatures would surely scatter in terror. Horn raised the great Demon King, no longer restraining the formidable aura that enveloped him. The raging demonic energy billowed forth like a dense fog, instantly saturating the entire expanse. "Beast, receive my blade," Horn roared. As the demonic energy abruptly coalesced, he leapt into the air, striking down upon the Sphinx with a singular, powerful blow. A flicker of trepidation crossed the anthropomorphic visage of the Sphinx, yet it resolutely met Horn's sword energy with its claws. The outcome was indisputable. The Sphinx's claws were severed with ease, as if slicing through mere tofu, leaving it unable to emit even a cry of anguish. With a belated realization of its plight, the Sphinx let out an anguished roar, which served as a signal for assistance. The other man-faced lions swiftly positioned themselves protectively in front of the Sphinx. "Ignorant creatures, today shall mark your end," Horn declared without hesitation, delivering a sweeping strike that sent violet demonic energy soaring into the heavens. The man-faced lions were violently hurled away by this overwhelming sword energy, leaving a grim layer of corpses strewn across the ground. The Sphinx, clutching its injured claws, emitted an enraged roar towards Horn, attempting to mask its fear. "Long and ugly, weak in power. Keeping you as a pet would be a disgrace," Horn scoffed, his sword energy surging skyward as a massive lion's head tumbled to the ground. Witnessing the demise of their strongest, the other beasts, now bereft of courage, scattered in disarray. "Captain, there you go again. Will you not grant me the chance to strike?" Van Oka complained, visibly dissatisfied. Horn chuckled lightly and remarked that there would be another opportunity next time, noting that there were still several layers to go through, urging patience. He then proceeded to open the second layer of the prison, calling out loudly for Captain Bucky, who would ensure their safe departure. The pirates erupted in cheers. The sensation of regaining their freedom was utterly exhilarating, particularly the thrill of escaping from the world's largest prison. It was truly a euphoric experience. Horn, accompanied by his companions, arrived at the third level, the Hunger Hell. This place housed criminals of the 50 million bounty caliber, perpetually trapped in a state of starvation due to the scorching heat wafting from the fourth level, the blazing hell. The inmates were in a half-alive state. Chapter 132. Magellan. Upon entering the Hunger Hell, the previously lethargic prisoners instantly regained their vitality. "Brother, take me out, and I shall give you everything. Let me out, or I swear I'll end you. Hurry and free me, or I shall starve to death." The cacophony of voices echoed relentlessly, yet Horn paid them no heed. The chaos caused by the pirates from the previous two levels was already sufficient to disrupt the guards, and he was uncertain whether he could maintain control over the inmates of this level. Thus, he had no intention of releasing them. However, Horn soon spotted a familiar face. "Fong, Cly, what brings you here?" Horn inquired, puzzled as to why Fong had not escaped the clutches of the Navy, despite having previously set him free. "After our separation, I was captured by a patrolling Navy unit," Fong Cly replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment over his misfortune. "Come with me," Horn said as he opened the prison door. "Haha, I'm finally getting out. Let me go first. Let me out first." Before Fong Cly could step out, a throng of pirates surged forward, clamoring to escape. Horn's expression hardened, his purple hockey enveloping his fist as he unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, and the foremost pirates were obliterated into a mist of blood. The remaining pirates stood frozen. "You dare obstruct my path? You must be tired of living," bellowed a burly pirate, charging at Horn. "You wretched fools, locked away for too long. It seems you know nothing of the outside world. Allow me to demonstrate the strength of a true warrior." Without further ado, Horn's joints cracked as he unleashed another purple-hued punch. The massive pirate met the blow with his own fist, only to be met with a chilling sound as his entire arm was shattered. "Ah!" The giant let out a spine-chilling scream, instantly losing an arm. The agony was unbearable. Yet, Horn showed no mercy. "No." The giant screamed in terror as Horn's fist loomed larger, crashing into his body, the sheer force obliterating his insides. The giant coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. "Lifeless. Kill him. There are so many of us. He can't withstand us." A pirate shouted, and a swarm of pirates charged at Horn. "Get away from me." Horn let out a furious roar, unleashing a formidable burst of Conqueror's hockey that rendered many pirates unconscious, leaving only Von Clea standing bewildered amidst the chaos. "Come with me," Horn commanded Von Clea. After a moment's hesitation, Von Clea followed Horn out, who then secured the prison gate before leading his party towards the fourth level, the Inferno of Heat. Upon reaching this level, Horn became acutely vigilant, for the Warden of Impel Down, Magellan, a user of the poison fruit, resided here. With a sound akin to rushing water, a tall man clad in uniform, adorned with small wings on his back, emerged weakly. Warden Magellan, you have finally made your appearance. One of the guards exclaimed impatiently. What is it? Magellan inquired, his voice tinged with fatigue, as he was, after all, a man who spent 10 hours a day in the restroom. The guards donned their gas masks, fearing the toxic fumes emitted by Magellan. Warden Magellan, intruders have breached the 4th level. Many pirates have been released and are wreaking havoc in the prison. We are nearing our breaking point. A guard reported. And Hannibal? Magellan asked. The Vice Warden has been defeated. If you do not intervene soon, Impel Down will fall. Take me there at once. Those damn pirates. Magellan seethed, involuntarily exuding waves of poison. The guards quickly shielded their vital areas. Under the guidance of the guards, Magellan surged towards the exit. Meanwhile, the pirates in the 4th level were liberated by Horn and his allies, leading to a fierce clash between them and the guards. On the Marineford side, Sengoku stood atop the execution platform when a call came through. Admiral Sengoku, the pirate Horn and his crew have invaded Impel Down and have reached the 4th level. Many pirates have been freed, and Warden Magellan is trying to manage the situation. We require support. What? Impel Down has been breached. That cursed purple demon Horn again. Sengoku cursed under his breath. He glanced below. Men, eliminate the Marines and rescue Ace. Whitebeard bellowed, raising his naginata. The pirates erupted in fervent cheers, leaping from their ships and charging across the ice formed by Akiji's powers, fully aware that a brutal ground battle was about to commence. Follow me, let us rescue Ace. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates led the charge, invigorating the spirits of his crew. At that moment, a dark figure emerged. Was it Dracul Mihawk? The 7 warlords of the sea, preparing to make his move? The world's greatest swordsman was not one to be trifled with. The Whitebeard pirates would surely struggle to withstand him. As they witnessed Hawkeye preparing to strike, the Navy personnel became increasingly agitated, for they desperately required a counterattack to restore their morale. I merely wished to ascertain the extent of the disparity between ourselves and the man before us. Hawkeye unsheathed his ebony blade, Knight, and with a swift motion, unleashed a devastating slash. The dazzling sword light illuminated the heavens, and the sword's energy cleaved through the ice with astonishing ease, akin to slicing through tofu. Its trajectory unwaveringly aimed at the man standing at the bow of the ship, Whitebeard. Yet, Whitebeard remained unfazed, seemingly dismissive of the impending strike. Indeed, Whitebeard had his own support. A brilliant figure materialized in an instant, positioning himself directly in front of the Moby Dick. The sword energy collided violently with this individual. With a furious roar, he exerted formidable strength, redirecting the strike upward with a powerful thrust. The sword energy soared towards the sky, causing the very atmosphere to tremble, a testament to its might. It was Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division under Whitebeard's command. Jozu, you say? Hawkeye's eyes narrowed. He had long heard of this individual being a user of the diamond fruit, boasting an astonishing defensive capability. It was surprising that even his strike could be thwarted. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates was not without justification. Chapter 133. The situation grows urgent in the 4th layer of Impel Down. Horn and his companions arrived, the sweltering heat causing beads of sweat to form on every brow. Is it not exceedingly hot? I thought the 3rd layer was unbearable, yet this 4th layer is even more oppressive, Saladin complained. As a member of the giant race, his colossal physique made him more susceptible to the heat. Soon, the sweat he produced could fill a basin for bathing. Horn, accompanied by his comrades, hastily prepared to traverse this level, not even affording the pirates a moment's respite, all in the hope of evading Magellan. However, fate often has a way of thwarting one's intentions. Just as they were about to exit the 4th level, a towering figure obstructed their path. You there? Are you the purple demon Horn? Magellan said, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, it was none other than Magellan himself. So, it appears I cannot avoid you after all. There is no choice but to engage in battle. Horn drew the great evil king. How dare you trespass into Impel Down? You shall all perish here today. Magellan's tone was chilling, his fury palpable. He was incensed that intruders had reached the 4th level, and it seemed that had he not been present, they might have proceeded directly to the 6th level. Poison cloud. Magellan immediately unleashed a noxious fog teeming with toxic properties. Quickly retreat. Do not let this poison touch you. Horn shouted to his companions. They hastily withdrew, and Horn, gritting his teeth, declared, Now, let me witness the true power of your poison fruit. Without hesitation, Horn plunged into the toxic mist. Captain, Horn, his companions exclaimed in alarm. Magellan's eyes narrowed, intrigued. It appeared Horn wished to test the poison with his own body. Magellan observed Horn with a mocking gaze. The poisonous fog invaded Horn's skin, inflicting excruciating pain that radiated to the depths of his soul. Cold sweat beaded on Horn's brow, and he felt as though his teeth might shatter from the strain. Reaching his limit, Horn realized that if he persevered any longer, his very organs would succumb to the poison. Suddenly, a swirling purple mist began to rise. This was demonic energy, emanating from the darkest, most decayed realms. As the toxic fog clashed with the demonic aura, it was devoured as if confronted by a natural enemy. With the demonic energy billowing forth like a dark cloud relentlessly advancing towards Magellan. What is happening? Magellan questioned, his expression one of uncertainty as he beheld the energy capable of consuming his poison. Do you not know my moniker, Director Magellan? I am indeed a demon. Horn's voice resonated like a summons from the depths of the abyss, imbued with a hint of enchantment that seemed to captivate the hearts of those who heard it. Yet, Magellan possessed an unwavering resolve. Horn's allure had no sway over him. You certainly surprise me, boy, but this is where it ends. Poison pufferfish, Magellan bellowed, unleashing a torrent of toxic liquid shaped like a pufferfish, sealing off all possible routes of retreat for Horn. True demon guardian, demon god, arise, Horn cried out. As the purple mist enveloped him, encasing his body in a protective layer, forming a suit of violet armor. Subsequently, a formidable demonic figure materialized behind Horn. A devil fruit user? What is the meaning of this? Magellan gazed in astonishment at the ethereal figure behind Horn and exclaimed, You dare challenge me after enduring my strike? Allow me to demonstrate the power of the demonic. Horn's voice transformed into a chilling tone, imbued with an aura of death. Humph, I have encountered many formidable foes. Even if you possess some peculiar devil fruit ability, you shall perish here today. The toxic passage. Magellan unleashed a torrent of venom, directing it toward Horn's form. The poisonous liquid sizzled as it made contact with the demon's illusion, producing a corrosive sound. Futile. Such an attack is ineffective against me. Horn's voice echoed. The demon's apparition trembled slightly before a colossal hand descended upon Magellan. Boom. The fist, enveloped in venom, resisted the demon's strike. Break. The demon roared, exerting tremendous force that surged like a tidal wave, pressing Magellan downwards. Magellan's body was driven into the ground. Damn it, get away from me, he shouted. As a plume of toxic gas spiraled upwards, coalescing into a chain of poison that ensnared the demon's massive hand. With a violent motion, he flung Horn aside, causing him to crash against the wall. The wall crumbled, and the demon bellowed in fury. You will die, ignorant wretch. Demonic breath. The demon roared, exhaling a purple mist imbued with dark, corrosive energy, enveloping Magellan. The demonic aura infiltrated his body, and for the first time, the poison fruit wielder felt the insidious nature of this energy. A groan escaped Magellan's lips, as a piercing pain surged through his mind. Get out of me, he yelled, as his body's toxic gas began to battle against the demonic energy. With a relentless outpouring of potent venom, the demonic presence was finally expelled from Magellan's being. Marineford. Admiral. Director Magellan is engaged in battle with the purple demon Horn. It appears he is struggling against his foe. We urgently require reinforcements, came the voice on the other end of the line. Has it come to this? Sengoku mused, glancing at the location of the three admirals. As the highest echelon of combat power, they could not be dispatched. They would need to confront Whitebeard later. Carp could not be sent either, as his strength rivaled that of an admiral, if not surpassing it. Thus, only the admiral candidates could be deployed. Their combat prowess was nearly on par with the admirals, making them the most suitable choice. With this realization, Sengoku dialed the phone of Vice Admiral Tsuru. Tsuru, is Peach Rabbit with you? Have her depart immediately for Impel Down. It is on the verge of being breached by pirates. The enemy is her old adversary, the purple demon Horn. Sengoku instructed. Tsuru glanced at Peach Rabbit beside her and replied, Understood. I will send her to Impel Down at once. She promptly hung up the phone. Peach Rabbit. Admiral Sengoku has ordered you to proceed to Impel Down, as it is about to be overwhelmed by the pirates. The crane addressed Guion, inquiring about which audacious pirate dared to storm Impel Down. Tontada asked, Is it the purple demon Horn? Astonished, Tontada remarked upon the recurring involvement of this notorious figure in significant events, from Judicial Island to Mariehua. I shall make haste to impel down. In Chapter 134, Fierce Battle with Magellan, the fourth level of Impel Down became the stage for an explosive clash between Horn and Magellan. Walls crumbled under the force of their confrontation, leaving many prisoners, shackled and unable to evade, to witness the devastation unfold before them. Dare to challenge my strength? Let me see just how powerful you, the mightiest of this prison, truly are. Horn bellowed, unleashing his full power. A tempest of dark energy surged forth, enveloping the entire fourth level in an oppressive aura reminiscent of an endless abyss. Divine Demon Spear. A long spear materialized in the hands of the spectral demon, swirling with ferocity before it was thrust towards Magellan, accompanied by a chilling gust. Venomous Dragon. Magellan retaliated, summoning 3 colossal dragons formed of toxic liquid, their roars echoing as purple venom dripped ominously to the ground, corroding the earth with a hissing sound. The 3 venomous dragons collided with the divine demon spear, eagerly consuming it as if it were a delectable feast. Horn's expression shifted as he unleashed a torrent of dark energy, delivering a powerful punch. The fist collided with a venomous dragon, resulting in a thunderous explosion that scattered toxic liquid everywhere. The spectral demon advanced, effortlessly closing the distance to Magellan. 2 dark dragons ensnared the demon's form like chains, but despite its efforts to break free, it was ensnared. Die! Magellan roared, as a fist formed of venom struck the demon's chest. With a sizzling sound, the demon's chest was punctured, eliciting a glimmer of satisfaction on Magellan's face. Gods are immortal, Horn replied with a sinister grin, rapidly condensing energy in his chest. Darkblade. A massive sword appeared in the demon's grasp, slicing down towards Magellan. The air crackled with intensity as it reached him in an instant. The 2 venomous dragons uncoiled from the demon's form, positioning themselves to shield Magellan. Yet, the dark blade was unforgivingly sharp, cleaving the dragons neatly in 2. The blade carved a deep gash from Magellan's neck to his abdomen, blood gushing uncontrollably. You have provoked my wrath, Magellan growled, a surge of venom coursing through him, now a vibrant crimson, far more lethal than before. Venomous Behemoth. Judgment of Hell. A colossal figure, resembling a skeletal giant made of venom, emerged, marking the unveiling of Magellan's ultimate ability. That young man is surely doomed this time. Director Magellan. Give it your all. Eliminate him. The minions clamored, for Magellan was renowned as the mightiest man in the prison. With such a move, who could possibly withstand it? Such terrifying power. The members of the pirate crew of Storm and Cloud were utterly astonished, even from 100 meters away. They could feel the formidable strength emanating from the giant of venom. Captain, you must hold your ground, they silently implored. Ha ha ha, finally, a worthy opponent. I am exceedingly exhilarated. Horn laughed heartily, showing no concern for Magellan's might. Die before me and witness the price of underestimating me. Magellan unleashed a powerful punch towards Horn, the venom exuding a potent, corrosive odor that seemed to eat away at the very air. Demonic Path unleashed. Horn gripped his longsword tightly, charging fiercely at Magellan with a savage slash. Boom. The venom erupted chaotically, yet the magical blade's momentum remained unyielding, aimed directly at Magellan's heart. Venomous Shield. A colossal shield materialized instantaneously before Magellan, absorbing the full force of the magical blade's strike without budging an inch. Venom Dragon Fist. Magellan delivered a crushing blow to the demon's abdomen, the crimson venom viciously corroding Horn's body. Horn couldn't help but furrow his brow, cold sweat pouring down his face. This venom could easily fell an elephant in an instant. The sheer terror of Magellan's strength was evident, explaining why he was entrusted with guarding Impel Down. Get away from me, Horn roared, unleashing a barrage of massive punches like a rapid-fire cannon, raining down over a dozen blows upon Magellan's chest in the blink of an eye, each strike imbued with the might to reshape mountains and fill seas. Wow. After enduring a relentless onslaught of punches, Magellan felt a wave of excruciating pain in his chest and could not help but spit forth a mouthful of crimson blood. Seeing this, the demon intensified his assault. After yet another crushing strike, Magellan could no longer withstand the assault. His body was sent flying, venom spilling everywhere, his face pale as paper as he collapsed to the ground. Quickly, go to the 6th level and release Chief Shiryu, Magellan commanded a small soldier. The soldier swallowed hard and hurried down, while the other guards positioned themselves in front of Horn. Demonic Transformation. Horn's form reappeared. Rest assured, I shall not take the life of your director. Allow us passage, and I shall spare your lives, Horn declared to the guards. The guards exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before parting to create a path. No, we cannot let them pass, Magellan shouted. Director, you are gravely injured. Let us momentarily concede. Once reinforcements arrive from headquarters, we can deal with them then. One guard whispered to Magellan. Magellan wished to respond, but the pain in his lungs made speaking a torment, and he could only shake his head in resignation. Horn would certainly not eliminate Magellan. Setting aside their antagonistic relationship, Horn greatly admired Magellan's formidable strength and his unwavering dedication. Moreover, Horn intended to retain him for dealing with Blackbeard. Encouraging a rivalry between these two individuals would indeed be the most advantageous course of action. Unimpeded, Horn and his companions ascended to the 5th level, the frigid hell. The weather here was exceptionally cold, housing notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, along with a pack of ferocious military wolves. As they entered the icy abyss, the pack lunged at them en masse. Be cautious, avoid their bites. Their bite force is terrifying, Horn shouted. Everyone nodded in agreement. Van Oka raised his sniper rifle and swiftly fired several shots, causing the heads of a few military wolves to explode like watermelons, blood splattering everywhere, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. Let us witness the strength of you beasts. A pair of brothers from the fur tribe stepped forward, their robust pelts serving as formidable armor. Chapter 135. Shiryu of the Rain advancing to the 6th level. They found themselves amidst unparalleled powerhouses. Among them was the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, who had once been imprisoned here but had ultimately escaped, marking him as the only individual in history to have broken out of Impel Down. However, with Horn's arrival, it was evident that the situation was poised for a dramatic shift. A group of guards hurriedly approached a cell door. Upon reaching it, one of the guards opened the cell. Inside was a man with a grotesque visage, the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Ring. Shiryu lifted his head, gazing at the guards with a nonchalant tone. What brings you here? What does Magellan want with me? Warden Shiryu. A band of pirates has breached Impel Down and is making their way here. Director Magellan has sustained severe injuries and hopes you can intervene to turn the tide. A guard presented him with a sinister long sword, his treasured weapon. Has Magellan been defeated? Shiryu inquired, surprised. Release my shackles. I must confront them. The guard hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided to free Shiryu from his restraints. The sensation of liberation was exhilarating. Pirates daring to assault Impel Down? How delightful. Let me meet them. Shiryu seized the guard's sword, Raijin. As Shiryu and his companions departed, the 6th level erupted into chaos. Pirates had invaded Impel Down. Who possessed such audacity? Would that pirate be able to withstand Shiryu? The criminals on the 6th level, notorious for their heinous deeds, were perpetually consumed by thoughts of escape. The news of a pirate breaching Impel Down astonished them. They recognized that their opportunity to flee had finally arrived. The guards dared not utter a word in the presence of Shiryu, the former chief warden known for his brutality, whose penchant for slaughter surpassed even that of pirates. On the 5th level, the snow was strewn with the corpses of military wolves. Hoenn exhaled deeply, yet his objective was not the 6th level, but rather the intermediate 5.5 level, where the Revolutionary Army's high-ranking officer, Ivankov, resided. Should he secure Ivankov's assistance, Hoenn would have a greater assurance of eliminating his adversaries. However, before Hoenn could access the 5.5 level, a bloodthirsty and frenzied aura descended upon him like a raging snowstorm. He turned to behold a man adorned with a pilot's cap materializing before him. Shiryu of the Rain? The future vice captain of the Blackbeard pirates. How intriguing. It seems Magellan could no longer contain him. Rumor has it that he is also a master swordsman. This operation is becoming increasingly captivating. A subtle smile graced Hoenn's lips. Stand aside. Allow me to confront this man, second only to Magellan, Hoenn declared, drawing forth the great evil king. The crowd instinctively retreated, aware that the clash between such formidable beings was beyond their intervention. Are you the pirate who infiltrated Impel Down? Shiryu inquired, narrowing his eyes. Isn't it evident? Hoenn replied with an air of calm. The fact that even Magellan could not impede you piques my interest. I am eager to see who among us will emerge victorious. Then let us see, Shiryu of the Rain. Regardless of the reason, this ruthless future vice-captain of the Blackbeard pirates must perish here today. Horn would never grant Blackbeard any opportunity to expand his influence. This blade, known as Thunderstorm, is a bloodthirsty weapon that has not tasted blood for an extended period. Shiryu unsheathed his renowned sword, Thunderstorm, its blade shimmering with an otherworldly glow. My weapon is called the Great Evil King, an unparalleled malevolent blade, radiating a sinister light. Let us see which of these fearsome weapons shall prevail. Horn's body flickered and suddenly lunged forward with the swiftness of lightning. The Great Evil King slicing through the air with a howling wind, aimed directly at Shiryu's head, seeking to claim his life in a single stroke. Ha! Shiryu sneered as Thunderstorm met the Great Evil King head-on. Clang! The two blades clashed, producing a sharp, resonant sound, sending tremors through the air. Chaos unleashed. Horn withdrew his blade, only to strike again. As the blade descended, the air rippled, and snowflakes were sent spiraling in reverse. Shiryu, astonished, watched as the blade approached, and only at the last moment did he realize the danger, quickly raising Thunderstorm to block. He felt an overwhelming force strike him, the tremendous power piercing through his grip, splitting his palm open. His expression shifted dramatically as he immediately recoiled. Is this all the strength the castle guards possess? Horn taunted. Gasping for breath, Shiryu's countenance grew grave. He had already found himself at a disadvantage after just one exchange. This pirate is indeed formidable. Storm of Fury. Shiryu bellowed, a surge of intense, dark hockey enveloping Thunderstorm, and with that, he swung his blade. The sword energy tore through the earth, charging towards Horn like a colossal beast, accompanied by a roaring gale. Hoenn stood resolutely, allowing the howling gale to whip his garments. His countenance remarkably tranquil. You dare to underestimate me, young one. You shall soon reap the consequences. Shiryu's expression darkened considerably. He could not fathom such humiliation. In an instant, the sword energy surged towards Hoenn, but the Great Evil King abruptly raised a barrier. Boom. The clash of sword energy against the Great Evil King was ferocious. Yet the sword energy, akin to encountering an impenetrable shield, failed to budge Hoenn an inch. With a surge of strength, Hoenn's joints cracked as a wild force surged into the Great Evil King, and he retaliated with a decisive slash. Shiryu's sword energy was abruptly cleaved apart, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky. How is this possible? My strike was effortlessly thwarted. Disbelief marred Shiryu's face. Shiryu, it is now my turn. Chien slash. Hoenn bellowed, and the Great Evil King radiated a brilliant light, slashing forth as the sword energy, resembling a shooting star, carved a long path towards Shiryu. A tempest unleashed. Shiryu's visage turned solemn, his aura akin to a celestial explosion, an unfathomable presence that instilled trepidation. The thunderstorm in his hand unleashed a sword energy that surged forward like a furious dragon, roaring towards the cloud of sword energy. Boom! The two energies collided, unleashing an immense tremor that shook the entire frigid hell, waves of energy cascading outward, causing a blizzard of unparalleled chill to envelop the surroundings. Chapter 136, Level 5. The frigid hell trembled violently, directly affecting the two layers beneath it. Level 5 of Impel Down, known as the Paradise of Beasts, was currently hosting a gathering of creatures. Suddenly, the ceiling began to quake violently. What was happening? Could there be a battle above? What kind of conflict could cause such tremors? The Beast King, Ivankov, raised his glass and pondered. My lord Ivankov, we have clarity. A creature hastily approached Ivankov. Boy, take your time. No need to rush, Ivankov replied with a smile. It's pirates. Pirates have infiltrated Impel Down. The creature gasped. Pirates? They breached Impel Down. What sensational news? Ivankov exclaimed. Ivankov, should we lend them a hand? Lightning, sporting an unusual hairstyle, suggested. Let us observe first. By the way, do we know who is battling the pirates? Ivankov inquired. It's Shiryu of the Ring. Ivankov realized the severity of the situation, understanding that Magellan must have released Shiryu, indicating the gravity of the circumstances. Wait, Magellan's office is on the 4th floor. He wouldn't let pirates in unless they had defeated him. This pirate has compelled Magellan to unleash Shiryu, Ivanov exclaimed in shock. The crowd, equally stunned, could hardly fathom the terrifying prowess of this pirate. In the 6th level, laughter erupted. I can't believe someone has managed to reach the 5th level. It seems their strength rivals that of Shiryu. Hurry and eliminate Shiryu. Release me, and I shall grant you everything. Swiftly ascend to the 6th level. We can hardly wait. The pirates in the 6th level were filled with exhilaration, for they might soon escape this infernal place. In a dimly lit cell sat a stout, blue-skinned merman, Jinbei, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea. Someone has reached the 5th level. I wonder how things are with father. Has Ace been rescued? Jinbei pondered, harboring thoughts of escape himself. Yet, the guards of Impel Down were exceedingly formidable, and lacking the strength of the Golden Lion, he could only bide his time in this confinement. In the frigid depths of hell, Hoenn and Shiryu engaged in a series of fierce battles, both covered in wounds, crimson blood staining the white ground beneath them. Kid, I never expected such strength at such a young age. You have certainly earned my respect. However, this level of power is still insufficient to conquer me, Shiryu remarked, caressing the blade of his sword. Hoenn was left utterly speechless. The Shiryu truly held himself in high regard. He had no intention of accepting this fellow as a subordinate. However, Hoenn kept this to himself. Despair is something that must be genuinely experienced to be understood. Receive my strike, star-shattering slash. Hoenn roared, his entire being suddenly elevating, the blood and energy within him erupting like a constellation of dazzling stars. His hair billowed and his garments rustled in the wind, making him appear as profound and unshakable as a black hole in the cosmos. The sword energy surged forth in an instant, soaring skyward to nearly 30 meters. Shiryu's expression shifted. How many cards did this young man hold? He could never fully comprehend his strength. Storm slash. Shiryu bellowed, his dominance coiling around him like a dark serpent. He then struck with his sword, unleashing a frenzied sword energy that tore through the air, directly colliding with Hoenn's star-shattering sword chi. Boom. The two waves of sword energy engaged in a savage clash, creating ripples of force that caused the prison layer to tremble violently, akin to two meteors colliding. Both energies were evenly matched. Yet amidst the struggle, a brilliant violet light erupted. That was the star-shattering sword chi. Hoenn's star-shattering sword chi. The violet energy violently ripped through Shiryu's sword energy, then shot forth like a lance, thrusting towards Shiryu's heart. In a hurry, Shiryu raised his thunderstorm to block the attack. With a resounding crash, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, his shoes carving long marks in the snow. He skidded for several dozen meters before the star-shattering sword chi was finally dissipated by Shiryu's strike. Panting heavily, Shiryu was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. Damn it, to be outmatched in stamina by a mere young pup. He cursed inwardly. Is this all you're capable of, Shiryu? I told you, it's far from enough, far from enough. Hoenn's eyes gleamed with frenzied fighting spirit. Nine heavens thunderstorm. Hoenn leaped into the air, the great evil king towering above him. Instantly, an incomparably fierce thunderstorm materialized from above. Hoenn struck downwards, unleashing a torrent of lightning that cascaded like a star river from the heavens, bearing the might to devastate the world as it bore down upon Shiryu. Damn it, I cannot perish here. Shiryu roared, essence. Great thunderstorm. The blade of his thunderstorm flickered with crackling electricity as he struck upwards, the two torrents of lightning colliding with ferocity. Boom. The entire frigid hell shook as if struck by an earthquake, the floor trembling violently. Has that old man Whitebeard arrived? The pirates on the 6th floor exclaimed in astonishment at the magnitude of the tremor. Lightning, we must escape. I can sense the power of that pirate above. We need to harness his strength to break free from here. The Revolutionary Army still needs us, Ivankov declared resolutely. Lightning nodded. All boys, prepare yourselves. We are about to leave this place. Everyone, ready for battle. Ivankov exclaimed loudly. Oh, the crowd cheered, swiftly initiating their escape plan. Suddenly, a large contingent of transgender troops emerged from an unknown origin, advancing toward the 5th level. The guards at the fortifications quickly became aware of this situation and reported it upward. What? The riots on the 2 upper levels have yet to be quelled. Why is there yet another force emerging? The commander of the 5th level fumed. It appears to have emerged from level 5. 5. Level 5. 5. Where did this layer come from? They are situated between the 5th and 6th levels. That is from where they have emerged. Hurry and inform Director Magellan. The situation is dire. On the 4th level, Magellan had recovered significantly due to medical treatment, yet he still appeared pale and utterly weak. He awaited reinforcements dispatched by the Navy headquarters while simultaneously directing troops to subdue the rioters on the 2 upper levels. Chapter 137. The arrival of Blackbeard. What did you say? A new group has appeared between the 5th and 6th levels? Magellan questioned in disbelief. Indeed, Director. What shall we do now? A guard inquired. What is the situation with Shiryu? Magellan asked. Chief Shiryu is currently battling the purple demon, Horn. But it seems to be going poorly. Is even Shiryu unable to handle that horn? Order the troops on the 5th level to join forces with those on the 6th level to secure the 6th level. Losing the 5th level is of little consequence. If the criminals on the 6th level are released, we are doomed. Magellan commanded. Yes. Connect me to Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Magellan instructed the guard beside him. Moses. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, it's me. Where are you now? If you don't hurry, we might not hold on much longer. Magellan spoke with urgency. Is the situation that critical? Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit responded, startled by the evident anxiety in Magellan's voice, the strongest man in the prison. It was clear the situation was dire. Understood. I will be there shortly. The call ended, but just as one crisis seemed to settle, another wave emerged. Director Magellan. Another group of pirates has entered Impel Down. A monitoring guard rushed in to report. More intruders? Do they think of Impel Down as a playground? Coming and going as they please? Magellan's expression darkened ominously. The identity of the pirates was confirmed. It was Blackbeard from the 7 Warlords. Blackbeard? What is he doing here? Magellan furrowed his brow, resolute. Regardless of his intentions, whoever dared to invade Impel Down would learn that this was not a place to be trifled with. Magellan clenched his fists and declared that this time, even if he had to face Blackbeard in a severely weakened state, he would not allow him to pass through Impel Down unchallenged. Accompanied by a formidable force, Magellan arrived at the 3rd level, where they stood ready for battle. Before them appeared the notorious Blackbeard pirates, led by the grotesque Marshal D. Teach, along with their ship's doctor, Doc Q, and navigator, Lafitte. With Vinoka having been eliminated early by Horn, and Basis already dispatched by Horn as well, the Blackbeard pirates appeared somewhat diminished in strength. The objective of Blackbeard's current endeavor was to recruit the powerful pirates from the 6th level to bolster his crew. Magellan. I never expected the strongest man in this prison to find himself in such a predicament. This truly surprises me. Blackbeard laughed heartily. Blackbeard, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you should be well aware of the consequences of trespassing in Impel Down. I advise you to leave immediately, or I will show no mercy. Magellan warned sternly. Magellan, just look at yourself. Do you still think you possess the strength to oppose me? To fulfill my ambitions? A mere warlord is nothing. The Navy cannot restrain me simply by virtue of your title. Blackbeard scoffed. Indeed, you pirates are all despicable. The 7 warlords should never have been established. Today, you shall not pass. Then allow me to experience the power of the strongest man in the prison. With that, Blackbeard and Magellan surged forward, colliding with tremendous force. As Magellan engaged Blackbeard, the battle between Horn and Shiryu reached its zenith. The snowy terrain was marred with craters, and the air was thick with the violence of their swordplay, blood staining Shiryu's form. After another fierce clash, the two separated, with Shiryu panting heavily, his stamina waning after such prolonged confinement. Raging wave slash. Shiryu bellowed, summoning a tempest of sword energy that surged towards Horn. Cloud shadow slash. Horn countered, his sinister blade releasing an unending flow of dark energy that met Shiryu's attack. Initially, Shiryu's strike seemed to hold the advantage, but within mere seconds, Horn's sword energy expanded like a swell of the sea, shattering Shiryu's assault with ease. Break for me! Shiryu cried out in frustration, unleashing another strike, only for it to be intercepted midair. At that moment, Horn had already leapt above Shiryu, bringing down his great sword with ferocity. Shiryu hastily raised his sword to defend, but the clash of their blades produced a sharp, resounding crack, leaving Shiryu in disbelief as his weapon was cleaved in two. The great evil king executed a swift and brutal slash, carving a deep wound from Shiryu's neck down to his abdomen. In a frantic retreat, Shiryu gasped. What weapon do you wield that can sever even my famed sword? Thunderstorm. I am the evil warrior, the great evil king. I concede defeat, young one. Spare my life, and I shall aid you in conquering the world. With my prowess as Shiryu of the Rain, dealing with mere pirates is trivial. Even someone as formidable as Don Quixote da Flamingo would struggle against me, Shiryu declared. Captain Shiryu, it seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Who said I wish to recruit you? Your life, in my eyes, is utterly insignificant. I have no need for a so-called powerhouse like you to serve me. Today, you shall perish here, Horn proclaimed, raising the great evil king. No, you cannot kill me. I can be of great service to you, Shiryu hastily pleaded, desperate not to meet an untimely demise after finally escaping imprisonment. However, Horn swiftly denied him any further opportunity for discourse, his form flashing above Shiryu, delivering a deadly strike. Shiryu, arms enveloped in a shroud of black haki, retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Horn. Yet, the great evil king effortlessly shattered his defenses, severing his arm with brutal precision, sending waves of agony coursing through Shiryu's mind. Clutching his dismembered limb, he staggered backward, blood gushing from the wound and melting the snow beneath him. We can negotiate further. You cannot kill me. I can accomplish many things for you. Shiryu continued to resist, desperately attempting to sway Horn's resolve. Horn remained impassive, his body darting forward as the malevolent king swiftly severed Shiryu's head. A headless corpse collapsed amidst the swirling snow and wind, while disbelief lingered on Shiryu's countenance. The warden of the city prison, Rain Shirlu, is dead. The pirate boy is truly formidable. I never imagined that even Rain Shirlu would fall at your hands. An astonished voice echoed. Chapter 138, Peach Rabbit vs. Enel. Horn looked up to behold an astonishingly colossal face before him. Ivankov. Horn inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Oh, you know me? Ivankov replied, his astonishment palpable. His name was scarcely known even within the Revolutionary Army, yet this pirate boy seemed aware of it. The Okama King, Emporio Ivankov. I am not mistaken, am I? Horn stated, though I am perplexed as to how you know my name. The pressing matter at hand is to act swiftly and escape from impelled down, Ivankov remarked. No, I cannot leave just yet. However, if you are willing, accompany me to the 6th level, Horn suggested to Ivankov. Contemplating the proposal, Ivankov acknowledged Horn's formidable prowess. Thus, a venture to the 6th level seemed plausible. Very well, I shall take this gamble. If even Magellan cannot thwart you, I am prepared to place my trust in you this once, Ivankov declared. Horn nodded, feeling quite willing to forge a benevolent connection with the Revolutionary Army. The group made their way towards the 6th level. Outside the advancing city, Enel was idly seated aboard the Griffin, perplexed as to why Horn insisted he wait here, thus missing countless opponents. At that moment, a massive warship approached. It's the forces from headquarters. They have finally come to our aid, exclaimed one of the guards at the advancing city. The guards were overwhelmed with joy, for at long last, they would not have to face the ferocious pirates alone. At the bow of the warship stood a tall woman, none other than the vice admiral, one of the headquarters generals, Toru, who had once cornered Horn and driven him to the brink of despair. Upon hearing the guards' voices, Enel immediately rose, casting a chilling gaze over them, rendering them speechless. This thunderous fellow was indeed terrifying. It was wiser to avoid provoking him. Enel retrieved the small notebook Horn had given him and opened it to find a note detailing Vice Admiral Toru, an adept swordswoman with no supernatural abilities. Now a formidable swordsman, her prowess second only to the 3 great admirals of the Navy. Such a formidable adversary sparked Enel's interest. He was finally no longer bored. As Toru's warship swiftly approached the Griffin, Enel muttered to himself, I cannot allow you to battle on our vessel. The captain would scold me if he found out. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he flickered and arrived atop Toru's ship, declaring, Pirates. The female soldiers on Toru's warship immediately raised their firearms and opened fire on Enel, but he merely laughed. Futile, futile. Your mortal attacks are ineffective against me. Realizing he was up against a natural-type ability user, Toru's demeanor became serious. She was the long-lost wielder of the Rumble fruit, rumored to be the strongest of the natural types, making this individual exceedingly formidable. Let me see what you are made of, Rumble fruit user. Toru unsheathed her famed sword. Kenpyra, a layer of dark haki silently enveloping it. I have heard that you once pushed my captain to the brink. Today, I shall witness your strength firsthand, Enel declared. Then let us test our mettle. Toru's body suddenly flickered, and she appeared right before Enel. Flash! The resplendent blade of Kinjur glimmered as it descended toward Enel. Enel, not a fool, had previously been enlightened by Horn regarding the concept of haki. Although he had yet to master the intricacies of armament haki, his unique observation haki, known as the Kinbunshaku, was formidable. Thus, he felt confident about the impending battle. As the sword of Peach Rabbit fell, Enel swiftly perceived her trajectory, and in a blink, he vanished, reappearing behind her. Die. 10 million volts. Discharge. A bolt of lightning surged from Enel's hand, aimed directly at Peach Rabbit's head. Yet, Peach Rabbit, a master of the dual haki technique, though perhaps slightly inferior in observation haki compared to Enel, was no slouch. She executed a rapid counter-movement, and with astonishing speed, her blade met the lightning in a powerful clash. Kinjur tore through the lightning, as Enel transformed into a streak of light, appearing at a distance. Such prowess in observation hockey, combined with the thunder fruit, granted him unparalleled speed and reflexes. A hint of gravity crossed Peach Rabbit's face. This wielder of the thunder fruit was indeed formidable. Enel, too, was uncertain of Peach Rabbit's capabilities, having sequestered himself on Sky Island. Harboring a significant bias against the strength of the denizens of the Blue Sea, he had initially presumed that a vice admiral's strength would be lacking. Yet today he discovered that even this contender warranted his utmost caution. If the 3 admirals of the natural types were to intervene, would he stand a chance of victory? With this thought, Enel immediately tempered his earlier frivolity, realizing he must adopt a serious demeanor. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. A colossal creature of lightning materialized before Enel, roaring as it charged toward Peach Rabbit. Moonlight Slash. Peach Rabbit's long legs moved with grace, utilizing the power of the moon step to execute several rapid strides. Her Kinjur trembling in her grip before she unleashed a mighty cut. The sword's aura soared skyward, colliding violently with the Thunder Beast, and in an instant, the blade's energy rent the beast asunder, scattering countless arcs of electricity. The sword's force swiftly approached Enel. Quickly, he raised his golden staff to block. But a tremendous force sent him staggering backward, stabilizing himself only after planting a foot on the ship's railing. It seemed this wielder of the thunder fruit was weaker than anticipated, a smirk gracing Peach Rabbit's lips. Huffing and puffing, Enel's body glistened with beads of sweat. Despite his cautious strike, he found the Navy's strength surpassed his expectations. 60 million volts. Behold the power of a god. Thunder Dragon. Countless arcs of electricity converged, forming an immensely formidable thunder dragon, which coiled around Enel's body. Its cold, disdainful gaze fixated on Nico Robin, exuding an overwhelming aura of superiority. Robin's expression grew serious. The might of this thunder dragon was terrifying, and she needed to summon every ounce of her focus. Chapter 139. Liberation Go Forth. Thunder Dragon. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Enel commanded the thunder dragon to roar skyward before charging towards Robin. Moonlight Slash, Robin exclaimed, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy from her Kinjite, which collided with the thunder dragon. Boom. The clash of these 2 colossal forces sent tremors through the sky, causing tumultuous waves to rise upon the sea, as if the very earth had quaked. The warships shook violently, and the female soldiers, gripped by panic, clutched onto nearby objects for stability. Amidst the confrontation of sword energy and thunder dragon, a piercing light flashed. The thunder dragon broke through the oncoming sword energy, its massive form surging directly toward Robin. Her expression shifted slightly, yet she remained composed. Moonlight Slash, Robin shouted, channeling all her power into her Kinjite. Her presence reached a pinnacle of grandeur. A wave of icy, moonlight-like sword energy erupted forth. Unlike the previous 2 wild slashes, this one appeared remarkably tranquil, devoid of any foreboding signs, resembling an ordinary strike, yet it bore no hint of threat. Enel's face betrayed a flicker of disdain, but the ensuing moment transformed his expression entirely. The moonlight sword energy effortlessly cleaved through the thunder dragon, splitting its vast body in twain, as arcs of electricity crackled, dissipating into nothingness. How could this be? Enel exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Robin, gliding with grace, leaped above Enel. Just as he intended to act, a dark object plummeted towards him. Before he could react, it landed in his grasp, and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him. He looked down to find it was a sea stone. Enel's voice weakened, unable to muster strength. After all, the sea stone was the natural nemesis of all devil fruit users. Pirate, what now? Even if you are a Logia type, you still fell into the hands of our commander Robin, one of the female soldiers declared triumphantly. Humph, it was merely because this god was unprepared. If we were to engage in a true face-to-face duel, you would see how your commander Robin would fare, Enel retorted disdainfully. Enough. Let us not waste time with this insignificant being. We must proceed to Impel Down and capture the purple demon horn. Impel Down, level 6. Horn and Ivankov, along with others, stepped into this place. Unlike the previously boisterous and raucous pirates of the first 5 levels, the pirates here are all formidable masters. Observing Horn and his companions with a cold, discerning gaze, Horn arrived at the front of his cell. Seizing the keys from the guard's hand, he unlocked the heavy door. Who are you? Have you come to rescue the old man? A deep voice resonated from within, indicating that the confinement had not severely affected him. I am Jinbei, the Sea Knight, and I am here to liberate you, Horn replied. The individual imprisoned was none other than Jinbei, one of the former warlords of the sea. You wish to rescue me. What is your intention? Jinbei inquired solemnly. Join me, and together we shall venture to Marineford to save Ace. Horn whispered. To rescue Ace? Though I know not the nature of your connection to Ace and my old man, I shall agree to assist you, Jinbei responded. Horn released his shackles, and Jinbei followed him outside. The sensation of freedom was truly delightful, Jinbei exclaimed. Upon witnessing Jinbei's emergence, the other pirates could no longer contain their emotions. Release me, and I shall bestow upon you treasures. Let me out, and I will join your ranks. Hurry, set me free, or I shall take your life. A cacophony of voices clamored, while Horn regarded them with a cold, indifferent gaze. Horn approached a cell and swung open its heavy door. Here to rescue me? Young man, you have made a wise choice. Inside was an extraordinarily hideous woman named Katarina Dupont. Rescue you? No, you are mistaken, Horn replied with a cold smirk. He drew the great evil king. What do you intend to do? Katarina Dupont asked, her voice tinged with panic as she glimpsed the endless malice in his eyes. The great evil king gleamed ominously. And suddenly, her voice was silenced. A crimson jet erupted from her neck as her body crumpled to the floor, convulsing until life ebbed away entirely. Subsequently, Horn executed Busquer Jot and Abelo Pizarro with the same ruthless efficiency. They would later become the backbone of the Blackbeard pirates. He then approached another cell, where the prisoner was of considerable significance. The shackles binding this man were heavier than those of the other pirates, for he was none other than Beloric Redfield. Known as the Crimson Count, he was one of the legendary pirates of the previous era, standing alongside the likes of Gold Lion, Whitebeard, and Roger. A Zoan-type devil fruit user with the ability of the vampire bat, he could sustain his youth by feasting upon the blood of others. Horn opened the door and, much to the astonishment of the Red Count, unfastened his shackles. Even if you save me, I shall not express my gratitude, the Red Count remarked with a tone of indifference, seemingly unmoved by Horn's actions. I never expected your gratitude, Red Count. Venture out to the sea, set sail once more. I eagerly await the day of your return. When that day arrives, I shall be there to challenge you. Horn declared. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Are you releasing me as if I were your prey to be nurtured? You are quite exceptional, lad. When that day comes, I shall gladly accept your challenge. The Red Count replied. Horn allowed the Red Count to exit. Then he released another formidable pirate, the world destroyer Bondi Valdo, a user of the Momo fruit. Such a character was certainly beyond the reach of Blackbeard. As for the others, they were left for Blackbeard, who had already eliminated all his ideal subordinates. Horn eagerly anticipated witnessing Blackbeard's furious reaction. On the second level, Blackbeard and Magellan lay on the ground, panting heavily. Blackbeard was covered in venom, gasping for breath and requesting the ship's doctor, Poison Q, to treat him. Ha ha ha. Magellan, your powers are indeed formidable, but I have endured, Blackbeard proclaimed with pride. Damn Blackbeard, Magellan cursed silently, utterly depleted of strength. With Shiria defeated, there were no high-level forces left to utilize and impel down. Chapter 140. The Battle of Peach Rabbit under Poison Q's treatment. Blackbeard swiftly regained his strength. Magellan, we shall take our leave. Prepare to witness the might of my Blackbeard pirates. He laughed maniacally. Scoundrel. Magellan seethed with rage as Blackbeard and his crew disregarded him and descended further down. Horn and his group, meanwhile, bypassed Blackbeard and made their way to the third level. Soon, a contingent of Marines arrived on the second level where Magellan was. Director Magellan. What is happening? The leader was Peach Rabbit. Magellan sighed in resignation. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, you have arrived too late. Blackbeard has already gone below, and Horn has defeated Shiryu. The situation has become utterly dire. I fear that even your strength alone will struggle to rectify it. Peach Rabbit, unfazed, acknowledged the gravity of the situation as described by Magellan. For now, we need not descend any further. We must hold the second level and intercept the purple demon Horn and Blackbeard here, she instructed. Magellan nodded. Given Horn's speed, he likely had already reached the sixth level and completed his objectives. There was little more they could do. They could only wait and act when necessary. Everyone, prepare for battle. Peach Rabbit commanded her marine soldiers. Yes, the female soldiers quickly formed their ranks. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed as a group appeared before the Marines. Purple Demon Horn, it is you. Peach Rabbit's pupils constricted sharply, just as they had readied for battle. This pirate had arrived. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, it has indeed been a while since our last encounter. Was it in the East Sea? It has been over 2 years in the blink of an eye. How swiftly time flies. Horn exclaimed, I never expected that in just 2 years you would have fallen so low. Peach Rabbit coldly replied, Fallen? Ha ha ha, General Peach Rabbit, must you so casually brand someone with such a label? What have I done that is self-indulgent? Liberated slaves? Vanquished celestial dragons? Have I committed any wrongdoing? I am merely resisting the darkness of this world. Horn spoke loudly. Peach Rabbit remained silent. You need not worry. I have indeed released a few pirates, but I have also dispatched numerous others. The Navy will certainly have its hands full in the future. Nevertheless, I am acutely aware of my actions. The damned pirates have met their end. Words are futile, Horn. It has been 2 years since we last met, and I hear your strength is now sufficient to contend with an admiral. Allow me to witness your prowess. Peach Rabbit unsheathed her golden sword. Kinbira, I share the same intent, Horn replied, drawing his sword, the great evil king. Their eyes met briefly before separating. Horn planted his foot firmly on the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and then propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Captain, quickly defeat this woman and rescue me. Enel shouted from the sidelines. Rest assured, you shall be liberated shortly, Horn declared loudly. At that moment, Peach Rabbit sprang into action, dashing across the ground, her body gathering power. When the moment was right, she suddenly erupted forward, her form resembling a sharp sword aimed directly at Horn. The clash of the great evil king and Kinbira resonated with a sharp ring, both swords trembling momentarily. Horn, reacting swiftly, unleashed a flurry of strikes with the great evil king, each aimed at vital points. Peach Rabbit's expression remained unchanged as she deftly parried each blow with Kinbira. In the air, a dazzling display of sword light and shadow unfolded. Horn withdrew and skidded to a halt after a brief slide. Peach Rabbit unleashed a wave of sword energy. Frenzied, evil cleave, Horn shouted, swinging the great evil king with force. As he did, the air itself seemed to reverse, a fierce wind spiraling back, causing Peach Rabbit's sword energy to uncontrollably turn against her. Her expression shifted abruptly. Moonlit slash, she cried, striking forward with renewed vigor. Her sword energy charging ahead like a fearless soldier braving a hail of bullets. The energies collided like two rampaging bulls, resulting in an inevitable rift in the ground. In the struggle, Peach Rabbit's sword energy tore through Horn's, breaking the stalemate, as if time itself momentarily halted. Seconds later, the sword energy surged toward Horn with lethal intent. For failures, all void. Horn pivoted, executing a horizontal slash that cleaved through the air, producing a cacophony of sound as it met Peach Rabbit's attack. Without question, Peach Rabbit's sword energy was instantly shattered, countless air blades scattering outward, carving deep fissures into the ground. Peach Rabbit, employing her moonlit step, narrowly evaded Horn's strike. Horn breathed heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The Nine Heavens moon capture slash. Peach Rabbit plummeted from dozens of meters above, her body resembling a straight javelin. The sword energy coalescing upon the golden pilgrim, charging towards Horn with an unstoppable momentum. The infinite cloud slash. Horn raised the great evil king, delivering a powerful strike towards Peach Rabbit, the great evil king colliding with the golden pilgrim in an instant. Boom. The ground beneath Horn cracked inch by inch. A surge of power coursing into the great evil king, resolutely holding back Peach Rabbit. A shockwave erupted from the two, sweeping outwards. Dust swirling in a tempest that made it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. At that very moment, Peach Rabbit's strength erupted once more. The golden pilgrim pierced through Horn's defenses like an exceptionally sharp spear. The airflow violently shattered as Horn shifted slightly, the golden pilgrim carving a deep gash into his flesh, rendering him particularly disheveled. Horn stepped back a few paces, blood dripping from his body as he leaned against the great evil king, gasping for breath. Tautu landed steadily on the ground, and the golden light of Jinbira flashed as it suddenly surged forth, akin to a bullet racing through the air, arriving before Horn in an instant. Boom. Caught off guard, Horn was struck by Tautu's blow, hurtling into a wall with tremendous force. The wall crumbled instantly, and Horn's form was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. After a bout of coughing, Horn re-emerged from the haze, realizing that as a candidate for the general, he indeed possessed strength rivaling that of a full general. Moreover, since Tautu had not consumed a devil fruit and had dedicated herself to honing her martial arts and hockey, her comprehension in these areas had reached unparalleled heights. Without a doubt, Tautu was a paragon of swordsmanship within the Navy, and her mastery of hockey was equally formidable. Tao Tu, my dear, it has been 2 years, and I am astonished at the considerable strength you have gained. Truly, you have captured my admiration, Horn remarked with a smile. Tao Tu cast a gaze laden with complexity at Horn. After 2 years apart, this young man had already become one of the foremost powerhouses upon the seas. Chapter 141, Breaching Impelled Down. Horn moved his body slightly, still recovering from the fierce blow delivered by Tao Tu. This woman is undoubtedly one of the most formidable in the Navy. Tao Tu, brace yourself for my next attack. I have yet to employ this technique. The 9th calamity of the Evil King, Wandering Evil Spirits. With a powerful slash, a tremendous force of wind rushed towards Tao Tu, accompanied by eerie wails that sent chills down the spine. The entire second level was engulfed in an overwhelming aura of malevolence, the temperature plummeting to an unbearable low, as if the onlookers had been transported to a frigid hell, trembling uncontrollably. This chill was unlike that of a typical icy realm. It penetrated to the very marrow, eroding one's spirit with its terrifying coldness. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the true power of the technique. Illusory figures emerged from the Evil King, manifestations of those who had perished within impelled down. Like a soul-reaping banner, the Evil King summoned them forth, regardless of their former identities or backgrounds. Their hypocritical facades were stripped away, revealing their grotesque visages, unleashing the most savage and ugly aspects of their nature. Each figure lunging towards Tao Tu concealed a blade of the Evil King's might, varying in momentum and form, some swift as shooting stars, others drifting like clouds, or as forceful as a thunderous quake. The chaotic convergence of countless forces created a monumental surge, akin to the roaring tides of the ocean, ready to engulf Tao Tu's fragile vessel. What manner of power is this? Could this be the true essence of hell? Spectators were entranced, witnessing a scene reminiscent of the infernal, their hearts resonating with profound shock. Tao Tu felt her spirit momentarily disturbed by the encroaching malevolence, yet as a candidate for the rank of admiral, her resolve was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. She quickly regained her composure. Embrace the moon's slash, Tao Tu called out, unleashing a fierce sword aura that cleaved through the tainted sky above, creating openings that allowed a sliver of life to seep in. However, at that moment, the Evil King's blade energy was already upon her. Tao Tu hastily raised her sword to defend, but evasion proved futile. She managed to parry some of the lethal strikes. Yet the malevolent energy tore through her body, inflicting deep wounds. Blood flowed relentlessly from her injuries as the dark aura closed in. Her vision blurred, and she could no longer sustain herself, collapsing to the ground. Admiral Tao Tu has been defeated. The Navy and Magellan could scarcely believe their eyes. How could a candidate for admiral fall so swiftly to Horn? Horn approached Peach Rabbit, but several female soldiers stood in front of him, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Pirate, even if you possess formidable strength, we shall not cower before you. Indeed, you shall not lay a finger on Colonel Peach Rabbit." Horn remarked, "Do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ill intentions towards Major Peach Rabbit. I merely wish to examine her wounds." Who would believe you? A healing potion was tossed by Horn, instructing Major Peach Rabbit to apply it to her injuries for swift recovery. Several female soldiers, skeptical yet hopeful, caught the vial. "In that case, Director Magellan, we shall take our leave," Horn said with a cheerful smile directed at Magellan. Magellan snorted in response, feeling helpless, given his current state. He was aware that even against an ordinary major, he would struggle to defend himself. Horn liberated Enel from the seastone shackles. Enel shook his hands, exhaling deeply, and remarked on the sheer delight of freedom. "How can you still speak? The illustrious strongest of the Logia type, reduced to defeat and capture, what a disgrace to the flying pirate crew. I had considered you one of our premier fighters," Horn retorted mercilessly. Enel, his face flushed with shame, found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was his own defeat that had led to this humiliation. Horn, accompanied by his companions, arrived at the Griffin. "Von Krieg, are you ready?" Horn inquired over the phone. "I am prepared, and I shall not fail," Von Krieg responded from within a control room. "Hurry up. We need to escape." Beside Von Krieg stood a large-nosed clown, the same one who had previously fled, Bucky. Von Krieg then moved the control lever, and the Justice Gate before the Griffin slowly opened. The Griffin immediately rushed through the Justice Gate at full speed. "All right, it's our turn. Let us make haste." Bucky called to his subordinates, urging them to flee. On the 6th level, Blackbeard stood with a grim expression. "Damn that purple demon Horn for slaying my favorite subordinates. I will have my vengeance." Blackbeard seethed. Having finally reached the 6th level, he was infuriated to find that all his potential recruits had been eliminated by Horn. Captain, at this point, we can only choose lesser pirates. The fighters among the 6th level pirates are nonetheless formidable and shall have to join our Blackbeard pirates, suggested the devilish sheriff. Lafitte. Blackbeard reluctantly nodded in agreement and subsequently released the prisoners from their cells, gathering them to ascend to the upper levels. At Marineford, the cacophony of battle echoed mightily as the Whitebeard pirates launched a frenzied assault on the Navy's stronghold. Despite suffering significant losses, they relentlessly pressed forward. A frontal breakthrough, is it? Whitebeard. Such is indeed your style, but it is also exceedingly foolish, Sengoku remarked coldly. Suddenly, his den mushy rang. Sengoku, this is Magellan. Came the weak voice from the other end. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was gripped by an ominous premonition. Magellan, what is the situation? He asked gravely. Impel Down has been breached. What? Sengoku exclaimed, drawing the attention of Ace and others nearby. Repeat that. Impel Down has truly been breached? Sengoku questioned in disbelief. Indeed. The purple demon horn has vanished, and the warlord Blackbeard has released the prisoners from the 6th level and left Impel Down. The situation has escalated beyond my control, and I shall resign in the aftermath of this incident. Chapter 142, Challenging Whitebeard. The breach of Impel Down is unforgivable. Sengoku seethed with fury, with Judicial Island, Mariewa, and now Impel Down compromised. The world government and navy had lost all face. At that moment, a sudden and intense gust of wind roared forth. Its sound resounding with immense magnitude. Sengoku, with his keen sense of hearing, turned towards the source of the noise. A colossal pirate ship, the Moby Dick, belonging to Whitebeard and his crew, plummeted from the sky. Observing the enormous ice below, Horn realized that if he did not act swiftly to shatter the ice, the Moby Dick would surely meet its demise. With a decisive strike, Horn leaped from the ship and slashed at the ice beneath him, unleashing a wave of sword energy that instantly obliterated the icy surface. The Moby Dick descended onto the sea, creating a tumultuous uproar as it crashed into the waves. Amidst the confusion, Horn had already positioned himself at the bow of the ship. Naval forces, the purple demon Horn, have arrived, he declared loudly, his presence radiating an undeniable authority. His conqueror's haki surged forth, like the relentless tides of the ocean, enveloping the entire area in an overwhelming force. Is that the conqueror's haki? Whitebeard squinted, feeling his own aura erupt violently as he rallied his crew to withstand this formidable pressure. The purple demon Horn has truly made his entrance. Sengoku's expression darkened considerably. Is it you again? Akiji exchanged a startled glance with Kizaru, both taken aback by Horn's sudden appearance. Given the current stalemate of the battle, it was clear that capturing the leader was paramount to shifting the tides. Kizaru rose to his feet, though he had been inclined to remain aloof. In this war of fate, he could no longer afford to remain passive. Transforming into a streak of light, he instantaneously appeared before Whitebeard. Whitebeard, let me see if you can withstand this strike. Yada no Kagami. Countless particles of light converged into a massive laser beam, hurtling towards Whitebeard. Yet, Whitebeard remained unmoved, standing resolutely at the ship's bow with an expression of calm indifference. Seemingly dismissive of the Admiral's might, he was indeed relying on his own strength. Suddenly, a blue figure emerged, colliding with Kizaru's laser, effectively neutralizing the attack. It was Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. The newcomer was none other than Marco, the Phoenix, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Horn approached the vessel Moby Dick, causing the Whitebeard pirates to instantly become alert. Horn leapt onto the deck of the Moby Dick, and Whitebeard cast a fleeting glance in his direction, offering no response. Whitebeard, join forces with me. I can assist you in rescuing Ace, after all. He is also my friend, Horn declared. Yet, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. Wah! I am Whitebeard. Boy, you are not worthy to ally with me. Father, I have witnessed Captain Horn's prowess in Impel Down. You should seriously consider joining forces with him to rescue Ace. Jinbei interjected from the side. Jinbei, you have emerged from Impel Down? You just escaped from there? Whitebeard seemed taken aback, though he quickly masked his surprise. For he was indeed the strongest man in the world. Indeed, Father, Captain Horn, along with his crew, breached Impel Down, defeating the Vice Admiral, Peach Rabbit, and the warden of the prison, Jinbei explained. A flicker of astonishment crossed Whitebeard's otherwise impassive visage. Yet merely breaching Impel Down is insufficient for an alliance with me, he replied. Then, If I were to defeat you, would that warrant an alliance? Horn boldly proposed. Whitebeard paused momentarily, as did the other pirates and Jinbei. After a prolonged silence, the pirates erupted into laughter. Ha! This kid dares to challenge our father? How audacious! The last person who dared to do so has likely long since become dust. Boy, begone. Do not presume that breaching Impel Down is a remarkable feat. If father so wished, he could dismantle it at any moment. Wahaha! Are you truly serious, boy? Whitebeard inquired, observing the myriad of wounds adorning Horn's body. His tone slightly more serious. I yearn to witness the extent of the chasm between us, the strongest man in the world, and myself. Horn asserted. Horn, it would be wise to concede. Jinbei quietly advised from the sidelines. Jinbei, there is no need for further persuasion. This battle is inevitable. Horn was resolute. Harboring his own ambitions, he believed that Whitebeard would likely perish in the upcoming war, and he would be hard-pressed to find such a formidable opponent thereafter. Then let me witness your strength, boy, Whitebeard declared. Compared to the imposing figure of Whitebeard, Horn's physique starkly illustrates the disparity between an adult and a child. This marks Horn's inaugural confrontation with the man, whose beard resembles a crescent moon and whose towering height commands awe, exuding an aura as formidable as a mountain that instills a sense of invincibility merely by observation. Awaken, demonic eye! Manifest, god of demons! Horn bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique. Engaging in battle with such an unparalleled powerhouse necessitates utmost vigilance and the deployment of one's most formidable abilities. Otherwise, the peril of imminent demise looms ever closer. Horn's eyes turned a fiery red, and astonishingly, a third eye appeared on his forehead. The three eyes were exceedingly otherworldly, and dark energy swirled around Horn's body, manifesting a colossal shadow of a demon above him. Could he belong to the three-eyed tribe? Is it possible that this impales from Big Mom's Tato land? Whitebeard pondered, having heard whispers of the three-eyed tribe existing under Big Mom's command. Come, let us see if you can withstand my might. Horn's voice resonated through the demon's form, booming like thunder, causing the pirates around him to wince in agony. Yet, Whitebeard remained unfazed by the sonic assault, as it was utterly ineffective against him. Receive my fist. Horn bellowed, his fist crashing towards Whitebeard, generating a fierce gale that made the cape behind Whitebeard flutter violently. In an instant, the fist was upon him. You little brat. Such feeble attacks are futile against me. Whitebeard scoffed, unleashing his titanic fist with tremendous force. Crack. The collision of the fists produced a jarring sound that sent shivers down one's spine, fracturing the air and causing it to shatter into pieces. The overwhelming force obliterated the demon's fist. Chapter 143. World broadcast. A shockwave erupted from the center of the two combatants, spreading wildly towards the surrounding pirates, who hastily retreated, unwilling to approach the tumult. After Whitebeard's fist shattered Horn's demonic strike, it surged directly towards Horn. I refuse to believe that I cannot withstand a strike from the so-called strongest man in the world. Horn roared, as dark energy converged upon his fist, as if summoned. At that moment, Buggy and his crew arrived on the battlefield. Captain Buggy, look! Horn is battling Whitebeard. One pirate exclaimed, pointing towards the distant clash. Humph! That insolent brat dares to steal my spotlight, Buggy muttered under his breath, his eyes catching sight of a pirate snatching an image-transmitting snail from a marine. What do you intend to do with that creature? Buggy fumed, frustrated by the audacity of the fool. Captain Buggy, such a monumental moment must be shared with the world. It's a battle against the strongest man, the pirate exclaimed excitedly. Buggy scrutinized the image-transmitting snail in the pirate's grasp, pondering deeply, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. Point the snail at Whitebeard and Horn. I shall conduct a live broadcast. Buggy declared. That would be extraordinary, Captain Buggy. I am utterly in awe of your brilliance. The pirates each offered their flattery, and Buggy, thoroughly pleased, graciously accepted all of it. The image-transmitting snail focused on the scene, revealing to the viewers around the world the sight of a prominent red nose. Who is this fellow? We wish to witness the battle. Step aside. Do not obstruct our view. The audience erupted in boos. Buggy cleared his throat and boldly addressed the camera, proclaiming, Now, I, the illustrious Captain Buggy, shall bring you a live broadcast of the clash between my subordinate, the purple demon Horn, and the formidable Whitebeard. What did he just say? The battle between the purple demon Horn and Whitebeard? That notorious criminal who breached Judicial Island and set fire to Mariewa. A confrontation between a nefarious pirate and the world's strongest man? This would surely make headlines. The reporters were exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing such a spectacle. Horn's notoriety at sea far surpassed his own expectations, not merely due to his bounty of 900 million, but rather because of his audacious challenges against the world government, which had propelled him to fame. The scene shifted to Horn facing Whitebeard. As the imposing shadow of the demon appeared, the onlookers were left in awe. Is this the audacity of the purple demon Horn to challenge Whitebeard? The gathered fist swelled to an immense size and struck forth with a force reminiscent of mountains collapsing and seas being filled. Whitebeard met the blow with a thunderous punch. The two forces collided violently, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds as the air crackled. Yet, Whitebeard, renowned as the world's strongest man, had honed the powers of the tremor fruit to perfection. With a mighty roar, an overwhelming force erupted like a volcanic explosion. Boom! The might of the tremor fruit collided with the demon's fist, shattering it into visible fragments. The force continued onward, striking the demon itself. Horn let out a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Whitebeard retracted his fist and, wielding his naginata, slashed downward with a single, decisive stroke. The force of his strike cleaved the ice in two, heading straight for Horn's demonic form. Little demon, if you harbor ambitions, you must possess the strength that befits those ambitions, Whitebeard declared coldly. The blade of energy severed the demon's body in half. As a tempest of dark magic dispersed into the air, Horn's form re-emerged before the onlookers, marred by a massive gash, blood flowing uncontrollably from his wound. He plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily upon the ice. Captain! The crowd gasped in shock. Do not approach, Horn shouted vehemently, clutching his injury as he rose to his feet. A violet aura enveloped the wound, staunching the relentless flow of blood. Horn gazed into the distance at Whitebeard and suddenly erupted into laughter. Indeed, Whitebeard was the most formidable in the world. However, my strength surpasses even this level. Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. With a thunderous shout, Horn unleashed the blood blade magic. The great evil king carved numerous wounds upon his own body. And with each gash, Horn's aura intensified, ultimately reaching an awe-inspiring height. With determination, Horn grasped the great evil king tightly, raising it above his head before delivering a mighty slash towards Whitebeard. The violet sword energy seemed capable of cleaving through the heavens and the earth, raging forth like a ferocious blood dragon. Child, let me test you with a punch. Without hesitation, Whitebeard retaliated with a powerful strike. The clash of the violet sword energy and Whitebeard's fist met in an explosive confrontation. In an instant, the violet sword energy tore through Whitebeard's fist with astonishing speed, leaving him somewhat taken aback as the energy surged towards him. Whitebeard's muscles swelled with intensity, and with a fierce growl, he launched a devastating punch. Crack! The collision between fist and sword energy unleashed a series of concentric fractures in the air, sending forth an indescribable wave that shattered the sword energy into countless fragments. Horn leaped into the air, his body suspended momentarily, as the heavens roared with thunder. Countless bolts of furious lightning erupted in the atmosphere, saturating the sky with arcs of electricity, reaching upwards to the firmament and plunging downwards into the abyss. The surrounding area transformed into a realm dominated by lightning for hundreds of meters. How many hidden cards does he possess? Warring nations watched in astonishment at this spectacle. Whitebeard, come forth and test your mettle. The thunderous roar of lightning cascaded down fiercely towards Whitebeard. The naginata in Whitebeard's grasp twirled. Then he met Horn's lightning with a decisive strike. The earth-shattering sound reverberated, as lightning and naginata seemingly bifurcated the world. Whitebeard bellowed in fury, as the power of the lightning erupted once more under Horn's command, causing Whitebeard's form to stagger back several paces. Unbelievably, he has forced the old man to retreat. Jinbei and the crew of pirates could scarcely believe their eyes. The might of Whitebeard's tremor fruit surged forth, as the naginata flashed with brilliance, intertwining power and lightning in a fierce clash. The two forces rapidly neutralized each other, ultimately coalescing into a sphere of light that shattered, sending shockwaves soaring into the sky. After an eternity, the battlefield finally settled into a tense calm. Chapter 144. Betrayal. Horn gasped for breath, the exertion from his recent move weighing heavily on his body. Having traversed through countless battles on his journey to Impel Down, his body had endured an overwhelming strain. Whitebeard, observing the somewhat disheveled Horn, let out a scoff and remarked, "Brat, I can see that you are worthy to join forces with me to rescue Ace." Horn chuckled softly and remarked, "Whitebeard, you are not as rigid as I had imagined." At that moment, Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division, summoned his formidable strength and forcibly extracted a massive ice block, measuring over 100 meters in diameter. From the frozen surface, with a thunderous roar, Jaws challenged, "Anyone brave enough? Come and try to stop this." He hurled the ice block into the air, which descended like a mountain, casting a shadow over the battlefield, instilling a sense of despair among the Navy forces. Suddenly, the last remaining admiral, Akainu Sakazuki, sprang into action. Magma Fist. Akainu, a user of the magma fruit, unleashed a powerful punch toward the ice block. The searing magma fist collided with the ice, resulting in a fierce clash between the two contrasting elements. The ice began to melt at an observable rate, its surface expanding as it succumbed to the intense heat, until ultimately, the entire block was completely liquefied. Yet, this was not the end. The colossal magma fist, having melted the ice, transformed into countless magma projectiles that cascaded down upon the pirates below. Magma bombs. Take cover. The pirates scrambled to evade the onslaught. But some unfortunate souls were struck by the molten projectiles, their bodies rapidly disintegrating amidst their anguished cries, leading to devastating losses for the pirate crew. It was the formidable power of Admiral Sakazuki. The admiral had made his move. Renowned as the most potent of the 3 admirals, Akainu's strength was indeed formidable. At that moment, a gigantic figure emerged, a descendant of the legendary giant warrior, Ors, known as J.R. Ors. "Ace has always been the kindest to me. I will not allow him to perish," declared young Ors. "Fufufu, a descendant of the demon Ors?" chuckled Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, as he suddenly appeared before young Ors. Overheat whip. Under Da Flamingo's assault, young Ors quickly fell, but his massive form provided a pathway for the pirates to advance. They surged forward, launching into a fierce close-quarters battle. To Horn's astonishment, an unexpected figure made an appearance. Monkey D. Luffy. Horn initially believed that he had successfully breached the advanced city, fulfilling Luffy's mission, and that Luffy would not appear. To his astonishment, Luffy emerged once again. Luffy, in a frenzy, charged toward Ace's execution platform. "Enel, assist that kid," Horn commanded, pointing at Luffy. Enel muttered in dissatisfaction and transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward the scene. "A user of the Rumble fruit, is it? Kid, your subordinates are quite impressive," Whitebeard remarked. "Indeed, his combat prowess is formidable," Horn replied, brimming with pride. "Do not falter, soldiers. Block the pirate. He bears the tainted bloodline of the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon," Sengoku proclaimed loudly through the Din Mushi. Another significant revelation. Could the Revolutionary Army be getting involved? The reporters were instantly electrified with excitement. As Luffy charged forward, each time he encountered a formidable opponent, a bolt of lightning would strike from behind, sending his adversaries flying. Luffy glanced back to see a man, crackling with electricity, providing support from the air. "Thank you, long-eared fellow." Luffy expressed his gratitude. Enel merely smirked, remaining silent. "Order all locations to cut off the signal of the visual Din Mushi," Sengoku instructed over the phone. "Deploy Jinbe and the pacifistas." "Understood." The visual Din Mushi signals were entirely severed. "What is happening? Why can't we see anything?" The Navy realized they were blocking information, signaling a major operation. "Look there. We can still see." They overlooked one crucial detail, the Din Mushi controlled by Buggy. "Captain Buggy, it seems we are the only ones able to broadcast live," one pirate exclaimed. Buggy paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha! The era of this captain has arrived. Broadcast live from the most intense locations. Be sure to include my commentary. I want the whole world to know of my existence." "Yes, Lord Buggy." At that moment, the pacifistas, led by Jinbe, made their entrance. The pirates quickly realized that these iron constructs were insurmountable. The laser beams sent the pirates reeling, cries of anguish filled the air, and the morale of the pirates began to wane. "Fear not, my comrades. Press the attack," Whitebeard bellowed, embodying the spirit of a leader. As soon as he finished speaking, the pirates erupted into thunderous cheers, their spirits reignited. Whitebeard also arranged for several captains to confront the pacifistas. At this juncture, a captain under Whitebeard, known as the Great Whirlwind Spider, Squardo, approached him. "Squardo, how fares the battle?" Whitebeard inquired with concern. "I just came from the bay. I'm not sure, but our casualties are significant." Squard spoke calmly. "Father, are you aware of the Navy's tactics?" "Of course. I have been a long-standing rival of Sengoku. Their encirclement from behind suits my strategy perfectly," Whitebeard replied. It seemed that Squard had finally resolved himself, thrusting his long sword towards Whitebeard. A sharp clang echoed through the air as another blade intercepted Squard's strike. "Squard, you traitor. You truly are no good." The owner of the blade, Horn, remarked coldly. At that moment, all the captains engaged in battle witnessed this scene. Their expressions a mix of shock and fury. "Squard, you scoundrel, what do you intend to do?" Marco soared back to the Moby Dick, kicking Squard away. He looked anxiously at Whitebeard, fully aware of his father's numerous ailments. If any of his hidden injuries were triggered, it would be exceedingly detrimental for him. "Marco, you must not know yet. Father has already resolved to exchange our pirate crew for Ace, the son of the Pirate King. If that is the case, why should we continue to risk our lives for him?" Squard exclaimed in anger. His words held some truth, thus far. The casualties of the Whitebeard pirates had indeed been minimal. Chapter 145, The Three Admirals. "Why didn't you tell me that Ace is the son of the Pirate King? Did you not realize? All my companions were slain by the Pirate King, which is why I later joined the Whitebeard pirates alone." Squard's agitation grew. "Having made this decision today, I have long since prepared myself for the gallows." He cast aside his long sword, appearing resigned to his fate. "Father, is it true? Please tell us, is it true?" The pirates' emotions began to waver. Whitebeard was their spiritual leader, and if this belief were shattered, the consequences would be dire. "Foolish boy, you must understand what you have done to father." In an unexpected gesture, Whitebeard embraced Squard, saying, "Silly boy, I am your father, no matter the mistake. I shall not blame you. Tell me, who has drawn out the darkness within you?" "It was Akainu. He told me that you deceived us." Whitebeard understood then that this was a Navy scheme. "Foolish boy, you and Ace have fought side by side on the seas for so long. You have already become brothers. Can the Navy's words truly shake the bond between you?" "We will all forgive you," Whitebeard assured. Squard's face was filled with regret. Yet there is no remedy for remorse in this world. Whitebeard released him and strode to the bow of the ship, driving his naginata into the ground. With a powerful strike, he pounded his fists outward, unleashing a multitude of cracks that rapidly spread. Not only did the space around him shatter, but even the massive ice walls on either side crumbled into fragments. Whitebeard demonstrated his indomitable will through his actions. "As a pirate, each of you must choose what to believe, and those willing to continue the fight, join me," Whitebeard declared with a thunderous voice. A resounding cheer erupted from the pirates. For Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, had finally taken action. Sengoku's expression darkened significantly. Once Whitebeard unleashed his fury, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Just as Whitebeard prepared to advance, a giant admiral charged toward him. "Whitebeard, you've revealed a weakness." The giant admiral swung his massive double-headed axe at Whitebeard. Unfazed, Whitebeard retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the side, colliding with the axe and unleashing a tremor that shattered it into pieces. Whitebeard's expression turned fearsome as he seized the giant admiral's head, forcefully driving it into the ice. Crack! The immense strength shattered the admiral's helmet, the force penetrating deep within his body, instantly killing him. Admiral Longs. The Navy was left in shock at Whitebeard's might. Having effortlessly eliminated an admiral known for his brute strength, Horn leaped from the bow of the Moby Dick, addressing Whitebeard with fervor. "Let us create a ruckus together." Drawing his formidable weapon, he proclaimed, "Prepare yourself." "Ha ha ha. Young one, take care of yourself first." Whitebeard laughed heartily, though his tone had softened considerably, for Horn had just shielded him from a lethal blow, and their interests now intertwined. At that moment, Sengoku finally summoned what he desired. Walls surged from the ground, effectively severing the escape routes of the Whitebeard pirates. Despair enveloped the pirates, yet one avenue remained, the place where oars had fallen, where a wall had yet to rise. They could only hope to breach this gap, to forge a path forward. The pirates surged forth with determination. Meanwhile, Admiral Akainu made his move. "Pirates, before justice. You shall be utterly defeated," he declared, unleashing his meteoritic volcano. His magma-infused fist ascended skyward, releasing a barrage of molten projectiles. The heavens ignited, and the magma fell like a meteor shower. "Look out, it's raining magma." The molten fury shattered the icy surface, plunging the pirates into a hellish inferno. Whitebeard's expression darkened, yet his resolve remained unyielded. "I must rescue Ace." At that moment, the other two admirals, Akiji and Kizuru, approached oars, prepared to strike him down. A colossal wave crashed toward the three admirals as Luffy and Enel emerged from the depths of the ocean. "At last, you've arrived," Kizara remarked with a casual tone. You shall not advance any further. Akiji declared firmly. You cannot triumph over justice. Akainu stated coldly. Are you truly the three admirals of the navy? Enel exclaimed with excitement. At last, I meet you. Ha ha ha. The admirals regarded him with bemusement. I am Enel, the great god. You mere mortals may address me as such. I am the pinnacle of the weather pirates' might, and have long heard tales of your names. Today, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Enel proclaimed with enthusiasm. You dare speak to us in such a tone? Who do you think you are? Akainu scoffed. With this, Enel bellowed, summoning a bolt of lightning that descended from the heavens, striking fiercely at the three admirals. The trio moved in unison, deftly evading the strike. Oh, so you wield the power of the rumble fruit? Kazari marveled. The strongest Logia type, is it? No wonder you have the audacity to come here, Akiji remarked. I am eager to witness your true strength. Akainu remarked. I have heard that you possess the powers of the glint fruit. Your speed must be extraordinary. To this day, I have yet to encounter anyone swifter than myself. Enel chuckled. Kizaru wore a cheerful expression, yet inwardly muttered in frustration. What do you want from me? Can't I even take a leisurely swim? Straw Hat Kid, go rescue your brother. Leave this to us. Enel said, patting Luffy on the shoulder. Thank you, long-eared fellow. And you too, Fishman Uncle. Enel transformed into a flash of lightning and charged toward Kizaru, while Jinbe faced off against Akainu. Have you all forgotten about me? Akiji said, displeased. Of course not, old friend. After all, I am still here, a voice echoed from above. Akiji looked up to see Horn, the purple demon Horn. What a topic of conversation you are. Even participating in the Marineford War, Akiji remarked. You might not know, but not long ago, I successfully breached Impel Down, Horn said with a mischievous grin. Chapter 146, Kizaru vs. Enel. What? You breached Impel Down? Akiji said in disbelief. Akiji, to be honest, among the three of you, I have the most fondness for you, Horn said with a smile. Enough of the pleasantries. Since we are here, we are adversaries now. I am not falling for that. Akiji replied coldly. Sigh, you are truly unfriendly, Horn commented. Ice Ball. Without hesitation, Akiji launched an attack at Horn. Meanwhile, Enel had already engaged Kizaru in battle. Lightspeed kick. Kizaru executed a swift kick, but Enel utilized his mind network, evading the blow with remarkable agility. The power of the rumble fruit is indeed formidable. Kizaru marveled at the speed of the rumble fruit, experiencing for the first time a natural user whose speed matched his own. Among the three admirals, Akainu had the strongest attack power, while Kizaru was the fastest. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel summoned a bird made of lightning, charging directly at Kizaru. Yada Mirror. A laser beam shot forth, colliding with the Thunderbird. In an instant, the laser beam tore through the Thunderbird and hurtled toward Enel. Standing his ground, Enel transformed into his elemental form, allowing the laser beam to pass through him. Is the strength of an admiral truly this formidable? Enel pondered. Since arriving in the New World, he had encountered numerous powerful beings, realizing that his own strength was not unmatched, and that there were always greater forces beyond the horizon. Sumagari. Kizaru wielded a sword formed of light particles, transforming into a streak of light and appearing beside Enel. With a single slash, Kizaru aimed his sword at Enel. Clang. Enel raised his golden staff to block the yellow ape's sword, the tremendous force causing the staff to tremble. He felt a jolt in his hands and swiftly retreated, suspending himself in midair. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Enel summoned arcs of electricity, forming a colossal dragon of lightning that roared ferociously and charged towards the yellow ape. A hint of seriousness crossed the yellow ape's face as the Thunder Dragon approached with an overwhelming ferocity, seemingly capable of devouring everything in its path. Tengaku no Amatsuke's. With a swift flicker, the yellow ape positioned himself above the Thunder Dragon and slashed downwards. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom as the sword met the dragon. Arcs of electricity erupting in every direction, dazzling light scattering amidst the chaos. The Thunder Dragon, in a frenzied display, retaliated violently against the sword. What a terrifying power. Indeed, that man's subordinates are formidable, the yellow ape exclaimed in astonishment. However, you shall never defeat me. Flash. His power surged forth, an overwhelming force that tore the Thunder Dragon into fragments. In an instant, he was before Enel, and the sword descended with lethal intent towards Enel's neck. But there was no bloodshed, nor any cries of despair. Enel wore a peculiar smile as his headless form transformed into a tempest of crackling lightning. Enveloping the yellow ape in a prison of electricity, binding him with chains of thunder. Oh dear, have you been captured? Prepare to meet your end. Raijin. Enel reappeared, a massive column of lightning descending with ferocity. Just then, a searing light erupted, a beam shooting forth to collide with the lightning strike. The thunder prison quaked violently as the radiance surrounding the yellow ape intensified, culminating in an explosive roar as the entire prison shattered, arcs of electricity scattering. The yellow ape reemerged, his form reconstituting amidst the chaos. Damn it, you cannot be harmed even like this? Enel cursed inwardly. Now it's my turn. Yada no Kagami. A radiant mirror materialized, countless particles of light converging to unleash a laser beam at astonishing speed, shattering the sound barrier as it raced towards Enel. Caught off guard, Enel could not evade in time. The beam pierced through him, an indescribable agony surged through his mind. His body plummeted uncontrollably from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Enel spluttered. Damn it, I've been injured. This marked the second time he had sustained an injury at the hands of another since his defeat to Horn. Kill this pirate. The Navy, fueled by rage upon sighting Enel, surged towards him. Enel scoffed. Even if this god is wounded, my power is beyond what you insignificant insects can fathom, he declared with disdain. Lightning ball. A ball of lightning surged forth, coalescing into a formidable form, and was hurled directly at a group of approaching Navy soldiers, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent them sprawling, the shockwave rising over 10 meters high. In the very moment Enel basked in his triumph, a golden foot struck him once more, sending him hurtling away. He collided with several pirates before finally coming to a halt. Kizaru, you insufferable wretch. I am genuinely enraged. Enel grimaced as he rose from the ground. Oh, are you upset? Kizaru remarked nonchalantly. 200 million volts. Raijin. Enel bellowed, unleashing a torrent of electricity that erupted around him, generating waves of energy that swirled with fervor. He finally relinquished restraint over his power, executing his most formidable technique. A colossal, tempestuous figure of lightning materialized before the witnesses, instilling a sense of despair merely through its presence. What manner of beast is this? An elemental user akin to the three admirals, gasped the Navy soldiers. Ha ha, this one belongs to us. Let us create chaos, brothers. The pirates exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Kizaru, behold the might of a deity. Perish. Enel launched a devastating punch toward Kizaru, his massive form not impeding his speed, as sonic booms erupted with each strike. It seems I must unleash my ultimate technique, the Yada no Kagami, Kizaru shouted, gathering particles of light rapidly, which he then unleashed toward Enel in a barrage of impenetrable light projectiles. Enel, unable to evade due to his sheer size, braced himself against the onslaught. His body retreating under the pressure, arcs of electricity crackling around him, yet he sustained no significant injury. Is that all you've got? Kizaru, receive my fist. His previously halted fist swung anew, colliding with Kizaru's body to the latter's utter shock. Kizaru was sent flying, never having anticipated such an assault upon himself. Chapter 147. Salvation, you old rascal. I'll take your life. Enel roared, his mountainous form descending with overwhelming force, his fist creating a howling wind as it aimed directly at Kizaru. How dare you, pirate, treat an admiral with such disdain? A commanding voice resonated, as seething magma materialized before Enel. Akainu. Very well, let us see how your fist fares. Enel redirected his punch toward Akainu. Magu Magu no Inu. Akainu shouted, as the magma coalesced into a roaring hellhound, charging toward Enel's fist. With a thunderous roar, the heavens shook and the earth fractured under the immense force, as the brutal clash of two elemental titans filled the air with heat and electricity. The hellhound relentlessly gnawed at Enel's fist, forcing him to retreat step by step. Break for me. Akainu bellowed once more, unleashing a ferocious surge of magma that engulfed Enel's entire fist without restraint. Damn it, I can't evade it, Enel exclaimed, his eyes widening in terror as the molten fist drew nearer. Should he be struck, he would either perish or suffer grievous injuries. Maha Wilyong. At that moment, a light exclamation echoed, and a sword intent cleaved through the air, striking the hellhound directly. The sword energy, akin to a chainsaw, brutally severed the hellhound, shattering the magma into countless fragments that fell to the earth. Captain, Enel cried out in delight, realizing that Horn had arrived. Captain, what brings you here? Where is Akiji? Enel inquired curiously. He was detained by Diamond Jaws, Horn replied nonchalantly. The purple demon Horn, time and again challenging the Navy's limits, cannot be spared. Akainu declared coldly. Admiral Akainu, I have long yearned for a contest with you. Horn retorted. Meanwhile, Luffy had reached the execution platform, where Jinbei, previously defeated by Akainu, along with the Okama King Ivankov, offered their support. Luffy dashed toward Ace. Undoubtedly, the war had reached its zenith. Whitebeard similarly swung his Naginata and charged forth. Borsalino, you and Kazan halt Whitebeard. I shall deal with Horn. Akainu commanded the Yellow Monkey. Yellow Monkey brushed the dust off himself and replied, understood. He then transformed into a streak of light, darting toward Whitebeard. Damn it, don't run. Enel thought to pursue, but an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him, causing his Thunder God state to dissipate instantly. He half-knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. On another front, Kazan, having temporarily repelled Diamond Jaws, positioned himself before Whitebeard. You little ice brat, Whitebeard scoffed. Ice ball. A torrent of icy power erupted, hurtling toward Whitebeard. He swung his Naginata to meet it, the cold enveloping the weapon and attempting to freeze him. With a grin, Whitebeard unleashed his formidable tremor power, shattering the ice into fragments. Then delivered a punch that sent Kazan flying. A trickle of blood appeared at Kazan's lips, his expression darkening. Kazan, you cannot obstruct my father's path. Your opponent is me. Jaws re-emerged, positioning himself before Whitebeard. Damn it. This situation is becoming dire, Kazan thought anxiously as he glanced into the distance. Where Akainu was being hindered by Horn, a most unfortunate development. Whitebeard, I cannot allow you to advance any further. Otherwise, Admiral Sengoku will surely reprimand me. The Yellow Monkey materialized before Whitebeard. Kazan, your adversary is me. A blue figure flashed and stood in front of the Yellow Monkey. Marco, it's you again. Yellow Monkey, come and test your strength. Marco soared with his wings, charging towards the Yellow Monkey, while Jozu likewise rushed towards the Green Bull. My beloved sons, your father shall not disappoint your expectations. Ace, await my rescue. Whitebeard proclaimed loudly to Ace, who stood upon the execution platform. Father, Ace cried, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, Luffy, with the assistance of the crowd, finally reached the execution platform. Ace, Luffy bellowed, sprinting towards his brother. Remarkably, Sengoku remained momentarily unmoved. In a frenzy, Luffy retrieved the key that Horn had given him and swiftly unlocked Ace's shackles. Straw Hat Brat, you are challenging the Navy's limits. Sengoku thundered, and in an instant, a resplendent golden light erupted as an immensely imposing Buddha materialized. Sengoku, the user of the mythical Zoan Buddha fruit. Sengoku unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Luffy and Ace, the force sending forth a fierce gust of wind that momentarily halted the air, only to erupt violently, pressing down on the brothers, rendering them breathless. Sengoku, your opponent is me, not my beloved sons. A thunderous voice echoed as Whitebeard's colossal figure emerged, meeting Sengoku's palm with a fist of his own. Boom. The collision produced a cacophony of sound, shattering the air around them into spiderweb-like cracks as the shockwave surged outward. Father, Ace shouted. Ace, quickly take your brother and flee. Do not concern yourself with me for now. Whitebeard commanded. Gritting his teeth, Ace grasped Luffy's hand and dashed away. Old friend, it has been years since we last clashed. Let me see if your strength remains as formidable as it once was. Whitebeard declared. You shall soon find out, Sengoku retorted, launching a palm strike that unleashed a force akin to a star's explosion, violently compressing the air towards Whitebeard. The surrounding space quivered with terrifying ripples. This attack could undoubtedly shatter mountains and fill seas. Ha ha ha. Now this is a battle worth relishing. Whitebeard's muscles bulged explosively, his expression momentarily fierce, as he retaliated against Sengoku's palm. Crack. Boom. The two sounds echoed almost simultaneously, as the air before Whitebeard shattered like glass. Even Sengoku, a formidable warrior, altered his countenance. Whitebeard's fist compelled Sengoku to retreat repeatedly. Break. Sengoku roared, his muscles swelling with relentless might, gathering strength to an apex before erupting forth. With the two as the epicenter, the ensuing shockwave swept through like a tempest, sending both pirates and Navy alike soaring through the air, while the ground beneath them fractured like entwining vines. The earth trembled perilously. Such terror. This is undoubtedly a battle between the world's most elite powers. Both pirates and Navy personnel felt a profound reverence for such strength. This power transcended what mere mortals could possess. Chapter 148. Fierce battle on the other side. Horn and Akainu engaged in a fierce confrontation. Pirate Horn, How dare you assist Whitebeard? You shall perish here today. Akainu declared vehemently. Ha, Akainu. If victory could be attained through mere words, you would have triumphed long ago. Horn retorted with a cold smile. Great eruption. Akainu roared, unleashing an enormous magma fist aimed directly at Horn. Celestial thunder. Horn bellowed, wielding the great evil king's blade, and in an instant, lightning cascaded from the heavens. The once clear sky darkened ominously, and a tempest of fury erupted, reaching from the heavens to the abyss below, resembling a galactic river descending from the firmament. Boom. The clash of lightning and magma created a cataclysmic explosion, splitting the world into two extremes. A shock wave surged forth, sweeping across hundreds of meters. As the two combatants shone like stars in a celestial sea. Another monster. How formidable is this pirate's power? The Marines stood transfixed, unable to move, witnessing an extraordinary battle between top-tier warriors. Is Ace's friend truly this strong? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were equally astonished, realizing why this pirate had the audacity to challenge their father, for he had a formidable ally at heart. Akainu howled in fury, as the magma fist tore through the lightning, hurtling toward Horn. If that strike landed, it would surely inflict grievous harm, if not death. Defeating me will not be so simple. Akainu. Evil dominates the world, all returns to void. A tempestuous surge of demonic energy erupted, coalescing around the great evil king as Horn unleashed a devastating strike. The demonic energy collided with Akainu's fist like a rampaging beast. Thunderous roars echoed, shaking the earth uncontrollably, as the shockwave soared into the sky. In the vicinity of hundreds of meters, the area was deserted except for the two engaged in battle. Neither pirates nor Marines dared to approach these titans. Break! Horn shouted, his life force erupting like a myriad of stars. Behind him, a towering spectral figure of a demon lord manifested. Unlike the physical form of the demon god before, this apparition merely enhanced Horn's power without directly participating in the fray. Horn's eyes turned an ominous crimson, a ferocious intent to kill surging forth, enveloping the surroundings for hundreds of meters, as if one had stepped into a realm of phantoms. The frigid, bone-chilling aura elicited involuntary shivers from all. The demonic energy erupted like tumultuous waves of the sea, shattering the magma giant fist of Akainu and crashing directly into his chest. Coughing violently, Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs nearly displaced. Yet, as he beheld Horn rapidly approaching, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As Horn drew near, only a few meters away, Akainu seized Horn's shoulder with one hand, the searing magma instantly scorching Horn's skin. Even with Horn's formidable willpower, he could not suppress a cry of pain. Die. Purple Demon Horn. Akainu hurled Horn to the ground, his magma-infused fist crashing down upon him. Heavenly Demon Fist. Horn sprang back to his feet, retaliating with a punch aimed at Akainu. The demonic energy was swiftly consumed by the magma, striking directly against Horn's abdomen. In that fleeting moment, the demonic energy enveloped his midsection, creating layers of defense to halt the advance of the molten rock. Yet, Horn's body was still uncontrollably sent flying away. Horn crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Although he managed to prevent the magma from infiltrating his body, his skin was seared with excruciating pain, and his mind was continuously besieged by intense agony. Akainu, you cannot kill him. Hancock interjected, positioning herself in front of Akainu just as he was about to strike. Boa Hancock, this is a conflict between the Navy and the pirates. It would be wise for you not to interfere. Akainu warned sternly. Hancock's words were abruptly cut off. Hancock, step aside and allow me to face him. Hoenn rose again. My lord Hoenn, your body is in no condition to continue. You must leave this place, or I will be unable to protect you once the fight ensues, he insisted. But there are no buts. Depart at once. Hoenn's tone was resolute, leaving Hancock with no choice but to retreat. Akainu, this reckless battle truly exhilarates me. It has been far too long since I encountered an opponent like you. Hoenn exclaimed with excitement. Today marks your final day on this earth, the purple demon Hoenn. Akainu's voice was icy, embodying the strongest offensive capability among the three admirals. And as the future fleet admiral of the Navy, he indeed had the authority to utter such words. Hoenn's body resembled a dilapidated building on the verge of collapse. With just a little more effort from Akainu, he could be obliterated at any moment. Is that so? You wish to underestimate me, Hoenn declared, revealing that he had yet to unleash his true power. In Horn's hand appeared two droplets of vivid crimson blood, derived from the original work of Fonyan. known as Qilin blood. This is the ancestral mad blood of the Nye family. However, these two droplets of Qilin blood in Horn's possession possess a potency far surpassing that of the diluted mad blood found within Nye foam. Should Horn consume this Qilin blood, his descent into madness would intensify, resulting in a cataclysmic surge of power. Horn unhesitatingly consumed 2 drops of Qilin blood, and instantly, an indescribable surge of heat enveloped his body, causing crimson hues to emerge upon his skin, as if he had just ascended from a blood pool. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Come forth. Akainu, let us engage in battle. Though his body was racked with pain, Horn was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This power was the aspiration of countless souls. Such a formidable wave of energy. Akainu could perceive the intensifying energy fluctuations emanating from Horn, and his expression swiftly darkened. This is the sword technique I have comprehended. Ma W. Liang, let us see if you can withstand it. Horn raised the formidable evil king high above his head, a thick, blood-red demonic aura coalescing upon it. With a swift stroke, he brought his blade down. The blood-red aura burned with the intensity of the sun, dominating the sky. Where all other lights faded into insignificance beneath the brilliance of this single strike, a force capable of cleaving an island in twain. The red dog erupted, magma power surging wildly as he launched a fist towards the sword's energy. Yet, this strike was extraordinary. The technique, Maha Wuliang, had transcended the previous Earth-level form. Ascending to the celestial tier of Maha, a thunderous roar echoed as the ground beneath the red dog fractured inch by inch, the shockwaves spiraling outward like a tornado, enveloping the battlefield in an apocalyptic aura under the blood-red mist. Chapter 149. The clashes of war reaching yet another pinnacle. This pirate continued to evolve. Akiji could not help but exclaim, "Akiji, do not let your focus waver when battling me." Jozu charged directly at him. With a cold snort, Akiji re-engaged Jozu in fierce combat. The clash of crimson and blood formed a starkly contrasting world, though the hues seemed closely related. The blood red contained the essence of life extinguished, drawing forth the energies of the fallen, suffusing the air with an aura of inevitable death. The red dog roared in fury, yet the magma could not pierce Horn's sword energy. Instead, Horn's power erupted like a volcanic explosion, cleaving through the red dog's attack with ease. Just as the sword energy threatened to bisect the red dog, a colossal fist surged forth, colliding violently with the blade's force, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that soared into the heavens. Under the formidable power of Horn's celestial strike, he was nearly shattered into fragments. "Carp, it's you." A glimmer of clarity remained in Horn's eyes as he instantly recognized the formidable figure before him, the naval hero Carp. Carp swiftly pulled Akainu aside, his expression grave as he regarded Horn. Akainu gasped for breath, having felt the palpable breath of death in that last exchange. Had Horn's blade descended just a fraction more, he would have been cleaved in two. The thought sent a chill of sweat cascading down Akainu's back. "Sakazuki, you must leave this place and assist Sengoku in combating Whitebeard. This pirate is mine to handle," Carp declared. Akainu gritted his teeth and nodded, his body suddenly darting away. "Pirate Horn, just a few years ago you were merely an ordinary scallywag roaming the seas. Who could have imagined that you would rise to such heights? If left unchecked, your growth poses a tremendous threat to the Navy," Carp stated coldly. "Admiral Carp, should you wish to strike, then come forth. I can no longer contain myself," Horn shouted, his internal energy surging like a furnace, burning fiercely with an unparalleled ferocity, fueled by the 2 drops of Qilin blood he had consumed. A maddened intent to kill surged through Horn's mind. "Then let me witness your might, the purple demon Horn." A layer of black hockey silently enveloped his fist as Carp roared, launching himself like a cannonball, his speed astonishingly swift. Slash! Horn bellowed, unleashing the great evil king with a single stroke, the sword energy cleaving the earth as it surged towards Carp. Boom! Carp retaliated with a powerful punch, his fist colliding violently with the sword energy, creating a maelstrom of force that spiraled outward like a tornado. Carp's presence surged, becoming as heavy and powerful as a mountain. The sword energy advanced like an army, fiercely assaulting Carp's fist. Even Carp, a battle-hardened veteran, could not help but change his expression. "Boy, do not presume that the strength of an old man is so trivial," Carp roared, unleashing an explosive force akin to stars shattering, which obliterated Horn's sword energy into fragments. The force of Carp's punch tore through the void, directly striking Horn's body. Horn was struck with tremendous force. Spitting a mouthful of crimson blood and plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Hornboy. Ivankov rushed forward to catch him. Are you all right, Hornboy? Ivankov asked with concern. Coughing. Horn continuously expelled blood, his face pale as parchment, utterly weakened. Ivankov, administer an injection to awaken my strength. Horn grasped Ivankov's arm. This war is not one you should involve yourself in. You are in no way connected to this conflict. Why must you fight so desperately? Ivanov exclaimed loudly, his heart heavy at the sight of Horn in such a state. Why must this future unparalleled powerhouse exhaust himself here? Ivanov, I must break through on this battlefield. This is my opportunity, and I cannot afford to miss it. Please, help me, administer a shot. Horn pleaded. But this will deplete your life force. Ivanov warned. Help me. Horn bellowed. Sighing, Ivanov, left with no choice, administered the injection. Horn felt an exhilarating surge of vitality coursing through his body. Horn rose, unleashing a ferocious roar. His overwhelming conqueror's hockey sweeping across the battlefield like a tempest. Those pirates and navy personnel caught in its wake fell, foaming at the mouth. Kapu, let us battle. Horn thundered, his blood surging like a constellation of stars, resembling a descending demonic deity. Such terrifying potential. How many secrets did this pirate harbor? Kapu's expression hardened. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Sengoku were growing ever more formidable in their clash. Sengoku, after all these years, your strength remains as formidable as ever. Whitebeard laughed heartily. With that, he unleashed another punch, the tremendous tremor of his power nearly shattering the very fabric of the void. Sengoku's expression shifted, yet he braced himself to endure. Boom. Their fists collided, and Sengoku was involuntarily pushed back several meters. Whitebeard swung his Bisento, aiming a decisive strike at Sengoku. At that moment, a crimson figure darted out, positioning itself between Sengoku and Whitebeard. The magma-laden youth, Whitebeard, was taken aback. It was none other than Akainu. With hands in his pockets and one foot enveloped in potent haki, he effortlessly blocked Whitebeard's Bisento. Blocked it. With just one foot. The pirates gasped in astonishment. Do you think that can stop me? Whitebeard sneered, for his circumstances differed from the original tale. Horn had absorbed the blow for him, leaving Whitebeard unscathed and at the pinnacle of his strength. Get out of my way. Whitebeard growled, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of tremor power, launching a punch at Akainu. Great eruption. Akainu roared, his magma-infused fist crashing forward, colliding with Whitebeard's fist. The world seemed to split into two realms, white and red fiercely defending their territories, momentarily achieving a stalemate. With a cold smile, Whitebeard knew his might extended far beyond this. Break. His muscles bulged, erupting with a force capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. Akainu's magma fist shattered under the tremor's might, creating a multitude of spatial fissures as he was sent hurtling backward. Admiral Sakazuki. He has been struck down. Numerous naval officers gasped in astonishment. Chapter 150, Unleashing Fury. Naval forces, brace yourselves for my strike. Whitebeard bellowed, his Naginata planted firmly into the ground. With a ferocious thrust of his fists, he unleashed a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward like waves on a water surface. The air fractured with ominous cracks, and in an instant, the very earth seemed to shatter. The ground began to rupture completely, deep chasms as profound as abysses emerging, causing the Navy to cry out in terror and cower on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Whitebeard, if you continue this rampage, this island will not endure. Akainu reappeared, declaring, Demon Dog. He launched a powerful punch, sending a roaring infernal beast hurtling toward Whitebeard. Anticipating the assault, Whitebeard countered with a mighty slash, the two forces colliding violently. However, Akainu was prepared, and the demon dog surged forth, breaching Whitebeard's defenses and aiming directly for his head. Whitebeard managed to shift his head just in time, but the magma melted away half of his beard and part of his skull. Akainu felt a surge of glee, but before long, an enormous hand emerged from the smoke. Seizing Akainu, his expression froze as he was violently slammed into the ground by Whitebeard's grip. The overwhelming tremors of power erupted, crushing Akainu's body, blood gushing from various wounds, leaving him grievously injured. This was the nature of combat among the strong, where demise lurked at every turn. At that moment, a long blade of ice pierced Whitebeard's chest. Damn it, the ice demon. It was Akiji, having escaped from Jozu's entanglement to reach Whitebeard's side. Whitebeard, already battered, felt his strength waning and the latent injuries within him stirred. He realized his time was running short. Meanwhile, the battle between Horn and Garp was cataclysmic, as pirates and Navy personnel alike sought to avoid the wrath of these titanic beings, not wishing to perish at their hands. Fueled by a surge of hormonal energy, Horn's combat prowess soared, matching Garp's formidable attacks without faltering. Thunderous roar of the heavens, Horn shouted, striking with the great evil king, conjuring a violent tempest of thunder from the heavens. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with lightning, arcs crackling ominously, transforming the atmosphere into a battleground of storms. Lightning cascaded down, as if tearing the very fabric of reality. Garp wore a grave expression, enveloping his fist in black hockey before launching a fierce counterstrike against the descending lightning bolt. The earth and sky quaked under the impact, piercing shrieks resonating that could shatter eardrums. Garp's overwhelming punch erupted, dispersing the lightning column, sending countless arcs of electricity spiraling outward. With a foot planted in the void, he harnessed the energy to propel himself like a cannonball toward Horn. Absolute evil, all returns to the void. The 10th strike of the evil king's 10 calamities unleashed a sword aura fierce enough to rend a small island asunder. Boom. The collision between fist and sword energy was fierce, causing both parties to momentarily halt before erupting with even greater ferocity. Crack. A series of spine-chilling sounds erupted, shattering the surrounding space into fragments. The fist's might and the sword's aura clashed like two colossal beasts in a gladiatorial contest, relentlessly tearing at one another. Although blood was not spilled, the sheer force was enough to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Boom. The fist and sword energies entwined in a deadly embrace, ultimately merging into a radiant orb that shattered into brilliance. The light surged towards the heavens, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, as a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Both pirates and Navy personnel watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at such a display of power. Could this truly be the manifestation of human strength? As the smoke cleared, Horn and Garp emerged, both gasping for breath. Garp, come here. Whitebeard is furious. Garp's transponder snail rang, revealing Sengoku's voice. Whitebeard? Garp furrowed his brow. If Whitebeard unleashed his wrath, Sengoku would likely be unable to withstand it, necessitating Garp's intervention to assist Sengoku. With this thought in mind, Garp resolved to abandon Horn and immediately sprinted towards the battleground where Whitebeard and Sengoku clashed. Horn cast a contemplative glance in that direction, when suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed. Purple Demon Horn, it seems you are quite fatigued. Horn directed his gaze towards the source of the sound, momentarily struck silent. Doflamingo, is that you? What brings you here, seeking a fight? Horn remarked with a hint of derision. Ha ha ha, as if you stand a chance. After your relentless battles with Akainu and Garp, your stamina must be utterly depleted. Do you truly believe you are in a position to speak to me like that? Doflamingo replied with a sinister grin. Ha ha ha, whether my stamina is exhausted or not, you shall find out when we clash, Horn proclaimed, his voice brimming with an air of superiority, the power of Conqueror's haki intensifying around him. Arrogant youth. Those who are overly proud often meet an early demise, Doflamingo retorted, his expression darkening. I have yet to settle the score for Diamante and Old G. Now, the time has come for you to avenge them. Come, let us engage in battle. Horn's eyes blazed with fervent combativeness. Since you are so eager to embrace death, I shall oblige you. String fruit. 5 slender threads materialized, violently lashing out towards Horn. Such an attack is utterly futile against me. Horn countered with a single strike, his formidable weapon clashing against the threads, producing a cacophony of shrill grinding sounds. However, should Doflamingo think that these 5 threads could shatter the unparalleled weapon in Horn's grasp, that notion was utterly impossible. The formidable power of Horn erupted like the radiant brilliance of the sun, an inexhaustible force surging into his body. The Dark Overlord directly shattered Doflamingo's multicolored strings and struck at him with a decisive blow. Do not underestimate me, kid, Doflamingo retorted, conjuring another thick thread in his hand, violently swinging it towards Horn, unleashing his super string whip. Just then, a foot emerged from the side, effortlessly blocking Doflamingo's mighty attack. Boa Hancock. What business do you have here, woman? Doflamingo seethed, veins bulging on his forehead, consumed by anger. Why was it that every time he sought to eliminate this young man? Someone intervened. Last time it was Hawkeye, and now it was this woman. Tion Yacha, you cannot kill him. He is the man I cherish, Boa Hancock proclaimed, tilting her head defiantly. Horn was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Lord Horn, Please continue with your actions, and do not concern yourself with this. Hancock gently urged Horn, her demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier interaction with Doflamingo. Chapter 151. The Final Command. Hancock, I am truly grateful to you. I entrust this place to your care. Horn expressed his heartfelt thanks. Oh, he just uttered my name and thanked me. Could this be love? Hancock mused, her expression one of sheer enchantment. Horn, however, had no time to dwell on her sentiments and immediately dashed towards Whitebeard. Listen closely, Whitebeard pirates. I am now issuing the final command from the captain. As Horn began to run, a thunderous roar erupted from Whitebeard, causing a heavy weight to settle in Horn's heart. The members of the Whitebeard pirates wept, pleading, Father, do not utter such ominous words. I do not wish to hear any of this. Please, do not say such things. Father, all of us in the Whitebeard pirates must return safely to the New World. That is an order. With that, Whitebeard crossed his arms, assuming a stance that indicated he was ready to strike. I am but a remnant of an era. There exists no ship in the New World that can bear my presence. With his fists raised, he struck fiercely to either side, unleashing a catastrophic force that obliterated Marine Fort in an instant. A vast chasm appeared, severing the space between Whitebeard and his subordinates. Father, no. Did we not agree to return to the New World together? They cried. Father, I shall never acknowledge this order. Enough. This is Father's command. Do you intend to defy the captain's orders? The crew understood that Whitebeard had made his decision, and they could not linger to impede his retreat. With tears streaming down their faces, they stepped back. Ace unleashed a torrent of flames, sending the pirates near Whitebeard soaring through the air. Amidst the flames, Ace stood across a vast chasm from Whitebeard. No need for further words, Ace. I shall ask but one thing. Am I still a worthy father? Whitebeard inquired. Father, it is truly a blessing to be your son. Ace wept uncontrollably, tears cascading down his cheeks. Ace, return to the New World. Carry my will as you continue to brave these seas. My life, having you, bears no regrets. A look of deep affection graced Whitebeard's face. With that, he turned away, declaring, Marine, allow me to be your adversary. His naginata struck the ground with a resounding thud. And I, Old Man Whitebeard. A figure emerged from the smoke. Horn, what brings you here? Whitebeard asked, a look of surprise crossing his face. This matter with the Marines does not concern you. You should leave at once. I am well aware of whether I should depart or not. I will not perish here. I shall survive and continue to roam the seas. However, as you are leaving, I must accompany you for this final battle against the Marines. Whitebeard, I respect your indomitable spirit. Horn proclaimed. Gururara, you truly pique my interest, boy, had I known. I would have made you my son. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Horn's forehead creased with annoyance as he declared, I have no interest in being your son. Allow me to accompany you for this final journey. At that moment, Akainu unleashed his pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, magma surging forth, compelling them to bow their heads and flee. The members of the Whitebeard pirates are nothing but cowards. He taunted, but his provocation fell on deaf ears as they continued their retreat. Whitebeard is merely a failure of a bygone era. Upon hearing this, Ace, who had been running, halted abruptly. What did you say? He exclaimed, turning around in fury. Whitebeard is merely a failure of a bygone era. Akainu repeated, relishing Ace's wrathful expression. You despicable fiend. Akainu. A voice echoed as Horn appeared behind him. Take this. Horn shouted, swinging his blade at Akainu. Damn it, purple demon Horn. Akainu muttered under his breath, forced to turn and block Horn's strike. Boom. The shockwave erupted as two other admirals, Kizuru and Akiji, arrived on the scene, indicating that the three admirals were prepared to join forces to eliminate Horn. Horn, I am here to assist you, Ace declared, charging towards Akiji. Meanwhile, Marco and Diamond Jozu launched a joint attack against Kizuru, leaving Horn to confront Akainu alone. At this moment, Garp and Sengoku coordinated their assault on Whitebeard. The combined might of the Navy's top-tier forces was indeed formidable. Whitebeard understood that the Navy might consider letting Ace go, but only at the cost of his own life. He was acutely aware that he would not leave this place alive today. Come, Garp, Sengoku, my old friends. Let us engage in battle. Despite his injuries, Whitebeard's domineering presence remained unyieldingly powerful. Though I admire you greatly, as Fleet Admiral, I must apprehend you, Sengoku replied solemnly. With that, Sengoku, his massive frame radiating golden light, struck fiercely at Whitebeard, while Garp followed suit with a powerful punch. Now this is truly exciting. To perish at your hands would not be in vain, Whitebeard proclaimed. With a mighty blow, he retaliated, sending ripples through the air as the ground beneath them shattered. The very headquarters of the Navy trembling under the force of his strike. All gazed in awe at the scene, reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation. Sengoku and Garp found themselves forced back several steps, exchanging solemn glances that reflected their mutual gravity. "Come at me with another punch." Whitebeard's muscles tensed, power surging through his fist as he prepared to unleash yet another devastating blow. The formidable tremor of power erupted instantaneously, akin to a volcanic explosion, with Whitebeard's entire being pulsating with vitality, radiating like a blazing sun. A shockwave. Sengoku bellowed, meeting the force with a palm strike, while Garp, exerting his utmost strength, unleashed a mighty iron fist. The collision of their fists resonated with a thunderous roar, a sound so deafening it threatened to rupture eardrums. The combined might of these three legendary warriors was nothing short of cataclysmic. "Break!" Whitebeard roared, unleashing his power once more, the tremor force sending Sengoku and Garp hurtling backwards, both needing several steps to regain their footing. Such terrifying strength. No wonder he was hailed as the world's mightiest man. A legendary pirate on par with the likes of Gold Lion Shiki. The crowd was left in profound admiration of Whitebeard's prowess. Chapter 152. The end of war. Just as Whitebeard forced Sengoku and Garp back, a raucous laughter pierced through the air. "Ha! Old man. You truly are in a pitiful state." Whitebeard turned, his fury igniting. "Teach, it is you," he growled, his countenance darkening. This was the root of all his troubles. Had it not been for this man, this war would never have ignited, and countless lives would have been spared. "Die, Teach," Whitebeard thundered, a luminous circle forming in his hand as he unleashed a fierce strike towards Blackbeard. The already weakened execution platform crumbled entirely, with Blackbeard and his gathered crew narrowly evading the assault. "You truly show no mercy, old man. After all, I am still your son," Blackbeard retorted with a grin. "You are unworthy to utter such words, Teach. You have committed the Whitebeard pirate's only taboo by slaying your comrades. Today, I shall execute you," Whitebeard declared with fierce resolve. "Ha! Old man, do you truly believe you possess the strength for that?" Blackbeard laughed heartily. "Even in my wounded state, I can easily rid the world of a scoundrel like you." Despite being drenched in blood, his body battered and on the brink of death, Whitebeard exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, his spirit unyielding. "Let us accompany you on your final journey, old man." Blackbeard's crew began their assault on Whitebeard, cannons and firearms raining upon him, enveloping him in a storm of bullets. "Teach, your pride and arrogance are your greatest flaws. You shall never become the pirate king." Whitebeard emerged from the smoke, his body riddled with wounds, yet he seized Blackbeard with a powerful grip. The tremor force erupted once more, a cry echoing through the chaos. Blackbeard let out a piercing scream as a dark, circular void materialized, instantly absorbing the tremor power of Whitebeard. He then unleashed a powerful punch upon Whitebeard's chest, sending him staggering backward. "The bearer of future hopes, something awaits you at the world's end." Sengoku sensed an ominous turn of events. "One Piece truly exists," Whitebeard bellowed, and the lone transponder snail captured this moment, causing the entire world to erupt with fervor. "Ha! Father, what a splendid last word." Blackbeard laughed maniacally. Whitebeard's words reached their conclusion, the breath of life fading from him in an instant, as Blackbeard draped a white cloth over Whitebeard's form. At that moment, having shaken off Akainu, Horn rushed toward that direction. Enel intercepted Akainu. The figure of Horn flickered and vanished, instantly plunging into the white cloth. Just as Blackbeard was about to swallow the tremor fruit, Horn abruptly snatched it away. His body soared out of the confines of the white cloth. Purple Demon Horn. "It's you again!" Blackbeard seethed with fury, feeling as if a cooked duck had flown away from his grasp. What a travesty! He immediately pursued Horn, who secured the tremor fruit. "Blackbeard, if you wish to obtain the tremor fruit, come at me. I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson on behalf of Whitebeard," Horn declared. "Damn it, Purple Demon Horn, I have yet to settle the score for Impel Down," Blackbeard retorted darkly. Ha! Blackbeard, this is fate. With your current subordinates, do you truly believe your path to dominance will be unimpeded? Horn mocked. "I shall show you my might right now," Blackbeard roared, launching a fist toward him. Chaos reigns. Horn met the attack with a blade. Boom. The fist collided with the great evil king, creating a shockwave that shattered Blackbeard's defenses and struck him fiercely. Blackbeard cried out in anguish, a gash running from his neck to his abdomen, blood pouring forth. Horn deftly evaded Blackbeard and swiftly made his way to Whitebeard's side, seizing the legendary powerhouse and retreating to the other side of the abyss. Purple Demon Horn, perish. At that moment, Akaina broke through Inal's defenses and unleashed a devastating magma fist directed at Horn. An overwhelming aura surged forth like a tempest, and in an instant, a sword energy cleaved through Akainu's magma-infused strike. Akainu's expression shifted as he turned to face the source of the disturbance. Red-haired, it is you, he snarled through gritted teeth. The newcomer was none other than Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Shanks, Horn and Luffy exclaimed in unison. Shanks nodded slightly. It was not the moment for nostalgia. With the war reaching such a critical juncture, both the Marines and the pirates had suffered tremendous losses. The arrival of the red-haired pirates could undoubtedly alter the tide, but it hinged on their intentions. I am here to bring this conflict to a close. Continuing this battle will only result in further casualties. If anyone still craves chaos, let us be their opponents. Shanks drew his renowned sword, Griffin, as his conqueror's haki enveloped the battlefield, pressing upon everyone like a mountain. The members of the red-haired pirates readied themselves for combat, exuding an aura of formidable dominance as they surveyed the crowd. Blackbeard, Marines, will you accept my mediation? Shanks inquired solemnly. Blackbeard, bleeding profusely from his wounds, cast a dark glance at Horn before finally nodding. True to his reputation as a cunning warlord, Blackbeard's capacity for restraint far exceeded others' expectations, despite his dubious character. Let us bury Whitebeard's remains. The departed deserve our respect, Shanks stated gravely. This is unacceptable. Only by displaying Whitebeard's head can the Marines achieve their objective. A hardliner among the Marines retorted. You would do well to retract your words. A warrior of Whitebeard's caliber deserves the utmost respect. If not, I shall stand as your adversary. Horn interjected. At Horn's bold proclamation, an immediate silence fell over the Marines, for he was a formidable force who had withstood the might of Admiral Carp. You may take Whitebeard's remains, Sengoku declared. The other Marines grew anxious, and Sengoku added, I will bear the consequences of this decision. The war is over. The Marines erupted in jubilant cheers, but soon, an undercurrent of sorrow swept through them. This conflict had claimed far too many lives, with countless dear friends lost amidst the chaos. The toll had proven to be devastatingly severe. Chapter 153, Luo, for the helmsman. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. An additional update. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates was engulfed in profound sorrow. Their beloved father figure, Whitebeard, had passed away, leaving them inconsolable. Marco lifted his gaze and beheld the bewildered expressions on the faces of his comrades. In the past, their path was clear. They followed Whitebeard, secure in the knowledge that he would shield them from any storm. But now, the sky had fallen. In an instant, they found themselves adrift, stripped of direction in life. The Whitebeard pirates could not simply disband like this. Marco contemplated the grief-stricken faces around him. Then, Horn approached Marco. Horn, is there something you wish to discuss? Marco inquired, harboring a deep fondness for the young man who had valiantly assisted them on the battlefield. Here, take this. Horn produced an object, none other than the tremor fruit he had previously seized from Blackbeard. This is father's tremor fruit, Marco exclaimed, filled with excitement. Horn discreetly placed the tremor fruit into Marco's embrace, murmuring a solemn directive to safeguard Whitebeard's legacy and to ensure that the existence of this fruit remained a secret. He advised Marco to pass it on to a worthy successor when the time was ripe. Upon hearing this, Marco's expression transformed into one of deep gratitude. He understood the principle that a man is often burdened by the treasures he holds. The tremor fruit, renowned as the pinnacle of paramecia, would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with nefarious intentions if its presence within the Whitebeard pirates were revealed. Particularly concerning was the traitor Blackbeard, whose ambitions during the Summit War were explicitly aimed at seizing Whitebeard's powers. Although those powers had been thwarted for the time being, Blackbeard's relentless nature suggested that he would not easily relinquish his pursuit. Subsequently, the red-haired pirates, the Wind and Cloud pirates, along with the fleets of the Whitebeard pirates, departed from Marineford. Horn was invited to the funeral of Whitebeard. Amidst an atmosphere of solemnity, Whitebeard's body was placed in a coffin and subsequently buried. Even among these seasoned pirates, who had braved the seas for many years, the sight of their most beloved's lifeless form brought tears to the eyes of these men. Typically stoic, the war had finally come to an end, and the death of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, sent shockwaves across the globe. However, the true highlight of the conflict was not Whitebeard nor the Navy, but the formidable pirate, Horn the Purple Demon. First, he breached Impel Down, then descended upon Marineford, directly challenging the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. He went on to engage in fierce combat with the Navy's mightiest admiral, Akainu, and subsequently clashed with the legendary marine hero, Garp, even wounding Blackbeard in their encounter. Horn's prowess was undeniably showcased, heralding the emergence of yet another unparalleled powerhouse in the world. Following the conclusion of the war, the Navy reassessed Horn's bounty, elevating it from 900 million to an astounding 1,200 million, a significant increase of 300 million. Similarly, Enel, the strongest fighter of the Thundercloud pirates, was awarded a bounty of 500 million, while the bounties of other crew members were also raised. In a certain region of the New World, the ships Griffin and Red Force were anchored. It seems we need to find a doctor, Horn remarked to the ship's doctor of the red-haired pirates, who was currently tending to his injuries. Horn, I am truly astonished. In just a few short years, you have grown to such heights. It appears the New World may be due for a territorial realignment, Shanks commented, sipping his drink. I have little interest in territory. I simply desire to battle strong opponents. Shanks, I assure you, I will one day challenge you. Do not refuse my challenge when that day comes. Horn replied with a smile. I would never decline such an invitation. It would be my honor to face a powerhouse like you, Shanks replied, grinning. Captain, a pirate ship is approaching. Suddenly, a lookout from the red-haired pirates exclaimed. Oh, who could possibly know we were here? Shanks pondered, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Horn approached the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, where a familiar pirate flag emerged into view. It was the Jolly Roger of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law's crew. Horn declared, Trafalgar Law? The very same notorious supernova. Often mentioned alongside Luffy as one of the infamous generation of pirates, Shanks remarked. Horn nodded, unaware of the reason behind Law's presence here. After all, neither Shanks nor Horn had any connection to Trafalgar Law. The red-haired pirates halted at a distance from the two vessels. Trafalgar Law and his crew emerged aboard their ship. Captain Shanks, Captain Kizaru, may I approach? Law called out loudly. Han stood at the bow of the ship and nodded slightly. Luo promptly leaped over. I apologize for the interruption, he sincerely expressed to the two. Shanks waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to respond. Trafalgar Law, what brings you to us? Han inquired. Taking a deep breath, Luo felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, standing before the world's most formidable powers. Captain of the Purple Demon, I have an unusual request. Might you grant it? Luo articulated. Speak your mind, Han replied, not outright rejecting him, likely having guessed the essence of the matter. I harbor a deep-seated enmity towards Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords. He took the life of someone I held in the highest regard. A look of intense hatred for Doflamingo etched across Luo's face. I wish to join your ranks, to follow your commands without hesitation, even if it means assaulting the Navy headquarters. I ask only this. Please help me eliminate that scoundrel, Doflamingo. Luo said through gritted teeth. That is my request. And I sincerely hope you will consider it. Hoenn lowered his head in contemplation, reflecting on his actions of having slain 2 high-ranking officers under Doflamingo, thereby rendering their relationship irreparably hostile. Given this situation, and with the presence of the formidable rookie, Law, it seemed prudent to eliminate Doflamingo, achieving 2 objectives with 1 decisive stroke. Moreover, he was in dire need of a ship's doctor aboard his vessel. With this thought in mind, Hoenn spoke. Doflamingo has long harbored animosity towards me. Thus, I shall accept your proposal. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the ship's doctor for our stormy seas pirate crew. Thank you very much. Law exclaimed, his joy palpable. Shanks, to celebrate the addition of our new ship's doctor, let us host a banquet. Hoenn proclaimed loudly. Certainly, Shanks nodded. Everyone, prepare for the feast. A jubilant throng of pirates gathered, igniting a lively celebration. Among the Stormy Seas pirate crew were several members of the mink tribe, particularly the female minks, who excitedly captivated Law's companion, the bear Beppo. This is the delight of a solitary bear. Chapter 154. Fishman Island. As the revelry subsided and the crew succumbed to slumber, Hoenn activated the system. At this juncture, due to his numerous battles against formidable foes, Hoenn's level had risen sufficiently to unlock diamond-grade martial arts. He accessed the martial arts shop without hesitation, exchanging for 2 diamond-grade techniques, the Blazing Fire Sword and the World-Ending Demon Form. The Blazing Fire Sword is an unparalleled martial art, rivaling the legendary Sword of No Name, consisting of 3 pivotal techniques. Hohen's selection of this art was driven by its emphasis not on mere techniques, but on intent, specifically, the fervent intent akin to a wildfire's raging flame. Mastering this martial art would enable Hohen to acquire an entirely new sword intent, the world-ending demon form. Crafted by the demon lord, by Sujin, is a technique of such supreme caliber that once perfected, it renders the practitioner virtually invulnerable to any flaw. This is a formidable martial art indeed. Horn began to practice slowly. Early the next morning, he prepared to bid farewell to Shanks. Shanks, the day we meet again, we must settle our rivalry. Horn declared, I will be waiting for you. I believe that day is not far off, Shanks replied with a smile. What is your next destination? Shanks inquired. Fishman Island. It is an ideal place for our pirate crew, and I have several fishmen on board who need to be returned. Horn explained. Then I wish you a safe journey, Shanks said. Horn nodded, and then turned to leave with the others. As the griffin gradually vanished from the sight of Shanks and his crew. A few days later, they arrived at the Sabady archipelago, where they entrusted Rayleigh to assist them in the coding process. Subsequently, they set sail directly towards Fishman Island in the deep sea. Isn't it astonishing? That thin layer of film can withstand such immense water pressure. Nami and the others exclaimed in wonder. However, Horn interjected, every year. There are unfortunate souls whose lives are claimed due to the poor craftsmanship of the coding artisans, leading to ruptured films and, ultimately, their demise beneath the waves. The sight of the terrifying sea creatures outside rendered Nami and the other women momentarily speechless. Fishman Island is truly a remarkable place. I must hasten my efforts to bring it under my dominion. It is a coveted prize, and many eyes are fixed upon it, Horn mused to himself. The ship swiftly reached Fishman Island. As the pirate flag fluttered in the breeze, both fishmen and mermaids displayed subtle expressions of concern. Pirates? Father has fallen. What shall become of the future of Fishman Island? The fishmen were engulfed in confusion. In the past, they had enjoyed the protection of Whitebeard, though troubled occasionally by pirates. They generally lived in tranquility. However, since Whitebeard's demise, the fishmen had acutely sensed an increase in pirate visits to their island. Recently, there had been frequent incidents of fishmen and mermaids being kidnapped, and although the island's military maintained some semblance of order, they were utterly powerless against formidable pirates. No matter how skilled Jinbei was, he remained but one man. Horn and his companions disembarked and made their way to a quaint little shop. Madame Charlie. There are pirates here, exclaimed a green-haired mermaid, standing before the beautiful Madame Charlie, renowned as a fortune-teller of Fishman Island. Pirates? Madame Charlie furrowed her brows upon hearing this. We apologize for intruding, Madame Charlie. Horn's voice resonated as they entered the establishment. Kemi, exclaimed Chopper, the chef of the Wind and Cloud Pirates and a former subordinate of Arlong, upon spotting the green-haired mermaid. Chopper, Kemi responded with equal enthusiasm. How did you end up with these pirates? Have they abducted you? Kemi inquired, her tone sharp. Not at all. I am now the chef of the Wind and Cloud Pirates, and the captain and the crew have treated me exceedingly well, Chopper quickly clarified, causing Kemi's expression to soften. Chopper's culinary skills are exceptional, and we all hold him in high regard, Horn remarked with a smile. The Wind and Cloud Pirates? You are the purple demon Horn. Madame Charlie exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that is I, Horn replied with a subtle smile. Madam, who is the purple demon Horn? Kemi asked, looking bewildered. I often advised you to read more newspapers. It seems you have not done so. The purple demon Horn is the most formidable newcomer on the seas in recent years. Rising from the West Sea, breaching Judicial Island, assaulting Mariawa, and liberating numerous celestial dragon slaves. Not long ago, he participated in the Marineford War, joining forces with the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, to create chaos in Marineford. He is an exceedingly dangerous figure, Madame Charlie recounted with clarity. Now, tell me, purple demon Horn, what brings you here? Madame Charlie inquired. I seek your guidance in predicting the future of Fishman Island and the fate of its people, Horn responded solemnly. To foresee the fate of Fishman Island? Very well, I shall do my utmost. Divining the fate of a nation is indeed quite challenging, Madame Charlie said as she retrieved her crystal ball to commence the divination. Various images began to materialize within the crystal ball. After a considerable time, the images stabilized. Yet Madame Charlie's expression fluctuated, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. Well? Horn prompted. Fishman Island, if it lacks the protection of a strong guardian, is destined for calamity. I believe you came to me with this knowledge already in your heart, Madame Charlie stated, gazing intently at Horn's face. Indeed. I wish for you to notify King Neptune of Fishman Island, Horn declared. I understand, Madame Charlie nodded in acknowledgement. In the royal palace of Fishman Island, a fishman hurriedly rushed into the chambers of King Neptune. Your Majesty, we have just spotted a pirate ship at the border. The merman gasped. What is all the fuss about? It's merely a pirate ship. Neptune expressed his discontent. Your Majesty, that ship belongs to Captain Horn of the Stormy Seas pirate crew. A bystander finally articulated what needed to be said. Horn. Wait, are you saying that the person is Horn, the one who fought alongside our father against Marineford? Neptune's face betrayed his astonishment. Indeed, that is correct. He is likely somewhere on the island now, replied the merman. Quickly summon Jinbei. Tell him we have urgent matters to discuss, Neptune instructed urgently. Yes, these are indeed tumultuous times. Our father has just fallen, and now such a formidable pirate arrives. What shall become of Fishman Island? Chapter 155. Confrontation with Jinbei. Jinbei soon arrived at Neptune's chambers. Jinbei, Horn has come to Fishman Island, Neptune stated directly. Horn, that man has come to Fishman Island, Jinbei exclaimed in surprise. Jinbei, I believe we both comprehend the reasons for his visit. I must ask, what is Horn like? Can we trust him to protect Fishman Island? Neptune inquired solemnly, as this pertained to the future of their nation. That man possesses immense strength and an admirable character. If Fishman Island were entrusted to him, there would be no danger. His power is sufficient to safeguard the entire island, Jinbei responded. If that is the case, let us meet this great pirate, Neptune declared. Jinbei nodded in agreement. Accompanied by the guard, they made their way to Madame Charlie's shop. Your Majesty, Jinbei. Madame Charlie quickly bowed. Jinbei, it has been a while, Horn greeted with a smile. Lord Horn, it is a genuine pleasure to see you again, Jinbei replied. King Neptune, I apologize for my uninvited arrival, Horn acknowledged. Your presence is indeed an honor for Fishman Island, Lord Horn, Neptune responded promptly. Your Majesty, Jinbei, I bring forth the results of my divination, Madame Charlie said, approaching them with a crystal ball. After observing the changes within the crystal, Neptune and Jinbei exchanged glances. King Neptune, Jinbei, I will not mince words. I have come here with the intention of incorporating Fishman Island into the territory of our Stormy Seas pirate crew, and we shall henceforth protect Fishman Island, Horn declared. Neptune pondered for a moment, turning towards Jinbei. They both harbored a mutual understanding. Lord Horn, although I witnessed your strength during the battle at Marineford, for the sake of Fishman Island's future, I believe it necessary to reassess your capabilities. Are you indeed capable of safeguarding Fishman Island? Engage in combat with me. The outcome will determine the fate of Fishman Island. Jinbei pondered. I understand, then let it commence. Horn replied with enthusiasm. The group arrived at a vast square, where the royal guard cleared the area, leaving many fishmen and merfolk in a state of bewilderment. Upon seeing Jinbei and Horn, the crowd erupted in commotion. Jinbei, who will you fight? Can't you tell? That is the infamous pirate with a bounty of 1.2 billion. The purple demon Horn. What brings that man to Fishman Island? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Horn and Jinbei positioned themselves approximately 20 meters apart. A layer of black hockey enveloped Horn's fist silently, as he did not intend to resort to the great evil king this time. Lord Horn, I am coming, Jinbei shouted, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. As a master of fishman karate, his martial prowess was formidable, augmented by the inherent strength of his aquatic lineage. Jinbei, receive my punch. The ground beneath Horn trembled and shattered under the force of his might, propelling him directly toward Jinbei. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, and the two fighters momentarily separated. Horn's punch unleashed a relentless torrent of power, akin to surging ocean waves, enveloping Jinbei in a suffocating onslaught. Yet Jinbei remained undaunted. His fishman karate was renowned for its ferocity, and his speed was unparalleled. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating gusts of air as they battled from the heavens to the ground, leaving the spectators with mere afterimages and the sound of sonic booms. Jinbei, brace yourself for this next punch, Horn declared solemnly. Jinbei nodded, enveloping his fist with haki. Rising dragon punch. Explode. Horn soared into the air, descending like a meteor. His punch descended upon Jinbei like a shooting star. Tang Chao Wazhong fist. Jinbei bellowed, launching his own fist into the air to meet the impending strike. Boom. The two fists clashed, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful shockwave that swept through the vicinity, causing the onlookers to shield their eyes against the force. With a thunderous roar, Horn unleashed a surge of power, causing the ground beneath Jinbei to crack open with fissures stretching several meters. Horn's fist effortlessly shattered Jinbei's signature Tanaka-style punch, striking him squarely in the chest. Jinbei was propelled backward with immense force, crashing into a small mountain before finally coming to a halt. Jinbei, renowned for his formidable martial prowess, found himself outmatched by this pirate. Just how powerful could this adversary be? Neptune murmured to himself. Rising from the rubble, Jinbei coughed, revealing a dent in his chest. Lord Horn is indeed formidable. He is truly a man capable of going toe-to-toe with my father, Jinbei remarked in admiration. That pirate can actually face Whitebeard in a one-on-one battle? Did you not witness that live broadcast? This pirate truly engaged Whitebeard without suffering defeat, exclaimed a bystander. Even Jinbei cannot overcome this pirate? Jinbei once more? Horn's eyes blazed with fierce combat spirit. Jinbei nodded solemnly, his body suddenly launching forward, and once again, Horn and Jinbei clashed with a resounding impact. The air crackled with energy as Horn unleashed over 10 punches in the blink of an eye. Jinbei managed to block them, but it was evident he was struggling. Destruction of the heavens, demon fist. Horn's joints cracked as waves of power coursed through his fist, and with a mighty blow, his punch surged forth like a raging torrent. 5,000 Tanaka-style punches. Jinbei bellowed, unleashing a torrent of violent energy to meet Horn's assault. In the ensuing battle, Horn clearly held the upper hand, as his punch broke through Jinbei's defenses and aimed for his abdomen. 7,000 Tanaka-style spinning kicks. Jinbei retaliated with a sweeping kick. Horn hastily raised his arm in defense, but was struck forcefully, sending his body flying through the air. He skidded across the ground for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt, a distinct red mark visible on his arm. Horn shook his arms and exclaimed, "Shinping, your strength is indeed formidable. The reputation of Fishman Karate is well-deserved. Thank you for your praise. However, at this level, you still cannot inflict harm upon me," Shinping replied. World destruction demon body. Horn bellowed, a thick layer of dark magical energy enveloping his form, causing his body to radiate a breathtaking brilliance. The culmination of physical prowess. The legendary might of Purple Demon Horn is truly not a myth. Shinping marveled. Such ferocity. A power capable of contending with carp. Neptune expressed his deep admiration. Chapter 156. Instant kill Shinping. Come forth and attack me if you dare. Horn chuckled confidently. I am coming. Shark fist. Shinping propelled himself like a swift arrow, swiftly arriving before Horn. He unleashed a punch upon Horn's body, yet it felt akin to striking an indestructible steel. His strength failed to penetrate Horn's form. Instead, a fierce force erupted from within Horn, sending Shinping hurtling backward. Ha! Shinping gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Shinping, it is now my turn. Give it your all. Mount Lushan, Rising Dragon Strike. Horn leapt into the air, his magical energy coalescing around his fist. And with a mighty punch, he unleashed a roaring purple dragon that charged toward Shinping. As the purple dragon emerged, the very air in the space became tumultuous, trembling violently, with cracks spreading throughout the atmosphere. Essence of Fishman Karate, martial might. A massive sphere of water appeared in Shinping's hands, and he struck it towards the purple dragon. Boom! The violent shockwaves surged across 1,000 meters, the ground beneath them shattering completely. Like a tempest, everyone was forced to bow under the overwhelming force of the gust. The two energies collided violently, ultimately allowing the purple dragon to breach Shinping's defense. Just as it was about to collide with Shinping, he swiftly evaded. The purple dragon crashed into a small mountain, obliterating it instantly. As the shockwave dissipated, Shinping and Horn reappeared in the sight of the onlookers. Horn, untouched by the dust of the world, exuded an air of unparalleled calm and composure, while Jinbei appeared somewhat disheveled. Captain Jinbei, we have been defeated. That pirate is simply too formidable. Jinbei confessed. Lord Horn, I sincerely pledge my allegiance to you. Your strength leaves me in awe. At last, Jinbei expressed his submission. He turned to Neptune, who nodded in agreement and addressed Horn. Lord Horn, from this moment forth, Fishman Island shall remain your steadfast supporter. Horn let out a sigh of relief. He had finally secured the allegiance of Fishman Island, thereby augmenting the strength of the wind and cloud pirates. Within Fishman Island lies a lawless zone known as Fishman Street, where many racists congregate. Captain Hody, Jinbei, and King Neptune had just acknowledged fealty to a certain human pirate, signifying that Fishman Island would henceforth belong to this individual. A fishman hurriedly entered a chamber where a robust shark fishman, known as Hody Jones, presided. What is it? Hody Jones' sinister gaze swept over the fishman. The fishman swallowed nervously and replied, "My lord, it is indeed true. That human pirate is named Horn." Horn. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Gather everyone, we can no longer delay. Today marks the day our new fishman pirates shall make their name known, Hody Jones declared. Raising his arm with fervor, the fishmen erupted in cheers. Your Majesty, it is bad news. A fishman soldier rushed to King Neptune's side. What is the cause for such alarm? Neptune frowned, his brow furrowing. There's a riot in Fishman Street. The fishman soldier exclaimed. What? Both Jean Bay and Neptune's expressions darkened simultaneously. How many are involved in this riot? Can we contain the situation? Neptune inquired. With our current strength, it is unlikely we can control it. The number of rioters exceeds tens of thousands. The instigator is that Hody Jones. Hody Jones? That wretch again. Jean Bay and Neptune seethed through clenched teeth. Lord Horn, we implore you to lend us your strength and assist in quelling this rabble, Jean Bay urged. Since Fishman Island is now under the dominion of my wind and cloud pirates, I would act on this matter regardless of your request, Horn replied. Jean Bay and Neptune expressed their immense gratitude. With Horn's intervention, the crisis on Fishman Island was sure to be resolved. At that moment, tens of thousands of rioting fishmen had already overtaken the entire square. Neptune, you disgrace of the fishman race, how dare you prioritize your selfish desires and allow a human to seize control of Fishman Island? This is utterly unforgivable. Hody Jones emerged, flanked by his followers. Hody Jones, your extremism is a lament for Fishman Island. Do you truly believe that your motley crew can stir any significant upheaval? Jean Bay retorted loudly. Ha ha ha. Jean Bay, I wonder what your trump card is. Perhaps that human pirate? Hody Jones boasted arrogantly. You foolish creature. You resemble not a fishman, but rather a frog confined to a well. Horn's mocking voice resonated. Are you the pirate? A feeble wretch such as yourself aspires to be the savior of Fishman Island? Hody Jones still exuded an air of audacity. The notorious captain, a pirate who had once faced Whitebeard in single combat during the Marineford War, had endured the ferocious assault of the most formidable marine admiral, Akainu. A fishman beside Hody spoke cautiously. Whitebeard, what of it? Hody Jones, tragically unaware of the intricate complexities of the world beyond, failed to comprehend the overwhelming strength possessed by human pirates. He could only compare himself to the pirates surrounding him, leading to a significant overestimation of his own capabilities. Men, charge forth. Soon, we shall reign as the new rulers of Fishman Island, Hody Jones proclaimed loudly. His subordinates erupted in a thunderous cheer as they surged toward Horn and the others. King Neptune swallowed hard, pondering whether Horn could truly withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands. King Neptune, it seems you are unaware of a certain power known as hockey. The conqueror's hockey can eliminate them in an instant, Horn replied to Neptune. With that, an incredibly potent surge of conqueror's hockey erupted like a volcanic explosion, engulfing the entire plaza. Fishman pirates collapsed one by one, their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, as they fell incapacitated to the ground. Hody Jones and a few of his subordinates fared somewhat better, yet they too experienced a moment of dizziness and disorientation. Hody Jones observed in utter disbelief as his subordinates were swiftly incapacitated. How is this possible? All our men have been rendered unconscious, one of Hody Jones's officers remarked. Who is that man, truly? The numerous fishmen gazed at Hoenn with trepidation. Is this the power of the purple demon? Neptune was equally astonished. Chapter 157, The Bigman Pirates. Is this the caliber of a king? Jibei murmured, having only witnessed such formidable hockey in the likes of red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard. He never anticipated that a young warrior like Hoenn would possess such formidable strength. Both Jean Bay and Neptune exhaled in relief, increasingly convinced that their decision to ally with Hoenn was indeed the right one. Damn it, bring me the poison. I shall eliminate this brat, Hody Jones exclaimed in fury. Yes, a large platter of poison was presented to Hody Jones. Hody Jones, along with his subordinates, seized a handful of the deadly drug and consumed it. Instantly, his muscles swelled with explosive force, and the veins on his body became grotesquely prominent, exuding an aura of unparalleled brutality. Charge! Slay them! Hody Jones bellowed. The pirates surged towards Hoenn and his companions. You need not intervene. Merely observe my prowess, Hoenn instructed. The others nodded in agreement. In an instant, the great sword, De Xiao Wang, was drawn, and Hoenn plunged into the throng of pirates. With each strike, a scream pierced the air and blood blossomed like flowers. Soon, Hody Jones found himself bewilderingly alone, with none of his men remaining by his side. Hody Jones, I had anticipated your strength to be formidable. Yet this is all you can muster? Hoon remarked, disappointment etched across his face. The enraged Hody Jones, filled with both surprise and fury, realized that his subordinates had crumbled before this young man. Could it be that the strength of humanity was this formidable? If so, the revival of the great fishman race would remain an elusive dream. Hody Jones, if you can withstand this strike, you may leave alive. If not, you shall perish here today, Hoon declared, his tone chilling. Do not underestimate us. Hody Jones roared, unleashing a punch towards Hoon. With a derisive smile, Hoon swiftly countered. The blade of Xiao Wang glinted ominously as it cleaved through Hody Jones's fist. Hody Jones cried out in delayed agony, but his scream was abruptly silenced as the sword pierced through his chest. With a begrudging gaze directed at Hoon, Hody Jones coughed up blood, his life force rapidly dissipating. As Xiao Wang withdrew, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Thus, the so-called new Fishman pirate crew was utterly annihilated. Horn wiped the blood from the blade of the great evil king and turned to face the two men. Now, you no longer harbor any doubts about my strength, do you? Horn remarked with a smile. The two men quickly nodded. With Horn exhibiting such prowess, they had little to say. Beyond the borders of Fishman Island, a pirate ship approached. At the bow, a man with purple hair sat, surrounded by a diverse assortment of individuals. As the vessel neared the shores of Fishman Island, the guard spotted them. The captain of the guard widened his eyes at the sight of the ship. Quickly, inform His Majesty the King, the Bigmum pirates are coming. The captain's voice trembled with urgency. Within the palace of Fishman Island, Neptune was preparing to host Horn when a fishman soldier whispered urgently in his ear. Neptune's expression shifted rapidly, and he finally turned to Horn with a bitter look. Lord Horn, trouble has arrived. Oh, what is it? Horn set down his goblet. The Bigmum pirates are coming, Neptune disclosed. What? Horn displayed little reaction, but Jinbei gasped in surprise. Who is leading them, Your Majesty? Jinbei inquired hastily. It is the biscuit minister, Charlotte Cracker, one of the sweet commanders. Neptune replied. The sweet commanders? The one with a bounty of 860 million, the thousand-handed cracker, Jinbei exclaimed. Neptune nodded. This could prove to be quite troublesome. Jinbei, Neptune, do not fret so. You still have me, Horn reassured, patting Jinbei on the shoulder. Lord Horn, Cracker comes bearing Bigmum's will. That woman, once unraveled, can wreak havoc, Jinbei cautioned. I have said it before, there is no need for worry. Even if Katakuri were to come, I would not be intimidated, let alone by an ordinary high-ranking officer, Horn declared, exuding confidence in his abilities. Jinbei and Neptune exchanged glances, resigned to placing their trust in Horn at that moment. Cracker, along with some members of the Bigmum pirates, finally arrived at the palace. This marked Horn's first encounter with the members of the Bigmum pirates. Cracker, the 10th son of Bigmum and a user of the biscuit fruit, was known as the thousand-handed cracker. Upon seeing Horn, Cracker paused momentarily. It seems we have arrived a bit late, he mused, tapping his head. Lord Cracker, Fishman Island welcomes your arrival, Neptune bowed politely. Horn stood beside him, maintaining a demeanor of measured formality, adhering to basic etiquette. King Neptune, it appears we have arrived a bit late. Purple Demon Horn, it is a pleasure to meet you, albeit on Fishman Island, Cracker stated. Thousand-handed Cracker, sweet commander. I am delighted to make your acquaintance, Horn replied gracefully. Hoenn spoke softly, his words laced with clarity. Let us dispense with veiled illusions. It is evident why I am here, King Neptune. I must inquire if Fishman Island is willing to align itself beneath the banner of our formidable Bigmum pirates. Cracker addressed Neptune. The king cast a sidelong glance at Hoenn before gritting his teeth and responding, I deeply apologize, Lord Cracker. But Fishman Island has already pledged its allegiance to Lord Hoenn and will henceforth accept his protection. Cracker refrained from further comment, turning his gaze to Hoenn and stating, in that case, allow me to witness whether you possess the capability to command Fishman Island. Let us engage in battle. Should you triumph, the island shall be yours. That is precisely my intention. I am eager to gauge the prowess of the sweet commanders, Hoenn declared as he unsheathed the formidable great evil king. Let us proceed to the square. The two descended into the arena. Jinbei, who do you believe will emerge victorious between Lord Hoenn and Cracker? Neptune inquired. Your Majesty can rest assured. Lord Hoenn's strength surpasses that of the high-ranking officers of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. He should have no trouble dealing with Cracker, Jinbei replied. Upon hearing Jinbe's words, Neptune felt a slight sense of reassurance. At that moment, many fishmen caught sight of Hoenn and Cracker. Who is Lord Hoenn facing? Are they about to duel? Following the recent skirmish, Hoenn had garnered considerable renown on Fishman Island, and thus, the populace regarded him with great interest. Chapter 158. Cracker, do you not recognize that individual? He is none other than Cracker, a high-ranking officer of the Bigmum Pirates. What? The Bigmum Pirates? One of the four emperors? What could they possibly want on Fishman Island? Is it not obvious? They have undoubtedly set their sights on our island. I wonder if Lord Hoenn can defeat Cracker. Otherwise, Fishman Island may once again change hands, a fishman lamented, embodying the sorrow of the weak. Fear not. Lord Hoenn is a man who dared to challenge Whitebeard. He shall not fall to Cracker. A fishman offered words of comfort. Let us hope that is indeed the case. In the heart of the plaza, Horn and Kreja stood resolutely. Purple Demon Horn, I have heard of your unparalleled swordsmanship that once subdued Akainu during the Summit War. Today, I am eager to witness your prowess, Kreja proclaimed, as a biscuit longsword manifested in his grasp. It appears you are also a master of the sword. I would be delighted to test my new ultimate technique against you, Horn replied. Let us commence, Kreja chuckled wickedly, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, his longsword slicing fiercely towards Horn. Clang! The great evil king met the longsword, producing a resonant chime as Horn swiftly retreated. Flame sword technique, fire shadow, Horn shouted, unleashing a fierce slash, each of the three techniques imbued with the essence of the red fire sword. Flames erupted forth as the great evil king struck, sending waves of fiery energy toward Kreja. Twist. Salted pretzel. Kreja countered with a sword strike, his spiraling sword energy drilling forth like a power tool, colliding with Horn's fiery attack. In an instant, however, Kreja's sword energy was violently torn apart, and the red fire sword energy surged forth, scorching towards him with renewed vigor. Sturdy biscuit. A biscuit shield materialized before Kreja, staunchly blocking the fiery onslaught. Yet, to his astonishment, he soon realized that his shield began to show signs of melting under the intense heat. He hastily dodged the searing flames. What kind of fire is this? It can penetrate my defenses? Kreja questioned, bewildered. His defenses were renowned within the Bigmum Pirates, and he had not anticipated encountering a worthy adversary today. Double. Twist. Salted pretzel. Kreja conjured another biscuit longsword, launching a dual assault towards Horn, the sword energies whirling like high-speed drill bits. Flame sword technique, lingering blade. Horn bellowed, instantly unleashing dozens of sword energies. This technique thrived on quantity, as the red fire sword energy enveloped the entire space, creating an atmosphere of searing heat as if the very air were ablaze. It was said that the purple demon Horn wielded various sword energies, but to discover he also mastered the essence of fire with such formidable strength was truly astonishing, leaving Kreja in silent awe. The two sword energies collided, generating a shockwave. The salted sword energy and the red fire sword energy clashed like two predators, each intent on offense. Yet, the moment of truth revealed itself, distinguishing the victor from the vanquished. A brilliant flash of fire erupted, as the salted sword energy was instantaneously shredded, surging violently toward Kreja. Damn it! Do you think I'm easy to bully? Kreja roared, his longsword glinting with a sharp brilliance. The sword energy cleaved through the air with ferocity, producing a sonic boom as it lunged towards Horn with the ferocity of a colossal beast. Boom! The malevolent king unleashed a powerful strike, resolutely restraining the sword's energy outside, causing the air to ripple and whip against Hoenn's garments. Yet, the sword's aura could not breach Hoenn's defenses. After a moment, the sword's energy gradually waned, failing to stir even the slightest disturbance. Clygia, is your power truly limited to this? Hoenn inquired with a smile, his tone deceptively calm, yet Clygia felt profoundly insulted. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance, young one. Do not presume that a high bounty makes you remarkable. Clygia retorted fiercely. While a bounty may not prove everything, your strength undeniably lingers beneath the billion mark, Hoenn replied bluntly. Indeed, the formidable trio of sweet commanders under the matriarch, aside from Kakuri, were significantly outmatched in combat prowess when compared to the three disasters serving Kaido, relying primarily on their fruit abilities to gain a modicum of advantage. I had no intention of employing this technique, but you have compelled me to do so, Clygia declared. Horn displayed an expression of keen interest, eagerly awaiting Kreja's move. Cookie soldiers, Kreja exclaimed, and in an instant, A multitude of cookie soldiers surged forward, charging at Horn. Oh, the power of the cookie fruit. Quite intriguing, Horn mused, his smile fading as he declared, slash. The great evil king unleashed a cataclysmic wave of sword energy, akin to an unstoppable army, obliterating the cookie soldiers before him. Fragments of cookies filled the air, and Horn, intrigued, scooped up a handful of crumbs and popped them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. To his surprise, the flavor was rather delightful, and a look of enjoyment spread across his face. Kreeja's expression darkened. Damn it, you little rascal, what do you take my cookies for? Food, he retorted angrily. Oh, do not be upset, Mr. Kreeja. Honestly, your cookies are quite exquisite. Have you considered opening a cookie shop on my territory? It would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture, a veritable gold mine. Horn replied with a grin. You scoundrel, how dare you humiliate me? Kreeja roared in fury, summoning yet more cookie soldiers that charged at Horn like an overwhelming tide. While I do enjoy your cookies, indulging too much can lead to indigestion. So I suggest you retreat as far as possible. Horn's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity. Flash. The great evil king's sword energy tore through the air, erupting in a violent barrage, transforming into countless blades that fell upon the cookie soldiers like cannonballs, shattering them into pieces. Cookie crumbs danced through the sky as Horn effortlessly breached the layers of defense and confronted Kreeja. My Lord Horn has evidently gained the upper hand in the battle against Kreeja, Jinbei exclaimed in astonishment, affirming that the bounty of 1.2 billion was not without merit. Neptune felt reassured. It appeared Horn had a significant advantage. Chapter 159. Tranquility Kreeja, receive my blade. Flash. Horn descended with a powerful strike. Kreeja hurriedly raised his cookie longsword to block, but the great evil king was a weapon of unparalleled malevolence. With a resounding crack, Kreeja's eyes widened in horror as his longsword shattered into two pieces. Just as the great evil king was about to strike Kreeja's body, he abruptly realized that a cookie soldier had taken his place, and Horn's blade cleaved the cookie soldier to pieces. Kreeja exhaled sharply, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He had narrowly escaped death. The moment had been exceedingly perilous. Kreeja, come and fight. The strength of the four sweet generals cannot be so trivial, can it? Horn spoke in a deep voice. Kreeja, with a vigilant gaze, scrutinized Horn. Although this young man appeared youthful, his strength was entirely disproportionate to his age. He had underestimated him, unwittingly ensnared by his words. This boy was not only formidable in years but also possessed a cunning intellect. Purple Demon Horn, I shall not be deceived by you again. My full power is truly terrifying. Kreeja bellowed, as the ground beneath him shattered instantaneously. The black hue of his armed haki enveloped his body entirely, signifying that he had achieved complete armament. Moreover, it seemed that this full-body armament surpassed that of Virgo significantly. And what of your armed haki? Horn replied, his expression calm, as a rich layer of purple haki silently enveloped his form. Horn leapt into the air, the formidable recoil force shattering the ground beneath him with a resounding crack. Harnessing this tremendous energy, he soared skyward. Kreeja, let's see if you can catch this. If you fail, it may very well cost you your life. Horn's chilling voice echoed as Kreeja gazed upward into the vast expanse of the sky. Horn's body plummeted from the heavens like a meteor, accelerating with increasing velocity, creating sparks as it met the friction of the air. The great evil king resembled a straight and sharp lance, fiercely thrusting towards Kreeja. Do not underestimate him. The cadres of the four emperors are far from weak. Kreeja bellowed, brandishing two long swords to meet the oncoming assault of the great evil king. Boom. The great evil king collided with the cool blades of the swords, sending shockwaves rippling outward. In silence, the ground beneath Kreeja cracked instantly as Horn's power erupted, bearing down upon Kreeja with the weight of Mount Tai, leaving him gasping for breath. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets. Just then, two sharp cracks echoed, and the swords in his hands shattered instantaneously. The great evil king lunged towards Kreeja's head, poised to take his life. Armored, a dense aura enveloped his head. The blade of the great evil king bore no aura, and without the means of overpowering Kreeja's defenses through sheer strength, it proved insufficient. How disappointing. I had thought I could take your life with ease. Horn remarked with a hint of frustration. Kreeja felt an urge to curse. This brat was utterly outrageous. He had nearly lost his life at Horn's hands. Yet he spoke such words, showing a complete lack of conscience. Kreeja, is your entire big MOM pirate crew comprised of such lowly beings? Is your brother Katakuri the only one with any strength? Horn expressed his disappointment, his expression revealing a hint of disdain. Krija gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. His gaze towards Horn now tinged with deep apprehension. Whether in swordsmanship or fruit abilities, he found himself utterly incapable of contending with Horn. Undulation. Salted pretzel. Without warning, Krija moved, conjuring another long sword in his hand. A ripple of energy radiated forth, akin to waves spreading across the surface of water, as Krija aimed directly for Horn's throat, seeking a lethal strike. However, Horn was far from unprepared. The blade of the great evil king emanated a mesmerizing brilliance, and then, with a swift slash, it was unleashed. The sword energy flowed as gently as a breeze caressing the surface of the sea, seemingly leaving no ripples. Yet, to think so would be a grave mistake. Within that seemingly delicate sword energy resided an unfathomable ferocity. Much like the ocean, it appeared harmless in calm moments. But once unleashed, a tsunami could obliterate a small island in an instant. The sword energies collided with a thunderous roar, sending powerful shock waves spiraling from the point of impact, causing the very space around them to tremble. The square quaked as though it were experiencing an earthquake. To unleash such force with a single strike, only my father's tremor fruit could achieve such a feat. Neptune marveled. The purple demon Horn has ascended to the ranks of the elite, his future potential boundless. Your Majesty, we of Fishman Island must cling tightly to this esteemed individual, Jinbei remarked, and Neptune nodded in agreement. The sword energy clashed violently, and with a resounding cry, the overwhelming sword aura tore through Krija's defensive waves and surged toward him. Biscuit shields. 12 biscuit shields materialized instantaneously before Krija. He could not believe that these 12 shields would be insufficient to withstand Horn's sword energy. The sword energy advanced like an army besieging a city. One shield fell, followed by another, as the remaining shields crumbled like a line of dominoes. Finally, the last shield was shredded, but the assault dwindled in strength, dissipating before it reached Krija. He exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a close call. His perception of Horn's strength had deepened. Such power could likely only be countered by his brother Katakuri. Yet, Krija remained resolute, determined not to allow the big MOM pirates to suffer humiliation, even if he could not defeat Horn. Purple Demon Horn, I have one more move. If you can withstand it, then you shall be victorious. Krija declared ominously, then bring it on. I can hardly wait, Mr. Krija. Horn replied. Suddenly, explosive salted pretzel. Krija roared, and a layer of flames enveloped his sword, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. The sword lunged fiercely toward Horn, who, astonishingly, did not evade but allowed the blade to pierce his purple skin. My Lord Horn, what does this mean? Neptune gasped in shock. Perhaps he has his own means of support. Lord Horn's power surely harbors many secrets, Jinbei speculated. A smile crept across Krija's face. He reveled in Horn's audacity, envisioning the latter's impending downfall. Boom! The flames erupted violently, akin to a ferocious bomb explosion, sending a shock wave surging forth. The wave cascaded like towering ocean waves. Chapter 160, Shirahoshi Boom. Horn's form was engulfed in flames, prompting deep concern from Jinbei and Neptune as they gazed anxiously toward the scene. Has Lord Horn been defeated? With such a formidable explosion, is it possible for a human to survive? Has the hope that recently arrived at Fishman Island been extinguished? No, Horn is not dead, suddenly interjected Madame Charlie. The onlookers turned to her, and she confidently declared, my crystal ball reveals that Lord Horn still exists, and his life force is remarkably strong. The crowd had always placed great faith in Madame Charlie's divination, yet given the current circumstances, could Horn truly survive? The answer would soon be revealed. Krija, such a level of explosion is far from sufficient. It is far too weak. The voice of Horn resonated amidst the flames, igniting a sense of astonishment among the crowd. Kalia's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Horn, radiating a resplendent purple glow, emerging from the fire. The explosion had seemingly inflicted no harm upon his form. That regal purple aura appeared impervious, evoking a profound sense of reverence. How could this be? How is it that you remain unscathed by my assault? Kalia uttered in disbelief. There is no reason, for I am Horn. The formidable Horn stood as an unapproachable deity. Kalia, it is now my turn. Brace yourself for my strike. Fiery swords absolute. Heavenly fire scorches the plain. Horn bellowed, unleashing a devastating blow with the great evil king's blade. The crimson sword intent surged forth, enveloping Kalia in a vast inferno that rapidly advanced towards him. Such flames are nearly insurmountable by ordinary matter. Once touched, the fate is nothing short of being reduced to ashes. Horn did not exert his full strength. This final strike was excessively formidable. Should he unleash his complete power, Krija would undoubtedly find himself in mortal peril, a fate that Horn was not yet inclined to impose. As he sensed the temperature around him rising, a force potent enough to incinerate all things, Krija's expression finally shifted. Purple Demon Horn, if you take my life, my mother will not allow you to go unpunished. Krija exclaimed, for the first time acutely aware of how perilously close death had come to him. Horn's expression remained unchanged as the great evil king waved his hand, instantly dispelling the flames. In a mere moment, Horn appeared before Krija. Krija, remember this. My decision not to slay you is not born from fear of Bigmom, but rather from a desire to find someone to convey a message to her. Should anyone from the Bigmom pirates venture to Fishman Island again, I shall not hesitate to execute them, Horn declared coldly, feeling the chilling intent behind Horn's words. Krija shuddered involuntarily. He had no doubt about Horn's capabilities. Such a formidable figure always followed through on his words. Take your people and depart from Fishman Island, Horn commanded. Krija hurriedly led the members of the Bigmom pirates away. Jinbei, King Neptune, henceforth, Fishman Island shall proudly display the flag of my wind and cloud pirates. And no one shall disturb your lives any longer, Horn stated to Neptune and Jinbei. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing a glimmer of joy in the other's eyes. The infamous Purple Demon Horn, with a bounty of 1.2 billion, was a name that could intimidate most pirates. Lord Horn, our banquet was just interrupted by the Bigmom pirates. Let us continue the festivities, Neptune suggested. Indeed, I am eager to savor the culinary delights of Fishman Island. What exquisite flavors could possibly linger in the memory of Bigmom? Horn replied with a smile. You shall not be disappointed, Neptune assured him. The group then proceeded into the palace, and the banquet soon commenced. Ha ha ha, who else can drink with this deity? Inaru proclaimed loudly, his face already flushed with drunkenness. Horn was left speechless by the sight of Inaru, who, despite his poor tolerance for alcohol, insisted on indulging. Ever since he had tasted the liquor of the surface world, Inaru had become a veritable drunkard, partaking in all manner of spirits, including many of Horn's own treasured bottles. Divine One, I shall compete with you, Saladin declared, lifting a bowl the size of a boulder towards Inaru with a mischievous grin. Come on, bring me a larger cup. Saladin, you rascal, today I shall surely drink you under the table. Inaru shouted exuberantly. This god truly knows no bounds, Neptune remarked with a smile directed at Horn. Hoenn sighed, contemplating that upon his return, he must thoroughly deal with that rascal Enel. My lord Hoenn, I have an ungrateful request, and I hope you might consent. Neptune spoke cautiously. Oh, do tell, Hoenn replied, taking a sip of his drink. My daughter, Shirahoshi, is constantly subjected to various threats from a certain individual. Consequently, I have no choice but to confine her within the palace walls, causing great distress to our family. I hope, dear Hoenn, you can assist us in eliminating this trouble. Neptune articulated with utmost care. I understand. It is that Vanderdaken fellow, isn't it? I shall take care of him immediately, Hoenn declared after finishing his drink. I cannot thank you enough. Although I am puzzled as to how you know Vanderdaken's name, since you have already agreed, this matter will be easily resolved. Neptune held a deep-seated faith in Hoenn's prowess. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Hoenn proceeded to the location where Vanderdaken was entrenched. Dealing with such a feeble adversary was remarkably effortless. Hoenn swiftly severed Vanderdaken's head and returned to the palace. Upon seeing Vanderdaken's head, Neptune finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Neptune, Vanderdaken's desire for Shirahoshi is not without cause, Hoenn remarked. Neptune hesitated, for the secret surrounding Shirahoshi was indeed astonishing. Shirahoshi. She is the ancient weapon Poseidon of this generation, is she not? Hoenn intoned gravely. Neptune's expression fluctuated before he finally sighed deeply. My lord Hoenn, I did not expect you to know this. Indeed, Shirahoshi is Poseidon. Since her childhood, we discovered her ability to communicate with sea kings. It was only after perusing various texts that we realized she is the Poseidon. Your Majesty, Jinbei began to speak. Jinbei, I did not intend to deceive you. This matter is too extraordinary. Even my sons are unaware of this secret, and I sincerely apologize, Neptune replied. Jinbei nodded in understanding. King Neptune, I harbor no ill will towards Shirahoshi, nor am I interested in ancient weapons. You must safeguard this secret well, should it fall into the wrong hands. It could jeopardize Fishman Island, Hoenn advised. Neptune nodded in agreement. Chapter 161. Punk Hazard Wano Country, Tato Land, the stronghold of the Big MOM pirates, is home to a plethora of races. Aside from the giants, nearly every other race can be found here. One of the four emperors, Big MOM, wields the powers of the Soul Fruit and governs this archipelago like an emperor. In the palace of Tato Land, Big MOM sat upon her throne, while Kareha, just returned from Fishman Island, knelt before her. Kareha, my son, did you not bring back any delicacies from Fishman Island? Big Mom remarked, my dear, I sincerely apologize. During my time at Fishman Island, I encountered the formidable purple demon horn, the strongest newcomer with a bounty of 1 billion. I was defeated by him. Cracker lowered his head and replied, Purple demon horn, to have bested you, he must possess extraordinary strength. How wonderful it would be if we could forge an alliance through marriage. Big Mom gazed at her daughters beside her. Her pirate crew, the Big Mom Pirates, was primarily composed of her sons and daughters, as well as allies through strategic unions. Given Horn's immense strength, why not arrange a union between him and his daughter? This was Big Mom's line of thought. On Fishman Island, Horn and his companions were leisurely taking a respite. Horn, we have a serious situation. Jinbei rushed towards Horn, clutching a newspaper. Jinbei, what is all the commotion about? Speak slowly and don't rush, Horn replied. The Navy is in turmoil, Jinbei panted. What has transpired in the Navy? Horn inquired. Akiji and Akainu engaged in a fierce battle at Punk Hazard, clashing for an entire 10 days and nights, leaving the island barren. Jinbei explained. Oh, I see. Akiji sustained a broken leg and subsequently announced his resignation from the Navy, while Akainu, with the backing of the world government, has ascended to the position of admiral. The former admiral, Sengoku, has abdicated to become a marine supervisor. With Akainu as the new admiral, it seems the seas will be far from peaceful, Horn remarked. The Navy has already commenced a global recruitment drive, promoting 2 new admirals, Fujitora and Ryakujio. Akainu has also relocated the marine headquarters to the New World, demonstrating a resolute commitment to combat. The Navy has begun its operations, thus, we too must take action, Horn declared as he stood up. Where do you intend to go? Jinbei asked. To Punk Hazard. I wish to uncover the secrets hidden on that island. Horn's eyes glimmered with determination. Having resolved to set sail, Horn promptly summoned all the resting crew members, along with Jinbei, and they departed from Fishman Island, heading towards Punk Hazard. As Horn and his companions departed from Fishman Island, news rapidly spread. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, the territory of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo, seated in his chair, remarked, You mean to say that the purple demon horn has left Fishman Island and is en route to Punk Hazard? Indeed, young master. The purple demon horn is already on his way, and Fishman Island has fallen under his command. Jinbei, one of the former warlords of the sea, has also joined the Wind and Cloud Pirates, came the response. Such swift actions, Doflamingo furrowed his brow. It appears we must take measures. There is a glimmer of urgency in his eyes. At the holy land of Mary Geos, the 5 elders convened. One resembling Mahatma Gandhi stated, The former celestial dragon and one of the warlords, Doflamingo, just contacted me. This individual, how much longer will the world government turn a blind eye to his actions? Let us not rush to conclusions. Doflamingo's statements are indeed pertinent to our recent plans. He expressed a desire to collaborate with us to eliminate the purple demon horn, replied another elder, who bore a resemblance to Lincoln. The purple demon horn, the man designated as the primary adversary of the celestial dragons? Since the Paramount War, he has grown increasingly audacious. Recent reports indicate that Fishman Island has also come under his protection. As per the latest intelligence, the purple demon horn has set his course for Punk Hazard, and Doflamingo has pledged to personally lead his high-ranking officers there, hoping for our full support. Given that this plan remains feasible, let us assign Commiscio to lead the charge and dispatch Jackie to assist him. With these two, alongside Doflamingo's might, the downfall of the purple demon horn will be but a fleeting moment. Punk Hazard, once a tranquil isle, had transformed into a desolate wasteland due to the fierce confrontation between Admirals Akainu and Akiji. Their powers had drastically altered the island's climate, resulting in a division where one half was engulfed in frigid ice, while the other simmered in blistering heat. Punk Hazard had truly become an island of ice and fire. At that moment, the ship Griffin approached Punk Hazard, and the crew disembarked. This climate is utterly bizarre, Nami exclaimed, even her vast experience failing to shield her from astonishment. Despite having traveled with Horn to many places, She had never encountered an island quite like this. The power of the admirals is indeed terrifying. Robin sighed. To alter an island's climate solely through human strength. These three admirals are truly monstrous beings. Let us explore further, Horn suggested, and the group nodded in agreement. Following him onto the island. As they set foot on Punk Hazard, a base within the island detected their arrival. Master, we have spotted humans landing on Punk Hazard. A man clad in a full-body protective suit approached, addressing those before him. The individual he faced possessed a pair of horns and a form that appeared as elusive as a wisp of fog. The man's name was Caesar, a scientist currently in the employ of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, tasked with researching the phenomena of human gigantification and artificial devil fruits. Hello, is it the purple demon horn? That jester is searching for you. Inform him that the purple demon horn has arrived at Punk Hazard, Caesar declared. Understood. In the vicinity of Punk Hazard, a Grand Flamingo ship anchored, where, apart from the vigilant Pica, nearly all the high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family had gathered. Da Flamingo. Caesar has sent word that the purple demon horn has landed at Punk Hazard, reported Torpole, a senior officer and strategist of the Don Quixote family. Has he arrived? Da Flamingo replied, a sly grin gracing his lips. However, let us not rush. We shall allow the world government to make their move first. We will observe the situation and retreat at the first sign of trouble. Understood. Da Flamingo never engaged in a battle without preparation. Allowing the world government to act first maximized his potential gains. Chapter 162. Caesar, just as Horn and his entourage had set foot on Punk Hazard. Two warships approached the island, manned by agents of the world government. Their objective was straightforward: locate Horn and eliminate him on the spot. The operation was led by a martial arts expert named Kamishu and a sharpshooter known as Jackie. Together, their complementary skills rendered them capable of dispatching even the most formidable of pirates. Horn arrived at Caesar's base with a determined stride. What is happening? How could he possibly know the location of the base? Caesar exclaimed in disbelief. Master, it appears that this individual intends to launch an assault. One of his subordinates pointed at Horn on the monitor. Damn it! Caesar cursed under his breath, realizing it was too late to intervene. At that moment, Horn struck the entrance of the base with his blade, the formidable sword energy slicing through the door as effortlessly as if it were mere tofu. Captain, how did you know there was a base here? Nami inquired, puzzled. Just a guess, Horn replied nonchalantly. He then led his companions into the base. Hurry, stop him. He is heading towards the laboratory. Caesar shouted in frustration. Waves of soldiers surged towards Horn and his group. How foolish of you, Caesar, to send such weaklings to impede us, Horn scoffed. Kill him, the soldiers shouted, raising their firearms to unleash a barrage at Horn and his companions. With merely a glance, Horn incapacitated the soldiers, overwhelming them with his formidable conqueror's haki, rendering them unconscious without the slightest movement of his body. Horn disregarded them and made his way to a room. Inside were a group of children, transformed into colossal beings, the consequence of receiving Caesar's drug injections. A half-human, half-bird woman was playing with the children. Horn pushed open the door, addressing the snow woman Monet, a cadre of the Don Quixote family, with a calm demeanor, at last. I have found you. A flicker of utter astonishment crossed Monet's eyes. How had this man discovered her whereabouts? The purple demon Horn? Monet was unaware that her young master was hastening toward her location, which only intensified her shock. Nami, Robin, Lucia, take the children and leave. There will be some bloodshed shortly, Horn stated. These children were already pitiable. To endure further mental trauma here would be nothing short of a nightmare for them. Robin utilized her abilities to escort the children away. Snow Woman Monet, either submit to me or face death, Horn declared coolly. The purple demon Horn. I shall never yield to you, Monet retorted fiercely. Da Flamingo is indeed fortunate to have such loyal subordinates serving him. However, today he shall lose yet another favored cadre. Horn remarked, and as the words left his lips, the great evil king was instantly drawn forth. Blizzard. Monet, a user of the snow fruit, wielded power subordinate to Akiji's ice fruit. Yet, she had not fully harnessed the potential of this rare Logia-type fruit, leaving her only capable of utilizing less potent techniques. Otherwise, she would not have been cleaved by Zoro in the original narrative. The great evil king flashed with a gleam, swiftly piercing through the raging blizzard, and struck Monet with a decisive blow. She didn't even have the chance to scream as her body was cleaved in two. Despite her desperate attempts to rejoin her severed form, her strength had utterly waned, and the breath of life gradually faded from her. It's time to change my weapon. Horn mused to himself. He was now able to exchange for a high-grade weapon among the celestial-grade arsenal. After a moment of contemplation, he selected the Sword of Doom. This sword, akin to the Great Evil King, was a weapon of unparalleled malevolence. It was the prototype of an extraordinary sword, forged by the master of the swordsmith manor, Aori, along with 10 swordsmiths. When this sword was completed, 9 of the smiths were instantly slain by the aura of doom emanating from it, causing it to remain dormant within the swordsmith manor ever since. The Sword of Doom, along with the unparalleled sword, Heavenly Sin, and the Silent Terror, are collectively known as the 4 great malevolent weapons. Horn acquired the Sword of Defeat, weighing it in his hand. It was not particularly heavy, yet he could sense the latent malice contained within. Was Monet truly slain so easily? Caesar's eyes widened as he gazed at the monitor's display. Master, our dispatch forces have been completely annihilated. What shall we do next? One of the minions inquired. Damn it, why did we have to encounter this individual? Caesar cursed under his breath. At that moment, Horn, accompanied by his entourage, sought out Caesar with the utmost simplicity. Walls crumbled before the onslaught of Horn's sword energy, leading them directly into Caesar's laboratory. Ho ho ho, the purple demon Horn, you have arrived. To Horn's surprise, Caesar did not appear overly alarmed. Only he understood the true state of his own anxiety. He had just received a call from Doflamingo, who was en route to this location. If Doflamingo arrived, the purple demon Horn would pose little threat. Caesar Clown, as a scientist, you do possess some utility, Horn remarked. Ho ho ho, purple demon Horn, this is my domain. Do not presume you can reign here unchecked, Caesar retorted with a sinister grin. Suddenly, Caesar produced a noisemaker from his person and struck it with force, causing Horn's position to erupt in a violent explosion, sending shockwaves soaring into the sky. Amidst a conflagration, Horn's body was engulfed in flames. Huh, this time you are surely doomed, Caesar remarked sinisterly. Do not be so hasty in your conclusions, Caesar. I am not so easily vanquished, Horn's voice emerged. And to Caesar's astonishment, he emerged unscathed from the inferno, his form enveloped in a rich layer of purple hockey. You, Caesar, are truly infuriating, Horn stated coldly. With that, his body suddenly surged forward, and before Caesar could react, Horn seized his shoulder and forcefully hurled him to the ground. Thud! Caesar was left reeling, disoriented. Now, Caesar, can you still be so arrogant? Horn inquired. Damn it, purple demon Horn. I serve the night demon Doflamingo, and behind the night demon stands the Emperor Kaido of the New World. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will face dire consequences, Caesar retorted, his bravado wavering. I detest being threatened, and besides, the night demon is my sworn enemy. Chapter 163. The sniper. The power of Horn surged forth in an instant, its formidable force shattering Caesar's scapula. Even as a user of the natural-type gas fruit, Caesar found himself unable to evade due to the overwhelming presence of hockey. Ah! Caesar cried out in agony, his shoulder drooping helplessly, devoid of strength. Horn, someone has entered Punk Hazard, Robin remarked, gazing at the figures displayed on the screen. Horn glanced over and saw a man in a black suit had already landed on Punk Hazard. Could he be affiliated with the world government? Everyone, evacuate this area at once, Horn commanded. Understood. Horn ascended the mountain, engulfed in flames, where the heat was unbearable, prompting everyone to shed their outer garments. Below, a contingent of the world government awaited. The elite personnel dispatched by the world government possessed formidable abilities, making it effortless for them to detect Horn and his companions. As Horn and his group reached the summit, 2 tall men clad in black suits instantly turned their gaze towards Horn's location. The infamous purple demon Horn has appeared. The target is in sight, and everyone readied themselves for battle. The breathing of the suited men grew rapid with anticipation. One of them swiftly raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot at Horn. The bullet, spinning fiercely, tore through the air, hurtling towards its mark. Bang! However, before the bullet could reach Horn, another projectile suddenly intercepted it, colliding midair and creating a spark, before both were deflected by the force of the impact. It was Inu, the sniper of the Wind and Cloud pirate crew. The black-suited sniper recognized him. That shot had indeed been fired by Van Oka. Jackie, seek a favorable sniping position. I will provide cover for you. Wait for the opportune moment to strike down the purple demon Horn. Understood. Old Van, how does that sniper compare to you? Horn inquired. On par, Van Oka replied, a trace of gravity settling on his face. This was the first time he encountered someone of similar caliber. Indeed, the world government boasted numerous formidable individuals. Horn's gaze shifted towards the tall man clad in a dark suit, Kamishu, a member of the world government's intelligence organization. Today marks your demise, Purple Demon Horn. The man stated with an air of indifference. Kamishu, is it? Very well, I do not slay nameless individuals. However, I shall allow you to meet your end here today. Horn unsheathed the sword of ruin, which emanated an ominous chill, trembling restlessly in his grasp. The sword was steeped in a fierce aura of demise. Forgot to mention, I too am a swordsman. Kamishu declared as a long, entirely black blade materialized in his hand, the Kuroin, one of the famed great blades of the 21. Suddenly, Horn's body surged forth, the ground beneath him shattered in an instant by an overwhelming force. He resembled a supersonic jet, his speed surpassing the sound barrier, leaving a trail of white waves in his wake. Kamishu's expression turned grave as he darted forward like a cannonball, his renowned blade, Black Sound, slicing towards Horn's trajectory. The clash of the Sword of Oblivion and Black Sound resonated with a sharp ring, sending invisible ripples through the air. In the next moment, Horn adjusted his direction, launching a horizontal strike at Kamishu with his sword. The air was violently cleaved apart, and the Sword of Oblivion swiftly reached Kamishu's front. He hastily raised Black Sound to block, but was met with a weighty force akin to Mount Tai emanating from the Sword of Oblivion. Kamishu's complexion altered drastically, nearly losing his grip on Black Sound. He quickly steadied himself, propelling his body forward with a powerful leap into the air. Horn fell to the ground, surrounded by flames. Perish, Purple Demon Horn! A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens as Kamish descended like a falling meteor, his speed unparalleled. The dark sound struck forth like a spear, fiercely aimed at Horn. The Sword of Defeat met the attack head-on. Boom! The two weapons collided, instantly unleashing waves of air, and under the immense force, the very ground beneath Horn shattered. Horn's arm trembled violently, appearing to be in a perilous state. However, he was acutely aware that this posed no substantial threat to him. Break! Horn bellowed, unleashing an astonishing force that erupted like a volcanic explosion, propelling Kamishu's body into the air. Kamishu's feet carved a long trail upon the ground before he managed to stabilize himself. He gasped heavily, drenched in sweat on his back. Horn brandished the Sword of Despair, poised to launch an attack on Kamishu. At that moment, a barely perceptible sound pierced the air, and an overwhelming sense of peril enveloped Horn's heart. Instinctively, he raised the Sword of Despair just as a bullet struck it, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Damn it, it was that sniper, Horn cursed inwardly. Caught off guard and attacking the captain, what a grave error. Take heed, for death awaits you, Van Oka declared coldly, raising his sniper rifle. Although Jackie, positioned at a distance, could not hear his words, the mere presence of Van Oka's sniper rifle instilled within him an acute sense of danger. He sensed that the sniper exuded an aura akin to a ferocious beast, capable of devouring a man at any moment. Van Oka sprinted with fervor, unleashing 3 shots from his sniper rifle as he moved. The bullets formed a triangular trajectory aimed directly at Jackie. Quick to react, Jackie fired 3 shots in response. 2 of his bullets collided with Van Oka's, but the third bullet was hurtling towards him. A chill gripped Jackie's soul. If struck by that bullet, he would surely perish. Drawing upon his honed instincts from years on the battlefield, Jackie shifted his position. Whoosh! The bullet whizzed past his ear, nearly taking half his face with it, before striking a rock, which erupted in a shower of debris. Jackie, shaken, patted his chest. Had that shot found its mark, his fate would have been sealed. Van Oka was armed with the most potent armor-piercing rounds. Damn it, it's time for you to witness my prowess. Jackie leaped behind a massive boulder, seeking cover as he adjusted his angle, his sniper rifle scanning for a target. However, he was utterly unprepared for Van Oka's unconventional tactics. He loaded an incendiary round and fired at Jackie, who was concealed behind the rock. Chapter 164. The transformation of dark energy. The incendiary round struck the rock. Though it did not shatter, flames erupted instantaneously. Jackie cursed his misfortune as he rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the flames. Yet, with no cover remaining, Van Oka seized the opportunity and fired again, the bullet hurtling toward Jackie with blistering speed. Jackie dodged once more, realizing that he had unwittingly fallen into a disadvantageous position in his battle against Van Oka. It became apparent that Van Oka possessed superior psychological resilience compared to Jackie. Even in a state of furious rage, he managed to suppress his emotions, entering a frigid, machine-like demeanor. This mental fortitude allowed him to completely dominate Jackie. Fool, you cannot even best a sniper from the Stormy Seas pirate crew, Kimisyu muttered under his breath, casting a grave glance at the figure before him. Hoenn. Black Dragon Slash. Kimisyu tightened his grip on the ebony blade, unleashing a fierce strike that sent a wave of dark sword energy racing toward Hoenn. Fire Shadow Strikes. Hoenn countered with the first form of the fiery sword technique, flames erupting as he cleaved towards the trajectory of the Black Dragon Slash. A thunderous collision ensued as the contrasting hues of black and red clashed violently, seemingly slicing the heavens asunder. The two streams of sword energy clashed like monstrous beasts, ferociously assailing one another. Break! Hoenn uttered, and the crimson sword intent shattered the Black Dragon Slash in an instant. Like a blazing dragon, the red sword intent surged directly toward Kimisyu. Ultimate technique, Roaring Dragon King. Kimisyu bellowed, enveloped in a dense aura of armed haki, and he struck fiercely with his blade. The black sword energy tore through the air like a colossal dragon, charging forth. A resounding boom echoed as the two forces collided at blinding speed. But in a fleeting moment, their powers neutralized, forming a radiant orb before dissipating. The brilliance illuminated the surroundings, casting all into shadow, and for an instant, the world lost its color. As the light faded, Hoenn re-emerged, slightly disheveled from the sword energy's impact. Lingqi's sword technique. Hoenn shouted, unleashing a torrent of roaring crimson sword energies, while the blade of ruin could only reveal fleeting phantoms. Without hesitation, Kimisyu lunged toward the crimson sword energies, the ebony blade glinting with cold light as he executed a flurry of strikes, causing the red energies to shatter in the air. Kimisyu broke through Hoenn's defenses, closing the distance between them. Die, purple demon Hoenn! Kimisyu cried, bringing down the black blade upon Hoenn. World destruction, demon body. Hoenn roared, layers of purple energy enveloping him. The strike of the ebony blade met Hoenn's body, akin to hitting an impenetrable sea stone, unable to breach his defenses. Kimisyu, it's my turn now. Hoenn extended his hand, the purple haki wrapping around his arm, firmly grasping the ebony blade. Get away from me. Hoenn hurled Kimisyu down to the ground. Kimisyu clutched the ebony blade tightly, knowing that releasing it would mean certain death at Hoenn's hands. Finger shot. Kimisyu's other hand suddenly unleashed several waves of energy toward Hoenn. Although they could not inflict harm, they momentarily halted Hoenn's movements, providing Kimisyu the opportunity he needed. With all his might, he withdrew the ebony blade and retreated swiftly. Ants remain ants, Kimisyu. No matter how far you flee, you cannot conquer me. Hoenn proclaimed from atop a towering peak, looking down at Kimisyu. No, I have emerged from the brutal training of the world government. There is no way I shall be defeated by you here. I have yet to reach my limits, Kimisyu declared resolutely. Then let us see you try. Hoenn gripped the sword of demise tightly, nonchalantly declaring his intent. Kimisyu bent his legs, channeling formidable power into them, and then, like a spring, he suddenly propelled himself into the air. The ground beneath him shattered into fragments as he soared above the summit. You shall perish, purple demon Hoenn, he bellowed. Invoking his ultimate technique, Dragon's Death Slash, a tempestuous wave of sword energy erupted, roaring forth like a frenzied dragon, causing the very heavens to tremble. The air crackled with a series of explosive sounds, as if this strike could cleave the world in twain. Kimisyu, this level of combat is not what I desire. Hoenn responded, unleashing his crimson fire sword intent. Slash. With a single stroke, a ferocious torrent of crimson sword energy shattered the sound barrier, forcefully colliding with Kamisyu's sword chi. Boom. It was akin to two meteors colliding, as the surrounding air grew searingly hot from the intensity of the crimson fire sword energy. While Kamisyu's sword chi harbored an ominous aura of death, enveloping much of the space in a chilling darkness. The shadows gradually consumed the flames, and at last, the crimson fire sword energy was utterly engulfed by the void, sending a powerful surge directly towards Hoenn. Hoenn's expression shifted subtly, though he was not overly surprised. A dense, purple gas began to envelop the sword of desolation, as if summoned by this very essence. The aura of demise contained within the sword stirred with excitement, resonating harmoniously with the demonic energy. To Hoenn's astonishment, these two forces merged seamlessly into one. Should the power of the demise within the sword be fully unleashed, it would likely rival the strength of the demonic energy. However, the unexpected fusion of these two auras suggested the emergence of an even more formidable force. In Hoenn's eyes sparkled a glimmer of excitement. Yet perhaps only the aura of defeat could intertwine with the essence of darkness. Otherwise, how could the great evil king have remained unresponsive? These two forces embodied the true essence of death itself. Kamashu, it seems you have miscalculated. A faint smile graced Horn's face. With a swift stroke of the sword of defeat, he unleashed a blade of energy that collided with the dark sword energy, which, as if confronted by a natural nemesis, was swiftly consumed by Horn's strike, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Impossible. Kamashu's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him, as the blade of energy surged towards him, he hastily dodged, the energy cleaving the ground, causing the seawater to pour into the scalding earth. Why? Why is this happening? This is inconceivable. How can you possibly shatter my sword energy? Kamashu exclaimed frantically. For no particular reason, save for the fact that your level is far too low. This blade of energy is merely an appetizer. The true killing move lies yet ahead. Horn declared. Chapter 165. Crimson Fire Sword Energy, the essence of the blade of defeat. Horn shouted, channeling his power into his arm as he struck towards Kamashu with a blade of energy. This strike, exuding a domineering and unparalleled aura, tore the very fabric of space as it rushed forth like a roaring dragon. I cannot afford to fail here. The mere thought of the punishments awaiting him upon failure sent a chill down Kamashu's spine. He had mocked countless failures in the past and never envisioned himself as one of them. He must not fail now. The essence of the blade, reverse scale slash. Kamashu's dark blade erupted with brilliant light as he swung it downwards. An incredibly ferocious blade of energy, accompanied by a howling wind, fiercely charged towards Horn's strike. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth shattered, as the two blades of energy unleashed countless air blades that sliced towards the ground, leaving a myriad of cracks in its wake. Under Horn's pressure, Kamashu unknowingly transcended to a new realm of power, surpassing even the formidable, sea-splitting warrior Xuanta. Two resplendent blades of energy seized the spotlight, drawing the gaze of nearly all spectators to the fierce clash between the two combatants. At this moment, Horn's blades surged with explosive force, the relentless power akin to the ceaseless waves of the ocean, shattering Kamashu's strike in an instant. The furious blade of energy aimed directly at Kamashu. Kamashu, unwilling to concede, struck down fiercely, colliding violently with the energy, instantly unleashing a tempest of force. The howling winds whipped through the air, stinging faces as Kamashu's countenance twisted in madness. Yet, against his formidable strength, Horn's blade was finally held at bay. Interesting. Has he actually broken through amidst the battle? Horn remarked calmly. Ha ha ha, heaven is on my side. Purple Demon Horn, prepare to meet your demise. Kamashu let out a boisterous laugh, reveling in the newfound elevation of his power, convinced that the purple demon Hoenn would soon be within his grasp. The inability to recognize one's own strength is indeed the lament of the weak, Hoenn remarked nonchalantly. The weak? Humph, purple demon Hoenn. It seems the tides have turned in our favor, has it not? I am eager to see who the true weakling is. With a disdainful snort, Kamashu suddenly propelled himself forward, akin to a missile launched at Hoenn. Horn's expression remained unchanged as he swung the sword of doom once more, unleashing a sword aura as formidable as a mountain towards Kamashu. The black dragon wave surged forth. Kamashu countered with a single strike. A violent black sword energy imbued with an aura of death slicing through the air with chilling ferocity. Boom. It was as if countless cannonballs had detonated simultaneously. An exaggerated shockwave sweeping across thousands of meters, suppressing the once raging flames. After breaking through, Kamashu experienced a significant surge in power, and the black dragon wave tore through Horn's sword aura, hurtling towards his body. Yet, this was still insufficient. He struck again. Horn unleashed another blow. The essence of doom entwined with boundless sword energy charging toward the black dragon wave. The black dragon wave was like an unstoppable blade, and despite Horn's successive strikes, it was relentlessly shattered. The profound truth returned to the void. This was a sword that epitomized the essence of simplicity, and its brilliance was beyond description. The forces of doom clashed with the black dragon wave. Boom. It was akin to a colossal wave meeting an immense mountain. The wave held tremendous power but could not breach the weighty summit. Before the sword energy as imposing as Mount Tai, Kamashu's black dragon wave was rendered utterly ineffectual. Break. The essence of doom surged forth like an army laying siege, tearing the black dragon apart and charging towards Kamashu. In haste, Kamashu dodged, the essence of doom whistling past his ear, taking half of it with it, leaving his face bloodied. Intense pain assaulted Kamashu's mind, nearly causing him to faint. Yet his indomitable will propelled him onward. In that instant, horn flashed before Kamashu. Strike! The sword of doom sliced through the air with a chilling wind. Kamashu met the attack with his own blade. Clang! The two weapons clashed violently, a tremor coursing through their hands. Horn withdrew his sword, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, sword energies slicing through the sky, leaving massive fissures in the earth below. The profound truth, Dragon King slash. Kamashu roared as he leapt into the sky, plummeting down with immense speed, his powerful sword energy cascading like the Milky Way from the heavens. The cloudless slash. Horn met the oncoming force with a strike. Boom. The weapons collided, creating a shockwave, causing the ground beneath Horn to fracture. Kamashu's power surged once more, forcefully pinning Horn down. Veins bulged on Horn's forehead as he unleashed his strength, growling deeply, and the sword of doom pierced through Kamashu's sword energy, striking his chest. The sword of doom nearly penetrated Kamashu's body, but did not reach his heart. A warrior of his caliber could still survive. A glint of madness flickered across Kamashu's face as he grasped the sword of doom with a powerful hand, effortlessly pulling the blade from within his own flesh. Coughing violently, Kamashu expelled several mouthfuls of crimson blood, interspersed with fragments of dark and viscera. "You cannot kill me. I shall not perish," Kamashu bellowed frantically. A flicker of pity passed through Horn's eyes. This man had surely lost his sanity. Ultimate move, Obliteration Black Dragon. Kamashu clenched his grip on the black blade. The pain from the wound on his chest gnawing at him, yet he persevered through sheer willpower. With a decisive strike, he unleashed a ferocious sword aura that manifested into a colossal black dragon, roaring forth with deadly intent. The entire space trembled, as if unable to bear the immense pressure exuded by the beast. Having unleashed my ultimate technique, I can no longer hold back. Inferno Sword Art. Third form. Heavenly fire scorches the earth. Horn bellowed as the sword of doom flashed with brilliance. He slashed forward, the crimson fire and tint blazing fiercely, unleashing a torrent of fiery sword energy that ignited the very air around them. The clash of the crimson sword energy and the obliteration black dragon produced a thunderous explosion, sending violent shockwaves in all directions. The black and red forces divided the world into two extremes, causing the ground to tremble violently, akin to a seismic upheaval. Amidst the chaos, a brilliant red light surged forth, cleaving through the obliteration black dragon, which was consumed by flames, its massive form disintegrating into nothingness. The fiery sword energy, undeterred, continued its relentless advance towards Kamashu. A profound sense of danger washed over him. In a frantic attempt to evade, Kamashu barely managed to dodge, as the fiery sword energy collided with a nearby hill, obliterating it entirely. Chapter 166. The arrival of Akainu as Horn and Kamashu engaged in their fierce battle. A colossal warship approached Punk Hazard. At the ship's bow stood a middle-aged man adorned with a naval cap, clad in a vibrant red shirt. "Admiral Sakazuki, we are nearing Punk Hazard. Current intelligence confirms that the Purple Demon Horn is locked in combat with Kamashu," reported a naval officer. This middle-aged man was none other than the newly appointed Marine Admiral, Akainu Sakazuki. "Kamashu? That fellow is no match. Otherwise, I wouldn't he have to intervene," Akainu sneered, his disdain for Kamashu evident. As a Marine Admiral, he held unwavering confidence in his own strength. However, as the new leader of the Marines, Akainu was burdened with concerns, the most pressing being the world government's manipulation of him as a mere pawn. The Marines' independence had waned significantly compared to the era of Sengoku's leadership. On the island, Kamashu narrowly evaded another strike from Horn. His body was now riddled with wounds, blood oozing steadily from his injuries, while fatigue weighed heavily upon him, overwhelming his mind. "Kamashu, it seems your reinforcements have arrived," Horn remarked, squinting towards the horizon as Akainu's massive warship drew closer. "Is that Akainu?" Kamashu's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. "Do not think you can survive. Even with Akainu's arrival, your fate remains unchanged." Horn's voice chilled the air. "Lingering sword art," Horn commanded, unleashing a flurry of swords that completely sealed off any possible escape routes for Kamashu. Kamushu let out a sorrowful roar. Enveloped in the armor of his will, with no means of evasion left, he charged forward, bracing himself for the inevitable clash. The force of his punch collided with the fierce sword aura of Horn, and in an instant, Kamushu's fist was cleaved apart by the brutal blade. Staring in disbelief at his severed arm and body, excruciating pain surged through him like a tidal wave. Before he could utter a single cry, Horn's sword of demise had already separated his head from his body. A colossal head soared into the air, blood bursting forth in a crimson spray. Camus' decapitated body fell lifeless to the ground, hot blood gushing from his torso. Was it too late? Akainu-esque grim expression darkened as he stepped onto Punk Hazard. Camus' body had ceased its convulsions. Admiral Akainu, have you come to capture me? Horn inquired, gripping his still dripping sword of demise. Purple Demon Horn, surrender without resistance. In the face of the Navy's absolute justice, you cannot hope to prevail, Akainu replied coldly. Red Dog, I never imagined the Navy has fallen so low as to serve the world government. It seems Akiji should not have lost to you, as an admiral. He ought to be superior, Horn remarked nonchalantly. The affairs of the Navy are beyond the commentary of a pirate like you. The soldiers know well whether I am fit to be an admiral, Akainu retorted, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger rising. Especially at Horn's insinuation that the Navy was subservient to the world government. Off the shores of Punk Hazard, the Don Quixote family's Flamingo ship remained anchored. Da Flamingo, the Navy's warship has arrived. It's that Akainu fellow, Toripole said, leaning on his staff. I know, this will be quite the spectacle. Akainu's strength surpasses mine. And though the Purple Demon Horn defeated Kemushio, whether he can triumph over Akainu remains uncertain. Even if he does win, he will undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. And then we shall have our opportunity. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Indeed, after his battle with Kemushio, Horn must have exhausted much of his strength. He will find it difficult to withstand Akainu's assault, who is the most formidable among the former 3 admirals. The members of the Don Quixote family awaited the fiery clash between Akainu and Horn. Yet, was Horn's situation truly as they envisioned? Akainu gazed at the man before him. During the Marineford War, he had been suppressed by Horn. After enduring such a long period, especially following his battle with Akiji, Akainu had made significant advancements in power. Yet he felt no certainty facing this man whose depths remained unknown. Akainu, let us battle. Horn raised the sword of demise. Strands of purple demonic energy entwining around its blade. A swirling mass of mist-like magic enveloped his form, rendering Horn an embodiment of darkness and malevolence. Was it that peculiar power once more? Akainu furrowed his brow slightly. His body transformed into a torrent of scalding magma as he charged towards Horn. The ground beneath him seethed with heat, some areas consumed entirely by the molten flow. Child, this is my domain. Akainu bellowed. They stood amidst the fiery island of Punk Hazard, where erupting volcanoes and seething magma were testaments to Akainu's dominion. Only I wield the sword. Anywhere in this world is my domain, Horn retorted coldly. With that, he pressed down with his legs and erupted forward. The sword of demise transforming into a glint of cold light, piercing sharply towards Akainu. Great fire. Akainu roared, conjuring a colossal fist of magma that hurtled violently towards Horn. Slash! Horn shouted, unleashing a sweeping strike as an overwhelming wave of sword energy surged forth, colliding fiercely with Akainu's magma fist. Boom. It was as if 2 meteors had collided. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the earth trembled, and a violent shockwave erupted like a tempest. The fierce winds whipped Horn's garments while Akainu's justice cloak billowed in response. Amidst their clash, a dazzling glimmer of cold light expanded rapidly, evolving into a blade imbued with frigid intent. Akainu's magma fist was utterly obliterated, countless molten fragments bursting forth and raining down upon the ground, scorching the earth. The chilling light loomed larger in Akainu's vision, drawing perilously close to his body. Armament. The formidable Haki enveloped him in an instant. The sword energy struck against Akainu, and despite the protective armor of Haki, he found himself forced back several steps, a sharp pain piercing his chest. Akainu, what do you think of my swordsmanship? Horn stood proudly upon the ground, unfazed by the oppressive heat surrounding him, exuding an aura of unshakable presence as if nothing in the world could disrupt his existence. Chapter 167. Fierce Battle. Akainu straightened himself, his cold gaze fixed on Horn. Purple Demon Horn, I am no longer the same as I was during the Marineford War. You shall soon witness a far more formidable Marine Admiral. Did you grow stronger after taking a few hits from Whitebeard? Horn scoffed. Admiral, show him your true colors. The officers and soldiers aboard the warship seethed with anger. They were staunch loyalists of Akainu, the unwavering hardliners within the Navy, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for audacious pirates like Horn who dared to provoke the Marines. Horn, I cannot afford to disappoint my subordinates, Akainu declared. My subordinates are watching me as well. Hawkeye pointed his sword towards the crowd atop the mountain. In light of this, there is nothing left to discuss. Let the battle commence, Akainu declared, raising his fists towards the heavens. Horn's gaze became vacant as an ominous sensation washed over him. Meteoric volcano, Akainu bellowed, unleashing countless magma bombs into the sky with his fists, determined to transform the entire punk hazard into his dominion. One by one, the magma bombs appeared against the somber heavens. Typically, the overcast sky would herald torrential rain, but this time, what descended was an inferno of deadly magma bombs. The searing magma engulfed the entire island, cascading down like a torrential downpour. The power of the Admiral had manifested. This was our Admiral. Such terrifying might was indeed formidable. The Navy personnel gazed in awe. Such a powerhouse was truly deserving of the title of Admiral. Has he unleashed his ultimate move? Horn's expression remained calm. Under the influence of dark energy, he wielded the Sword of Desolation, swiftly crafting an impenetrable barrier of sword energy. Countless magma bombs struck against this barrier, only to be instantaneously annihilated by the fierce sword aura, sending magma erupting forth in a chaotic tempest. Akainu squinted, observing Horn, untouched amidst the deluge of magma. His heart filled with astonishment. Is even this not enough to harm you? Hellhound! Akainu roared, his form morphing into a torrent of magma. The summoned Hellhound roaring as it charged towards Horn. Blazing Inferno. Horn unleashed the most formidable move of the Flame Sword, sweeping his blade with fervor. The intense crimson sword intent shimmered like stars, transforming ceaselessly from fiery red to tangerine, and then into an awe-inspiring pitch black. The clash of the black flames and the Hellhound erupted with a thunderous roar, the Hellhound halted by the black flames, unable to advance an inch. Fool! Magma is the superior flame. No matter how powerful your fire may be, it cannot withstand my magma. A brief flicker of disdain crossed Akainu's face. The magma within the Hellhound churned with greater ferocity, suddenly exploding forth, consuming the black flames in an instant. Horn's expression remained unchanged as the violet demonic energy enveloped his sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. The dazzling sword energy, radiant as the sun, collided with the spectral hound. In an instant, the sword energy cleaved through the creature, bisecting its massive form with precision. In that confined, searing space, Horn traversed through time and instantaneously found himself before Akainu. Red Dog, perish! Horn declared, gripping his sword tightly and striking down upon Akainu with fervor. The sword's energy surged forth like a ferocious beast, roaring as it charged toward Akainu. The latter's face registered surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and countered with a punch. Boom! The turbulent shockwave erupted, wreaking havoc on the ground beneath Akainu, causing it to shatter inch by inch. The ominous aura of demise emanating from the Sword of Death was instantly activated, and Horn's strength erupted once more like a tsunami, forcefully pressing Akainu down. Akainu's feet sank deep into the earth, which had cracked entirely under the overwhelming pressure of Horn's might. Great fire! Akainu bellowed, as the magma surged violently. The formidable force finally breaking through the aura of demise. Horn swiftly evaded, reappearing at a distance. Speed is Akainu's weakness. I can suppress him with my swiftness, Horn contemplated. Although the magma fruit endowed Akainu with unparalleled offensive power, speed remained his Achilles heel. Damn you, purple demon. Soon, you shall be engulfed by my magma. Akainu seethed, transforming into molten rock as he charged at Horn, the magma flowing like an unending river. Slash! Raising the Sword of Death above his head. The air around Horn became thick with tension. He then unleashed a powerful strike, the sword's energy slicing through the atmosphere like blazing thunder. The sword's energy effortlessly cleaved the ground, swiftly reaching Akainu. Akainu attempted to block with his fist, but Horn, stepping on air, ascended above him. The clash between the sword's energy and Akainu's fist was fierce, and while Akainu was preoccupied, Horn's second strike came crashing down from the side. Imbued with a potent coating of armed color, with no means to evade, Akainu braced himself against the blow. Sizzle! The sword's energy carved a massive wound across Akainu's chest. Crimson blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Realizing the dire situation, Akainu immediately retreated. At that moment, a volcano on Punk Hazard Island erupted violently, spewing molten rock that formed a searing river beneath Horn's feet. Left with no choice, he leaped into the sky. Magma bomb! Akainu raised both fists, relentlessly launching scorching magma projectiles at Horn, which shot forth like cannonballs. Horn remained undaunted, wielding the Sword of Demise as he plunged into the deluge of molten rain, relentlessly slicing through the fiery magma projectiles. Blazing torrents of searing lava cascaded from the heavens, igniting the earth below. Horn and Akainu clashed once more. While Van Oka had just executed a fatal blow against the sniper, Jackie, with a single shot to the head. The fierce battle between Akainu and Horn raged from the skies to the ground, accompanied by thunderous sonic booms, as seawater surged in and the earth fractured. The entire punk hazard lamented. It had already endured too much devastation during the confrontation between Akainu and Akiji. Now, the conflict between these two titans further burdened the land. With a powerful slash, Horn unleashed an unparalleled sword aura that cleaved the earth, extending for hundreds of meters, as seawater gushed forth from the fissures, cascading onto the magma and producing a series of resonant sounds. Hellhound! Akainu roared, summoning a ferocious hellhound that charged toward Horn. Heavenly thunder! Horn bellowed, striking with his sword as a tempest of fury materialized from the void, reaching for the heavens above and plunging into the depths of the sea. Instantly, the world was enveloped in a dazzling display of silver and crimson. Chapter 168. Fierce battle. The storm descended abruptly, colliding with the hellhound and erupting in a blinding brilliance. The world seemed to be split into two extremes, where only the violent silver and frenzied red remained visible. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, and amidst the thunderous roars, vast expanses of punk hazard began to sink slowly. In the throes of battle, the silver intensified, gradually consuming the red and transforming into a brilliant light that struck Akainu with unyielding force. Lightning pierced through Akainu's body, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he coughed up blood and plummeted heavily to the ground. Admiral! The naval soldiers gasped in shock. How could this be? That pirate Horn had actually injured Admiral Sakazuki head-on. Could it be that this pirate possessed strength rivaling that of an admiral or even a Yonko? The Marines were taken aback. On the distant Flamingo ship, Doflamingo's expression darkened. That guy Akainu had defeated Akiji. How could he be wounded by a mere upstart? Doflamingo's disbelief was palpable. Even he himself could not confidently confront Akainu's overwhelming offensive, let alone inflict injury. It was well known how formidable a Logia user could be. Yet, this young man had directly harmed Akainu, an unsettling notion for Doflamingo to accept. Toripol, let's land and join this battle. I must claim the head of the purple demon Horn, Doflamingo declared with a sinister tone. Dofla, do we really need to get involved? Those two are in the midst of a fierce struggle, Toripol remarked. Get on the island immediately. Doflamingo's words brooked no dissent. Understood. Landing now. The Flamingo ship approached Punk Hazard, and soon, Don Quixote Doflamingo, accompanied by the executives of the Don Quixote family, disembarked onto the island. Ha ha, Purple Demon Hoenn. You truly are formidable. Even Akainu has sustained injuries at your hands, Doflamingo remarked with a sinister smile. What brings you here, Doflamingo? Akainu rose from the ground, his gaze sharp and menacing. He adhered to an unwavering sense of absolute justice, harboring an intense disdain even for the 7 warlords, who were recognized pirates. Admiral Akainu, must you be so unfriendly? I am here to assist you. The Purple Demon Hoenn is also my enemy. Why not join forces to eliminate him? Doflamingo suggested with a grin. I do not require assistance in killing, Akainu replied coldly. What are you two prattling on about? Do you think you can kill me without my consent? Hoenn's expression turned icy. Do you believe you can leave this place today? Here. You faced the might of 2 admiral-level powers, along with my subordinates. To think you could escape is rather naive, Doflamingo declared. Have you forgotten that I too have my subordinates? Hoenn replied with an unusual expression. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's demeanor faltered, becoming somewhat awkward. The captain is indeed correct. There are still us few, came the voice of thunder as 2 figures appeared beside Hoenn. Enel, the thunder god, Jinbei, the sea knight, and Van Augur, the sniper. Doflamingo's expression darkened. How could he have overlooked this? These 3 were no trifling adversaries. Enel, the strongest user of the Rumble fruit, possessed both speed and power. Jinbei, a former warlord of the sea, was also exceptionally formidable, while Van Augur's sniping skills were impeccably precise. The presence of such a controlling force would leave any combatant feeling uneasy. So Doflamingo, what now? Do you still wish to claim my head? Hoenn taunted with a cold chuckle. Damn it, today I shall settle this matter with you. Doflamingo roared, his body moving with remarkable swiftness as he lunged towards Hoenn. Speed is indeed my forte. Enel transformed into a flash of lightning, arriving before Doflamingo in an instant. Thunderstrike. Enel commanded, and a bolt of lightning descended upon Doflamingo. Sensing an overwhelming danger, Doflamingo's expression changed dramatically. His body was instantly enveloped in black hockey, allowing him to withstand the fierce lightning strike. Akainu, we have yet to determine the victor between us, Hoenn proclaimed, raising his sword of demise. Then let us commence, Akainu replied, his fist transforming into rolling, molten magma. Once again, Hoenn clashed with Akainu. Simultaneously, the sea warrior Jinbei engaged in combat with numerous officers of the Don Quixote family, while Van Oka lent his formidable sniping skills, rendering the officers defenseless. The malevolent aura of decay spread forth as Hoenn unleashed a sword strike, intertwining with the essence of defeat, amplifying its potency. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the very fabric of the universe was on the brink of corrosion. Even those in proximity could sense their spirits being gradually consumed by this malevolent presence. Akainu felt a momentary tremor in his resolve, but it quickly solidified. A warrior of his caliber possessed an unwavering mind, impervious to the influence of mere sword intent. Dog bite, Crimson Lotus. The magma surged violently as Akainu hurled a fist towards the incoming sword energy. The clash reverberated, waves of force cascaded around them, ultimately causing the ground beneath to shatter and sink into the sea. The crimson magma unleashed a relentless assault on the sword energy, layer upon layer engulfing it, until at last, the magma erupted, completely consuming the darkness and leaving only red in its wake. Come at me. Let me see if you can withstand this strike. Akainu's face was a mask of madness as the magma giant's fist surged towards Hoenn. Maha Wulyang. Hoenn sliced through the air with a sword, an unparalleled brilliance emanating from the blade. In an instant, a silver sword aura pierced the heavens and the earth, as though a lever was holding the universe in balance. This technique, the earth-level Maha, had been previously wielded during the War of the Summit when Hoenn employed the heaven-level Maha. But he deemed the moment not yet ripe for such power. As Maha unleashed a tempestuous wind, it collided with the magma giant's fist. In that fleeting second, the sword energy tore through the magma, creating a spectacle of grandeur and shock. The silver glare had become the focal point of the battlefield, causing all combatants to pause and gaze upon the radiant slash aimed at Akainu. Damn it, break for me. Akainu retaliated with a punch, colliding once more with the Maha sword energy, akin to two meteorites colliding, resulting in cataclysmic chaos and a cacophony of sonic booms resounding in succession. Chapter 169. Defeating Akainu. Ultimately, Akainu's magma giant fist proved insufficient. The Maha sword energy, akin to a silver dragon, tore through the magma and struck forcefully against Akainu's chest. How is this possible? Disbelief filled Akainu's eyes as his body was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing into a volcano. When did Akainu's strength diminish to such a degree? Doflamingo cursed under his breath, unaware that it was not Akainu's power that had waned, but rather Hoenn's strength that had surged. Hoenn now possessed the ability to face and defeat an admiral head-on. Admiral Sakazuki has been struck. The pirate Hoenn is truly formidable. Can the Navy withstand the rise of the pirates? A cacophony of incredulous voices erupted as the Navy soldiers struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Akainu rose once more from the ruins, his gaze menacing and his expression dark as storm clouds. I am a dignified admiral of the Navy. It is inconceivable that I would be defeated here by you, the purple demon, Hoenn. Prepare to endure my wrath. Meteor Volcano. Akainu's power surged forth once again. As he unleashed a barrage of magma projectiles into the air, his intent unmistakable, to execute indiscriminate attacks, leaving none of the wind and cloud pirates alive in punk hazard. Damn it! Has that lunatic Akainu lost his mind? Doflamingo bellowed, hastily retreating, followed closely by the officers of the Don Quixote family. Inaru and his comrades swiftly led the rest toward Caesar's base. Ultimate technique. 10 tornadoes. Hoenn shouted, his sword dancing rapidly in his hand, as spirals of sword energy formed, consuming the magma projectiles like whirlwinds, and then shattering them into nothingness amidst the ferocious onslaught. Surrounding Hoenn, not a single drop of magma fell. Akainu's indiscriminate onslaught had indeed banished the formidable Doflamingo. With a fiery breath, Akainu shattered the whirlwind and charged directly towards Hoenn, delivering a devastating punch with unyielding force. The sword of demise glimmered with a chilling radiance, swiftly countering, as it met Akainu's fist in a fierce collision. Today, you shall meet your end here. A cruel smile, stained with remnants of blood, curled at the corners of Akainu's mouth, his visage twisted in a menacing grimace. With an expression of serene composure, Hoenn channeled an inexhaustible stream of power into the sword of defeat, leaving Akainu astonished to realize that his own strength was waning. Red Dog, be gone! Hoenn bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming force akin to a mountain crashing down. His entire being radiated a brilliant luminescence, making him appear as resplendent as a star within the galaxy. Akainu was propelled backward by the sheer force, and Horn swiftly advanced, arriving at Akainu's side in an instant. Encased in the armor of Haki, he unleashed a devastating kick aimed squarely at Akainu's abdomen. The impact struck with ferocity, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through Akainu's mind, contorting his face in agony. Yet this was merely the beginning. Horn's massive hand, akin to a vice, clamped down upon Akainu's head, forcefully slamming it against the ground. Akainu, momentarily dazed, was struck by the impact. As Horn prepared to launch another assault, Akainu retaliated by unleashing a molten magma blast. The searing magma struck Horn's body, forcing him to stagger backward. Had he not swiftly engaged in his armament Haki, his chest might have been pierced by the lava. Nevertheless, the skin on Horn's chest remained unbearably scorched, a large patch charred beyond recognition. Horn and Akainu exchanged a resolute glance before both surged forward, instantly engaging in fierce combat. Under the relentless assault of these two formidable adversaries, Punk Hazard could no longer withstand the cataclysmic force. The ground began to sink in fragments, and the encroaching seawater steadily engulfed the land. The violent clash between magma and ocean produced an unsettling cacophony that sent chills down one's spine. Pirate Horn. This shall be my ultimate strike. From here on, even if you prevail, Akainu proclaimed with a thunderous voice. Then let us see what you can do, Horn retorted, raising the sword of doom. Dog bite Red Lotus. Akainu bellowed, launching a powerful punch toward Horn, his molten magma fist rendering the surrounding air searingly hot. Akin to a roaring dragon barreling toward its target. Ma'am New York. Horn grasped the sword of doom with both hands, emanating an unparalleled aura. This technique transcended the earthly Ma, reaching celestial heights. The formidable sword energy cleaved through the very fabric of space, its fierce intent radiating like the sun. With a resounding crash, the Ma sword energy collided with the dog bite Red Lotus, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. The shockwave surged forth like a tempest, raising colossal waves upon the surrounding sea. How terrifying! Is this the power of humanity? The Navy members gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Damn it. It seems I have underestimated this purple demon's strength. Doflamingo cursed under his breath, astonished by the extent of Horn's prowess. This individual must not be allowed to survive, otherwise, the Don Quixote family's future would be fraught with peril. In the throes of their intense confrontation, the Ma sword energy ultimately triumphed, ruthlessly shredding Akainu's dog bite Red Lotus before delivering a devastating blow that struck Akainu directly. The sword's incision tore from his neck down to his abdomen, nearly cleaving his body in twain. Horn wielded his sword, intent on taking the life of Akainu. At that moment, a radiant light flashed, and a luminous leg intercepted Horn's lethal strike. I sincerely apologize. Although this fellow is not particularly likable, he is, after all, an admiral of the Navy, and allowing him to perish so easily would certainly draw ire. A lecherous middle-aged man appeared before Horn. Kizaru, yet another admiral. The Navy truly holds me in high regard. Horn maintained a tranquil expression. Kizaru, let us join forces to eliminate this man. His demise would indeed be a boon for your Navy, wouldn't it? Doflamingo leaped into the air, addressing Kizaru. If a battle is to ensue, I shall gladly participate, Horn declared, raising his sword of demise. A flicker of apprehension crossed Kizaru's eyes, and without hesitation, he departed with Akainu. He wished to avoid such a scenario unless absolutely necessary. Hee, the purple demon Horn. Even without Kizaru, I still possess the confidence to slay you. Doflamingo sneered. Then by all means, let us see you try, Horn retorted. Though Doflamingo spoke with bravado, a flicker of doubt lingered within him. He acknowledged that his strength paled in comparison to Akainu, and he questioned whether he could withstand the counterattack of an unparalleled powerhouse. At that moment, a violent bolt of lightning descended, cleaving the already fractured Punk Hazard in two, revealing Enel's form. If you seek to challenge our captain, I shall be your opponent, Enel stated nonchalantly. Chapter 170. Bondi Vardo Doflamingo gazed upon Enel, his body crackling with electricity, filled with internal resentment. Although Horn was injured and his combat prowess diminished, holding him at bay was still feasible. Enel, alongside Jinbei, could easily dispatch Doflamingo's subordinates, rendering any victory hollow. With gritted teeth, Doflamingo retreated, and the impending battle dissipated into nothingness. Horn gazed upon the ravaged Punk Hazard, fully comprehending that only strength could ensure survival in this world. Otherwise, one would be obliterated in an instant, much like this island. The news of Horn's fierce battle with Akainu and his subsequent victory reverberated throughout the New World. The Marine Admiral had been defeated by the Purple Demon Horn, a testament to the extraordinary prowess he had attained. Concurrently, the Navy re-evaluated Horn's bounty, setting it at an astounding 1,500,000,000 berries. Such a sum was unparalleled, even surpassing that of Vice Admiral-level pirates. The populace began to comprehend that the Purple Demon Horn possessed the potential to ascend to the status of a maritime emperor. On the island of Rigodo in the New World, a realm rife with various dark forces, it was ruled by a notorious pirate, the world destroyer Bondi Wardo, who had escaped from impelled down. A griffin ship docked at the shore. The esteemed guest has arrived. Prepare to welcome him. The reception team swiftly readied themselves, scarcely daring to breathe, for aboard the vessel was the infamous pirate, the Purple Demon Horn. Dressed in dark attire, Horn descended from the ship, followed by his comrades, the Thunder God Enel, the Sea Hero Jinbei, the Devil Child Nico Robin, and the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law. Has Bondi Wardo summoned me for something? Horn inquired coolly, addressing one of the receptionists. Lord Horn, Lord Wardo awaits you at that establishment. Please, follow me, the receptionist replied. Bowing respectfully, Horn gestured subtly, and the crowd followed the attendant into the restaurant. Upon entering the hall, Horn and his companions were taken aback to find a number of notorious pirates within, including the infamous Jack Higgins, with a bounty of 580 million, and Franz Hals, whose bounty reached 700 million. Each one was a legendary figure in the world of piracy. Purple Demon Horn, you have finally arrived. But you kept me waiting for quite some time, spoke Bondi Valdo from his prominent seat. Bondi Valdo, a former 500 million bounty pirate. What is your intention in gathering such a multitude of pirates? And do these ruffians truly deserve to sit among us? Enel retorted arrogantly. Purple Demon Horn, be mindful of the conduct of your subordinates. After all, I am your senior, Bondi Valdo said with a tone that brooked no argument. What do you mean by that? Do you think that because your captain has a high bounty, you can run rampant upon the seas? Youngster, do not speak too boldly, or it may lead to an inescapable predicament, the other pirates warned ominously. Then come and fight if you dare. I am eager to see what prowess you pirates possess. Enel declared dismissively. Suddenly, a pirate with a sword at his waist sprang forward, drawing his long sword in an instant and slashing toward Enel. It's Jack Higgins. With a bounty of 580 million, the long sword struck Enel's form, but Enel's voice echoed from behind the pirate. Your speed is far too slow. Higgins realized, in that moment, that the Enel before him was merely an illusion. A chilling sensation of danger surged through Higgins' mind, prompting him to instinctively turn around. Just as Enel's golden staff, charged with thunder, descended upon him, Higgins' long sword clashed with Enel's golden staff, causing a tremor in his hand, nearly disarming him. Since descending from Sky Island, Enel had undergone targeted training in hockey and combat under Horn's guidance, mastering his abilities with impressive proficiency. With Enel's strength, augmented by the power of the Rumble fruit, he could easily withstand a formidable opponent. Thunderstrike, Enel exclaimed, waving his hand as a dazzling bolt of lightning surged forth, aimed directly at Higgins. Higgins' expression shifted dramatically as he swung his sword in an attempt to cleave through Enel's lightning. However, he woefully underestimated Enel's might. Upon contact, the thunder erupted like a bomb, unleashing countless arcs of electricity that coursed violently through Higgins' body, leaving him trembling. Unrelenting, Enel declared, 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Instantly, a colossal electric beast materialized in front of him, charging toward Higgins with overwhelming ferocity. This lightning was powerful enough to instill despair. Valdo, save me! Higgins cried out in despair. A glint of cold light flashed in Valdo's eyes as his massive frame suddenly surged forward, intent on delivering a devastating blow to the Thunder Beast. At that moment, a long sword thrust forward, blocking Valdo's path. What do you mean, Horn? Valdo barked sharply. Is it truly necessary to escalate to such extremes over a mere spar between subordinates? Horn replied with a calm demeanor. Who is truly escalating matters here? Your subordinate is exceedingly arrogant, Valdo retorted. In the world of pirates, strength reigns supreme. Since Higgins has taken the initiative to challenge my crew, are you suggesting he should not be afforded the chance to retaliate? Horn replied coldly. Do you wish to challenge me? Valdo's expression turned icy. And if I do? Horn's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept through the entire venue, leaving every individual feeling as though a colossal weight pressed upon their chests. The renowned pirates were visibly taken aback. Conqueror's hockey. The most formidable kind of conqueror's hockey. One pirate captain exclaimed. Valdo's face also betrayed his shock. What kind of individual had he summoned, possessing such formidable strength? Even he, as a user of the Momo fruit, felt uncertain against Horn. At that moment, Inel's furious thunder beast mercilessly shredded Higgins's body, sending a storm of blood and flesh into the air. The once renowned pirate, Higgins, was reduced to nothing but a heap of mangled remains. Enel landed on the ground, grumbling in dissatisfaction, truly pathetic. So weak, it's laughable. Horn sheathed his sword, his expression unperturbed, as if Enel had merely accomplished a trivial task. Valdo's face flushed crimson. Horn had publicly brushed his own face, showing utter disregard for Valdo's dignity. Enraged, Valdo stormed back to his seat, and as Horn dissipated the overwhelming aura of dominance, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 171, The Madman. Horn took a seat beside Waldo, with the officers of the Windstorm pirate crew behind him. After the earlier commotion, Waldo's enthusiasm had completely dissipated. "Waldo, speak plainly. What business do you have calling us here?" An impatient pirate captain remarked. Gathered in this place were over 20 renowned captains from the New World, each boasting a bounty exceeding 300 million. Waldo no longer kept them in suspense. He began thoughtfully, following the war on the summit. The Whitebeard pirates suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the Navy. Under the leadership of Akainu, the Navy even relocated its headquarters to the New World, aiming to strengthen its efforts against the pirates here. It seems the Navy's power has reached its zenith. Yet the recent battle at Punk Hazard has clearly demonstrated that their strength has not yet attained the capacity to completely subdue us. Upon finishing his statement, nearly all the pirates turned their gazes toward Horn, for it was he who had recently vanquished Akainu at Punk Hazard, leaving the Navy humiliated. After a brief pause, Waldo continued, "My objective is to destroy the holy land of Mariehua." At this declaration, shock swept through the assembly. "Waldo, have you lost your mind? That is an overt challenge to the world government. I will not partake in such a reckless endeavor," one captain retorted, sensing the rest were on the verge of departing. Unflustered, Waldo remarked, "Have you all forgotten that Mariehua has already faced an assault once before?" At this, the crowd hesitated, their footsteps stilled. All eyes turned to Horn, for he was indeed the one responsible for that previous event. Aware of the scrutiny upon him, Horn replied, "I will not repeat the same actions a second time." "Waldo, you are undoubtedly a madman. I take my leave." Horn, accompanied by the crowd, was poised to depart. "Hold on," Veruto bellowed. "Is there something amiss?" Horn replied nonchalantly, without turning his head. "Purple Demon Horn, today you must accompany me. I require an ally for the assault on Mary Geos," Veruto asserted. "Seek assistance elsewhere, to be candid. A pirate of your caliber does not command my respect," Horn retorted. The other pirate captains also prepared to leave. "If you wish to depart from here, you must consult me first. I have planted explosives around this establishment. Should my Momo powers detonate them, you will all be reduced to ashes," Veruto declared maniacally. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with astonishment. "Veruto, have you lost your mind? Why draw us into this? You are truly a madman," they exclaimed. "Purple Demon Horn, now you ought to acquiesce to my demands," Veruto said with a sense of triumph. "I regret to inform you that I still refuse," Horn replied without hesitation. Veruto's expression soured. "You have forced my hand, Purple Demon. You are indeed ungrateful. To all captains present, if any of you can eliminate this young man for me, I shall ensure his safe passage from here," Veruto proclaimed. The crowd turned their gazes toward Horn, some visibly swayed by the proposition. Horn turned around, challenging anyone who dared to fight him. The sword of desolation was drawn. "My apologies, Purple Demon Horn, but your head shall be claimed by me, Hars." A sword-wielding pirate suddenly lunged at Horn, his longsword glinting with deadly intent as it struck fiercely toward him. The sword of desolation met the attack head-on, producing a resounding clash. "In that case, I shall not hold back." Other pirate captains swiftly converged upon Horn. "Enel, take them away," Horn stated, his expression unchanged. Enel nodded, summoning lightning to whisk everyone from the scene. "I shall unleash a massacre." Horn's power erupted instantaneously, the sword of desolation repelling Hars's longsword, sending him staggering backward. "Slash!" Horn commanded, unleashing a radiant strike from the sword of desolation, its brilliance illuminating the heavens. Two pirate captains attempted to withstand the blow, only to find the sword's edge far too keen. With cries of defiance, the captains were cleaved in two. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. One boasted a bounty of 360 million, the other a staggering 500 million, yet neither could withstand a single strike from the Purple Demon Horn, truly a terrifying figure. Momentarily, the pirates hesitated. Kill him, or I shall detonate the explosives buried here, enough to obliterate you tenfold. Vardo hissed ominously, gritting their teeth. The pirates charged at Horn once more. A mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly foolish. Horn's demeanor turned icy as he unleashed a flurry of over a dozen slashes. The aura of desolation chilling and domineering. Screams of agony echoed, and soon more than 10 pirates fell. In the blink of an eye, only a few remained. Purple Demon Horn, spare me. I can help you deal with Vardo. Once he is dead, we can all escape. A pirate pleaded hastily. Yes, we can join forces. The others chimed in eagerly. I am afraid I have no interest in allying with mere ants. Horn replied coldly, advancing toward the pirates, his expression frigid, dismissing their words entirely. I will kill you. One pirate, unable to bear the overwhelming pressure, charged at Horn in a frenzy, while 2 others fled toward the exit. With a swift stroke, Horn cleaved through the air, leaving the pirates before him split in 2, their heads severed from their bodies. The other 2, however, were rendered inconsequential. As Valdo surged behind them, exclaiming, "Perish!" a cannonball materialized in his hand, which he hurled towards the 2 pirates. They turned, brandishing their blades, yet to their astonishment, the cannonball detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion potent enough to obliterate several buildings. The bodies of the 2 pirates were reduced to ashes in the wake of the blast. Was this the power of the Momo fruit? Indeed, it was formidable. Horn found himself astonished. No wonder Bondi Valdo was dubbed the World Destroyer. This individual possessed the audacity to annihilate Mariehua, a testament to his formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not have been confined in the 6th level of Impel Down. Horn, sword in hand, gazed intently at Bondi Valdo. The purple demon Horn, are you truly unwilling to reconsider? Valdo's face flickered with a maniacal fervor. Since the moment he became a pirate, thoughts of world destruction had consumed him, rooted in the shadows of his childhood. Bondi Valdo, to be candid, I do feel a measure of sympathy for you. However, that does not warrant collaboration between us. Farewell, your plans are destined to fail. With that, Horn turned to depart. Refusing to join me? Then perish. Chapter 172. The Power of the Momo Fruit. Momo, 100 slashes. A massive blade materialized in Valdo's hands as he harnessed the power of the Momo fruit. Instantly, the blade swelled to 100-fold its original size. Yet its speed remained unimpeded, accelerating to a striking velocity that reached 100 times its normal swiftness. Valdo swung the blade towards Horn, a fierce gust of wind trailing in its wake, closing the distance in an instant. The power of the Momo fruit. Allow me to experience its might. Horn brandished his sword, the Sword of Ruin, to meet the oncoming assault. Boom. The clash of the Sword of Ruin and Valdo's colossal blade unleashed a violent shockwave, causing Horn's garments to flutter as if caught in a tempest, while the furnishings of the Grand Hall were upturned by the forceful blast. The hall was vast, spanning thousands of square meters, providing ample space for a fierce confrontation between Horn and Valdo. Break! Horn shouted, unleashing the essence of ruin like a raging hurricane. Instantly, countless gashes appeared on Valdo's blade, which began to weaken significantly, as though it could shatter with the slightest blow. The power surged into the Sword of Ruin, erupting like a tsunami. Valdo's already fragile blade was annihilated in an instant. The essence of ruin sliced through the air, hurtling towards Valdo. Valdo's expression shifted. Momo 100-fold bullet. He drew a pistol and fired at Horn. The bullet, magnified by the Momo power, swelled to the size of a cannonball and sped towards Horn with astonishing velocity. Flash! Without hesitation, Horn countered with a sweeping stroke, his sword radiating brilliant light as it collided with the enlarged bullet. Despite the bullet's amplified size and power, Horn's sword energy proved superior, cleaving through it effortlessly. The bullet detonated, erupting in a dazzling blaze, just as Valdo's form materialized before Horn. Die! Valdo's face twisted with rage as his fist, enveloped in Momo power, struck fiercely towards Horn. Boom! The collision between the fist and the Sword of Ruin released a ferocious force, sending even Horn reeling backward from the impact. Horn deftly landed several steps in midair before stabilizing his body. Quite intriguing. It seems he has found a worthy opponent. A smile graced Horn's lips. The stronger Valdo became, the more exhilarated he felt. It was only through the relentless pursuit of battle that he could attain greater strength. Horn shook his hand and faced Valdo once more. Come on, Valdo. The Sword of Doom stood erect before his chest, exuding an icy aura of demise that permeated the air. Horn's gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, and under deliberate control, the dark energy surged forth unabashedly, causing the temperature of the entire space to plummet. rendering it reminiscent of a hellish realm. Doom slash. The sword of doom arched overhead before being thrust forward, instantly illuminating the world with a dazzling radiance. The sword's energy erupted like a tsunami, seemingly capable of cleaving through all that obstructed its path. With tenfold speed and 100-fold punch, Valdo's body moved with remarkable swiftness. Empowered by the Momo force, his speed reached its zenith. In an instant, a figure darted past, colliding with Horn's sword energy. The punch, magnified 100-fold by the Momo force, struck out like a roaring beast, shattering the surrounding space into spiderweb-like cracks. The Sword of Doom was violently torn apart upon collision, with the punch driving forth an immense wave of compressed air. Boom! Horn swung his sword to counter, and the Sword of Doom met the punch with fierce intensity. In the midst of their relentless clash, the aura of demise embedded within the Sword of Doom erupted violently, reducing the punch to fragments. Fire shadow crossing. Horn unleashed a strike, flames surging like relentless waves towards Valdo. Is this all you can muster? I thought you would be more formidable after defeating the Admiral, Valdo scoffed. Momo 100-fold blade. Valdo drew another blade and swung it fiercely, flames coiling around like a fiery serpent. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The flame shifted in hue, transforming into a chilling black. The black flames rapidly corroded Valdo's weapon, imbued with an overpowering decay that threatened to consume anything it touched. Realizing the peril, Valdo swiftly retreated, but Horn waved his sword, causing the black flames to dissipate into nothingness. Refined fire sword technique, second style, Lingqi sword technique. Horn flickered closer to Valdo, unleashing a flurry of sword energies, each enveloped in the all-consuming black flames. The black flame sword energies surged towards Valdo. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Valdo seethed with fury. Momo 10-fold cannon. A projectile appeared in his hand, which he hurled directly at Horn. Upon contact with the black flame sword energies, the bomb erupted violently, sending shockwaves skyward and affecting the surrounding hundreds of meters. As the dust settled, Horn and Valdo's forms re-emerged. Valdo, aren't you concerned about the bombs buried around you? Horn inquired. Ha ha ha, that is impossible. The bombs are buried deep, and without my Momo force, they will not expand and explode. Waldo proclaimed with pride, indeed. What an extraordinary ability you possess. No wonder you are dubbed the World Destroyer. Horn, astonished, responded, enough of the pleasantries. Today, I shall vanquish you, this arrogant brat, and demonstrate the might of an elder like myself. With a fierce roar, Waldo's muscles bulged explosively as he charged towards Horn. What is the purpose of an elder? It is to be surpassed. Waldo, you antiquated relic, you no longer belong in these waters. Allow me to send you to your final rest today. Horn replied coldly. The two collided once more, Waldo wielding dual colors of hockey, particularly the armament hockey, which, despite years of imprisonment, remained terrifyingly potent. As they battled, the air crackled with sword energy, and the force of their punches shattered the surroundings. The restaurant, built with formidable strength, could no longer endure the onslaught of these peerless warriors and crumbled like fragile tofu. Soon, the establishment emitted a mournful cry, reduced to ruins beneath their relentless assault. As Waldo and Horn intensified their clash, the air erupted with sonic booms, reverberating from the sky to the ground, which began to fracture inch by inch. Chapter 173, Waldo's Demise. Heavenly fire enveloping the plains. Horn unleashed a sword strike, the blazing black flames scorching the air and elevating the temperature of the entire arena before bearing down upon Waldo. MOMO, 100-fold bullet. Waldo fired a shot, the bullet magnifying infinitely until it met the black flames, resulting in a thunderous explosion that illuminated the scene. In that moment of chaos, Horn seized the opportunity, stealthily approaching Waldo. Striking while his opponent was unprepared, he swung his sword, and Waldo could only hastily envelop a portion of himself with armament hockey. The blade of demise carved a slender wound upon him, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Horn had no intention of letting Valdo escape so easily. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, enveloping Valdo's body and leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Valdo, driven by fury, roared as his body radiated a dark, armed color of hockey, and then retaliated with a powerful punch, the force of which was amplified 100-fold, colliding fiercely with Horn's black flame sword aura. A thunderous roar erupted, as shockwaves surged uncontrollably, slicing through Valdo's body and leaving multiple gashes. Yet, he gritted his teeth and dispersed the sword aura despite the pain. Prepare to meet your end, he declared, darting with incredible speed towards Horn, landing a solid blow to his abdomen. With his body enveloped in a purple aura, Horn withstood this attack, augmented by the power of the world destruction demon form. Vardo's expression turned to one of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his most formidable strike had been so effortlessly blocked. "It is my turn now, Vardo." Horn's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of hell, devoid of any emotion, instilling despair in all who heard it. Flash. The sword of doom descended with a howling wind, severing half of Vardo's arm. "Ah!" Vardo screamed in agony, clutching his injured arm as he swiftly retreated. "Your life ends here, Vardo," Horn proclaimed, raising his sword. "How infuriating. Allow me to show you my ultimate strike, the Momo hundredfold cannon." A cannonball materialized in Vardo's hand, which, under the influence of Momo's power, expanded infinitely into an enormous projectile, hurled violently towards Horn. In a startling turn, Horn charged directly at the cannonball. Boom. At the moment of impact between Horn and the cannonball, a violent explosion ensued, engulfing Horn in a blaze of fire. "Ha ha, how foolish. You dare to confront my cannonball head-on. You are utterly naive." Vardo cackled madly. "Indeed, I am astonished, but such an explosion is insufficient to harm me." Horn's voice emerged once more. Vardo's laughter abruptly ceased. "How can this be? My cannonball was amplified 100-fold, powerful enough to obliterate a small island. How are you unscathed?" Vardo exclaimed in disbelief. "It seems your understanding of the world's supreme powers is still lacking, Vardo. While your strength may indeed destroy an island, my unparalleled defense is more than capable of withstanding your explosion," Horn declared with pride. "Now, let me harvest your life." Horn advanced towards Vardo, wielding the sword of doom. "Ha ha ha ha, you will reap my life. You shall perish alongside me." Vardo's face gleamed with madness as he slammed his remaining arm into the ground. Instantly, the buried cannonball expanded 100-fold, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. The entire vicinity of the hotel was engulfed in flames, stretching for miles around. "Captain!" The members of the sea pirate crew outside were visibly shaken. The magnitude of the explosion, even from such a distance, exerted a palpable weight upon them. At the epicenter stood Hoenn, who wondered if he could evade the onslaught of this bombardment. The answer soon revealed itself. Emerging from the flames enveloped in a shroud of purple magic, Hoenn's attire had been reduced to mere ashes, leaving only a tattered pair of undergarments to preserve his modesty. Fortunately, he had encased his body in magical energy just in time, thereby withstanding the force of the blast. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to dust. To the astonishment of Captain Valdo's crew, the explosion of Valdo's bomb had failed to inflict any harm upon this purple-hued sorcerer. Just how formidable was Hoenn's physique? The crew members were left in a state of disbelief. "It's time to leave. There is nothing of interest left here," Hoenn remarked, shaking his head. Aside from the countless corpses strewn about, there was truly nothing worth witnessing. The demise of Valdo would hardly impact the vast ocean. After all, Valdo was an elder powerhouse from decades past, his vitality and renown no longer comparable to the titans of this era. Perhaps only figures like Sengoku from the Navy headquarters truly understood the extent of Valdo's formidable strength. Horn's next objective has become exceedingly clear: Dressrosa. This stronghold of Don Quixote da Flamingo is to be seized, and Horn intends to establish it as his base in the New World. Horn deliberately disseminated the news of his impending assault on Dressrosa, causing the seas to grow increasingly enigmatic once more. In the Devil's Triangle, Moria set down the transponder snail and addressed the cadre awaiting him. "Lord Horn has just contacted me, instructing us to venture to the New World to assist him in conquering Dressrosa." "Lord Moria," Absalom interjected, "Horn's momentum is unstoppable. If we lend our support, there is a promising chance that he will ascend as the fifth Emperor of the Sea." Moria nodded in agreement, exhilarated at the prospect of aiding Horn in his quest for the throne. Should Horn ascend, challenging Kaido once again would no longer be a mere dream. During his time in the Devil's Triangle, Moria heeded Horn's admonitions, fervently honing his strength in haki. He had mastered the dual haki technique and had transformed his once cumbersome physique into one of agility. He felt confident in the impending assault on Dressrosa. At the new Marine headquarters, the latest news spread. The purple demon Horn was set to strike Dressrosa. Should Doflamingo fall, this affluent territory would succumb to the rule of the windy pirate crew. With Horn's ascendance imminent, reports indicated that former warlords of the sea, Jinbe, Moonlight Moria, and the Logia user Enel had all rallied under his banner. If he were to vanquish Doflamingo, a new emperor of the sea would undoubtedly arise. Admiral Akainu remarked. His injuries nearly healed, yet the indelible scars of horns might linger in his heart. Chapter 174, Germa 66. Admiral, will the Navy take any action in response? Asked Fujitora, the newly appointed Marine Admiral who had entered through the world conscription. Fujitora, you shall lead the charge to Dressrosa. Stabilize Doflamingo's position there and seize the opportunity to eliminate the purple demon horn, Akainu commanded. Fujitora nodded, affirming, understood. I shall do my utmost. As a user of the gravity fruit, his formidable prowess made him an ideal candidate for the mission to Dressrosa. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo sat upon his throne, surrounded by the various cadres of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo, Torpol began. The reports have been largely corroborated. The purple demon horn is indeed approaching Dressrosa. His aim is our Don Quixote family, and he has gathered formidable allies, including the Thunder God Enel, Moonlight Moria, and Jinbe, not to mention that brat, Law. That scoundrel has conspired with the purple demon horn to seize Dressrosa. He should have been eliminated long ago. Doflamingo's forehead was adorned with prominent veins. At this moment, the pressing concern was not the issue with Law, but rather the formidable bounty of 15 billion placed on the head of the purple menace, Horn. He had already begun to exhibit the tendencies of becoming the sovereign of the seas. We all witnessed his victory over Akainu. This time, he came with overwhelming force, and it would be exceedingly difficult for us to thwart him, Torbol remarked. A profound silence enveloped the room. What do you imply? Doflamingo inquired. We should seek assistance from the beast's pirates and enlist Kaido to help us confront the purple menace, Horn. Torbol suggested. Kaido? But would that fellow even be inclined to assist? Pika interjected, her voice piercing. As long as there is profit involved, anything is achievable. Kaido currently requires our assistance in producing artificial devil fruits. If the Don Quixote family ceases to exist, he would lose a vital supplier, Torbol explained. In that case, let us contact Kaido. As time languidly passed, Horn remained oblivious to the fact that Doflamingo had reached out to the beast's pirates. However, even the beast's pirates did not intimidate him, unless Kaido himself descended upon Dressrosa, a highly improbable scenario. Although Horn had garnered a bounty of 15 billion in Kaido's eyes, he was not particularly formidable. On that day, the Griffin arrived at Dressrosa. What a prosperous nation this is, the crowd marveled. Under Doflamingo's governance, Dressrosa maintained an exterior of grandeur, yet it was built upon the sweat and blood of countless toys, all due to the presence of sugar, a wielder of the hobby fruit within the Don Quixote family. As Horn and his companions have just landed on Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo has already received the news. So soon? He exclaimed, filled with excitement. The purple demon Horn, then that individual is bound to appear as well. While Horn and his party disembarked on Dressrosa, a colossal snail came to a halt at the coastline. Captain, what is that thing? Enel pointed toward the distant snail, inquiring with curiosity. Horn turned back, his gaze momentarily arrested. How intriguing. This journey to Dressrosa was becoming increasingly captivating. To his surprise, Don Quixote Doflamingo had even summoned this group of individuals. Horn remarked, although his tone suggested he did not regard them with much esteem. Who are these captains? Enel inquired, pointing at the warriors clad in combat attire. Germa 66. The most renowned royal family of the North Sea, once the sovereign power over the region, now the most illustrious mercenary organization. Their leader, Vinsmoke Judge, is a scientist who once collaborated with the world's foremost scientist, Vegapunk, Horn explained. I wondered who they were. Turns out they are merely mercenaries, Enel scoffed. Do not underestimate them. The scientific prowess of the Vinsmoke family is formidable, Horn cautioned. Vinsmoke Judge, accompanied by his 4 children, approached Horn. At that moment, a contingent of Dressrosa soldiers surrounded Horn and his companions. Pirate Horn, how dare you trespass upon the territory of Dressrosa? Surrender at once, an officer declared. The citizens of Dressrosa erupted in gasps. Is he the infamous pirate, the purple demon Horn, with a bounty of 1.5 billion? How could Dressrosa provoke such a formidable man? Fear not, with Lord Don Quixote Doflamingo here, pirates cannot run rampant. Enel, these ants are yours to deal with, Horn stated, showing no inclination to engage with the ordinary folk. Enel grinned. No problem, Captain. Do not take their lives, Horn instructed. Enel nodded in agreement. With a crackle, bolts of lightning erupted as thunderclaps resounded, stunning the soldiers into unconsciousness. Enel, the thunder god, the mightiest under the purple demon Horn, Vinsmoke Judge proclaimed. Quite perceptive. Even I am recognized, Enel replied, brimming with pride. Judge, I presume you were summoned by Doflamingo? Horn queried. Astute, purple demon Horn. To be honest, I am rather uncertain about taking on a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion, Judge confessed. Let us engage, but know that your opponent shall not be me. Horn replied calmly. Is that so? I am eager to witness the prowess of your subordinates. Attack, Judge commanded, prompting his clone soldiers to charge at Horn and his companions. The diverse forces of the wind and cloud pirates surged forward to meet them. You lot, join in as well, Judge instructed his 4 children. The 3 sons rushed forward, with Vinsmoke Reiju following closely behind. Lord Horn, allow me to handle these individuals, Law declared, drawing his sword, Ghost cry. Horn nodded slightly. Luo dashed out, engaging in combat with 3 male members of the Vinsmoke family. Meanwhile, Jinbei confronted the formidable Germa himself, eager to assess the strength of this man through fishman karate. Left alone was Reiju, who Horn approached with a shake of his head. Gritting her teeth, Reiju glanced around, realizing that not a single clone soldier remained. Thus, she was left with no choice but to confront this man head-on. Suddenly, Reiju's body darted forward, colliding with Horn. He smirked, swiftly extending a hand to seize her shoulder, forcefully throwing her to the ground. A surge of energy coursed through Reiju's body, rendering her utterly powerless. Such a beautiful young woman, transformed into a mere warrior, seemed an utter tragedy. Chapter 175, Decapitating the Pika Purple Devil Horn. What do you intend to do to me? Reiju exclaimed, a mix of shame and fury in her voice, acutely aware of Horn's hand roaming over her form, her body trembling uncontrollably. Just kill me, she uttered, closing her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. Horn shook his head and said, I have no desire to destroy beauty. With a swift motion, he struck Leijio, rendering her unconscious. How could this happen? Gaji exclaimed, unable to comprehend the situation. He was well aware of his eldest daughter's strength, yet Horn had proven to be remarkably formidable. Leijio had not even the opportunity to retaliate. Do not look elsewhere. Show respect to this old man, Jinbei bellowed. Gaji, with no time to spare for Leijio, focused solely on engaging in battle with Jinbei. Horn said to Enel, I leave this to you, Enel. Be vigilant in controlling the situation, and do not allow the enemy to exploit any weaknesses. Understood, Captain. Horn raced towards the horizon, where his target, the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo, awaited. Within the grand palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo sat upon his throne, while a pirate accompanied by his crew stood before him. Is it true that Blackbeard is willing to assist me? Doflamingo inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Indeed, Captain Teach is a man of his word. Provided that you agree to our terms, replied a burly man confidently. That scoundrel Blackbeard dares to demand 40% of my underground profits, Doflamingo retorted, displeasure evident in his tone. Lord Doflamingo, surely you understand that 40% pales in comparison to your life and fortune. Should the purple demon Horn eliminate you, both Dressrosa and your underground empire would be annihilated. A small sacrifice now is inconsequential, the man smiled reassuringly. Doflamingo sighed, recognizing his lack of options. Just as Horn and his crew had set foot on Dressrosa, a captain from the Blackbeard pirates arrived, bringing with him the conditions set forth by Blackbeard. After much contemplation, Doflamingo finally acquiesced. I accept, let Blackbeard reveal himself. I apologize, but it is not yet time for Captain Blackbeard to appear, the man responded. Then, will you assist me? Doflamingo's gaze scrutinized the man before him. My name is Bond, a wielder of the metal fruit, thanks to Captain Teach who procured this ability for me. Would you like to witness my prowess, Lord Purple Demon? Bond offered. Doflamingo turned to his subordinate, Mahabais, who stepped forward. Let me test your strength, Mahabais declared. Very well. Bond's muscles tensed, a mesmerizing metallic sheen enveloping him. Diamond fist. He roared, delivering a devastating punch towards Mahabais. The latter, a user of the Tun-Tun fruit, countered with tenfold pressure. Their fists collided with an explosive force, and without a hint of doubt, Mahabais was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a wall and shattering it, sending dust billowing into the air. Now, do you acknowledge my strength? Bond retracted his fist, his expression calm. Doflamingo glanced at Mahabais, who lay incapacitated, a testament to the sheer power of Bond's strike. He nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from outside, Doflamingo, come out. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's expression darkened. Has the purple demon Horn arrived so swiftly? Doflamingo, shall we venture out together now? Tori Pole inquired. Doflamingo nodded, his expression impassive as he addressed Bond. Blackbeard had better honor his word. The purple demon Horn is not easily trifled with. Bond responded with a smile. Captain Teach has always been most reliable. There is no cause for concern with Lord Night Marauder. Doflamingo let out a cold snort, neither affirming nor denying. The group then arrived at the Heights of Kings. Hoenn stood alone at the bottom, encircled by a battalion of soldiers from Dressrosa. "Doflamingo, allow me to take the lead," exclaimed Pika, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo nodded. The King's Plateau, composed entirely of stone, was a realm in which Pika, a user of the stone fruit, would excel. "Purple Demon Hoenn, meet your demise." Pika's sharp voice echoed as an enormous stone giant materialized. He delivered a powerful punch aimed at Hoenn. "A user of the stone fruit, Pika. Yet, to me, you are far too feeble." A fleeting expression of disdain crossed Hoenn's face. The sword of desolation was swiftly unsheathed, creating a wave of air turbulence as Hoenn pressed down with his legs, unleashing an overwhelming force that shattered the ground beneath him. His body surged forth like a cannonball, as currents of air coalesced into shape, and the sword of desolation stirred a fierce gale. Flash! Hoenn uttered with a quiet intensity, and the sword of desolation cleaved through the air. It struck with the might of a divine being. The sword aura shot forth like a frenzied dragon, colliding directly with Pika's fist, and with no hint of hesitation, the sword aura cleaved Pika's fist in twain. Horn dashed through the air, arriving before Pika, delivering the fatal strike. The ferocious sword energy resembled a resplendent galaxy, its edge extraordinarily sharp. Pika had no time to react, and was cleaved in two by the sword of demise. A chilling scream was caught in Pika's throat, as if his windpipe had been constricted. His massive body collapsed to the ground, and Pika struggled in vain to bring his body together, much like Monet once did. Yet he was utterly unable to succeed. After a few futile attempts, he succumbed to the cessation of life. "Pika!" Tori Pole exclaimed in horror. Pika could not withstand even a single blow from Horn. How terrifying must this man be? Simultaneously, Tori Pole felt a wave of sorrow for the fallen. Reminiscent of a rabbit mourning a fox, Diamante, Lao Ji, and now even Pika, the highest-ranking officer, lay dead. What fate awaited the Don Quixote family? Purple Demon Horn, I shall ensure your demise. Doflamingo seethed, veins bulging upon his forehead, consumed by an overwhelming fury. Horn leaped before the members of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo finally ceased to suppress his emotions, and his ferocious conqueror's haki erupted instantaneously. Chapter 176, Metallic Fruit. Horn stood there in tranquil defiance, as Doflamingo's conqueror's haki surged forth relentlessly like the ceaseless waves of the ocean. Yet Horn remained steadfast, akin to an immovable monolith, allowing the tumultuous waves to crash against him. After a considerable duration, beads of sweat began to form on Doflamingo's brow, for the prolonged exertion of his conqueror's haki was indeed a strain on his physique. Suddenly, Horn's eyes widened, and a formidable aura, as heavy as a mountain, surged forth. It was as tumultuous as a tsunami, capable of engulfing an entire city. Doflamingo's conqueror's haki retreated like a defeated army, instantly dissipating into nothingness under Horn's overwhelming pressure. Everyone present felt the weight of Horn's conqueror's haki, as if a colossal mountain bore down upon them, causing many of the weaker officers to tremble uncontrollably, sweat pouring from their bodies. "Bond, do not make a move," Doflamingo bellowed. In a similar struggle to endure, Bond shouted fiercely, unleashing a radiant force akin to the sun, charging directly at Horn. "Die, Purple Demon Horn." Diamond Fist. Horn's expression remained impassive as he enveloped his fist in a formidable purple aura, then unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his blow shattered the air, producing a series of explosive sounds, which culminated in a collision with Bond's metallic fist. In Bond's incredulous gaze, Horn's fist erupted with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption, forcing Bond to retreat repeatedly. The strength of the Purple Demon Horn was indeed legendary, befitting a man bold enough to challenge Whitebeard. Bond's expression grew grave. "Horn, prepare to meet your demise." Ultra Strangle Whip. Doflamingo's body suddenly flickered into view, a thick line striking fiercely towards Horn. The Sword of Doom met Doflamingo's Ultra Strangle Whip head-on, and amidst the violent clash, Doflamingo stumbled backward before regaining his composure. "Altogether now," Doflamingo bellowed, feeling an unfamiliar sense of powerlessness against this young pirate. The cadres of the Don Quixote family, no longer hesitating, charged toward Horn. Is this a tactic of swarming? It will prove ineffective against me. Doom Slash. Horn brandished the Sword of Doom, delivering a horizontal slice that cleaved through the air with precision. A scream pierced the chaos as the first casualty, the cadre gladius, was nearly severed in two. His body barely held together by a sliver of skin. 10-ton pressure. Mahabais descended from the sky, aiming to crush Horn beneath his weight. Do not recklessly hover above others, for I shall be compelled to eliminate you. Horn's expression twisted into a snarl as the purple aura enveloped his fist, striking out at Mahabais. The force of his blow penetrated Mahabais' body, shattering ribs and internal organs alike. Mahabais' limp form plummeted from the sky, a spray of blood and shattered viscera escaping his lips. With a look of defiance, Mahabais gazed at Horn, his life force dwindling until, at last, he slumped over. Devoid of breath, Doflamingo gritted his teeth, despite being a ruthless tyrant willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. Witnessing his loyal subordinates perish before him stirred an unsettling discomfort within. Descent of the rogue line. Doflamingo maneuvered above Horn, several lines plunging downwards toward him. Flash. The sword of doom flashed with lethal brilliance, severing the rogue line, just as Bond seized the opportunity to land a punch against Horn's abdomen. The tremendous force struck Horn with a resounding blow, causing him to furrow his brow. Despite his already formidable resilience, such a heavy impact was not without its discomfort. Harnessing the momentum, Horn detached himself from his confrontation with Doflamingo, plummeting directly beneath the Peak of Kings. Doflamingo felt a surge of elation as Horn's form swiftly vanished from sight. However, it was not long before a hand, enveloped in ominous purple energy, grasped the earth. A voice, resonating with the terror of a demon's arrival, echoed forth. Doflamingo, the reinforcements you've summoned possess commendable combat prowess. Immediately thereafter, a titanic figure, towering several meters high and shrouded in purple, emerged. Although Horn's visage was entirely obscured, both Doflamingo and Bond could sense the formidable aura emanating from him. Come forth and engage me, the two of you together. Horn's voice resonated. Do not underestimate me. Metallic form activate. Bond roared, his body enveloped in a radiant golden sheen, expanding until he resembled a giant akin to Horn. Purple demon Horn, I am a wielder of the metal fruit. Allow me to witness the true extent of your so-called demonic combat prowess. With that, Bond catapulted himself forward. Despite his colossal size, his speed was unexpectedly swift, defying all expectations. In Horn's grasp, a blade forged from malevolent energies materialized, slicing towards Bond with fierce intent. The clash of metal resonated as Bond was compelled to retreat a step, with Horn momentarily gaining the upper hand. The air became thick with dark energy, swirling ominously as the very ground beneath them fractured. Horn unleashed a strike, and the malevolence surged forth like a rampaging dragon, charging at Bond. Fist of the Giant. Bond bellowed, his metallic sheen glistening with renewed brilliance. He delivered a punch imbued with the might to upheave mountains and drain seas, the surrounding air swirling chaotically, converging upon his fist to create an overwhelmingly potent strike. The collision of sword energy and fist power erupted like two colossal beasts engaged in a ferocious struggle, the wild energies clashing violently. It appeared as though the world itself was bifurcated, draped in hues of violet and gold. Yet, a somber purple gleam flashed, shattering Bond's fist energy entirely, akin to an individual facing the futility of a vast army. The blade energy surged directly towards Bond. Unfazed by the imminent threat, Bond focused his strength in his right hand, his joints cracking ominously. Just as the sword energy was poised to strike, Bond unleashed a fierce punch. The fist collided with the blade energy, creating a tumultuous wave that surged skyward like 1,000 crashing waves. The sword energy was thwarted before Bond, whose expression remained impassive, though internally he was profoundly astonished. Blood dripped from his knuckles, a testament to Horn's devastating assault. If someone with my level of defense can sustain injuries, the sheer ferocity of Horn's attacks must be formidable. No wonder even Admiral Akainu was bested by him in Punk Hazard. Bond's heart raced with trepidation. Chapter 177. An unexpected visitor now. It is my turn to strike. Bond roared, his spirit ablaze like a fierce wildfire. At that moment, Doflamingo appeared above Horn. Spider's nest. A web-like thread ensnared Horn's form, enveloping him completely. Bond was elated, launching a flurry of punches at Horn, the malevolent energy surging in response. Yet, to his bewilderment, there were no cries of agony, and his strikes felt as though they were landing upon cotton, devoid of any tangible resistance. Doflamingo, sensing an anomaly, inquired, "What are you two doing?" Both he and Bond turned in unison to behold Horn, now restored to his normal state, standing there wielding the Sword of Ruin. Horn casually unleashed a sword strike, a brilliant radiance illuminating the surroundings, the 5 colored threads. Doflamingo swiftly released 5 slender lines, which collided with the sword aura. However, in no time, the sword energy severed his threads with ease. Doflamingo quickly withdrew, the sword aura grazing perilously close to his scalp. Terrifying. This individual is truly fearsome. He must be eliminated here and now. Otherwise, grant him 2 more years, and he shall become unstoppable. Doflamingo's expression darkened. Horn's body plummeted towards Bond. The sword of defeat raised high above his head. An invisible force gathered, and then with a fierce swing, the sword unleashed a surge of energy that soared into the heavens, nearly reaching several dozen meters in height, before descending like a mighty river from the celestial realm. The brilliance was blinding, rendering even the sun, moon, and stars dim in its presence. Ah, Bond roared, his fist meeting the oncoming wave of sword energy. Boom. Without a hint of suspense, Bond's body was driven into the ground, his form seemingly diminished, as if struck down in stature. As the sword energy dissipated, Bond spat out a mouthful of blood, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He struggled to claw his way out of the earth, sweat pouring down like a torrential downpour, gasping for air like a wounded beast. Is this the power at the pinnacle of the world? The 5th Emperor of the Sea, truly a name well earned. Yet, the man I follow, Blackbeard Teach, possesses the potential to become an Emperor of the Sea as well. Captain Teach, today I am here to clear this obstacle for you. Dark tendrils spread throughout Bond's body, revitalizing his spirit. His eyes widened, a mist of energy enveloping him, reminiscent of Luffy's Gear 2nd. Die. Bond's body shot forth like a divine sword unsheathed, his momentum reaching an apex of ferocity. Flash. Horn's garments flapped wildly in the wind, yet he stood resolute like an immovable mountain. He swung his sword, and the energy cleaved through the earth, carving a chasm as deep as an abyss. Colliding instantly with Bond's charge. Boom. The clash of 2 formidable forces erupted like a violent chemical reaction. Ultimately, the sword energy prevailed, piercing through Bond's defenses and approaching him in the blink of an eye, leaving him no escape. In desperation, Bond cried out, "Captain Teach, save me." In response to his call, a towering figure emerged. The infamous pirate known as Blackbeard, wielder of the dark fruit, Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard's fist struck the sword energy, obliterating it entirely. Bond had finally regained a semblance of life. Panting heavily, he was shaken, narrowly escaping a fate of oblivion. Truly useless, get out of my way. Blackbeard's gaze was icy, taken aback by his subordinate's incompetence, especially after having sought a formidable metal fruit for him. Bond, filled with shame, retreated to the side. Blackbeard, you scoundrel, are you waiting for me and the purple demon horn to exhaust each other before you intervene? Doflamingo landed nearby, expressing his dissatisfaction. Blackbeard chuckled coldly. Doflamingo, you have no bargaining chips with me now. If you feel confident in dealing with the purple demon horn, then I shall take my leave. Doflamingo's expression darkened, and ultimately, he remained silent. He truly needed Blackbeard at this moment. Hey, what do you take me for, to be so easily overlooked? Hoenn expressed his dissatisfaction. Purple demon Hoenn, you shall not survive this day. If it weren't for you, I would have long seized Whitebeard's powers. And I have yet to settle the score regarding Impel Down with you. Blackbeard replied ominously, then come at me. If you can fight, do not merely chatter. Hoenn raised the Sword of Ruin, declaring his readiness. Blackbeard surged forward, closely followed by Doflamingo. Doflamingo, your adversary is me. A thunderous voice echoed from the sky as a diminutive figure appeared. What brings you here? Hoenn inquired, perplexed. The figure was none other than Red Pepper, the assassin who had previously attempted to take his life. Humph, Purple Demon Hoenn, I am not here to assist you today. Doflamingo, you still owe me for our last arrangement. Do you think you can simply dismiss it? Red Pepper stated. I will pay you, but you must leave at once. Doflamingo retorted, his fury boiling over. When had he ever owed this scoundrel anything? He was clearly here to exploit the chaos. However, I have changed my mind, Doflamingo. Today I intend to plunder the royal palace of Dressrosa. Red Pepper chuckled sinisterly. You insolent fool, who do you think you are to provoke me? Today, I shall end your life. Doflamingo seethed with rage. The clash between Red Pepper and Doflamingo commenced. Blackbeard felt a wave of despair wash over him. This unforeseen complication was unexpected. Blackbeard, do not be distracted. Your true opponent is I. Hoenn bellowed, abruptly pulling Blackbeard back to the present. Flash. A brilliant light erupted as the Sword of Ruin unleashed a sweeping arc of energy, capable of severing anything that stood in its path, much like an invincible army. Dark Fist, Blackbeard shouted, launching a powerful punch. His dark fruit abilities were nearly ineffective against Hoenn. Thus he resorted to physical combat. Blackbeard's prowess in hand-to-hand combat was formidable. Even Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, had once suffered at his hands, bearing a scar as a testament. Blackbeard's strength was not without reason. As their fists and sword energy collided, a tempest erupted, reminiscent of a typhoon, causing the surrounding flora to bow under pressure. The ground beneath them shattered violently, fissures spreading like spiderwebs across the terrain. Blackbeard's fist cleaved through the sword energy, producing explosive sounds that rushed towards Hoenn. Horn, unhurried and casual, swung his sword with a single stroke. Chapter 178, Mental Assault. Blackbeard, upon witnessing Horn's sword strike, felt a formidable threat, sensing the extraordinary nature of the sword chi. Indeed, as the sword chi surged forward, it split into 10 distinct streams, enveloping Blackbeard and descending upon him like an overwhelming tide of death. Maintaining his composure, Blackbeard's joints cracked ominously as he concentrated all his might into his fists. Break for me. His fists, shrouded in dark armament haki, struck out fiercely, generating an indomitable force that collided directly with the sword chi. A chilling sound erupted, reminiscent of ice meeting magma, as the sword chi dissipated into nothingness. I underestimated you. Blackbeard, a hint of gravity shadowed Horn's expression. Heavenly thunder. Gripping the sword of doom tightly, Horn unleashed a powerful strike. Instantly, the clear sky erupted with thunder, a tempest of violent storms manifesting in an instant. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, arcs of electricity surged forth, transforming the entire expanse of the sky into a battleground of lightning. Columns of lightning, as thick as pillars, descended from the heavens, resembling a celestial river plunging towards Blackbeard. Black Bloodclaw. Blackbeard's fingers curled, reaching out to fiercely grasp the descending lightning. The clash of his formidable energy against the tempest was cataclysmic. With a thunderous roar, akin to an explosion, the storm penetrated Blackbeard's body, causing him to tremble. His gaze turned frigid, and his overpowering conqueror's haki erupted without restraint. At that moment, the lightning seemed to hesitate as if encountering an insulator. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Blackbeard launched a punch, dispersing the electricity. Horn, planting his foot firmly on the ground, propelled himself forward like a cannonball, instantly closing the distance to Blackbeard. Die, Purple Demon Horn. Blackbeard's powerful arm seized Horn's shoulder, aiming to hurl him to the ground. However, Horn was not so easily subdued. With a subtle shake of his shoulder, he neutralized Blackbeard's strength, thrusting the Sword of Doom directly towards Blackbeard's heart. Blackbeard's other hand, enveloped in dark haki, grasped the Sword of Doom just inches away from his heart. One more step, and his heart would face annihilation. Though Blackbeard boasted formidable vitality, a shattered heart was no trivial matter. Gripping the Sword of Doom, he was unprepared for the violent demise energy contained within. This aura was far more ferocious than haki, and Blackbeard felt as though his hand was being corroded by a potent poison, prompting him to release his grip. Embrace death, Blackbeard. Horn bellowed, the Sword of Doom slicing through the air in an arc, akin to a crescent moon descending. Before the sword reached its target, the accompanying aura surged forth. A tempest that stung the face like a whip, the sword chi roaring like a ferocious beast. Ha 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 ha, truly formidable. In Blackbeard's eyes, a glimmer of excitement emerged as he launched a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, his fist collided with the sword's aura, causing the very air to shatter, sending ripples cascading outward like delicate spider silk. The sword's energy and his fist engaged in a fierce struggle, akin to 2 gladiators locked in combat, neither able to gain the upper hand. With a swift motion, Blackbeard unleashed another blow from his other hand towards the sword's energy, producing a spine-chilling sound of vibration. Under the relentless force of his mighty punch, the sword's aura was instantaneously obliterated, vanishing into nothingness. Horn's body retreated a step, leaving a long trace on the ground as his foot slid across the surface. Blackbeard approached with heavy strides, each step causing the earth beneath him to crumble, just swirling around him, until he stood before Horn in an instant. Tiger Fist. Blackbeard unleashed a punch, roaring like a fierce tiger, the sound waves reverberating intensely, nearly shattering eardrums. Executioner's Blade. Horn countered with a sword strike, conjuring dozens of sword energies that surged towards Blackbeard like a tempest. Get away from me. Blackbeard's face contorted into a fearsome snarl as his fist collided with the sword energies. Although his punch was immensely powerful, shattering several sword energies instantly, he could not withstand the sheer volume, and soon several wounds adorned his body. The gory wounds seared through Blackbeard's nerves, nearly overwhelming him with fury. Yet he forced himself to regain composure, realizing that reckless fighting would yield no solutions. Only by maintaining calm could he devise a method to counter Horn's sword techniques. Blackbeard, truly a formidable hero, has managed to calm himself so swiftly. It seems I have underestimated you, Horn remarked with a hint of admiration. The audacious laughter of Blackbeard erupted. Ha ha ha. Purple Demon Horn, indeed a robust adversary. To this day, you have become a foe that the Navy can no longer afford to ignore. Excessive words bear no benefit, Horn retorted with icy intensity, his body darting forward, igniting the flames of battle. With a fierce swing of his sword, the blazing intent of the red fire surged forth, a searing flame aimed at Blackbeard. Dark Claw. Blackbeard's fingers transformed into claws, fiercely grasping at the incoming fiery sword energy. The red flame faltered as if gripped by a choking hand, unable to advance further. Break. Blackbeard's strength surged explosively, tearing the fiery sword energy apart. Instantly, the flames dissipated like rippling waves. Meanwhile, Horn had leapt above Blackbeard. Demonic wisdom. The sword of demise vibrated violently before striking, emitting a sound so enchanting it ensnared the mind, leaving Blackbeard momentarily dazed. In that moment, he envisioned a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, seeing himself as a ruthless executioner, ready to strike his own forehead with his fist. Yet, as his fist hovered an inch from his brow, he snapped back to reality, cold sweat pouring down his face. What a terrifying mental assault. This young man's power is extraordinarily uncanny, though rumors have long circulated about his devil fruit abilities. Only through direct confrontation could one truly grasp his might. Had I struck down with my fist just now, I would likely be a cold corpse by now. His powers bear a resemblance to Lafitte's, Blackbeard thought, shaken. Horn felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had not anticipated that this magical technique, Mo Fan's Prajna, would prove ineffective before Blackbeard. It was indeed the case. For a resolute and formidable figure such as Blackbeard to perish at his hands would truly be a cause for ridicule. Horn remains undeterred. The battle must persist. For the formidable strength of Blackbeard demands his utmost vigilance. Chapter 179, The Ripple Fruit. As Horn's foot struck the ground, the earth shattered instantaneously. His legs bent, channeling immense strength, and he propelled his body forward in a sudden burst. A flicker of light glimmered upon the blade of the Sword of Oblivion, aimed directly at Blackbeard. The arm of Blackbeard hardened, enveloped in a formidable coating of hockey. With a sudden force, his fist surged forth, unleashing a cacophony of sounds akin to fireworks. As the air was violently ruptured upon the collision of his fist with the Sword of Oblivion, the ground beneath them crumbled under the weight of their overwhelming power, sending shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. Blackbeard let out a peculiar, sinister chuckle, and Horn sensed an ominous shift within his heart. The fluctuation of energy surged forth as Blackbeard roared, and concentric ripples, reminiscent of undulating water, radiated outward. Then, an indescribable force erupted from Blackbeard's fist, akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb, causing a cataclysmic explosion at Horn's location, an explosion triggered by the air compressed to its utmost limit. The ground where Horn and Blackbeard stood shattered in an instant, and Blackbeard's maniacal laughter echoed. Ha 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 ha. Purple Demon Horn, now you shall meet your demise. Merely gazing upon the devastated area, nearly everyone believed that Horn could not possibly survive. The members of the Don Quixote family breathed a sigh of relief. This fiend was finally destined for death. However, a voice emerged from the dust, declaring, Blackbeard, though I know not the source of your power, such strength is still insufficient to vanquish me. The figure of Horn emerged from the dust, enveloped in a dazzling purple aura, resembling a formidable deity. How is this possible? Why are you not dead? Blackbeard exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Blackbeard, from where does your power derive? Horn inquired, fixating on Blackbeard's gaze. I forgot to mention. I am now a wielder of dual devil fruit powers. I possess the abilities of two fruits, the second being that of the tremor fruit, which I acquired from its former user. The strength of the tremor fruit far exceeds your imagination, Blackbeard proclaimed with pride. It has long been said that your unique physique allows you to bear multiple fruits without consequence. Today, it seems that is indeed the case. Blackbeard, should you survive this encounter, Becoming one of the four emperors is merely a matter of time. However, you have the misfortune of crossing paths with me today. Horn's expression turned icy as the sword of desolation glimmered with a fierce light. Like a colossal dragon, Horn surged forward in an instant. With a fierce shout, air compression, air slash, Horn commanded the surrounding air to converge upon the sword of desolation, which elongated to a formidable 10 meters. Gripping the sword with both hands, he aimed a devastating strike at Blackbeard. The violent blade of air sliced through the atmosphere, directly targeting Blackbeard's head. Wave of water. Blackbeard's body was surrounded by concentric ripples, akin to the surface of water disturbed by a gentle breeze, as he retaliated against the descending sword of desolation. Boom! The clash resonated like two meteors colliding, producing a thunderous explosion that caused the ground beneath Blackbeard to crumble violently. Under the force of their confrontation, a significant portion of the king's heights was obliterated. Blackbeard's tremor punch shattered Horn's sword energy, propelling him into the air. Wave of air. The air was violently compressed, transforming into a kinetic projectile, which Blackbeard hurled towards Horn. Horn brandished the sword of defeat, delivering a decisive strike that seemed capable of cleaving through all obstacles. The sword's aura surged forth, embodying an unstoppable force as it hurtled toward the wave bomb. A thunderous explosion erupted upon their collision, sending a torrent of air soaring into the heavens, shrouding the onlookers in a veil of dust. Seizing this moment of concealment, Horn advanced to confront Blackbeard directly. With a swift arc, he unleashed a blow that defies description, its brilliance outshining the sun, overwhelming enough to obscure vision. The earth tremor. At that moment, Blackbeard stood on the last remnant of the king's plateau, striking the ground with a mighty fist. The earth responded with a peculiar tremor, swiftly coalescing into a colossal beast that charged toward Horn. How intriguing! Was it akin to the lion's might of the golden lion? The clash of sword aura and earth beast occurred in an instant, the sword's energy tearing through the beast, splitting it asunder. With unparalleled speed, it surged toward Blackbeard, who barely had a moment to react. The velocity was simply too great. Instinctively, his body shifted position, a reflex honed through years of combat, a reflex that ultimately spared his life. The sword aura sliced past Blackbeard's scalp, severing a portion of skin and hair, blood immediately oozing forth. Horn strode through the air, confronting Blackbeard, as the sword of doom struck with ferocity. Blackbeard staggered back, a long gash marring his chest. How infuriating! Even that red-haired scoundrel couldn't leave a mark on me. Yet you, a mere junior, have managed to wound me. Blackbeard bellowed in rage. I do not seek merely to injure you. My intent is to end your life. Horn retorted coldly. Tenfold of evil, ninth calamity. As he invoked the incantation, phantoms materialized before Blackbeard, each seemingly more ethereal than the last. With this formidable technique unleashed, the entire plateau of kings seemed to plunge into an icy abyss, the temperature plummeting, while the phantoms evoked a sense of hellish dread. Regardless of their past identities, all were now subject to Horn's command, each silhouette concealing a wicked blade's energy. Blackbeard, striving to clear his mind of distractions, launched a powerful punch at the specters. With a resonating wave of energy, ripples surged forth, crashing violently against the phantoms. Lacking any combat prowess, the illusions were shattered instantly by Blackbeard's forceful strike. However, the wicked blade's energy erupted forth. Despite Blackbeard's prior caution, he underestimated its ferocity. It sliced a deep gash across his hand, and the other hidden blade energies erupted in succession. Blackbeard managed to deflect one, yet could not withstand the onslaught of hundreds more. The blade energies left him riddled with wounds, and even his formidable haki could not shield him from such terror. Soon, Blackbeard was drenched in blood, nearly becoming a figure of sheer crimson, as excruciating pain assailed his mind. Damn you, Horn the Purple Demon. I will kill you. Blackbeard seethed with fury. His overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted like a tsunami. How astonishingly powerful Blackbeard's haki has become. Doflamingo watched with a glimmer of surprise. However, when Red Pepper struck him with a punch, Doflamingo's expression darkened. Chapter 180. Fujitora. The battle between Blackbeard and Horn resumed, with sword energies flinging through the sky and fists colliding with thunderous force. After acquiring the powers of the Tremor Fruit, Blackbeard had relentlessly pursued its development, transforming this already formidable paramecia fruit into something even more potent. Tremor Bomb. Blackbeard hurled multiple tremor bombs. Each one Horn shattered triggered violent explosions, fracturing the sky with concentric ripples. The clash of these two unparalleled titans was a spectacle to behold, leaving all spectators in awe. Upon the initial encounter, Horn and Blackbeard swiftly separated, yet amidst their continual clashes, both individuals grew increasingly adept at wielding their respective powers. Surprisingly, Blackbeard found himself struggling to keep pace with the demands of battle, for the exertion of utilizing his devil fruit abilities was immensely taxing. Blackbeard, as you unleash your formidable techniques, I am quite curious to see just how long you can endure, Horn remarked with a hint of cold amusement. Purple Demon Horn, receive my next strike. Wave of Fury. Blackbeard unleashed a powerful punch towards Horn, who remained unperturbed and countered with a swift sword strike. However, as their forces collided, Horn's expression shifted dramatically. A palpable wave of distortion surged through the air, followed by a piercing sound that reverberated for miles. The minions of the Don Quixote family collapsed one by one, blood streaming from their orifices, while other officers clutched their ears in agony. The sound waves continued to erupt, causing Horn to frown in dismay. Damn it, this fool has infused his punch with another wave of force. This sound wave is formidable. Horn silently chastised himself for his oversight. Seizing the opportunity, Blackbeard leaped into the air and exclaimed, "Wave of water!" With a powerful punch, he unleashed a shockwave that struck Horn with ferocity, sending him uncontrollably flying backwards and crashing through a wall. Horn rose from the dust, his black beard bristling. "You, Blackbeard, are suffering greatly from the pain in your ears, and your body has endured considerable injury. Prepare to face my mightiest blow, the Purple Demon Horn. You shall perish beneath this strike." Horn gripped the sword of demise tightly. A surge of power surged forth. The air around Blackbeard stirred violently, forming invisible cyclones, as a sphere of white light manifested in his hand. "Die!" Blackbeard bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch. The white light sped towards Horn with astonishing swiftness. "Maha William." Horn clenched the sword of demise, his aura escalating rapidly until it reached its zenith, resembling a descending demonic deity. With a resounding slash, this technique, the Celestial Maha, unleashed unparalleled might. As the sword descended, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, every onlooker holding their breath as the Maha sword energy collided with the white sphere. The white sphere erupted violently, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy akin to a besieging army assaulting a fortress. However, it could not shake the Maha sword energy in the slightest. The Maha sword energy pressed down once more, effortlessly shattering the wave of energy into fragments. "No, I refuse to believe this. How could I possibly perish by your sword?" Blackbeard shouted frantically, disbelief etched across his face, as he had never felt death so close. Drawing upon his combat instincts, Blackbeard managed to shift his position just in time, the sword energy slicing past him and crashing down on the already weakened heights of Kings. The ground shattered, sending stones flying and dust billowing, as the formidable force caused the heights of Kings to collapse dramatically. "Too powerful. This is overwhelmingly powerful," Blackbeard murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he retreated swiftly, realizing he had lost all confidence in continuing the battle against Horn. Fighting on would be futile. Enough with the incessant chatter, Horn muttered discontentedly, as Blackbeard had already distanced himself, leaving no room for pursuit. The members of the Don Quixote family and Doflamingo stood in shock, aghast that Blackbeard, who was poised to become one of the four emperors, had been frightened into fleeing by the purple demon, Horn. A sense of helplessness welled up within Doflamingo. Meanwhile, Red Pepper had separated from Doflamingo, grinning as he remarked, "Horn, my boy, I await the spectacle of you vanquishing this fellow." Horn shook his head in resignation. This Red Pepper truly resembled a mischievous old child. Doflamingo's expression was exceedingly grim. After a moment of silence, he addressed Horn. "Purple Sorcerer Horn, I am willing to bestow upon you the entirety of Dressrosa's wealth. You may take everything that this land has to offer. In the future, should you require arms or any goods, I can procure them for you. But only if you depart from this place now." Horn gazed calmly at Doflamingo. "Doflamingo, I have not come here for the riches of Dressrosa. I am merely here because I find you intolerable. Come now, do not cower. Face me in battle. To perish beneath my sword would be a worthy end." Doflamingo's expression returned to tranquility. Since conflict was unavoidable, they had no choice but to engage in combat. The two clashed in an instant. At the port of Dressrosa, the Wind and Cloud pirates were decisively overwhelming Germa 66. Vinsmoke Judge, sensing the dire situation, abandoned his captured children and fled in haste. How disappointing. Is this truly the might of the strongest family in the North Sea? Enel muttered discontentedly. You, who haven't contributed much, should refrain from boasting, Jinbei chided with a grin. Captain Jinbei, a ship is approaching. It appears to be a naval warship. A fisherman on lookout exclaimed. The Navy? A warship? How restless they are. Well, we have already engaged the 7 warlords. The Navy will undoubtedly respond in some manner, Jinbei remarked. Everyone, prepare for battle. Jinbei commanded loudly. Understood. As the warship neared the shore, a squad of naval soldiers disembarked, and soon after, a middle-aged man donned in a justice cloak and purple kimono stepped off the ship. Jinbei, leave this man to me, Enel said, his fists eager for action. Wait, Enel. We cannot strike without knowing the enemy's identity, Jinbei intervened. Isn't he just an ordinary naval officer? What is the fuss about? Enel replied dismissively. Did you not see his rank? That is not something an ordinary officer can wear. Jinbei stated seriously, having recognized the individual. Oh, who is he then? Enel inquired, eager for clarification. A monster summoned by the world's conscription, the newly appointed Admiral Fujitora. Jinbei declared. The Admiral. Gasps of shock arose from those behind him. Chapter 181. The power of the gravity fruit and Admiral? I have faced admirals before, Enel scoffed. The power of this monster far exceeds your imagination. Those chosen as new admirals possess extraordinary strength. Then allow me to test the might of the new admiral. Enel's eyes sparkled with excitement as he charged towards Fujitora. Is this the thunder god of the wind and cloud pirates? The strongest of the natural types? Let me experience it firsthand. Tinghu's expression remained impassive as he swiftly unsheathed his staff sword. Enel's fist, crackling with thunder, collided with Tinghu's weapon. Yet, Tinghu's form remained steadfast, unwavering as a mountain. With a flick of his wrist, an indescribable surge of immense power thrust Enel backwards, leaving a long trail upon the ground as he was propelled away. Though reluctant to employ such a technique, Tinghu calmly declared, Let me bury you here. Members of the Wind and Cloud Pirates, Jinbei and Enel, alongside Van Oka, sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Without hesitation, Van Oka fired a shot at Tinghu. But as the bullet neared him, an unseen force seized it, halting its advance entirely, causing it to fall helplessly to the ground. This was the manifestation of his devil fruit ability. Admiral Tinghu was a user of the gravity fruit, capable of manipulating gravitational forces at will. Gravity? Jinbei's expression turned grave as he warned the others. A chill ran through the group. This was the power of rules. And the gravity fruit was formidable enough to influence an entire area, explaining Tinghu's ascension to admiral. Suddenly, a segment of the blade revealed itself as Tinghu softly intoned a phrase, a violet aura materializing above him. Take cover. The Admiral's power is about to be unleashed. The Navy shouted, scrambling to find safe refuge. TCH, is it truly necessary to make such a fuss? Enel feigned indifference. Yet internally he recognized the gravity of the situation. After all, no admiral was to be trifled with. Soon, the scene that unfolded left everyone in utter astonishment. Fiery meteors rained down from the heavens, enveloping the wind and cloud pirates in a torrential downpour of celestial debris. Damn it, it's a meteor shower. This fellow's powers rival those of Akainu's volcanic meteors. They cursed under their breath, fully aware of the catastrophic impact Akainu's abilities had during the Marineford War. They could scarcely believe that this new admiral possessed such terrifying capabilities, equally formidable as Akainu's. You shall not harm my comrades. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Enel bellowed as his form expanded, transforming into a colossal lightning giant towering 10 meters high. Get away from me. Enel unleashed arcs of electricity, striking down the meteors that descended from above, shattering many into fragments, his massive figure providing a shield for his allies. I too shall join the fray. The Fishman Karate Ultimate Technique, Fishraten. Jinbei leapt into action, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy against the meteor shower. With each strike, meteors were obliterated. Yet their combined might proved insufficient, and casualties began to mount within the wind and cloud pirates. Retreat. Fall back to the town. There, no one dares to move. Jinbei is a discerning individual. The Navy would never resort to violence against civilians. Thus the town remains the safest haven. The crowd, no longer hesitating, recognized that their presence would be of no assistance, and refraining from hindering Jinbei and Inaru was the most prudent course of action. Under Van Oka's leadership, they retreated into the town. The vast harbor was left with only Inaru, Jinbei, and Fujitora. The meteor shower gradually subsided, and Inaru returned to his normal stature. For the form of the Thunder God was indeed quite taxing on one's stamina. Now, let me witness the formidable strength of the high combatants from the Weather Pirates. Fujitora brandished his sword and charged towards Jinbei. Jinbei and Eneru exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they both surged forward. Thunder comes. Eneru commanded. A colossal bolt of lightning descending upon Fujitora, while Jinbei unleashed his Tonghao Wajing fist. The two warriors' tremendous power erupted simultaneously, striking fiercely at Fujitora. Gravity suppression. Fujitora's devil fruit ability unleashed an invisible force of gravity, which wreaked havoc around him. Eneru and Jinbei felt as if a mountain had settled upon their shoulders, momentarily halting their movements. Seizing this opportunity, Fujitora swung his sword, the blade's energy slicing through the air, launching a vicious attack towards Eneru and Jinbei. Boom! The clash of thunder, the force of fists, and the sword's energy collided, generating a fierce gust of wind. Under Fujitora's gravitational control, the power of Eneru's lightning and Jinbei's punches was significantly diminished. In an instant, Fujitora's sword energy tore through their interrupted assault, slicing towards Eneru. Eneru's body flickered as he evaded the sword energy. Although hindered by gravity, avoiding such an attack was still relatively simple. This method is too constraining. I must escape his gravitational range. This ability is truly infuriating, Eneru thought to himself, cursing inwardly as he transformed into a bolt of lightning and soared into the sky. Swiftly breaking free from Fujitora's gravitational grasp. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Eneru roared, sending forth a colossal dragon of lightning towards Fujitora. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. Fujitora retaliated, calculating the coastal position perfectly. As he unleashed the Fierce Tiger Blade, an invisible gravity surged forth, summoning towering waves that rushed towards Eneru. The waves were as ferocious as a raging tiger, colliding instantly with the Thunder Dragon. Boom! A burst of electric arcs erupted as water splashed violently. Neither the waves nor the Thunder Dragon could inflict significant damage upon each other. At that moment, Eneru unleashed another bolt of lightning, which struck the towering waves, shattering them and sending water flying, as the Thunder Dragon roared and charged towards Fujitora. Journey to Hell. Fujitora slashed with his sword, instantly imposing gravity upon himself. When the Thunder Dragon approached within a meter, it was forcefully halted, as though its throat had been constricted. Break! As Fujitora uttered a single word, the lightning dragon instantly dissipated and arcs of electricity exploded, creating deep craters in the ground. Fujitora found it relatively effortless to deal with the lightning dragon. Meanwhile, Jinbei charged toward Fujitora. Tangchao Wazhongquan. He unleashed a powerful punch at Fujitora, who swiftly turned, his cane sword colliding with Jinbei's fist. Chapter 182. The Battle with Fujitora. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, yet Fujitora did not retreat an inch. Gravity suppression. A wave of gravitational force spread out, and Jinbei felt as if an immense mountain was pressing down upon him, causing his entire body to tremble violently under the overwhelming weight. Go! With a sweep of his gravity blade, Fujitora sent Jinbei flying backward. He crashed through several buildings before finally coming to a halt. Jinbei. A few individuals rushed to assist him, but Jinbei quickly waved them away, urging them not to touch him, fearing that they might inadvertently suffer from Fujitora's indiscriminate attacks. Get back! Jinbei shouted, and the others promptly complied. 80 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel, controlling the lightning, conjured a massive Thunderbird that charged toward Fujitora. Weightlessness control. Fujitora activated his fruit's ability, causing the ground to upheave. Countless debris and stones were drawn together by his gravitational force, forming a colossal sphere that hurtled toward Enel's Thunderbird. Boom! The sphere collided with the Thunderbird, and the two opposing forces erupted simultaneously, causing the sphere to shatter and the Thunderbird to disintegrate. A tremendous shockwave radiated for kilometers, stirring the calm sea into towering waves. Enel dared not enter Fujitora's gravitational domain. This man wielded the power of rules. Despite his lightning being hailed as the strongest of the natural elements, it held no advantage against the mastery of rules. Meteor shower. Go! With a sweep of his cane sword, Fujitora summoned countless meteors from the sky, enveloping Enel's position, leaving him with little room to evade. Damn it! Enel dodged left and right amidst the meteor shower, utilizing his elemental intangibility to avoid the falling rocks. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Fujitora's feet abruptly detached from the earth, lifting him skyward. Damn it! Jinbei cursed under his breath. The sky was not his domain, and now he was utterly unable to partake in the battle between Enel and Fujitora. Fujitora ascended alongside Enel, the meteors raining down around him, yet failing to inflict any harm. Flash! Fujitora called out, swinging his cane sword, sending a blade of energy slicing through the air toward Enel. Lightning pillar. A bolt of lightning descended before Enel, effectively intercepting the energy blade. Realizing he could no longer avoid a face-to-face confrontation with Fujitora, Enel resigned himself to the reality of the situation. 100 million volts, lightning dragon. A colossal dragon of electricity roared forth, its roar resonating through the heavens, as if the very world could not withstand such overwhelming power. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. With an expressionless face, Fujitora unleashed a strike, wielding a sword with an almost earth-shattering force aimed at the lightning dragon. The collision was explosive. The sword energy met the lightning dragon, which lashed out with unparalleled ferocity, akin to an army besieging a city launching a desperate assault against the sword's might. Arcs of electricity burst forth, affecting Fujitora, who stood behind the sword energy, as he was struck by the electric arcs, causing his body to tingle. The strongest of the natural types, indeed formidable, Fujitora mused. Yet, this alone would not suffice. With a sudden surge of power, the sword energy seemed to respond to a calling, amplifying its strength as it sliced through the lightning dragon with precision, cleaving it cleanly in two, the creature dissipating into the heavens without a single cry. Fujitora stepped onto a meteorite, advancing towards Enel. Admiral of the Navy. You have forced my hand. 200 million volts, Raijin. Enel bellowed, his aura escalating to a breathtaking height, towering over 10 meters, his body crackling with arcs of electricity, resembling a colossal deity from ancient times descending upon the world. Die Fujitora, Enel proclaimed, launching a fist that sent ripples of energy radiating outward. A single blow carrying the might to shatter mountains and fill seas. Captain, look out! The Navy soldiers cried out in alarm, as Enel's form as the god of thunder was overwhelmingly fearsome. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Let me experience your power, Raijin Enel, Fujitora declared, invoking his gravity blade, which shimmered with a purplish aura as he slashed towards Enel's fist. Bolstered by gravity, this strike possessed immense strength. Boom! The impact resonated like the aftershock of exploding stars, causing the tranquil sea surface to rise in towering waves. Even the massive battleship shuddered incessantly. The might of a monster. The Navy personnel were filled with trepidation. Enel had indeed progressed in strength. Jinbei was quite pleased with Enel's advancements. Currently, within the Straw Hat Pirates, Enel stood as a formidable force, while Jinbei assumed more of a vice-captain role. Perhaps due to the nature of his devil fruit, Jinbei's prowess was somewhat inferior to Enel's. Yet his ability to strategize was undeniably exceptional. Enel's thunderous fist soon shattered Fujitora's defenses, striking him before he could evade. Fujitora's body plummeted like a meteor. Just as he neared the ocean's surface, a purplish aura enveloped him, abruptly halting his descent and lifting him up. Continuing this battle would impose significant strain on his body. However, the opponent's stamina depletion should be far greater than mine. In the depths of Fujitora's mind, he contemplated. As he had surmised, Enel's stamina was indeed significantly depleted. Sustaining the form of the Thunder God was no trivial endeavor. In his earlier days, had he not sought a swift resolution, he would have been incapable of unleashing the full might of this divine form. Fortunately, since aligning himself with Horn, the rigorous training had bolstered his endurance, enabling him to maintain the Thunder God form for an extended duration. Thunder God's staff. Enel's golden staff, enveloped in crackling lightning, appeared menacingly before Fujitora, whose physique seemed almost childlike in comparison. With a powerful swing, Enel struck down upon Fujitora. A tempestuous shockwave erupted, akin to a meteor plummeting to earth, surging towards Fujitora with unparalleled ferocity. With a decisive slash, Fujitora met the impending lightning staff with little hesitation. The clash resounded like a divine confrontation. Waves of energy cascading forth. The ocean's surface buckled under the immense pressure, creating a vast chasm. Enel roared with abandon, his strength erupting like a titanic tsunami. The lightning staff breached Fujitora's defenses, yet just as it was about to make contact, Fujitora's form suddenly evaded, causing the staff to crash into the sea, unleashing towering waves. The ferocious, tsunami-like waves threatened to engulf the warship. Fujitora furrowed his brow, a violet halo emanating to shield the vessel, rendering the waves immobile under the force of gravity. Chapter 183. Drought Jack. Such terrifying abilities. Truly befitting the new monster. His mastery of the fruit's powers has evidently reached a state of awakening. allowing for such precise control of his strength, indeed formidable. Jinbei marveled deeply at Fujitora's prowess. This is the extraordinary strength of our admiral-level monster. The Navy personnel erupted with excitement. Fujitora, brace yourself for my next strike. Thunder Goddess Spear. A spear of lightning materialized in Enel's grasp, hurtling towards Fujitora with astonishing velocity, breaking the sound barrier as it approached. Slash! The command was succinct yet powerful. Fujitora unleashed a strike, his sword aura soaring skyward. The impact stirred the waters. And just as the waves had begun to settle, another colossal surge emerged, truly a relentless tide. Fujitora continued to execute successive slashes, the violet circles radiating gravitational force, staunchly resisting the Thunder Goddess Spear. This is untenable. My strength is rapidly waning, and I shall soon be unable to sustain it. Enel's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the thunderous power dissipating swiftly. Though blind, Fujitora's heightened observation haki surpassed that of ordinary warriors, allowing him to keenly perceive the waning of Enel's thunder. This is an opportunity. Without hesitation, Fujitora unleashed another strike, and as anticipated, the Thunder Goddess Spear, lacking the supporting force, was cleaved in two. Enel's body finally returned to the size of an ordinary human, plummeting rapidly toward the sea's surface. Jinbei had sensed something amiss and was already prepared, his body flashing forward to catch Enel mid-fall. Jinbei, I can still fight. Enel's eyes gleamed with defiance. Let us retreat to a safe zone first. Your powers pose too great a danger on the water, Jinbei replied as he carried Enel back to the port. Fujitora descended gracefully from the sky. Enel, rest for a moment. Allow me to hold him off for now. We must not let this one breach Lord Horn's battlefield, Jinbei declared with unwavering resolve. Enel nodded in agreement. Allow me to escort you. Fujitora raised his cane sword. Captain, another ship approaches. A voice rang out from the warship. Could it be that the Wind and Cloud pirates have a backup? Fujitora's expression darkened. Yes, it's that fellow's subordinates. A trembling naval officer reported. Let me see. The highest-ranking officer on the ship took the telescope, and upon closer inspection, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. That madman has sent someone. How many secrets lie hidden in Dressrosa that we do not know? The officer appeared utterly dazed. The ship finally approached, coming into view. Jinbei's expression turned grave as he recognized it. Is that the Beast Pirates? The Beast Pirates? The forces of the Yonko Kaido? Enel questioned. Indeed. It seems Doflamingo's connections run deep. Dressrosa harbors too many secrets unknown to others, and even Kaido is unwilling to relinquish his interests here. On the ship of the Beast Pirates, a horned man stood prominently, his muscles bulging with explosive power. Boss Jack. It seems the new Admiral Fujitora and the Wind and Cloud Pirates are ahead, one of the lackeys reported. The Wind and Cloud Pirates? Crest, isn't that your former employer? Jack, one of the Beast Pirates' prominent figures known as Disaster, chuckled. Jack, a user of the ancient Zoan-type mammoth fruit, was one of Kaido's 3 top fighters, renowned for his resilience. Beside Jack stood a tall man, silent and stoic. Upon hearing Jack's words, he shifted slightly. Boss Jack, I am now a subordinate of Kaido and have no ties to the Wind and Cloud Pirates. I hope you feel that way, Jack scoffed. As the ship neared the port and finally docked, Jack and a group of Beast Pirates disembarked. Disaster Jack. Has even the Yonko begun to meddle in the affairs of Dressrosa? This situation has become increasingly complicated. Trafalgar's expression shifted, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. The newly appointed Marine Admiral, Trafalgar, exclaimed with enthusiasm, Ah, this is splendid. At last, I have encountered a formidable adversary. Only those of admiral rank or those of the caliber of a star could truly pique his interest. At the lofty heights of the king's domain, Don Quixote Doflamingo was locked in a fierce battle with Horn. Meanwhile, Tori Bull received intelligence from the port. Doflamingo, Kaido has sent someone. It's one of the calamities, Drought Jack. Tori Bull exclaimed with excitement. A surge of elation filled Doflamingo's heart. At last, Kaido had dispatched reinforcements. It seemed the allure of the artificial devil fruits was indeed considerable for Kaido. With Drought Jack's assistance, capturing Horn would undoubtedly be a trivial matter. Doflamingo, were you distracted just now? Horn's indifferent voice rang out, followed by a flash of sword light that struck Doflamingo instantaneously. A spray of crimson erupted from his body, causing him to falter, as an intense wave of pain assaulted his mind. Taking advantage of the moment, Horn unleashed another strike, his sword energy roaring forth like a fierce dragon. White threads. With a sweeping gesture, Doflamingo summoned a flurry of white threads, which rose to intercept Horn's blade. These threads, as unyielding as steel, were severed in part by Horn's sword energy, yet more surged forth incessantly, staunchly blocking the onslaught. Is this the power of an awakened devil fruit? Doflamingo, it seems, should not be underestimated. The techniques displayed were evidently a manifestation of the formidable strength bestowed upon him by the awakening of his string fruit. Celestial fire-raging plains. Unable to cleave through, Horn decided instead to scorch with flames. The color of the flames shifted continuously, ultimately coalescing into a dark, ominous hue. The black flames collided with the white threads, melting them away like spring snow under the sun, swiftly incinerating a significant portion. Damn it! Why does this man wield such a wealth of sword intent, more terrifying than even a Logia user? Doflamingo cursed inwardly. The enigmatic Horn, armed with his menacing blades and infused with formidable sword intent, pressed on with relentless ferocity, proving to be a rarity among adversaries. His sword intent was indeed more fearsome than that of a natural elemental user. As the black flames consumed the white threads, they surged toward Doflamingo with lethal intent. Overwhip. Doflamingo retaliated once more, launching a counterstrike that collided with the black flames. Chapter 184. Birdcage. The clash between the black flames and Doflamingo's overwhip finally resulted in a stalemate. This time, he successfully countered the attack. Breaking through the black flames, Doflamingo leapt into the air, executing his super overwhip, sending forth a long whip that lashed fiercely towards Horn. Horn raised the Sword of Ruin, positioning it defensively. However, the overwhelming force of the whip exceeded his imagination, and his body was abruptly sent flying. Doflamingo extended countless fine threads, connecting them with the clouds above, enabling him to soar through the sky with unimpeded grace. Soon, he approached Horn. Prepare to meet your demise, purple demon Horn. Countless white threads shot forth from his hands, each possessing a characteristic akin to steel. Horn was struck multiple times, blood blossoming from his wounds, pain crashing over his mind like relentless waves. Yet, his expression remained impassive. Dismissing the injuries entirely, Flash, Horn uttered softly, unleashing the essence of ruin contained within the Sword of Ruin. This ferocious aura of demise severed the white threads before him, turning its wrath upon Doflamingo. With a swift motion, the aura cleaved Doflamingo's form in two. However, there was no blood, nor any cries of anguish. Doflamingo reappeared in the distance, a sinister smile adorning his face. Marionette of threads, is it? More of your little tricks, Doflamingo? Do you possess nothing but the art of evasion? Horn remarked, disappointment evident in his tone. Ah, purple demon Horn. To achieve victory, one must employ every ounce of strength. Otherwise, how can one grasp the final triumph? Even if you perceive my movements as cowardly, should I emerge victorious, it is only my name that will echo in memory. Doflamingo retorted with a mocking grin. Your reasoning is somewhat compelling. However, you shall not live to hear the applause. Horn lifted the Sword of Ruin once more. Then let us see you attempt it. Doflamingo's body suddenly flickered, and countless marionettes appeared in the sky, each resembling him. Come and find me. See if you can discern my true self. If you cannot, your end is inevitable. Doflamingo's maniacal laughter resonated across the heavens. Simultaneously, the marionettes unleashed a tempest of attacks upon Horn, filling the sky with fine threads, resembling a hailstorm of bullets raining down upon him. Horn's face remained impassive as he wielded the Sword of Doom to thwart the oncoming assault. With the escalation of Doflamingo's attack speed, the Sword of Doom in Horn's grasp danced ever more rapidly, leaving behind a myriad of afterimages, while Doflamingo's white threads were thwarted at every turn. How is this possible? Is this the speed of a mere human? Doflamingo's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Doflamingo, it is now my turn, Horn exclaimed, unleashing a strike with his sword. This was the simplest, most unadorned of blows. Yet as the adage goes, the essence of the grand path lies in simplicity. In its sheer simplicity, it evolved into countless possibilities. A single strike that transcends myriad techniques. Countless sword shadows shimmered as sword energy surged through the sky, methodically shattering each puppet ensnared by those threads. This technique is named Return of 10,000 Swords to the Origin, Horn proclaimed with pride as he raised the Sword of Doom. In the tempestuous winds, the nameless ultimate move of the heavenly sword, the exceedingly simple return of 10,000 swords to the origin. Doflamingo sensed the impending doom as the sword shadows approached. His true form slipped through the puppets. attempting to evade Horn's relentless assault. However, he did not anticipate the sheer velocity of the technique, and before he could escape the deadly sword shadows, the puppets had already been obliterated. The sword energy sliced through Doflamingo's form. Ah! Doflamingo cried out in anguish, his body drenched in blood, wounds marring his figure, transforming him into a veritable specter of crimson. He plummeted from the sky, his body descending rapidly. Hawkins followed closely behind. As they neared the ground, Torpole launched a viscous substance to catch Doflamingo. Doflamingo! Torpole exclaimed with concern. Horn stood before the assembled members of the Don Quixote family. I will kill you. The fisherman Dellinger lunged at Horn. Fool, don't! Torpole shouted. Yet, it was too late. The sword of demise sliced through the air, and a bloom of crimson erupted as Dellinger's heartbeat ceased, his body collapsing lifelessly. You are a woman. I shall spare you, Horn declared, gazing at the advancing Baby Five. How dare you look down upon me? Baby Five's arm transformed into a Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets at Horn. With effortless precision, he swung his sword, dispersing the barrage in an instant. The back of his blade struck Baby Five's neck, rendering her unconscious. Is there anyone else eager to meet their demise? Horn brandished his sword, his fierce gaze sweeping over the members of the Don Quixote family, who all averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Why are you all so fearful? I am still alive. Don Quixote Doflamingo's voice echoed once more, eliciting surprise from the crowd. Doflamingo, your vitality is truly remarkable, Horn remarked in awe. I am a noble of the world, a descendant of the celestial dragons. How could you, with your lowly bloodline, possibly kill me? Doflamingo laughed heartily, despite the sharp pain coursing through his wounds from his vigorous movements. Countless fine threads emerged from his hands, meticulously stitching his injuries, sufficient for him to engage in battle, if not to regain his peak strength. What an extraordinary ability! The string fruit, a seemingly mediocre power, has been developed into a means of combat and healing. No wonder you maintain your position among the 7 warlords of the sea, Horn praised. You, a mere commoner, have no right to judge me. The empire I painstakingly built is now in your hands, and today you shall surely die. Doflamingo's face twisted with malice. Threads shot from his body into the sky, descending ominously. Is Doflamingo resorting to that technique? Torpole felt a chill run down his spine, realizing Doflamingo was compelled to use his strongest move. Birdcage? For me, it is of little consequence. Once I kill you, any technique can be easily countered, Horn proclaimed, raising the sword of demise. Let us see then. The birdcage was completed, and all in Dressrosa were left bewildered by the threads. Is this Doflamingo's ability? Jinby pondered. The system of the 7 warlords of the sea should indeed be abolished. The current situation has deteriorated completely, Fujitora remarked, frowning. Chapter 185. Transformation. Fujitora, come and battle me. In the midst of the drought, Jack gazed at Fujitora and let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, the members of the Beast Pirates are a band of madmen. Fujitora, reluctant to engage Jack in conflict at this locale, remained focused on confronting the arrival of Horn and his entourage in Dressrosa. However, the unfolding circumstances had utterly exceeded his expectations, leaving him uncertain about the prospect of capturing the purple demon, Horn. If you insist on fighting, then I have no choice but to take action, Fujitora declared, unsheathing his sword. That's more like it. A life devoid of battle is simply unfulfilled, Jack exclaimed, brandishing 2 curved shotel blades, his imposing figure charging towards Fujitora. Thus, the clash between Fujitora and Jack commenced atop the heights of the royal domain. Horn stood face to face with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, let us engage. Let us see what waves you can conjure before your demise as a warlord of the sea, declared Horn, wielding the sword of defeat. Fufufu, purple demon Horn, I wonder who bestowed upon you such misplaced confidence. Behold the might of the celestial dragon's lineage, Doflamingo proclaimed, sweeping his hand to unleash a torrent of white lines that surged towards Horn, transforming the very earth into a tempest of peril. With the formidable constricting power of the white lines, should Horn be ensnared, he would face certain doom. Indeed, while the awakened abilities of the fruit were formidable, true strength resided within oneself. Horn raised the sword of defeat, a delicate stream of air swirling around his form, swiftly coalescing upon the blade. Under the influence of this ethereal force, the ground beneath Horn's feet began to crack and splinter. Horn pressed down with his legs, and then an overwhelming force erupted forth, propelling his body into the air. With a fierce cry, he unleashed his sword energy, which roared like a mighty dragon, violently tearing through the air before colliding with the boundless white line. With a resounding crack, the white line shattered, offering no resistance against the might of the sword energy. Horn treaded upon the air, instantaneously arriving before Doflamingo. Perish, Doflamingo. The sword of defeat struck forth with an unparalleled ferocity towards Doflamingo. Power, indeed, it was power. Horn's swordsmanship has advanced to a transcendent level, enabling him to harness the forces of nature to enhance his sword aura. Wielding the power of the heavens for his own purposes, a pinnacle of the sword path. The black-armored hockey enveloped Doflamingo's legs as he charged at Horn with a kick. Boom! A tempestuous shockwave erupted, sweeping up the surrounding minions in a whirlwind. Doflamingo, can you withstand this? Horn articulated, each word resonating with conviction. With that, his power surged once more, the essence of demise from the sword of ruin unleashed in a frenzy. Doflamingo's foot bent agonizingly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his body straining against an unbearable burden. Competing with me in strength? You are 2 millennia short. Horn's disdainful voice echoed. Doflamingo's face flushed crimson, struggling to maintain his composure. Get lost. Horn bellowed, unleashing a torrent of power akin to a tsunami. Doflamingo was propelled through the air by the force of the blow. Damn it. I can't control myself at all. Doflamingo cursed inwardly. At that moment, Horn surpassed the speed of sound, appearing beside Doflamingo. Flash. Horn swung his sword, and Doflamingo's body was instantly enveloped in hockey. Yet, Horn's strike shattered it effortlessly. Doflamingo plummeted towards the ground. Boom. The earth was instantaneously cratered beneath him. Doflamingo, can you still fight? Is this all you, an admiral-level warlord, are capable of? Horn taunted. Cough, cough. Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, fragments of his insides mingling within. Silken threads began to weave and mend his wounds. Soon, the threads completely stitched the internal injuries, and Doflamingo shook his flamboyant coat, his gaze steely and unyielding as he faced Horn. Horn, this is insufficient, Doflamingo declared. At this juncture, he was fully committed. Dressrosa had reached this state, and without a fight to the death, nothing could be salvaged. As his emotions surged, Doflamingo's aura intensified, waves of power coursing through him as he glared fiercely, unleashing his conqueror's hockey like an abyss sweeping towards Horn. Such an attack is feeble, utterly ineffective against me. Horn's countenance remained serene, his conqueror's hockey resonating with the might of mountains, causing the ground to buckle beneath its weight. Doflamingo's conqueror's hockey receded as swiftly as spring snow melting away, leaving him engulfed by an overwhelming pressure. Giant origin. White waves. Doflamingo let out a low growl, causing the ground to undulate like the surging waves of the sea. As a torrent of white threads surged forth, sweeping towards Hoenn suspended in midair. Yet Hoenn remained utterly still, allowing the white strands to envelop his form. Fufufufu. You truly are arrogant, daring to withstand the might of my string fruit? Doflamingo proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Such a haughty adversary is indeed a rare find. The white waves suddenly converged, poised to utterly crush Hoenn's body. However, Horn remained tranquil, allowing the white waves to ensnare him. As fine threads inflicted frenzied cuts upon his body. At the pinnacle of fragmentation, reassembly awaited. Your assault serves merely to aid my evolution, Horn mused to himself. Yet, Doflamingo remained oblivious, reveling in his exuberance, as if Horn's demise were imminent. From cocoon to butterfly, your threads are not but a superficial shroud. It is now my time to metamorphose. Horn's gaze gradually took on an air of authority, his form radiating a golden light. Doflamingo perceptibly sensed that something was amiss. Break! Horn bellowed, shattering the white lines, and the golden light illuminated the heavens, freezing Doflamingo's smile in place. Transformed, Horn resembled an ancient demigod descending upon the world. Enveloped in golden radiance, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, achieving a profound metamorphosis of existence. Is this a god? Am I witnessing a deity? Stammered Barfa, an officer of the Don Quixote family. No, he remains human, but he is a being who has transcended ordinary life. Baby 5, awakened by the strike, exclaimed in astonishment. They were all aware of their young master's formidable strength, rivaling that of an admiral. Yet, Horn had surpassed even that realm, implying he had exceeded the limits of admiral-level power. Chapter 186. Madness Unresistible? No, it cannot be. I am the scion of gods, the creator of this world. Descended from noble ancestry. I possess royal blood. You are a false god. Doflamingo raved, pointing frantically at Horn. Indeed, I am not a god. I remain an ordinary being, yet slaying you is certainly within my capabilities. Horn declared, brandishing the sword of demise, enveloped in a purple aura of defeat. Flash, Horn uttered, unleashing the blade, merging the aura of demise with the sword's energy, cleaving through space at a speed surpassing sound, aimed directly at Doflamingo. Sea of white waves. Doflamingo roared, conjuring a towering wall of white waves, an insurmountable barrier. However, when the sword's energy collided with the white waves, it effortlessly tore through them, as if slicing through tofu with ease. Doflamingo sensed impending doom, enveloping himself in a cloak of black armament haki, bracing against the incoming strike. Boom. In an instant, Doflamingo's conqueror's haki was shattered with no contest, the sword's energy nearly cleaving him in twain. Fortunately, a thicker layer of haki enveloped him, shielding his body from further damage. Impossible. How could you become so powerful? Disbelief etched across Doflamingo's face. You are progressing, and so am I. However, my advancement is swifter and more expansive, Horn replied. Landing on the ground with an expressionless demeanor, Doflamingo rose from the ground, a deep gash extending from his neck to his abdomen, nearly bisecting him. The wound had been stitched closed, no longer bleeding, yet the intense pain remained palpably real. Even with Doflamingo's formidable will, he could not suppress a frown. The celestial dragons cannot perish at the hands of lowly scum like you. You cannot kill me. Doflamingo has begun to exhibit signs of madness, prompting Tori Pole to anxiously call out, Doflamingo, you have never been the first celestial dragon I have slain. The celestial dragons are still human, and as humans, they are destined to perish. I have long desired to pull you so-called world aristocrats down from your lofty perch. You have lingered there for far too long. The world demands a transformation. Horn's voice resonated powerfully, striking Doflamingo's chest like a heavy hammer. Perish, he bellowed, unleashing a vicious whip-like attack towards Horn. He had entirely abandoned the calm and domineering demeanor of the formidable tyrant he once was. Flash. With a single stroke, Horn effortlessly shattered the assault, prompting Doflamingo to retreat in haste. Horn's body soared like a meteor as he charged towards Doflamingo, pierced by 1,000 arrows. With a flurry of feathers, a multitude of white lines enveloped in the color of armament haki manifested before Doflamingo, forming a magnificent flamingo. At that moment, Horn had stepped into Doflamingo's encirclement. I shall make you experience the torment of 1,000 arrows piercing your heart. Doflamingo's expression twisted with malice as he waved his hand, unleashing countless white lines that surged towards Horn with incredible speed. I will also demonstrate to you that true strength is unyielding and invincible. Horn bellowed with fervor, his body radiating a purple haki. The fine lines struck his surface, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, yet they were utterly incapable of breaching Horn's defenses. Not even an inch could they penetrate. Break from me, Horn roared, as countless strands of purple haki coalesced, forcing the fine lines outward. In that fleeting moment, the delicate threads were obliterated under the immense power of haki. How could this be possible? Doflamingo found it exceedingly difficult to accept the scene before him. His ultimate technique had been shattered in an instant by Horn. Hoenn, treading upon the very air, swiftly found himself before Doflamingo, delivering a decisive strike. The path to greatness is often simplistic. His sword energy sliced through the atmosphere like a silken ribbon. Get away from me. The dark aura enveloped Doflamingo's legs, colliding with the sword of demise. Yet, Doflamingo's defenses shattered like glass under the onslaught. Had he not retreated in time, his leg would have been reduced to mere fragments by Hoenn's sword energy. Doflamingo, you cannot escape. Today marks the end of your reign as a celestial dragon. Hoenn raised the sword of demise once more, as currents of energy converged, the surrounding air seeming to cease its movement. The sword glimmered ominously, and with a sharp exhalation, Hoenn swung it down in an instant. Like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, all that existed was the resplendent radiance of this singular strike, dominating the expanse between heaven and earth, leaving all else in its wake. A sole sword reigning supreme. No, Doflamingo screamed in desperation, sensing the breath of death emanating from this sword. Yet, it locked onto him as if it were a guided missile, leaving him bereft of any means of evasion. Just as Doflamingo was about to be obliterated beneath this strike, suddenly, a figure interposed itself before him. Tori Pole, Doflamingo cried out. Tori Pole absorbed the blow with his own body. Doflamingo, carry on our will. From the moment we chose to follow you, we recognized your royal essence. You possess the qualities of a king. With these final words, Tori Bull was consumed by the radiant sword light, and before his demise, he propelled Doflamingo away with his staff. The chief strategist of the Don Quixote family, Tori Bull, had fallen. Oh dear, it seems I am cast as the villain, resorting to such theatrics before death, Hoenn remarked. However, it is truly a pity that such loyalty was bestowed upon you, Doflamingo. Damnable peasant, I will kill you. I swear I will. Doflamingo had succumbed to madness, witnessing his subordinates perish before his eyes. Even with a heart of steel, he felt a profound anguish, for these were his loyal companions who fought by his side, from Diamante Rauji to the current Tori Bull. The Don Quixote family had suffered immense losses at the hands of Hoenn. Doflamingo, do you still not comprehend? You possess no chance of turning the tide. Dressrosa shall be your grave. Reflect upon how you treated the Riku family, how you slaughtered their kin. Today, the same fate befalls you. Hoenn declared coldly. I refuse to believe in this so-called fate or retribution. Doflamingo bellowed. Chapter 187. Deathhorn shook his head in resignation, realizing that this fellow was beyond redemption. Surging waves of white lines. Doflamingo bellowed, causing the ground to undulate like tumultuous seas, surging violently towards Horn. Heavenly fire consumes the earth. Horn slashed with his sword, unleashing a torrent of raging flames that incinerated the white lines, which were soon reduced to nothingness. The flames carved a charred scar across the ground, then fiercely advanced towards Doflamingo. Get away from me. Doflamingo retaliated with a powerful kick, his formidable haki effectively countering the flames and shattering them. Has the awakening of your fruit granted you only such feeble powers? Unleash your full strength. I am far from satisfied, Horn declared loudly. Doflamingo roared, his haki solidifying around him as he unleashed a flurry of arrows. Go. The flaming phoenix charged ferociously at Horn. All swords returned to their origin. The swordsmanship, unadorned yet profound, instantly manifested countless sword shadows that clashed with the flaming phoenix. Boom. The clash of sword energy and white lines produced a deafening roar, but the sword energy prevailed, effortlessly cleaving through the white lines and aiming directly at Doflamingo. However, Doflamingo's figure had vanished. Horn activated his observation haki, attempting to discern Doflamingo's presence, when an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly engulfed him. He swiftly turned, only to be struck in the abdomen by Doflamingo's foot, encased in black haki. Horn furrowed his brow as Doflamingo withdrew his foot, leaving a trail of crimson blossoms in his wake. The demonic energy swiftly enveloped the wound, and Horn cast a chilling gaze upon Doflamingo. Even so, you remain incapable of vanquishing me. Horn's voice resonated with a haunting intensity, akin to a devil emerging from the depths of the abyss, evoking an involuntary shiver in those who heard it. Horn surged forward with astonishing speed, swiftly arriving before Doflamingo. The sword of defeat cleaved through the air, aimed at Doflamingo. Clang! Doflamingo blocked it with his foot. However, at that moment, Horn's left hand lunged out, seizing Doflamingo's shoulder, and his body plummeted towards the ground like a fallen meteor. Boom! Horn hurled Doflamingo's body down with force, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Immediately after, a fist struck with great ferocity, leaving Doflamingo no time to react before being met with a powerful blow to the face. Horn swung his sword down, yet all he struck was a mere white puppet of Doflamingo. Doflamingo had already evaded to a distance of 100 meters. Doflamingo, if you can withstand this strike, I shall allow you to depart. What say you? Horn stood proudly, his tone remarkably indifferent, showing no concern for the fate of a formidable adversary held within his grasp. My destiny is mine to govern. Come at me with all you have. Doflamingo replied with a cold smirk. Horn slowly raised the sword of desolation, his entire being seemingly merging with the blade. This sensation was truly extraordinary, akin to the nameless realm amidst the stormy skies. The unity of man and sword was profound enough to sway the forces of heaven and earth to one's will. This was the realm of the celestial sword. Horn exclaimed with delight. Now, let me see if you can withstand this. Having reached the level of the celestial sword, the power of this strike surpasses all previous ones. Although it may not reach the level of the primordial Ma, it is undoubtedly far stronger than the former heavenly Ma. Horn murmured to himself. Ma unbounded. Horn leapt into the air, his physique towering like a divine being, and then he struck down with his sword. A brilliant radiance illuminated the heavens, and it seemed as though only this beam of light remained in the vast expanse, incredibly fierce. Doflamingo's expression turned to one of terror. The sword's aura enveloped him with a formidable sense of oppression, making it feel as though escape was futile no matter the direction. He could only brace himself to confront this sword strike. 16 sacred death bullets. Sacred execution. Surrounding Doflamingo's body were 16 slender lines infused with the armed color of hockey. This was his ultimate move after awakening his fruit's power. Go. The 16 lines collided with the sword's aura at an astonishing speed. However, the sword's aura instantaneously shattered all of Doflamingo's hopes, obliterating the slender lines with ease and striking directly at his body. At that moment, Doflamingo realized that any resistance would be futile, thus allowing the sword's aura to tear through him, blood splattering in torrents. The unparalleled powerhouse, a descendant of the celestial dragons, had fallen. The remaining members of the Don Quixote family were rendered speechless, their eyes fixated on their young master, too fearful to utter a word. They gazed at the man who resembled a demonic deity, their expressions a mixture of complexity. Horn let out a long sigh. Doflamingo was finally dead, and the birdcage was gradually being lifted, freeing the people of Dressrosa from their despair. Horn gazed silently at the lifeless body of Doflamingo, pondering the uncertain fate that might await him, perhaps destined to meet a similar end. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger, to become increasingly formidable. Only then could he seize his destiny with unwavering grip. At this moment, aboard the Wind and Cloud pirate ship, all members except Jinbei and Enel had retreated to the Heights of Kings. "Captain, is Doflamingo truly dead?" Law inquired as he approached Horn, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. "Indeed, he is dead. It is over," Horn replied. Law exhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. "Doflamingo, is he truly gone? The man who cast a long shadow over my life has finally met his demise. Corazon, do you see this? He is dead." A sudden urge to yell surged within him. For years, the weight of this pressure had loomed over him like a mountain, stifling his breath. Today, he was finally liberated. "Law," Horn called, and Law turned to him. "If you wish to shout, let your voice soar freely. No one will mock you." Horn patted Law's shoulder. Taken aback for a moment, Law soon broke into a radiant smile. He raised his voice to the heavens, seemingly intent on releasing all the pent-up emotions that had burdened him for so long. As he cried out, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. "Corazon," Law sobbed, overwhelmed with emotion. Though he had avenged his great grievance, the man he cherished would never return. He looked skyward, where it felt as if Corazon's smiling visage lingered. "Law, gather your strength. We shall surely find the Ope no me," Horn encouraged. "Do not speak of surrender, my boy. There are always alternatives at another hospital. Rest now, and may you dream sweetly." Corazon's spirit shone through like a loving father, offering hope in Law's most desolate moments. "Captain, I will not cry any longer," Law declared, stepping beside Horn with unwavering determination. "Corazon, I have grown. I can protect myself now." Horn gazed at him, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 188. Crest. At the harbor, chaos reigned. The once bustling and picturesque port had vanished, replaced by debris and countless craters. Two figures, upon their initial encounter, swiftly parted ways. These two were Fujitora and Jack. Truly, as one of the three formidable officers under the Yonko, his strength was indeed terrifying. Fujitora's expression was grave. "You are impressive as well, having risen through the ranks of the world conscription. You truly embody the title of Admiral," Jack remarked with a chuckle. "Crest, why have you allied yourself with Kaido?" Van Oka bellowed at Crest, who stood behind Jack. Crest remained silent, yet his hands trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. "The captain will arrive shortly. You can explain yourself to him then," Van Oka stated. Crest continued to uphold his silence. "Crest, is that fellow the partner you once severed ties with? Doesn't he appear particularly formidable? Shall I eliminate him to spare us his incessant chatter?" Jack suggested. Crest replied, "There's no need. I will handle my own affairs and provide an explanation to Kaido. Be a bit ruthless. His incessant prattle is truly bothersome," Jack added. Crest nodded. He approached Van Oka, and his body suddenly transformed into a hybrid beast form. "Van Oka, let us engage in battle. I will kill you. Or you may use your sniper rifle to end my life," Crest said monotonously. "Crest, have you truly betrayed us?" Van Oka roared in anger. "This is not betrayal. It is merely that Kaido is stronger. Horn cannot defeat Kaido. I seek strength," Crest replied, his expression unchanging. "Are you not the revered veteran of our stormy sea pirate crew, the Tyrannosaurus Crest?" Enel inquired. "And what of it?" Crest retorted. The captain has always spoken of you, expressing deep concern for your safety. You, traitor, have betrayed the stormy sea pirate crew. Enel shouted vehemently. Enough. Crest's demeanor turned icy as he swiftly approached Enel. With a single claw, he struck, generating a fierce gust of wind. Thunder. Enel shouted, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Crest. However, Crest stood unmoving, his body enveloped in a layer of Black Conqueror's haki, rendering the attack ineffective. This is what I learned in the Beast's Pirates. You shall never comprehend the might of a Yonko, Crest declared. I care not for any Yonko. Having betrayed us, you must die. Enel bellowed. Then let us see. I wish to witness the strength of the new generation of officers in the stormy sea pirate crew, Crest challenged. Clyster's gaze was icy. Then perish. Enel was about to charge at Clyster. Stop. A voice rang out, and Enel instantly halted his movement. Captain, exclaimed the crew of the Wind and Cloud Pirates. Clyster's expression grew complex as he watched the man approach. Captain Hoenn. He could not bring himself to utter the title and merely called out Hoenn's name. Clyster, my brother, has returned, Hoenn said softly. Clyster felt a momentary daze. How long had it been since anyone had called him that? The purple demon Hoenn. I am now an officer of the Beast's Pirates, and we are no longer connected, Clyster replied coldly. Do you not understand that some things, once etched in the heart, can never be erased? You are my brother, and that will never change, Hoenn stated, each word deliberate. Brother? Kaido is far superior to you. You are not worthy to call me such. Clyster maintained his indifferent demeanor. Kaido, is that your crutch? What if I were to defeat Kaido? Hoenn challenged. That is impossible. Kaido is invincible in one-on-one combat. You cannot defeat him. Clyster shook his head. Then allow me to prove you wrong. This man is one of Kaido's 3 main henchmen. Correct? Very well. I shall defeat him first. Hoenn drew the Sword of Ruin and advanced towards Jack. However, Clyster blocked his path. If you wish to challenge Boss Jack, you must first defeat me, Clyster declared. Kid, do not overestimate yourself. You cannot withstand even a single punch from me. Hoenn bellowed, launching a fist towards Clyster. Clyster's body was enveloped in black armament haki as he retaliated. Without a hint of suspense, the immense power behind Hoenn's punch transformed Clyster's expression. Boom. Clyster was sent flying, crashing through a building before finally coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Is this your confidence? Indeed, it is quite formidable, Clyster coughed, acknowledging the strength behind the blow. That punch is to remind you to speak more politely to your elder brother henceforth. Hoenn replied with a calm demeanor. You, that oversized fool, come forth and battle me. Hoenn pointed his sword at Jack. Has the purple demon Hoenn grown so arrogant after defeating Doflamingo? Challenging members of the Beast's Pirates, how utterly foolish, Jack remarked coldly. Clyster, watch closely as I dismantle your support. The Beast's Pirates are merely a stepping stone on my path forward. Hoenn's voice resonated with confidence, showing no signs of having just emerged from a fierce battle. Kid, you will soon regret this. Jack brandished 2 scimitars as he charged forward. Would he engage in battle against the highest-ranking officers of the 4 emperors, aspiring to become the 5th sovereign of the seas? Although unseen, I shall earnestly appreciate the spectacle. Fujitora mused to himself. Captain Smile, shall we simply observe? Inquired a naval soldier. Fujitora nodded. It was not his place to intervene in such a conflict. If a 3-way battle ensued, with each party exerting their utmost, this vibrant island could very well meet its ruin. What dark secrets lay hidden within Dressrosa? Fujitora's observation haki allowed him to sense the minutiae of the island, the anguished cries of its people, the desolation, and the remnants of toys. What exactly had Doflamingo wrought upon this nation? Boom. In that instant, Horn and Jack clashed, unleashing a tempestuous shockwave that shattered the ground beneath them. Jack was taken aback to find that the strength he so proudly boasted of afforded him no advantage against Horn. The strongest newcomer does possess some skill, Jack contemplated. Chapter 189. The frenzied Jack. As Horn and Jack made initial contact, they quickly separated, with Horn retreating rapidly, leaving a long mark on the ground. Die! Jack charged forward, resembling a mountain in motion, causing the earth to tremble as if an earthquake were imminent. Fool, do you think you can strike me at such a speed? Horn scoffed, his body suddenly darting aside. The Sword of Doom shimmered with a mesmerizing purple hue as it descended upon Jack with deadly intent. Clang! Jack swung his curved blade to meet the attack, managing to withstand the blow, yet his legs trembled incessantly, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. Clyster observed closely. Isn't brute strength the essence of the Beast Pirates? I shall defeat them through sheer power. Horn bellowed. As he spoke, his strength erupted like a volcanic explosion, forcefully bending Jack's arm downward. Seizing the moment, Horn retracted his sword and, before Jack could react, delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed, illustrating the immense force behind Horn's assault. Heavenly flames consumed the land. Horn struck down upon Jack, the dazzling brilliance of his sword illuminating the surroundings, the sword aura cascading down like a torrential galaxy, blinding and unstoppable. Jack roared in defiance, raising both curved blades to counter the onslaught. Boom! The ground finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, shattering beneath them. Although Jack managed to block the sword aura, countless razor-like energy blades erupted, cutting into Jack's flesh, leaving him marred with wounds and drenched in blood. Is this the extent of your power, Drow Jack? It seems that today, your famed reputation will bring shame upon the beast pirates, Horn taunted with a sneer. Shut your mouth. Get lost. Jack's muscles bulged explosively, and with a surge akin to a tsunami, he forcefully pushed Horn's sword aside. With a powerful stomp, the ground fractured, and Jack leapt into the air, aiming both blades directly at Horn. Lingering blades end. Horn unleashed a flurry of strikes, each sword aura slicing through the air like a barrage of daggers, overwhelming Jack and inflicting numerous wounds, blood gushing uncontrollably. Harden. The black hockey enveloped Jack's shotel as he swung down at Horn, unleashing a formidable force that surged towards him. Fire Shadow's fury. Horn countered with a series of strikes, igniting a fierce blaze that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. Jack quickly realized the peril. The flames were capable of burning through his hockey, rendering his armed defenses utterly ineffective. What is happening? Even Brother Jin's flames can't accomplish this. Jack exclaimed in disbelief. Jin's flames were notoriously fierce, yet they could never sear through hockey. Why was this young man's fire so peculiar? Could he be a wielder of a unique devil fruit ability? With a fierce roar, Jack swung his twin blades to disperse Horn's flames. At that moment, Horn had already positioned himself above Jack. Die, you clumsy elephant, Horn shouted, descending with his sword. Jack raised his dual daggers to counter the attack, but in an instant, his short sword was shattered, and the sword of doom struck down upon his iron mask, shattering it to pieces. Drawing on years of combat experience, Jack swiftly repositioned himself, but the sword of doom left a deep gash across his body. Horn fell to the ground, the tip of his sword incessantly dripping with blood. Jack felt an excruciating pain emanating from his wound. Upon inspection, he discovered a malevolent gas swirling within him, wreaking havoc throughout his body. This malevolent essence was none other than the destructive force contained within the Sword of Ruin. Frowning deeply, Jack summoned his indomitable spirit to forcibly expel this essence from his being. He exhaled sharply, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The torment he had just endured was truly unbearable. The blade may be lost, but I am a wielder of the devil fruit. Allow me to showcase the power of an ancient beast, Jack proclaimed. He was the wielder of the ancient Zoan-type mammoth fruit. With a mighty roar, Jack's form suddenly transformed into a colossal mammoth towering over 10 meters high. He let out a thunderous bellow that reverberated through the air, causing a painful ringing in the ears of all who heard it. You think you're a mighty beast just because you've transformed? How naive! Horn scoffed disdainfully. Jack charged toward Horn, his immense figure resembling a small mountain, instilling a sense of despair in those who beheld him. Yet, Horn remained unfazed. Ruin slash, he declared, unleashing the overwhelming force of destruction as he swung his sword downwards with lethal intent. The clash between Jack's tusks and the Sword of Ruin erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The very earth shattering as chunks of land began to sink slowly into the sea. With another ferocious roar, Jack thrust his tusks against the Sword of Ruin, driving it aside. He then lunged forward with tremendous force, sending Horn hurtling backward. Horn staggered, regaining his footing, but felt a sharp pain in his abdomen from the impact. Is this the power of the calamities? Truly extraordinary, Fujitora mused quietly. Horn stepped forward, shattering the void beneath his feet. The air, unable to withstand such formidable force, erupted with a thunderous crack, leaving a web of mirror-like fissures across the expanse. Harnessing this momentum, Horn propelled himself forth, reappearing before Jack once more. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. The sword's aura surged forth like a raging dragon, swiftly closing the distance to Jack. Without hesitation, Jack enveloped himself in armed hockey and charged at Horn with fervor. The impact of their clash resonated like two meteors colliding, yet from the outset, Horn had the upper hand, forcing Jack into retreat as the sword's energy relentlessly pressed him back, his hooves carving deep grooves into the ground. Eventually, the sword's aura shattered Jack's defenses, inflicting a grievous wound that gaped across his body, blood pouring forth incessantly. Gasping for breath, Jack's gaze turned icy as his form began to transform once more, shifting into a half-human, half-beast hybrid. Long tusks and muscular arms embodied the terrifying power of this ferocious creature. "I shall bring about your demise, purple demon horn," Jack roared, embodying the reckless spirit of the beast pirates, known for their fearlessness in the face of death, willing to trade injury for injury, or even life for life. Engaging in combat with such a madman posed a perilous threat. "Captain, that Jack fellow is truly terrifying when he loses his mind," Kleist murmured, his brow furrowed in concern, revealing his inner turmoil. "The rampaging Jack seems even more ferocious," Fujitora muttered to himself. Chapter 190, Despair. With a thunderous roar, Jack charged at Horn, the weight of his massive frame causing the ground to buckle with each step. Their battlefield had gradually shifted from the port to the heart of the town. "Big elephant, receive my blade." Nine heavens thunderstorm, Horn bellowed, cleaving the air with his sword. A tempest of furious thunder erupted from the void in an instant, transforming the atmosphere. Dark clouds engulfed the sky, and the world became a realm dominated by lightning, arcs crackling ominously, evoking fear in all who beheld it. With a single-minded force, Horn stirred the very elements. His presence had become overwhelming. Fujitora sensed this shift through his kinbunshiku, feeling the aura of Horn akin to that of an ancient demonic deity, evoking a sense of despair merely by its sight. The storm descended, crashing violently upon Jack, enveloping him in a tempest of electricity, causing his body to convulse. Yet, each of Kaido's calamities was notoriously resilient, and Jack gritted his teeth, summoning his formidable physique to withstand the onslaught. With a fierce roar, he surged forth from the storm, charging once again at Horn. Horn was not taken aback. He had anticipated Jack's formidable physique and was unsurprised by his ability to withstand the attack. Thus, he decided to unleash his technique once more, 10,000 Evils floating life. With a low shout, Horn struck again, and in an instant, countless phantoms materialized from the sword's energy before Jack. Each shadow contained a strand of sword aura, intertwined with sinister thoughts, resembling soul-reaping specters from the depths of hell. What a terrifying force! Such exquisite swordsmanship could not have originated from the land of harmony, which lacked such a school of technique. Fujitora was utterly astonished. He had long heard of the myriad wonders associated with the purple demon horn and was aware that he was a top-tier swordsman. Yet, he never imagined that swordplay could reach such a level of intricacy. He feared he was lagging behind by a considerable margin. Jack, imbued with immense strength, paid no heed to the contents of the phantoms. He only knew that if he could break through them, he would be able to slay Horn. Like a tank barreling forward, Jack charged through the phantoms, and the sword energy erupted violently from them, viciously slicing into Jack's body. Jack groaned, but he persevered. He continued to sprint forward, as the sinister thoughts within the phantoms also surged forth. These malevolent notions acted like a potent drug, capable of ensnaring one's mind. Before Jack appeared the illusions of every person he had encountered throughout his life, and he was on the brink of being ensnared in a dreamlike trance. Yet, at that moment, clarity suddenly washed over him, his eyes sharpened with lucidity. With a roar, he shattered the demonic illusions, his gaze fixated on the imminent figure of Horn. "Impressive. To break through my illusions is no small feat," Horn remarked, generously offering his praise. At that moment, Jack was riddled with wounds, his entire being drenched in blood. Pain crashed over him like relentless waves, threatening to shatter his very will, yet he endured. Did he believe that surviving this technique would ensure his victory? Far from it. "Battling with me is not so simple," Horn mused, a faint smile gracing his lips, fully in control of the unfolding situation. "I will kill you," Jack bellowed, lunging towards Horn. His fist cut through the air with a fierce wind, rapidly closing the distance between them. Die. Boom. Horn stood unfazed, meeting Jack's assault with his own fist. A tempest of violent energy erupted around the two, like a typhoon sweeping through, pressing the flowers and grass to the ground. While the very street crumbled beneath them, Horn shouted, his muscles swelling as power surged forth. Jack could hardly believe his eyes as his body was sent flying, the sound of cracking bones echoing in his ears, nearly plunging him into unconsciousness. Jack's body crashed through 3 buildings before finally coming to a halt amidst the debris. After a prolonged silence, he emerged from the dust, incredulous. How could this be? I, who prided myself on my physical prowess, have been defeated by a mere lad. This is impossible. Jack's face was a canvas of disbelief. One must commend Jack's formidable physique. Enduring so many strikes from Horn while still possessing the strength to persist is truly remarkable. Had it been a lesser warrior, untrained in the art of combat, they would have long since succumbed. Having heard tales of the purple demon Horn, renowned not only for his swordsmanship, but also for his unparalleled physical prowess, today's encounter confirmed the veracity of those claims. Fujitora spoke earnestly. Coughing violently, Jack expelled several mouthfuls of crimson blood, mingled with fragments of his own organs. At this point, his internal organs had nearly been displaced by Horn's relentless assault. Despite the agony coursing through him, Jack remained resolute, declaring, This is but a trifling challenge. You cannot extinguish my life so easily. Kaido's subordinates are not so feeble." His voice boomed, and even Horn, witnessing Jack's blood-soaked form, felt a pang of compassion. With a primal roar, Jack unleashed a cry that resonated to the heavens, his vitality erupting like a constellation of stars. His aura surged once more, and though he had exhausted every ounce of strength, he remained uncertain if he could conquer Horn. "Receive my punch." Jack charged forward, closing the distance between them. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, a brilliant flash of light that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. The clash of sword energy met Jack's fist. To everyone's astonishment, Jack's fist broke through the sword's force, landing a tremendous blow upon Horn. Excellent. Jack rejoiced inwardly, believing that aside from Kaido, none could withstand his might. Yet despair washed over him as his fist met an unyielding barrier. It felt as though he had struck solid steel, unable to advance even an inch, his power dissipating into the void. "Is it over? Now it is my turn." Horn's voice was as cold as ice. He unleashed a punch that struck Jack's chin with devastating force, shattering the already fractured mask and displacing Jack's jaw. Once again, Jack was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "A monster. This is a true monster," a naval soldier murmured in awe. The purple demon Horn. No wonder he commanded such respect from the world government and the Navy. A figure of this caliber would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of admiral, with aspirations for the position of fleet admiral well within reach. Fujitora, equally astonished, felt the weight of the outcome through his observation haki. Horn was overwhelmingly powerful. "Jack the Drought, have you truly been bested in your own domain? I grant you this opportunity. Unleash your full assault upon me, and I shall not retaliate. Should you manage to defeat me, consider it a stroke of luck." Chapter 191. Conclusion. Stop underestimating others. Jack bellowed, forcing himself to rise. His body teetered perilously like a stone on the edge of a cliff, waves of agony crashing upon his mind. Yet, despite this torment, Horn had failed to shatter his spirit. Though the youngest and weakest among Kaido's calamities, Jack's resolve was unexpectedly formidable. "If you seek death, then let me oblige you." Jack, battered and bruised, charged towards Horn, who stood like an immovable mountain. "Die!" Jack shouted, swinging his fist, a gust of wind howling in its wake. Even before his punch landed, the fierce wind lashed against faces, akin to a flurry of knives slicing through skin. Yet, Horn remained unperturbed, his expression calm, indifferent to Jack's fist, which possessed the power to shatter a small hill. Boom! Jack's fist struck Horn with a force reminiscent of metal clashing, a reverberating sound that threatened to rupture eardrums, causing many to instinctively cover their ears. Those capable of withstanding such force turned their gazes toward Horn. Jack's fist met Horn's body like a blow against cotton, the immense power dissipating without a trace. "Impossible. How can you block my punch? Aside from Kaido, no one can withstand my might." Jack roared in disbelief. "Foolishness. The strong in the New World are as numerous as the stars. New powers emerge daily. Your beast's pirates are too influenced by Kaido's undefeated prowess," Horn replied, shaking his head. "No, I refuse to believe it." Jack shouted frantically, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Horn's body, as relentless as a tempest. Horn's expression remained unchanged, his physique akin to an island amidst a stormy sea, impervious to the crashing waves. At that moment, Horn's body began to transform, layers of golden light emanating from him. Gradually, with each of Jack's strikes, the golden radiance grew more dazzling. "Thank you, Jack, for helping me refine my body. Without your assistance, this apocalyptic form could not advance further," Horn said with a smile. "No, Jack despaired even more, his once proud strength rendered utterly futile before Horn. Are you finished? Now it's my turn, Horn declared. A brilliant golden glow enveloped his fist, and he unleashed a seemingly mundane punch. Yet, it detonated with the ferocity of a nuclear explosion, small in size, but powerful enough to obliterate an island. The fist collided with Jack's body. A chilling sound of bones shattering echoed, as every bone in Jack's frame crumbled to dust. Ugh! Jack spat blood, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater. To withstand my strike and survive is indeed impressive, Horn praised. Jack, rendered speechless and utterly drained of strength, lay there, uncertain if he would see the light of another day. Horn approached Jack with a sword in hand. You cannot kill him. A figure stepped in front of Horn. It was Cleister. Cleister, step aside. Horn spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone, imbued with an unmistakable authority. Cleister instinctively shifted, but quickly regained his composure. My Lord Horn, please do not put me in a difficult position. He gritted through clenched teeth. Cleister, I have heard from Old Fan that you have joined the Beast Pirates. I understand you must have your reasons. Even now, I steadfastly believe you remain my brother, the valiant Cleister who once fought alongside me upon the seas. Horn's words resonated with conviction. Cleister, cease your stubbornness. This is your perfect opportunity to return to the Wind and Cloud Pirates. Fan Oka interjected from the side. My Lord Horn, I regret that I cannot comply. Cleister replied, teeth clenched. Before Fan Oka could articulate his thoughts, Horn interrupted with a wave of his hand. Since you refuse to return openly to the Wind and Cloud Pirates, I shall employ another method. Horn raised the sword of defeat. Captain, Cleister is after all a veteran of the Wind and Cloud Pirates. Fan Oka hastily remarked. I did not declare my intent to kill him. If he chooses not to return, then he shall exist as a captive. Horn responded. A captive? Both Fan Oka and Cleister momentarily froze. Indeed, you are now a prisoner of the Wind and Cloud Pirates, Horn stated. Cleister fell silent, and Horn signaled to Fan Oka, who promptly shackled Cleister with sea stone handcuffs. As for Jack, he had already lost consciousness. Horn summoned 2 trembling members of the Beast Pirates to carry Jack away. The war is over, Horn muttered to himself. Today, the Wind and Cloud Pirates have truly stepped into the new world. Subsequently, Horn instructed Sugar, a user of the Fun fruit from the Doflamingo family, to lift the abilities from those affected. Instantly, thousands appeared on the streets and in factories. Many who had long vanished from memory, such as boyfriends and husbands, returned. The dark secrets of Dressrosa, hidden for a decade, were finally unveiled, shocking both the Navy and the world government. Dressrosa harbored such darkness, and Doflamingo truly deserved his fate. Fujitora's expression turned cold. He was a man who cherished his people and held a zero-tolerance policy towards harm inflicted upon them. His distaste for the Shichibukai system grew ever more pronounced. At Mary Gios, the 5 elders had all gathered. Doflamingo, this man concealed such matters, although it may not significantly affect the world government's dominion. If this dark incident is not handled properly, it will severely tarnish the reputation of the world government. One of the 5 elders spoke, and the other 4 nodded in agreement. So it shall be. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo is deceased, it is still imperative to expunge him from the Shichibukai. Furthermore, we must issue warrants for the remaining members of the Don Quixote family. Upon capture, they may be executed on the spot. What shall we do about Dressrosa? Its strategic significance remains considerable, and now that the purple demon, Horn, has matured into a formidable threat, if Dressrosa falls into his grasp, our operations in the New World will undoubtedly face numerous impediments. We shall dispatch the 2nd Division shall, one of the 5 elders stated impassively. It must be done. But the other 2 emperors cannot possibly remain indifferent to the actions of this 5th maritime sovereign, the Purple Demon. Chapter 192, Reactions New World, Tato Land, Cake Island. This is the stronghold of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. As the only female among them, Charlotte Linlin possesses formidable power, which serves as her foundation for reigning over the New World. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin is in her palace on Cake Island, having summoned most of her children. Mother, it has been confirmed. The Beast Pirates Jack the Drought has been utterly defeated by the Purple Demon Horn. Don Quixote Doflamingo is dead, and Dressrosa now belongs to the Storm Pirates. With Fishman Island added, the Storm Pirates now possess 2 territories in the New World, reported Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family. Is that so? This brat previously caused quite a ruckus with Whitebeard and Marineford, didn't he? Even Morgan's newspaper has dubbed him the fifth maritime sovereign. Yet, how could those fools comprehend that being an emperor is no easy feat? Charlotte Linlin remarked, indulging in her favorite desserts, which she could never resist. Katakuri, my son. What do you know of this purple demon horn? Charlotte Linlin inquired. Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of the family and a special Paramecia-type mochi fruit user, renowned for his exceptional combat prowess among the Charlotte family, stepped forward. Mother, I have conducted some research on this individual, Katakuri stated. Oh, please share your insights. Charlotte Linlin encouraged. This purple demon horn has risen from the West Blue to his current status in just a few short years, yet his strength has multiplied exponentially. At this point, his power likely exceeds that of an admiral, especially considering he has even bested Fleet Admiral Akainu. In my estimation, he is quite possibly a special type of devil fruit user. Since his rise, he has displayed a plethora of combat styles, excelling in both martial arts and swordsmanship. There seems to be nothing he cannot master. Therefore, he must possess a devil fruit ability, Katakuri elaborated. A special devil fruit user, you say? In the eyes of Charlotte Linlin sparkled with brilliance. Katakuri, you shall represent the Big Mom Pirates and deliver my invitation to the tea party to the purple demon horn. Charlotte Linlin commanded. Katakuri, slightly taken aback, quickly nodded in agreement. Of course, mother. Furthermore, take Smoothie with you to meet her future husband. She is no longer a child, and it is time for her to wed, Charlotte Linlin stated matter-of-factly. The 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, Smoothie, was taken aback, unsure of what she had just heard. I said, you are to marry the purple demon horn. Do you have any objections? Charlotte Linlin addressed Smoothie, her tone imbued with an air of irrevocability. Katakuri promptly cast a significant glance towards Smoothie, who quickly acquiesced, well aware of their mother's temperament. Any sign of dissent could lead to severe repercussions, even for her own children. The gathering soon dispersed. Smoothie caught up with Katakuri. Brother Katakuri, why does mother insist on the union between me and the purple demon horn? Smoothie inquired, perplexed. Among all our siblings, only you possess the strength to match the purple demon horn. Mother undoubtedly seeks to integrate him into our family. For her ambitions, you must comply. Moreover, marrying Horn would not be a hardship for you, Katakuri explained. Smoothie nodded in understanding. In the New World, at the headquarters of the Beast's Pirates, Captain Kaido, Lord Jack has awakened. An officer reported to the heavily drinking Kaido. Awakened, has he? Did Jack mention the extent of the purple demon Horn's combat prowess? Asked the first of the calamities, Ember. Extremely formidable. Lord Jack indicated that with his strength, he cannot sustain himself against Horn for long, Ember replied. Captain, with Doflamingo's demise, our access to artificial devil fruits will be severed, and we also had various arms dealings with Doflamingo. Now that this avenue is cut off, it will undoubtedly cause significant complications for our future expansion, Ember remarked. Ember is right. We must venture to Dressrosa to discuss potential collaboration with the purple demon, Horn. Another of the calamities, Queen, suggested. Kaido nodded in agreement. Very well, let Ember go. You shall represent the Beast's Pirates and negotiate our terms of cooperation with the purple demon, he commanded. Understood. In Dressrosa, the land lay in ruins after the Great Battle. Yet Horn promptly took measures to commence its restoration. He appointed Robin as his chief secretary, empowering her to handle affairs on his behalf throughout the land. Horn was summoning a group of individuals, all of whom belonged to the Liku royal family, usurped by Doflamingo. There were 4 in total: the former king, Liku Dold, Princess Violet, Rebecca, and Liku's son-in-law, the former supreme swordsman, Cyrus. The throne of Dressrosa will still belong to you, Horn addressed the former king. Before Liku could respond, Horn continued, I have no interest in the throne of Dressrosa. I only have one request, that Dressrosa accepts the protection of our wind and cloud pirates. Liku was greatly astonished. He had not anticipated that Horn would be indifferent to the throne. Honorable Lord Horn, I wholeheartedly accept your terms. It would be my privilege to receive your protection, Liku responded with utmost respect. May Dressrosa shine anew under your guidance, Horn remarked to Liku. At that moment, Robin pushed open the door and entered. Horn, she softly called out, catching his attention. Robin gestured, prompting Horn to approach her. Is there something amiss, Robin? Horn inquired. There has been trouble. Recently, numerous vessels of dark forces have appeared off the coast of Dressrosa, plundering merchant ships and warning them against trading with us. Consequently, Dressrosa's commerce has significantly declined, Robin explained. Have you identified who is opposing us? Horn asked nonchalantly, aware that this was a precursor to his impending fury. The notorious Rubruk family from the underworld is involved, along with several pirate factions. Altogether, there are likely over 10 forces at play, Robin replied. It's quite simple. Let Jean Bay and Enel guard Dressrosa while I set sail to confront them. I am eager to discover the source of their audacity. Horn's words were laced with a hint of anger. Chapter 193, The Sacred Heart Technique. Before venturing into the open sea, Horn activated the system to assess his current circumstances. His ample wealth afforded him the opportunity to exchange for any diamond-tier martial arts. However, regrettably, the king-tier martial arts remained beyond his reach for redemption. Horn's gaze traversed the martial arts shop, ultimately settling upon a particularly unique martial art, the Sacred Heart Technique. This extraordinary skill was crafted by the deity Chakra over the course of millennia, embodying his concentrated essence. It encompasses various forms of martial prowess, including agility and offensive techniques, and is divided into the 4 Sacred Heart Techniques and the 4 Sacred Heart Tribulations. Remarkably, it even possesses the power to resurrect the deceased. Horn exchanged for the Sacred Heart Technique and immediately began his practice. Off the coast of Dressrosa, several pirate ships were attacking a merchant vessel. Captain, we can't hold on any longer. The pirates' firepower is too fierce. A sailor exclaimed to the captain of the merchant ship. We must endure. Or else if the pirates board, you know very well what fate awaits us, the captain responded sternly. The sailor trembled at the thought of being captured by the pirates, envisioning a fate worse than death. Ha, my friends, put in a little more effort. The cargo and women on that merchant ship will soon be ours. A burly pirate shouted. The pirates were filled with excitement, their assault intensifying. The burly pirate reflected on the bountiful spoils of the past few days. The merchants of Dressrosa were exceedingly wealthy, each one dripping with riches. If it weren't for Rubruk gathering them, they would never have encountered such a splendid opportunity. Captain, another ship is approaching. A pirate lackey informed the burly pirate. A ship? It seems we have more prey delivered to us. Send a vessel over to seize it. Leave no one alive, the burly pirate commanded. Understood. The lackey hurried off, excitement radiating from him. One of the pirate ships moved closer to the approaching vessel. Captain, another ship is coming. A sailor exclaimed with delight. And what of it? It's merely coming to meet its demise, the captain thought bitterly, though he kept such thoughts to himself, wanting to instill a glimmer of hope in his crew. On the approaching ship stood only a solitary figure, a man whose demeanor was as cold as frost. Strange, why is there only one person? The pirate leader remarked, his surprise evident. He raised his telescope to gaze at the ship. This man, he seems familiar, the pirate leader muttered to himself. Suddenly, it seemed a realization struck him. His pupils dilated in terror. It's him. We must flee. He drew his sword in panic, tossing the telescope aside as he leapt overboard. Quite a swift reaction. But with your meager strength, you'll only serve as fish bait, the man mused to himself. Drawing his longsword, he uttered a sharp cry. Slash! The blade gleamed brilliantly as it cleaved the heavens and the earth, its aura screaming toward the pirate ship. Run! Some pirates finally realized the danger. But it was too late. The sword energy sliced the entire ship in half, even severing the keel, while those aboard were mercilessly torn apart. Their blood and flesh scattering like confetti in the air, a scene of gruesome carnage. Phew, fortunate that I fled swiftly. The pirate captain, drenched in cold sweat, plunged into the sea, contemplating the formidable figure of the man renowned as the 5th Emperor of the Sea. How can we possibly withstand his sword? He muttered, filled with trepidation. At that moment, a sea beast emerged nearby, causing the pirate's face to turn ashen. Captain, our ship has been obliterated by a single strike. A pirate henchman exclaimed, rushing to the side of the burly pirate. What? The burly pirate furrowed his brow and glanced in that direction. Captain, the man on that ship is... The stuttering pirate struggled to articulate his words. Who is it? Speak clearly. The burly pirate snapped impatiently. It's the purple demon, Horn. The stammering pirate finally managed to blurt out, feeling an immense weight lifted off his shoulders. What? The purple demon, Horn? The burly pirate's voice rose in pitch. Captain, what shall we do next? A hesitant pirate inquired. Damn it, it's too late to flee now. We must stand our ground. After all, I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 530 million. We may have a fighting chance against the purple demon, Horn. The burly pirate gritted his teeth. Determination etched on his face. Stand against the purple demon, Horn? The other pirates could scarcely believe their ears. Was this man truly someone they could contend with? Quickly, Lift the blockade on the merchant vessel. Turn the 3 ships to face the purple demon and prepare for battle. The burly pirate commanded. The other pirates hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. Captain, the pirates have lifted the blockade. One of them reported joyfully. I see it. It seems that ship has instilled fear in these pirates. Give me the telescope. The captain ordered. Upon receiving the telescope, he looked towards the ship, his eyes widening in shock. It's him. It's that esteemed individual. The captain exclaimed, his tone filled with excitement. Which esteemed individual? The others asked in confusion. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the captain replied, It is Lord Horn, the new sovereign of Dressrosa, the purple demon Horn. His voice boomed with clarity, and he finally understood why these pirates were so terrified. That man was indeed someone to be revered. Lord Purple Demon Horn. The crew erupted with enthusiasm, realizing they had been granted salvation. Pirates, you shall soon pay the price for your actions. The captain sneered coldly as the 3 pirate ships approached the vessel where Horn resided. At this moment, Horn sheathed the sword of defeat. Not using a sword? Who do you think you are? The burly pirate exclaimed in anger, astonished that Horn dared to engage him without a weapon. Such audacity was beyond belief. Captain, he is approaching, the pirate said, his voice trembling. The burly pirate cast a glance at Horn. Horn gracefully leaped from the vessel, landing upon the surface of the sea. Instantly, the water began to freeze, an icy pathway extending towards the pirate ship. Horn tread upon this frozen route, making his way toward the brigand's vessel. A burly pirate stood at the bow, his expression dark and foreboding. Horn swiftly approached the vessel, moving with an ethereal grace. Employing the techniques of the Sacred Heart, he became a fleeting shadow, instantly appearing at the bow of the ship, leaving the onlookers unable even to discern his presence. Chapter 194. Lubruk the burly pirate stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend how he had failed to perceive Horn's trajectory. What immense strength this man must possess. If you wish to fight, now is the time, Horn's calm voice resonated. The burly pirate turned to find Horn already behind him. Damn it, what is so impressive? I am not that weak. He bellowed, launching a fist that cut through the air with a furious howl towards Horn. Sacred Heart Incantation. Horn extended his palm, meeting the pirate's fist head-on. The moment their hands collided, an indescribable force ensnared the pirate's punch, siphoning away his strength like a raging torrent. The pirate felt utterly drained, while Horn's hand emanated an overwhelming power. In the pirate's incredulous gaze, he was forcefully propelled backward, crashing heavily against the ship's side. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Why can it drain my strength? What type of devil fruit user is he? The burly pirate could hardly believe his own eyes. Is this all you have? Pathetic. Disappointment was evident on Horn's face. Damn it. The pirate sprang to his feet, once more swinging his fists at Horn. Heavenly Mirage. Horn uttered with a light exhalation, unleashing an invisible force that enveloped the burly pirate. The pirate felt as if he had stepped into a realm of immortals, surrounded by exquisite gardens and enchanting fairies, only to be thrust into the depths of a hellish abyss, filled with anguished cries and grotesque corpses. Suddenly, a formidable adversary appeared before him, a merciless foe. Without hesitation, he swung his fists towards this enemy. Boss, what is he doing? The pirates exclaimed in panic. Witnessing the burly pirate relentlessly assaulting himself, his body soon riddled with wounds. It's the power of the purple demon Horn. He truly is the man they call a demon. One pirate quavered. The burly pirate cursed loudly, and in a sudden fit of rage, he struck his own head with tremendous force, shattering his skull instantaneously. Brains and blood splattered everywhere as his lifeless body collapsed. Horn gazed at the henchman, who, in a desperate bid for survival, leapt into the sea. Horn gazed at the vessel beneath his feet, shaking his head. In an instant, a surge of ferocious power erupted, and with a resounding blast, the entire ship was reduced to mere splinters. Horn arrived aboard the merchant vessel. Lord Horn, the crowd exclaimed with excitement. Are you the merchant ship from Dressrosa? Horn inquired. Indeed, we departed from Dressrosa and soon encountered these pirates. Their ambitions to extend their influence into the inner sea and their intentions to lay claim to Dressrosa have become glaringly evident, the captain replied. Horn furrowed his brow. These individuals were all orchestrated by a man named Lubruk, whose standing in the shadowy realm surpassed that of the former Don Quixote da Flamingo, and whose strength was unparalleled. Lubruk, you say? Horn pondered. Where are they now? Horn inquired. Lubruk, along with numerous formidable pirates, resides on Taiyong Island. Horn nodded. You shall swiftly return to Dressrosa. Once I have dealt with these individuals, you may emerge, he instructed. Understood. Horn returned to his ship, heading towards the island of Taiyang, the stronghold of the notorious Rubruk family. Taiyang Island, the bastion of the dark forces led by Rubruk, has long been associated with a figure of formidable power, a testament to his enduring dominance in the New World. At this moment, within the opulent palace of the Rubruk family, Rubruk was hosting a banquet for over a dozen renowned pirate captains, each having carved a significant reputation in the New World. My esteemed guests, I raise my glass to you all. This plundering operation would not have achieved such success without your invaluable assistance, Rubruk proclaimed, lifting his goblet. He was a middle-aged man with a warm, inviting demeanor, exuding an amiable charm that made it difficult to harbor ill feelings towards him. Conversing with him felt like basking in the gentle caress of spring, a truly delightful experience. Though the pirates were known for their unruly nature, they felt compelled to show respect in the presence of this formidable dark overlord. Consequently, they all raised their glasses, smiling in acknowledgement of Rubruk. Lord Rubruk, how shall we divide the spoils we have reclaimed? Inquired one of the pirate captains. Quite simply, Rubruk replied with a smile. The Rubruk family requires but 30%. The remainder is yours to share. That amounts to 70%, does it not? Indeed, we shall receive 70%, and those merchants from Dressrosa are exceedingly wealthy. We are on the verge of great fortune. The crowd erupted in astonishment, not expecting Rubruk to be so generous in offering them such a substantial share. At that moment, the denizen of the telephone worm beside Rubruk began to ring. He excused himself politely and stepped away. Lord Teach, I have executed your instructions as you commanded. This will undoubtedly diminish the influence of the purple demon Horn, and when the world government takes action against him, we shall reap the benefits. Rubruk spoke respectfully to the voice on the other end, which belonged to none other than Blackbeard, who had previously suffered defeat at the hands of Horn and Dressrosa. Rubruk, Blackbeard responded with satisfaction. Once I ascend to the position of Pirate King, your rewards shall be considerable. The purple demon Horn is my lifelong adversary. His threat looms larger in my eyes than even Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, or Shanks. Thus, your task of restraining him is of utmost importance at this juncture. Rubruk felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing the high regard Blackbeard held for Horn. Considering even the illustrious Yonko to be of lesser consequence in comparison to this purple demon, I shall adhere to your directives with utmost diligence, Rubruk assured. Blackbeard nodded in approval. After concluding the call, Rubruk returned to the banquet hall, where the atmosphere had become increasingly vibrant as the guests exchanged toasts. A troupe of dancers entered, performing to enliven the gathering. You scoundrels, how can you still find the heart to indulge in feasting and revelry? It irks me greatly. A voice wafted in, abruptly silencing all others. Damn it, what an insolent creature barking here. A pirate stood up, cursing, when suddenly a surge of energy sliced through his throat, blood blossoming forth as he fell, clutching his neck. Chapter 195. The heavenly catastrophe. The onlookers gazed in horror at the fallen pirate. In mere seconds, who could achieve such a silent kill? It was utterly terrifying. Which friend dares to intrude upon the territory of the Rubruk family without a greeting? Such behavior is rather inappropriate, Rubruk intoned gravely. Ha ha ha, inappropriate? Do you possess the right to utter such words? A ghostly voice drifted in again, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Friend, reveal yourself, Rubruk bellowed, a formidable conqueror's aura radiating from him. Indeed, he was a formidable wielder of this awakened power, and not weak by any means. The crowd felt as if a colossal mountain pressed down upon them, their breath quickening with anxiety. Childish tricks, you dare display such antics before me? The voice from outside scoffed, and a weighty conqueror's aura erupted, overwhelming the entire room. Several weaker individuals trembled, cold sweat pouring down their faces. In no time, the external figure's conqueror's aura shattered Rubruk's, rendering the palace as if under a great gravitational force, leaving everyone feeling as if a thorn lodged in their throats. Rubruk's expression darkened. He was oblivious to the identity of this audacious challenger. The reputation of the Rubruk family was not merely fabricated, it was forged through bloodshed. Today, to humiliate him thus stirred a murderous intent within Rubruk. At this moment, a series of footsteps echoed, and within the palace, the silence was so profound that even a falling pin could be heard. All present instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. A man clad in a purple coat entered, and upon seeing his visage, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Purple Demon Horn, why is he here? A pirate stammered. Purple demon horn, so it is you. Truly, you tread the path of heaven when it is open, yet dare to seek the gates of hell. Rubruk's demeanor turned icy. Rubruk, I have come to claim your head today. Will you take your own life, or shall I do it? Choose one, Horn stated nonchalantly. Ha ha, this is the first time I've heard such audacious words. Even Big Imoam or Kaido would not dare speak to me thus. You are truly overreaching. Rubruk retorted coldly. Captains, who among you is willing to slay this brat? I shall offer a devil fruit and a reward of 1 billion berries. Rubruk proclaimed loudly. 1 billion berries? And a devil fruit? The eyes of the crowd gleamed with excitement. Such a deal was enticing indeed. Brat, I shall borrow your head for a moment. A pirate, filled with excitement, lunged towards Horn. The inability to discern the situation is the greatest tragedy of you feeble beings. Horn remained expressionless. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as an indescribable force surged forth. The pirate felt a sharp pain in his head before losing consciousness, crashing to the ground, breathless. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. With just a glance, Horn had effortlessly dispatched a pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million. How infuriating. Do not let him intimidate you. If we eliminate him, we shall prosper. There are still countless treasures awaiting us in Dressrosa. A pirate shouted, igniting a spark of hope among the others. Without Horn's protection, Dressrosa would be vulnerable to the might of the Doflamingo family, rendering it ripe for the taking. Encouraged, 5 more pirates charged at Horn. Are you truly so obstinate? Horn shook his head. At that moment, a sound reverberated, the very heartbeat of Horn. The crowd turned towards the source, an ominous feeling creeping upon them. The heart's calamity. Horn roared, his heartbeat intensifying, pulsating like a drum. The 5 individuals, in terror, realized their own heartbeats were quickening uncontrollably. Die all of you. Boom. Horn uttered with a fierce exclamation, and a crimson bloom erupted from the chests of the 5. Their hearts shattering instantaneously as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. It is impossible, someone exclaimed in horror. Now, it is your turn. Horn's gaze swept over the remaining crowd. No, Purple Demon, I wish to withdraw now. A pirate hastily declared. Yes, I too wish to retreat. I will leave at once. A group of pirates attempted to flee. Leaving now seems rather tardy. Horn's indifferent voice resonated, followed by the sound of his heartbeat intensifying. The crowd felt their own hearts racing uncontrollably, their expressions shifting in fear. Soon, a robust man's heart burst, a crimson flower blossoming as he fell lifelessly. No, please, don't kill me. A pirate pleaded in terror. The cries abruptly ceased as over 10 pirates met the same fate, their hearts exploding, leaving a grim scene of corpses strewn across the ground. Lubruk, to challenge me, one must possess strength. I wonder if you have what it takes. Horn regarded Lubruk with an amused expression. Do not underestimate me, Purple Demon Horn. Even if you are powerful, you shall not leave this place today. Lubruk's words carried an undertone of bravado masked by fear. Oh, is that so? Come forth and test your mettle, Horn replied, and in an instant, he vanished like a bolt of lightning, a violent gust of wind whipping through, stinging the faces of those present. Horn swiftly approached Lubruk, unleashing the ice of absolute zero. A chilling aura enveloped Horn's fist as he struck down towards Lubruk. Harden! Lubruk roared, his entire being radiating an awe-inspiring black luminescence as he retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision of their forces erupted into a shockwave, shattering the ground beneath them. At that moment, a torrent of ferocious cold emanated from Horn's body, extending through their clenched fists towards Lubruk. The icy tendrils rapidly encased Lubruk's fist, creeping up his arm and infiltrating his very veins, sending a bone-chilling sensation coursing through him. Instinctively, he retracted his fist, unleashing his haki to expel the encroaching cold. You have provoked my wrath, boy. I possess the powers of the Titan giant fruit. Now, prepare to witness my strength. Lubruk bellowed, his vitality surging with the intensity of the sun as his form expanded to an imposing 10 meters in height. Chapter 196, Titan Giant. With a thunderous roar, Lubruk's voice resonated like rolling waves, reverberating painfully against the eardrums. Let me see the true might of the so-called Emperor of the Sea, he shouted, charging towards Horn with earth-shattering steps that caused the ground to groan under his weight. In an instant, Lubruk stood before Horn, his body resembling molten lava, radiating an ominous dark red hue akin to a weapon freshly forged. His crimson fist descended like a cannonball, shattering the air with a crackling explosion directed at Horn. Ice of absolute zero. The cold surged unabated, freezing everything within a 10-meter radius around Horn, encasing the ground in a thick layer of ice. With a tremendous impact, Horn's fist collided with Lubruk's, producing a thunderous sound akin to a clap of thunder, fracturing the air around them. Lubruk roared in fury, his punch erupting like a tsunami. Yet Horn remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain, impervious to Lubruk's overwhelming force. With a thunderous roar, Horn unleashed a chilling aura that surged forth like a serpent of ice, coiling up Lubruk's arm until it was swiftly encased in frost. A mere parlor trick. Lubruk scoffed, his formidable presence erupting as he shattered the ice with ease. However, at that moment, Horn had already positioned himself above him, summoning the chilling winds with a command that echoed through the air. From behind Horn, an array of icy weapons materialized, cascading downwards like an unending barrage of bullets. The sound of ice colliding with Lubruk's form resonated throughout the battlefield. Ugh, Lubruk grunted, initially underestimating the fragility of the ice. To his surprise, a shard pierced through his flesh. Damn it, some of these shards are imbued with an overwhelming force. He cursed internally, realizing that the few imbued pieces posed a significant threat, catching him off guard. With a ferocious shout, Lubruk leaped forward, braving the icy storm, and delivered a devastating punch towards Horn. Enveloped in a violet aura, Horn retaliated with a sweeping kick, their forces colliding with a resounding impact. You dare to challenge my strength? You are millennia behind, Horn declared disdainfully, his power surging forth like a furnace, an unyielding force emanating from his being. With a powerful thrust of his leg, Horn sent the massive Lubruk flying, crashing against a wall that crumbled to dust, burying him beneath the rubble. A series of coughs echoed as Lubruk emerged from the debris, realizing that this method of combat could not fully awaken the Titan's power within him. It seems I must resort to other means, he contemplated. Suddenly, his form diminished from 10 meters to a more human-like stature of around 2 meters. Horn's expression shifted to one of concern. He sensed a fierce and ferocious power emanating from Lubruk, akin to a beast poised to devour its prey. With a resounding roar, Lubruk stomped the ground, sending tremors through the earth, and propelled himself towards Horn with a single bound. I spear its divine light. The frigid air enveloped the surroundings as Horn launched a punch, the bone-chilling cold stirring a howling wind, radiant as a galaxy. Their fists collided with a cataclysmic force, sending shockwaves rippling outward like ocean waves. The palace's contents were hurled into the air, while veins bulged on Lubruk's forehead, his already explosive muscles appearing even more menacing, their dark crimson hue flowing like a river. Horn was violently propelled backwards by Lubruk's force, yet he swiftly steadied himself with a firm step, unfazed as the fierce winds whipped through his garments. Mountain piercing through the clouds, Horn bellowed, as countless shards of ice coalesced in the air, emanating an aura of frigidness that sent shivers down one's spine. This time, the icy onslaught was far more ferocious and unruly than before. Go! With a sweeping gesture, Horn unleashed the ice, cascading down like an unrelenting tempest. Damn it, not this again. Lubruk's expression shifted, and he crossed his arms defensively over his chest, striving to shield his head as the ice rained down upon him. Soon, his body was riddled with countless gashes, blood flowing incessantly from the wounds. At last, the icy barrage came to an end, leaving Lubruk transformed into a figure drenched in crimson. He gasped sharply, the agony of his wounds akin to being incessantly sliced by a blade, waves of excruciating pain assaulting his mind. Horn fell to the ground, and at that moment, a frigid tempest surged forth, 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, swiftly enveloping the entire palace in an icy grip. The expansive hall, spanning over 1,000 square meters, transformed into a realm of snow and ice, with crystalline frost shimmering brilliantly, yet the bone-chilling cold served as a stark reminder of the peril it posed. Huff, huff. Lubruk gasped violently, each exhalation manifesting as a cloud of white vapor. In such a frozen wasteland, he felt as though his very insides were trembling from the cold. Lubruk, it seems you are somewhat lacking in stamina. Are you still able to continue? Horn remarked with a mocking expression. Do not underestimate me. I am not so fragile. Lubruk bellowed. In that moment, he bore little resemblance to the elegant gentleman he once was. His body was marred with wounds, each a testament to his current disarray, and his temperament had shifted to one of irritable fury. Since you can still fight, then what is there to discuss? Let us commence. Horn flexed his fists. In stark contrast to Lubruk's disheveled state, Horn exuded an air of calm composure, unblemished and poised, akin to a nobleman. Lubruk roared as he launched an assault on Horn, who met him head-on. The two engaged in a fierce clash, the sound of their battle resonating like thunder, as the icy arena quickly became riddled with cracks. Their strikes intensified, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Had there been onlookers, they would have witnessed only the blurring shadows as swift as a tempest. Chapter 197. The power of the fruit. In an instant, Horn and Lubruk clashed dozens of times, their bodies swiftly separating. Horn stood upon the icy surface, exhibiting no signs of distress aside from a slight breathlessness. In stark contrast, Lubruk appeared quite disheveled, with several indentations on his body, the result of Horn's relentless blows. He felt a sharp, searing pain in his lungs, each breath bringing waves of agony. The purple demon Horn possessed astonishing physical prowess. It was no wonder Lord Tiki regarded him as a formidable adversary. Lubruk felt a chill of apprehension. "Lubruk, you seem to be faring well enough. If that is the case, let us continue," Horn exclaimed, shaking out his fists. A flicker of wariness crossed Lubruk's eyes. This man was a veritable combat fanatic, thriving amidst the chaos of battle, growing more exhilarated rather than fatigued. Such a person was indeed terrifying. With a firm resolve, Lubruk stepped into the void, as if the very fabric of space itself buckled beneath him. Harnessing this force, he unleashed a formidable aura, swiftly darting toward Horn. Imperial thunderstorm. Horn bellowed, arcs of electricity crackling ominously in his hand. He swung his fist, enveloped in a multitude of electric arcs, striking down hard upon Lubruk, who retaliated with a punch of his own. The sound erupted like thunder in their ears. In that fleeting moment, Horn's fist shattered Lubruk's offensive, obliterating his momentum, and subsequently crashed into Lubruk's chest. Even with Lubruk's formidable will, the force of such a blow compelled a cry of pain from his lips, his chest caving in an instant. His body careened away like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into a wall, which crumbled under the impact, burying him beneath a cascade of bricks and debris. With each resolute step, Horn left a trail of fissures in the ground. Before long, the earth was marred and scarred. Horn approached Lubruk and, with a formidable grip, seized his body, violently hurling him to the ground. The impact created a substantial crater, and Lubruk coughed up 2 mouthfuls of crimson blood. "Is this what a titan looks like? You seem rather unimpressive," Horn remarked with a smirk. Lubruk rose unsteadily, his body swaying slightly. "Purple demon Horn, I shall not be defeated by you. I am destined to assist that esteemed individual in claiming the title of Pirate King. Bring it on," he declared fiercely, though his voice betrayed an unmistakable weakness. "How intriguing. I have never encountered one so eager for demise." "Very well, let us continue," Horn replied. Armament. A purple aura enveloped his fist as he unleashed a powerful strike, Frozen Abyss. The punch shot towards Lubruk with the swiftness of a divine sword, accompanied by a chilling gust that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Explosive Fist. Lubruk roared, his joints cracking ominously as he channeled his strength into his right fist. Like a raging dragon, he unleashed a devastating blow. The air shattered upon impact, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds as Lubruk's fist collided with Horn's icy punch. The force of their clash reverberated like 2 meteors colliding, causing the ground beneath them to shatter into large fragments, the exquisite wooden flooring disintegrating into dust. Lubruk's strength surged forth like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, momentarily penetrating Horn's icy defense, igniting a flicker of hope within him that he might indeed triumph over Horn. However, before he could revel in his fleeting joy, an inexplicable force abruptly absorbed his might, rendering his once ferocious punch utterly insignificant. "What is happening?" Lubruk murmured in disbelief. "You are far too weak," Horn's indifferent voice resonated. Following this, the power absorbed by Horn's Sacred Heart spell erupted with unparalleled intensity, piercing through Lubruk's entire arm. Lubruk's expression changed drastically as he quickly fortified his arm with his aura, narrowly avoiding the shattering of his bones. Yet, at that moment, Horn's other fist was already upon him, crashing into Lubruk's abdomen with the ferocity of a tank, propelling him into the air. With a thunderous crash, Lubruk landed heavily on the ground, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, what manner of being is this? Why do I find myself utterly powerless against him?" Once again, he rose from the earth, shaken by Horn's seemingly endless array of techniques. He could not comprehend how Horn wielded both ice and lightning. Could it be that he, like Lord Teach, possessed the abilities of dual devil fruits? Recalling the instructions given to him by Blackbeard, he resolved to ascertain whether the purple demon horn was indeed a wielder of a devil fruit power, and if so, to determine the nature of that fruit. This intelligence was invaluable to Blackbeard. Should he manage to seize Horn's fruit abilities, his power would undoubtedly surge, rendering the ascent to the pinnacle of strength a mere formality. Purple demon horn, are you a wielder? Lubric boldly inquired, voicing the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Me? Horn hesitated momentarily, aware that this query pertained to one of his closely guarded secrets. However, upon observing the glimmer of curiosity in Lubric's eyes, he recognized that the matter was far from straightforward. Naturally, he would not divulge the existence of his wind and cloud system, but he needed to fabricate a suitable explanation. I am a paramecia-type gold fruit user, Horn replied with a smile. The gold fruit. Lubric was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. Indeed, Horn was a devil fruit user. Master Teach, I have acquired the information you seek. Lubric exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Hey, are we still going to fight? Horn inquired, feigning indifference. Fight? Why not? I intend to kill you and deliver your fruit abilities to that esteemed master. Lubric's eyes sparkled with fervor. That esteemed master? Horn squinted, realizing that Lubric's collaboration with the pirates to plunder the Dressrosa merchant fleet was premeditated. He had presumed Lubric to be the principal orchestrator behind the scenes, only to discover that there was someone else pulling the strings. This situation was proving to be exceedingly complex. Lava eruption fist. Lubric roared, his entire being ignited with a fierce vitality, his momentum reaching its zenith. He launched his fist like a dragon, swiftly closing the distance to Horn, the force of his strike generating a fierce gust of wind. Frigid sky strike. Horn formed his palm into a fist and retaliated, meeting Lubric's blow head-on. The surrounding space trembled, creating ripples akin to those on the surface of a disturbed pond. Horn's power transformed the ethereal into the tangible, sending Lubric retreating with each blow. Chapter 198. The Demise of Lubric. How is it that you possess both the powers of ice and thunder? Lubric was perpetually baffled by the forces embodied within the Sacred Heart technique. It is my fruit ability, Horn mused, considering that since he had already lured this fool into the pit, he might as well let him delve deeper, fostering an unwavering belief in his formidable fruit power, thereby drawing out the true orchestrator behind Lubric. Fruit ability? Lubric's gaze intensified. To wield both ice and thunder, two elemental forces of nature, indicated that this fruit's power was indeed beyond his expectations. Feral Beast Fist. Lubric, exhilarated, launched an assault against Horn, his fist striking out like a roaring beast, aimed directly at Horn's center. Imperial Thunderstorm. Horn retaliated, his fist enveloped in a crackling tempest of lightning, crashing towards Lubric with ferocity. The two immense forces collided, and the lightning surged into Lubric's arm, numbing it, rendering him momentarily devoid of sensation. At that moment, Horn's eyes widened, unleashing a fierce mental wave that sent Lubric's mind into a whirl. Seizing the opportunity, Horn delivered a punch to Lubric's chest. Crack! The sound of splintering ribs echoed ominously as Lubric coughed up blood, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. Horn, gliding through the air, instantaneously ascended above Lubric, invoking heaven-piercing ice. Countless icy spikes formed under Horn's command, descending like a hailstorm. Lubric screamed in agony as some spikes pierced through his thigh, shattering his shinbone. Yet, even in such torment, he clung to life, crashing heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his myriad wounds, rendering him a gruesome figure. Staggering to his feet, Lubric appeared to be on the brink of collapse, and even Horn felt a twinge of sympathy. Speak the name of your mastermind, and I may spare your life. Horn urged. Spare my life? To utter that esteemed one's name is inconceivable. If you wish to kill me, then come forth. A man should meet his end like Whitebeard, gloriously in battle. Prepare for my final frenzy. Madness consumed Lubric's face. Horn could only shake his head in resignation. This man had lost all reason, sacrificing his life for that so-called master. Was it truly worth it? Horn quickly noticed the unusual aura surrounding Lubric. The vital energy within him blazed like a fierce flame, his presence soaring as if an ancient demonic deity had descended upon the earth. Once again, he employed this perilous method of sacrificing his own life. These individuals are indeed more reckless than I. A look of astonishment crossed Horn's face as he realized Lubric had chosen to burn his life essence in their confrontation, a rarity amongst the mad. Purple demon horn. Prepare for battle. At the cost of my life, I shall ensure your demise. Lubric bellowed, his heavy footsteps reverberating against the ground. With each stride he took, a terrifying tremor echoed, and the once resplendent palace lay in ruins, strewn with the debris of their fierce clash. The earth was marred with spiderweb-like fissures, and the pillars that supported the palace swayed precariously, unable to bear the burden any longer. Even in sacrificing your life, you remain incapable of vanquishing me. Horn's expression remained unchanged as his body surged forward like a flash of lightning. Evil blood calamity, he shouted, and suddenly, an eerie crimson fluid began to seep from the wounds on his arm. Simultaneously, the wounds on Lubric, which had previously ceased to bleed, burst forth anew, gushing copiously. Blood flowed from him, forming a small river of crimson, and Lubric's countenance shifted dramatically. "Curse it, what do you intend to do?" Lubric exclaimed in horror, his advance halted. Every wound on his body ruptured and bled profusely. For each drop of blood that flowed from Horn, a blood arrow manifested upon Lubric. Before long, he found himself utterly weakened, as blood is the essence of life, and Lubric's body had already begun to wither. Horn approached Lubric with measured steps and inquired coolly, "So, are you still willing to fight? I will kill you." Lubric exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury as he launched a powerful punch at Horn. Yet, Horn effortlessly intercepted the blow, applying pressure to his fist until the bones shattered under his grip. Lubric let out a piercing scream, but this was merely the beginning. A surge of energy flowed from Horn's palm directly into Lubric's arm, instantly pulverizing his bone. Blood frothing from his mouth, Lubric's vitality waned, as though doused by water, leaving him utterly defeated. Heaven's heart calamity. Horn unleashed this formidable technique, his heart pounding like a war drum, while Lubric's own heart synchronized with his, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth from his chest. Suddenly, in the midst of this chaos, Lubric's communicator began to ring. Upon witnessing the visage of the individual manifested on the telephone insect, Horn's gaze took on a playful curiosity. He seized the telephone insect, leaving Lubric utterly defenseless at that moment. Horn answered the call, and a voice echoed from the other end. "Moshi Moshi, Lubric, where are you now?" "Blackbeard, it's truly a surprise to find you here, lurking behind me after your escape from Dressrosa." Horn's tone turned icy. "Purple demon Horn." Blackbeard spat the words through gritted teeth, already foreseeing Lubric's fate. However, he could not fathom how Lubric had been discovered by Horn, nor could he comprehend the swiftness of Horn's actions. "Blackbeard, prepare yourself. Our fateful confrontation shall not be long in coming," Horn declared coldly. "Ha ha ha ha. I await you, Purple demon Horn. When the time comes, I shall reclaim what I have lost from you." Blackbeard laughed maniacally. Horn scoffed and hung up the phone. "It seems your master does not hold you in high regard, Lubric," he remarked with a mocking tone. Lubric, already weakened, could no longer utter a word. The calamity of Tianxin. Horn's heart began to pound violently once more, and within moments, Lubric's heart shattered. A bloom of crimson erupted from his chest as the essence of his life swiftly faded, and his lifeless body collapsed. Horn gazed upon the palace, now drenched in blood, and shook his head as he stepped outside. It seemed he had unleashed yet another wave of violence. Such a habit was truly regrettable. Chapter 199. Smuggy. Not long after Horn's bloody rampage on Taya Island, the news spread like wildfire across the seas. The formidable figure of the underworld, Lubric, had met a gruesome fate as Horn, the purple demon, shattered his heart, a death most horrific. Horn's iron-fisted methods instilled fear among the pirates, and henceforth, none dared to plunder the merchant vessels passing through Dressrosa. Days later, Horn returned to Dressrosa. "Are the reception arrangements in order?" he inquired, seated comfortably in a chair. Addressing Robin, Robin replied that everything was ready, as the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates were soon to arrive. "Out of respect, I shall make an appearance at the port to avoid any whispers behind my back," Horn declared, rising from his seat. An hour later, Horn stood at the port, awaiting the incoming ships. A colossal vessel approached, adorned with the flag of the Beast pirates, and at the bow stood a man clad in leather. The foremost among the three calamities of the Beast pirates, Emberjin. Just then, another pirate ship emerged from the horizon, with a scarf-clad man at the helm. The leader of the Sweet Commanders from the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri. It was truly astonishing that both the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates had chosen to dispatch their mightiest forces to Dressrosa simultaneously. This was indeed a significant development. Above, a hot air balloon floated gracefully, carrying the world's most renowned news agency's president, the illustrious Morgans. He was brimming with excitement, eager to witness a clash of vice admiral caliber battles. Such an experience would be well worth the journey. As the ships of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates docked simultaneously, Katakuri disembarked, followed closely by his sister, Smuggy, another of the Sweet Commanders. Ember Jin also made his way off the ship. "Welcome, Mr. Katakuri and Mr. Jin," Horn greeted warmly. Katakuri and Ember Jin replied in unison, expressing their gratitude. The group proceeded into the royal palace of Dressrosa, enveloped in a tense silence. The Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates had long been embroiled in friction, and thus their relationship was far from amicable. Once seated, Jin broke the silence, stating, "Mr. Horn, I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. Following the demise of Don Quixote da Flamingo, chaos has ensued throughout the underground world. We, the Beast Pirates, have managed to quell this turmoil to some extent. However, we face a severe shortage of military supplies that we previously imported from Dressrosa. I would like to inquire whether you intend to continue Doflamingo's arms trade." Horn pondered for a moment. He had contemplated this matter previously. Doflamingo's underground enterprise was indeed a substantial opportunity. The reconstruction and development of Dressrosa necessitated immense financial resources, and if this venture could persist, it would greatly benefit him. Moreover, having previously dispatched numerous individuals to capture a considerable number of pirates on the high seas, employing these captives as laborers was exceedingly appropriate. With this in mind, Horn addressed Mr. Jean, stating, "I believe we can continue our collaboration. Doflamingo's munitions factory remains intact and can undoubtedly continue supplying you with arms." "In that case, I am reassured, Mr. Horn," Jean replied, handing over a document. "Here is a proposal for your review." Horn picked up the document, but upon glancing at it, he furrowed his brow, for it did not outline a collaborative plan, but rather detailed the creation of artificial devil fruits. Jean elaborated on the question of whether Horn could persist in the production of these artificial devil fruits. Horn cast a glance at Jean and shook his head. Although he possessed Caesar, the artificial devil fruit, he had no intention of expending energy on it, as the investment required was simply too great. Observing Horn's denial, Jean felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he had long anticipated this outcome. Katakuri, perplexed by the exchange between the two, finally spoke up, addressing Horn, "Mr. Horn, the Big Mom Pirates also have matters to discuss with you." "Please, go ahead, Mr. Katakuri," Horn replied. "I come bearing an invitation from Mama for the tea party scheduled in 2 months," Katakuri said, extending an invitation card. "The Big Mom tea party?" Horn mused, stroking his chin, lost in thought. "There is one more matter. The Big Mom Pirates hope to forge a union with the Wind and Cloud Pirates. My sister, one of the Sweet Commanders, Smoothie, is to wed you, Mr. Horn," Katakuri declared boldly. Horn promptly spat out his tea, his expression one of utter embarrassment. "Mr. Katakuri, surely you jest?" he exclaimed. "The Big Mom Pirates never jest," Katakuri replied, his face devoid of emotion. Horn found himself in a perplexing situation. "Mr. Katakuri," he remarked, "I already have someone special in mind. And not just one." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Katakuri and Smoothie darkened considerably. "Mr. Horn, you cannot be serious," Katakuri inquired in a grave tone. "I never jest," Horn replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the Big Mom Pirates, fully capable of rejecting a marriage proposal. "What do you mean?" Smoothie exclaimed, rising abruptly and filled with indignation. As one of the Sweet Commanders, she prided herself on her prowess and beauty, questioning if this purple sorcerer Horn was blind to her superiority. "If this is merely a political alliance, I believe the Big Mom Pirates need not seek me out. I have no interest in such a union." Horn maintained his calm demeanor. "You." Smoothie was momentarily speechless, but after a moment's contemplation, her eyes gleamed with determination. "Purple sorcerer Horn, I have heard you are a master of swordsmanship. I, Smoothie, am also among the elite swordsmen of the Big Mom Pirates. Since you have chosen to refuse my hand, allow me to witness the strength behind your refusal. Therefore, let us duel." With that, Smoothie drew her long sword, pointing it at Horn. Katakuri furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. Jean, intrigued, observed the confrontation, eager to discover just how formidable this rising star Horn truly was. "You are not my match," Horn stated, remaining seated with an air of indifference. "Arrogant! How can you claim I am not your equal without a fight?" Smoothie retorted, her fury palpable. She felt deeply insulted, had it not been for her fear of her mother's volatile temperament. She would not have traveled to Dressrosa to meet this so-called future husband. Yet here, in front of so many witnesses, this man had the audacity to reject her. As a renowned sweet commander, Horn's actions had utterly humiliated her. "Since you are so insistent, I shall acquiesce to your challenge," Horn replied languidly. Chapter 200. Swordsmanship. Horn rose to his feet, stating that if there were to be a confrontation, it should occur in the distant waters of Dressrosa. Near a small desolate isle, he expressed his desire to protect the newly restored Dressrosa from any potential destruction at their hands. Consequently, the group made their way to the unnamed island. Upon arrival, Smuggy, wielding a long sword, declared coldly, "Purple Demon Horn, you shall come to regret this. Rejecting my love is the gravest mistake of your life." Horn was rendered speechless, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. How had it escalated to such depths of affection, only to devolve into hatred within the blink of an eye? Enough of the trivialities, let us proceed. Horn unsheathed the sword of ruin, a tempest of energy swirling around him. With a single footfall, the ground shattered beneath him, and he charged towards Smuggy with an imposing ferocity. Smuggy snorted disdainfully, his form suddenly vanishing, transforming into a fleeting shadow. In an instant, the two collided. The clash of the sword of ruin against Smuggy's long sword unleashed a tempest of force, and without hesitation, Horn unleashed a flurry of strikes, each imbued with the essence of simplicity and swordsmanship. Smuggy parried desperately, yet with each block, his alarm grew. The relentless sword intent surged like an unending tide, and he found himself straining under the pressure. The sky was filled with shimmering sword shadows, effectively sealing every potential avenue of attack for Smuggy, compelling him into a purely defensive stance. Katakuri watched in astonishment. He knew his sister well, and was acutely aware that Smuggy's swordsmanship was among the finest within the ranks of the Bigmon pirates. Even in the New World, he was no less formidable than the renowned swordsman, Hakibista. Yet here, he was being dominated by Horn, unable to mount an offensive. Is this the power of the sweet commanders? Katakuri mused, realizing that aside from himself, the rest of the Bigmon pirates seemed rather lacking. You boast of the Beast Pirates as the most reckless of crews, yet Calamity Jack was left gravely wounded by the Purple Demon Horn. Spare us your mockery. Katakuri retorted sharply. Jean fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the battlefield. Fire Shadow, traverse. Horn bellowed, the Crimson Sword intent igniting fiercely as he unleashed a barrage of blazing sword energy, igniting the very air with its searing heat. Slash! Smuggy shouted, his long sword cleaving through the air, generating a magnificent wave of sword energy that stretched over 100 meters, its might seemingly capable of severing the heavens themselves. The sword energy roared forth like a rampaging tank, colliding violently with Horn's fiery sword energy. Boom! The flames fiercely repelled Smuggy's sword energy, relentlessly devouring it, as the two forces clashed like battling bulls in a coliseum. Break! Horn exclaimed, his sword intent erupting like a constellation of stars, swiftly engulfing the sword energy and transforming it into a serpentine stream that lunged fiercely at Smuggy. Giant Eyes. Smuggy invoked her fruit's power, extracting moisture from the surrounding flora, which coalesced within her form, causing her to swell to a colossal height of nearly 10 meters. She charged at Horn, her speed undiminished despite her newfound size. Flash! She unleashed a strike, the sword energy effortlessly cleaving the ground in twain, colliding with the serpentine stream of sword energy with tremendous force. Rumble! Like thunderclaps, the body erupted with a resounding force. In an instant, two tremendous powers collided and tore at each other, ultimately merging into a singularity that disintegrated into a luminous sphere. The brilliance shot forth to illuminate the heavens, while shock waves surged for miles, causing even the previously placid sea to rise in tumultuous waves. Katakuri and Jean maintained their composure. Such a magnitude of assault had yet to directly affect them. Both were acutely aware that the battle had only just begun. Horn and Smuggy retained a significant reserve of energy. The ensuing battle promised to be the most exhilarating. As the waves of energy dissipated, the figures of Horn and Smuggy re-emerged before the spectators. Both maintained their composure, their bodies free of any dust. Their mastery over power had reached an extraordinary level, rendering them impervious to such trivialities. Horn gazed at the nearly cleaved island, grateful for the prudent choice he had made. Had he engaged in battle at Dressrosa, his modest ventures would have been utterly obliterated. Sister Smuggy, your swordsmanship is commendable, yet defeating me is an impossibility, Horn remarked with a smile. I hope your swordplay is as formidable as your tongue, Smuggy retorted with a cold huff. Celestial fire raging. Horn leapt into the air, his body suspended momentarily before he struck down with his sword. A tempestuous black flame surged forth, transforming into a ferocious black tiger that roared as it charged out. The very sea seemed to evaporate in the wake of the black inferno. Impressive strength, Smuggy's expression grew slightly grave, with a powerful stomp of her long legs. The ground fractured beneath her, propelling her skyward like a missile. She then unleashed her sword, the blade's aura erupting like a divine sword drawn from its sheath, creating a gale that the surrounding air could scarcely endure, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Boom. It was akin to two celestial bodies colliding, as the atmosphere shifted dramatically, air swirling chaotically. The black tiger surged towards Smuggy's sword aura, which was swiftly consumed by the inferno, while the tiger lunged directly at Smuggy. Damn it, this is perilous. Smuggy's countenance changed as she narrowly evaded the attack. The tiger collided with the earth, incinerating hundreds of meters of land to ashes beneath its fierce blaze. Smuggy gasped, realizing that had she been struck by that black flame, she would have been reduced to nothingness. The temperature was extraordinarily high. No wonder the purple demon Horn had bested a Kainu at punk hazard. A Kainu, renowned as the mightiest among the three admirals, wielded the fearsome magma fruit. Yet he had fallen to Horn's prowess. Not to be underestimated. Smuggy mused, her emotions swirling. If Horn truly became her husband, having such a formidable partner would undoubtedly elevate her standing in her mother's eyes. Yet, alas, he had spurned her advances. Purple demon Horn, I shall demonstrate the true extent of my power. Smuggy cried out, sprinting across the ground, a whirlwind of sound following her. Flash! The sword aura soared forth, a dazzling blue radiance illuminating the realm, eclipsing all else in sight. Even the tumultuous sea appeared dim in its presence. The sword aura homed in on Horn like a precision missile. Chapter 201. The might of a sword intriguing. Your swordsmanship is quite refined, albeit inferior to that of Hawkeye. Horn assessed Smuggy's technique with a steady demeanor. He had experienced Hawkeye's formidable prowess firsthand. Such swordsmanship transcended natural laws. While Smuggy was indeed an elite swordswoman, she remained a considerable distance from Hawkeye's caliber. Horn had clashed with the legendary swordsman himself. Smuggy, ornate swordplay often becomes overly convoluted. Allow me to show you the power of simplicity, the essence of swordsmanship. With a thunderous roar, Horn unleashed a myriad of sword energies, filling the heavens with a chaotic tapestry of shimmering blades. Yet, in an astonishing turn, these seemingly disordered sword forces coalesced into a singular entity, evolving into one blade. Indeed, merely one blade, the epitome of simplicity, which, though it appeared ordinary and unremarkable, concealed an indomitable essence of sword intent. This was the ultimate technique, the return of 10,000 swords to the origin. The nameless celestial sword's supreme strike could sever all with but a single stroke. As the sword energies clashed, in the blink of an eye, the unassuming blade formed from countless sword energies effortlessly tore apart Smuggy's azure sword aura, shattering it with ease. Despite its apparent mundanity, the blade's lethal edge was unmistakable. Smuggy, now aware of the gravity of the situation, could not afford to underestimate it, having witnessed her own sword energy so easily vanquished. Determined, Smuggy swung her sword against the incoming force. This strike was one she could not withstand. Katakuri furrowed his brow. His observation hockey had been honed to foresee short-term futures. He had just employed this power and discerned that Smuggy would not be able to block the impending blow. However, he chose to remain passive, reasoning that while Smuggy might falter, she would not meet her demise at the hands of this blade. A slight setback would serve her well. As Smuggy's longsword clashed with Horn's return of 10,000 swords to the origin, she was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of power that exceeded her expectations. Her sword nearly slipped from her grasp, but she managed to maintain her hold just in time. Nevertheless, her body was uncontrollably propelled backwards. Smuggy crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a darkened expression, she rose from the earth. Horn landed steadily on the ground. So, Sister Smuggy, your swordsmanship still requires enhancement, he remarked with a teasing grin. Smuggy glared at Horn, then at herself, feeling an overwhelming surge of frustration. Despite her utmost effort in battle, she could not gain an advantage over Horn. Instead, she found herself utterly exhausted, while Horn appeared unfazed. his earlier formidable sword aura seemingly costing him little in terms of stamina. His relaxed demeanor made her wish to teach him a lesson. Are we still fighting? Horn inquired with a chuckle. You bastard. Of course we are. I will kill you. Smuggy roared, her body launching forward like a cannonball. With a swift motion, her long sword sliced through the air, reaching Horn at an astonishing speed. Block. Horn commanded, his sword of demise effortlessly intercepting her strike. Despite Smuggy's two-handed assault, her most powerful blow was unable to budge Horn even slightly. This exemplified the disparity in their strengths. The prowess of the purple demon Horn was not without justification. It was rumored that he was also adept in physical combat. How had such a monster come into existence? Jean sighed, while Katakuri could only twitch his lips, rendered speechless by the undeniable truth. Horn was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Sister Smuggy, your strength leaves much to be desired, Horn said with a mischievous smile. You bastard. Calling me sister, Smuggy exclaimed, her fury igniting once more as she drew back her sword and unleashed another strike. Her sword aura surging forth like a colossal beast charging at Horn. Horn gripped the sword of defeat tightly with both hands and delivered a powerful slash. The sword's aura was resolutely stifled outside, unable to advance even an inch. Break! Horn exclaimed with a fierce determination, his strength flowing like an inexhaustible engine, instantly shattering Smuggy's sword energy into fragments. Horn, the trampler of the air, soared with unparalleled swiftness to the skies above Smuggy, where the heavens roared with tumult. With a single stroke of his sword, as it sliced downwards, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. The winds howled and dark clouds obscured the sun, giving rise to a ferocious tempest that erupted from the depths of the sky. The entire realm became a stage for thunder and lightning, as bolts, thick as pillars, descended violently from the heavens, their arcs shimmering with a brilliance akin to the sun's fiery glare. Smuggy's countenance changed drastically, for she sensed the ominous presence of death encroaching upon her. In a desperate bid, she unleashed her sword against the descending thunder. Yet her strike was instantaneously obliterated by the might of the lightning. Swiftly, she enveloped herself in a full array of defenses, her body encased in a shroud of dark, overwhelming energy. However, to the relentless thunder, her defenses proved far from flawless. Smuggy trembled violently, the acrid scent of scorched flesh wafting through the air. With a swift stroke of the horn longsword, he could not bear to witness Sister Smuggy enduring such torment. As the thunderous power receded, Smuggy collapsed onto the ground. She gasped for breath, her body tingling from the electric shock. In truth, had Horn been a touch more ruthless, Smuggy might have succumbed to the lethal jolt. However, Horn was not yet inclined to forge such a formidable enmity with the Bigmum pirates. Despite sustaining grave injuries, Smuggy resolutely rose to her feet. Such indomitable spirit. Sister Smuggy, perhaps it would be prudent for us to cease this conflict. Your life may not withstand much more, Horn lamented. Enough of your chatter. I am not so feeble. If you have the capability, then kill me, Smuggy retorted defiantly. Helpless, Horn turned to Katakuri and said, Katakuri, your sister is exceedingly stubborn. How about this? I will unleash one final strike. If she can withstand it, I shall concede this contest. What do you say? Katakuri nodded and replied to Smoothie. I will stand by your side to protect you. Then let us begin, Horn declared as he raised the sword of destruction, its blade gathering an intense flow of energy above his head. The aura surrounding Horn surged, his vitality blazing like the sun, causing both Katakuri and Smoothie to wear grave expressions. Mamuri, Horn swung down the sword, its might imbued with the power to cleave the heavens and shatter islands. As the blade descended, Smoothie's face drained of color. She realized there was no way she could withstand this strike. But in an instant, a figure dashed forward, positioning itself in front of Smoothie, crossing its arms. With the armament haki enveloping its limbs, it braced itself to absorb the blow. Brother Katakuri, Smoothie cried out in alarm. Katakuri's expression turned solemn. He had just glimpsed the future through his observation haki and witnessed Smoothie's death. If he did not intervene, she would perish beneath this strike. Chapter 202. Entangled to death, the sword's energy collided fiercely with Katakuri's arm, and in that fleeting moment, his countenance shifted dramatically. The force of the strike exceeded his expectations, and he sensed a peril that his armament haki might shatter. Katakuri roared, his entire being surging with power, functioning like a perpetual motion machine, channeling an unending stream of strength into his arm. Yet, despite this, he felt as though he might falter. Smoothie, retreat now. Katakuri gritted his teeth, nearing his breaking point. Without hesitation, Smoothie withdrew, and upon seeing her escape, Katakuri finally breathed a sigh of relief. He swiftly evaded, as Horn's overwhelming slash met nothing but a mass of sticky rice. The sword's energy cleaved the shattered island in twain, sending waves soaring into the sky, while the once tranquil sea roiled with monstrous tides. Panting heavily, Katakuri's eyes glimmered with trepidation. They had narrowly escaped being bisected by that strike. Smoothie, in a daze, gazed at the island that had been utterly split apart. This force was unfathomably potent. She had foolishly considered challenging this man, only to realize that from the very beginning, he had never regarded her as a threat. Her so-called strength was utterly laughable in his presence. My apologies, I failed to restrain my power with that last move, Horn said, scratching his head as he addressed Katakuri. Katakuri's expression darkened, a surge of fury rising within him. This scoundrel remained so nonchalant despite almost costing him his life. In the eyes of Jinx, astonishment was evident. As a master of martial arts, he had gleaned insight into Horn's formidable strength. He realized that had he faced that attack, he might not have been able to withstand it either. Mr. Katakuri, may I now refuse the engagement with Smoothie? With a smile, Horn remarked. Katakuri cast a profound glance at her, his eyes briefly surveying Smoker, who remained in a state of stupor. Purple Demon Horn, it seems we, the big MOM pirates, have underestimated you. However, Smoker's strength pales in comparison to mine. I am quite eager to discern the true extent of your abilities, Katakuri stated in a low voice. Horn's lips twitched slightly. His encounter with Smuggy had not exhausted him significantly. However, was this truly an instance of battling the sister only to face the brother next? When would this end? Meanwhile, Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing the clash between Horn and Smuggy, it was evident that Smuggy's abilities could hardly gauge Horn's true strength. In contrast, Katakuri was an entirely different matter, as the foremost among the three sweet commanders. Even if he could not vanquish Horn, he would surely be able to discern his genuine prowess. Helpless, Horn gazed at the fierce battle, intent blazing in Katakuri's eyes, and could only nod. He too was eager to witness the true might of the foremost of the three sweet commanders. Let the duel commence. Katakuri stood 100 meters away from Horn. Purple Demon Horn, I have heard of your unparalleled conqueror's haki. I possess the same power, so let me see just how formidable your royal lineage truly is, Katakuri proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. Upon finishing his words, his eyes widened, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth, akin to a volcano in full eruption, sending shockwaves that spanned miles. The conqueror's haki crashed against Horn's form, rendering him akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, at the mercy of the towering waves. Yet, Horn remained unperturbed. Despite the onslaught of energy surging towards him, his body remained steadfast and unmoving, impervious to the tumultuous force. Katakuri uttered, his aura intensifying, like a tsunami surging forth, relentlessly assaulting Horn. Smoogie watched intently, eager to see if this man, who had once placed her at the brink of death with a single strike, could withstand her brother's conqueror's haki, far inferior to Red Aird's. This level of haki is simply inadequate, Horn mused, shaking his head. Katakuri, now it is my turn, Horn declared, his voice low yet unmistakably reaching Katakuri's ears. Katakuri's gaze faltered momentarily. As Horn's words fell, an explosive force emanated from him, akin to a tempest, sweeping across the battlefield. Katakuri's conqueror's haki dissipated like spring snow melting into thin air, and under Horn's immense pressure, Katakuri's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Unbelievable. His power surpasses even Mother's conqueror's haki. Katakuri thought in disbelief, recognizing that his own haki felt like that of a child grappling with an adult, entirely outmatched. Both Smoogie and Jean shared in the shock. The potency of Horn's haki was nearly suffocating. This man is incredibly powerful, Smoogie murmured to herself. Surely, even Kaido's haki pales in comparison, Jean exclaimed in astonishment. As Horn relinquished his haki, Katakuri felt a profound sense of relief, exhaling deeply. His gaze turned steely. Although his haki paled in comparison to Horn's, he had successfully awakened the full potential of his machi-machi fruit. This peculiar paramecia-type fruit, boasting traits akin to that of a Logia type, rendered him exceedingly formidable. Machi! Katakuri bellowed, his legs swiftly transforming into machi, which then multiplied into countless strands, enveloped in armament haki, as they surged toward Horn with great velocity. Horn's expression remained unchanged as the sword of defeat was unleashed in a single, decisive stroke. The sword's aura surged towards the heavens, resembling the Milky Way cascading down from the celestial realms, colliding with Katakuri's glutinous rice form. Without a hint of uncertainty, it shattered instantly, the sword's energy slicing directly towards Katakuri. Glutinous rice thrust. Katakuri's arm transformed into a clump of sticky rice, which then spun violently as it pierced towards the oncoming sword energy. Upon impact, a sharp sound echoed as the glutinous mass cleaved through the sword's force, propelling Katakuri's body at an astonishing speed right before Horn. Horn remained unfazed as the glutinous spike struck him, yet a golden aura emanated from his body. Katakuri's sticky projectiles, akin to a power drill, relentlessly assaulted Horn's form, but they could not penetrate his defenses, not even by an inch. What is this? Katakuri pondered in astonishment, quickly regaining his composure as his body transformed into a mass of glutinous rice, enveloping Horn entirely. Are you attempting to ensnare me? Horn remarked with a mocking grin, eliciting a frown from Katakuri. This golden radiance must signify a fundamental alteration in his physique. This purple demon Horn is indeed formidable, he mused to himself. Katakuri, as two grown men, is it fitting for us to entangle like this? I suggest you release me. Horn chuckled, and then unleashed an overwhelming surge of haki, shattering Katakuri's glutinous encasement and propelling himself into the air. Chapter 203, The Mochi Mochi Fruit. With a swift motion, Horn hovered midair and unleashed the Sword of Desolation, its blade cutting through the air like a crescent moon descending. Without hesitation, Katakuri retaliated, launching a powerful strike against the sword's energy. Boom! The impact rippled through the atmosphere, creating shockwaves and splintering the air. In this initial clash, neither side gained the upper hand. Katakuri deftly maneuvered through the air, instantly appearing before Horn. Rice cake. His arm elongated as he unleashed a flurry of strikes at Horn, utilizing his expertise in close combat, where his mastery of martial arts afforded him a distinct advantage. Horn hastily raised his sword to block, yet his speed could not match that of Katakuri, who quickly landed several hits, leaving Horn with swelling and bruises. Having long heard of Katakuri's prowess in martial arts, Horn was surprised by his formidable strength. His reputation was indeed well-deserved. Engaging him with a weapon puts me at a disadvantage. Perhaps it would be wiser to forego the sword and settle this with my fists, Horn contemplated. At that moment, Katakuri launched another punch. Horn hastily sheathed his sword, his fists enveloped in a purple aura. He retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Katakuri. Daring to confront me with bare hands, Purple Demon Horn? Such audacity, Katakuri thought, momentarily taken aback as their fists collided. A tremendous sound erupted, akin to a meteorite crashing, echoing like thunder. Katakuri felt the overwhelming and domineering force emanating from Horn, causing his expression to shift in surprise. Catastrophic calamity. Horn's eyes widened, unleashing a fierce momentum that swept toward Katakuri, who felt as if a mountain was pressing down upon him, making each breath a struggle. Heavenly Heart Calamity. Horn unleashed his second attack, his heart pounding like a war drum, reverberating within his chest. Katakuri sensed his own heart responding uncontrollably to Horn's rhythm, as though it might leap from his body at any moment. The color drained from Katakuri's face as he hastily withdrew his punch and retreated 100 meters, only then able to calm his racing heart. What terrifying power is this? It can induce a sympathetic resonance in my heart, making it feel as though it might burst. Katakuri murmured, his gaze shifting back to Horn. Suddenly, Katakuri darted forward, closing the distance to Horn in an instant, launching a barrage of strikes reminiscent of Luffy's rubbery punches. Grilled rice cake. Flames erupted from his fists as he aimed a fiery blow at Horn. Ice Absolute. A chilling aura enveloped Horn's fist as he leaped forward to meet Katakuri's attack. The clash of ice and fire ensued. However, the ice prevailed, enveloping the flames in a mesmerizing spectacle of fire burning within ice. Horn's assault did not waver. He followed with another punch that struck Katakuri squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Katakuri's chest caved in from the impact, and Horn swiftly retracted his fist, executing a seamless kick that landed in Katakuri's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Katakuri skidded across the ground for hundreds of meters before coming to a halt. Damn it, he thought, feeling sharp pain radiating from his chest, as if his very organs had been injured by Horn's strike. Bird rice cake. Katakuri extended a long, whip-like appendage, ensnaring Horn's body securely, then unleashed another whip that struck Horn, leaving a crimson mark. With a frigid glare, Horn bellowed, "Get away from me." His blood surged like a roaring flame, radiating a golden luminescence as the devastating form of the demon of destruction was unleashed, causing Katakuri's Machi whip to be effortlessly freed. Fire Thunder Force, Horn shouted, launching a fist forward, releasing a torrent of energy imbued with flames and thunder, hurtling towards Katakuri. Undeterred, Katakuri conjured countless elongated Machi forms with his hands, akin to Luffy's jet pistol, and fiercely countered Horn's fiery thunderous force. The chaotic barrage of Machi fists clashed with the energy, ultimately dispersing it while Horn ascended above Katakuri's form. Sky Piercer. Countless icy swords materialized in the air, and with a sweeping motion, Horn commanded hundreds of these icy blades to cascade upon Katakuri like a torrential downpour. Katakuri's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly transitioned into a state reminiscent of elemental transformation. The icy blades shattered the Machi into fragments, and Katakuri's body was repeatedly obliterated and reborn. Horn, undeterred, unleashed another punch, Emperor's Thunder. In an instant, thunder coalesced in the void, descending like colossal pillars upon Katakuri, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Alarmed, Katakuri realized there was no time to evade. He could only brace himself to withstand the blow. Boom! The thunder struck Katakuri with ferocity, and in that moment, a scent of charred flesh, seared by the lightning, wafted through the air, intoxicatingly fragrant. How delicious that smells! I suddenly have a craving for roasted Machi, Horn remarked with excitement. Katakuri's expression darkened. This fiend was contemplating food amidst battle. He charged furiously towards Horn, the ground trembling beneath him as he left a series of imprints. Arriving before Horn, he declared, "Slice." Machi slash. His arm transformed into a spiked club shape, swinging down towards Horn with a fierce gust of wind. Horn showed no fear as he charged towards Katakuri's spiked club. A deafening roar erupted, with violent shockwaves swirling around the two. Yet, even with all his might, Katakuri's strike failed to gain any significant advantage against Horn. Horn's joints crackled with power as he unleashed an overwhelming force, concentrating it into his right hand for a fierce eruption. Katakuri's spiked club was instantaneously shattered, and Horn's fist collided with Katakuri's abdomen. Wow! Katakuri was struck so hard that he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward. Horn moved with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving beside Katakuri after a few displacements. All swords returned to their origin. Horn's fingers transformed into blades, conjuring countless sword shadows that fiercely assaulted Katakuri. His swordsmanship had ascended to new heights. Achieving victories without the need for a physical sword, the sword aura was as potent as when wielding an actual blade. Full body armor. Katakuri urgently completed his defensive preparations. Yet, the onslaught of sword energy breached his defenses in mere moments, striking his body with formidable force. The masterpiece hailed by Big Mom as the most perfect creation now appeared somewhat disheveled. His flawless form was marred with wounds, blood seeping from the gashes. "Brother Katakuri!" Smoker cried out, rushing towards him, but Katakuri bellowed, "Stay back," prompting Smoker to halt. Purple Demon Horn. The battle has only just begun. Chapter 204, Fury. Katakuri. "You exude a delightful fragrance," Horn remarked, his expression one of ecstasy. "Rice cakes are indeed a delectable treat. Let us engage in battle." "There is no need for further chatter," Katakuri replied coldly. Horn wore an expression of helplessness as he stepped forth, shattering the void beneath his feet. A tempest of energy surged around him, propelling his body forward like a divine sword unleashed, arriving instantaneously before Katakuri. Rising Dragon Fist. Horn bellowed, unleashing a mighty punch towards Katakuri. The air exploded with a cacophony of sound as his fist, resembling a ferocious dragon, hurtled toward Katakuri. Sticky Rice Thrust. Katakuri transformed his fist into a glutinous rice ball, spinning at an electrifying pace as it collided with Horn's punch. The clash reverberated with a thunderous roar. "Boom!" Horn shouted, sensing the precariousness of Katakuri's stance. However, it was too late. A violent explosion ensued, engulfing Katakuri in flames. "Damn it!" Katakuri emerged from the inferno, his previously calm demeanor replaced by a fierce expression. Having suffered numerous defeats at Horn's hands and feeling the weight of humiliation, this proud scion was no longer composed. "Grilled rice cake," he roared, launching a fist enveloped in searing flames towards Horn. Mount Lushan, Rising Dragon Dominance. Horn retaliated with a punch of his own, unleashing a colossal purple dragon that roared with earth-shattering ferocity. The purple dragon collided with Katakuri's fiery fist, effortlessly shattering the attack and striking Katakuri squarely in the chest. Katakuri coughed up a spray of crimson blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, and was sent flying, sliding to a halt after 1,000 meters. Coughing violently, he staggered to his feet. Before anyone could process the spectacle, Katakuri charged forward once more. Big Mom's most flawless creation embodies not only combat prowess, but also an indomitable will. The strongest of the sweet commanders truly lives up to the reputation. Jean couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That goes without saying. Brother Katakuri is the mightiest man of the Charlotte family, Smoker retorted with a scoff. Yet alas, against the purple demon horn, he falls slightly short. Jean shook his head, voicing his thoughts. Are you suggesting that Brother Katakuri cannot prevail against the purple demon horn? Smoker replied coldly. Just observe for yourself. Katakuri's stamina is severely depleted compared to Horn's. Jean countered. But combat is not solely about endurance. Smoker insisted, unwilling to concede. Then consider the purple demon horn. Does he appear at all flustered by Katakuri's wrath? In terms of stamina, he has expended far less than Katakuri. In terms of will, every pirate has emerged from countless battles, and he has faced the world's top-tier warriors multiple times, undoubtedly matching or even surpassing Katakuri. In this context, it appears that Katakuri's chances of victory are indeed quite slim, as Jean remarked. Although Smuggy was reluctant to accept this, he had to concede that Jin's observation held merit. Katakuri and Horn once again clashed, and the onlookers could see fleeting afterimages as the sounds of their fists colliding echoed repeatedly. Katakuri and Horn exchanged countless blows in the blink of an eye. Boom. Katakuri evaded one of Horn's punches, but Horn's fist struck the ground with such force that it exploded, scattering debris into the depths of the sea. The evil blood calamity. Horn carved a wound upon his arm, blood seeping from it, and as Horn's blood flowed forth, Katakuri's own wounds seemed to uncontrollably ooze, quickly resulting in a deluge of blood pouring from his body, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. This blood, uncontrolled. Why do I sense the power within me rapidly diminishing? Katakuri's countenance shifted dramatically. The power of the evil blood calamity was too bizarre, leaving him momentarily bewildered about how to proceed. To slay the purple demon. If he could just eliminate him, all problems would be resolved. In a moment of desperation, Katakuri devised this plan, dragging his blood-soaked, utterly fatigued body toward Horn to launch an assault. Sticky rice thrust. Katakuri unleashed a frenzied attack against Horn. Mountain-piercing cloud. With a sweeping motion, Horn conjured countless ice swords from the void, sending them cascading down upon Katakuri like a torrential downpour. Get away from me. Katakuri executed a flailing attack reminiscent of Luffy's rubbery assaults against the descending ice swords. A series of explosive sounds erupted as ice shards flew through the air. And at that moment, Horn swiftly appeared beside Katakuri. Annihilation Demon Fist. The purple demonic energy surged, coalescing upon Horn's fist as he struck down toward Katakuri. Sticky Bomb Fist. Katakuri countered Horn's punch after breaking through the ice. Boom. Like thunder clapping, purple and white energies divided the world, and a tempest of violent air surged around the two combatants. The ground beneath Katakuri's feet could no longer bear the strain, slowly sinking as if the tectonic plates were fracturing, breaking into scattered fragments. With a thunderous roar, Horn unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, forcing Katakuri to shrink beneath its might. His fist shattered Katakuri's defenses, delivering a devastating blow that pierced through his body. In an instant, Katakuri spat out a crimson stream of blood, his spine nearly reduced to fragments. Clutching his agonizing wound, Katakuri withdrew without hesitation. Bent over, he gasped for breath, his face a canvas of red, a mingling of blood and sweat indistinguishable from one another. A low groan escaped Katakuri's lips as waves of pain relentlessly assaulted his mind. Katakuri, brother, Smudgy exclaimed with concern, having never before witnessed him in such a dire state. Smudgy, I am fine. Purple Demon Horn. You have yet to witness the true power of the Machi Machi fruit. Soon, I shall reveal to you the formidable strength that comes with its awakening, Katakuri growled defiantly. Horn was enveloped in a swirling haze of purple magical energy, and upon hearing Katakuri's words, a hint of gravity appeared in his eyes. He understood that the ensuing battle would reveal Katakuri's true strength, one that he would unleash with all his might. Let it commence, Katakuri. As a special paramecia user, I am eager to see what makes you so unique. Chapter 205. Intelligence with a Piercing Gaze. Katakuri's eyes resembled arrows aimed directly at Horn. Flowing glutinous rice balls. Katakuri called out, unleashing countless glutinous rice balls that rapidly filled the surrounding area for miles. Soon, the ground was covered with these moving rice balls, prompting Horn to leap into the air, evading Katakuri's assault. The special paramecia abilities were indeed not far removed from those of the Logia type. They could not only elementalize, but also transform the entire battlefield into their domain, akin to the Three Admirals. Such power was undeniably formidable, Horn mused. Katakuri's abilities were truly extraordinary. Raining glutinous rice. Numerous elongated glutinous rice formations surged from Katakuri's body, launching a fierce onslaught toward Horn, who floated in midair. Emperor's Thunder. Horn, undeterred by Katakuri, summoned a bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar to strike down upon him. The glutinous rice formations bombarded Horn like a machine gun, causing a tumult within his abdomen. In response, he transformed into a streak of light, instantaneously appearing behind Katakuri. Explosive Fist. Flames blazed from Horn's fist as he delivered a powerful blow to Katakuri. However, the anticipated scene of Katakuri being severely injured did not unfold. For Katakuri's entire form had morphed into flowing glutinous rice, leaving Horn with only a hole in his rice body. Katakuri turned to face Horn, his gaze as frigid as ice. Mirror Cake. With a swift motion of his hands, the glutinous rice began to flow, coalescing into a mound of rice cake. Pressing down upon Horn with tremendous weight, Horn was caught off guard, being thoroughly pinned down by the rice cake, which was not only as massive as a small mountain, but also weighed heavily upon him. Horn's form was engulfed by the rice cake. Katakuri's lips curled upwards. Convinced that under the force of his strike, Horn could not possibly survive, the density of the rice cake was sufficient to suffocate him within. If he were to perish in such a manner, then the protagonist would scarcely deserve the title of protagonist. Suddenly, Horn's voice erupted in astonishment, causing Katakuri's expression to shift to one of uncertainty. Boom! A surge of violet energy burst forth, shattering the rice cake as Horn's body emerged triumphantly from its confines. Although Katakuri's rice cake had initially restrained him, the protective aura of demonic energy enveloped Horn, safeguarding him and allowing him to emerge unscathed. How could this be? Katakuri's eyes widened in disbelief. Horn's hands were enveloped in frigid air and thunderous energy. Katakuri, let's test your mettle, he bellowed. Ice Thunder Strike. As he shouted, his aura surged, elevating his power to unprecedented heights. With both fists raised, he unleashed his formidable might upon Katakuri. In an instant, an ice dragon and a thunder dragon materialized, roaring with a ferocity that seemed capable of tearing the very heavens apart. Monster Strength Machi. Katakuri's expression turned grave as he sensed the looming threat of death from this onslaught. His fists, swathed in glutinous rice, grew exponentially in size, encased in a dark, armament-infused haki, and he launched them forcefully toward the two colossal dragons. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the sky, reminiscent of the earth shattering. The dragons clashed violently with Katakuri's fists, and under the relentless assault of his overwhelming strength, the two dragons were utterly obliterated. A smile crept onto Katakuri's face. For no matter how formidable the opponent, they were still rendered powerless in the face of absolute strength. A cold smirk appeared on Horn's face. If you believe this is the conclusion, then you are rather naive. Horn's cold words echoed through the air, as countless chills and thunder coalesced into form, transforming into spears that relentlessly descended upon Katakuri. The smile that once adorned Katakuri's face abruptly froze, as he found himself unable to complete the hardening of his armament. A multitude of lightning-infused ice spears pierced his body, and Katakuri was left to endure the agonizing sensation of arrows piercing his heart. His form convulsed uncontrollably. With not a single part of him unscathed, Katakuri plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the earth. Brother Katakuri. Smoker rushed over immediately. By the time she reached Katakuri's side, he was already on the brink of death. Horn approached Katakuri. Given his current state, what more do you desire? Smoker exclaimed in anger. Horn remained silent, a swirling mass of dark energy emanating from him, enveloping Katakuri's body, staunching the flow of blood, and gradually mending his wounds. Setting aside any biases, Katakuri, you truly embody the essence of a man, remarked Horn. Haha, the esteemed purple devil Horn. How delightful it would be if you truly were my brother-in-law, Katakuri replied, forcing a smile through the pain. Smoker shot him a fierce glare. Return to Cake Island and recuperate properly. I have accepted the invitation to the tea party and shall certainly attend, Horn declared. Katakuri nodded in agreement. Horn approached Jin's side. My lord Jin, is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Horn remarked nonchalantly. Kleister is, after all, a member of our beast's pirates. I hope you can return her to us, Jin replied. Kleister has always belonged to the Wind and Cloud Pirates. She did in the past, she does now, and she will in the future. My lord Jin, if Kaido has any intentions, let him come to me directly, Horn stated. Jin's words were suddenly lodged in his throat. Unable to escape, Katakuri was nearly on the verge of defeat against this man. Although he held confidence in his own abilities, he could not be certain of victory against him. Jin departed with his beast's pirates crew. They were indeed domineering and ferocious. Yet this did not imply a lack of intelligence. On the contrary, they possessed a keen awareness of the unfolding circumstances. Horn returned to the palace of Dressrosa. As he reveled in the soothing massage from Hancock's soft and delicate hands, he let out a contented sigh. His recent battle with Katakuri had left him with numerous injuries. At that moment, Robin, clad in a bathrobe and wearing an expressionless demeanor, entered the room. Robin, is there something you wish to discuss? Horn inquired with a smile. Moria has returned from patrolling the outer seas, and his subordinates have also arrived, Robin replied. Oh, that is splendid news. There is another matter of great significance. What is it? The Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates are engaged in fierce combat on Mars Island. Currently, the situation for the Whitebeard pirates is dire, as the Blackbeard pirates are on the verge of defeating them, Robin stated gravely. I see. Ace was my dear friend, therefore, I shall make my way there. Blackbeard is truly a restless soul. Chapter 206. Zifa and Whitebeard to Lord Horn. Do you require my company on this journey? Hancock gazed at Horn with her autumn-like, large eyes. It is unnecessary. Allow me to go alone this time, Horn replied with a smile. Hancock felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, but chose to remain silent. Prepare a ship for me at once. I must set sail for Mars Island immediately. Blackbeard, having bested you once, I shall ensure you remain beneath my heel, unable to rise again. Horn's gaze turned icy. Horn, the reason for the clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates is said to be the news regarding the Tremor fruit. Robin exclaimed. The Tremor fruit? Horn narrowed his eyes. He had personally entrusted the fruit to Marco and was astonished to learn it had been exposed. I cannot allow Blackbeard to acquire Whitebeard's legacy. After meeting with Horn and Mariah, they proceeded to Mars Island. Horn sat alone on the ship, activating the system. When will I be able to unlock the exchange for the king-level martial arts? My impatience grows ever stronger, he mused uneasily. The Wutian Absolute Sword and the Divine Seizing of the Seven Skies. These are the two I have chosen. The Wutian Absolute Sword is a sword technique, while the Divine Seizing of the Seven Skies is a rare gun technique. However, Horn decided to wield this latter technique using a sword. Blackbeard, with the newfound martial arts in my possession, how formidable will I become? Even I am uncertain. This time, I shall surely deliver a grand surprise. A smile graced Horn's face. The vessel upon which Horn embarked was a swift ship meticulously selected by Robin. With it, Horn swiftly arrived at the waters surrounding Mars Island. At the southwestern corner of the island, he made landfall, masking his presence as he hastened toward the source of the battle sounds. In the distance, an elderly man with violet hair was engaged in combat, with a rotund figure boasting a crescent moon-like mustache. After a brief exchange, the elder and the portly opponent separated, the former panting heavily. Master, are you all right? A young man and woman approached the elder's side. I have grown old, truly old. Fighting such a foe leaves me feeling utterly drained, the elder sighed. My mother has commanded me to kill you, old man. You shall die, the rotund figure bellowed, charging at the elder once more. The expressions of the two companions shifted dramatically as they positioned themselves in front of the elder. Master, you must flee. We shall hold him off, the young man declared loudly. The elder shook his head, pondering, is it fate or destiny? I, who am renowned for my vow against killing, am I to meet my end at the hands of a despicable pirate? No, allow me to face this final battle alone. In an instant, the portly man's long scythe was poised before the elder. Just then, a long sword appeared suddenly, resolutely blocking the scythe. A crisp clang resonated through the air as the elder turned to behold the newcomer. Upon recognizing the identity of the arrival, his eyes widened in disbelief. The purple demon Horn. How could it be you? The elder exclaimed incredulously. Former Admiral Zephyr, it is a pleasure to see you. Horn replied with a subtle smile. Indeed. The elder was none other than Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy, famed for his vow against killing. And the portly figure was Edward Weevil, known as Whitebeard II, who had severed one of Zephyr's arms. Who dares to obstruct me? Whitebeard II seethed, fury etched across his face. A fool dares to bluster here. Horn retorted disdainfully. Son, retreat, bellowed Whitebeard II's mother, Backen. Instantly, Whitebeard II complied. Purple Demon Horn, I am the woman who was beloved by Whitebeard in his lifetime. My son is entitled to inherit Whitebeard's legacy, which naturally includes his devil fruit powers. You would do well to keep your nose out of matters that do not concern you. Backen declared coldly. Whitebeard was a man I respected. Spare me your nonsense. A woman like you could never have captured his heart. The powers of Whitebeard's fruit belong solely to his son, to the Whitebeard pirates. It appears I must contend not only with Blackbeard today, but also with you, the so-called Whitebeard II. Horn replied icily. What is a bounty of 5 billion mean? Purple Demon Horn, today you shall meet your demise. Backen cried. My dear son, kill him. He dares to insult your beloved mother. Backen exclaimed to Whitebeard II. Damn you for daring to bully my mother. I shall end your life. Whitebeard II charged towards Hoenn. I cannot fathom how you have survived in this world teeming with powerful foes. Today, you and your deceitful mother shall be buried here, Hoenn declared, brandishing the sword of doom. In a moment of exasperation, Hoenn's body erupted forward, wielding the sword of doom to deliver a fierce strike, its blade radiating an extraordinary sharpness that cleaved through the air. I will slay you. Whitebeard II swung his naginata, colliding fiercely with the sword's energy. Boom. The air crackled with the force of their clash, sending shockwaves that fractured the ground beneath them. The first form of the divine snatch, possessing such formidable power, confirmed the wisdom in choosing this martial art. Second form, spiritual rain of the empty mountain. Hoenn unleashed a flurry of strikes, akin to a torrential downpour, each thrust executed with astonishing speed. Though Whitebeard II was not particularly astute, his innate talent for combat was evident. He swiftly responded to Hoenn's onslaught. Despite his massive physique, he wielded the naginata with remarkable agility, creating an impenetrable curtain of blades that thwarted Hoenn's attacks. This is truly exhilarating. Your natural combat prowess explains how you can sever the arms of generals. Hoenn remarked in awe. I will kill you. Whitebeard II bellowed, swinging his naginata with such force that it stirred a howling tempest, closing the distance to Hoenn in an instant. Clang! The sword of doom met the naginata with a resounding clash, the ensuing violent gusts erupting around them. Horn's strength flowed ceaselessly like a perpetual motion machine. However, he soon realized that in comparison to Whitebeard II, he could gain not a shred of advantage. World Destroyer form, Horn bellowed, and a golden radiance enveloped him, rendering him akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. With the enhancement of the World Destroyer form, Horn's power surged exponentially. In an instant, this ferocious force erupted like a volcanic explosion, sending Whitebeard II hurtling away. Come forth, Whitebeard II, unleash your full might. This meager power is utterly insufficient. Chapter 207. Battle with Whitebeard II. Horn and Whitebeard II clashed fiercely, their blades creating a dazzling display of sword energy that illuminated the sky, while the earth beneath them was marked by deep fissures carved by the sheer force of their duel. Zephyr, who do you believe has the greater chance of victory? The Purple Demon Horn or Whitebeard II? Inquired Ian, Zephyr's beautiful student. It's difficult to say, Zephyr replied, shaking his head. There are too many elements about the Purple Demon Horn that elude my understanding. His swordsmanship is extraordinarily refined, and I dare say even my hawk would have to concede that Horn's technique evolves with each passing moment. He prioritizes skill. In contrast, Whitebeard II relies heavily on brute strength, which is indeed formidable. At this juncture, Zephyr paused, his gaze inadvertently drifting to his mechanical arm, a remnant of the encounter with Whitebeard II, where it had been severed. Still echoing with phantom pain. In my estimation, the Purple Demon Horn likely holds a slight advantage, Zephyr pondered. Dominate the world, Horn bellowed, unleashing a strike towards Whitebeard with his sword. The essence of defeat contained within the blade surged forth, merging with the sword energy to amplify its might beyond previous bounds. Whitebeard responded with a guttural roar. His corpulent form housed an inexhaustible reservoir of power. With a thunderous cry, he clashed his naginata against the sword of demise. With the enhancement of the world-destroying demon body, Horn resolutely blocked the blade of Whitebeard II. This individual, though lacking in intellect, possessed remarkable strength. Had it not been for the fact that my world-destroying demon body had already undergone its transformation, I would have undoubtedly found myself outmatched in sheer power. Horn was astounded. It was the first time he had encountered someone with strength surpassing his own. Horn withdrew his sword, executing a graceful somersault in midair, and then descended with another strike. An unparalleled blow. The brilliance of the sword's aura shimmered resplendently, seemingly leaving nothing but its radiant light in the heavens and the earth. The ethereal shadow of the sword, extending several dozen meters, descended with ferocity, prompting Whitebeard II to swiftly raise his naginata to defend. It was only at this moment that Whitebeard II realized Horn's power far exceeded his imagination. His stout calves buckled under the strain, and his body trembled violently. As time wore on, he struggled increasingly to maintain his stance, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops. "Son, hold strong, eliminate him," Bakken shouted from behind. Upon hearing Bakken's voice, Whitebeard felt a surge of strength, an overwhelming force coursing through him. With a determined thrust, he managed to shatter Horn's sword aura, causing it to dissipate and scatter into the earth. Horn, the loquacious woman, cast a cold glare. This Bakken was truly insufferable, daring to speak at such a critical moment. In light of this, he deemed it necessary to eliminate you. In a series of swift movements, Horn found himself before Bakken. "Die, old woman." The sword of doom swung down mercilessly towards Bakken. "No, do not kill me." Terror filled Bakken's eyes. "Mother, I have come to save you." Immediately, Whitebeard II stood protectively in front of Bakken. Boom. The sword of doom, imbued with an immense aura, collided with Whitebeard II's naginata. The force sent Whitebeard II hurtling backward, crashing into Bakken and propelling him away. Dazed and disoriented, Bakken coughed up blood. "Son, kill him. You must kill him," Bakken exclaimed with resentment. "But mother, he is too powerful," Whitebeard II replied, feeling aggrieved. "Fool, no matter how strong he is still merely human. Charge at him, or we shall have nothing to eat tonight," Bakken retorted angrily. "Yes, mother," Whitebeard II roared as he charged towards Horn. Moonlit starfall. Horn stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming momentum that propelled him to Whitebeard II in an instant. The sword of doom descended. The very fabric of space tore apart, creating rifts in the void. As an indescribable force erupted forth, Whitebeard II struck back at Horn with his blade, but it met the sword of doom in a violent clash. Boom. Whitebeard II's arm trembled violently as Horn's power surged like a tsunami, eliciting a piercing scream from him. The bones in his arm shattered under the force of Horn's might. Unable to grip his naginata, it fell to the ground, his arms hanging weakly by his sides. "Your time of death has arrived," Horn's voice rang coldly. The sword of doom flashed with a brilliant gleam before it swung down. "Do not kill me. Mother, save me." In the face of imminent death, Whitebeard II finally grasped the terror of mortality and cried out in fear. Without hesitation, Bakken turned to flee. She needed Whitebeard II to buy her time to escape. He was merely a tool for her to attain fame and fortune. Although she valued him, her own life was of far greater significance. The sword of doom descended upon Whitebeard II, cleanly severing his body in two. Blood gushed forth, and the sword of doom, now stained with crimson, appeared even more sinister. In but a few strides, Horn stood before Bakken. The specter of Bakken was seized by terror, as if his very soul had fled his body. "Spare me, O purple demon Horn. I shall offer you all my riches." Horn advanced step by step. "You are a friend of Whitebeard, aren't you? I was the woman he cherished most in life. You cannot kill me. Even when death is looming, you still speak lies. You are truly repugnant." With a single stroke of his sword, Horn struck down Bakken, whose face retained a look of terror even in death. Horn wiped the blood from the blade of the sword of doom and approached Zephyr. "General Zephyr, a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Horn stated with a smile. Zephyr's expression was complex. Having devoted his life to battling pirates and championing the Navy's justice, he found it profoundly ironic to be saved by one of them. He remained stoic and silent, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. "That purple demon, Horn, are you here in search of Blackbeard?" I inquired. "Indeed," Horn nodded. "It is well known that he is Blackbeard's arch-nemesis, and thus he did not conceal this fact. Whitebeard II is, in truth, an ally summoned by Blackbeard. The Blackbeard pirates are currently engaged in fierce combat with the Whitebeard pirates at the heart of the island," I explained. "The heart of the island, you say?" Horn narrowed his eyes. "How did you encounter Whitebeard II?" "It was unfortunate for us. We encountered Whitebeard II while at sea." And then Teacher Zephyr immediately clashed with him in a fierce battle. Take care, everyone. Although we stand on opposing sides, I hold great admiration for Mr. Zephyr's ideals of justice, Horn said sincerely. Zephyr remained expressionless. Horn departed promptly. Teacher, what is your perspective on this pirate? I inquired. He possesses the aura of a formidable hero. It is only a matter of time before he reigns over the seas. I have a profound intuition that he will emerge as a formidable adversary to the world government, Zifa pondered. Is that so? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ein's eyes. Chapter 208. A sword strike in the central region of Mars Island. The Whitebeard pirates were embroiled in a fierce battle with the Blackbeard pirates. Following their confrontation at Marineford, the Whitebeard pirates had sustained significant injuries, particularly after the loss of their spiritual leader, Whitebeard, which had further exacerbated their decline. Currently, the leadership of the Whitebeard pirates rested upon the shoulders of 1st Division Captain Marco and 2nd Division Captain Portgas Diaz. With Whitebeard's demise, the once mighty Whitebeard pirates had seen a considerable reduction in their power, facing challenges from emerging pirate crews eager to usurp their position. The Blackbeard pirates, alongside the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates, were incessantly encroaching upon the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, who now found themselves in the twilight of their reign. Upon reaching the summit of a mountain, Horn surveyed the tumultuous battlefield below. Vista, wielding his rapier, along with several captains of the Whitebeard pirates, engaged in fierce combat against the senior officers of the Blackbeard pirates. Among Blackbeard's 5 elite members, 2 were familiar to Horn. One was the user of the metal fruit, Bond, with whom he had clashed previously in Dressrosa. The other was an unexpected acquaintance, former Marine Admiral Akiji. Horn pondered the perplexing question of why Akiji had aligned himself with the Blackbeard pirates, just as in the original narrative. Could it truly be a stratagem devised by the Marines? Ha ha ha. Vista, you would do well to surrender. The Whitebeard pirates are on the brink of collapse. Joining us is your only viable path. Bond taunted, his laughter echoing ominously. Gritting his teeth, Vista held his ground, declaring, that scoundrel Blackbeard is nothing but a traitor to our crew. His aspirations of becoming the Pirate King are still far from fruition. Then perish. Bond roared, launching a powerful punch toward Vista. As Vista raised his twin swords to counter, he was unprepared for the overwhelming force that sent him hurtling away, crashing into a small hill and reducing it to rubble. With a pallid expression, Vista realized he could fight no longer. The relentless battles over the past few days had drained his strength. Father, I am truly sorry for failing to protect my brothers. We, your unworthy sons, have squandered your legacy, he lamented, tears streaming down his face as he reminisced about the days spent sailing the seas under Whitebeard's formidable presence, where they had only to remain by his side to feel secure. It was only after that great man had fallen that they recognized their own fragility. Die, Vista, Bond sneered as he charged forward. Closing his eyes, Vista braced himself for the inevitable embrace of death. Vista, in this state, you are unworthy to be called a son of Whitebeard. A voice suddenly resonated in Vista's ears. Recognizing the familiar tone, he opened his eyes wide. A long sword stood a meter before him, exuding a chilling aura of death. Before the man arrived, the blade had already made its presence felt. The sword remained firmly planted before Vista, causing Bond to halt in his tracks. Is that not the sword of that man? Bond questioned, uncertainty clouding his features. Bond, have you lost your wits? Scared by a mere sword? One of the officers shouted, charging toward Vista. Any who dare approach this sword shall meet their end. A cold voice echoed. I refuse to believe it. If you have the courage, show yourself. The officer scoffed, stepping over the blade. In an instant, faster than the human eye could perceive, a blade of sword energy surged forth. The senior officer had no time to react as the energy severed his leg. Blood sprayed through the air, and the severed limb fell to the ground. Ah! The cadre emitted a dreadful scream, caught off guard. I have warned that those who dare to cross this sword shall meet their demise. The voice echoed once more, instilling a deep-seated fear in all present. Cold sweat dripped down Bond's forehead as he recalled the scene of his battle with that man, realizing he was utterly powerless in the face of him. Only that man could instill such terror in these ruthless pirates with but a single sword. Vista exclaimed in shock. Ah, Bond could no longer endure this subtle torment. Zimmerhorn, if you possess the courage, come forth. I seek to duel with you, he shouted towards the heavens. Zimmerhorn. A chill ran down Akiji's spine amidst the ongoing battle. That man had arrived indeed. What audacity, James Bond, to challenge me, came the voice as Horn's figure emerged, standing behind the Sword of Ruin. It is indeed you, Zimmerhorn, Bista remarked. Bista, are you unable to fight any longer? In that case, watch me, Horn said as he drew the Sword of Ruin. Bond braced himself, his body akin to that of a hedgehog, on high alert. Bond, after all this time, you remain as weak as ever, Horn scoffed disdainfully. You scoundrel! I will kill you, Bond roared, his fists enveloped in a dark, armed hockey, glimmering with power due to the effects of the metal fruit. He leaped forward, the ground beneath him crumbling instantly as his fist, propelled by a howling wind, hurtled towards Horn, the force of his blow seemingly capable of shattering mountains and filling seas. Hoenn remained unperturbed as he unleashed the Sword of Doom with a single, decisive stroke. The long sword collided with Bond's fist, and without any doubt, Bond's armed hockey was instantly shattered, resulting in his fist being severed entirely. Bond's eyes widened in horror as he watched his own hand soar away. Your time has come. No one can save you now, Hoenn remarked with a chilling smirk. Overwhelmed by despair, Bond cried out, Aokiji, save me. He believed Aokiji to be the strongest among them, the only one capable of confronting Hoenn. Yet, Aokiji was forcefully propelled away by a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, swiftly distancing himself from Bond. Of course, the spectators were well aware of the underlying truth. After all, the disparity in strength was evident. The Sword of Doom in Horn's grasp descended upon Bond with lethal intent. May the minions of Blackbeard perish! Horn's gaze was as frigid as ice, and the Sword of Doom cleaved his body in twain, blood erupting forth in a crimson bloom. Bond, a senior officer of Blackbeard's pirate crew, found himself utterly defenseless against the malevolent Horn, dispatched with but a single stroke. Horn approached the officer with a severed foot, pleading, Do not take my life. My leader is Blackbeard. If you dare to kill me, Captain Teach will not spare you. Horn wasted no words and swiftly dispatched the foe with a single stroke of his sword. At that moment, the remaining two high-ranking members of the Blackbeard pirates charged towards Horn with fervor, intent on eliminating him in unison, for this was their only glimmer of hope. The powers of their respective devil fruits erupted instantaneously. One wielded the abilities of the natural-type dust fruit, while the other possessed the animal-type hellhound fruit. They launched their assault against Horn. In Chapter 209, titled The Heaven-Defying Sword, the might of the purple demon Horn had reached formidable heights. It was evident that his victories over Akainu and the defeat of Doflamingo were not mere boasts. Blackbeard was indeed in peril. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Aokiji's eyes. He held no affection for the Blackbeard pirates. As a former Marine admiral, he harbored disdain for such ruthless pirates, yet he found himself compelled to fulfill a necessary task. The natural-type dust fruit user, named Raifuku, unleashed his abilities, conjuring a fierce sandstorm. Countless particles of dust were lifted from the ground, coalescing into a massive tempest that surged towards Horn. How intriguing, another natural-type user. It has indeed been a while since I last contended with one of your kind. Horn mused with a smirk, finding the prospect of a more challenging adversary all the more exhilarating. Celestial fire engulfs the plains. With a swift stroke of his sword, Horn unleashed a blazing inferno, the vibrant orange flames transforming into an ominous black hue. This black fire exuded an aura of decay and death, and upon contact with the sandstorm, it began to corrode and consume it. A vast expanse of the approaching sandstorm was swiftly obliterated within the depths of the black flames. In a fleeting moment, Horn stood before Laifu. A void of emptiness surrounded them. Horn unleashed a strike. The sword energy surged forth like a roaring dragon, cleaving through the swirling sandstorm before colliding with Laifu. Without hesitation, Laifu transformed his body into elemental form, allowing the sword energy to pass through him. Unleashing a tempest of sand, Laifu summoned forth a colossal wave of sand, crashing down upon Horn with overwhelming force, akin to a tempestuous sea. Regret of the Seven Skies. Horn performed a swift maneuver, striking with his sword, releasing an unfathomable momentum. A magnificent sword energy illuminated the heavens, seemingly leaving only this singular brilliance in existence. The power of the sword was enough to sever the very fabric of the world. The sword energy cleaved the raging sands asunder, dissipating their momentum, while the blade pressed further, striking Laifu and leaving a deep gash across his body. Hurry and assist me, Laifu cried out in terror, sensing the breath of death emanating from Horn. Below, Dis roared and transformed into a colossal three-headed hellhound, leaping towards Horn to strike. Overestimating oneself, Horn scoffed coldly. Descending like a meteor towards Dis, flames danced. Horn unleashed a flurry of strikes, his fiery sword intent blazing with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. Erupting in a fierce conflagration. Roar. Dis bellowed, all three heads exhaling simultaneously. Icy coldness, searing flames, and a dark, corrupting presence surged towards Horn. Three forms of power? The beast-type fruit of the mythical species is indeed formidable. Yet Horn remained unfazed. He was a swordsman, and with a sword in hand, he could shatter myriad techniques. All obstacles before him could be severed with a single stroke. The fiery sword energy clashed with the three forces, which promptly engulfed it. All swords returned to their origin. With the sword of doom raised high, Horn's aura surged, reaching a height that compelled all to gaze upwards in awe, as if a demon had descended upon the earth. The sword of doom fell with tremendous force, its simplistic sword intent embodying the essence of purity, yet beyond that simplicity lay an entirely new realm. The scene fragmented as the three forces collided with the sword energy's phantom. In an instant, the three forces crumbled before the blade's shadow, shattering into countless wisps of energy. Dis swiftly evaded to the side, and just half a second later, the sword energy struck the ground. A fissure spanning 1,000 meters appeared, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Dis was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that he had narrowly escaped being cleaved in two by that strike. He had no doubt of its power, after all. The man before him was one of the few top-tier warriors in the world. A tremendous uproar erupted here, capturing the attention of all those engaged in battle on the island. The immortal phoenix, Marco, was currently locked in combat with the first mate of the Blackbeard pirates. Upon hearing the thunderous noise, he cast a bewildered glance towards the source of the sound. Marco, cease your gaze, even if assistance were to arrive. The Whitebeard pirates are fated to meet their demise. The Blackbeard pirates are destined to become the new sovereigns of the seas. You should have long since abandoned the era of Whitebeard.